Chapter 1, Divine Tomb. Southern Shu Region, Dragon Nation. District 13, City S. Building 12, Residential Area 7. Room 2601. Li Mu answered the holocom. Li Mu, the college entrance exam results are out. How much did you score? You sound so excited? Liberal arts score 441, martial arts score 573. Congratulations, it looks like the martial arts university you hoped for is within reach. Li Mu, I also checked your results. Don't be too disappointed. It's alright, go ahead and say it. I'm not that easily discouraged. Liberal arts score 632, martial arts score 343. Li Mu, don't be too disheartened. At least your academic performance is excellent. Becoming a humanities teacher in the future is also a good career path. As for these results, Li Mu had already anticipated this. He just remained silent for a few seconds before smiling and saying, "It's alright. At least these scores are honest. Alright, go ahead and tell your parents about them." Hanging up the photon communicator, Li Mu gritted his teeth. How unwilling he was. He had been in this world for nearly 18 years, so long that memories of his previous life had grown somewhat hazy. I only remember that in the world of the past, there were no martial artists, no exotic beasts, and college entrance exams certainly didn't test martial arts. But in this world, there are countless terrifying exotic beasts like those in movies, posing a severe threat to humanity. In this world, technology is highly advanced. Wrist-mounted smart computers, hovercars, laser weapons, nano-armor suits. But these have little to do with ordinary people. The daily lives of commoners aren't that sci-fi either. Technology is a toy for the wealthy. Yet against top-tier mutated beasts, technological weapons prove rather ineffective. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, martial arts have always existed. Practice martial arts, become a warrior, and slay exotic beasts. Only the top warriors stand a chance of defeating the most formidable exotic beasts. Under such circumstances, martial arts naturally become humanity's top priority. For ordinary people, the only chance to turn their lives around, the only opportunity to change their fate, the only way to reach the top of society is to become a martial artist. To become a powerful martial artist. Having traveled through time, Li Mu naturally didn't want to live an ordinary life. He wanted to become a powerful martial artist. However, Li Mu did not possess any heaven-defying talent. City S has 18 districts, with the first 3 being martial artists districts, the next 3 being affluent districts, and the remaining 12 being commoners districts. He lost both his father and mother in early childhood, leaving him only a house and a modest amount of savings. It was only thanks to the welfare policies of Dragon Country that he was able to receive an education. In this world, schools teach both academics and martial arts, with martial arts being far more emphasized than academics. Since preschool, Li Mu has been exceptionally diligent in both his academic and martial arts studies. However, as the saying goes, the poor pursue literature while the rich practice martial arts. As an orphan, Li Mu lacks financial support from relatives and has no access to any martial arts resources. The Dragon Kingdom does have funding policies, but they come with strict requirements regarding innate talent. Li Mu seemed to lack significant aptitude in martial arts, falling far short of the Dragon Kingdom's funding standards. Thus, even after exerting 10 or 100 times more effort than others, his martial arts achievements remained barely satisfactory. Now that the college entrance exams were over, with Li Mu's scores, he couldn't even get into a remotely decent martial arts university. With Li Mu's grades, he could either attend a liberal arts school or end up in a third-rate martial arts academy akin to a diploma mill. At least my grades aren't so bad that no university would take me. So what if it's just a third-rate martial arts college? If 10 times the effort isn't enough, then I'll give 100, 1,000 times more. I refuse to believe I can't become a true martial artist. With renewed determination, Li Mu began his training in the dormitory's exercise room, starting with a series of exaggerated, somewhat peculiar movements. Somewhat similar to yoga, but some movements are more exaggerated than yoga, while others appear rather stiff. This is the basic body strengthening technique, taught in the school's martial arts class, designed to enhance physical strength, flexibility, reaction speed, and more. After practicing the body strengthening technique for nearly an hour, Li Mu began his weighted training until he was completely exhausted and had to stop. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Li Mu took a quick shower and then lay down on the bed. As long as one persists and works hard enough, there will always be hope. Exhausted, Li Mu quickly fell into a deep slumber. Yellow-brown earth beneath a pale sky. This is... Li Mu froze. Dreaming? But why does this dream feel so real? Li Mu stood in place, gazing into the distance. The endless pale sky held no clouds, no sun, while the vast, boundless earth lay barren without a single blade of grass. An absolute silence enveloped the world. That is... His heart skipped a beat. In the distance, across the desolate land, stretching endlessly, rising and falling, were countless densely packed graves. But they were not just simple graves. Even from afar, an ancient and boundless aura rushed toward him. Faintly, he could perceive that each tomb emitted a distinct aura. A look of astonishment involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. The tombs were arranged in layers, vaguely divided into several sections, with each successive row growing increasingly grand in size. At the far end of his vision, there even stood a few tombs as colossal as towering mountains, each spaced far apart, as if claiming their own territories. The more he looked, the more astonished Li Mu's eyes became. People often speak of the 100,000 mountains, but this place was practically the 100,000 tombs. How could such a sight not strike fear into anyone who beheld it? After a long while, Li Mu snapped back to reality, swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and couldn't help but walk forward. At the forefront stood a row of neatly arranged tombs, their sizes appearing far more ordinary compared to those behind them. As Li Mu approached one of the tombs in the first row, an overwhelming aura of battlefield carnage like clashing weapons and warhorses suddenly assaulted his senses. Li Mu's footsteps immediately faltered. He was pressed so hard that he could barely breathe. Just ahead, in front of the tomb, stood a gravestone. The inscription seemed to be in traditional characters, which Li Mu didn't recognize, yet he somehow understood its meaning directly. Tomb of Long Jie. Long Ju, born in 341, died in 399, a level 15 martial artist. In his lifetime, he slew 3 beast emperors, 18 beast kings, and beheaded hundreds of thousands of beasts. Fell in his final battle against the siege of 4 beast emperors, his body was not recovered intact, hence his weapon dragon soaring and singing spear was enshrined as a cenotaph. Long Ju? That top general under Xiang Yu's command? Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his pupils. What surprised Li Mu even more wasn't the name Long Ju. It was the level 15 martial artist. Martial arts level 13. This is the world-recognized power hierarchy. Levels 1-3 are warriors. Levels 3-6 are martial generals. Levels 7-9 are martial kings. Levels 10-12 are martial saints. The 8 strongest level 13 experts in Dragon Country are revered as the 8 martial gods. Arrow God, Fist Emperor, Blade King. He had once seen footage online of the Blade King and the Spear Sovereign in action. A single slash parts the river. A single spear thrust lifts mountains. The higher a martial artist's rank, the vaster the gap between each level becomes. Beyond level 13, there lies a path forward. If this news spreads, the world would likely be shocked. Level 13 is already akin to a deity, but a level 15 martial artist. Li Mu could hardly dare to imagine it. This is an incredible stroke of luck. Li Mu's heart was pounding violently. He was usually calm, but faced with such an opportunity, not just him. Even a martial god would react the same way. Chapter 2, Tomb of the Level 15 Warrior, Shuirengue. The one at the front is the tomb of a level 15 warrior. What about those larger, more magnificent tombs behind it? Li Mu's eyes gleamed with even fiercer passion. After hesitating for a moment, Li Mu bypassed the side of Long Ju's tomb and walked toward the back. This is... After bypassing the tomb of Long Ju, Li Mu suddenly noticed that the graves here were distinctly divided into 9 zones. The graves aligned with Long Ju's tomb formed the first zone. In the farthest distance, those grand and mysterious tombs resembling towering mountains marked the final zone. Between the 2 regions, there are 7 other areas of varying sizes. The tombs were arranged in a straight line, growing taller toward the back, which was why Li Mu could see them clearly. The outermost tomb area was roughly several hundred meters away from the second layer of tombs. Li Mu had barely walked 100 meters when his footsteps suddenly froze. In an instant, his entire body felt as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, completely immobilized. The tombs in the second area emitted terrifying pressures, each distinct from the others. These tombs were repelling Li Mu. Boom! The next moment, Li Mu's figure was sent flying backward. Cough, cough. Li Mu landed right beside Long Ju's tomb. What's going on? Just now when I approached Long Ju's tomb, there was a similar oppressive force, but not this intense. It seems I can't enter the second level tomb area yet. But this didn't discourage Li Mu. If the tombstone's records are true, there's a level 15 divine weapon in the grave before him. Li Mu wasn't entirely sure what a level 15 divine weapon signified. The only certainty is that it was absolutely a priceless treasure. If he could obtain it, the long troubling resource problem would naturally be resolved. My apologies. Li Mu clasped his fists and immediately took action. If this is a dream, there's no harm in doing something utterly audacious. If it's not a dream, then such an opportunity must not be missed. The mound of Longju's tomb was entirely built with grayish-white rocks the size of watermelons, tightly fitted together without any gaps. As a quasi-first-level martial artist, Li Mu possessed a strength of over 300 pounds, so moving some rocks shouldn't have been difficult in theory. As soon as he tried, he realized that the rock of this tomb seemed like a single, unbroken entity. No matter how much force he applied, it remained completely immovable. Damn it! Li Mu gritted his teeth and used the force application technique taught at school, veins slightly bulging on his forehead. The rock on the tomb still didn't budge an inch. Huff! After a long while. Completely exhausted, Li Mu had no choice but to give up. After resting briefly, an unwilling Li Mu approached the tomb next to Long Chi's grave. Tomb of Luo Chang. Luo Chang, born in 453, died in 701, a 15th-level martial artist. Once led the 18 cavalry of Yan Yun to conquer 9 demon lairs in 32 days. Even heroes cannot withstand the passage of time. Yesterday's glory turns to today's dust, never to see that dashing charm again. Buried here with his steed Swallow treading Lu Shangfei. Another renowned general, another level 15 martial artist. After briefly attempting and failing to open the tomb, he proceeded directly to the next one. Tomb of Fan Kuai. Fan Kuai, born in 91 AD, died in 324 AD, a level 15 martial artist. Level 15 martial artist. Once slew a god. Buried here alongside the divine weapon 9 Ben Spirit Slaying Blade. But slay a god? Even though Li Mu had already seen several tombs, he was still shocked by the inscription on this gravestone. Could there really be gods in this world? Did Fan Kuai actually slay a god? Is this the power of a level 15 martial artist? Li Mu had previously been odd but unclear about the combat achievements inscribed on the other tombstones. Now he finally understood what level 15 truly signified. It was a realm capable of slaying gods. What a truly enviable state of being. The fire in Li Mu's eyes burned even brighter. My apologies. He moved to the side of the tomb. Fan Kuai's tomb is a complete earthen mound, with a visible crack running across its surface. Li Mu steadied his breath, bent his knees slightly, and delivered a powerful punch onto the crack. Boom! The tomb collapsed with a thunderous crash, its yellow earth turning into drifting sand carried by the wind. This. Li Mu couldn't help but feel surprised. Did his punch really have such immense power? How come he didn't even know about it himself? As the dust settled, what was revealed at the gravesite was a coffin with its lid weathered by time. Inside lay a half-weathered skeleton and a single blade. Li Mu's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly reached out to grab it. Whoosh! With just a touch, the blade instantly collapsed like scattered sand. This. Li Mu couldn't help but feel somewhat unable to accept it. Where's the promised level 15 divine weapon? It's been too long again. Li Mu quickly calmed down, recalling the words he saw on Luo Chang's tomb, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Not only do heroes succumb to the passage of time, but so do divine weapons. Stepping towards the next tomb. Tomb of Shui Rongui. Shui Rongui, born in 1755, died in 2011, a level 15 martial artist. 3 arrows to conquer Mount Tianshan, 3 arrows to pacify the demon abyss, 3 arrows to subdue the ancient beasts. Buried here alongside the divine weapon, the silver-white soaring sky bow. The timing is off. Li Mu frowned slightly. The real world is currently in the year 826. The lifespan of this Shui Rongui is very inconsistent. Not the current Dragon Kingdom calendar. Is it because of historical gaps? Li Mu didn't dwell on it too much, just silently noted the time. Senior, my apologies. With experience under his belt, Li Mu clasped his fists in salute and went straight to the side of the tomb. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes gleamed slightly. On the side of the tomb, there was a small crack. Boom! A punch landed, but the tomb remained unmoved. Instead of being surprised, Li Mu was delighted. He looked around, found a rock, and climbed onto the tomb. Using his strength techniques, he held the rock with both hands and struck the crack repeatedly. Thud, thud. With each dull sound, the crack gradually widened. Finally, after half an hour, the top of the tomb completely split open, and rocks tumbled away to both sides. It took a little more time to clear away the soil from the tomb. A bronze coffin appeared before Li Mu's eyes. Half of the coffin lid was missing, revealing the gap between it and the inner casket. There lay a purple wooden box. Li Mu quickly grabbed it. Inside the box was a radiant, warm yellow jade pendant. He instinctively reached out to touch it. Devouring heaven and earth. Devour all things between heaven and earth to temper the martial body. A flood of memories suddenly surged into Li Mu's mind. This is actually a martial arts manual? Moreover, according to the descriptions in his memories, its effects could only be described as exaggerated. The influx of massive memories made Li Mu's consciousness grow somewhat hazy. In his last moment of clarity, he caught a glimpse of a silvery gleam between the layers that seemed to be an arrowhead. He instinctively grabbed the arrowhead. Immediately after, he lost consciousness completely. Chapter 3, Level 15 Technique Devouring Heaven and Earth. Li Mu's eyes snapped open abruptly. The familiar bedroom ceiling came into view. Was it really just a dream? He couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Suddenly, a heavy sensation in his right hand made him realize. In his right hand was actually a silver arrowhead. The arrowhead was about 5 centimeters long, silver with rust stains, just holding it to feel its weight. It must weigh at least over 100 pounds. This is the arrowhead of Xuerengui's divine arrow. Li Mu was about to examine it carefully. A surge of memories abruptly surfaced. Devouring heaven and earth. Xuerengui's cultivation technique. Directly reach level 15. After a long while, a glint of sharp light flashed in Li Mu's eyes. It's actually real. A look of overwhelming joy flashed through Li Mu's eyes. He quickly composed himself. Years of living independently. Various blows in life and academic performance. It had long forged a resilient spirit in Li Mu. He picked up the arrowhead and examined it carefully. At the tip of the arrowhead, there was a glint of cold light that lingered without dispersing. It was a sharp gleam that seemed capable of piercing through everything in the world. After just a few seconds of gazing, Li Mu felt a stinging pain in his eyes and hurriedly averted his gaze. As expected of Xuerengui's divine weapon, the arrowhead of the silver skywarp bow. Pity it's just an arrowhead. If only I could obtain the silver skywarp bow itself, that would be a true tier 15 divine weapon. But the material of this arrowhead. Such a small size yet so heavy. Li Mu had never heard of such material before. Nor had he ever seen it. However, Li Mu didn't dare show this thing to anyone for identification. After fondling it admiringly for a while, he carefully wrapped the arrowhead in layers and hid it under his bed. Perhaps I can melt this arrowhead later to forge my own weapon. Apart from this arrowhead, for Li Mu. More importantly, devouring heaven and earth. This technique is divided into 9 levels. Directly pointing to the 15th level. The devourer of heaven and earth. Using food for nourishment, transforming food into essence, and refining the body with essence. The first level of this technique can only digest food. It seems quite ordinary. After all, the human body naturally has digestive functions. But this technique achieves 100% digestion and conversion efficiency. Not a single bit of energy is wasted. Even the portions of food normally indigestible to humans can be fully broken down. And when this technique reaches more advanced levels, rocks, soil, wood, metal, jade, or copper all can satisfy hunger, all can be transformed into vital essence to nourish and temper the body. This must be the cultivation technique practiced by the 15th level martial artist Xuerengui. No wonder Xuerengui in past life TV dramas had such a huge appetite. The real Xuerengui's appetite was probably thousands of times greater. After reviewing some of the memories about this technique, Li Mu couldn't wait to give it a try. He immediately headed to the kitchen. Cooking rice, a full pot of rice. The cured meat that was usually too precious to eat was also directly boiled in the pot. A plate of rice and a plate of meat were placed on the dining table. Although he cooked an entire cured meat, Li Mu ultimately couldn't bear to cut it all up. Let's eat. No, start cultivating. Li Mu directly shoveled a large mouthful of plain rice into his mouth. At the same time, he activated the devouring heaven and earth technique. Because the techniques were deeply imprinted in Li Mu's memory, their execution felt extremely natural, without the slightest hint of difficulty. The rice entered his mouth, was chewed slightly, and then passed down his throat. The next moment, the rice seemed to transform directly into a warm current, flowing from Li Mu's throat down his esophagus to his stomach, then spreading throughout his entire body. Keep eating, keep digesting. In just a short while, half a bowl of rice and half a plate of meat had already entered Li Mu's stomach, yet he didn't feel the slightest sense of fullness. He was already somewhat immersed in the pleasure of cultivation. The food transformed into warm currents, continuously nourishing his body, enhancing his chi and blood, and strengthening his physique. Soon, the food on the table was cleared away. We can't just stop here. Li Mu felt he had reached a critical point. On the verge of breaking through to the first-level warrior threshold. Thus, most of the uncut cured meat ended up in Li Mu's stomach. Still not enough. All the ready-to-eat food at home bread, instant noodles. The skin on Li Mu's body began to shed. Still a bit short. Some vegetables from the fridge were swallowed directly. A few raw eggs were drunk straight down. Rice and flour were chewed dry. Eventually even frozen raw meat. Thanks to the power of devouring heaven and earth. When operating the technique, Li Mu's digestive capacity reached a terrifying level. As long as it was food, once it entered his mouth, then it can all be digested. Nearly 100 pounds of food, including dozens of pounds of rice. Despite eating so much, Li Mu's abdomen showed no change at all. The food at home has been almost completely eaten. If I keep eating like this, I'll end up chewing on the bed planks. But it's enough for now. The energy accumulation is sufficient. Phew. Li Mu exhaled a long breath as the warm currents fully merged into his body, causing his entire frame to grow hot and swollen while his skin began to itch. A tougher, renewed layer of skin started to grow in its place. A breakthrough is coming. A flash of excitement gleamed in Li Mu's eyes. Bang! It felt as though countless things exploded within his body, streams of warmth merging directly into Li Mu's skin, making it tougher. First-level martial artist now. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. The thing that had troubled me for over a decade was actually achieved so suddenly. If only it had happened earlier, before the college entrance exams reaching the first level, then would have meant I could have scored at least 500 or 600 points in the martial arts exam. You should know, less than 1/5 of candidates in previous years managed to reach the first-level warrior rank by the time of the college entrance exams. If it had been a little earlier, I could have gotten into Chu University too. Having already obtained such a great opportunity, what more could I possibly want? Soon, Li Mu let out a relieved smile. Greed is a bad habit, a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Let me test just how tough my skin has become now. I remember being told in school that once you reach level 1 skin, it becomes as tough as cowhide. With that thought, Li Mu went straight to the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife. He first placed it against his arm and made a slow cutting motion. Ha! No sensation? Li Mu slightly raised his eyebrows and increased the force a bit. The blade of the kitchen knife had completely sunk into the skin on Li Mu's arm. The knife sawed back and forth, yet not even a white mark appeared on the skin. This is definitely not the defensive capability a first-level martial artist should have. Since he often cooked at home to save money, Li Mu frequently sharpened his kitchen knife, and by now his strength had undoubtedly improved tremendously. Try again. This time, Li Mu exerted his full strength. The blade sank deep into the flesh. Yet the arm remained completely unharmed. Is it because of devouring heaven and earth? The power of the technique has granted me defensive capabilities far surpassing those of an ordinary first-level martial artist. My strength has also increased by several hundred pounds, reaching around 1,000 pounds, which is also not the normal level for someone who has just entered the first rank. Li Mu put down the kitchen knife. He knew that a mere kitchen knife couldn't break his defense. This was only natural, as the path of a martial artist is one of transcendence and surpassing the ordinary. It is said that one of the 8 martial gods of Dragon Country, the immovable Vajra, once withstood a nuclear explosion with his bare body and emerged completely unscathed. One day, I too will reach such a level. Li Mu's eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Chapter 4: Eat, Eat, Eat. Rapidly soaring cultivation realm. Li Mu activated his neural interface. The wrist-mounted neural interface resembled a watch, capable of projecting a semi-transparent holographic screen. However, his civilian-grade basic optical brain doesn't have anything particularly special beyond that. It doesn't even have an auxiliary AI. To put it bluntly, it's similar to a mobile phone from the old era, just looks a bit more advanced. 2 pounds of beef, 2 pounds of pork, 2 pounds of mutton. Li Mu started placing an order. He had noticed this earlier while eating. Meat provided the most energy. Buying several types was mainly to test which meat offered the best value for money. In fact, besides these ordinary meats, the energy content of exotic beast meat is undoubtedly far richer. Exotic beast meat has always been the most common food for martial artists. Even ordinary people can strengthen their bodies and promote blood circulation by eating it regularly. However, the price of exotic beast meat isn't cheap. Even first-grade farm-raised edible exotic beasts cost several hundred per pound. This price truly made Li Mu hesitate. The same amount could buy dozens of pounds of pork. Li Mu didn't believe that the energy contained in 1 gene of exotic beast meat could surpass the total energy in dozens of gene of pork. Besides exotic beast meat, there were also specially formulated nutrient solutions for martial artists, which had high energy content as well. But the price of those was even more prohibitive for Li Mu. Apart from meat, Li Mu also bought some cheaper vegetables and several types of rice. Just over 10 minutes after placing the order, the items Li Mu bought were delivered. Time to eat? No, time to start cultivating. The dining table was laden with an abundance of food. Several basins of rice, proper-sized basins at that. Several bowls of meat, beef, lamb, and pork. Half raw, half cooked. Devour and refine essence. As they began to eat, the warm current transformed from vital essence continuously nourished Li Mu's body, tempering his physique. In just over 10 to 20 minutes, the food on the table was cleaned up spotlessly. Whoosh! Li Mu threw a punch into the air, immediately producing a distinct sound of splitting wind. My strength has grown again. Truly, the cultivation technique of Shuarengui is extraordinary. His skin had also become more resilient. First-level skin training isn't just about the changes during breakthroughs. It's an ongoing process. Recalling the energy proportion derived from digesting various foods just eaten. Raw meat provides slightly more energy than cooked meat. Among them, raw beef contains the most energy. However, beef costs over 30 while pork is just over 10, yet beef doesn't have 3 times the energy of pork. So it seems buying pork is more cost-effective. As for those types of rice, new rice has more energy than aged rice. Higher quality rice contains more energy. But just like the issue with beef, the price increase far exceeds the proportion of energy. The energy conversion of other vegetables is also not as cost-effective as pork and regular new rice. So next, my main purchases will be pork and regular new rice. But with my current eating habits, even pork and rice will be a significant expense. I'll wait and see. Once I'm stronger, it'll be easier to find part-time work as a martial artist. The decision was made. Cleaned up the dining table and kitchen. Li Mu immediately went to the training room to start exercising. First, basic fitness technique, then strength training, combining the two. He trained for several hours straight, and Li Mu was already drenched in sweat. Li Mu slumped on the training mat with a smile. Though exhausted, he felt genuinely happy. His progress was visibly rapid. His former self could never have endured such intense training for this long. I wonder if I can enter that space again. If the first level tomb already yielded such great rewards, what could lie beyond? 3 days later. Huff. Li Mu exhaled a turbid breath. He stopped his cultivation. In 3 days, he made rapid progress. Li Mu felt that his strength had probably reached 1500 gene. The training equipment at home no longer had any significant training effect on him. This was entirely due to the devouring heaven and earth technique. The profoundness of this cultivation method far exceeded Li Mu's initial expectations. As long as it can eat, it can keep running. However, through these days of cultivation and training, a major issue has become increasingly apparent. Money is running low. There's still over 25,000 left. Parental inheritance and poverty subsidies. Plus what Li Mu had saved over the years by living frugally. If I spend 2,000 yuan a day, it'll only last about 10 more days. I need to find a way to make money. Li Mu sighed softly. Suddenly, the AI assistant signaled an incoming call. The caller was Chen Nan. This guy again. Back when college entrance exam results were released, this was the guy who couldn't wait to share his good news with me. Li Mu casually answered the phone. Hey, Li Mu, have you chosen a university yet? Li Mu suddenly snapped back to reality. I've been completely focused on cultivation these past few days and totally forgot about university matters. Li Mu, don't tell me you still haven't made your choice? After a few seconds of silence, Li Mu used his neural interface to search for martial arts universities that would accept his score during this time. It's decided Baiha Martial University. He casually uttered one of the names. Baiha Martial University? What kind of no-name martial arts school is that? I've never even heard of it. Li Mu, to be honest, I don't want to discourage you, but with your grades, you could easily get into a top-tier liberal arts college. Why insist on attending such a worthless martial arts school? Even if you graduate from there, it won't do you any good. Do you really think studying there will make you a martial artist? Li Mu fell silent. He wasn't offended, just momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Chen Nan is one of the few friends I have. Sometimes only those who care about you will say things that are hard to hear otherwise. Who would bother with you? Li Mu, you're not angry, are you? No, but becoming a martial artist is my dream. You know my situation, there's no way I can repeat a year. Brother, since you've made up your mind, I won't say more. May your martial path be prosperous. Thank you, may your martial path be prosperous too. Li Mu smiled and hung up the phone. He then immediately submitted his application choice Baiha Martial University using his neural terminal. It's only late June now, and universities don't start until September, so there's still plenty of time. After sorting out this matter, Li Mu decided to go out. Hongyang Martial Arts School. 3 stories high, with grand and magnificent decor. It is said that the owner of Hongyang Martial Arts School, Yang Feihong, is a 5th-level martial general. A glimmer of yearning flashed in Li Mu's eyes. This is one of the best martial arts schools in District 13. Not only teaching practical combat skills, but also mastery of various weapons. There are also special training methods and auxiliary cultivation techniques. It is said that even closed-door disciples may be taught cultivation techniques. Of course, no matter what it is, it definitely won't come cheap. Among them, there was one auxiliary cultivation method that, although not cheap, was absolutely worth far more than its price for Li Mu at this moment. Li Mu stepped inside. Welcome. The receptionist immediately flashed a warm smile. Hello, I'd like to inquire specifically about the pricing of your dojo's nutrient solutions for cultivation assistance. Of course, no problem. The receptionist immediately showed an even warmer smile. The so-called nutrient solution-assisted cultivation is mainly the safe and efficient absorption of nutrient solution in the special nutrient warehouse of our martial arts hall. Li Mu calmly interrupted, of course I know about these, what I want to ask is the specific price, the amount of nutrient solution portions equipped. Chapter 5 Gathering the Wushu Museum Wool. 2nd grade martial artist. Guest, our side's nutrient solution assisted cultivation service. As long as it's the first 3 levels then martial artists, it's 8,000. This side suggestion is to come back when you want a breakthrough, there is a miraculous effect. As for the quantity, don't worry. Our nutritional silos all have spare storage. The packs are enough. The receptionist lady revealed a sweet smile. Elementary nutrient liquid, suitable for level 1 to 3 martial artists, the market price was at 1,018 for 250 G. 8,000 here would be unlimited. Plus the venue, labor. It looked like a deal that was simply a loss to Grandma's house. But in reality, how could it be that simple? Martial arts schools are not charity halls. Martial Arts Center's Nutrient Liquid Assisted Cultivation Service has a time limit, usually 1 hour. With the absorption speed of a normal level 1 martial artist, it is difficult to absorb 1 caddy in 1 hour. 2nd and 3rd level martial artists may be a little faster, but because of the problem of drug resistance, in fact, it is about the same. Under normal circumstances, no one would come to the Martial Arts Center to use the nutrient warehouse. It's too expensive. Only martial artists who were about to break through would come to the Martial Arts Center to use this kind of service. Although it was more expensive, it was safer and more reliable. To put it bluntly, the unlimited amount was a gimmick. How long is the time limit? Li Mu asked the question that the receptionist had been avoiding. 1 hour, it's definitely enough for a breakthrough. Within this hour, absorb as much nutrient fluid as you want, but you can't take it away. The front desk young lady was worthy of being a professional, although she was a bit vain, she still maintained a particularly natural smile. Li Mu also smiled. This kind of good thing, wasn't it tailor-made for himself? Number 3. Auxiliary Cultivation Room. A nutrient cabin stood quietly in front of Li Mu. He didn't rush and first went to the equipped washroom to take a shower. Then he activated the cabin wearing a pair of special shorts. The cabin door slowly opened. At the same time, the 1-hour countdown on one side began to pulsate. Li Mu walked into it. The hatch closed, and the special material on the back of the nutritional silo began to move to stick close to Li Mu's body. If the space inside the silo wasn't allowed to be smaller, it would take dozens of pounds of nutrient solution to just fill up such a large area of space. It was important to know that the nutrient solution thing could actually be drunk directly. The Martial Arts Center's special nutrient warehouse can directly cause the skin to absorb it. Let the nutrient solution better digestion and integration. As the hatch closed, the special material fit to the body. A light green liquid followed the transportation pipe of the nutritional silo into the glass silo. Soon, Li Mu's entire body was directly immersed in the nutrient liquid. Yes, soaking this stuff required holding one's breath. Swallowing heaven and devouring earth immediately ran. The nutrient liquid was integrated into Li Mu's body along the pores. The body gradually began to warm up. The entire person became warm. It's a bit slow. Li Mu directly opened his mouth. A mouthful of nutrient liquid went down his throat. In an instant, it turned into a warm current with a distinct temperature that merged into Li Mu's limbs and bones. Efficiency instantly became much faster. Continue. Li Mu continuously opened his mouth wide and gulped it down. Nutrient liquid was drinkable, yes, but in a nutrient warehouse, the average person wouldn't really use the drinking method. But in order to become stronger, Li Mu didn't mind. His body began to gradually warm up. His skin became slightly flushed. Strands of heat emanated from his body. Gradually, the changes in his body became more and more obvious. A burst of tingling sensation emanated from the depths of his body. This is going to break through. Li Mu instantly brightened slightly. This feeling originated from his own bones. Level 1 skin training, Level 2 bone training. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Not enough, the energy is still a bit insufficient. Li Mu opened his mouth wide as the nutrient liquid flowed straight into his belly. If anyone else was here and saw Li Mu drinking this way, they would definitely be shocked out of their wits. One must know that nutrient liquid wasn't just poured into the stomach and that was the end of it. The difficulty was digestion and absorption. It wasn't unheard of for people to die from being directly propped up by the nutrient solution. However, Li Mu had heaven swallowing and earth devouring. He wasn't like ordinary people. It's coming. Li Mu's cheeks trembled slightly. A burst of tingling pain began to sweep through his entire body. It was as if all the bones in his body had cracked. Must endure, this is the refining of the bones and the key to being a level 2 martial artist. Li Mu clenched his teeth. The pain became more and more intense. At the same time, the entire body heated up like it was on fire. It was as if all the bones in his body were shattered and then remodeled. It was a severe pain that truly penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Ah! I don't know how long it took, but the pain finally receded gradually. A powerful texture began to spread across Li Mu's body. He unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. The veins were bulging. After a while, Li Mu exhaled a long breath and stopped cultivating. There was no more liquid in the nutrient bin. Didn't we say it would be replenished? Could it be that the storage ran out? Zip! The hatch opened. Half an hour remained in the countdown. It seems like I've sucked up at least tens of thousands of dollars of nutrient solution myself. Li Mu raised his arms and couldn't help but reveal a smile. This deal was cost-effective. If killing a cow with one punch at level 1 was an illusion, it should be a fact now. He swung his right fist. A burst of air-breaking sound whistled. The speed of the fist was already so fast that it was indiscernible to the naked eye. There's still time, I remember there's a professional strength tester here. Li Mu came to a tall machine. On the outside of the machine was a horizontal bar. Li Mu grabbed the crossbar with both hands and pushed it slowly upwards. Similar to the way weightlifting was tested. But such a machine was safe and accurate. After Li Mu's hands trembled to a certain extent, the numbers on the screen were fixed. 3083. This. Li Mu couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. His own actually had 3,000 kilograms of strength already? He had only just broken through himself. Level 1 martial artist, 600 to 1,500 kilograms. Level 2 martial artist, 16004000. Level 3 martial artists were within 10,000 pounds. The first 3 levels of a martial artist were just the level to build a foundation. Don't look at the limit of the second level is 4,000 pounds. But in reality, most people don't reach the limit in their entire life. Many people would choose to break through to level 3 at over 2,000 pounds. Don't think that breaking through without reaching the limit is a good thing to save time. On the contrary, if one breaks through without reaching the limit, it will affect the martial arts path afterward. But those who can really reach the limit, there may not even be 1 in 100 martial artists. As long as they can reach the limit, he can be called a limit martial artist. The level limit is said to be one of the key requirements to reach the martial god. Li Mu had just broken through and already had 3,000 kilograms. It could almost be said that he would definitely be able to reach the limit in the future. These past few days were really... Li Mu slowly exhaled. The boost was too great. How long had it been? It had only been 3 or 4 days since the results of the college entrance exam came out. Right now, Li Mu still clearly remembered his strength test from the college entrance exam. 421 pounds. That's a 7 or 8 times improvement. And this was only a change in 3 days. This progress was afraid to scare people to death when told. This is all because of swallowing heaven and devouring earth. Li Mu lamented in his heart. The nutrient solution was playing a not insignificant role, but the key was still Xuerengui's divine energy. Ordinary people, for the nutrient solution's energy conversion even 10% is difficult to reach, absorbing more and even the conversion rate will become lower and lower. But Li Mu didn't have these troubles at all. Chapter 6 Hongyang Martial Arts Museum, start absorbing again. Hongyang Martial Arts Center. Manager's office. Manager He Xian brewed tea and took a sip of it with a beautiful end. As the manager, he was actually quite idle. The mode of operation of the martial arts hall has long been stabilized, and any problems will be handled by specialized personnel. As for trouble? Don't kid yourself. The owner of their pavilion was a rank 5 martial general. Manager, the nutrient solution in nutrient warehouse number 3 has run out. Staff member Zhang Bo came to report. Add it when it runs out, why ask me about such a trivial matter? He Xian took his feet off the table. But it ran out after only 11 this time. The nutrient silo could store 12 kilograms of nutrient solution. Normally 20 people would still have leftovers after using it up. He Xian frowned slightly. 11 people? Maybe whoever didn't fill up the nutrient solution in the first place, go at it, there's no need to ask me about such a small matter. No, manager, I remember filling it up, yesterday I saw that there were still 10 pounds. It's gone after a man came today, could it all have been absorbed by him? He Xian directly laughed, that's 10 pounds. How could it be absorbed by one person in an hour? Who do you think he is? Even our city's top student in the college entrance exams, Zhang Xiaohao, the fastest absorption record in the first 3 levels was only 5 pounds and 3 taels of nutrient solution in an hour. Well, maybe the first few were used a bit too much, or the ones that were added weren't that full in the first place, it's not a big deal. Li Mu, who had just finished his workout, collapsed on the sofa. Casually turned on the TV. In the northern borderland region, the level 12 Beast King, unicorn-treading Inferno Tiger, is leading a wave of beasts to launch an attack on human cities. My Dragon Kingdom martial god, the god of arrow strikes. A star-chasing arrow is like a shooting star crossing the sky. The Beast King, unicorn-treading Inferno Tiger. Killed by a single arrow. On the television, it was broadcasting the foreign beast riot in the northern border region a few days ago. In addition to the host's vocal commentary. In the TV screen, there was a close-up image of a shooting star that broke through the sky at breakneck speed. That's not a shooting star, it's the arrow god's star-chasing arrow. Finally, there was the image of a tiger corpse that looked like a small mountain. As well as many people's interviews. These people were all frantically expressing their gratitude and reverence for the arrow god in front of the camera. What a desirable strength. Li Mu's eyes were the color of confidence. He himself would definitely possess such strength. Or even, surpass it. 1043. Li Mu's naked upper body continuously rose and fell. Push-up after push-up. Sweat slid down his muscles and dripped onto the fitness mat. Most of the fitness equipment at home had already lost its usefulness. Even the basic fitness technique taught in school was not very effective anymore. Li Mu could only use this more primitive way of exercising. Drop, someone is visiting. A prompt came from the thinking brain. 1100. After doing this last one, only then did Li Mu go to open the door. The door opened. A round-faced boy carrying a thermos bucket directly and nonchalantly squeezed into the house. Why so slow? Working out. Li Mu wiped the beads of sweat from his body with a towel. I came to take a look at you, kid. Now it seems that you still haven't given up on yourself. Not bad, not bad. Chen Nan nodded and patted Li Mu's biceps. I told you, I'm fine, just because of this? Li Mu calmly wiped the beads of sweat from his upper body. Chen Nan was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that the current Li Mu seemed a little different. A feeling that was hard to describe clearly. It was like temperament. Now this former brother in front of his own eyes. It seemed to be somewhat strange. It is like a sword with a hidden blade. It seemed to be plain and ordinary, but the sharpness that was occasionally revealed could not help but astonish one's heart. However, remembering his progress, Chen Nan instantly smiled. Kid, it seems like you've made quite a bit of progress recently. But I can already be a level 1 martial artist. Kid, you also have to hurry up and catch up, don't be left too far behind by me. Well, will do. Seeing Chen Nan's excited look. After all, Li Mu didn't have the heart to tell him the fact that he was already level 2. My mom made braised pork, the taste of home, knowing that your kid doesn't have anyone to cook for you on weekdays. Chen Nan patted the thermos, then went straight to the kitchen to get the dishes. For this place, he was familiar with it. Several pounds of braised pork was placed in a large pot. There was also a whole pot of rice. The two sat opposite each other. Li Mu took a big bite of the red rake meat under the rice. It had to be said that Chen Nan's mom's handiwork was really excellent. Chen Nan just looked on, he had eaten it. This time I came, I'm relieved to see that you're fine. Other than that, there is one more thing. There's a class reunion in a while, a break-up dinner. Don't refuse. Several years of classmates. I don't know how long it will take for many people to see each other in the future. It's time to get together. Li Mu's action of digging into the rice slowed down and casually said, what's there to get together? Someone's treating us, no need for you to give money. No problem. Li Mu immediately agreed. He sent Chen Nan away and cleaned up the house. Li Mu started exercising again. Push-ups, sit-ups. Although old-fashioned, they were effective. As long as the number was high enough and the weight was heavy enough. Even the strongest physique could have a workout effect. 781. The bones became stronger. It was just like refining the skin. Bone refining was also an ongoing process. It was said that when a martial artist's rank was high, the bones would be harder than gold and iron. Just like the body materials of exotic beasts. That was why there were so many martial artist weapons that needed to be forged with the addition of foreign beast materials. Several days passed. Li Mu once again stood outside the Hongyang Martial Arts Center. There had been one experience. After paying the money, Li Mu went forward to the third auxiliary cultivation room alone. At this time, a tall figure walked out from the martial arts center and brushed past Li Mu. Li Mu subconsciously looked over. It seemed somewhat familiar. For a moment, his memories from school were awakened. Yang Xianxian, a genius girl who was 1 year older than himself. A genius in martial arts. At the same time, she was also the school beauty of the 7th middle school. At that time, I don't know how many schoolmates were mesmerized by her valiant temperament. But how did she appear here? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that she had gotten into the #1 martial arts university in the Chu South region, Chu University, last year. It should all be almost her sophomore year now. Little brother, don't look, it's long gone. She's the precious princess of our pavilion master's family, oh. It's not that simple to chase her. Miss Yan let slip long ago that you have to defeat her to be qualified to pursue her. The front desk young lady's tone was flirting with some envy. Li Mu didn't explain. Alone, he came to the #3 auxiliary cultivation room. After lightly washing himself, he entered the nutritional bin. The green liquid completely soaked its body. The heaven swallowing and earth devouring. Operated. A large amount of energy was absorbed and converted. In just an instant, Li Mu's body reacted. The skin began to redden and the body temperature rose. Chapter 7 Extreme Legends. Invincible at the same level. It's so refreshing to cultivate like this. The path of a martial artist was the path of inspiring the body for thousands of miles and becoming stronger step by step. From martial artists to martial generals, martial kings, martial saints, and martial gods. It was all the same. Li Mu could sense that his skin, bones, and muscles were all evolving. This feeling of clearly perceiving himself getting stronger little by little. The dual physical and spiritual pleasure in it. It far exceeded some meaningless recreational activities. Inside the silo, the level of the nutrient solution had been maintained at a fixed height. There was constantly nutrient fluid being absorbed by Li Mu. There was also a constant replenishment of nutrient fluid. Gradually, Li Mu heard the beating of his heart. Thud, thud. Strong and powerful. Vaguely, he also seemed to hear the sound of a great river rushing. Nope. It wasn't a big river. It was the blood rushing through his veins. Roaring. Thud. Dang. Thud. The beating of his heart grew stronger. The speed also became faster. It's going to break through. The third level of blood exchange. The 13 realms of martial Tao was a theory put forward by the first martial god of the Dragon Kingdom, Li Yibin, 300 years ago. Blood exchange, in fact, referred to increasing the activity of the blood. Using energy, it stimulates the potential of the cells. New powerful blood would replace the old blood. It's called blood exchange. And this is the beginning of a martial artist's path to power. As the realm rises, the blood will also rise. It is said that the blood of a martial king is like an oven. The blood of a martial saint, one drop weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. As for the martial god, Li Mu wasn't sure, but thought that it must be extraordinary. And right now, he was changing his blood. Large mouthfuls of nutrient liquid were swallowed. It's coming. The rushing momentum of the blood became more and more violent. It was as if it would burst through the veins at any moment. An amazing burning sensation began to appear in the body. The blood began to become boiling hot. At this moment, Li Mu's entire body was like a boiled shrimp. A reddish color. Ah! He clenched his teeth. The too high temperature brought him sharp pains like pins and needles. But it had to be endured. When changing blood, the hotter the blood was, the more power it could gain. This temperature is too high. Li Mu felt like his brain was going to be burned out of his mind. Hot blood was pouring straight to his head. It wasn't a metaphor, it was a description. Wow! Amidst the rush of hot blood, Li Mu opened his eyes. Slightly reddened eyes were calm. It's done. Third grade martial artist. Li Mu couldn't help but be a little excited, and immediately a large mouthful of nutrient liquid was poured into his mouth. After the breakthrough, the level of the nutrient silo hadn't even dropped yet. There's more nutrient liquid this time than last time? He still didn't know that this was because the nutrient silo had been refilled with nutrient liquid after being absorbed by him last time. But no matter what the reason was, Li Mu naturally wouldn't waste it. Swallowing in large gulps. The swallowing heaven and devouring earth was running rapidly. The energy that would persistently make Li Mu's body stronger. Skin, bones, blood. Every moment, they were being tempered by these energies. Half an hour later, the hatch was opened. The nutrient solution inside the compartment had been completely absorbed. Li Mu walked out slowly. The naked upper half of his body was a block of muscles that rose and fell here and there. The muscles were not exaggerated, but instead were just like a cheetah, full of streamlined beauty. Whoo! As soon as Li Mu swung his fist, there was an ear-piercing air-breaking sound whistling. Try your current strength again. After changing his clothes, Li Mu stood in front of that strength-testing apparatus once more. The machine's crossbar was slowly pushed until Li Mu's arm began to tremble. The numbers were fixed. 7,281. This. 7,000 pounds. There was only a gap of over 2,000 pounds from the limit of 10,000 pounds. One had only just broken through. It's still a bit far from the 4th level. Regarding the limit, everyone knew. At each level, it was best to get as close to the limit as possible before breaking through. This way, one could go farther in the future on the path of martial arts. If one was able to reach the limit, then they would inevitably be a heavenly pride amongst heavenly prides. It was called the ultimate martial artist. And only a limit martial artist could be invincible at the same level. Myself, I will definitely be able to reach the limit. Manager. Something's wrong. Zhang Bo knocked on the manager's office door in a panic. I'm still alive and well. He Xian breathlessly opened the door. No, it's not you that's in trouble, it's the 3rd cultivation room. The nutrient warehouse's nutrient solution is gone again. What? It's gone again? Didn't I remember that it was added just a few days ago? The business of the martial arts center is so good lately? How come I didn't know? He Xian was also stunned. No, how could the business of the martial arts center be so good? No, that's not what I mean. The main thing is what business is good, and it's not possible to say that it's the nutritional warehouse's business that's so good. Zhang Bo said in a hurry. He was originally the staff in charge of the nutritional warehouse, so he was naturally clear about this business. On weekdays, there were not necessarily individuals who came to use it for a few days. And according to his memory, only one person had come during this period of time. Then how could it disappear for no reason? The 24 pounds of nutrient solution was worth more than $80,000. This figure wasn't big for He Xian. But after all, it was the martial arts center's money, so it was impossible to just ignore it. Come with me to take a look, and get Master Gua on board. Yes. It's really all gone. The nutrient warehouse storage tanks in front of them were empty. It wasn't taken. The nutrient silo showed no signs of having been violently dismantled. Only one person came? He Xian looked at Zhang Bo. That's right, I remember it was called Li Mu. Or a student who just graduated from senior high school. I'm dropping a god, it can't be that it was really sucked clean by this guy, it's not possible He Xianqing was also not sure anymore. Maybe. It really is. A low and gravely voice came. Only to see a middle-aged strong man standing in front of a piece of machinery in the room. He Xian asked politely, Master Gua, what do you mean by this? Master Gua, a level 3 martial artist. One of the instructors of the Hongyang Martial Arts School. For martial artists, powerful martial artists. He Xian must also give respect. More than 7,000 pounds. Master Gua pointed at the machine in front of him with an incredibly grave expression. This number. I don't even have the strength. If it's really a high school student who just graduated. At this age. That must be a true heavenly pride. What? He Xian was also instantly shocked. This power value was too frightening. A teenager who had just graduated from high school was actually able to strike with such power. Whoever it is, it's bound to be a genius. A true heavenly pride. Heaven's pride. It's not as if you can't be treated with common sense. Master Gua clapped his hands and concluded. A whole 24 pounds of nutrient solution was actually absorbed by someone in an hour. Isn't this stronger than Zhang Xiaohao? He Xian was horrified. Summer Martial Artist Training Course, led by a Level 5 Martial General. Summer Martial Artist Special Training Course. The most scientific means. The most brutal training. Maximum progress. On the streets, advertisements for various cram schools were everywhere. Li Mu ignored them. He had heaven swallowing and earth devouring, where would he need any tutoring? After returning home, Li Mu first cooked a pot of rice. Then he entered the exercise room and started working out. First there were 500 push-ups and 500 sit-ups to warm up. Then there were various workout moves. Tiredness was for sure. But Li Mu enjoyed this feeling. As long as there was progress, then being tired was worth it. Chapter 8. I'll give you money. You switch martial arts schools to wool gathering. It was the beginning of July. Li Mu stood outside the Hongyang Martial Arts Center for the 3rd time. After a brief survey, he stepped into it. Welcome to the light. The front desk lady's greeting stuck directly in her neck. What? Uncomfortable? Li Mu walked forward. That. Guest, please sit down a little. The receptionist lady looked a little strange. Okay, don't take too long. Li Mu was a bit strange. But he wasn't a difficult personality to get along with. Other people seemed to have something difficult to talk about, so just wait for a while. Li Mu sat down on the waiting sofa behind the door of the martial arts center. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit with a slightly blonde figure walked in front of Li Mu. "Hello, little brother, I am the manager of this martial arts center, He Xian." He Xian's face was full of smiles, looking quite eager. "Hello, what's the matter?" Li Mu did not wrinkle slightly, raising some wariness. His experience told him. Those who were solicitous for nothing were either traitors or thieves. "Little brother, it's something like this." He Xian didn't care about Li Mu's wariness, still seemed especially polite, and even personally got on to pour Li Mu tea. In the end, what is the matter? Li Mu's frown followed tightly. "It looks like little brother is a refreshing person, then old he I don't have much nonsense." He Xian directly took out a bank card and placed it in front of Li Mu. "There's 100,000 in here, little brother, you change a martial arts school to woolgather. I know it's opening a store to make a living, there's no reason to refuse a guest. But little brother, if you keep on like this, the martial arts center will have to close down." He Xian was also helpless. There was nothing he could do about it. He was clear that this person must be a heavenly pride. So of course he didn't dare to offend. But the problem was that he had no way to explain to the owner of the martial arts center if it kept losing money. That's a rank 5 general. A horrible character who could tear him in half with the move of a finger. Caught in the middle, He Xian could only come up with a compromise. This. Li Mu didn't expect it to be because of this. But it was true once he thought about it. Although the martial arts center said it was unlimited. But after all, people are also doing business. Okay, but forget about the money. Li Mu was not an unreasonable person. No, little brother, you have to keep this money." He Xian hurriedly pulled Li Mu and just shoved the card into his coat pocket. With He Xian's eyesight, he could tell that Li Mu's family condition was average from his clothes. To be able to use some money to create a connection with a humble heavenly pride. It was cost-effective. More crucially, He Xian didn't want Li Mu to leave a stigma behind. "Hey, okay, consider it a loan from me, and I'll pay you back later." After pushing back a few times, Li Mu couldn't really push back and accepted it. After all, he really lacks money now. Talking about what's still not returned. I'm a bit older, so I'm shamelessly calling myself an old brother. I've known you since we met. What's a little money? The main old brother, I am also under the hands of others to make a living, so. Understood, many thanks to old brother he. Li Mu nodded. Old he. His voice was heard first. The voice was thick and low, like a fierce tiger roaring low. Seeing his person again. Only to see a middle-aged man with an upright and sturdy figure was walking slowly. Between one step and the next, an intimidating aura filled the air. It was like a fierce tiger patrolling its territory. Pavilion Master. Upon seeing this person, He Xian was like a soldier who saw the head, unconsciously standing upright. He didn't even take a breath. Pavilion Master? Li Mu also couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. This was that Pavilion Master of the Hongyang Martial Arts School. The father of the genius girl Yang Qianqian. A rank 5 martial general. Yang Feihong. Li Mu also couldn't help but be shocked by his tiger-like aura. But it was only an instant. Li Mu broke free and regained his composure. In that cemetery, Li Mu had seen too many powerful and terrifying pressures. He had long since developed a resistance to might. Seeing that Li Mu actually recovered so quickly, a color of approval passed between Yang Feihong's tiger eyes. Old he, there's no reason to push a guest out when you're open for business? He spoke seemingly carelessly. Yes. My question. He Xian didn't dare to have the slightest retort, much less explain anything. Little brother, I've heard that you're very capable of absorbing nutrient solutions? Yang Feihong's eyes carried a wisp of laughter. It's absorbing a little too much. Li Mu was not humble, but only carried a faint sense of embarrassment. Yang Feihong slapped Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu's body only trembled a few times before he stabilized himself. Not bad, born with a straight face, this physique is also good. A good seedling for practicing martial arts. Thank you, Pavilion Master Yang, for your compliments. Li Mu clasped his fists and saluted. There's no need to be embarrassed, just suck it up if you can. Do as you should. It's just a little bit of nutrient liquid, is it really possible to suck me poor? Yang Feihong smiled faintly, then left in large strides. This. Li Mu was a little puzzled. Since the pavilion master has given his word, then naturally, it's according to what the pavilion master said. From now on, little brother, feel free to come. Suck as much as you want. He Xian immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. In that case, I definitely can't take this money. Li Mu was very firm this time and returned the bank card to Yi Xian. Pavilion Master's office. Pavilion Master, if that person comes often, I'm afraid that our martial arts school will have to lose a lot of money. Yi Xian carefully worded it. Yang Feihong smiled faintly. A strength of over 7,000 pounds can absorb 24 pounds of energy liquid. Do you know what this means? It means that kid might even surpass me in the future. How is this possible? At first, Yi Xian's first reaction was that it was absolutely impossible. Their pavilion master was a rank 5 martial general. Level 5 generals were a handful of existences in S City. Every single one of them is a big and famous person. The boy. Although Yi Xian had high hopes for Li Mu, he didn't think that he could easily reach the pavilion master's height. What's more, at this time, the pavilion master was talking about surpassing above the 5th level martial arts general, that is the 6th level top martial arts general. The entire city of S is not a few big names. A big shot that would make the city tremble when he stomped his foot. Old he, you're not a martial artist after all. Go down. In response, Yang Feihong just smiled faintly. It was just a possibility. The future, who knows? Entering the auxiliary cultivation room for the third time. Li Mu had long been familiar with it. It's the last time, there's no more money. After entering the nutritional silo, the green nutrient solution gradually flooded Li Mu's body. Devouring heaven and devouring earth immediately operated. A large amount of energy was absorbed from the pores of the skin, from the mouth. The pure energy quenched and warmed Li Mu's body. The skin, bones, and blood were all becoming stronger. This time, Li Mu absorbed it faster. It was the same 24 pounds of fully dispensed nutrient solution. It was absorbed cleanly by Li Mu in just half an hour. It was still level 3. But the progress wasn't small. Time to test the strength again. Li Mu came to the room's strength tester. Chapter 9 Benefits for Martial Artists. In front of the Martial Arts Center strength tester, Li Mu stepped forward, gripped the crossbar of the machine, and slowly pushed it upwards. The numbers on the screen gradually jumped. The weight on the crossbar also became heavier and heavier, until Li Mu's arm trembled slightly. The numbers were fixed. 9,786. 9,786 pounds. Li Mu gently exhaled a breath. A ray of excitement flashed in his eyes. With this strength value, only the last 200 or so pounds were missing to reach the level 3 limit. Looking at the entire S city, I'm afraid that no one would be able to have this strength at the 3rd level. No, there are only a handful that exceed 6,000 pounds. And one is only 200 pounds short of being a level 3 extreme martial artist. What role an extreme martial artist had, Li Mu didn't know. But 10,000 feet high. If one wasn't an extreme martial artist, how could one walk longer and farther? If in the past, Li Mu's wish was to become a martial artist, then after possessing the inheritance of a 15th level martial god, his goal, too, was a martial god. If he couldn't even go to the limit of level 3, what kind of martial god would he become? Go home and cultivate. The faster you reach the limit, the better. Home, inside the exercise room. 2001, 2002. Li Mu, who was carrying several dumbbells on his back, was doing one-handed push-ups. Sweat slid down the curves of his muscles. You have a mail, from White River Martial Arts University Admissions Office. The smart brain's beep came. Li Mu carefully put down the dumbbells behind him. With his current strength, he had to be careful at home. He didn't want to accidentally demolish the house his parents had left him. Honorable Student Li Mu. After our school's review, you have reached our school's admission standards. The start date of our school is September 1st. An acceptance letter from White River Martial Arts University. This did not come as a surprise to Li Mu. With this crappy university, any individual who applied could pass. With one's current strength. Li Mu smiled helplessly. There was no way around it, the college entrance exam had already ended and was already set in stone. White River Marshall University is White River Marshall University, anyway, no matter where it is, one can become stronger. There's still a problem. One doesn't have any money now. Li Mu had a bit of a headache. The phrase poor in literature and rich in martial arts was no joke. The current him had, devouring heaven and devouring earth, and his progress was rapid and incomparable. But what was needed was huge resources. As an orphan, he had to face one problem: poverty. Even if the martial arts school treated him favorably, he still had to come up with the basic expenses. How to get money? How about mortgaging the house? Or maybe... Li Mu suddenly slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that this world itself treated martial artists favorably. Martial Artist Association. An association directly under the management of the state with the Dragon Kingdom. In the previous world, it was a state enterprise. And it is a state enterprise that specializes in serving martial artists. The role of the association is to assess the rank of martial artists. Martial artist rank, not realm. Because the world that martial artists face is different from ordinary people. Many martial artists, whose ranks were up to the mark, did not have the combat prowess that corresponded to them. In the eyes of the state, there was a mismatch. The Martial Artist Association then provided rating levels for martial artists. The same 1 to 13 levels. In the society's view, if you were at level 1 of the realm, it didn't mean you were a level 1 martial artist. It only counted if you obtained a national rating. Li Mu's eyes lit up as he stood outside the Martial Artist Association building. Martial artists, there were benefits. According to the Dragon Kingdom's policy, martial artists of different grades received welfare payments every month. The higher the rank, the better the welfare. And the span is also extremely exaggerated. If it's the 13th level, don't have to do anything, lying down is over 1 billion. Level 1, 1,000 dragon coins. Second level, 3,000 dragon coins. Level 3, 20,000 dragon coins. The fourth level, 60,000 dragon coins. Clerk window. Li Mu, hello, I want to certify a martial artist level. Hello, how many levels of martial artist do you want to certify? Third level. The staff member was slightly stunned, then took out a form and handed it over. Level 1 to level 3 are all uniformly tested. Only 3 aspects need to be tested. Progress in the physical aspect of martial arts, overall strength value, and attack power. Since it's the first 3 levels, a machine test will do, it's very fast. Li Mu took the table. It was actually very simple, it was just name and age as well as martial arts rank and all that. After filling it out and handing over his last few $100. Then he followed the instructions to the room for the test. Give me the form, go in and wait, the test will start soon. Okay. Li Mu casually gave the form to the staff at the door and entered the room. A parlor-like room with several rows of sofas. There were already about 10 people sitting on the sofas waiting now. The atmosphere in the room was a bit heavy and tense. There was no way around it, this thing called certification, there was a high chance of failure. Many people had just made a breakthrough and came to be certified. Playing well, naturally there was no problem. But playing slightly worse will fail. Li Mu casually found an unoccupied seat and sat down. Took a few glances at the others. Among them, there were a few people who slightly caught some of Li Mu's attention. A noble girl, an arrogant teenager, and a middle-aged man who looked a bit mute. None of them had too much tension in them. The others, including the other 2 middle-aged men who looked to be in their 30s, were all more or less nervous. While Li Mu was sizing up the others. The others were also sizing him up. His calm demeanor likewise attracted some attention. However, the crowd was quiet, and there was no one who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with anyone. Soon, a curtain tent was pulled open, revealing several large machines inside the room. Those who read out their names come over and test. Li Ming. A youth in his 20s walked forward. His body was trembling slightly, looking obviously a little nervous. Under the guidance of the staff, he first stood on a disc of machinery. Under the staff's operation, the upper and lower rings of the machine simultaneously emitted a red light that enveloped Li Ming's entire body. Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a first-level martial artist. Unrefined bone. A mechanically synthesized voice came out, and soon, the light dimmed. Li Ming's confidence was visible to the naked eye for several minutes. However, the scan was only the first level. Second level, test strength. Li Ming began to push the horizontal bar. Soon, the numbers appeared. 872. It had reached the standard of a first-level martial artist. Not bad, there is one last level, come on. Under the guidance of the staff, Li Ming came to another machine. This machine tested combat power. The so-called combat power, to put it more directly, was a test of how much power you could actually utilize. It had a lot to do with real punching power. Generally speaking, as long as a level 1 martial artist reached 8/10 of their own strength, then they would be considered qualified. Boom! The numbers on the battle strength tester jumped. 690. This. Upon seeing this number, Li Ming immediately revealed an incredulous expression. With his strength, his qualifying value for attack power was 697.6. Only a few points short. You still have 2 more chances, don't be too nervous. The staff member comforted in a warm voice. Chapter 10 Unbelievable Rank. Li Ming exhaled a long breath, brewed for a moment, and punched out violently. 652. I don't know if he was too nervous or what, but this time, his attack was even lower. 669. For the third time, it still didn't reach the passing standard. Don't be too discouraged, you're still young, there's still a chance, just settle down for a while and come back. The staff comforted. Li Ming nodded and returned to his seat with his head hanging down. He still wanted to see the results of the others before leaving. The staff member once again started naming names, Zhang Meng. It was the same youth in his 20s. One test after another began to take place. Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a first-level martial artist. Unrefined bone. Strength test 760, reaching the standard of a first-level martial artist. Attack power test 622, reaching the standard. The staff stamped his form. Congratulations! Successfully certified as a rank 1 martial artist. Later you can receive your martial artist badge with the form. After that you will be able to use the badge to receive your monthly martial artist allowance, as well as enjoy martial artist benefits. Thank you. Zhang Meng also acted quite excited. He likewise did not leave in a hurry after getting the form, choosing to stay and watch the others' tests. This kind of opportunity didn't come every day. That was why people usually stayed behind regardless of success or failure, waiting for the same group of people to finish testing before leaving together. The tests continued in an organized manner. Those who succeeded rejoiced and those who failed were sad. Soon, another name was called. Zhang Xiaojie. The arrogant teenager stood up. He walked in stride with his head held high. That stance was as if he was going to receive an award. Has refined his skin, reaching the standard of a first-level martial artist. Unrefined bone. The sound of the machine's voice rang out. Under the guidance of the staff, he took large strides to the second machine. As he pushed up the horizontal bar, the numbers on the screen began to jump. 1072. The numbers were fixed. More than 1,000 pounds, which was already considered very good among first-level martial artists. Boom! 854. The first punch, the numbers did not qualify. With his strength value, the qualified attack should be 857.6. Sure enough? The third level is always the hardest. Many people couldn't help but sigh lightly. The first and second levels were all solid numbers. Only the third level. It requires a test of skill and clinical play. Speaking of which, I haven't tested the attack power yet. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't be too nervous. The staff comforted as per usual. Damn it! Zhang Xiaojie shouted angrily and fiercely blasted out with another punch. Boom! 898. The staff immediately said. Congratulations! You have been successfully certified as a level 1 martial artist. Ha ha! Zhang Xiaojie immediately let out a smug and arrogant laugh. Li Mu just swept a glance at him and withdrew his eyes. Wang Ping Park. Another name was read out. This time, the one who stepped forward was the middle-aged man who looked a bit mute. Has refined skin, reaching the standard of a first-level martial artist. Has refined bones, reaching the standard of a level 2 martial artist. Blood has been replaced, reaching the standard of a third-level martial artist. Silence. A moment of silence. Then there was a clamor. Third-level martial artist? We've actually encountered a level 3 martial artist? The first time I've seen a living level 3 martial artist. Limu also couldn't help but look at him a few more times. A level 1 martial artist wasn't difficult, most people could reach it. A level 2 martial artist would be difficult, one might come out of dozens of level 1 martial artists. For third-level martial artists, it took dozens of second-level martial artists to produce one. In S-City, a level 3 martial artist was already considered a denizen. The highest rank that an ordinary person could reach was only the third level. Moreover, in a place as small as S-City, it was not possible to see one every day, and it might take a long time to see a live one. The chances of getting into a conversation are few and far between. A level 3 martial artist, even if he did nothing every month, he would receive 20,000 yuan in subsidies from the Martial Artist Association alone. What's more, a level 3 martial artist who wants to find a job that pays tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars a month is simply not too easy. And this kind of job is the kind that doesn't take risks. If one was willing to take risks, then the income would at least double a few more times. It could be said like this. As long as to the third-level martial artist, a lifetime will already have no worries about food and clothing. The second round of the strength test exam. 4,982. Had reached the standard of a level 3 martial artist. It's the last round. Many people couldn't help but get nervous. Boom. 4,883. The test was passed. And this value was already extremely close to its own power. This represented either a famous teacher's guidance or rich experience in actual combat. The test has passed. Respected martial artist sir, you have 2 more chances to test your attack power, and we will select the highest record. The staff's attitude instantly became much more respectful. No need. Wang Ping Park shook his head, took the stamped form and wanted to leave. He didn't like being harassed by others. However, he glanced at Li Mu and that noble girl, but chose to stay. Sir, do you accept disciples? Lord Martial Artist, do you have time later? Let's have a casual dinner together. No sooner had Wang Ping Park sat down than some people came over, wanting to befriend this level 3 martial artist. Even if they just struck up a couple of conversations and got acquainted, they would have some more things to talk about in the future. Li Mu just looked at them for a few moments and then withdrew his eyes. It couldn't be said that they were much of a climber. To admire the strong was human nature. Respecting the strong, revering the strong. This was originally an unwritten rule among martial artists. Leave me alone. Wang Ping Park calmly spat out a sentence. He had long passed the age of enjoying other people's asses. As long as one had experienced life and death, one would understand that flattery and all these were just floating clouds. As soon as the third-level martial artist spoke, how could the others dare to disobey, and one by one, they hurriedly retreated. Another grade 1 martial artist came forward to test and ended in failure. Li Mu. Another name was read out. Li Mu stood up and calmly walked forward. First, he stood between the upper and lower discs of that machine, and a red light enveloped his entire body. Soon the tester sounded. Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a level 1 martial artist. Has refined the bones, reaching the second level martial standard. Has changed blood, reaching the third level martial standard. The light slowly dissipated. The room was silent. Deadly silence. After a while, I don't know who trembled and said, "A third level 3 martial artist? Such I. Young third level martial artist. How is this possible?" The crowd was in a state of stagnation and disbelief. Each and every one of them stared at the number on the screen as if they were dumbfounded. Previously, it was that a level 3 martial artist had already appeared. But it wasn't all the same between a third-level martial artist and a third-level martial artist. A teenage third-level martial artist in his teens, and a middle-aged third-level martial artist in his 30s or 40s, could this be the same? Definitely not. It's even a world of difference. Many people had never even heard of such a young level 3 martial artist. They simply couldn't believe it. They couldn't even help but wonder if there was something wrong with the machine. Chapter 11 9,826 pounds. That. The staff member in charge of the test also froze for a whole. After he came back to his senses, he hurriedly checked the machine. Then he said to Li Mu with a smile on his face. Classmate, can you wait a little bit? Aha! Li Mu nodded his head, although he was a bit unsure. Only to see that staff member standing directly on top of the testing machine. Although he had already checked that the machine didn't show any faults. And as a staff member of the Martial Arts Association, he should also be clear that the machines here would never go wrong easily. But the problem now was. This is too unbelievable. How was it possible for such a young third-level martial artist? So he preferred to believe that something was wrong with the machine. Skin refined, reaching level 1 martial artist standards. Bones have not been refined. The machine's voice quickly sounded. The staff member walked off the machine with a surprised face. He was indeed a level 1 martial artist, there was no measurement error. Classmate, can you test again? The staff member asked carefully. According to reason, there was no need to test again for non-special circumstances. But now it did count as a special circumstance. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist, how could one look at it be so unbelievable? Yes. Li Mu calmly nodded his head and stepped on that machine again. Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a level 1 martial artist. Has refined the bones, reaching the standard of a level 2 martial artist. Has changed blood, reaching the standard of a third-level martial artist. Silence. Deadly silence. One by one, their eyes seemed to be glaring off. This time, it could no longer be some kind of machine problem. Then, in that case, this teenager in front of them who looked 17 or 18 years old was actually a level 3 martial artist? This was true? It should be a younger-looking one. I don't know who said this subconsciously. It wasn't a disbelief. It was just that when people were faced with unbelievable things, they would always subconsciously find themselves reasonable excuses that they could accept. Or maybe it's taking some kind of medication that slows down aging and beautifies the face. Zhang Xiaojie added in his mind. Uncle Fu seems to have said that there are some special gong methods that can slow down aging. That noble girl also thought secretly in her mind. With their eyesight and status, it wasn't that they felt that a teenage third level was completely impossible. But that kind of truly overwhelming heavenly pride was a phoenix-like existence in the entire Dragon Kingdom. How could it appear in this small place in S City? No, Mr. Li Mu has just turned 18 now. The staff was equally shocked at this time. Even countless times more shocked than the others. Because on the form, it was clearly written Li Mu's age. Really 18? 18 years old at the third level? Is this damn me crazy or is this world crazy? Shocked, one after another was incomparably shocked. Even Zhang Xiaojie could hardly remain calm, his face full of shock. He had thought that he was already very powerful, he had always been very proud of himself and thought that he had the capital to be proud. But now, in comparison. For the first time, he felt an emotion called despair in his peers. Even his older brother, that S City's top scorer in the college entrance exam, Zhang Xiaohao, had never brought him such immense pressure. Third-level martial artist. Wang Ping Park was likewise incomparably incredulous. He had worked hard for most of his life, and he was actually caught up by a brat just like that? Is this the gap between people? Third level, at this age. The young girl who carried her own noble aura and knew at a glance that she came from an extraordinary background also couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. It should be that the time has been spent on cultivation. After that, the strength test and attack power will be impossible to say. Someone said such a sentence, which instantly caused the crowd to agree in their hearts. Yes. If the time wasn't all spent on cultivation, how could it be possible to reach the third level at such a young age? Getting to the third level was not the same as being certified at the third level. But even if we can't pass certification, that's still amazing. That staff member also reacted and said cautiously. Student, can we start the second round of testing? Aha! Li Mu calmly nodded his head. Coming before in front of the second machine. Li Mu grabbed the crossbar in front of the machine and slowly pushed it upwards. The numbers on the screen slowly jumped. 3,000 pounds, 4,000 pounds. When the number at the beginning became 6, the crowd's eyes widened. This 18-year-old teenager third-level martial artist power was actually stronger than the Wang Ping Park power just now. As for Wang Ping Park, he was increasingly shocked and incredulous. His own efforts of half a lifetime had actually been surpassed by a teenager. When the number at the beginning changed to 8, the crowd in the room, each and every jaw was about to drop in shock. Zhang Xiaojie and that noble girl were equally surprised. Wang Ping Park, on the other hand, did not feel so bad. With a small difference, he would feel that there was hope of catching up. But if the difference was too much, then he could only look up. And this was still just an 18-year-old kid. Wang Ping Park knew that he was no longer in the same world as him. There was no need to compare. He, himself, could only look up. Regardless of the outcome of the final third round of tests. Just at Li Mu's age, to have this power. That was definitely a genius. A demonic genius. The numbers on the screen did not stop there. It was still pulsing at an even pace. It wasn't until the number at the beginning became 9. Only then did the numbers start to slow down. Slowly, but firmly continue to jump. 9,826. The number was so fixed. It really is true that the further you go, the harder it is to raise. Li Mu slowly exhaled a breath. It had also been several days since the last test, and he had actually only raised his strength by a few dozen pounds. 9,826 pounds. What kind of demon is this? Zhang Xiaojie couldn't help but cry out in shock. He was very proud, but in front of this data, he really couldn't be proud. This is a demon. 9,826 pounds. As long as one was a martial artist, one would be able to understand what it really meant to have such strength at the third level. The entire city of S. I'm afraid that there hasn't been a martial artist with more than 9,800 pounds of strength at the third level for decades. If a level 3 martial artist is 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, then this level 3 martial artist plus some prefixes. 18 years old. 9,800 plus pounds of strength. Once these two prefixes are added, the entire Dragon Kingdom may not be able to find a few. 1 in a billion. Even more than that. Such strength was no longer something that could be made up by taking a tonic. I'm afraid that the martial god's heir is nothing more than that. Many people let out groans of shocked sighs of incomparable awe in their hearts. Regardless of the results of the final round of tests. Based on the rank and this power alone, he was a well-deserved heavenly pride. It's the last level. Li Mu arrived in front of the last machine. Student Li, don't ever be nervous. Relax, you have 3 chances, there's no rush. The staff member comforted in a gentle voice. Li Mu nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 12 Martial Arts Association President. First, he steadied his breathing. Everything around them, though shocked to the point of exaggeration performances from the crowd. A breath that was rough as if it was more excited than his own. It was completely ignored by him. At this moment, Li Mu was immersed in his own world. The only thing in his eyes was the tester in front of him. Who? A breath was leisurely exhaled. His muscles tightened and his waist and hips sank. The right fist was pulled back. It was violently handed out. Boom! Amidst a muffled sound, the numbers on the screen jumped crazily. 9,219. Only a few hundred short of power. After a few seconds of silence, the staff member then violently let out a voice of incomparable excitement. Congratulations! Esteemed Martial Lord, you have become a level 3 martial artist recognized by the Martial Association. Do you want to try again? We're in no hurry. No need. With this number, Li Mu wasn't very satisfied. But he was also clear that he could hit this number already as one of the god strikes that entered his state. It was the norm for attacks to be weaker than power. It was also difficult for a martial artist to truly fully utilize their own power, let alone have all their power incorporated into one strike. 8/10 of the value of one's own strength was the qualifying value for attack power. This requirement was already high in the eyes of many martial artists. Li Mu's attack power value had already exceeded 9/10 of his own strength. However, he was still somewhat unsatisfied. Taking back the stamped form, Li Mu returned to his seat. The scene was still somewhat silent. A few seconds later, I witnessed the awakening of a genius. A third-level martial artist. A truly certified third-level martial artist. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist with 9,826 pounds of strength. The scene directly exploded. Each and every one of them had red eyes and thick necks. Eyes burning with incomparable fervor as they stared at Li Mu in death. 18-year-old certified third level. I'm afraid there hasn't been one in S City for decades. Not to mention the strength of over 9,800 pounds. Such talent was already hard to describe in words. No wonder they were excited, but they had to be. Perhaps. It won't be long before our S City produces another martial king. Wang Ping Park said in a deep voice. What? A martial king? The crowd was all startled. One had to know that there were only a total of 4 martial kings in the history of S City. 3 of them were rank 7 martial kings. Only one, the savior of S City, Su Fengxiao, was a rank 8 martial king. But that was already 100 years ago. Now, there were no martial kings in S City, at least on the surface. Now, in the future, the 5th martial king of S City would most likely be right in front of them. How could they not be excited? Li Mu had just taken the stamped form. That noble young girl was the first to come to Li Mu's side, revealing a smile. Hello, my name is Zilwan, can I get acquainted? Hello. Li Mu reached out and shook his hand, nodding calmly. Looking at your age, you should be almost a high school student as well, right? Just graduated from my senior year of high school. Then what school did you enroll in? Maybe we'll still be alumni in the future, I just graduated as well. White River Martial Arts University, there's no way we're alumni. White River Martial University? Zilwan froze for a moment, she had never really heard of this name. After thinking carefully, there was still nothing to remember. At this time, Li Mu noticed the others. One by one, their eyes were red and their necks were thick, like hungry wolves staring at their crowd. Li Mu felt bad and immediately took the form and left. He didn't want to be surrounded as a monkey here. Big brother. My name is Zhang Xiaojie. Zhang Xiaohao is my brother. Little brother, get acquainted. Zhang Xiaojie and Wang Pingpu hurriedly spoke out. Li Mu's movements, however, were even faster, and he quickly walked out of the martial rank certification room. Why did you run so fast? Zhang Xiaojie slapped his leg in chagrin. Wang Ping Park sighed rather helplessly. Everyone else also looked rather chagrined. This was a rare genius in the world. To think that they had just missed the opportunity to befriend it. Oh. Only Violet Luan was in a good mood. She herself was the only one who had struck up a conversation with a heaven-defying level demon. Zilwan asked, right, do you guys know about White River Martial University? That genius said he enrolled in White River Martial University. Everyone was stunned. He came to the counter where he received the martial artist medal. Li Mu handed in the form. The staff member behind the counter saw the form and immediately froze as a whole. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist. It took a while for him to come back to his senses some. It's not good. Sorry, martial artist lord. This is your medal, please also keep it. A well-made wooden box was respectfully placed in front of Li Mu by the staff with both hands. Inside the box was a purple hexagonal medal that was only the size of a thumb. It was well made, and there was also the anti-counterfeiting number of the Martial Association on the back. The first to third level martial arts medals were all copper, first level brass, second level bronze, and third level purple copper. With this medal, you can receive 20,000 dragon coins per month. You can go to the Martial Artist Association to receive cash, or you can remit money from the association according to the account you provide. Alright, thanks a lot. After leaving his account, it was only a few minutes. Li Mu then saw his account arrive at $20,000. This efficiency was really high. Li Mu was satisfied. Seeing the martial artist subsidy arrive, Li Mu was ready to leave. Just as he walked to the hall, a neutral voice suddenly came. Student Li Mu, please stay. Eh? Li Mu frowned slightly and looked back. He saw a middle-aged or elderly man wearing a practice uniform looking 40 or 50 years old with hair that was already gray walking in large strides. He was of medium build, with 2 slightly longer arms, and his temperament was like a tranquil lake. The wind and waves did not rise, yet it was unfathomable. Instantly, Li Mu remembered this man. A regular on TV. The president of the S City Martial Artist Association, Gao Changhuai. A top-level 6 martial artist. One of the small group of people who truly stood at the top of S City. One of the strongest men in S City. If a level 3 martial artist is a man of the world, he's got nothing to worry about. A level 6 general, like Gao Changhuai. That is the power of life and death of a party, on top of 10,000 people. In front of a level 3 martial artist, in front of a top level 6 martial artist, it was like the difference between a mole cricket and an elephant. At this moment, Gao Changhuai's face was full of amiable smiles. Behind him were a few middle-aged men dressed in the uniforms of the Martial Association's management. "I've met President Gao, what can I do for you?" Li Mu nodded in greeting. "Classmate, handsome young man, handsome young man. Great instrument, extraordinary temperament, so young and already a level 3 martial artist, my S-City has really produced a dragon." Gao Changhuai gratifyingly patted Li Mu's shoulder. The management of those martial artists' associations behind him were all sizing up Li Mu in disbelief. It was hard for them to believe that such a young lad was already a third-level martial artist. "Youngster, are you free for a chat?" "Yes." Facing this person, Li Mu was also unwilling to easily refuse. It was also true that he had somewhat not expected it. He had the anticipation that his age and rank might Zhao Chang into a not-so-small fluctuation. However, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with causing fluctuations. Hiding a blade for too long was going to be blunt. It was just that he didn't expect that he had directly alarmed this president. Chapter 13 Gao Changhuai's extremely high evaluation. In a parlor on the first floor. Li Mu was sitting squarely on the sofa. Gao Changhuai was right next to Li Mu. He was personally brewing tea. "Student Li Mu, I see that the age on your registration form is only 18? "Yes." Drink tea, drink tea." Gao Changhuai personally poured tea for Li Mu. "Many thanks." Li Mu gently sipped the tea, taking it easy. "Classmate Li, according to the S-City Martial Arts Association's policy, on your side, in addition to the 20,000 level 3 subsidy per month, you will be given an additional 10,000 genius subsidy per month." "Thank you, President Gao." Li Mu immediately brightened up and directly clasped his fists. "This is nothing, on top of that, there are also 5 blood strengthening pills every month." Gao Changhuai smiled and took out a porcelain bottle. "Strong blood pills?" Li Mu was instantly slightly stunned. He had heard of this kind of elixir. It was extremely beneficial to martial artists, strengthening the body and enhancing qi and blood. The official selling price was $20,000 apiece. And it was still priced without a market. It's almost impossible to buy it at the original price without some connections. "Li Mu, this is a bit too expensive, right?" "Oh, it's okay, it's all policy." Gao Changhuai directly shoved the porcelain bottle into Li Mu's hands. "Then thank you, Chairman." Li Mu didn't make any more polite remarks, respectfully clasping his fists again. "Young man, no need to be so formal, just think of it as accompanying my old man for a chat." "Okay." Gao Changhuai was so affable. It was somewhat out of Li Mu's expectation. But it wasn't a bad thing. President Gao clearly had no malicious intent. "Classmate Li, at your age, you should have almost graduated from high school." "Yes, just graduated from senior high school." "Graduate?" Gao Changhuai was slightly stunned. He had long since seen the list of this class of high school graduates. Among those whose grades were considered excellent, there was no such name as Li Mu at all. "Li, what school did you enroll in? With your strength, I'm afraid that many universities want to beg you to go." "White River Martial University, there's no such thing as begging or not begging." "White River Martial University?" Gao Changhuai raised his eyebrows slightly, but just nodded without moving. Then he changed the topic again. "I heard that student Li's family is not in a good situation. If there are any difficulties in the future, you can always look for our martial arts association. This old man of mine will definitely help if I can." "Thank you." There was another bout of small talk. Most of it was about parents. Gao Changhuai seemed to have transformed into a kind elder. Concernedly asking about Li Mu's daily life and if he had any difficulties. After chatting for a while, Li Mu took his leave. Li Mu also understood what Gao Changhuai meant. He was trying to make himself feel a sense of belonging to S-City. Let himself not forget his roots. In this regard, Li Mu did not have any special views. He was originally from S-City. After Li Mu left, Martial Association Lobby Manager, 4th level martial artist Chun Yin couldn't help but ask. "President, I don't think I've heard of any genius subsidy, is this some kind of new policy?" The corner of Gao Changhuai's mouth slightly hooked. That $10,000 will be directly transferred from my account every month in the future. As for the blood strengthening pill, I'll arrange for someone to send it over at that time. What? A few of the Martial Association's management and assistants froze. This meant that there was some kind of genius subsidy there. A private subsidy was more like it. Chen Yun, President, this isn't too good, is it? What you're giving is too much. Not good? Gao Changhui smiled disdainfully. If it wasn't for the fear of scaring him, if it wasn't for the fear of him messing up his mind, what's this little bit of stuff? An 18-year-old third-level martial artist. Can you guys understand what this means? Our S-city hasn't produced one in 50 years. The first in our Chunan region. The martial Saint Tian Mai arrived at the third level at the age of 18. He was certified. And as far as I know, even Tian Mai's strength at the age of 18 wasn't 9,800 pounds. 9,826 pounds. I'm afraid that in the history of my S-city, there aren't many people who can possess such strength at the third level. If we take 18 years old as a prerequisite, I believe that not many people in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom can reach it. Do you guys still think it's much? This. Shen Yun froze, as well as Internal Affairs Manager Li Finghe, and assistant to the President Zhao Jiaozhou. One by one, they were completely frozen. Tian Mai. The President had actually uttered this name. The number one person in the Chunan region. A living legend. Hailed as one of the next most likely martial saints to step into the martial god rank. And Heavenly Magne's power when he was young was actually inferior to that kid just now? This kind of thing, they really didn't know. But by Gao Changhui saying so, they also vaguely understood some of Li Mu's importance. It was a while before Chen Yun shook his head sluggishly. Not much, not much. It's good to be able to understand, sometimes one needs to look at the long term. Right, little Chen, where is White River Martial University? How come I don't have much of an impression? White River Martial University? Chen Yun froze before saying, it seems to be our S-city's local university, Pheasant University. What? Pheasant University? An 18-year-old third-level martial artist would go to this kind of university? Gao Changhui also couldn't help but reveal an expression of some dismay. Thousand Blade Martial Artist University. Admissions Office Director's Office. He Changjiang was sighing helplessly. That old fox from Tianwu, what method did he use to abduct those geniuses? This year's enrollment target didn't reach the target again. If we keep on like this, we won't be able to sit in this position for long. Thousand Blades Martial Artist University, one of the best local martial artist universities in S-City. However, in recent years, it had been suppressed by another martial arts university, Tianwu University. The smart brain prompt rang out. Contact, Old Chen of the Martial Association. He Changjiang connected and said in a gentle manner. Hey, it's Old Chen, what's up? What? You're telling the truth? Good. 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 Old Chen, thanks a lot. Someone else just sent me a box of red wine. Knowing your good taste, I'll have someone send it over to you later. Soon after, He Changjiang hung up his thinking brain, an incomparably excited look appearing in his eyes. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist. Over 9,800 pounds. Old fox. I'll see how you can snatch it from me this time. Tianwu University. The office of the director of the enrollment office. The old fox in He Changjiang's mouth. Su Wenhai, the director of Tianwu University's enrollment office. He was respectfully making tea for a well-mannered middle-aged man with glasses. Director Zhang, come and try this by Mao Jian, it's a top quality that was only sent over this year. Director Su is polite. Zhang Qianxuan picked up the teacup and nodded slightly, his temperament bland. Director Zhang, what aspect of our university do you think is most necessary to improve? Su Wenhai asked politely to the point of being somewhat humble. Speaking of which, Su Wenhai, was also considered a figure in the city of S. Every year, he didn't know how many people came to his door to give gifts and beg. Every year, he didn't know how many people came to his door to send gifts and beg for work. But in front of this person, he was really nothing. Zhang Qianxuan, the head of the ancient martial arts department at Chunan Martial Arts University. Don't look at the name Chunan Martial Arts University, it's not very common. This is the #1 ranked martial arts university in the Chunan region. In the entire Dragon country can be ranked into the top 10 super first-class martial arts university. Chapter 14 News Leaks, Re-Exploring the Dream Realm. Not to mention Suwon Hai, he was the director of the enrollment office of a martial arts university that was ranked a few hundred places behind. Even if the mayor of S City came, he would have to treat this person with respect. University actually still have to be student-oriented. As the director of the enrollment office, Director Su should know this very well. Zhang Qianxuan sipped his tea, his tone bland. Hey, clear is clear, only. Suwon Hai sighed helplessly and looked at Zhang Qianxuan. In the end, the truly good seedlings hadn't all been snatched up by Chu Dai. But that was something he definitely didn't dare to say. S City was originally a small place. Occasionally, some geniuses would appear. They would never stay at the university in S City. They would choose better universities. For example, this year's top scholar of the S City college entrance examination. Zhang Xiaohao chose Chunan Martial Arts University. Geniuses can't stay. This was the biggest pain point of ordinary martial artist universities. It can't be helped, there are better universities, we can't restrict them from choosing. Zhang Qianxuan smiled faintly. Of course he knew what Suwon Hai meant. But this problem was one that many martial arts universities faced. It was also a problem that was difficult to solve. One couldn't restrict geniuses from choosing better schools, could they? At this moment, Suwon Hai's smart brain beep sounded. Contact, Old Chen of the Martial Association. Sorry, taking a call. Be my guest. Suwon Hai nodded and got up to the side of the room to connect. Hey, Old Chen, what's up? What? Instantly, Suwon Hai's tone changed. He hastily covered the smart brain on his wrist and carefully glanced in Zhang Qianxuan's direction again. Zhang Qianxuan leisurely sipped his tea, seemingly not noticing anything. Suwon Hai lowered his voice. Is what you said true? Can you be sure? 1,000% true. Zhang Qianxuan's ears twitched slightly. 1,000 times true. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist. The strength is as high as 9,826 pounds. Our president has been alarmed. He personally met with him. He even gave a lot of subsidies out of his own pocket. Our chairman thinks highly of him. His name is Li Mu. Li Mu. Suwon Hai hung up his thinking brain, his eyes, and emitted a fiery and incomparable color. That? What's wrong? Zhang Qianxuan blinked innocently. Nothing. Suwon Hai hurriedly waved his hands. He, however, failed to notice the ray of brilliance that flashed through the depths of Zhang Qianxuan's eyes. It looks like Director Su still has some things to do, and it just so happens that I also have some things to do, so let's get together again later. Director Zhang, take care, come to our university more often to guide us when you have time, I can't thank you enough. No need to see you off. Zhang Qianxuan smiled as he walked out of the office. Before he could walk far, he quietly contacted Chu University's intelligence department. Investigate the intelligence on Li Mu, the current graduate of S City, and if it's true, have someone from the admissions office come over immediately. Well, I'll watch, pay attention, and don't let the information leak out. 1 month's allowance for martial artists is 20,000, and 10,000 for geniuses, adding up to 30,000 per month. According to this spending of mine, it's still not enough, this can only solve the urgent need. But what's really important are the 5 blood-strengthening pills. Li Mu placed the things he bought on his way back in the kitchen. Looking at the porcelain bottle in his hands, his eyes slightly throbbed. This was the first time he had seen this real elixir. This thing was not something an ordinary family could afford to consume. That's why there was the saying of poor literature and rich martial arts. The children of rich families grew up with all kinds of tonic and guidance from famous teachers. As long as they weren't stupid to the core, then they couldn't be too weak. The blood-strengthening pill is already considered to be a top grade amongst the third-grade pills. Its most crucial function was to enable low-level martial artists to strengthen their reserves and break through their own limits, getting closer to the limit of their rank. Although the official price of the blood-strengthening pill was 20,000, it was often speculated to 40,000 to 50,000 in the market. It was enough to see how treasured it was. Let's try it later. This kind of elixir is also quite suitable for my current situation. Anyway, the elixir couldn't run away in his own hands. Li Mu first cooked up the rice. Then he went straight to exercise. The journey of a martial artist is like rowing against the current. One should never slack off. Still need to think about ways to make money. Li Mu did one-finger push-ups while thinking about things. Until the rice was ready. Eating the rice on the powdered steamed pork. Li Mu subconsciously yawned a few times. Why are you sleepy so early today? I didn't stay up late yesterday either. Since firming up his heart as a martial artist, Li Mu's work and rest had been very regular. Maintaining the healthiest way of rest and relaxation. You have an incoming call. Contact Chen Nan. The smart brain's prompt interrupted Li Mu's yawn. Hello? Muzi, the time for the party is set, tomorrow at 12 noon, Haitian Grand Hotel. Oh, got it. Why do you feel that you are lethargic? Did not wake up today. Remember to go to bed early, tomorrow don't be late, the class flower can also be an O. Aha! Li Mu hung up his brain. Today when he came home, he was indeed a little spiritless. Li Mu was also too lazy to chat with him. After eating, Li Mu barely worked out for another hour. He was really sleepy and didn't take the blood-strengthening pill. He took a shower and went straight to bed. Tawny earth, pale sky. At a glance, there were the endless blocks of graves that stretched out like mountains. One is actually here again? Li Mu couldn't help but flash a ray of joy in his eyes. Ever since determining the efficacy of swallowing heaven and devouring earth, Li Mu knew that it was truly a great chance for him to enter this place. And now he was actually able to enter. We can't delay, there seems to be a time limit here. Recalling his last experience, Li Mu didn't dare to be ambiguous and immediately came to a nearby grave. It was still the first area, but it wasn't the same location as last time. Xin Xiong's tomb. Xin Xiong was born in 450, died in 689, 15th level martial artist. With a mace, he destroyed the Great Mountain and stopped millions of Yin troops. With a spear, he brought down heavy peaks and destroyed thousands of Yin creatures. Xin Xiong was buried here together with his sacred weapons, golden four-pronged copper mace and tiger's head engraved gold lance. 2 divine weapons? And that mace seems to be a pair, right? Li Mu couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. There was some excitement. He hurriedly came behind the grave. The grave was milky white all over, I don't know what material was all in one, and it was vaguely somewhat crystal clear. Senior, sorry for the offense. Li Mu looked around and there was no stone. Then he directly went forward. Who? A breath was leisurely raised. Li Mu directly blasted his fist on top of the grave. The grave did not move. The muscles on Li Mu's face trembled fiercely a few times. It hurt. Although Li Mu had refined his skin and bones, it didn't mean that Li Mu was adamantine. The pain was definitely there. But this level wasn't enough to make Li Mu flinch. Boom! Another few punches with full force landed on top of the grave. The intact grave remained motionless. This kind of complete grave isn't that good to open. Remembering his last experience, he could only give up on this grave. He would have to find one with cracks himself. And the cracks couldn't be too big, or else the contents would likely be completely weathered. Chapter 15, Between Heaven and Earth, 9 States and 8 Poles. Soon, Li Mu arrived at the second tomb. Ma Chao's tomb. Born in 699, died in 820, 15th grade martial artist. He led the Ma clan's army to break through the demon kingdom and killed the demon emperor with a single shot. He's buried here with his sacred weapon, the cloud and moon lance. Li Mu's eyes lit up. Ma Chao, one of the 5 tiger generals. He came to the side of the grave. The entire tomb was crystal clear. There was not the slightest break in sight. Li Mu was a bit unwilling. He went forward and tried several punches. In addition to punching his own fists raw, there was not the slightest effect. Forget it. Just have to find the ones with cracks. Li Mu gently sighed. Walking to the third tomb, it was actually Xuerengui's tomb. Then the previous few over here have all seen it themselves. Li Mu took a few steps back and looked out left and right. There should be large dozens of nearly 100 graves on the first level. Not too many to say, not too few to say. And there were some graves that seemed to have collapsed outright. After taking a general look, Li Mu bowed and saluted Xuerengui's tomb a few more times, then turned around and walked back. Walking past Ma Chao's tomb and Xin Xiong's tomb, Li Mu saw the third tomb. Li Shuwen's tomb. Li Shuwen was born in 1390 and died in 1589. 15th grade martial artist. He once punched the divine guardian 10-winged angel. Because he died without a body, he set up a grave with his divine weapon, Chongyue Great Lance, and his life's work, heaven, earth, and 8 extremes. Li Shuwen is the same Shuwen who punches without two, and whose divine spear is invincible? 8 extremes? Should be it. The background era is actually earlier than Shuirengue? And what's a 10-winged angel again? How come it's still messed up with Western creatures, or was it already there? Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. A moment later he shook his head and slowed down. Then he went around the tombstone to the back. But suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was a crack on the muddy grave. This crack was comparatively smaller than the crack in Shuirengue's grave last time. This meant that what was inside was most likely good. Senior, I'm offended. After saluting, Li Mu directly made his move. This time he found a rock. It wasn't necessarily a rock, but it was similar to the material of the grave, so Li Mu couldn't tell the difference. Holding up the rock, Li Mu smashed it again and again towards the location of the crack. The current Li Mu had a strength of over 9,800 pounds. It was a far cry from the first time he came. After several full-force smashes, that crack began to visibly widen. These graves, it seems that as long as there's no break, then it's difficult to destroy. And if there's a break, even if it's a very small one, it becomes a lot easier. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was some excitement in his eyes. Boom! Boom! In the midst of one fierce collision sound after another, the cracks on the grave became more and more obvious. I don't know how many times it was lifted and dropped. Even with Li Mu's current physique, he felt some arm soreness. Boom! The entire grave, that unknown special material, completely cracked. Li Mu couldn't be bothered to rejoice and shook off his somewhat sore arms. He hurriedly went up and started to clean up those things that were completely shattered open, resembling gold and stone. Soon, a black coffin was directly exposed. Li Mu jumped down into the pit. The lid of the coffin was not nailed down. Perhaps because there was no corpse. Li Mu more easily pushed open the tightly sealed coffin lid. At the bottom of the coffin was a grayish-white matting. On the cloth was a large gun that was almost as long as the 2-meter-long coffin and as thick as a baby's fist. Next to the gun was a blue and white thread-bound ancient book. Li Mu hurriedly grabbed towards the big gun. But at the moment of touch, the large gun dissipated like a bubble. This. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and grabbed towards the book again. The moment it was touched, the book directly disappeared. Fortunately, it wasn't a direct and complete disappearance. There was an additional book in Li Mu's head. This time, it was different from the last time when the memories about the technique were completely integrated into Li Mu's mind. The book was the book, and the book was in Li Mu's head. He could read it, but it didn't directly integrate the memories. The cover of the thread-bound ancient book was 4 big words. The 8 extremes of heaven and earth. Li Mu controlled the 8 extremes of heaven and earth in his mind to turn the pages. The first page was a line of obviously handwritten, powerful and large characters. Between heaven and earth, the 8 poles of the 9 states. With just 8 large words, Li Mu felt an incomparably powerful and rigid fist force coming at him. Vaguely, he seemed to be between those 2 lines of words. He saw a small person who was practicing a fist technique. The fist intent has been incorporated into the words. Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. After a while, Li Mu, who had regained his senses, flipped the second page. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast, it is said that the mountain of Fong Tu is called Kangmen. The east is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, said the Door of Enlightenment. Southeast said the mountain of the Wave Mother, said Youngmen. The south is said to be the mountain of the South Pole, and is said to be the Summer Gate. The southwest is said to be the mountain of the Braided Horse, and it is said to be the White Gate. The west is said to be the mountain of the West Pole, and is said to be the Gate of Heaven. The northwest is said to be the mountain of Buzhou, and is said to be the Gate of Yudu. The north is said to be the North Pole of the mountain, said the Cold Door. The content of the second page made Li Mu somewhat uncertain. This didn't seem to be just that 8 extreme fist from his own memories. Nor was it an ordinary cultivation method. The content on the second page was more like a special technique for tapping the potential of one's own body. The harvest this time is definitely not small. Li Mu still wanted to turn the pages of the book, but a sudden wave of dizziness ran through his head. The next moment, he opened his eyes. What met his eyes was the familiar bedroom ceiling. There was already sunlight pouring through the window at the break of dawn. It's back. If only we could open a few more graves. Why yesterday? Last night's sleepiness was a precursor? Li Mu suddenly remembered that today was July 16th. Last night was the 15th of July. And the last time he entered the dream world. It was the night of June 15th. Could it be that it's the night of the 15th day of every month that I can enter that dream realm? In an instant, Li Mu's eyes emitted an incomparable color of delight. If he could really enter that dream world once a month, then what he had gotten was an ongoing huge chance. Then in that case, those mountainous tombs in the back, I also have the chance to open them? The first level is a 15th level martial artist, so what exactly will the 9th level be? It took a while for Li Mu to stop the excitement in his heart. Still need to wait until the 15th of next month to see if it's such a thing. The book in his mind, The 8 Extremes of Heaven and Earth, was still there. It was just that Li Mu couldn't understand how he had gone over and how he had come back. Simply washed and ate something. Casually treated the wound. Li Mu came to the exercise room. In his mind, he flipped through the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. Page after page was roughly scanned through. It was only after a long time that Li Mu came back to his senses slightly. It seemed like an unusual book, but there was a lot of content in it. It was far more complex than swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. The number of basic techniques and punches in it was immense. There was even a special method of discovering one's potential, as well as a number of various medicinal formulas that complemented cultivation. This is simply a general book. Chapter 16, Trial of the 8th Level, Going to the Gathering. The 8 Extremes of Heaven and Earth had many contents. But the most important of them, aside from that door to unlock one's greatest potential, over there was the 8 Extreme Fist. One's mastery of one's own power and its utilization really isn't considered skillful. This 8 Extreme Fist has come at the right time. Swallowing heaven and devouring earth majored in internal cultivation, and was fundamental to one's progress. And the 8 Extremes of Heaven and Earth was more comprehensive. It could largely make up for Li Mu's current deficiencies in all aspects. For example, among them was the 8 Extremes Fist. It would be a great enhancement to Li Mu's practical combat ability. As long as he was skillful, he should be able to strengthen his control over his body and fight with higher combat power. And that special secret method recorded on the second page. On the other hand, it was able to tap into the potential of the body, allowing Li Mu's body to have a deeper foundation. Those numerous medicinal prescriptions were equally important. There were tonic medicines equipped for cultivation, as well as injury medicines, and external medicines for quenching the body. Although I wasn't able to obtain that great spear, the harvest this time is no less than the last time. A fiery look flashed across Li Mu's eyes. He no longer thought much about it. He carefully watched the part of the 8 Extreme Fist in the 8 Extremes of Heaven and Earth in his mind. The 8 Extremes Fist is divided into the Vajra 8 stances, the 8 Extremes Fist small frame, the 6 great openings, and the large and small splitting and hanging palms. Among them, Vajra 8 form is also called the introductory 8 posture, Bajiquan small frame is the foundation of everything. The 6 big open for the Bajiquan skill, meaning that first open the door, after entering the move, all the fight with the enemy are not away from this technique. The 6 openings are top, hold, single, lift, satchel and wrap. Practicing the 6 open to 3x3 together for the main points of the moves do not leave the crotch. Strictly speaking, the chopping and hanging palm does not belong to Bajiquan. But Bajiquan is a fierce and incomparable close physical combat boxing. But it is easy to break. The split palm is a soft fist, good at medium and long distance to defeat the enemy. Pay attention to the long strike far. Therefore, Li Wenshu integrated part of the essence of the split hanging palm into the 8 Extremes Fist. However, this needs to be practiced to a high level before practicing the split hanging palm. At that time, the two would be both rigid and flexible, and the force would reach the 4 directions, without the slightest flaw anymore. No wonder there's the saying that if you have the 8 extremes plus the cloak and dagger, the ghosts and gods are afraid. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but flash with excitement. But these were still a bit far away from him. Right now, it was more important for him to practice the basics. The most basic ones are the counting breath technique and the 2-element pile. One was a breathing technique that was not just for practicing boxing, but to be integrated into one's daily life. The other was the most basic stance work, practicing the lower plate and the fist stance. Let's try the counting breath technique first. Li Mu tried it according to the book. Straighten the waist and open the chest, eyes slightly closed, eyes look at the nose looks at the mouth asks the heart. Tongue against the palate with the breath intention to guard the dantian, throw away all distractions, a breath for a number, slow inhalation and deep exhalation not Chang spit turbid. Perhaps because Li Mu was already a third-level martial artist, he quickly entered the state. The breathing became prolonged, and the muscles on his body seemed to have entered a state of relaxation. The entire person in this state was relaxed. It was very comfortable. To stay in this state of long, stretched breathing all the time, and at the critical time you will exhale the overpowering qi with a rigid momentum. After more than 10 minutes, Li Mu felt that he had almost maintained it. Then he moved, and instantly, the counting breath technique broke instantly. It really isn't that simple. There is still a need to maintain in this breathing state to practice piling in boxing. Li Mu gently exhaled a breath. Relaxing, he once again entered the state of counting breath gong. After several attempts, Li Mu was finally able to do light activities in which he could maintain his breath for a long time. The next step is to stand on piles. The book in Li Mu's mind had no accompanying pictures, only words. But the words with the fist meaning were more useful than the accompanying pictures. Between those words, it was as if they were a figure with life. They were making a perfect cover in front of Li Mu. Doing so as it was written was not too difficult for Li Mu. The first thing was a posture similar to a horse stance. It wasn't difficult to make this pose. But the problem was that just after making the movement, the breathing method broke instantly. The biggest difficulty here was the two together. But naturally, Li Mu wouldn't give up so easily as he began to try again and again. In the midst of practicing, Li Mu completely forgot about the time until the contact sound of the thinking brain sounded. It's almost 11:30, where have you gotten to? The party thing, Li Mu really almost forgot about it. Why don't you forget about it? I have something to do. The current Li Mu only wanted to practice boxing, the party or whatever had no practical meaning. It was a complete waste of time. A waste of life. Hurry up! You did promise me, no backing out. Chen Nan directly roared. The sound shook Li Mu's ears. Alright, got it. Li Mu hung up his smart brain without any good humor. After all, it was his only friend, and it was all promised, so just go. Li Mu casually cleaned up a bit, then directly went out. Haitian Grand Hotel. Located in the 4th district. It was one of the 3 highest 4-star hotels in S City. In order to save time, Li Mu took a hover train. Since it was an inter-district train, it cost him over 100. It was just 12 o'clock when he stood outside the Haitian Hotel. In front of him was a magnificent and lavishly decorated hotel building. It was 34 stories high. Outside the main entrance, 2 rows of beautiful-looking welcome guests stood neatly by the red carpet. Choosing this place must be the handiwork of that Duan Zihan guy. Li Mu hadn't really been here before, and this kind of place wasn't something he could normally afford to spend money on. Mu Zi! Hurry up, don't stand still. Chen Nan waved his arm by the front door. What's the hurry? Li Mu went over. It's already late. It's not like you don't know that guy's character, at all times he looks like he's second to the king of heaven. Chen Nan took Li Mu and hurried toward the hotel. If I hadn't promised you, I really didn't want to come. Recalling that Duan Zihan guy, Li Mu couldn't help but frown slightly. That guy's family had some money, and he turned out to be an eye candy in school. The main thing is that the class flower is also here, otherwise who will come? Seeing Chen Nan with a look of silly joy, Li Mu sighed helplessly in his heart. Coming to the 3rd floor's large box number 7, Chen Nan knocked on the door. Have you received your honored guest yet? The door was open and a boy named Zhang Ju revealed a smiling expression. Inside the box was a large round table that could seat dozens of people. There were already seated most of them. The main seat was a youth wearing a casual suit that was somewhat dangling. Duan Zihan. Where are the distinguished guests? They are all classmates. Chen Nan smiled and pulled Li Mu into the room. Rather punctual, feel free to sit down. Duan Zihan, who was in the main seat, casually looked at the two of them and withdrew his sight. Li Mu expressionlessly found a random seat and sat down next to Chen Nan. Sorry, this seat is taken, your seats are here. Zhang Ju smiled and patted the back of the 2's chairs, pointing to the 2 seats behind the box door. Zhang Ju, one of Duan Zihan's saddle brothers. Li Mu calmly glanced at him and silently went to the seat behind the door to sit down. Chapter 17 You Pretend, I'll Eat. This guy. Chen Nan was a bit upset. The entrance to the box was obviously not a good location. Serving dishes and handing soup all had to pass from this side. The key is obviously just said casually sit down, just sat down and was driven over. This is not a good position for anyone. After all, it's someone else's treat. Li Mu calmly consoled. If it wasn't for Rong Rong who would come to this Thai place. Chen Nan muttered a few words in a low voice in displeasure. In response, Li Mu just shook his head helplessly. To put it bluntly, it wasn't even from looking for it. Not a moment later, the door to the box was knocked on again. This time, Duan Zihan personally opened the door. A young girl with a pleated skirt with some innocence in her cute looks walked in. Rong Rong, you're here. Sorry for being late. Su Qiaorong smiled gently and waved hello to everyone else. Not late, it's still early. Duan Zihan hurriedly guided Su Qiaorong towards the main seat. Rong Rong. Chen Nan shouted with some excitement. Su Qiaorong revealed a polite smile and then followed Duan Zihan to take her seat. Chen Nan immediately had a disoriented expression. Serve the food. Duan Zihan greeted the waiter through his pager. Brother Han, I remember that you enrolled in Hawaiian Martial Artist University, right? Should the acceptance letter have come down yet? Zhang Ju came over to Duan Zihan's side and asked. It came down. Duan Zihan nodded, revealing a breezy expression. Hawaiian Martial Artist University? That's the #1 ranked martial artist university in Hawaiian City, right? Su Qiaorong was slightly startled. That's right, ranked 357th in the country. Duan Zihan nodded his head. Our #1 ranked Tianwu University in S City only has a national ranking of over 600. Zhang Ju marveled. And Hawaiian City isn't the same as our S City, it's the most prosperous city around. Actually, it's okay, it's not much different, but it's a pity that I didn't get into Chu University. Duan Zihan pretended to sigh bashfully. Chu University? That's a martial arts university that ranks in the top 10 in the country. Our city can produce so many or two every year, which is not so simple. Brother Han, you should be very good. Hawaiian Martial Arts University, I'm afraid you're the only one in our class who has taken the best school. Yeah. I didn't even get into our city's Tianwu University, hey. Not to mention you, in our class, the acceptance rate of Tianwu University is less than 10%. Brother Han, when you make a name for yourself in the future, don't forget about us brothers. Several people around Duan Zihan flattered him. This caused Su Qiaorong's beautiful eyes to show a few strands of interest. What's the big deal? Chen Nan muttered in a somewhat irritated whisper. Li Mu calmly said, it's indeed remarkable, out of the thousands of martial arts universities, being able to rank more than 300 is already impressive. Which side are you on anyway? My Tianwu University isn't bad either, okay? Li Mu said, your side, it really isn't bad either. There's no need to dwell on it. You're still at least a university ranked over 600, and I. Just that crappy school can't be ranked at all. I didn't even say anything, what do you have to complain about? Chen Nan, I understand this, it's just that I'm not happy to see this guy pretending to be a bully. And also. Li Mu patted Chen Nan on the shoulder. Women, it only affects how fast you can draw your sword. Brother, as long as you're strong enough, what kind of woman can't you find? To put it bluntly, the reason Chen Nan had come was entirely because of Su Qiaorong. Perhaps the authorities were confused. Li Mu, who was watching from the sidelines, was very clear. Su Qiaorong was not that innocent. Between Chen Nan and Duan Zihan, it was also impossible for him not to choose Duan Zihan, who was better in all aspects. The reason why he didn't easily agree was just to wait for the price. It was this guy Chen Nan who just couldn't see it. Sir, excuse me. The waiter began to serve the food. It just so happened that the food was served at the spot between Chen Nan and Li Mu's seats. Rong Rong, almost all of the dishes on this side of the Haitian Grand Hotel are made from edible exotic beast meat, which is not only colorful and flavorful, but more importantly, it is of great benefit to a martial artist's cultivation. Have a taste. Okay, thanks. A dish was placed on the table. Most of them were meat, full of color and flavor, beautifully plated, and the portions were quite large. Li Mu wasn't polite and directly moved his chopsticks. He couldn't afford to eat this on weekdays. Picking up a piece of stewed meat, there were also some medicinal herbs with medicine. This could already be considered a medicinal meal. Once the meat entered his mouth, it was soft and fragrant. After entering the throat, it immediately turned into energy and integrated into Li Mu's body. Expensive does have its reasons. Li Mu sincerely lamented. Then the chopsticks continued to move. What are you sulking about? Hurry up and eat, we're all here, it's not for nothing. Li Mu patted Chen Nan. Gas full. Duan Zihan and Su Qiaorong were chatting happily, and every now and then they would let out a giggle. Zhang Ju and the few others were constantly helping out and patting their asses from the side. A so-called classmate reunion. Now it had completely turned into Duan Zihan's girl-playing scene. Most of the other students were wingmen. Not all of them are Duan Zihan's little brother. It's just that now that Duan Zihan has been admitted to Huayan Martial Arts University, he has a bright future ahead of him, so it's always right to have a good relationship now. But this had nothing to do with Li Mu. They bragged and pretended to brag about them. Li Mu just focused on eating himself. Fei meat, it was really good. It's not a loss. Knock knock. Zhang Qianxuan knocked on the door of the 13th district, the 12th building of the 7th residential area, room 2601. I'm here to pay a visit to Mr. Li Mu, are you there? No one in the room responded. Not at home? How come there isn't an intelligent butler? Zhang Qianxuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He touched the right frame of his glasses. Li Mu isn't at home, where did he go? Investigate immediately. It only took a few minutes for Zhang Qianxuan to receive a response. Director Zhang, according to the passenger information provided by the hover train, Li Mu boarded the train at 11:36 today from Platform 7 in District 13 and got off at Platform 2 in District 4. According to the intelligence statistics, Li Mu is most likely in the Haitian Hotel right now. And Zhou Bo, the deputy director of the City Education Bureau, Su Wenhai of Tianwu University, and He Changjiang of Thousand Blades University. They're all rushing towards the Haitian Grand Hotel. After all, it's a local force, the intelligence is faster than us, it took us some time to investigate his file clearly. Zhang Qianxuan's eyes stared slightly at once. Notify the Ministry of Finance immediately to give me a budget. Can't wait for the enrollment office. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist can't be abducted by those guys. Zhang Qianxuan quickly walked across the building and jumped directly from the window with a sideways leap. This was the 26th floor. Zhang Qianxuan's figure fell quickly, yet remained steady and did not spin weightlessly. A red shadow rose from the ground, and in an instant, it appeared at Zhang Qianxuan's feet. A streamlined, coolly modeled hovering sports car. Zhang Qianxuan quickly entered the driver's seat. And another voice came from the side of the contact he had yet to hang up. The news seems to have been leaked. Dragon University, Border University, and Hunting University all have people rushing towards S City. The 18th chapter of the White River Wushu University is also good. Duan Zihan raised his cup and laughed, and don't just talk about me, what schools did you all apply for? All spread the good news. Rong, you should be Tianwu University, right? I remember that your scoreline is actually about the same as Huayan Wushu University. Su Qiaorong's complexion obviously darkened by a few points, the martial arts course is still a dozen points short. A dozen points, the difference isn't that big, and with some connections, you can also get in. Duan Zihan blinked, revealing a suggestive look. Zhang Ju immediately helped, sister-in-law, you and brother Hana University in the future there is a care also. Yeah, we don't have a chance even if we want to enter. Duan Zihan said proudly. I'm telling you, I've asked around. Many of the teachers at Huayan Wushu University are military generals. There's also a mimicry cultivation room, and even its own exotic beast garden. Whether it's the faculty or the teaching facilities, it's all first class. Su Qiaorong revealed a somewhat impressed look. Of course she knew what the promise meant. But a better university represented what could be a better prospect in future. Hearing these words, as well as Su Qiaojing's reaction, Chen Nan immediately felt a surge of anger go straight to his head. Fiercely, he stood up, about to explode. Old Chen, sit down. Li Mu pressed down on Chen Nan's shoulders. Chen Nan was furious. What you love and what I want, what do you care? Eat well, don't think too much. Li Mu gave Chen Nan a piece of roasted meat. Chen Nan had a disheveled face and ate the roasted meat tastelessly. Brother Nan, it seems like you got into Tianwu University. A boy named Wang Pa asked in a low voice. Aha! Chen Nan casually replied. He was already considered at the upper level in his class. The biggest gap with Duan Zihan was his family background. If he had a better family background, more supplements, and private lessons, Chen Nan's martial arts scores would never be worse than Duan Zihan's. In fact, with Chen Nan's score and then enroll in a slightly better school is not completely impossible. The reason why he enrolls in Tianwu is, firstly, because Tianwu is in the local area, which is more convenient. Secondly, that was entirely because Su Qiaorong was also at Tianwu now. But now. Li Mu, what school did you get into? A young girl in a yellow dress seemingly inadvertently switched to the seat on the other side of Li Mu. The young girl had a pretty face and soft eyebrows, with a gentle meaning like a woman in the south of the Yangtze River. Jiang Wan. Li Mu's movement of stuffing meat into his mouth froze slightly. Jiang Wan, her looks were not inferior to Su Qiaorong, it was just that the two were completely two styles. And because Jiang Wan is very low-key, do not like to socialize with people, the class flower position became Su Qiaorong. However, Chen Nan's phrase "the class flower is also here" may not be referring to Su Qiaorong at all, but to Jiang Wan. Chen Nan likes Su Qiaorong. But at one time, Jiang Wan was quite fond of Li Mu. Many people didn't understand why Jiang Wan would look at a transparent person like Li Mu. Bai He Wuda. Li Mu responded calmly. Then he continued to pick vegetables and send them to his mouth. White River Martial University? Jiang Wan froze, and only after a while did she react, lightly biting her lips. Why don't you change to a liberal arts college? It's already chosen, what's there to change? Li Mu looked at her calmly. Well, it's also quite good, Bai He Wudan is also quite good. Jiang Wan squeezed out a smile. She returned to her seat. She's actually quite good. Chen Nan said with some hesitation. Well, I know she's a good girl, so I can't fail her. Li Mu calmly responded. At this time, Duan Zihan suddenly smiled. Bai He Wudan, it's not bad, go for it. It's also okay, at least it's a martial arts university and the tuition is cheap. Zhang Ju helped out. In fact, Duan Zihan didn't only have his eyes on Su Qiaorong, Jiang Wan used to be his target as well. It was just that Jiang Wan was too difficult to raid compared to him. He had to target Su Qiaorong. Although the conversation between Li Mu and Jiang Wan had just been lowered, it was still heard by the neighboring students and passed into Duan Zihan's ears. Chen Nan subconsciously wanted to help Li Mu speak. However, she was again suppressed by Li Mu. Li Mu calmly nodded his head. It's good. Schools and whatnot aren't really that important, it's more crucial to look at the individual. As long as you want to get stronger, it's the same everywhere. Duan Zihan laughed. Indeed, it still depends on the individual, Li Mu. It's really good that you can have this idea, after all, they're all in the same class, so just open your mouth if there's anything in the future. Li Mu just calmly nodded his head. Right now, he already had 2 level 15 techniques. School and whatnot was no longer important to him. It was like even at home during this period of time, he had similarly progressed by leaps and bounds. All he needed was some time. The submerged dragon was still in the abyss, just waiting for the wind and clouds to fly. The seat at the top of the martial arts path had long been reserved in Li Mu's heart. Sooner or later, he would eventually be at the peak overlooking the earth. A few girls gathered over to comfort Jiang Wan. Duan Zihan chatted with a few more juniors. From time to time, he let out a burst of laughter. The topic of conversation was all about Huayan Wudong University. Duan Zihan was quite flattered by the horse's ass. He was a little upset with these two guys, Li Mu and Chen Nan. Especially Li Mu, why Jiang Wan can see him. But as far as Li Mu was concerned, he had always been very transparent in the class. Duan Zihan was also too lazy to bother with him. There was also no need. For a small role, it was simply a disgrace. Anyway, he was also clear that Jiang Wan and Li Mu were impossible. Just like Chen Nan didn't want to eat Su Qiaorong's swan meat. From the beginning to the end, Duan Zihan didn't even think of them as rivals. Not worthy at all. It was occasionally that a burst of laughter would come from the few people on Duan Zihan's side. Accompanied by the words White River Martial Arts University. I'm sorry, I was the one who had to ask you to come. Chen Nan lowered his head with some self-reproach. What's this? Eat? Li Mu gave Chen Nan another piece of meat and said with a flat expression. I really don't understand you guys, saying you're here to eat, but in the end, not many people send chopsticks, that's really cheap. Chen Nan, how are you not angry at all? Is it useful to be angry? Li Mu remained calm. Both ears didn't hear those horses' asses, or some conspiratorial voices. He just ate his own food. Anyway, it's someone else's treat, so it's not worth not eating. Knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Li Mu directly got up and opened the door. Who let his seat be right behind the door? As soon as the door opened, a somewhat balding middle-aged man walked into the box with some anxiety. He politely smiled at the crowd. Looking around the crowd in the box, he quickly locked onto Li Mu, who was just about to return to his seat. He hurriedly went forward and excitedly grabbed Li Mu's wrist. "Classmate Li Mu. We finally found you." "You are?" Li Mu frowned slightly. "Li Mu student, I hope we didn't disturb you, or you can eat first, it's fine for us to wait here." At this time, another middle-aged man in a suit, somewhat rich, also walked in. He politely to somewhat ingratiatingly smiled at Li Mu, and glared at that balding middle-aged man. That balding middle-aged man hurriedly smiled and let go of Li Mu. Who are they? The people in the box were all a bit confused. Chapter 19, The Director Comes, Who's the Waste? Who are you guys and what do you have to say straight out? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. The middle-aged man in the suit smiled politely. My humble self is Joe Bo, the Deputy Director of the S-City Education Bureau. He then pointed at the balding middle-aged man. This is Yi Changjiang, the head of the Thousand Blades University Admission Office. Ha! Li Mu was somewhat surprised. Yi Changjiang somewhat hurriedly said. This time, we came to invite you, Mr. Li, to join our Thousand Blades Martial University. But I've already been accepted by White River Martial University. Li Mu had checked the relevant policies, and it was difficult to change schools after being accepted. Joe Bo immediately said righteously. This is not even a matter. Special circumstances are treated specially. If I just sit back and watch you go to White River Martial Arts University and your talent gets buried, then I'll be a big sinner in S-City. So, as long as you're willing, Mr. Li, you can immediately switch to Thousand Blade School. All formalities are simple, we'll do it for you as fast as we can, without any need for you to take any trouble. This. Then I'll think about it. Li Mu's heart was already clear, it should be that his own martial arts rank had already been leaked. Li Mu had also already somewhat anticipated this. The grassroots martial artist information of the Martial Artist Association was originally semi-public for some education departments and martial artist colleges. Everyone else in the box was a bit confused. What was all this? After a while, Duan Zihan suddenly raised his eyebrows. What the hell, isn't it White River Martial University? How come the enrollment director of Thousand Blade Martial University is here? Su Qiaorong said softly. Thousand Blades Martial University, ranked 781st in the country and the second highest ranked martial arts university in S-City. Duan Zihan frowned slightly. Thousand Blades Martial University is not as good as Huayan Martial University, but the director personally came over. Zhang Ju's eyes lit up and said. Unrealistic. I think Li Mu is the one who was specially invited to come and act like a bully for the sake of our party today. Duan Zihan nodded slightly. It does seem like there is this possibility. Immediately afterward, Duan Zihan gave Zhang Ju a wink. As the boss, the matter of charging into battle should naturally be left to his little brother. Zhang Ju immediately understood and immediately laughed twice. Li Mu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. In order to pretend to be a bully, you even hired someone specifically to put on an act? Although the school you got into is a bit crappy, but we're all classmates and no one is mocking you or anything. And weren't you the one who said that school wasn't important? Now what's the point of the lover acting up and making such a scene? For our amusement? Thank you very much. Question mark. Li Mu. Yi Changjiang? Zhang Ju laughed a little exaggeratedly. Hey, uncle, how much did that kid pay you to act? Are you a professional? It still looks so much like it. Should I say no? Li Mu, your eye for finding people is still good. Heh. Li Mu didn't even bother to explain. And Yi Changjiang's face suddenly sank. Where is this brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven? Zhang Ju, annoyed at being dismantled. A residual shadow suddenly swept past. Snap. A crisp sound rang out. Only to see Yi Changjiang had appeared in front of Zhang Ju. The right palm had just fallen. Zhang Ju, on the other hand, stumbled a few steps and covered the left side of his already red and swollen face. A pressure belonging to a martial artist abruptly erupted out. Fourth. Level 4 martial artist. The crowd in the box was instantly shocked. Identity could be faked. Mighty pressure could not be faked. For a moment, the atmosphere within the box seemed to have frozen for several minutes. On the contrary, when Changjian's gaze was swept over, none of them had their scalps tingling. Such an aura. What else could it be if it wasn't a rank 4 martial artist? Duan Zihan's pupils shrunk. A rank 4 martial artist, no matter what, couldn't have been easily invited to put on a show. Duan Zihan immediately piled up a face full of smiles and stepped forward to respectfully salute He Changjiang. Director He, I'm really sorry, this classmate of mine is a bit ignorant. Please don't be too offended. He Changjiang nodded slightly, sort of responding. Duan Zihan quickly smiled and nodded again, that. Director, did you recognize the wrong person? This Li Mu in our class is clearly a waste. Is it some other person with the same name? He Changjiang's face instantly sank again. Li Mu is a waste? Then what are you? An 18-year-old level 3 martial artist. You're telling me he's trash? Ha! Duan Zihan was dumbfounded. What a joke! How could he be a level 3 martial artist when he only scored over 300 points in the high school martial arts examination? But He Changjiang's attitude now was so certain. It was also obvious that it was no longer possible to have recognized the wrong person. The others in the box. Each and every one of them were staggered beyond measure, their eyes wide and their mouths open. How the hell is this possible? Even Chen Nan, who had the best relationship with Li Mu, looked incredulous. Li Mu, this was a classmate who had spent several years with them. Although many people didn't pay attention to Li Mu, the marginal character in the class. But they were also clear about his approximate strength. The cultural achievement was good, but the martial arts was completely at the bottom of the class, right? And many people had checked the results of their classmates after the results of the college entrance examination came out. Li Mu's martial arts score was clearly only over 300 points. That was just over a month ago. More than 300 points. Obviously a level 1 martial artist hadn't even reached. How could it be so level 3 now? How could Li Mu be a 3rd level martial artist? 3rd level martial artist. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. She believed that Li Mu would never find someone to put on a show. She believed in Li Mu's character. And the identity of a level 4 martial artist was here. Even if it wasn't the enrollment director of Thousand Blades University. Just the identity of a rank 4 martial artist was already particularly unusual. In S City, if a level 3 martial artist is a person who has made a name for himself, then a level 4 martial artist is a person who has made a name for himself. Then a level 4 martial artist is a famous one, and is already considered to be a ruling layer in the true sense of the word. The 4th level is a martial general. And how could they possibly run here to act? But other than Jiang Wan, the others were still full of skepticism. Although this 4th level martial artist was the real deal. But the key was that Li Mu's 3rd level was simply too unbelievable. Compared to this, they would rather believe that Li Mu was the illegitimate son of this He Changjiang. Or specially came to give Li Mu a boost for some special reason. After all, from their perspective, these possibilities were mostly more probable than Li Mu's 3rd degree. But even if they were more skeptical, there was a rank 4 martial artist standing right here right now. Especially with the precedent of Zhang Ju taking a big beat out. No matter how skeptical the others were, they didn't dare to speak out of turn. Zhou Bo silently watched this scene. Although He Changjiang's move was somewhat suspicious of bullying the small. But respecting the strong is the basic rule of this world. Zhang Ju had offended first and deserved to be slapped. If you offend a strong person, and you meet a bad-tempered person, you deserve to be directly defeated. He Changjiang ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd. Returning back to Li Mu, his face instantly put up a cordial and incomparable smile again. Fellow student Li Mu, how are you considering it? Chapter 20 Exaggerated Conditions, 2 Directors Scramble. Seemingly seeing Li Mu's hesitation, He Changjiang hurriedly added. Student Li, our Thousand Blades Martial Arts University is ranked 781st in the country. This ranking isn't low. In S City, we rank 2nd. Although it's a little lower than Tianwu's ranking, our faculty and teaching facilities are actually not much worse than Tianwu's. It's mainly because Tianwu recruits more outstanding students, which pulls the ranking down. And I can give you a guarantee right now. As long as you agree to join my Thousand Blades Martial University, tuition and fees are free. All kinds of special cultivation devices are free to use. Each course will be instructed individually by our school's best teachers. All cultivation resources will be tilted towards you at 3 times the maximum amount. I will also apply for the highest amount of scholarships for you. At once, there was silence in the box. One by one, their eyes widened. If this was true, this was a bit exaggerated. But as an enrollment director, he represented the face of a school. If the words spoken were not honored, what was affected was but the reputation of the entire martial arts school. Such a condition. Duan Zihan secretly said in his heart. Could it be that Li Mu has really been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Although it's impossible at the 3rd level. But Yi Changjiang is willing to make such an offer, he's at least level 2. Damn it, what makes him level 2? Li Mu, on the other hand, instantly brightened up. Scholarship? The maximum amount? How much? If it was really possible to change, it wouldn't be bad to change universities. Although Li Mu didn't care what university he attended. But the scholarship was real. Yi Changjiang said in a deep voice, the maximum amount is $1 million a year. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, he was a bit moved. At least that $1 million scholarship would be able to solve his immediate needs. The chapter on medicinal prescriptions in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. Many of the herbs in it were not cheap. But according to the description, the effects were again amazingly good. If he had this amount of money, he would be able to try to cultivate in conjunction with the medicinal prescriptions. Suddenly another silhouette walked into the box with quick steps. Old Joe, old he, you guys are a bit unorthodox. Cough cough. Old Sue, you're here too. Zhou Bo dryly coughed twice with some embarrassment. Yi Changjiang, on the other hand, immediately sank his face. He knew that as long as this guy came, things would definitely not be simple. He had spent a small amount of money to convince Zhou Bo to come with him and hide the news from Su Wenhai. Yet, he didn't expect this old fox to press on much later as well. Li, how are you? My name is Su Wenhai, director of Tianwu University's admission office. Su Wenhai flashed a polite smile at Li Mu. Hello. Li Mu calmly nodded his head. Su Wenhai smiled faintly. I heard all those just now. Let's put it this way, if Mr. Li is willing to come to my Tianwu University, I'll directly double old he's conditions. Moreover, my Tianwu University is ranked 624th in the country. That's 157 places higher than Thousand Blades Martial University. In S City, our Tianwu University can only be the best martial arts university. Li Mu didn't rush to make a sound. Su Wenhai. Yi Changjiang instantly became anxious. How many people have you robbed from me? I can't believe you're still not satisfied. Don't you go too far. Old Su, where are your words coming from? What's with robbing people and not robbing people? That's a hard thing to hear. Su Wenhai grinned and said without haste. Isn't it right to give outstanding students more options? And it's also for student Li to choose for himself, it's not like I can force him. Su Wenhai was not the least bit flustered. Although there wasn't much difference between the faculty and teaching facilities of the 2 universities. But the difference in rankings also said a lot. Under equal circumstances, the vast majority of people would choose the school with the better ranking. It was because it had been like this for so long that the gap between the 2 universities had been widened. Yi Changjiang hurriedly said, Student Li. The conditions I just mentioned are directly quintupled. And I can guarantee that our school will directly raise the entire school's power to fully cultivate you. Everyone in the box had their pupils shrink. The conditions just now were already amazing enough. Now it actually had to be quintupled? Duan Zihan couldn't help but feel a thick wave of envy and jealousy in his heart. If someone were to offer him such conditions, why would he go to Huayan Wu University? He would be willing to go to even a pheasant university. Although Huayan University was ranked higher. But going there is just an ordinary student. One of thousands of students. But it was different now. Yi Changjiang was raising the entire university to train one person. This. Li Mu also couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This condition was a bit exaggerated. Su Wenhai's eyelids also jumped. He didn't expect Yi Changjiang's decision to take down Li Mu to be so heavy. After just a moment of hesitation, he then also gritted his teeth and said, I can give the same condition. After a pause, he added, our school is ranked higher than Thousand Blades Martial University. Duan Zihan's mouth grew wide. Zhang Ju's eyes widened. Su Qiaorong was filled with disbelief. The only ones who were shocked while showing joy were Jiang Wan and Chen Nan. They were truly happy for Li Mu. The others, on the other hand, were shocked and didn't know how to feel. They had all worked hard to go to university. As a result, they arrived at Li Mu's place. He was actually directly robbed by the university? Or the two best martial arts universities in S-City? And also offered such lucrative conditions. Li Mu hesitated. He didn't rush to make a sound. Chen Nan was frantically giving Li Mu a wink with an excited face. As if saying again, don't rush to say yes, let them fight it out again. Su Wenhai. Don't you go too far. Believe it or not, I'll fight you. He Qingjian's eyes widened in anger, as if he was about to make a move at any moment. Su Wenhai didn't wimp out at all, old he. We're competing fairly, you're going too far if you want to make a move. He Qingjian's wide-open eyes were already covered in blood. It took him a while to catch his breath and said to Li Mu in a deep voice. Classmately, the conditions at the very beginning, I can add 2 times more, a total of 7 times. To be honest, this amount is already far more than the budget given to me by the principal. But, as long as you agree to enroll in school, Li, I will absolutely go and apply for you the conditions I promised. If I can't, I'll make it up to you myself. If I can't make it up, I'll use my old life to fill it for you. Li Mu hurriedly said, this. Director He, your words are a bit overstated. Su Wenhai also looked at Yi Changjiang with unrefined surprise and shock. He didn't expect this guy to actually add conditions. Just now he agreed to 5 times is already gritting his teeth in agreement. It looks like the Thousand Blades Martial Arts University has been pressed a little too hard over the years. He couldn't help but let out a dark sigh in his heart. But because of this, it was even more important not to give up on Li Mu. 18 years old, 3rd level. The significance of such a talented student to the school was already strategic. Otherwise, when Li Mu grew up, I'm afraid that it would be Thousand Blades University that would in turn pressurize Tianwu University. I can't add more in terms of resources. But I can promise that I can have our principal, a top-level 6 martial general, personally give you a lesson every week. Chapter 21 National Ranking 121. And our university is ranked higher. Su Wenhai's voice was already trembling a little. Such conditions were likewise far beyond Tianwu University's budget. Su Wenhai. You're bullying people too much. He Changjiang no longer dared to hold back. He directly lunged towards Su Wenhai at once. It would be fine if it was really better than the conditions offered. The key was that this guy kept mentioning rankings. Who would be able to bear this? This matter of rankings was a permanent pain in the hearts of everyone at Thousand Blades Martial University. Old he. You're crazy. Su Wenhai was really taken aback. He didn't expect He Changjiang to actually make a sudden move. Unawares, he was directly pounced on by He Changjiang. The two of them just twisted and fought together. Of course, both of them still kept some sense and didn't use too much power. Otherwise, if 2 rank 4 martial artists really fought, this box would definitely be demolished. This. Li Mu couldn't help but be a little stunned. At least they were 2 university directors with an unusual social status, and they were also rank 4 martial artists. They were actually fighting with hooligans like this? The onlookers were even more stunned. Unbelievable. As for that? For the sake of Li Mu as far as? Many people had a roaring question in their hearts. If Su Wenhai and He Changjiang still had the strength to answer, then surely they would have roared an answer. It's worth it. The significance of an 18-year-old rank 3 martial artist to a school was simply too much. One could even say that it was the future of a school. The ranking between martial arts schools was derived from the league organized by each martial arts school every year. The students were ranked in order of their strengths and weaknesses. Schools with good rankings would not only have more quality students, the share of state funding would also be much higher, as well as various donations from the community. The significance of a truly genius-level cadet to an ordinary school was truly strategic. Why don't we let them split the difference? Whoever wins, you go with who? Zhou Bo was not in the least bit anxious and joked. Li Mu was more or less speechless. Are you sure you don't need to pay some attention to the impact? Seemingly seeing the meaning expressed by Li Mu's expression, Zhou Bo laughed and said, it's fine, they'll pay attention to proportion when they do it. Disproportionate? At least they are two directors, so they are twisting and fighting like hooligans. What kind of proportion is there? A voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, a tall and strong figure stepped into the box. An overpowering aura spread out. It was like a fierce tiger that came in slow steps. However, there was a ferocious aura that came over the face, and all beasts submitted, not daring to move. One can't help but feel a bit shaky. 5th level. Li Mu's pupils shrunk. An aura stronger than He Changjiang's was like that young Fei Hong he had once seen. This was a rank 5 martial artist. Li Mu clenched his teeth and shivered violently, finally breaking free from the pressure of this aura. The terrifying aura of those graves in the dream world had caused Li Mu to already have some resistance to the aura. When the visitor saw this scene, he immediately brightened up slightly. Li Mu had recovered from his own aura oppression one step ahead of the two level 4 martial artists, He Changhai and Su Wenhai. "Hello, Mr. Li." He politely extended his hand towards Li Mu. Below, Bian Nua Wu De, Field Director, Zhao Gang. "Hello." This university Li Mu seemed to have vaguely heard of it, but somewhat couldn't remember. Anyway, it wasn't a local university in S City. Bian Nua Wu University? He Changjiang and Su Wenhai were both startled at once, violently breaking free from their aura and hastily straightening their clothes. Zhao Gang collected some of his aura and said forcefully, "That's right. Edgewild Martial Arts University is the 121st ranked martial arts university in the country this year. And I, Bian Yi Wude, have had several rankings in the top 100 on the previous year's Wude League. Mr. Li Mu, your talent shouldn't be buried in a small place like S City." Li Mu didn't expect that the universities in the field would actually receive the message so quickly as well. On the other hand, He Changjiang and Su Wenhai on the other side of the room were as bitter as if they had lost their exams. Bian Nua Wu University was a university that had stabilized around the 100th rank. How could their two universities that were ranked several hundred places back be able to compete with Borderlands Martial Arts University? Bian Nua Wu De. The people in the box were once again ruthlessly stunned. Especially Duan Zihan. Before, he was able to comfort himself that at least his school was ranked higher. That was the 357th ranked Wyvern Martial Arts University. But now, the 121st ranked Biennua Wushu University had actually come too. On the other side, He Changjiang and Su Wenhai were complaining to each other in low voices. "Damn it! Old Su, you actually leaked the news. Old He. I was suspecting that it was you who leaked it." In reality, the news really wasn't leaked by them. Although BNI Martial Arts University was not a local university in S City, it was also a martial arts university with a notable reputation in the Chunan region. Only because there is a Chu University in the Chunan area. Most of the geniuses who really want to go to Chu University. The situation of the site of the university is also a bit worse than a year. So the site of the big specially formed a field department. It specialized in screening geniuses from martial arts associations all over the Chunan region. And then privately contacted these geniuses to bring them to Border University. Originally, Zhao Gang came to S City for Zhang Tingfeng this time. However, Zhang Tingfeng was not into oil and salt and decided that he had to go to Chu University. Zhao Gang was about to give up. But suddenly, he was summoned to the city of S, and there was actually a genius who was even more talented than Zhang Tingfeng. When he got this news, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately rushed over. The fact proved that the 121st ranked Bienda. The name was really useful. He Changjiang and Su Wenhai were directly bluffed by the name. Seeing this, Li Mu had no choice but to speak up himself. "Director Zhao, the two universities have offered me a lot of conditions before." Li Mu said the conditions He Changjiang said at the very beginning after multiplying it by 7. Focusing on the mention, he said, an annual scholarship of $7 million, as well as lifting the entire university's efforts to cultivate me. I don't know if Biennua Wu University can do that? Are you kidding me? Zhao Gang was instantly shocked. This wasn't recruiting students, it was simply inviting an ancestor, alright. So it looks like Director Zhao won't agree to me. In that case, then it looks like I still have to choose between Tianwu and Thousand Blades. The school, for Li Mu, was not important in the first place. What he valued were the conditions. Zhao Gang frowned slightly. This is too much. Studently, you have to understand the importance of a good university. Don't give up a great future for some petty gains. Li Mu nodded, not even bothering to say anything else. As soon as he saw that things had taken a turn for the better, Changjiang immediately said excitedly, "Director Zhao! That's just not right of you. I admit that Thousand Blade Martial University is definitely inferior to Borderlands Martial University. But I don't believe that a genius cadet that we raised with the efforts of the entire school would be worse than an ordinary cadet from your school." Su Wenhai also immediately chimed in, "That's right, we're all sincere here. It's unlikely that anyone would be willing to offer these conditions anywhere else." Chapter 22 Top 100 WU, Shu de Director. The implication of both men was obvious. Cannot afford to open the conditions, do not learn from others to run to rob people. Although the two are some grudges, but after all are S-City. Now that Zhao Gang appeared, they naturally had to unify their front to fight in unison. Classmate Li. Seeing Li Mu's expression, Zhao Gang's heart sank, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "I can only give you, classmate, a scholarship of $2 million, and it's impossible to cultivate with the whole school. But I can apply for a perfect quality battle beast for you. It will become your right arm in the future. It will accompany you in your battles. And our school's various cultivation facilities are far superior to your local university." Zhao Gang's powerful words had just fallen. Then a cold laugh came out. "Heh! Perfect quality war beasts have the nerve to bring them out to embarrass people?" A middle-aged man with a long braid and a vicissitude of face slowly walked into the box. He was plainly dressed, even with some dirt and grime. However, as soon as he stepped into the box, an aura that could be described as terrifying spread out. If Zhao Gang's aura was that of a tiger, then he was like a fierce beast that wanted to devour people. The regal aura was accompanied by a biting, killing aura, as well as the bloodthirsty will to fight. For a time, the people in the box unconsciously had a cold sweat on their spine. Each and every one of them didn't dare to take a breath. Even Zhao Gang's expression became incomparably grave. The muscles on his cheeks were even trembling vaguely. The visitor ignored the others and only nodded to Li Mu. "I'm from the Wild Hunt Martial University, the 6th Hunt Leader, Sangmu. You are good." Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he wasn't completely targeted, he felt a great pressure. This kind of imposing pressure had nothing to do with guts. It was the body's instinctive reaction. It was absolute suppression at the life level. A ray of approval flashed in Sangmu's eyes. Ordinary level 4 martial artists were under their own pressure, but they were all hard to speak. Level 6. Top martial artist. Zhao Gang trembled as he spat out a sentence. Level 6. The box was dead silent. There was only a heavy gasping sound. 6th level. This rank was already a legendary rank for these students. In the entire city of S, there were only a handful of top level 6 martial artists. Every one of them was a big shot that would shake the city of S when they stomped their feet. An ordinary person might not even be able to meet a general in their lifetime. Now, these students who had just graduated had actually met a living, breathing rank 6 martial artist. Why would a rank 6 martial artist appear here? The crowd inside the box was not only shocked, but more puzzled. For a while, Li Mu exhaled a long breath, finally breaking free from the aura of a top rank 6 martial artist. The color of approval in Sangmu's eyes grew stronger as he collected some of his aura, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. "I, Wild Hunt Martial University, am not the Martial University of the Chunan region. But the important thing is that Wild Hunt Martial University is now ranked 57th in the country. At its peak, it even entered the top 20 when it was most brilliant. The hunting chief is a specialty position of the Wild Hunt Martial University. The hunting chief needs the hunting team to clean up the alien beasts in the wild and collect information about them. I just happened to patrol the vicinity of S-City and got the information about you, student Li. Classmate Li Mu, if you want to become a true warrior, want to become a martial artist who has truly experienced blood and fire, Wild Hunt Martial University is your best choice. A martial artist's progress is never cultivation behind closed doors. Only killing, fighting, is the best medicine for a martial artist to grow. And you have to understand. In Hunting University, as long as you are strong enough, you will never lack money. And I promise, there will be a martial king to teach you. This. Li Mu was really a bit moved this time. He could clearly feel the iron-blooded battle intent and murderous aura on Sangmu's body. This was an aura that needed to have truly experienced life, death, and bloody battles in order to be cultivated. Martial artists, perhaps they should have been like this. Hunting University. Ranked 57th in the nation. All the people in the box had their pupils quake. Not to mention Duan Zihan and those ordinary students. Even Yi Changjiang, Su Wenhai, Zhao Gang, and even Zhou Bo had some difficulty holding themselves. This was the 57th ranked Wodu University in the country. Actually, even Hunter University has come to invite Li Mu? Duan Zihan clenched his teeth, his face a swollen red. He clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with disbelief. The 56th ranked Hunt University. This was a school that was difficult to climb high in a lifetime. Could it be that Li Mu is really a third-level martial artist? He's been pretending to be a pig for all these years? The heart was shocked and incredulous. But it seems impossible to have a fake? His face was unsightly. A small character that he had once always looked down on and regarded as dust. In the blink of an eye, it had actually turned into a supreme genius that he couldn't afford to reach. How could this make Duan Zihan accept it? But even a rank 6 martial artist had personally come to invite Li Mu. Aside from the fact that he was truly level 3, what else could it be? Su Qiaorong couldn't help but have some color in her eyes. An 18-year-old rank 3 martial artist, this was much stronger than Duan Zihan. I knew it. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she clenched her fists. She knew she hadn't looked at the wrong person. Mu Zi. The corner of Chen Nan's mouth grinned. He knew that his brother wasn't that simple. At the same time, he also made up his mind that he would definitely torture Li Mu after these people left. How dare he even hide it from himself? This is the Wild Hunt Martial University. When sensing the aura of a rank 6 martial artist, Li Mu was truly moved. And now with this situation, Zhao Gang, He Changjiang, Su Wenhai, they didn't dare to say anything. Hunting University's conditions weren't favorable, but they were not bad. Just when Li Mu was about to agree, a somewhat cold voice rang out. Hunting University's hand is stretching a bit long. Only to see a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a well-mannered look in his early 30s walk into the box unhurriedly. Director Zhang, you actually came. Zhou Bo immediately went forward to greet him respectfully. Director Zhang. He Changjiang and Su Wenhai also immediately stepped forward. Director Zhang? Zhao Gang was slightly startled, then seemed to think of something. Similarly, he immediately stepped forward to greet him, Director Zhang. Zhang Qianchuan smiled and nodded in greeting to the few people, then stepped forward to Tsangmu's body and smiled. The hands of the Hunting University are a bit long. You are? Sangmu's eyes narrowed slightly and his expression became grave. Although he didn't recognize him, he keenly sensed that this person was extraordinary. His aura exploded at once. This time, Sangmu's aura pressure no longer spread, but directly solidified to find this Director Zhang. The aura was as fierce as a flood beast, full of killing and warlike intent. Even though it had already solidified, it was only a few wisps of the overflow. The people inside the box didn't dare to breathe. On the other hand, Zhang Qianchuan's face did not change. The same aura permeated out. This was a breath that was like an abyss and an ocean. A vast and unfathomable aura. In just an instant, it was an even match with Song Mu's berserk aura. Song Mu's face was grave. On the other hand, Zhang Qianchuan's face was as normal. He pushed up his glasses and revealed a wisp of a calm smile towards Li Mu. Shunan Martial University, head of the Ancient Martial Arts Department, Zhang Qianchuan. Chapter 23 My Choices? What? Shunan Wude? At this instant, the crowd that had long been shocked to the point of numbness couldn't help but react once again. Not to mention those ordinary students, even the several directors were similarly shocked. This was the number 1 ranked university in the Chunan region. This was the top-ranked university in the Chunan region and the top 10 in the country. The current Chunan region's number 1 powerhouse, Tian Mai, was from Chunan University. These were all things that were familiar to the people of the Chunan region. It can be said that as long as it is the people of the Chunan region, they have definitely heard a lot of legends about the Chunan Martial Arts University. Even the whole country, I'm afraid that more than 99% of the people have heard of Chu University. This is Chu Da. Zhang Qianchuan smiled and nodded with great poise. Mr. Li Mu, I hereby sincerely invite you to join Chunan Martial University. At the same time, Sangmu's pupils shook violently. He staggered back a few steps. he lost in the battle of auras. His furious and murderous aura was directly dispersed by that vast, abyss-like aura. As for Zhang Qianxuan, he was no longer aggressive and directly collected his aura. In an instant, it was as if he had become a well-mannered ordinary person. But at this moment, no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest anymore. To be able to completely suppress Sangmu in terms of his aura. This meant that he was either a rank 7 martial king, or an even stronger level 6 top martial general. Perhaps not far from being a martial king. Moreover, from start to finish, Zhang Qianxuan's aura did not affect the others too much. This meant that his control over his own aura was also stronger. What was even more crucial was Zhang Qianxuan's identity. The Chu University department head's personal invitation to enroll. I'm afraid no one in this world can refuse. Everyone's hearts let out a marvel. Everyone's eyes also couldn't help but rest on Li Mu's body, waiting for him to make a decision. Are there any conditions attached? Li Mu had regained his composure. So what if judo was better? Li Mu valued more or tangible resources. Conditions? Zhang Qianxuan pushed up his glasses, turning a slightly puzzled gaze towards Zhou Bo. Actually, he had already been here for a while. It was only halfway that he went to stop some more manpower sent by the school. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist. This news was like blood in seawater. And those schools are like sharks that smell blood. Such news could not be hidden. As long as a martial arts university was ranked at a certain level, it would have access to the information of the basic martial artists of the Martial Association. And many good martial arts universities would have relevant departments that have been paying attention to the total information of martial arts associations around the world. One by one, the martial arts universities caught wind of the situation. After a short period of fermentation, at least there were already dozens of schools with manpower coming towards S City. Since the universities in the field dared to come any more than the Tianwu University and Thousand Blades University were ranked a few hundred higher. The number of those ranked around 1 or 200 were quite a lot. Even the top 100 were not an exception. It was only that most of the people coming from the schools, as soon as they saw Zhang Qianxuan, would have the good sense to retreat. What kind of joke is this, not recognizing Chunan University in the Chunan region and still mixing so much? It is in order to disperse those sharks that smell the wind. Zhang Qianxuan took a lot of time to arrive now. That is how it is. He Changjiang took the initiative to say the sentence he started with multiplied 7 times. Emphatically, he stated, we will use the entire university's power to fully cultivate Mr. Li Mu. Even in the face of Chu University, He Changjiang was still unwilling to give up on Li Mu just like that. That was the hope for the rise of their Thousand Blades Martial University. In fact, the key was that Zhang Qianxuan looked much more communicative than Sangmu. In addition to what I just said, the Martial King's teaching, the true blood and fire honing, I can also give you an additional $1 million in scholarships. Sangmu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke out. Zhang Qianxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with a ray of refined light as he looked towards Sangmu. Sangmu was unwilling to meet his gaze. The loss of the previous Qi contest had caused Sangmu to not be willing. The atmosphere became more and more condensed as the two men's Qi once again intersected. Just as a great battle could break out at any moment. Li Mu calmly said, is the choice still in my hands now? Sangmu said in a deep voice, of course, the choice is always in your hands, no one can force you. Zhang Qianxuan nodded slightly, indeed, but I still suggest that you choose a local university in Chunan. As for the conditions. Zhang Qianxuan pushed up his glasses. It's not currency that circulates amongst us at Chu University, but considering that the school year hasn't started yet and you'll need to use money, I can first give you the highest share of the official 1 million scholarship. Perhaps it's nothing compared to their conditions, but Chu University is a vast and incomparable stage. As long as you're good enough, then you can get everything you want. As well as a quota to enter the secret realm. Zhang Qianxuan also couldn't help but reveal a flash of gravity within his eyes behind the lenses. Secret realm? Li Mu's pupils instantly shrunk. This one familiar yet unfamiliar word. In this highly developed world, a lot of information was shared. However, there were too many things in it that 99% of people would never see in reality for the rest of their lives. And the secret realm was one of them. The secret realm does not exist in this world. But it is connected to this world. Simply put, it's a foreign space. The secret world is a foreign space, but not all foreign spaces are secret worlds. There are large and small alien spaces, and those that are as large as the world are called alien worlds. It is said that the beasts of this world, as well as all kinds of special creatures, are from the other world. Generally speaking, the other dimensions that are called secret realms are all other dimensions controlled by humans. Some secret realms had a lot of heavenly treasures growing in them. Some secret realms have an abundance of heaven and earth vital energy, which is very suitable for martial artists to cultivate. There were also some secret realms that were living monsters, specifically used to exercise practical combat abilities. Some also had something extremely special, such as an inheritance, or some sort of special ability born in heaven and earth. In the Dragon Kingdom, most of the secret realms were held by the officials. Apart from the officials, only the superpowers and the top martial arts universities had the qualifications to control them. Obviously, Shu De was in this category. This was another advantage that was difficult for an ordinary martial arts university to reach. The secret realm you mentioned, what secret realm is it? Li Mu couldn't help but ask. Zhang Qinshuan smiled. Specifically, it depends on the arrangement, but you can rest assured that I guarantee your harvest will not be small. So, student Li Mu, what is your choice? Li Mu raised his head. The group of people had already left. The opening of Chu University was likewise September 1st. Regarding the issue of school registration, Zhang Qinshuan and Zhou Bo would deal with it and didn't need Li Mu to worry about anything. As for the $1 million scholarship, according to Zhang Qinshuan, it would require some procedures, but it wouldn't take long. The reason he chose Chu University was not just because of Zhang Qinshuan's conditions. Li Mu himself also felt that perhaps he should also go out and see the world. For example, many of the herbs needed in the Heaven and Earth 8 Extremes medicinal formula chapter. It wouldn't be that easy to gather them all in a small place like S City. Chu De was different, it was the true center of the entire Chu Nan region. Chapter 24 The Limit of a Thread. The box remained silent. Nanzi, let's go. Li Mu patted Chen Nan's shoulder. Chen Nan came back to his senses like a dream this time. His face was filled with a look of incomparable excitement and a silly smile. Let's go. Hey, wait for me. Chen Nan hurriedly ran out of the box after Li Mu. Jiang Wan looked at Li Mu's departing back. With her shell teeth biting her lips tightly, she struggled several times, but in the end, she didn't chase after him. She understood that from now on, Li Mu and herself were no longer in the same world. After a long time, the box remained silent. Duan Zihan's complexion was gray and bitter inside. It could even be said that he had been struck down to the point of no return. Su Qiaoron's eyes were colorful with both disbelief and remorse. Why hadn't she fought a good relationship with Li Mu earlier in the first place? Compared to Li Mu, what could Duan Zihan be? Zhang Ju's face was stupefied, and his heart was filled with fear. He hadn't been looking for trouble from them much. Now he could only hope that Li Mu wouldn't bother too much with such a small person like himself. More people were still in a daze. Today, in just a moment, they had seen many big names that they might not normally be able to see in their entire lives. The kind of heights that they could never reach in their entire lives. And these people. They all came here for Li Mu. For that Li Mu, who they once regarded as a waste. Meiko. How long has it been since you actually became a level 3 martial artist? It wasn't that long. Chen Nan exaggeratedly laughed as if the third level was himself. Mu Zi, you're really powerful now. It can be said that you're the first genius of S City. That's Chu Da. Did you see Duan Zihan's expression? I was so happy. In the silver-white levitation train compartment that was full of technological texture. Li Mu absent-mindedly agreed. He was thinking about everything in 8 extremes of heaven and earth. Mu. Chen Nan giggled and wanted to ask something else. Suddenly, he noticed Li Mu's expressionless, well-defined face, like a knife and axe, with only a resolute side. The sword hidden in the sheath. Cold light has already been unable to stop the emergence of the first. Even the scabbard can hardly hide its sharpness. Chen Nan was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. And Li Mu, who had been thinking about the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, also did not notice Chen Nan's difference. Returning to the 13th district, the two of them went home individually. After returning home, Li Mu took out the porcelain bottle that Gao Changhuai had given him in the exercise room. Although the strong blood pill doesn't belong to the companion pills in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, the effects seem to be quite similar to a few of the prescriptions. You can try it. a black-red elixir the size of a pinky finger was poured out. It was then fed into his mouth. This time he didn't run the devouring heaven and devouring earth again. He began to try to revolve the 8 extreme gates in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. The so-called 8 extreme gates was to find the 8 extreme gates on his body, and to open them. Reach the limits. Break through the limits. However, this process needed the assistance of pills, or else it would easily cause a deficit in the body. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Tsong Gate. Kangman. Li Mu's eyelids twitched one after another. The energy of the strong blood pill began to slowly integrate into his body. However, as he attempted to run the 8 extreme gate, a sharp pain began to spread through his body. It was as if one's flesh was about to be torn apart. The process of reaching the limit was not supposed to be easy. Li Mu clenched his teeth, and the pain didn't affect the operation of his gong methods. The energy that the strong blood pill transformed into was also nourishing the location of the pain. But there was something slow about this efficiency. Running the 8 extremities gate was as if he had actively torn open his muscles himself, and then using the energy of the elixir to sew up the muscle. But right now, the power of the stitching was completely unable to match the speed of the tearing. If it kept going on like this, there was a real possibility that the flesh would collapse. Is it because the quality of the strong blood pill isn't enough? Li Mu's heart tightened slightly, and he immediately revolved the devouring earth. It was good that the heaven-swallowing earth was an instinct-like technique, and it didn't require too much of his mind to operate. As soon as the devouring heaven and devouring earth moved, the energy of the strong blood pill was immediately digested. A large amount of energy traveled directly to those places of intense pain, repairing the damage to the muscles. It's not enough. Li Mu directly trembled as he poured the porcelain bottle into his mouth. The remaining 4 blood-strengthening pills entered Li Mu's mouth one after another. A large amount of abundant energy appeared. This caused the operation of the 8 extreme gate to become powerful as well. Pain. Ease. Pain. Ease. Pain. Over and over again, until the energy of the subsequent 4 blood-strengthening pills was also about to be completely digested. Only then did Li Mu stop the operation of the 8 extreme gate. Phew. He exhaled heavily. This 8 extreme gate is also too painful, isn't it? There's still some distance to the first portal Tsong Gate. The strong blood pill is ultimately no match for that blood-matching pill. It took a while for the pain all over his body to dissipate a bit. Li Mu waved his arm, and a burst of breaking sound whistled. Almost at the limit. The limit of the 3rd level. £1,000,000. This time, Li Mu already had an extremely clear perception. He himself seemed to be only a thin film away from the true limit. So close that it was as if it could be broken through with a gentle poke. But again, it was as if it was as insurmountable as a heavenly moat. After slowing down for a while, Li Mu started practicing the counting breaths gong again. At the same time, he practiced it together with the 2 globe pile. Then it was back to the basic boxing stance. 8 extreme fist is a boxing style that emphasizes close-range explosions, characterized by rigidity and explosiveness. It's about generating energy that can reach extremely far in all directions. Although Li Mu did not have a famous teacher to instruct him, but the book Heaven and Earth 8 Extremes in his mind, there was a text about the 8 extremes fist. As Li Mu observed them with full concentration, it was as if they would transform into a small person, exercising the incomparably fierce 8 extremes fist. Their punching intent was overwhelming. They would even fight each other. This was greatly beneficial to Li Mu. Not only could he see the standard movements, more crucial was the fierce and invincible boxing intent. Today, Li Mu was completely immersed in practicing. It wasn't until late at night that he came back to his senses, taking a shower and going to bed. Lying on the bed, Li Mu was still recalling whether one of his movements was standardized or not, as well as one of the techniques of power generation. Practicing martial arts shouldn't be done behind closed doors. 8 Extremes Fist is originally a real-world martial art. I need actual combat. Moreover, if I have to buy medicinal herbs to match the prescriptions in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, the cost is not small. Making money in actual combat. Right, the original Duan Zihan guy seemed to have said that when he bragged. Thinking about it, Li Mu fell into a deep sleep. S City, 18 districts. As the last area of S City, He is located in the outermost part of S City. It was the last area to be allocated to S City. This is the poorest and most backward area in S City. At the same time, it is also the most chaotic and crime-ridden area. Wearing a pure white mask with only his eyes exposed, Limu walked alone on the dilapidated streets of the 18th district. Chapter 25 Underground Black Boxing Arena. Code name Grave. The 18th district of S City. Everywhere one could see an old residential building. Occasionally, one could also see some homeless people sleeping right on the side of the street. Of course, I came here because I heard that there is a way to make quick money here. Back then, Duan Zihan had bragged that his dad had taken him to the 18th district to see black boxing. Participating in black boxing, the victor would be paid handsomely. It is said that this black boxing ring in the 18th district is still very unusual, and the head is not small. And I heard that it is more fair and impartial, at least never black boxers prize money. However, the environment of the 18th district is still a bit out of Limu's expectation. The streets are full of garbage, rat corpses, and clogged sewage drains. All kinds of stench fused into an extremely strange and stomach-churning smell. This made Limu couldn't help but frown slightly. Is he or she in the wrong place? The underground black boxing ring that Limu was going to, since it was all underground. Of course it couldn't be found on the smart brain, much less used for navigation. Kid from the outer district. A cold laugh suddenly came from the side. A bald fat man with a dirty body walked out from behind a corner with an iron rod in his hand. Behind him were 3 or 4 other people similarly holding various types of weapons, and at a glance, they were not good people's gangsters. The fat man grinned, revealing a mouth full of large yellow teeth. Kid, do you want to pay directly, or do you want to suffer a beating before paying? Roadblock robbery was not uncommon in the 18th district. Although Limu was wearing a mask, in the eyes of the knowledgeable fat man, the childishness of his body was obvious. You guys came just in time. Limu was not shocked but happy. He had just been worried about no one to lead the way. Kid, asking you, pay or get beaten up. Fatty waved his iron bar and approached in large strides. Seeing that Limu didn't respond, one of the fat man's little brothers suddenly became angry. Kid, the fat brother asked you. Do you hear me? With that, the iron bar in his hand swung at Limu's leg. Snap. Limu grabbed the iron rod. With a slight force, he directly pulled the iron rod out of his hand. Kid. You still dare to resist, looking for death, aren't you? The fat man was instantly furious, but his words hadn't even fallen yet. The not-so-big eyes were already filled with shock. A look of having seen a ghost. Limu took the iron rod and easily folded it in half. Then he twisted it together like a twist. Finally, he directly pinched it into a piece of dough with one hand. With nearly 10,000 pounds of strength, it shouldn't be too easy to deal with an iron rod. He casually threw the iron ball away and calmly asked. Now, still want my money? Snap. Snap. The iron rod in the fat man's hand directly fell to the ground, and then those of his minions. An iron rod fell to the ground making a crisp collision sound. Fatty and their little brothers were all horrified. To be able to break iron with their bare hands. It was at least a level 2 martial artist. Take me to the underground black boxing ring. Limu lowered his voice a bit. It no longer sounded so childish. Yes, yes, yes. Fatty immediately nodded his head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Underground black boxing arena. Located inside a huge abandoned factory building. If no one led the way, it wouldn't be that simple to find this place. The registration office. The place was bright and white, not to mention not the slightest bit dilapidated. It was completely impossible to tell that this was the interior of an abandoned factory. A thin man sat behind a table. Beside him stood a few lanky, burly men. Want to fight black boxing, right? That's right. Name, or nickname, whatever, but you can't repeat it with others. After a moment of silence, Limu said, Grave. Yell, that's a good nickname. The man behind the table looked at Limu twice more. A loose black sweatshirt, casual pants, and a clean white mask completely covered his face, only revealing a pair of steely eyes. Rank. 3rd level. Holy, level 3? Is there a problem? No, go test it just as I'm going to check to see if you've repeated your name. Aha! A burly man brought Limu to the level testing instrument next to him. The brand new instrument was the latest model from the Dragon Kingdom, and there was almost no margin for error. Li Mu stood on the disc. Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a level 1 martial artist. Has refined the bones, reaching the standard of a level 2 martial artist. Has changed blood, reaching the standard of a 3rd level martial artist. All that was needed here was to use the machine to test the rank. Strength and attack power didn't matter. It wasn't like it was a formal organization, and the Black Fist Arena wouldn't want much accurate data. Not bad, it's really level 3, and no one uses that nickname of yours. The man behind the wooden table nodded, and after operating the light brain on the table, he took out a black medallion. It began to be carved purely by hand with a carving knife. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. It looked like it was a grade 1 martial artist. A registered one was a level 1 martial artist. Then Duan Zihan's statement that there might be a level 4 or 5 martial artists sitting here was most likely true. Soon, the crooked word grave appeared. The thin man threw the medal to Li Mu. Your information has been entered, this is your identity medal, we recognize the medal but not the person. If you want a fight today, we can arrange a fight for you in half an hour or so. If you want to watch the fight, you'll have to buy a ticket as well. Li Mu said, I'm participating today, so spectating is even better, I'll go wait in the waiting area. Okay. A burly man led Li Mu to the waiting battle area. The lights in the passageway were a bit dim. Li Mu, on the other hand, was recalling the rules here. There weren't actually many rules. It was all black boxing, what rules could there be? The only rule was that most cases were matched at the same level. Then the only rule in the fight was that there were no rules. You even need to sign a life and death contract before going on stage. There was no responsibility for killing someone or being killed. Other than these, the only thing Li Mu cared about was the prize money. When you fight black boxing, there must be money to be had. Otherwise, who would have nothing to tie their head to the waistband of their pants to fight black boxing? For a 3rd level martial artist, $100,000 was the base bonus. It's not a fixed 100,000. Rather, it is a sequential increase. 1 win, 100,000. Win 2 in a row, 200,000. Win 3 in a row, 400,000. Win 4 in a row, 500,000. Win 5 in a row, 600,000. Win 6 in a row, 700,000. Winning 7 games in a row, $1 million. The higher the number of consecutive victories, the higher the prize money. On the other hand, the facilities of this underground black boxing ring really exceeded Li Mu's expectations. All kinds of advanced instruments, almost all of them were the latest models. It was said that there was also a body repair cabin. As long as they weren't killed directly, even the heaviest injuries could be repaired. Only that the price was really a bit exaggerated, the heavier the injury, the more expensive the repair. This underground black boxing ring is not only to make money, the background is even more monstrous. A lot of things, no relationship, even more money cannot get. It is said that this boxing ring has some relationship with the official one, the national chain of Shinmu Boxing Stadium. The official boxing ring seems to be also competitions, the specific Li Mu is not clear. Anyway, it was definitely not as lucrative as the underground boxing ring. No matter what, the background of this underground boxing ring is not simple. Chapter 26 First Battle of the Night Devils. 20 minutes before going on stage. Li Mu's opponent was determined. It was a level 3 martial artist codenamed Night Demon. His current record was 3 consecutive victories. However, the number of matches had already exceeded 20. It was said that the highest he had ever won was 5 consecutive victories. The reason why this information was confirmed and even announced in advance. Naturally, it was because it was going to be opened. This was the biggest source of income for the Black Fist Arena. Grave 1:3. Night Demon 1 minute and 1.3 seconds. The odds were not set in stone. These are just the initial odds estimated by professionals. As the number of bettors and the amount of money wagered by both sides change, the odds of both sides will also be adjusted in real time accordingly. Dear audience, the next battle, a battle between 3rd level martial artists. The Night Demon, who has won 3 matches in a row, versus our newcomer Grave. The handicap has been opened, so all of you can place your bets to your heart's content. After the last battle ended, a hotly dressed beauty host walked into the venue. Scratching her head, she seduced the spectators to place their bets. The waiting area where Li Mu was located was by the center venue, in a small room under the audience. It was similar to the place where the beasts were kept in the Colosseum. It was a bit dim. Li Mu was the only person there, and this was the so-called separate waiting area. Through the gap in the iron door, one could vaguely see the situation outside. This is a ring layout similar to a Colosseum. The circular field in the center was the fighting area, about 50 meters in diameter. Surrounding it were circles and circles of spectator seats. With thousands of seats, the attendance rate was only a small half. However, there seemed to be some boxes above it. There was also a huge light screen around the venue. It shows the ratio of bets between the nightmare and the grave. On the ratio progress bar, Night Devil's side was like a crushing position, surpassing Li Mu by too much. Although the odds for Night Devil were relatively low. $10,000 can only earn $3,000. But in the eyes of many people, this was a surefire deal. That grave's odds were high, but it had to be one. Seeing this, the corner of Li Mu's mouth slightly hooked. He directly took the betting machine that the staff had just given himself and bet all $30,000 on himself. Fighters were of course able to place bets as well. If it wasn't for the fact that Chuda's scholarship hadn't arrived yet, Li Mu could have pressed that $1 million together as well. Now the odds between the two didn't change much. It was mainly because the total amount of money bet was not much. Most of the audience would always choose to keep their hand in the face of a newcomer. This was experience. More than 10 minutes later. The big screens around the room showed the closed market. That sexy beautiful host holding a microphone shouted, "Time's up, now we have both sides martial artists appearing on stage." Click. The ear-piercing sound of chains rubbing together rang out. The iron gates on both sides of the venue slowly rose. Night Demon! Night Demon! Night Demon! On the audience stage, some of the spectators who had placed bets shouted excitedly. Most of the black boxing spectators who came to watch were after excitement. They liked fist-to-fist fights and bloody fights. And once those high and mighty martial artists. Fighting to the death in front of them. Fighting to the death. This made these spectators especially excited. So even though the tickets here were expensive, there would still be quite a few people who would rush in. A burly man in an undershirt strides out. His face was covered with a black mask, his body was muscular, and he was over 1.9 meters. At the same time there was a ferocious aura emanating from his body. Upon seeing this person walk into the venue, the audience instantly became even more excited. Night Demon! Night Demon! Night Demon! Who? The Night Demon raised his thick right arm high, seemingly enjoying the cheers of the crowd. On the other side, Li Mu also calmly walked out. Snap! The iron doors on both sides fell heavily at the same time. This represented that there was no way back for them. This is a ING grave? I thought it must be unusual to have such a domineering name, but it turned out to be a damn fine dog. Ha, who let you be so stupid as to actually bet on a newcomer? Just by taking a look at the size comparison between the two sides, the audience almost didn't think much of Li Mu. Speaking of which, Li Mu's figure was not bad. It wasn't much shorter than Night Demon. The difference between 1.9 meters and 1.8 meters. Only the muscles on Night Demon's body were too exaggerated, and the whole person looked oppressive. Li Mu, on the other hand, was a bit thin in stature. This was due to the fact that heaven swallowing and earth devouring as well as the 8 extreme sect had refined Li Mu's body again and again. In the field, the two stood more than 20 meters apart, confronting each other in the air. Night Demon! Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a trace of pressure. The opposite party was clearly only a third-level martial artist as well. Yet, it could make him feel pressure. At one time, he had seen rank 4 and rank 5 martial artists. Even top-level 6 martial artists. Although this Night Demon in front of him was far inferior to Tsangmu and Zheng Qianxuan's aura. But back then, those two top martial generals hadn't been targeted. And now, this fellow's aura was coming directly towards himself. Such pressure was even more intense than back then. It was like this when one was only facing a third-level martial artist. What would happen if he was facing a 4th, 5th, or 6th level general? Or even a martial king? Is it possible that he wouldn't even have the courage to make a move at that time? No. Something like momentum doesn't just depend on rank. It also depends on one's own nurturing. Actual battles can enhance combat power. It can temper the heart and cultivate the momentum. The one who fights on the narrow road wins. When a martial artist fights, death is not an option. A martial artist's fight is not just about strength. It's more like a breath of air. Battle is the way to cultivate your chi. You will not be in danger in 100 battles. Nurture your mind. The heart of battle will not be extinguished. One needs to fight. What one needs to exercise is not only the ability to fight in actual combat. There was also one state of mind. One had to reach the point where one would never retreat even in the face of a martial god. Li Mu licked the corner of his mouth. He hadn't come to the wrong place. Grave. Although the night demon wore a mask, it was only the kind that only covered his eyes and the upper half of his face. At this moment, he revealed a cruel smile. After hanging out in a place like a black boxing ring for a long time, it was easy to become more and more brutal. The confrontation only lasted less than a minute. Then a broadcasting voice sounded. Battle! As soon as the words fell, Night Demon's legs curled and his entire body immediately ran wildly towards Li Mu. This stance was like a bull in the middle of a stampede. The grave is finished. It's said that Night Demon's strength is more than 6,000 pounds. There were several fights in front of us where the Night Demon directly slammed his opponents into serious injuries. My favorite scene is to see Night Demon slamming his opponent into the air and then spitting up 3 liters of blood. The audience was instantly excited. Coming here to find excitement, they craved bloody images. Facing the wildly charging Night Demon, Li Mu slowly exhaled a breath. I can't believe you're not hiding. Die for me. Seeing that Li Mu actually didn't move, the Night Demon suddenly revealed an even more brutal smile. Already closing in, his sandbag-sized right fist violently blasted at Li Mu's head. People who hang out in the black boxing ring don't know what mercy is. The fist in front of his eyes is approaching. Li Mu's breathing is also slightly short of breath. He hurriedly quickly backward to avoid this strong wind in the face of a punch. Chapter 27 One Punch to Win. The beginning of the martial way. Go to hell. The Night Demon laughed maniacally as he pressed forward, his 2 fists as big as sandbags blasting at Li Mu's head together. Calm down. Li Mu retreated further, and what he had once practiced instantly flooded into his mind. The 2E pile, it was about a landing. Not moving like a mountain. Images of his own phase imprints from practicing surfaced in his mind. Thus, Li Mu slightly bowed his legs and set up a horse stance like seniority. The double fists attacked, and the strong wind had already blown Li Mu's face raw. The sardonic smile on the Night Demon's face was getting closer and closer to him. That wild expression seemed as if it was going to swallow Li Mu alive. Li Mu's heart couldn't help but beat faster, but at this moment he was completely calm. The images in his mind from when he used to practice became vivid. He fiercely took a step to the side. The 2E pile was not for use as a target. It preaches. When it is not moving and calm, it is like the first appearance of a thunderous mane. He stepped heavily on the ground and sidestepped violently. Li Mu's right fist is taut and fierce. The collapsing bow scuttles the arrow sharply. The bracing hammer, one of the 8 basic stances of the 8 extreme fist. It was also the only fist stance that Li Mu had started practicing. At this moment, Li Mu's gaze brightened. With one punch, I honor the way of Wushu. This punch, as fast as lightning, landed on the Night Demon's chest. Boom! A muffled sound. The Night Demon's body had a momentary stiffness. His eyes widened and his mouth opened exaggeratedly. In the next moment, the Night Demon immediately staggered backwards. In just a few steps, his staggering steps caused him to fall directly onto his back. An extremely obvious fist-shaped depression had been added to his chest. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from his mouth. The scene was exaggerated and spectacular, just like a blood fountain. His body trembled fiercely for a few moments, and his chest rose and fell rapidly for a few moments before stopping violently. At the same time, the horrified look in his eyes had faded. His eyes became lifeless. There was no continued spewing of blood, but blood kept gushing out from the corners of his mouth. There were also some broken pieces of internal organs vaguely in his mouth. Especially the exaggerated depression in his chest was a shocking sight. A drone flew out and a green light was cast on the Night Demon's body. It quickly flew back. The radio's voice rang out. The Night Demon has lost its ability to fight completely, grave wins. According to the rules, one could no longer attack after the broadcast sounded. In a battle, it either ends with the death of one side, or one side is completely incapacitated. Here, it was not allowed to admit defeat without suffering a particularly serious injury. As the voice rang out, the iron gates on both sides rose at the same time. The iron gate on the Night Demon's side immediately ran to 2 staff members to get the Night Demon onto a stretcher and carry him out. It could still be salvaged if it was grabbed tighter. Although it is a black boxing ring, it is not possible to die every time. If ordinary people, even if, to the level of the 3rd level martial artist, were so many. So as long as the opponent is not really dead, the official will also try to rescue. Anyway, the cost of rescue is also directly borne by the boxer. What? You say you don't have the money? Then it's fine, the black boxing ring is here, go and fight to earn money to pay back off. What the hell is this? The Night Demon is actually in this shape after being punched. What a joke. There's some kind of shady going on here. No. Night Demon with that look. Even if he's not dead, he's almost dead. It was only a few seconds of silence. The audience was already in an uproar. One by one, the audience stared in disbelief. Night Demon was also considered a little famous in this underground black boxing ring. But he actually lost just like that? And he was still seriously injured by a newcomer. Don't be so exaggerated. After a moment of silence, a betting dog who had placed a bet on Limu because of the odds suddenly raised his arms in excitement. Grave! Grave! The others were slightly stunned, and a few more people who had placed bets on Limu joined the chants. Grave! Then there were more people, looking excited and chanting in unison. They wanted excitement, they wanted blood. What could be more exciting than a newcomer killing an old man in seconds? As for blood, wasn't that field of blood bloody enough? Other than the small number of gamblers who had pressed a lot on Night Demon, everyone else had joined the chants. Grave! Amidst the cacophony of cheers, only Limu stood frozen in place. His eyes were ghostly as he looked at the Night Demon who had fallen to the ground and spat out blood. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. It finally turned into a blazing flame, as if it was burning. He murmured in a voice only he could hear. My martial way thus begins. Mr. Grave, your next battle is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. The staff said respectfully to the point of being somewhat humble. Limu nodded and left directly. The money had arrived, a total of 1,900,000. In addition to the 100,000 victory bonus, the 90,000 was 3 times the previous 30,000 dealer payout for himself. The efficiency was quick, after all, it was money for selling one's life. Just so a moment of effort is 1,900,000. Even after deducting his own 30,000 principal, there is still 160,000. This should all be enough to match the most basic one in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, the body-hardening scattering prescription. That's why Limu would ask for a fight to be arranged for himself as soon as possible. That is, he could make money and also exercise himself. Of course, everything was for one purpose, and that was to become stronger. Right now, he needed to go home and have a good rest, to properly digest the insights and understanding from today's battle. Although this battle was short, it brought Limu not a lot of insights. He also didn't rush to spend money on medicinal herbs. Money kept was money that could generate money. Today, Limu only had 30,000 and made 60,000. If he had $1 million, that would be 2 million earned. As for the prescription, there was no rush for this moment. Underground black boxing arena, manager's office. Hongya was leisurely enjoying the feeding service of the 2 beautiful secretaries. Knock knock knock. The door was suddenly knocked. A secretary straightened her clothes and went forward to open the door. A Hanyu walked in quickly and bowed his head to Hongya. Boss. Night Demon lost. Said I'd let you call me manager. Hong cozily lay on the sofa, unmoved. Losing is losing. Old. Manager, Night Demon is losing to a new guy, and that guy directly punched Night Demon in seconds. I think that guy called Grave is definitely a tough opponent. Killed Night Demon with a single punch? Hongya's eyes narrowed slightly, coming to some interest. Bring the battle video for me to take a look. Yes. Soon the battle between Limu and the Night Demon was presented on the light screen in front of Hongya. Hongya's expression immediately became grave. This guy isn't a wild card. This punch is fierce. The punch is fierce, fast as lightning, and the force is not leaking. There might be a high-ranking person behind this guy. He's a good prospect. Be careful, don't make any small moves. Maybe it's the senior disciple of some big brother who came to train. Don't make personal contact yet, you can take care of them a little. Chapter 28 Revisiting the Black Boxing Arena. Battle Black Wolf. After returning home. Eating, then it was practicing martial arts. The counting breaths gong and the 2E pile were the foundation of the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. It is also the most important cornerstone of the 8 extremes. So Li Mu started practicing these 2 first. Hu. Li Mu leisurely exhaled a breath, and his body sank down, his lower plate as stable as Mount Tai. The counting breaths gong was already running steadily. Phew. He swung out a fist out of thin air, and it was a harsh air-breaking sound that whistled. Hu. The fist wind was harsh, but it caused Li Mu to raise his eyebrows slightly. It wasn't right. There wasn't that feeling that he had in the black boxing ring. That feeling of a fist being handed out, the heart knowing what to do, and the blood boiling. Phew. Hu. Several more punches were thrown, the harsh sound of breaking air whistling. Occasionally, a punch had that feeling, but it was nowhere near as good as when one was actually fighting. It seems like a real fight is still needed. However, compared to before, Li Mu's propping hammer was becoming more and more skillful. After bracing hammer is dragon subduing tiger. Although it was also a basic move, the name was unusual. 5 mountains toward heaven cone. Not moving like a mountain, when moving like a swimming dragon, like a shock. 6 harmonies pouncing ground gene. Converging the power of the whole body at one point, spitting it all out in an instant. Li Mu got more and more into the state, his stance changed, and his footsteps were thick and powerful. Not a moment later, a rough male voice came from the windowsill downstairs. Brother! Is there a war going on in your house? Can you keep it down? Li Mu's movements stalled. He frowned slightly. It was indeed not very convenient to practice martial arts upstairs. In fact, he had already been very restrained. It was fine that the level was low right now, but if it was a little higher, at any time, it might be possible for the floor to collapse with a single careless move. Powerful martial artists had their own venues for practicing martial arts, so they didn't need to be too restrained and wouldn't affect others. It looks like we have to change the place to practice martial arts. The following day. Li Mu, who had been practicing at home for most of the day, went out at 5 o'clock and headed to the 18th district. Of course, still wearing the mask. The main reason is that at his age, he is too young to be recognized without a mask. When he came to the black boxing ring, there was immediately a person who brought Li Mu to the specialized waiting area. The same room at the edge of the venue. But today's room and yesterday's room can be said to be worlds apart. Yesterday's room was dim, with only a stool and a water dispenser. Today's room, however, was bright, furnished with leather sofas, alcoholic beverages in the refrigerator, and cut fruits and exquisite snacks on the coffee table. Mr. Grave, everything here is free for you to enjoy. The staff saluted and then respectfully retreated. Winning 1 game will increase the condition treatment by this much? Being able to win 1 game meant that at least it wasn't cannon fodder, so of course the treatment would be better. He didn't need anything, he was wearing a mask after all. The time came to 6:30. The information of this opponent was sent over by the staff. At the same time the handicap was opened. Black Wolf. A total of 28 battles entered. 19 wins, 9 losses. The highest record is 6 consecutive wins. Currently 3 consecutive wins. Looking at the information in front of him, Li Mu's eyes were as calm as a lake. In addition to this basic information, there were also videos of the opponent's previous battles that could be viewed. Li Mu watched the few of them that were highlighted. Soon, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. This Black Wolf was stronger than Night Demon. This made Li Mu even more excited. At the same time the odds for both sides came out. Grave 1:2. Black Wolf 1.8. Compared to yesterday, today's odds were more even. It looks like that punch yesterday really left a good impression on them. Li Mu didn't hesitate to put all his money on himself. He didn't need to back out. The path of a martial artist was one of bravery. The only way to push oneself to the limit and explode beyond the limit was to fight with one's back against the wall. On the light screen, the progress bar of the 2 bets, Black Wolf had some advantage, but Li Mu's side also had people betting. The ratio was probably around 1/5. In that battle yesterday, Li Mu had already received a lot of recognition. The time came to 6:55. Click. Amidst the friction of chains, the iron gates on both sides of the venue rose. Li Mu calmly stepped out. On the opposite side stepping out was a middle-aged man who didn't cover his face. He was of medium stature and appeared to be plain, except for a pair of eyes that occasionally flashed with a bloodthirsty look. Black Wolf! Black Wolf! Black Wolf! Black Wolf! Tear him apart! There were even more spectators in this one. Many of the spectators chanted excitedly. It looked like Black Wolf's fame was much higher than Night Demon's. Facing each other across the sky, two pairs of eyes stared at each other. Where the lines of sight crossed, the air seemed to be filled with smoke. Black Wolf! Grave! Go for it! Among the noisy voices, there were not only those who supported Black Wolf. There were likewise those who supported Li Mu. At the head of the group were the same gambling dogs who had pressed Li Mu to win yesterday. Although a few of them shouted as if they were playing for their lives. But there were more people supporting Black Wolf. Soon the voices were silenced. People who came to this place were supposed to vent. Naturally, they didn't need to pay attention to any manners and poise anymore. In that pair of bloodthirsty eyes, Li Mu vaguely felt a few strands of pressure. However, it was a little weaker than the pressure from yesterday's Night Demon. It wasn't because the opponent had gotten weaker. Rather, Li Mu was stronger. He had progressed by leaps and bounds. Although it was just one battle, just one move. But before that battle, he was just a white boy who hadn't been exposed to combat yet. And now, he already had experience. Li Mu's aura had also begun to brew and grow. It wasn't hard to tell from Black Wolf's slightly trembling eyes that he similarly felt the same pressure on Li Mu. The confrontation did not last long. Go to war. The voice hadn't even completely fallen. Black Wolf's entire body quickly rushed out like an arrow out of a string, heading straight for Li Mu. In terms of speed alone, he was faster than the Night Demon. In a few leaps, he was already approaching Li Mu. The Black Wolf's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed straight towards Li Mu. And all of this. All of Black Wolf's movements were clearly seen by Li Mu. He quickly retreated a few steps, and with a tilt of his head, he avoided this claw. The two-eye pile was not only static, but also dynamic. It was also a footwork technique. Movements are like a swimming dragon. It was swift, and it was unpredictable. Roar! A blow fell short, the Black Wolf let out a roar and approached again, the wind whistling between its claws. Li Mu avoided again. He wasn't in a hurry to strike. He was observing. In just one look, Li Mu was already clear about the caliber of this Black Wolf. He was not a threat to himself at all. But such a fight was not meaningless. As long as it was a real battle, Li Mu would be able to learn from it. It could also slightly make his blood begin to boil. After observing for several minutes, he figured out the Black Wolf's moves and attacking habits. During this process, Black Wolf hadn't even touched Li Mu's clothesline. There was a huge gap between the physical qualities of the two. It's time! A sharp aura flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Blood rushed through his veins. He sidestepped to avoid a claw from the Black Wolf. The ground trembled slightly as he took a heavy step. Twisting his waist and side arm, he swung out a side punch. Chapter 29 5 Mountains Toward Heaven. A fist descends the dragon. The 5 mountains toward heaven cone. The name was Descending Dragon. Again, it's a basic 8 extremes fist style. Boom! Compared to the hammer support, the short-range explosive power of the Descending Dragon was 3 times weaker, but it was faster and more versatile. In Black Wolf's line of sight, he only saw Li Mu throw a punch, and then he was already hit. His body stiffened uncontrollably, and then he retreated violently, spat out a large mouthful of blood, and lay on the ground, no longer able to fight. The ring was silent. Black Wolf is seriously injured and incapacitated, Grave wins. After a moment of silence, the ring boiled up. Grave. Grave is invincible. Another punch. Although this fight was slower, again it was only ended with a single punch. Plus yesterday's battle. 2 fights, both against opponents who were little known in the black boxing ring. And this Black Wolf was stronger than Night Demon. But again, it ended with a single punch. How could those spectators not boil over? At first it was just the spectators who had placed bets on Li Mu who let out excited cheers, followed by more and more people. In the end, the entire audience was a whole lot of cheering. Li Mu gently exhaled a breath. This time, the throbbing it brought him was no longer as good as the first game. But his blood was still boiling and churning. Actual battles were indeed the best whetstone for martial artists. Only those who continuously sharpened themselves and made themselves sharper and sharper like a sharp blade. Only then can you reach the peak of the martial arts path. Li Mu calmly scanned over the black wolf on the ground, then walked towards the iron door that had already risen. Although he had already withdrawn his power from this punch, the black wolf would still have to lie down for a few months at least. Well, there's nothing to be pitted when you're fighting black fighters. Li Mu's hand was already considered light. For the second victory, the prize money was $200,000. As well as the $1,900,000 that Li Mu had bet doubled to $380,000. Now Li Mu already had a total of 580,000 Longwa coins. Fighting black boxing, money comes really fast. Inquired when the next match would take place. Learning that it might take a few days, Li Mu directly left the black boxing ring. Returning to the 13th district, he arrived in front of a pharmacy that was decorated in a rather stylish manner. Greenwood Pharmacy. This was one of the more famous drugstores in the 13th district. Without knowing the ropes, going to a better place at least wouldn't get screwed over too much. On the contrary, those small places that don't know what they're doing really don't treat you like a human being. Already have 580,000, Li Mu think, he should also start to try the body quenching loose. That line of distance, do not break through, always a little difficult. Li Mu stepped in. Behind the counter, there was a young girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old playing a game console, and as soon as she saw the person coming, she immediately put down the game, and asked somewhat sheepishly. "Hello, what do you need?" "I'll take a look first." Li Mu scanned through one of the glass display cases in the hall. Almost all of them were finished medicines. And not many of them were tonics used by martial artists. How many first and second grade pills, even third grade, were relatively rare. Grade 1 blood nourishing pill, 1,201. Grade 2 blood replenishing elixir, 8,000 apiece. Grade 3 blood strengthening pill, out of stock. Li Mu's eyelids couldn't help but jump, it wasn't really cheap. The young girl behind the counter revealed a polite smile. "Guest, are you looking at martial arts pills?" "Actually, besides the display cabinets and these, we also have some pills that are not displayed to the public, but the price might be a bit higher." "No, I want raw materials. We have the same herbs here, I don't know what you need, guest." Dragon blood grass, tiger spotted flower, seven-finger silkworm, chi, and blood ginseng. Li Mu directly reported the names of 13 medicinal herbs as if he were naming a dish, and added, "What I want is more demanding, it has to be more than 10 years old, and it can't have too much breakage or energy leakage." These were the main medicines, and some of the dispensing medicines were very common, and were available in unusual Chinese medicine stores. And these 13 herbs were not just the herbs of the body hardening scatter. Li Mu had left a hand in case the prescription was leaked. The young girl behind the counter was confused for a while before saying, "Are you serious? You can call your family's adults to come out." Li Mu frowned slightly. "No need, isn't it just a few old medicines? But when you say these, the price might not even be too cheap." "There's no problem with the quality, just be reasonable." "Alright, 10 years of dragon blood grass, 52,000 dragon kingdom coins per plant. 10-year tiger flower, 38,000 for one. 7-fingered silkworm, 28,000. Chi and blood ginseng, 42,000. A total of 13 medicinal herbs, 460,000 and 7,000, wipe a zero for you, a total of 460,000. The young girl opened her mouth and gave the total price directly after reporting the prices of all the herbs. Li Mu slightly raised his eyebrows. From the view of the prices of the herbs he had inquired about, this price was considered more reasonable. This girl didn't look very old, but she was actually so familiar with this area? "I need to take a look at the herbs." "No problem. I'll go get it for you, but let me tell you, we have surveillance and automatic alarms here, don't get any bad ideas." The young girl greeted and ran to the back of the pharmacy. Li Mu looked around a few times in a strange way. Such a big pharmacy, and only a small child to watch over it? Soon, the young girl walked out holding several wooden boxes. "You take a look first, I can't hold them all at once." Leaving behind a sentence, the young girl went back to take other medicinal herbs. Li Mu opened one of the wooden boxes. Inside was a somewhat dried-up crimson plant. The hole was no more than 20 or 30 centimeters. Its leaves were like jagged teeth and very sharp. The root, on the other hand, was like an old tree with complex veins, but it was extremely well preserved. Dragon blood grass, it was said that one of the main medicines of the strong blood pill was also it. Li Mu focused on checking some of the leaves and roots. The medicinal formula chapter also had a basic identification method. The leaf blades were sharp, and the roots went towards a quality-shaped bloom. Judging from the degree of development of the roots, it was also true that it was a 10-year-old medicine. There was no problem. Li Mu began to check the other herbs. One by one, they were inspected with particular care. In total, it took more than half an hour, and the young girl behind the counter was impatiently waiting. Only then did Li Mu put down the last herb in his hand and nodded. All of them have no problems. The young girl smiled helplessly. I've said it all, this pharmacy of mine is a decades-old signboard. It's impossible to sell you fake medicines. A total of 460,000, this price is also very affordable. Li Mu nodded. Can it be cheaper? Erase another zero, how about 400,000? The young girl was stunned, then her eyes widened and she excitedly said, Are you kidding? What is this called erasing zero? This capital is not even enough. That's fine, 460,000. Li Mu directly transferred money. As soon as she heard the beep of the transfer, the young girl immediately brightened up and hurriedly took out a large bag to help Li Mu put one wooden box after another. 13 wooden boxes, some big and some small, added up to not too heavy, it's just that there's a big pile of them. Just as Li Mu was about to leave, the young girl added, Hey, do you want to make your own medicine? Then you still need to dispense it, right? Just buy it from me, the price is fair. Li Mu was slightly stunned. What's your name? Qing Dai, and you? My name is Li Mu, also, you should give me a business card. Chapter 30 Seeing the Gate of Limit. Becoming a limit martial artist. Li Mu ended up buying all the dispensing medicines directly from the Greenwood Pharmacy. The dispensing medicines were mostly unusual Chinese medicines, and they weren't expensive. Li Mu bought all the 2 dispensations for the body hardening scatter, as well as some of the other medicines in the prescription. Add up to 10 pounds, a total of 214,000. Qing Dai was extremely generous and wiped out the change of 4,000. Plus a set of tools for dispensing medicine. Although there is no 2 advanced things, the market price is also in 3 or 4,000. Qing Dai directly free gift. Obviously this was thanks to Li Mu's large spending. She was trying to pull in Li Mu as a repeat customer. In the end, Li Mu spent a total of $470,000. The herbs needed for the body tempering scatter, as well as the dispensing tools, were then complete. This is only the most basic prescription. Just over $400,000. After returning home, looking at the pile of herbs in front of him, Li Mu couldn't help but smile helplessly. Immediately began to categorize and organize the processing up. The medicinal formula chapter, the processing of everything was documented in detail. Dragon blood grass, tiger spotted flower, crushed into powder. 7-fingered silkworm, chopped and added to 100 grams of distilled water boiled in an earthenware vessel until the water dried and turned into a sticky state. Ginseng, silver needle to take its juice, ginseng must be crushed. Fury poison fruit, silver needle to take the juice, fire baked fruit body, and then crush the dried fruit. Nearly an hour. Li Mu finally finished processing the 9 main medicines that were needed for the body hardening powder. Then came the various auxiliary medicines, which were much easier. At least there was no need to be so careful. The basic body tempering powder didn't have an overly complicated process. There was also no need to use some legendary alchemy furnace to refine the medicine. All that was needed was to take the fixed medicinal materials, handle them with the appropriate techniques, and then blend them together in a fixed ratio. It wasn't too difficult. It just required some time. Another hour. Li Mu took out a large clean glass basin. He poured those finished products like the processed herb powders into it in order, in proportion to their weight. In the end, a dough-like mass appeared in the basin. If I'm not mistaken, this thing is body hardening scatter. First, all those herbs that had a surplus were categorized and preserved and put away. Then he put on sterile gloves and began to knead the dough. The body hardening powder could be used externally as well as internally. If used externally, one would need to wait for it to dry out naturally and completely transform into a loose form. For internal use, it only needed to be stirred evenly, and then it could be eaten directly. After half an hour of stirring, Li Mu then pulled out the dough to the size of a dragon's eye. It was similar to a Dan pill. But in reality, it couldn't be considered a real elixir. It was just a mixture of different herbs. In the end, Li Mu got out a total of 32 pills that were almost uniform in size. Taking these pills, he entered the exercise room. One was sent into his mouth. The 8 vast sect immediately functioned. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the founder's earth, and is said to be the Tsong gate. A tearing sensation in the flesh instantly spread throughout the body. The pill in his mouth instantly melted and went down his throat. This time, perhaps it was because of the supporting auxiliary medicines. Li Mu quickly entered the state. Pain. Easing. Between. Kangman. Vaguely, Li Mu saw his body. The prototype of the entire body, the meridians and bones in it, and the blood flowing. It was especially clear. Kangman. A portal hidden within one's own body. The 8 extreme gate operated rapidly, and the severe pain instantly intensified. The essence of a body-tempering pill was quickly and completely digested. Li Mu reacted instinctively as if he immediately grabbed a few pills from the side and sent them into his mouth together. The tearing sensation in his body became more and more intense. In the midst of this sharp pain that seemed like it was going to be shattered, Li Mu vaguely saw a portal in the fledgling form of his body. A portal that was formless and intangible, yet tightly closed. Open it. No. In this instant, Li Mu but had more than a few hesitant feelings. He was now a level 3 martial artist. Would it be too early to open it now? Perhaps it would be better to open it after one's level is higher? There are only 8 gates in total. Every time one was opened it would gain power beyond its limits, gaining a huge increase. But the path of martial arts. How can you hesitate? It is only to be courageous and refined. The sharp pain lingered. Li Mu ruthlessly slammed into that portal. That was Li Mu's essence. Knocking on the door with his essence. Boom! The portal didn't budge, but the intense pain on Li Mu's torso intensified. The essence of those pills was quickly and completely digested. Li Mu hadn't used swallowing heaven and devouring earth at all, yet it was still digested so quickly. It's actually so hard to open. Li Mu exhaled a long breath and forcefully operated the counting breath technique to calm his heart. The pain that was too intense and constant. It was something that would drive a person crazy. The operation of the 8 extremities sect slowed down, and the counting breaths gone gradually took over the dominant position. The energy of the body-tempering pill began to integrate into Li Mu's body and the surrounding 100 bones. Bang! Suddenly, Li Mu felt something shatter. Instantly, a fiery and incomparable light erupted in Li Mu's eyes. It was the layer of membrane that shattered. The layer of membrane that blocked himself from the limit, shattered. This feeling that originated from the deepest part of one's body could not possibly be wrong. From this moment onwards, Li Mu had become a true limit martial artist. Level 3 limit. There was no limit martial artist in 10,000 miles. It's already the limit before even pushing through that door. After the great elation, Li Mu had an additional realization in his heart. A martial artist who sees the door is like a monk who sees the Buddha. Those who see the Buddha gain the Buddha's favor. Those who see the gate become the limit. That was not only one of the 8 gates. It was even the door to the limit of the path of martial arts. I have reached the limit. But since there is a door, there must be a way. Open the door and break the limit. Li Mu exhaled a long breath. His breathing became steady. At this moment, the moment he saw the door, he was no longer satisfied with the limit. Swallowing the pill. The 8 extreme door was once again in operation. Sharp pain came over his body, and this time, Li Mu's body directly began to tremble violently. It was as if the muscles in his body were already on the verge of collapsing. Even the energy from the body-tempering pill was not enough to repair it. In less than a minute, the 8 extreme door had forcibly stopped. Li Mu directly fell onto the fitness mat in one fell swoop. Is the body already somewhat at its limit? Li Mu clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he released another smile. It wasn't that he had reached his limit, it was just his body. The 8 extreme gate was originally a special cultivation method that forcefully tapped the potential of the body. It placed a tremendous load on the body. Running it for a long period of time could really cause the body to completely collapse. Right now, Li Mu wasn't really at his limit. It was just that he needed to rest now. Everything is too much. On the path of a martial artist, although one seeks to be courageous and refined, one cannot be too taut. Just like a bowstring, even the best bowstring that is taut all the time will be wasted. There must be a degree of relaxation. The road of limits, I am bound to walk on it. Rest for some time. Adjusting his state with the breath counting technique, he slowed down for a while. Li Mu then casually made some food, ate it and went to lie down on the bed. This time, the body was indeed a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 31, I'm on a path destined to be difficult. The following day. Honyang Martial Arts Center. Training room number 7. In front of the strength tester. Li Mu slowly pushed the horizontal bar. The number was fixed. 10,000. The strength of 10,000 pounds. The limit of the third level. There wasn't the slightest deviation. Li Mu had expected this result. How could the body's sensations be wrong? Coming to the Honyang Martial Arts Center wasn't just to test strength. Li Mu needed a place to practice martial arts. If he practiced at home, even if his neighbors could tolerate it, Li Mu was really afraid of accidentally tearing down his home. A single training room like the martial arts school was paid by the hour. If you don't need a coach to guide you, it's not really expensive. 180 an hour. A training room is about 50 or 60 square feet, with strength testers, attack testers. And sound insulation is good, the floor is solid, fully enclosed, built-in air circulation. This configuration, this price is already very conscientious. After testing the strength, Li Mu came to the front of the attack force tester. Chi sinks into the dantian. The footsteps sank like roots. Both arms slowly moved back, as natural as a dragon swimming in the wilderness. Steeply, the momentum of the right arm was instantly overpowering. Waist, leg and stock, the force of the whole body instantly converged into one point. Between one fist, it was as fast as a lightning bolt. The collapsing bow scuttles the arrow in a hurry. One of the 8 basic styles of 8 extremes, bracing hammer. Boom! There was a loud muffled sound. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Li Mu seemed to see the huge machine shake twice. The numbers on the screen jumped rapidly. It was finally fixed. 13,287. 13,000? Li Mu's pupils shrunk. The power of one punch directly exceeded 3/10 of the power of the body. And before obtaining the 8 extremes, Li Mu's attack power didn't even reach his own power value. Exceeding 3/10 of one's own strength. This ratio was truly a bit exaggerated. It wasn't that simple for an ordinary martial artist to even reach 8/10 of their own power value. Being able to reach 9/10 of one's own strength value would be excellent. It was also Li Mu's level before he obtained the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. And to be able to reach almost the same level as one's own strength value, that would already be in the category of genius. A genius in actual combat. And when the battle power exceeds one's own strength, it was already enough to be called a martial arts master. Without enough experience and excellent power generation skills, it is impossible for one's own attack power to exceed one's own strength. And directly over 3/10. There was simply no such existence in S-City. Those top-level 6 martial arts generals. At least not at all as far as Li Mu knew. Even the Martial Arts Association's Gao Changhui, President Gao, and Master Gao could only barely exceed 2/10 of their own strength. This is all because of the 8 extreme fist. This fist is too strong. Although the hammer is only the first of the 8 basic styles. Yet it was the strongest style for short-range explosions. But the real terror of the 8 extreme fist was not the punching technique, but the 6 major openings. Top, hold, single, lift, satchel, and wrap. Even just the basic 8 styles Li Mu had yet to be skilled. Where is this? Coming to the open space, Li Mu started practicing the daily essential 2E piles and counting breaths going. More than half an hour of basic training followed. Another close to an hour of boxing frame training. Basic 8 stances. Afterwards, Li Mu took out the body tempering pill. Swallowing it. The 8 extremities sect ran. This was currently the most important point for Li Mu. Pain, severe pain. Li Mu had long since gotten used to it. With the cooperation of the pill, Li Mu quickly entered the state and saw the door once again. In a trance, it was as if he was standing in front of a door. A magnificent, huge, brilliant, as if it was a miraculous door. This time, Li Mu was very close to the door. Reaching the limit. It was to actually walk in front of the door. Facing this presentable gate. It was like a miraculous gate. Li Mu did not have the slightest fear. There was only determination in his eyes. "I will push you away," he murmured softly. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. It was as if he was saying something that was taken for granted. Not much of an impassioned tone, very plain. Yet there was endless determination. Boom! Li Mu launched a charge against it. With his essence, he launched a violent crash against that portal. As for Li Mu's body, at this moment, it was enduring a violent and incomparable tearing pain. Slamming the door again and again, that door that was like a miracle. It didn't move at all. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could shake it. Time and time again, the full force of the impact. Even if it doesn't move. Even though his body was in excruciating pain. Li Mu still didn't hesitate for a second with each impact. There wasn't the slightest bit of strength left. Half an hour later. Li Mu stopped. There was still a boxing match today, so he couldn't screw himself too hard. The door, it didn't move, not even a crack appeared. It looked as if it was doing nothing. But Li Mu was not the least bit discouraged. When he chose this path. He already knew that this path was not good. The gate of limits, the road of limits. It was difficult for an ordinary person to even see the gateway to the limit in their entire life. Let alone push the door open. Stepping out of the path. If an onlooker knew Li Mu's thoughts, his decision, they would inevitably laugh at him for being whimsical and foolhardy. Only Li Mu himself understood. The path he took was originally to turn the impossible into the possible. Ending the cultivation of 8 extremities sect, he adjusted his state with counting breaths going as usual. Until the time was also past 5 o'clock, Li Mu packed up his things and opened the door to the training room. "Hello, you have used a total of 5.4 hours on your side." After paying the fee for the training room at the front desk, Li Mu was just about to leave. A voice, however, suddenly came. "You are Li Mu?" Only to see a tall young girl walk out from the interior of the martial arts center, sizing up Li Mu with interest. She had a pretty face, a pair of beautiful eyebrows that looked valiant, a slender long-sleeved shirt on her upper body, and extremely figure-accentuating jeans on her lower body, with long, slender legs that were especially striking. "Yes." Li Mu calmly nodded his head. "Meeting this schoolmate again." Yang Xianxian asked curiously, "They said that you were personally invited by Director Zhang to join Chu University, is this true or not?" "Xianxian, don't be rude." Yang Feihong also strides out from behind Yang Xianxian. The stride was broad and calm, not angry, an aura like a tiger whistling in the mountains and forests gradually spread. Yet again, in an instant, the aura instantly converged. Li Mu's eyelids suddenly jumped slightly. Obviously, Yang Feihong's aura had already converged. But Li Mu still felt a threat. It was as if Yang Feihong always had a hidden pressure around him. This is the sixth sense? No, it's just the fledgling form. Li Mu was slightly frightened in his heart. Logically speaking, the retraction and release of a martial artist's aura should be completely controlled by himself. And now Yang Feihong had clearly collected his aura. But one could still feel his pressure. This feeling does not really affect oneself. Just in the heart, more warning. Just for a moment, Li Mu suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Yang Feihong laughed boldly, "Young man, I just happened to be going out for dinner with Qianxian, do you want to join me?" "Dinner?" Li Mu was slightly stunned and then reacted. It seemed that Director Zhang of Chu University had come to invite himself to enroll in school, and I'm afraid that Yang Feihong already knew about it. Chapter 32 One Fist to Volt the Tiger. This is truly invincible. Sorry, I have some things to do later, I'm afraid I don't have much time. This wasn't an excuse either. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu was going to start the third boxing match. For this pavilion owner who had once boldly stated that he would casually absorb the nutrient solution, Li Mu was still quite favorable. Yang Feihong didn't care either, and smiled bashfully like this? Then let's do it next time. After all, in the future, you and Xianxian will be classmates, and I'd like to ask you to take care of this girl more in the future. Well, then I'll take my leave first. Good, come to the martial arts center more often to practice when you have time, you can't just bury your head in cultivation, you also need to exercise in actual combat. Next time I come, I will give you a couple of pointers. I'm afraid I can't afford to pay the master's instruction fee. Ha, talking about this, can I ask for that few dollars? Don't you still have something to do? Go now. Aha! After Li Mu left, Yang Qianxian couldn't help but ask somewhat strangely. Dad, the attitude towards that kid is a bit too good, right? Today's Yang Feihong could be said to be really a little too kind. You have to know that he was hailed by even President Gao, a man like a fierce tiger. 18 years old, third level, Director Sang's personal invitation. Yang Feihong gently sighed, his future, unlimited. At first I was still conservative in my evaluation of him. Director Shang's invitation is actually real? Yang Qianxian couldn't help but be a bit stunned and incredulous. When I had dinner with Lao Su yesterday, he told me himself, he was there at that time. On the inter-area levitation train, Li Mu suddenly received a message. $1 million arrived. It was obviously a scholarship from Chu University. This caused Li Mu to raise his eyebrows slightly. He thought that this scholarship still had to be given only after he went to Chu University. It looked like Chu University wasn't so bad that it didn't have this much temperament. Student Li, your school registration has been processed too. Shortly after the money arrived, a message from Zhang Qianxuan was also sent over. Okay. Li Mu responded briefly. I still need to visit WUNS City and a few surrounding cities, it will take some time. You remember to report to Chu University on the 20th, just go directly to Chunan City, someone will pick up the car then. Another message was sent. Okay. What have you been doing lately? The path of martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current, if you don't advance, you'll fall back. Never slack off. Li Mu sighed helplessly and replied back with another okay. But today, I don't know if Zhang Qianxuan was idle or what, but he sent several messages one after another. The contents were all telling Li Mu not to be complacent and not to waste too much time. What could Li Mu do? After all, he had just received money from others, so he could only promise to be good. Li Mu could understand Zhang Qianxuan's feelings, afraid that a genius would just fall. But Li Mu feels that he should be considered more diligent, right? At least he didn't slack off. After getting off the train, Li Mu hurriedly sent a message saying that there is something, and then directly closed the light brain. Looking for a place where no one is wearing the mask that he brought with him. Came to the black boxing ring. Entered the Ho battle area. The conditions this time were not much different from last time. Having had two experiences, Li Mu had some familiarity. Soon, the battle information was released. Li Mu's opponent this time was a guy with the codename Man-Eating Tiger. Man-Eating Tiger. 12 battles in total. 10 wins and 2 losses. Highest win streak, 5. Currently on a 3-match winning streak. Li Mu casually clicked on a few of this Man-Eater Tiger's battle videos. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This guy's total number of fights was not much, but it wasn't weak at all. It could be seen from the total win-loss ratio. And in the videos, it seemed that this guy was even stronger than Black Wolf. Man-Eating Tiger? It's just the right time to try out the Vermilion Tiger. The corner of Li Mu's mouth arched out. Man-Eating Tiger 1:2. Grave 1:2. Again, without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu directly bet all the money on himself. A total of 1,105,000. This time, the odds between the two sides were rare and completely identical. This represented that, in the opinion of the boxing ring's official specialists, this one might be an evenly matched fight. And the progress bars of the betting ratios of both sides also spoke for themselves. Cannibal Tiger's progress bar was slightly more, but the difference wasn't that big. 2 consecutive one-punch victories. This caused Li Mu to have some loyal fans as well. As time gradually passed. Please welcome both sides to the stage. As the beautiful host's excited voice rang out. The iron doors on both sides were slowly pulled open. Man-Eating Tiger. Go Tiger. Tiger. Eat that guy. Grave. Grave. Kill that dead tiger. Give him a punch and teach him to be a man. As Li Mu and the Man-Eating Tiger took the stage, the scene instantly became boisterous. In the eyes of many, this was going to be a battle between dragons and tigers. If Grave can still win with a single punch this time, that would be something. Tiger is not those two weaklings. Night Demon and Black Wolf aren't weak. They're weaklings compared to the man-eating tiger. All the noise had nothing to do with Li Mu. His eyes under that mask had already locked onto his opponent. Man-eating tiger. This was a burly middle-aged man with a face full of flesh and a mouth full of sharp, shark-like teeth. A fierce, brutal aura lingered around him. Obviously stronger than the Black Wolf and the Night Devil on a few percent. Moreover, this guy had a particularly obvious killing aura. This guy definitely had a lot of human lives in his hands. Li Mu licked the corners of his mouth as his blood began to gradually heat up. A sense of wariness rose up. Let's go to war. As the radio sounded. Roar. The man-eating tiger let out a roar that didn't sound like a human voice, and violently then ran wildly towards Li Mu. The large mouth split open, and its sharp teeth were exposed. Who? Li Mu slowly inhaled a breath. The counting breath technique was already in operation. This breathing technique sought to live long and leisurely. Go to hell. How fast was the speed of a third-level martial artist? Dozens of meters was just a breath or two before the man-eating tiger had rushed over. His thick and heavy arms directly a double wind slamming hurled towards Li Mu. Phew! A breath was violently exhaled. All the muscles of his body instantly tensed up, and the block of muscles simultaneously exerted force, and then orderly converged back and forth into Li Mu's right fist. In conjunction with a few thick yet flexible steps, Li Mu delivered a punch. Luha pouncing ground Jean. Ambush tiger. The wind in his fist whistled like a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests. It was like the final wail of the Beast King. Boom! A few teeth-crushing bone-cracking sounds clearly rang out. Crimson blood splashed in the air. One of the drops landed on Li Mu's white mask. The blood splashed away. On top of that clean white, it was like a small yet demonic flower. The man-eater tiger's body flew out backwards and landed heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away, and apart from his rapidly heaving chest and the blood that he kept spitting out, there was no more movement. Grave wins. The radio's voice rang out. Grave is invincible. 3 wins in a row. 3 wins in 3 punches. This is truly unbeatable. Those spectators who had placed bets on Li Mu instantly became excited. The scene boiled over. Chapter 33 Heart Realm Awakening. 9-leaf swordgrass. Volatile tiger. Li Mu swept a glance at the man-eating tiger and slowly exhaled a breath. The counting breath technique was still running leisurely. The aura lingering around him, Li Mu, had changed a bit. Gradually, there was more sharpness. There was more of an unstoppable sharpness. The blood was still flowing like a rush. This is... Li Mu sensed a change in himself. This was a change that was uncontrollable, yet originated from his own state of mind and martial arts path. On the path of a martial artist, one should be courageous and refined, no matter who is blocking one's way and how strong they are. I break my own. It is the heart of a martial artist, the heart of invincibility. Only 3 levels, now say invincible, perhaps some too whimsical or too much to take for granted. But this invincibility, not the strength, but the state of mind. The awakening of this state of mind was especially rare. Right now, what Li Mu had gotten was just a prototype, a seed. He needed to nourish this invincible heart with constant victories. Li Mu had a realization. He couldn't help but grin slightly at the corners of his mouth. This, an unexpected and reasonable gain. Who? Amidst the cheers of the spectators, calmly got off the stage. The counting breath technique was still running leisurely. Li Mu had gradually grasped the insights of the counting breath technique. Gradually and thoroughly integrating this breathing method into his habits. This victory. Not only did Li Mu obtain the seed of the heart of invincibility. There was also money. For the third victory, he gained $300,000. The $1,105,000 that he bet on himself to win. It was doubled. $2,211,000. This is a huge sum of money without compromise. Over $2 million, that's enough for an ordinary person to live a lifetime. And this would be turned into Li Mu's capital to warm up his martial arts. Underground black boxing ring, manager's office. Knock knock. Boss. Hongya personally opened the door and gritted his teeth. I said, call me manager. Wearing a black suit, with a body shape like a thin monkey, Su Feng hurriedly said. Old. Manager. Cannibal Tiger also lost. And it was the same by that grave who punched him half to death. Man-eating tiger was also defeated by a punch? Hongya's pupils instantly shrunk. The projection of Su Feng's brain played. That's right. Boss, take a look at this guy's battle video screen. Those evaluators said that this guy might have a strength of 8,000 pounds upwards. 8,000 pounds upwards. Hongya's eyelids slightly jumped. A level 3 martial artist has 8,000 pounds of strength. When did we have such a ruthless character in S-City? Or a fierce dragon from somewhere? When she saw the image of Li Mu's punch in the video that defeated the enemy, Red Face's eyes narrowed slightly, and the color of gravity in her eyes became more and more intense. 3 punches, 3 completely different punches. Yet they are equally profound and unpredictable in power. I'm going to see it for myself in the next match. Su Feng said, then old manager, do you need to make arrangements? It's only 3 straight wins, what's there to arrange? Take a look again. After leaving the black boxing ring and getting on the train, Li Mu then directly used to send a message to Qing Dai. Prepare me a copy of those herbs from last time, send it directly to my house is at. Pushing open that limit gate wasn't that simple. The body tempering powder that was configured last time was bound to be insufficient. There was even a need to consider a prescription with better effects too. That's sorry, I don't have a delivery service here for the time being. Why don't you come and get it yourself? Qing Dai's reply arrived soon after, with a wave of pitiful emoticons at the end. Get it ready for me. After getting off the train, Li Mu went straight to the Greenwood Pharmacy. As soon as he entered the store, Li Mu saw a wooden box on the counter, as well as the Qing Dai behind the wooden boxes. Li Mu took a few steps forward and opened each wooden box one by one to check. Even though there was no problem last time, it didn't mean there was definitely no problem. The size of this pharmacy isn't small, how come business doesn't seem to be good? During the inspection, Li Mu casually asked. There was no one else in the pharmacy, and it was the same last time. Yeah, not too good. Because. Oh. Qing Dai just wanted to recount her bitterness, only to realize that Li Mu's attention was completely on the herbs and wasn't paying attention to herself at all. It seemed like she just really casually asked. This guy, Qing Di, was somewhat speechless. This time, Li Mu's speed of inspection became a bit faster. After all, he had experience. It's all fine, and those dispensing drugs from last time, a total of 480,000? Qing Di nodded. Well, when this stock runs out the price might not be so cheap. Then I'll change pharmacies at that time. Li Mu calmly said. Can you not be so realistic? Qing Dai looked like she was clenching her teeth and didn't dare to snap. This world is inherently realistic. Li Mu took out those medicinal herbs and was just about to leave when he suddenly asked again. Do you have high-quality foreign beast blood here? There's also the 9-leaf swordgrass. Qing Dai was slightly stunned, so she asked somewhat cautiously. The blood of foreign beasts seems to be somewhat dry, but it's not even of high quality, right? And as for the 9-leaf swordgrass, I remember that it's not cheap. Do you have it here? How much? Qing Dai said with some hesitation, at least it has to be about $5 million. So expensive. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. The 9-leaf swordgrass was extremely rare by nature. The genus swordgrass originally had the effect of tempering the body and honing the martial way. The market price of ordinary swordgrass ranged from tens of thousands to over 100,000. And 9 leaves of swordgrass is the most rare and special kind of unusual swordgrass. 9 is the extreme of the number. It is also a small, perfect, full, and flawless. The effect will be much better. But growing to 9 leaves is a long process. There are too many uncertainties in the process, resulting in the rarity of 9-leaf swordgrass on the market. At this price, it wasn't too inflated. I'll come pick it up in a few days. Leaving behind a sentence, Li Mu turned around and left with his herbs. Qing Dai was a bit confused, and it took a while for her to react, and she hurriedly shouted, I didn't say I have it here. And Li Mu had long since walked away, going home and mixing the body tempering scatter. Everything was much easier with experience. This time, it only took more than an hour to get out 32 body tempering pills. The 13 pills left over from last time were already a bit dry. This molded body quenching powder was no longer suitable for oral consumption and was more suitable for external use. Filling the bathtub with water, Li Mu directly threw the 13 somewhat air-dried pills into the bathtub. The pills quickly began to melt when they met the water. The pure liquid soon turned black. Medicinal bath. This was one of the external uses. Li Mu was also trying it for the first time. But he wasn't satisfied with just taking it externally. He wanted to use it both internally and externally. A few of the body tempering scatter that he had just made were directly swallowed by him. Then he directly undressed and entered the bathtub. The 8 extremities sect. Operation. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the founder's earth, and is said to be the Tsong Gate. Instantly, unspeakably horrifying and intense pain spread throughout Li Mu's entire body. At the same time, both internal and external energies quickly passed into his body, relieving the severe pain and repairing his body. The door, once again, appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes. Chapter 34 Arrow God seriously injured. 9-leaf sword grass. The first gate of limits. It was called the Tsong Gate. It stood motionless. It was as if it was a miracle. And what Li Mu needed to do is to challenge the miracle. Time and time again. Again and again, it didn't move. The lack of progress did not discourage Li Mu in the slightest. The fact that it wasn't easy to walk was proof of the extraordinary and special nature of this path. If you don't even have a spirit to rise to the challenge, what kind of martial artist would he be? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Time also came to the first half of August. Because there was only one fight in the black boxing ring every few days. These days, Li Mu had only fought a total of 4 more fights. Adding the previous 3, his current record was 7 consecutive victories. He had already gotten the $1 million bonus for the 7th fight. Only now, over at the Black Fist Arena, the interval between one fight was longer than the other. It was said that it took time to find the right opponent. And for the first 7 matches, Li Mu was a one-trick pony. It just so happened that he had practiced the first 7 of the 8 basic 8 stances of the 8 extremes. He had become more and more skillful with the basic 8 stances. After the 7th match, the prize money for the 8th match will be $2 million. It was said that the underground black boxing ring in S-City had not gotten an 8th match bonus for hundreds of years. Even for the 7th consecutive victory, only a handful of people have gotten it. According to the strength classification, the opponent of the 7th match should be close to the level of a half-limit martial artist. And the 8th match was going to be close to a limit martial artist, or even originally a limit martial artist. It was only because of the rarity of extreme martial artists that they could not be found in the ring. Sometimes there would be a higher-level martial artist who had just broken through instead. Battling at a higher level is, as you can imagine, difficult. Of course, the prize money was ridiculously high if it was overstepping the level. It had been several days since Li Mu's 7th match ended, and the Black Fist Arena side hadn't been able to find a suitable opponent for Li Mu to fight in the 8th match. And after the 7th match ended, Li Mu also used those bonuses as well as the money he won from gambling to finally buy the 9-leaf swordgrass, as well as a series of dispensing medicines. Well, it was bought at the Greenwood Pharmacy. When Li Mu first went there, that little girl still denied that she didn't have it. As a result, it was still taken out. The main reason is that when it comes to a few million of this level of medicinal herbs, it's usually the treasure of the pharmacy. Even if they have the money, they won't necessarily sell it. Li Mu, this is still considered a favor. He also silently remembered it in his heart. Li Mu was walking alone on the road to Hongyang Martial Arts Center. During this period of time, Li Mu had already taken the Hongyang Martial Arts Hall as his regular place to practice martial arts. And today, he wasn't just going to practice martial arts. Suddenly, a communication alert from the light brain came. Mako, something big has happened. Have you seen it yet? What? Li Mu was slightly stunned. Chen Nan's character wasn't exactly adventurous. There weren't many situations where she was this agitated. You actually don't know. You actually didn't know about such a big thing. In the northern border region, Xuehua City was hit by a beast tide. The Arrow God went to rescue it, but was seriously injured by a terrifying beast king. In the end, Xuehua City was wiped out by the beast tide. Only the Arrow God barely escaped. What? Li Mu's pupils shrunk at once. The matter of a city being destroyed by a beast tide was actually not too rare in this world. But it was different when a martial god was seriously injured. Even the Arrow God sitting in the north was seriously injured? That was one of the 8 martial gods of the Dragon Kingdom. One of the topmost powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom. I can't believe you don't know about such a big event. What are you busy with all day long? Li Mu was silent. What else could he be busy with? Of course he was busy cultivating. Li Mu spent almost all of his time cultivating all day long, and really didn't pay much attention to the news. That beast king was called the self-proclaimed Winter's Wrath, and he even let slip that he wanted to tear all the humans apart. Mako, where exactly do you think the future of our human race lies? Even the martial god is no match for that beast king. Chen Nan's voice became low. There was a palpable frustration and grayness. Chen Nan was just a projection of the countless people of the Dragon Kingdom. How could such news not make one frustrated? Even the strongest representative of all mankind, the martial god, had lost. Then who else could restrain such a beast king? For a time, it was as if a layer of gloom had hung over all of humanity. It made people a little breathless. Learning of this news, Li Mu couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart as well. Who? The counting breaths gong was still running, and in the blink of an eye, Li Mu was completely calm. Li Mu therefore said in a more relaxed tone. Don't just think too badly, even if one martial god is not his opponent, we still have 7 of them, we can always surround them. This is also true, it is rumored that the Sword King, the Gunzun, the Fist King. They immediately rushed to the northern borderland area after receiving the news. A few great martial gods joining forces. That guy will definitely die a miserable death. Well, it will definitely be, don't think too much, instead of thinking about all this nonsense, it's better to improve yourself more. You kid has been working so hard even at the 3rd level, I can't be pulled down too much by you. That's it. Hang up first, I'm going to train. With that, Chen Nan directly hung up the communication. Putting down his left arm, Li Mu's complexion couldn't help but be a bit downcast as well. Even the martial god actually lost? He himself had to be quick. Honyang Martial Arts Center. From the front desk, to those coaches and students in the training hall, all of them were quite a bit sad. It looked like the news of Arrow God's defeat had really spread. And besides the low atmosphere, there were also some people who were frantically training and exercising. This news had deeply stimulated them. The martial god, it seemed, was not able to shelter them for the rest of their lives. Perhaps this was the reason why the official wanted to release this news. The officials hoped that this would stimulate the people and cause them to learn from their shame. Li Mu didn't run into Yan Feihong and He Xian on this visit either. He came alone to the long-booked training room number 0. This was the best single training room in Honyang Martial Arts Center. Not only did it have the instruments for those tests, it also had a special auxiliary absorption chamber. Li Mu himself brought the dispensing tools and materials. Boiling blood scatter. Boiling blood foundation. This was the medicinal formula chapter, one of the most effective medicinal formulas among those most basic ones that complemented the cultivation of the 8 extremities sect. A prescription that required the use of the 9-leaf swordgrass. The effect was much better than the body tempering scatter. In order to gather the herbs on this prescription, Li Mu had already spent more than $10 million. Not only was the value required for this prescription not expensive, the treatment process was also much more troublesome. However, the basic processing of the herbs had already been done by Li Mu. The next step was the final step. Li Mu opened the auxiliary absorption chamber. Inside the cabin were dozens of liters of distilled water that had already been prepared. Li Mu began to pour the liquid, or powder, from one glass container into the water. 7 spotted flower, 72,000. Chalcedony root, 120,000. Blood spirit stone, 880,000. As each material was put down, Li Mu would always think of their prices. The price of a random medicinal herb was enough for an ordinary family for a long time. And on a martial artist's journey, it was just an insignificant auxiliary material. In the end, all the auxiliary materials entered the distilled water. The liquid turned a bizarre crimson-red color. It was just like blood. Boiling blood scatter. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Chapter 35 Extreme Looseness. Crisis in the Dark. In the end, a 9-leaf swordgrass that had been somewhat air-dried after special treatment was gently placed into the crimson liquid by Li Mu. In an instant, the 9-leaf swordgrass sank into the water. The liquid began to boil. Like blood. Like magma. Li Mu stuffed the remaining body tempering pills, more than 20 in total, into his mouth. This was already the fourth batch of body tempering scatter. Immediately, he took off his clothes and immediately carefully entered the cabin. It's so hot. For a moment, Li Mu really thought he had fallen into lava. It seemed like the skin had been scalded and destroyed, and the flesh and blood were about to melt. Li Mu clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain, allowing himself to be completely immersed into the liquid. The glass lid of the chamber also fell at this moment. The 8 extreme door instantly operated. At this moment, the severe pain from both the outside and the inside struck at the same time. At this instant, it was as if the body no longer belonged to him. However, Li Mu still clenched his teeth and maintained the operation of the 8 extreme door to the death. The body tempering pill that he had just swallowed began to transform into energy and integrate into Li Mu's body. And unlike the boiling blood scatter, it didn't bring any relief, all there was a sharp pain that seemed to melt you. It was truly like magma. Li Mu's blood, too, was rapidly heating up. It was boiling and rushing through his veins like boiling water. In the midst of the unspeakably intense pain, Li Mu's mind was focused entirely on the 8 vast sect. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Song Gate. Song Gate. My first gate of limits. The magnificent giant door that was like a miracle appeared in Li Mu's line of sight once again. In the midst of Li Mu's consciousness constructing an illusory scene. He walked in front of that door. Both arms were propped up on the door. A fierce force was exerted. Beyond the 8 vastnesses. Pale door. The blood boiled madly, no longer a metaphor. Rather, it was a fact. The boiling blood scatter in the cabin was also boiling like magma. Li Mu's body was suffering from incomparable pain. But his consciousness, however, was incomparably firm. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. On the path of a martial artist, one should be courageous. Li Mu's heart roared. In his consciousness, his arms, which had been propped up on top of the portal, never slackened in the slightest. It was like that giant pillar in the sky. It was unknown how long. The fleshly body's ability to withstand it was about to reach its limit. It was as if the body would completely collapse at any moment. On the other hand, Li Mu's will was still as hard as iron. I don't know if it was an illusion. The door that was like a miracle actually trembled a little. It seemed that it was finally pushed open by a slit. A ray of joy instantly flashed through Li Mu's heart, and he immediately exerted his strength again. Suddenly, a sense of powerlessness instantly spread throughout Li Mu's entire body and mind. He was yanked hard as he retreated from the cultivation state of the 8 extreme gate. He slowly opened his eyes and leisurely exhaled a breath. However, he choked on a mouthful of water. After the counting breath technique had been skillfully practiced, Li Mu's ability to hold his breath was also much stronger. He had been immersed in the liquid without the slightest discomfort, except for suddenly waking up and choking on himself. Li Mu hastily shut up and raised his head. He was still inside the cabin, and the once crimson blood-like liquid had become transparent. A feeling of soreness spread around his own body. It was as if every muscle in his body had been ravaged by a hammer 100 times. One could not lift the slightest bit of strength at all. This time, I messed up too hard. The medicinal power of boiling blood scatter has also been absorbed cleanly. Li Mu braced himself against the bulkhead and climbed out of the auxiliary absorption chamber with some difficulty. His body was sore beyond measure, and the feeling, it was truly sour. However, his expression was radiant. That gate of limit. The pale gate had already been pushed by himself. Perhaps another time or two himself would be able to completely push that door open. This was unprecedented progress. One could even say it was milestone progress. The limit had been loosened. After using the counting breath technique to slow down for a while, Li Mu's body only brought up some strength once again. He first packed up all those dispensing artifacts he brought with him. Then he started practicing martial arts in the open space. 8 extreme fist. Vajra 8 stances. Although his body was still sore, it didn't affect Li Mu's persistence. Underground Black Boxing Stadium. The general manager of the S-City Underground Boxing Arena, the nominal and actual first person, Hongya. He personally led 2 rows of people waiting at the back door of the boxing ring. Hongya's close confidant, Su Feng, lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, who's here this time? Such a big rack, actually you have to come and pick them up in person. How much did I say? Hongya made a gesture to hit, but then stopped the movement, looked around, and said with a straight face. Won by a half-limit martial artist just promoted to the 4th level. Just promoted? Su Feng froze. Boss, you still need you to come personally to pick up at level 4? Hongya directly kicked Su Feng in the ass. What the hell do you know? Do you know what it means to be a half-limit martial artist? At each level, only those who are incomparably close to the limit, with less than a 5% gap from the limit, can be called half-limit martial artists. For example, the limit of the 3rd level is 10,000 pounds of strength, and to be called a half-limit martial artist, one must have at least 9,500 pounds of strength. But Su Feng said weakly, Boss, you're a rank 5 martial artist, you can still pinch a rank 4 martial artist with one hand. Humph. Hongya made a gesture to hit, but then laughed and did not hit. These words he had not yet loved to hear. In fact, if it was just an ordinary early level 4 martial artist, it wasn't worth him personally coming out to pinch him. More crucially, it was rumored that it was the disciple of a certain bigwig at headquarters. With such an identity, Hongya had to be cautious. The underground black boxing ring was a black industrial chain that spread all over the country. Don't look at Hongya's black boxing ring in S-City, but in front of the headquarters, it is a small ant. He can be replaced at any time. Even Hongya, the number 1 person in the S-City branch, was not sure how huge the underground black boxing ring industry was. He only knows. Shockingly large. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, what to say and do later, have a little number in your heart, or don't die without knowing how when the time comes. Hongya was not only warning Su Feng, but also the other men behind him. Yes. A neat answering sound rang out. More than 10 minutes later. A silver stream of light flashed steeply. Only when the stream of light stopped did they realize that it was a coolly styled silver hovering sports car. The car door opened. A youth wearing a silver suit and brown shoes, revealing a section of his ankle, full of arrogance, directly leapt down from a height of nearly 10 meters. Snap. A smooth landing. You are Hongya? That's right, Mr. Ouyang. Hongya hurriedly stepped forward with a smile on his face. Duke, I've arranged a banquet to receive you. No need, where is that grave? Your Excellency, you've traveled a long way, why don't you rest for a day first? It's not even urgent. No, just today, I have to go back after settling that grave, I don't want to stay in this Thai place for much longer. If it wasn't for his master's command to find more powerful opponents to hone himself and forge the foundation of the martial king, he, Ouyang Hua, would not have come here. Chapter 36, Who Instructs Who? Crane Step Push Mountain Stability. Crane Step Push. Li Mu's pace was light and his arms pushed horizontally. The crane step push of the basic 8 styles. This style is about rigidity and flexibility after all. Light steps and heavy pushes. This was the only one of the 8 basic styles that Li Mu had not yet used in actual combat, so he usually practiced it a bit more. 1 push, 2 progress, 3 steps to sink, and 4 changes to heavy punch. Li Mu quickly practiced in the training room. It wasn't stuck with a certain stance. The rapid changes between the basic 8 stances. It became more and more natural. You have a new contact. Suddenly, a prompt tone came from the optical brain. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing that the contact was Su Qiaorong, Li Mu's brows directly furrowed. Then he directly hung up. Since that class reunion, Su Qiaorong often contacted herself. At the very beginning that time, Li Mu answered it for the sake of classmate love. It turned out that there wasn't anything serious, and between the words, there was more than a little bit of pleasing and befriending, and even some innuendo. Then Li Mu hung up. Ignoring this connection, Li Mu continued practicing. Brace the hammer, subdue the dragon, volt the tiger. For a while, in the training room, the wind of the fists whistled, and there were more than a few air-breaking sounds. After practicing with high intensity for more than half an hour, the muscles around Li Mu's body became more and more sore. Exhaling a long breath, he stopped practicing. Slowly moving his body, he gave himself a rub of his muscles. Knock knock. The door to the room was suddenly knocked on. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Normally speaking, it wouldn't be disturbed. He headed to open the door. Didn't disturb you, right? Yang Feihong smiled. No. Last time I said I was free to instruct you kid a few times, but I wasn't really free a while ago, so it just so happens that I'm free today and you're here. Yang Feihong stepped into the training room. I'm grateful to Pavilion Master for hanging around. Li Mu was just about to close the door when he suddenly noticed what seemed to be a sneaky figure behind the corridor outside the door. From the half-length leg that was exposed sideways, Li Mu recognized the visitor. Senior Sister Yang, come in or not? I'm going to close the door. Coming, don't close the door. Yang Qianxian didn't hide anymore and hurriedly ran over. This girl. Yang Feihong helplessly shook his head and smiled. Good day, school brother. Yang Qianxian smiled sarcastically. Then she hurriedly sidestepped past Li Mu and squeezed into the room. A few strands of hair flew and a fresh fragrance greeted his face. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and closed the door. Xiao Mu, you're the one who dispensed the medicine. You're quite versatile. Yang Feihong saw those organized utensils. Just messing around. Li Mu could feel a sense of threat from Yang Feihong. However, this sense of threat did not have the intention of targeting himself. He did not hold the slightest malice towards himself. Yang Feihong stood in front of the combat strength tester. All come here, Qianxian, you also listen well. Yes. Oh. Li Mu and Yang Qianxian stood behind Yang Feihong more than a meter apart. Yang Qianxian couldn't stop peeking at Li Mu. He clearly looks like an ordinary teenager. But her father's opinion of him is so high. And Zhang Qianxuan, Director Sang's personal invitation. Even now, Yang Qianxian still feels that it is a bit unrealistic. Yang Qianxian also asked around. Li Mu is still in the same middle school as herself. But the name Li Mu wasn't in the school's list of popular figures before. She also had no impression of the name. From a mediocre student to now being called by a small number of people in the know, the real once-in-a-century pride of S City. Yang Qianxian couldn't help but be curious about this schoolmate. Qian. What are you looking at? Yang Feihong suddenly voiced out, his tone a bit unkind. That. Only then did Yang Qianxian know her outburst and hurriedly retracted her sight. Her pretty face couldn't help but. Don't feel that these are far away from you. Only by awakening the heart of a martial artist as early as possible can you walk farther along the path of martial arts. Li Mu recognized in his heart, but he seemed to have already awakened the heart of the martial way. It was still a heart of invincibility. I can't help you with the awakening of the heart of martial Tao. What I want to teach you today are some practical combat techniques and power generation techniques. Yang Feihong said in a deep voice, for example, when you throw a punch, you can't just rely on the strength of your arm. Qian, you come up first, throw a punch, use the way I taught you. Yes. Yang Qianxian gave a petulant assent and took a big step forward. Standing in front of the tester. Her slender legs bowed and her white right fist moved back. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Third-level martial artist. Still knew how to build up her momentum, this age was already extraordinary. A moment later, Yang Qianxian's white and clean right fist fiercely punched out. Boom! The numbers on the screen jumped wildly. 8,432. 8,432 pounds, barely. Yang Qianxian spread her face and smiled, and also raised her tiny agaric nose. Well, barely. Yang Feihong nodded slightly, seemingly cloudy, but the smile at the corner of his mouth still revealed him. Apparently he was still very satisfied with his genius daughter. Qianxian's last test strength was 8,423 pounds, his battle strength is almost equal to his strength, which is already good at her age. Li Mu nodded slightly, among the third-level martial artists, her results were already excellent. Worthy of being last year's top student of the college entrance examination, once the first genius of S City. Yang Qianxian was a bit dissatisfied and muttered in a small voice, obviously it's over okay. Kid, see how Qianxian fights? You try it first, I'll correct your posture later. Li Mu was a bit hesitant. If he really fought, I'm afraid it would be a bit exaggerated. But if he didn't fight for real, Yang Feihong kindly instructed himself on what to do with power generation and whatnot. He himself didn't need it at all, and it seemed to be a bit of a waste of time. Just then, the light brain prompted a message. Li Mu quietly glanced at the message. A ray of joy flashed between his eyes. The message from the Black Fist Arena's side was about his opponent in the 8th match, who seemed to be discussing something. It seemed like there was no need to hide. He had been waiting for the 8th match for a long time. Okay, then I'll try. Li Mu nodded, then took a few steps forward. He stood in front of the strength tester. Li Mu gently inhaled a breath. The nascent breath technique's nascent breath began to revolve. He sunk his feet slightly and set up his fist stance. Hoo! A breath was violently exhaled. It was accompanied by a lightning-like punch that landed on the battle strength tester. Boom! The numbers on the screen jumped crazily and finally settled. 11,985. 1,000. Yang Xianxian's voice instantly became stuttering. Yang Feihong's tiger eyes were round and full of disbelief. That? Please also ask the pavilion master for guidance. Li Mu said in a coy manner. Instruction? It's more like you instructing me. Yang Feihong immediately asked with some loss of composure. Kid, what exactly is your power? How could you possibly hit a number close to 12,000 kilograms? Chapter 37. This is Heaven's Pride. The fourth level invites a battle. Li Mu was really a bit surprised that Yang Feihong reacted so strongly. In reality, Li Mu didn't use the most explosive bracing hammer. Instead, he used the crane step, which was relatively the weakest of the 8 styles in terms of punching power alone. Even because the muscles were still aching. This was also not Li Mu's peak state. If he was in his peak state with the bracing hammer. Last time, Li Mu was able to hit 13,000. This time, there was another improvement, so I'm afraid that it could reach 14,000, or close to it. Li Mu was afraid that Yang Feihong would be too surprised and withdraw. As a result, Kid, how much power do you have? You shouldn't already be a 4th level martial artist, right? Yang Feihong couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. No, if the power. After hesitating for a moment, he said, 9,800, it's hard to go up after reaching this level. The reason why he wanted to hide it was not that he couldn't trust Yang Feihong, it was just that extreme martial artists were really too rare. In a small place like S City, there was almost no place where extreme martial artists had ever come out. At least there were no clear records in history. So it led to limit martial artists being deified. And Li Mu was already at the limit and even wanted to break through the limit. This was too amazing. The achievement of 9,800 pounds was already amazing enough and enough to draw attention. And going up further, it was a bit of a wood show. 9,018. Yang Feihong's pupils immediately shrunk. Yang Qianxian's beautiful eyes also flashed with astonishment as she looked directly at Li Mu. It's no wonder, only a half-limit martial artist. Only then is it worth Director Sang's personal invitation. Yang Feihong had once thought that Zhang Qianxuan had invited Li Mu because he was 18 years old at the 3rd level. Now, it seemed that I was afraid that this was the real reason. Let's talk about that when we have time. Li Mu hurriedly slipped away. Father, even though he's a half-limit martial artist, he's not so surprised. Yang Qianxian spoke with a slight frown. There had never been a college-era half-limit martial artist in S City, so she didn't know what this meant. The two stood at the entrance of the martial arts center, watching Li Mu until his back disappeared. Daughter, just watch, this is definitely the best investment in my life. His gaze was languid as he looked at Li Mu's departing back. This is Heaven's Pride. It's hard for ordinary people to look up to it. It's even hard to understand. At the age of 18, this achievement at the 3rd level was astonishing enough. It was hard for ordinary people to believe. If you had 9,800 pounds of strength to the 3rd level at the age of 18, he would already be a truly exceptional talent. But Li Mu is more than that. His strength is more than 2/10 of his own strength. Yang Feihong himself didn't dare to say that his battle power could steadily exceed 2/10 of his strength. The entire city of S, 4, 5, 6 levels of martial arts generals have a count 1 tied together. Can stabilize the strength of more than 2/10 of the power, only a few. Battle strength is more important to experience and practice. Those guys were breathlessly not dozens of years old. And Li Mu was only 18. Yang Feihong believed that these conditions added up. The whole country, and even the whole world, couldn't find so many of them. He was already somewhat in disbelief of just how far Li Mu could go in the future. Underground Black Boxing Arena, Manager's Office. Mr. Ouyang, this is the Conti I specially prepared for you. Hongya was smiling and pouring wine on the side. The suited youth, on the other hand, sat on Hongya's office chair with a big grin. Where's the pillar of your branch? Lost as well? Manhwa casually picked up a tall glass and took a sip. The so-called stalwarts of the Black Fist Arena were the strong men raised by the Black Fist Arena, specially used to break other people's winning streaks. Lost, Hongya lowered his head. What kind of pillar is it to lose so easily? What caliber is that pillar of yours? Oyanghua asked with a frown. 9,000 kilograms of strength. 40 years old, has been level 3 for over 10 years. Fought hundreds of life and death battles. But he still lost. Hongya's expression was heavy. His grade 3 stage name, Bearing Dragon, was exactly the opponent that Li Mu faced in the 7th match. But he was still defeated by Li Mu with a single move. 9,000 kilograms of strength and over 10 years of combat experience. This is not considered weak. Hongya added. We think that the grave that came out of nowhere might be a half-limit martial artist. And it's also the type that is extremely good at actual combat. That's why I invited you, Gongzi, to come over. Oyanghua nodded. Bring me all of his battle videos for me to take a look. So what if he's a half-limit martial artist? Back then, I was also a half-limit martial artist. It's a pity that I couldn't break through at the limit after all. But the problem now is that he is only a 3rd level. Must make himself agree. Hongya quickly nodded. He will agree, he has always wanted to play the 8th game. Dear Mr. Grave, because you are in is too powerful. We can no longer find a 3rd level martial artist in our ring that matches your strength. For now, if Mr. Grave wants to continue fighting, we have an early level 4 martial artist who can be your opponent. Given the difference in strength, the prize money for this fight will become $10 million. Of course, everything is up to Mr. Grave's volition. It's just that I'm afraid that it will take quite a while to find Mr. Grave's desired opponent amongst level 3 martial artists. Looking at the message sent by the Black Fist Arena, Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. This meant that if he didn't agree to fight against a level 4 martial artist in this one, then the 8th match would be dragged on forever. 4th level? Li Mu's eyes half narrowed. Level 4 was already a watershed level in general. The strength value of a rank 4 martial artist was between £11,000 and £30,000. Moreover, the body of a 4th level martial artist was already initially integrated. There are almost no breakthroughs. The resistance to blows and power bursts are both tremendously enhanced. It could be said that a level 4 martial artist had a near-crushing advantage over a level 3-time martial artist. I'm in possession of 2 level 15 techniques. I'm already an extreme martial artist. Perhaps it's possible to cross levels. Nope. It's definitely able to. Li Mu recalled the biographies of those extreme martial artists he had seen in the cemetery. Those few numbers go enough to have seen a magnificent life. For them, fighting across levels was just a routine. Slaughtering all kinds of legendary creatures. The terrifying ones could even slaughter gods. And what one had to face was merely a rank 4 martial artist. I agree. Li Mu's eyes brightened. Soon, the message from the Black Fist Arena came again. Tonight at 7 o'clock, the battle will start on time. At 20 minutes past 6. Li Mu walked into the Black Fist Arena with a pure white mask. Only just entering the abandoned gate, he saw that some spectators on the left and right sides were already waiting here. Grave. Grave. Invincible Grave. Grave Invincible. Upon seeing Li Mu, these deliberately waiting spectators immediately erupted into excited shouts. It was just like a fan seeing their favorite being. The current Li Mu was different from the past. 7 consecutive victories. This record was already particularly rare in this black boxing ring. Chapter 38, the 8th. Battle of Crossing Levels. And Li Mu ended the battle with 1 move in every match. This caused him to gain a lot of fans. There was also a group of loyal Iron fans among them. Time and time again, they brainlessly pressed Li Mu to win. Although they earned less, they at least made a steady profit. This also led to even more Iron fans. Li Mu didn't look away, calmly walking deeper into the passageway. Although those spectators were excited, no one dared to approach. After all, this wasn't some ordinary love bean. Instead, he was a black boxer who was merciless and ruthless. While they admired Li Mu, they would also be a bit scared and fearful. Arriving at the luxurious whole battle area, Li Mu leaned on the soft leather sofa. Folding his left leg on top of his right leg, he quietly waited. Li Mu was the only one in the waiting room. After Li Mu's 5 consecutive victories, this place even started to be equipped with beautiful maids. However, they were all driven away by Li Mu. The time came to 6:30. The staff delivered the information on time. Only this time, he was dictating it. Mr. Grave, this time your opponent came from another branch, so we currently have no battle records on our side. Forget it if there isn't one. Li Mu couldn't help but look forward to it a little. It looked like the Black Fist Arena had high hopes for that guy. Mr. Grave, that guy is just at level 4 though. But because he was already a semi-extreme martial artist at level 3. Now he already has a strength of 18,000. And also has a Jedi school in his possession. If you're not that confident, it's best to admit defeat. The staff became a bit stuttered. If it wasn't for Hongya's command, he would never have dared to say this out loud. Black boxers were temperamental. It wasn't as if there were no examples of staff members being beaten to death directly. However, he did not dare to disobey Hongya's orders. Li Mu, however, was particularly calm. I see, the handicap is open? You can go. The staff member was like an amnesty and hurriedly retreated. 18,000 power, Jedi. The light in Li Mu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, somewhat excited. A power difference of 8,000 kilograms, nearly double the difference was indeed not small. Occasionally, there were some rumors of battles that went beyond the level, and the one that defeated was also the kind of weakling level 4 that only just had 10,000 out of strength after the breakthrough. And now Li Mu's opponent had 18,000 strength just after breaking through. This was definitely not a weakling. A powerful opponent. I've been looking forward to for a long time. Li Mu murmured to himself, and there was already a fire burning vaguely in his eyes. He picked up the betting machine to look at the odds between the two sides. Grave 110. Ouyang 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. This odds were really interesting. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu directly placed all of his remaining $1.2 million on himself. This time, there were even more people betting on Ouyang on the light screen. Even though Ouyang's odds were much lower. Apparently the Black Fist Arena had put out the word that this was a fight that crossed levels. Level 3 and 4, the difference was huge. One was still a martial artist while the other was already a martial general. Even many of the spectators who had been confident in Li Mu were shaken in the present. Ouyang, right? Li Mu gently inhaled and exhaled. The muscles in his body still had a vague soreness. Li Mu wasn't in peak condition right now. But he wasn't the slightest bit intimidated. On the contrary, the more he looked forward to it. All along, he had hoped to have an opponent who was a little too good to exchange a few moves with him. But those black boxers had been too disappointing to Li Mu. One by one, they bragged about how great they were, but in the end, they disappointed Li Mu more and more. I hope you Ouyang won't disappoint me too much. The time came to 6:55. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience. This battle today. A battle destined to go down in the history books of our ring. Unprecedented. A battle that goes beyond the level. In the center of the arena, the voice of the beautiful host was particularly exuberant and excited. Now, please welcome the star contestant of our ring. 7 wins in 7 fights since his debut. 7 consecutive victories for His Excellency the Grave. The iron gate in front of Li Mu slowly rose. Grave. Invincible Grave. I love you to death. Are you a ing male, pervert? I'm going to give you babies. Grave. The arena instantly boiled over. Today, under the advanced warm-up of the black boxing arena, the attendance rate of the audience reached an almost unprecedented 90%. Battles that crossed over levels were already incredibly rare. Not to mention the star boxer Grave. Li Mu calmly walked into the venue. Upon seeing Li Mu's figure, the cheers and applause from the entire arena instantly warmed up several levels again. Z. The radio's voice was turned up a few notches before barely suppressing the cacophony of the venue. The beautiful host pointed to the other side and said with unrivaled excitement. And his opponent. A rank 4 martial artist. He's going to challenge the undefeated myth. Tonight. Will our Grave be able to keep his undefeated myth alive at the hands of a rank 4 martial artist? Let's wait and see. On the other side of the iron gate, a tall figure walked out. With a silver white suit and oily leather shoes, it really didn't look like he had come to fight. Ouyang. Li Mu gazed at his opponent. Aside from his somewhat tawdry attire, he was ordinary looking and calm. And on his body, Li Mu felt a threat. A threat that was several times stronger than those previous opponents. Although it was said that he had just broken through the 4th level. But vaguely, the threat on him was close to catching up with Su Wenhai and He Changjiang, the 2 veteran level 4s. Amidst the threat, there was also a not-so-shallow murderous aura. This wasn't a flowery frame of mind. If it was the previous Li Mu, I'm afraid it would be difficult to even face him straight on between these auras. But now it was different. Facing the pressure of the aura, Li Mu stood still. Only the fire in his eyes had turned into a blazing fire. While Li Mu was watching Ouyang Hua was also watching Li Mu. Li Mu's temperament had always been introverted. Especially after he awakened the heart of invincibility. It was even more as if he had completely transformed into a sword with a hidden blade. It appeared to be plain and ordinary, but its sharpness was introverted. Therefore, Ouyang Hua did not feel too threatened. He faintly said, "You are that grave? That so-called undefeated myth of 7 victories and 7 battles? Truly a small place with shallow knowledge. A random half-limit martial artist is blowing it so far out of proportion." Li Mu didn't respond and just looked at him silently. In his heart, he was more or less speechless. When did he tell the black boxing ring that he was a half-limit martial artist? Isn't this a pit? Of course the one being punked was definitely that Ouyang. Li Mu was looking forward to it while mourning for him in his heart. Expecting that this guy wouldn't be too weak. In that case, Li Mu would be disappointed. He had been looking forward to a really sound battle. Confrontation. This time, the standoff was a bit longer than before. It seemed like the black boxing ring was trying to create a tense atmosphere. Seeing that Li Mu didn't respond, Ouyang Hua didn't open his mouth again. He silently moved his muscles and gazed at Li Mu. Time slowly passed. The radio's voice rang out. Start the fight. Chapter 39 Level 3 versus Level 4. Ascendant Level Jedi. Go to war. This time, the voice was especially impassioned, and it was accompanied by a burst of blood-boiling war drums. Li Mu gazed at Ouyang. Ouyang Hua looked at Li Mu. The radio's voice rang out. But both of them were unmoved. Li Mu slightly stalled, mainly because he was used to his opponents charging over playfully as soon as the radio sound rang out. Since you don't come over of your own accord, then I'll take the initiative for once. Crane step. Li Mu stepped forward with a light pace. Like a dragonfly pointing at the water, a dip was taken. In a few steps, it was like a shocking swipe. A ray of surprise flashed in Ouyang Hua's eyes. In his anticipation, Li Mu shouldn't have such a pace. This was something Li Mu had never performed before. Hiding a hand? So what? The corner of Ouyang Hua's mouth hooked, and he stepped out with a heavy stride. The pace was like a boulder moving across the ground. It was powerful, yet not slow at all. The crane spread its wings. Li Mu pointed his toes and his figure immediately rose up. Ouyang Hua also stamped his foot on the ground and violently leapt up. The 2 figures instantly crossed paths in the air. The 2 fists exchanged, and hard fists were exchanged. Both parties were slightly flabbergasted. After one strike, the 2 figures staggered. Ouyang Hua landed smoothly. Li Mu, however, staggered back a few steps before stabilizing his stance. They quickly shifted their figures and stared at each other. The eyes both changed. Crazy burning battle intent. It appeared in Li Mu's eyes. The opponent this time was really strong. For the first time, Li Mu had met an opponent who could keep up with his speed. In terms of strength, he was even steadily overpowering himself. That strike was just a test. Both sides were. Ouyang Hua's eyes, on the other hand, were already grave and no longer had the slightest bit of contempt. With a single test blow, it had been determined. The opponent was not an easy opponent. It was an opponent that deserved to have himself taken seriously. Vaguely, he had sensed the momentum of the hidden blade in Li Mu's body. Although it was hidden, the occasional rays of cold light were shocking. The lion wrestles the hare and applies its full strength. Of course, Ouyang Hua was clear about this. He would not allow himself to overturn in the gutter. I admit that I somewhat underestimated you at first. However, this doesn't change the end of your defeat. Ouyang Hua's eyes flashed with a sharp aura. He craned his neck, took a step on the ground, and his figure violently rushed out. For a martial artist, you talk too much. Li Mu immediately met him. Collapsing bow leaping arrow rush. Brace the hammer. The first of the short-range outbursts. At the same time, it was the style that Li Mu was most familiar with. Li Mu's right fist was taut, like an arrow on a full string. He sprang out, like an arrow leaving the string. As fast as lightning. The wind whistled, piercing one's cheeks. Yanhua's pupils shrunk. But his hand movements did not dare to slow down at all. Iron horse blocking river. He crossed his hands and swam up and down, pouncing on Li Mu's punch like a wave. Before the two sides made contact, a continuous and soft force met Li Mu's hammer support. Boom! The fist fell between Yanhua's palms. The hammer that had been weakened by half of its power only caused Yanhua's body to tremble slightly and retreat a few steps backward. Li Mu drew back and approached. 5 mountains toward heaven cone. Descending dragon. Another punch, fluttering like a traveling dragon, was puzzling. Open mountain style. At this moment, Yanhua advanced instead of retreating. Approaching sideways, his right palm became a sword, bypassing the dragon's head and cutting straight through the dragon's neck. Li Mu immediately changed his stance. 6 harmonies pouncing ground brocade. Ambush tiger. If the dragon punches, it instantly turns into a tiger. The tiger's roar shakes the forest. The tiger looks back and hits the palm blade. Boom! At the first touch, both sides quickly retreated several steps. Li Mu slightly moved his somewhat painful fingers. This guy's hand was hard unlike a human's. The next moment, Yanhua approached with quick steps. The pace was swift and varied. Crack stone. The palm blade was like an arrow, aiming straight for Li Mu's heart. Splitting mountain axe plus steel. Splitting mountain palm. Li Mu met it with the same palm. Palm against palm blade. A sharp pain instantly spread along Li Mu's palm. However, Li Mu was oblivious as if he didn't care about the pain and grabbed Yanhua's palm. He directly turned Yanhua towards his side. At the same time, his right arm violently closed his embrace. Circle stop tiger hug rush. Tiger hug. The basic 8 styles, although only 8 styles. Although only basic. But this is, after all, the 15th level of martial artists. As long as it is well understood. In the middle of a battle, quickly switching stances was enough to deal with most situations. Rock crushing palm. With his right arm captured, Yanhua's left palm made a horizontal lunge, heading straight for Li Mu's head. Li Mu immediately changed his stance again. Nope. It was a stacked move. Li Mu took a step and approached in a bow step, again with his left arm, transforming his palm to meet him directly. Dengshan Tanning horse palm. Horse tantrum palm. Yanhua's eyes flashed with a ray of triumph. The palm met the palm blade. At the same time, his right hand violently broke free from its restraints and struck Li Mu's chest with a scattering hand straight at him. Stone pointing hand. Li Mu's pupils instantly shrunk, and it was already too late to dodge. He didn't want to dodge either. If I can't dodge, then I won't dodge. Collapsing bow and scrambling arrow rush. Brace the hammer. Only Li Mu's right fist came first afterward. The first to explode at close range. If lightning flashed, it had landed on Yanhua's chest. His chest muscles trembled a few times, which was visible to the naked eye, and was ruthlessly pressed down by this punch. And at the same time, near the same instant, Ouyang's stone-pointing hand had also landed on Li Mu's chest. Thud, thud. His chest was pressed down, and at this moment, Li Mu's heart was beating frantically as if stimulated. He took a quick step back, his hot blood churning and his heart aching internally. On the other side, Yanhua also did not take advantage of the situation. Similarly, he stepped back to pull away. That bracing hammer blow wasn't light. He was similarly not feeling well. His chest was in severe pain. Even several mouthfuls of old blood had gushed into his mouth, but he swallowed it down. His pride could not allow himself to be beaten by a guy from a small countryside place and spit out blood. Cough. Some blood began to spill out from beneath Li Mu's mask. That hand, it was too heavy. Even the heart had a feeling that it was about to explode. This guy's moves had a path. This Ouyang obviously had a complete martial art as well. And its palms might have also practiced special hard skills. A wave of soreness began to spread around Li Mu's body again. The load on his muscles from strongly opening the 8 Extremes gate today was too great. It caused Li Mu's condition to have been a little bad. After taking a hard hit from Ouyang Hua, his muscles almost reacted as if they were about to go on strike. His internal organs were also badly injured. The younger generation is fearful. Hongya in the box couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and look grave. In less than a minute's work, the two had already exchanged several rounds. The moves were swift, the changes were natural, and the people were dazzled. Many spectators did not even see the movements of the two men. But Hongya was different. With his 5th-level martial artist's eyesight, he could naturally see more. The moves of Mr. Ouyang are indeed in the same vein as that one. The moves of Prince Ouyang are at least at the level of Denjiang. Ascend to the next level? The junior brother beside Hongya was slightly stunned. Hongya faintly said, the so-called Dingji is the division of a martial artist's proficiency in a certain stance. From the first glimpse of the doorway, a small success, Dingji, and then out of the blue. Chapter 40 Martial King's Disciple. The 7 Styles of Cracking the Tablet. To be able to practice a certain move to the level of a mountain is already especially rare. Not to mention the fact that almost all of Prince Ouyang's moves are already at an advanced level. Then boss, what about that grave? Su Feng asked curiously. Hongya gently shook his head. I can't see his path somewhat, those moves of his, unheard of. But they seem to be quite profound. Your strength is very good, it's a pity that you met me. After a while, the sharp pain in Ouyang Hua's chest eased a bit, smoothing out his breath. He put down a vicious sentence, and then struck again. One heavy step was taken, and the ground vaguely trembled slightly. Spinning around, he took another step. Heavy step after heavy step, but it caused Ouyang Hua's speed to become swift. 8 steps to open the tablet. Cracking tablet hand. In a few steps, he approached like a meteor catching up with the moon. A heavy hand fell straight down toward Li Mu. It's the cracking tablet hand. This is Martial King Shi Zhang's famous stance. A sudden cry of alarm came from the audience. What? Martial King Shi Zhang? Martial King Shi Zhang. He was known for his cracking tablet hand, which was as strong as iron. It was rumored that he had once come from a black boxing background as well. He had grown to the level of Martial King in the midst of a grueling battle. His cracking monument hand really cracks mountains and rocks. There was once a Class 7 beast that ravaged a field. Shi Zhang struck, and with just a single blow of his cracking tablet hand, the tens of meters tall beast died with its skull shattered. His terrifying aura, which was like substance, had caused hundreds of beasts to flee without a fight. There is no Martial King in this small place of S City. This kind of big person like Martial King can only be seen on TV and internet. Every king of martial arts is a big person who is sitting on one side of the town. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to see one in their lifetime. How did the Martial King's stance appear here? I've heard that Martial King Shi has several close disciples. All of them have received the inheritance of the cracking tablet hand. Then so. Ouyang is actually a disciple of the Martial King. Martial King disciple. That grave him. Actually, even a Martial King disciple can be found. The 3rd level to fight the 4th level is already very difficult and impossible. As a result, it's still a 4th level or a Martial King disciple. How can this make the grave fight? A ray of light flashed in Hongya's eyes. Martial King's stance, I'd like to see if you can block it. He definitely can't block it. Su Feng even said. Blocking is better. The strong wind whistled, piercing Li Mu's cheeks. At this moment, those voices vaguely reached Li Mu's ears. Martial King disciple. No wonder. Martial King disciple, so what? Li Mu's eyes flashed with a ray of sharpness. He sank down, half-crouched, and sidestepped to close in on Ouyang. Bear crouch hard leaning squeeze. Bear crouch. One of the 8 basic stances. The main fight was a powerful and heavy one. Li Mu squeezed hard into Ouyang Hua's arms. The cracking tablet hand fell, but it was weakened by 3 points due to the change in trajectory. Li Mu pushed Ouyang Hua away, making his lower body unstable and weakening the force of the cracking tablet hand by another 3 points. Finally, under Li Mu's sideways movement, this cracking tablet hand landed on Li Mu's right shoulder. Li Mu's figure trembled, a sharp pain spread, and for a moment, his shoulder went numb. Li Mu forced to endure the pain, another straight punch toward Ouyang Hua's abdomen. Ouyang Hua immediately changed his stance, and between his hands, he violently blocked this hammer blow. Boom! A muffled sound. Ouyanghua's palm violently grabbed at Li Mu's wrist. Li Mu immediately withdrew his hand and retreated. A grab fell short, and Ouyanghua changed his claw into a hand. Cracking tablet hand. It was another cracking tablet hand. This time, Ouyanghua's speed was even faster, and a side hand once again landed on Li Mu's chest. Instantly, a sharp pain spread along the chest area. Li Mu's face changed slightly, and his backward pace was a few minutes faster. Pulling away. Strands of bone-piercing pain spread. A large amount of blood gushed out from his mouth. Then it dripped down the mask. The chest cavity was in severe pain. It was as if the internal organs in it were about to burst. Still not admitting defeat? Ouyanghua's eyes were filled with ferocious light. He crossed his hands in front of him and slowly moved his fingers. Hanya Pro, who was watching the battle, said softly. The cracking tablet hand is not just a stance, it's a hard skill. Those who practice the cracking tablet hand, their palms will become more and more rigid, and in the end, they will even be like metaphysical iron. It's indestructible. What Mr. Ouyang used was just the most basic, it's not surprising that it was blocked. This time it actually took so long to fight. Grave, it's already fallen into the wind. Could it be that the undefeated legend is going to end like this? Is Grave really going to lose? The black boxing arena must have the courage to give such high odds. After all, he's facing a rank 4 martial king disciple. On the audience stage, a small number of Grave's staunch supporters were starting to get a little worried. More than anything, they weren't worried about Li Mu. Rather, they were worried about the money they had bet. Admit defeat? I don't have these two words in my dictionary. The corner of Li Mu's mouth hooked. Scarlet blood dripped down his white mask. There wasn't the slightest bit of timidity or fear in his pitch-black eyes. What was there was that crazy burning flame. It was a flame that could not be quenched. Within that flame was a thick battle intent. The will to fight without fear of anything. The blood was boiling and rushing. Like a great river, the waves were surging. The heart was beating rapidly, creating powerful blood. Obsessed, then die. Ouyanghua smiled coldly. One heavy step was taken. The figure was like a heavily loaded truck, powerful yet as swift as a reined wild horse. 7 styles of cracking tablet. The first style. Shattering timber. Coming. A ray of excitement flashed across Hongya's eyes. 7 styles of cracking tablet. The cracking tablet hand is truly a killing move. Back then, Martial King Shi Zhang was famous for killing 3 level 7 alien beasts in a row with the 7 styles of cracking the tablet. Even if this is the first stance, there is no way it can be blocked by an ordinary level 3 martial artist. Ouyangua's hand made a claw shape and went straight for Li Mu's throat. Li Mu's eyes stared and he strongly raised his right hand that was in severe pain. His left hand followed closely behind. 5 mountains toward heaven cone. Descending dragon. 6 harmonies pouncing ground brocade. Subduing tiger. The dragon. The tiger. 2 styles in one. Chant. Roar. The dragon roared and the tiger roared, and the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Ouyanghua's eyes flashed with a strand of surprise, which turned into a flash of ruthlessness in an instant. First style, shattering wood. Second style, open the stone. A palm and a claw, straight to meet a dragon and a tiger. Boom! Air explosions were frequent, and strong winds whistled. The powerful cyclone even blew directly to the outside of the arena, stabbing the spectators in the nearest laps were somewhat unable to open their eyes. After a few moments of stalemate, Li Mu's hands were already somewhat numb. On the other hand, Ouyanghua was the first to change his stance. 7 styles of cracking the tablet. Third stance. Become a steel. Fourth stance. Inscription. Ouyanghua changed his stance first, his right arm formed a claw and went straight for Li Mu's chest. At the same time, his left arm became a finger, pointing at Li Mu's chest. At this moment, between the flashes of lightning and fire, Li Mu only had time to stop one of them. Avalanche bow scramble arrow rush. Brace the hammer. His right arm turned into a hammer and met the grab that went straight for his chest. Boom! It was blocked. It even directly deflected Ouyanghua's claw. However, Li Mu's pupils instantly shrunk. This was a false move. Chapter 41 My Martial Way. a lean to set the world right. On the other hand, the finger of Ouyang left arm had already pointed to Li Mu's right chest. Instantly, it stiffened like an electric shock. Immediately afterward, there was a sharp pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Oh, go die. A bloodthirsty color erupted from Ouyang eyes. Inscription. Ouyang right arm was like an arrow off the string, a straight thrust, pointing directly at Li Mu's throat between his fingers. A somewhat muffled syllable came out. Ouyang movements did not slow down in the slightest. Seeing this imminent fatal strike coming, what was in Li Mu's pitch-black eyes was still a madly burning flame. Collapsing bow, scrambling arrow rush. Brace the hammer. Instead of stopping the finger that was about to stab into his throat, a straight punch from his right arm went straight for Ouyang head. This punch. Fast. Fierce. Powerful wind whistling, vaguely seemed to be followed by lightning and thunder. The most basic style. But it is the first in short-range explosions. The same style that Li Mu was most familiar with. Damn it! Ouyang was instantly startled. The power of this punch should definitely not be underestimated. Is this guy crazy? He actually wanted to die with himself. Seeing that his finger was about to stab into Li Mu's throat, Ouyang retracted it, and with a horizontal chop of his arms to weaken the momentum of this punch, his body retreated violently. He was the personal disciple of the martial king. How could he exchange lives with a black boxer from this countryside? After retreating more than 10 meters and standing still, Ouyang demeanor changed and he sighed lightly. Admit defeat. You are an honorable opponent. I don't want to kill you. A rank 3 martial artist who could last so long under himself. To be able to fight himself to this extent. Ouyang couldn't help but feel a few strands of admiration deep in his heart. Cough cough. Ha! Li Mu laughed. The blood that had dyed the lower part of the mask red. Some blood foam was still gathered along the lower edge of the mask. His right arm was still hanging helplessly, and his figure was a bit stooped. On the other hand, Ouyang was still standing straight with broad strides. The suit was still decent. With just one look, the difference between the high and the low was immediate. Ha! Li Mu's body trembled slightly. No one could see that the expression under his mask was smiling. Thank you. Li Mu's voice was sincere. This was also what he had just wanted to say. What? What? Ouyang was slightly stunned, and his heart palpitated inexplicably. That hunched figure seemed to be brewing something. Something extremely terrifying was brewing. At this moment, he even had the illusion that he was facing that senior brother of his. That eldest senior brother who had been given high hopes by his master, who had broken through to the martial general realm early on, and who was likewise a genius in actual combat. Vaguely, he seemed to have returned to the scene when he had once faced his eldest senior brother's aura for the first time. At that time, he hadn't even dared to make a move. Blood, hot as magma. The heartbeat was like a war drum. Who? Li Mu slowly exhaled and exhaled. He entered a special state. His own heart. It was awakening. Martial arts, never bullying the weak. In actual combat, it's even less about suppressing the weak with the strong. Only strong opponents. A strong enough opponent. Then, is the best proof of one's own martial arts. The momentum is gradually leaking out. He can't hide his power anymore. This sharpness was about to blossom between heaven and earth. This. Hongya's pupils instantly shrunk. Countless spectators couldn't help but hold their breath. That aura was too sharp. It can't go on like this. Ouyang was startled in his heart and quickly took a step to rush towards Li Mu. He wanted to interrupt Li Mu's condensed momentum. 7 styles of cracking the tablet. 5th style. Open the monument and set up the tomb. Let me bury you. Ouyang voice had gone a little crazy. The 5th style was already the strongest style he could barely use. Its power was so powerful that it opened mountains and cracked rocks. He had once used this move to single-handedly kill a rank 4 alien beast. A palm slash fell in the style of splitting a mountain. The airflow in the air seemed to have been split in two. 2 powerful auras pressed down first. The dust in the field has been cleared. What's more, it triggered a gust of wind that swept towards the audience. Some of the spectators even fell directly from their seats in a sorry state. Just the remaining waves were so terrifying. The power of this strike was enough to crack mountains and rocks. Li Mu raised his head in response to the air pressure. Within his dark eyes, the raging flames seemed to burn the heavens and earth. Ha! Turn it into the journey of my martial arts path. The most important cornerstone of it all. Dang! Taking a step on the ground, his foot turned. The ground sunk slightly. Li Mu's figure immediately shot up into the sky. His powerless right arm was thrown up and his elbow turned outward, meeting the palm blade directly. The 6 great openings, top, heart, elbow. Boom! An instant stalemate. A stalemate between the elbow and the palm blade. One on top of the other, seems to be frozen in the air in this moment. Layers of airflow, violently overflowing out. The airflow surged, and a sonic boom rang out. Who is the final winner? Hongya's eyes were already blazing. Countless people, staring dead on at this scene, did not dare to blink their eyes. In the next moment, that palm blade softened and instantly paralyzed away. At the same time, Li Mu's right arm also completely and incomparably hung down. Both fell to the ground at the same time. Li Mu, who was at the bottom, was one step faster. With his foot on the ground, he turned his heel sideways and approached with a horizontal step. 3 leans, Iron Mountain lean. The shoulder on top of the limp arm, at the moment Oyanghua landed on the ground, ruthlessly crashed into his chest. Instantly, Oyanghua's figure flew backwards. A mouthful of blood was violently spat out while still in midair. Beads of blood splattered in all directions, just like a rain of blood falling. Li Mu slowly retracted his shoulders and stood up straight. Standing quietly. His right arm was still hanging helplessly. Under the white mask, blood was still gathering. But at this moment, an aura like a hong centered on him and rose up to the sky. It suppressed the cacophony of the entire arena. Boom! Oyanghua fell heavily onto the outer wall at the edge of the venue. His body slowly slid down the wall. Again, paralyzed on the ground. Cough, cough. He raised his head with difficulty. Unwillingly, he looked at Li Mu. Struggling several times in succession. He wanted to stand up. As the pride of a martial king's disciple, he wouldn't allow himself to fall down just like that. But there was already an additional depression in his chest. Several ribs were broken, and some of his internal organs were already cracked among them. 8 extreme fist of Iron Mountain leaning. At one time, it was considered to be the most lethal move in the 8 extreme fist. He was still alive simply because he was a level 4 martial artist, his entire body was already initially integrated, and his foundation was relatively deep. Li Mu calmly and scorchingly swept a glance at Oyanghua. The blood sizzled and his heart throbbed. Such a feeling was incomparably strong. It caused Li Mu to be incomparably mesmerized. Compared to that, what were those pains in various parts of his body? Martial. Li Mu somewhat understood the meaning of this word. On the path of martial arts, those who are courageous and refined, all things may not bend their backs and block their paths. After struggling several times, Oyanghua was finally unable to endure the heavy injuries to his body. His eyes went black and he directly fainted. Silence. The entire room was dead silent. No one had expected such an outcome in the end. Even the sound of the radio had not sounded. Because Hongya's entire person also directly froze. Chapter 42, The Second Legend. The posture of a martial king. The entire arena was dead silent. A moment later there was a burst of hysterical cheers. Grave. Grave is invincible. 8 wins in 8 battles. Who else? Battling across the ranks. Victory over the martial king's disciples. I'm the only one who is also Grave. Big Brother Grave is so awesome. Even though the broadcast hadn't announced the result yet. But the result was now clear at a glance. Grave had won. Boss, what's wrong with you? While the entire audience was cheering, only Hongya remained stagnant, his face full of disbelief. It wasn't until Su Feng called out to him that he slowly regained some of his senses. His eyes were glazed over, and he said almost word for word. This person is a martial king. As the saying goes, those who don't know are not afraid. Many people, who only knew that Li Mu had won, simply didn't understand what it meant to fight at such a transgressive level. Hongya was different. As the head of the S-City Blackboxing Arena, he knew more. As far as he knows, throughout the entire Chunan region, such specifications of black boxing, level 3 against level 4, over the level of the fight. There were only 2 people who had won before Li Mu in these decades. One of them had taken a forbidden drug before he exploded into a powerful fight to defeat a level 4 martial artist. But because of the side effects of the forbidden medicine, after that battle, he became a direct invalid. However, the generous prize money was enough for him to spend the rest of his life and wealth. There was another person who had truly relied on his own strength to defeat a rank 4 martial artist at rank 3. That was Martial King Shi Zhang. The martial king who came out of the black boxing ring. A living legend. And now, a third person had appeared. The third person to overcome a rank 4 martial artist. Moreover, the one who defeated him was also a disciple of the martial king. It might be even stronger than the rank 4 martial artist that Martial King Shi Zhang had faced back then. Quickly! Declare the grave victorious. Have someone rush to bring Ouyang Hua to heal his wounds. Grave wins. The radio belatedly sounded at this time. The arena was still abuzz. Countless spectators were excited beyond measure. Although they weren't clear on what exactly this meant. But they also knew that a living legend had appeared before their eyes. In the arena, the iron gates on both sides rose. The staff hurriedly ran in to move Ouyang Hua onto a stretcher. This man's identity is not ordinary. If he really died, the entire boxing ring would have to suffer. Li Mu closed his eyes, opened his eyes, exhaled, his complexion was already calm. The noise around him was like nothing. Only the throbbing of his blood had not completely subsided. The state of mind had once again awakened. In this battle, Li Mu had a realization. Perhaps the opportunity for himself to push open the door to the limit was going to arrive. 10 times 1,200,000, 12 million directly. As well as the bonus of 10 million for winning the 8th game in a row. A total of 22 million had arrived. Enough, one more boiling blood scatter. Just as Li Mu was about to leave the Black Fist arena. Suddenly a staff member said that the manager wanted to see him. Manager's office. Li Mu was sitting on the parlor sofa, still wearing his clean white mask. Beside him was a man with a big backcombed hair, much like the Black Big Brother in Hong Kong movies in his previous life. Hongya. Li Mu could sense that this person who called himself Hongya was very strong. It even felt like it was already similar to Yang Fei Hong. It was likely to be a rank 5 martial artist as well. Brother, drink or tea? Hongya acted politely. No need. It wasn't convenient to drink anything while wearing a mask. Haha, that's fine, brother, I'm sorry for the offense before, please forgive me. If you want to come in the future, come at any time, old brother, I'll surely arrange an opponent for you as fast as I can. Li Mu was slightly stunned. That can arrange a stronger opponent than that Ouyang? This. Hongya suddenly smiled sarcastically, brother In this part of our S-City, there aren't many level 4 martial artists, and even fewer are stronger than Ouyang. If you want to say that you are still willing to fight black fighters, then I'm afraid there are really not many. Of course, if you really want to, I'll do my best to arrange it for you. Forget it, I won't come in the future. Li Mu calmly said. Hongya's eyes lit up, but he didn't move and waved his hand. A black-clothed henchman immediately delivered an exquisite wooden box. Hongya received the wooden box and held it with both hands and handed it to Li Mu. Brother, some of my thoughts, please don't mind. No need. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Hongya smiled faintly, what's the point of being polite, it's just a body condensing pill and some level 4 concentrated nutrient liquid. What? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly at once. Body condensation pill, a grade 4 elixir. And it was also one of the most precious amongst the grade 4 elixirs. Simply because the body condensation pill's greatest function was to help grade 3 martial artists break through to grade 4. And to stabilize the foundation. The market price is in the millions. It's a rare commodity that has a price. And the concentrated nutrient liquid of level 4 is also not cheap. And one of its greatest effects is to assist level 3 martial artists to upgrade. If these two things were placed in front of any level 3 martial artist, it would be difficult for them to bear the temptation. Li Mu calmly swept a glance at Hongya. It looked like this Hongya wanted to break through as soon as possible. After all, after the breakthrough, the winning streak would need to be recalculated. In that case, I'll take it. Li Mu received the wooden box. This gift was worth a lot of money though. But as long as he didn't come, the Black Fist Arena wouldn't continue to lose. If compared to a sale, Hongya wasn't a loss. It was also true that Li Mu wasn't going to come back. Brother, take care. No farewell. Su Feng was puzzled. Boss, why did you give him such a heavy gift? And shouting at him to come back anytime, we've already lost a lot of money because of him this time. What do you know? Hongya slapped him on the head. Look at him, his chi and blood are like a fire. It's almost ready to rise to the sky. This is a sign of an impending breakthrough. With his strength, once he breaks through, why would he come back? I'm just being polite. Our small temple can't accommodate this big Buddha. The deserted alley. Li Mu took off his mask. Looking at the blood-stained clean white mask. The moonlight was as gorgeous as frost on the ground. This mask made of ordinary material was like jade under the moonlight. The night of the 18th district was very quiet. I wanted to smash this piece of mask and throw it away. But in this instant, Li Mu gave up this idea again. He put away the mask and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking up at the night sky. The white moon was in the sky. The night was long and bright. The path of martial arts is a long road. The only company is the color of the moon. My martial arts path should be like the pretty white moon. In the dark night of the human race, it shall illuminate the road ahead. Give the earth light. Stepping onto the inter-district train. Li Mu gently stroked the mask in his arms. It was no longer a mere mask. It was more of an experience, some memories, a testimony. Prepare a copy of all those herbs I bought last time, including the 9-leaf swordgrass. He sent a message to Qing Dai. It's really gone. How can I have a lot of a treasure like the 9-leaf swordgrass? Qing Di wrote back. Li Mu frowned slightly, so where should he go to buy 9-leaf swordgrass again? Chapter 43 Super Limit. Double Avatar. Aoki Pharmacy. It was nearly 10 o'clock and the colorful lights of the various stores around were still shining. Only the lights of the Greenwood Apothecary were a bit dim, and the door was closed. Li Mu entered through the hidden side door. Behind the counter, Qing Dai was lying on her back on the cabinet, flinging a pair of white short legs in boredom. If it wasn't for the fact that there hadn't been a guy coming to buy something, she would have been lying on her bed playing games at this time. Hey! Li Mu made a sound. Qing Di looked up. Ah! Straight away, she broke into a scream. All of a sudden, she was so shocked that she fell off the counter and sat on her butt. It's me! Li Mu was somewhat speechless. Although he was in a bit of a mess, he wasn't scared like this. It's just that. The clothes are torn and stained with some blood, that's all. You're dressed like this in the middle of the night to scare people to death. Qing Dai stood up in anger. It's you who are too timid. Li Mu came to the counter and started to check up on the herbs that Qing Dai had already prepared. Hey, are you injured? Qing Dai noticed the bloodstains on Li Mu's body and cautiously came closer. Li Mu ignored it and continued to check the herbs. Hey, you can't hurt yourself because I won't sell you the 9-leaf swordgrass. You still have it? Li Mu raised his head and looked at this little nymph. That? Qing Dai smiled awkwardly, revealing her white shell teeth. Forget it if it's not for sale, it's all fine, how much in total? Li Mu was expressionless. You have internal injuries, right? Beaten by someone? Qing Di asked. Li Mu was silent. It looks like you've vomited a lot of blood, how pathetic. Qing Di took out a small porcelain bottle from behind the counter and handed it to Li Mu. Here, blood-nourishing pill, this doesn't charge you, after all, you often care about my business. After a moment of silence, Li Mu took the porcelain bottle. Well, 9-leaf swordgrass sell you another one, but don't hurt yourself, so adult, what does this look like, hurry back to clean up. Qing Dai took out a box from behind her that had been placed there a long time ago. Thanks. A portion of boiling blood scatter, a few portions of body tempering scatter, this instantly cost 10 million out of 10 million. After returning home, it was already late at night. Originally, I thought that the second 9-leaf swordgrass would take some effort. To get it so easily, it was a saving grace. It was just time to get a head start. Breaking through the limit in one fell swoop. Tonight, Li Mu's premonition of a breakthrough was stronger than ever. The door to the limit was right in front of his eyes. First, he swallowed a few blood-nourishing pills sent by Qing Dai. Then he took everything to the balcony of the living room. Li Mu started handling the herbs by the light of the moon. There was no need for light, martial artists were already bright-eyed and deaf. Today, the moon was shining brightly. Nearly 2 hours later, it was already the early hours of the morning, and everything for the blood-boiling powder was finally finished. Then came the body-quenching powder. The body-quenching powder is taken internally, the boiling blood powder is used externally, and the two together have a better effect. Bathroom. The liquid in the bathtub was as bright as blood, boiling like magma. Without hesitation, he stripped off his clothes and entered the bathtub. Li Mu had already rinsed his body first so as not to taint the boiling blood sand. After entering the bathtub, a handful of body-hardening scatter was directly taken. Phew! The counting breath gone leisurely operated. The breathing was long and powerful, and the state of mind was calm. The 8 vast sect operated. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the founder's earth, and is said to be the Tsong Gate. Tsong Gate. My gate of limits. Li Mu violently opened his eyes. In front of him, there was the magnificent, mysterious, miracle-like gate. This time, it was unprecedentedly real. From the northeast, said the mountain of the founder's earth, said the Tsong Gate. Exhaling leisurely, his arms squared on the gate. A fierce force was exerted. The limit, the shackles again. Only by breaking the shackles could one achieve supremacy. Li Mu's ambition was greater than anyone else's. Other people push the limits. He wants to break through the limits. Hot blood was boiling. It was like a great river of magma rushing through his veins. A large amount of violently raging energy rushed straight from outside the body into the body. It was like silver needles piercing the bones, and like sword chi lingering. This was the characteristic of the 9-leaf sword grass. Inside his body, it was the pure energy transformed by the body tempering scatter, which quickly integrated into Li Mu's body, all his limbs and bones. He was immersed in the liquid, his eyes forbiddenly closed, his expression determined. The severe pain in his flesh could only be turned into a whetstone for him to quench his will. The bright blood-like liquid was slowly fading its color at a speed visible to the naked eye. From fishy red, to bright red, light red. Dozens of body-tempering pills had also been swallowed into Li Mu's stomach as much as possible. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. Since the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, it is said to be the Tsong Gate. My martial arts path. Unstoppable. Nothing can block its path. With his entire body and mind, he launched a final assault on that portal. Boom! Buzz! Thud! The muffled sound was followed by a buzzing sound, followed by a clear sound. It was like an ancient bell ringing long. The sky and the earth lulled and washed the hearts of the people. Door. Opened. Behind the door. It's the new world. It's the boundless frontier. It's the brilliance of it all. It's everything. Is all. It was a supreme martial path leading to the supreme. Ah! A low roar that was suppressed to the extreme vaguely came out from Li Mu's throat. Unprecedented, unspeakably sharp pain. It was as if his entire body was completely shattered by his muscles and then reorganized a little bit. He opened his eyes. The eyes were bright. The liquid in the bathtub had become transparent. The severe pain was slowly disappearing. Li Mu could clearly and distinctly feel that. His muscles had become more powerful. It was as if there was thunder in them, and once it erupted, it would be like the first appearance of a thunderbolt. Is this the scenery after the limit? Li Mu slowly stood up. A muscle was not exaggerated, but it was concave and convex, like a sculpture class full of texture and force. He suddenly stroked his forehead. There was suddenly an additional strange feeling at the center of his eyebrows. It was as if was nurturing something. Suddenly, the scene behind the door suddenly brought Li Mu a kind of enlightenment. When one reaches the limit, they will obtain a divine ability. It's just that the ability gained at that time wouldn't be mastered directly, and would need to be groped for and researched on one's own. This should be something that all extreme martial artists would obtain. Not every limit martial artist gets a different avatar. It was just because extreme martial artists were so rare, and before this Li Mu had never even heard of anything in this regard. Whereas with Ultra Limit, one would obtain a second divine aptitude. And it was directly enlightened. My first ability is the sixth sense. A divine ability similar to the precognition and perception aspect. Now, Li Mu had also made it clear that there had been a change in himself after becoming a limit martial artist in the first place. It was just that he didn't perceive it that clearly back then. When he came out of the martial arts center and perceived a threat from young Fei Hong, it was because of his own divine ability. And now, one had an additional divine ability. It was just that this divine ability seemed particularly unusual. It was still in gestation at this time. At this level. It takes a martial king level to gestate and mature? Li Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Perception could not be wrong. It seemed that only when he waited until the martial king level would he be able to know what exactly the divine ability that was being birthed at his brow was. Chapter 44 Level 4 Martial Artist. Being burdened with 20,000 pounds of enormous strength. Let's first ignore the second unknown divine ability. Although the first divine ability seemed to have no actual combat power, there were times when it was particularly effective. Moreover, it was passive. There was no need to actively consume it. Li Mu put on his clothes and cleaned up the bathroom again. Ultra limit. This degree, Li Mu didn't know if anyone had ever reached it. But he had never heard of it. At this moment, however, Li Mu didn't have much joy, excitement. His state of mind was calm, not arrogant or impatient. The counting breath technique, one of the most basic breathing techniques in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. However, its effect and significance was particularly significant. After cleaning up, Li Mu once again came to the balcony. The white moon had already reached the sky, and it was almost dawn. Phew! Li Mu casually threw a punch, and the wind was so strong that it broke through the air. The power had increased by 2/10. An extremely clear perception that originated from the body. That meant that Li Mu's strength was now 12,000 kilograms. This was the kind of power that only a 4th level martial artist could have. But Li Mu was still at the 3rd level. At the edge of the sky, vaguely, there was already a reddish golden light appearing. It's time to break through. Li Mu took the body condensation pill and the level 4 concentrated nutrient solution that Hongya had given himself. Ultra limit was not a level, but a realm. Beyond that point, it was as much as it could be. To advance further, it was impossible. Opening the wooden box, in it was a small jade box as well as 10 glass test tubes containing light blue liquid. The test tubes were 100 milliliters in volume, totaling 1,000 milliliters. It didn't seem like much, but this was a 4th grade. Even more crucial was the word concentrated. From the color, one could tell that this was definitely a highly concentrated nutrient liquid. The price of one could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And there was a price for it. Concentrated nutrient solutions were all specialties. Not a small amount of money. Li Mu directly took out a test tube and poured it into his mouth. The long-lost heaven swallowing and earth devouring immediately operated. The highly concentrated nutrient solution that had just gone down was immediately digested by swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, turning into pure energy that was integrated into Li Mu's body. The second, the third. 2 more nutrient solutions were poured into his mouth together. Feeling that it was almost time, Li Mu took out the body condensing pill. If it was the size of a dragon's eye, its body was turquoise, and under the last touch of moonlighting, it was as crystal clear as an emerald. Li Mu swallowed it in one gulp. Its medicinal effect was immediately integrated into Li Mu's body under the influence of swallowing heaven and devouring earth. Skin, flesh, bones, organs. And even hair. Everything in the body was being warmed by this medicinal power, gradually becoming more and more powerful, tough, and solid. 4th level, all in one. Causing the body to undergo an evolution in its entirety. This was also one of the most important reasons why the 4th level was called a watershed. While his body was evolving, Li Mu swallowed 2 more nutrient solutions as an energy supplement. The evolutionary journey was quick, a rich vitality concurred from Li Mu's body but the deepest part of his body, spreading to every corner of his body. Phew! A breath was leisurely exhaled. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura. 4th level, becoming. Not only was it at the 4th level, but swallowing heaven and devouring earth had also broken through to the 2nd level. The digestion ability would be stronger and faster. The sun was rising. The bright golden sunlight cast down on the earth. It made a tall building and a street seem to be dyed with a layer of gold paint, golden and brilliant. It fell on Li Mu's body and reflected on the teenager's face. Vigorous and bright. It was like a new star that was rising. My martial arts path is like the rising sun rising. This has only just begun. Honyang Martial Arts Center. After finishing the buns he bought on the road, Li Mu pushed open the door of the third training room. Li Mu, who hadn't slept a wink all night, didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. His eyes were still shining. His temperament was introverted, but the sharpness that occasionally came through was alarming. In front of the strength tester, Li Mu grabbed the horizontal bar and slowly pushed it up. The numbers on the screen slowly jumped. 20,178. 20,000 pounds. Li Mu gently exhaled a breath. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin slightly. Breaking through the limit had grown 2,000 pounds of strength, whereas upgrading had directly grown 8,000 pounds. It looked like exceeding the limit was completely inferior to upgrading. But the truth was that the two were inherently causally related. Level 1 Martial Artist, 600 to 1500. Level 2, 1600 to 4000. Level 3, 5000 to 10,000. Level 4, 11,000 30,000. Level 5, 31,000 60,000. Level 6, 61,000 to 100,000. Third level martial artists to fourth level martial artists would at least reach 11,000 pounds directly. The farther away from the limit, the harder it is to break through, or even too far away to break through directly, and even if they do break through, they can't rise much in strength. And the closer to the limit, the easier it was to break through. The more power that can be increased after the breakthrough. For example, Li Mu's breakthrough did not feel any obstacles. He reached 20,000 pounds directly. This was entirely due to the ultra-limit breakthrough. If he had broken through at around 8,000 kilograms, he probably would have broken through to just over 11,000 kilograms. As for any lower, it would be almost impossible to break through. The significance of the limit was extraordinary. The limit was the most perfect cornerstone in the martial Tao. Only the most perfect foundation could forge the strongest martial artist. Many martial artists were stuck at a certain level because their foundation wasn't properly laid. Before, when they wanted to break through as early as possible, they didn't even get close to the limit, not to mention reaching the limit, and even the half limit was not even close. That's why hidden dangers were planted, causing bottlenecks. In front of the attack power tester. Slowly inhaling and exhaling. The state of mind was smooth, and a strand of chi merged into the muscles. The pace sinks. Collapsing bow and scurrying arrows sharply. Brace the hammer. This punch is as swift as the wind. It's as fast as electricity and as powerful as thunder. Boom! The numbers on the screen jumped wildly. 30,592. 30,592. It had reached 1.5 times its own power. Some weaker rank 5 martial artists might be no more than that. Bursting out with an attack power that exceeded the value of one's own strength was the key to crossing over levels. But bracing hammer is no longer my strongest attack move. Li Mu's eyes flashed slightly. Bracing hammer was only one of the basic 8 stances. And the Iron Mountain leaning that Li Mu had once used in that battle with Yu Ouyang was one of the true kills of the 8 extreme fists. I wonder what the tolerance limit of this tester is. After thinking about it, Li Mu still didn't continue to try. In case he messed it up, he couldn't afford to pay for it. Generally, the testing apparatus of this kind of training room wouldn't be too advanced. After all, there were quite a few of these training rooms. And level 4 or 5 martial artists usually didn't come to this kind of place. That was why many places like martial arts halls had testers whose limits were around level 4 or 5. Who? The counting breath gong leisurely operated. Li Mu's body sank down and started practicing the 2E pile. One heavy step after another was stepped out and transformed. Its momentum was powerful and elusive. Who? A fist was swung out of thin air. The wind whistled. The 2 embers pile can also be practiced in conjunction with the fist technique. One way of martial arts. There are no shortcuts. Only water dripping down the stone, perseverance. That's how you get to the top. Hold up the hammer. Subdue the dragon and the tiger. Mountain splitting palm. Climb the mountain. Circle blocking tiger hugging and squeezing. Bear crouch hard against the squeeze. Crane steps to push the mountain stable. For a while, the training room was filled with strong winds. If there were other people in the room, the strong wind would make it difficult for people to open their eyes. Li Mu's moves had become more and more swift and powerful. The changes in moves were smooth and natural, and there was not the slightest bit of rust. Chapter 45 13th Level Beast King. August 15th. After practicing for a few hours, Li Mu hadn't even planned to eat lunch. He was prepared to directly practice until the afternoon, then eat lunch and dinner together and go home afterward. But a phone call from Chen Nan disrupted Li Mu's arrangements. Lin Xin Restaurant. Not big or small, barely better than a fly tavern. The main thing was that it was close to Hongyang Martial Arts Center. Inside the small box, Li Mu and Chen Nan sat opposite each other. One potato beef brisket, one braised pork, and one braised chicken nuggets. After ordering more than 10 dishes in one breath, Li Mu looked at Chen Nan. What else do you want? You ordered so many, that's enough, that's enough. Chen Nan was all excited. Mu Zi, let me tell you. Winter's fury has been repelled. Oh? Li Mu silently ordered a few more on the smart menu before putting down the menu. That's right. I told you that several great martial kings struck together. No matter what beast king he is. Is there any battle footage? That Winter's wrath didn't die? No. That guy probably ran away fast. Officially, they've named that guy the Winter White Bear King, a level 13 beast king. 13th level. Li Mu's pupils shrunk at once. The arrow god could also be level 13. He was actually seriously injured at first, causing several martial gods to attack, and actually managed to escape under the siege of several martial gods. There wasn't even any footage to broadcast. With this world's technological advancement, there is no reason why the images could not be captured. Normally, when a martial god strikes, there will be footage broadcast. Especially the invincible demeanor of a martial god when they struck, easily killing their opponents in seconds. The aura was like a dragon. This kind of image could make the populace greatly inspire and cheer. And if there is no picture, it's actually quite understandable. For example, the last time the arrow god was seriously injured, Shuehua City fell. Just a simple piece of news had caused a layer of gloom to cover the hearts of the entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom. If there were still images coming out, there was no telling how many hearts would have to be struck with despair. To put it simply, reporting good news was not reporting bad news. This time, all the martial arts gods to encircle the Winter White Bear King is a good thing to avenge the past shame. If it went well, it should have been publicized everywhere, even broadcast live across the country. But now it's just a message, not even a big proclamation. In fact, it is not difficult to guess. I am afraid that this battle is not so easy. It might have taken a small price to expel the Winter White Bear King. After all, it was a level 13 beast king. A beast king that even the arrow god was no match for. Li Mu's heart, again, heaved a bit. Generally speaking, fey beasts would indeed be stronger than humans of the same level. Some special fey beasts were even able to fight one against several and win the battle. Perhaps the Winter White Bear King was such a beast. However, looking at Chen Nan's giggling appearance, Li Mu hesitated for a moment and still didn't say these words out loud. Soon, a large dish was brought up. Eat quickly, I have to go practice martial arts after eating. Li Mu directly moved his chopsticks. In front of Chen Nan, Li Mu didn't need to care about image. Large mouthfuls of the dish were shoved straight into his mouth. Mu Zi, are you as good as that, a hungry ghost? Chen Nan was speechless. Only when you are full will you have the energy to practice martial arts. Eat more, my treat. After eating and practicing martial arts for a few more hours, Li Mu went to the Greenwood Pharmacy again. Bought some herbs needed for the chi replenishing powder. It cost around $300,000. Again, it was recorded in the medicinal formula chapter. However, the main function of the chi replenishing bulk was to replenish oneself and raise one's level. Similar to the effect of a nutrient solution. Li Mu was trying to see who was more cost-effective compared to this prescription and the nutrient solution. After returning home, he blended the chi replenishing bulk. In conjunction with swallowing heaven and devouring earth, he began to cultivate. The pure energy quickly integrated into the body, causing the body to become stronger and more powerful. It caused the strength to slowly grow. Sure enough, it's far too cost-effective to dispense your own medicine. Li Mu opened his eyes. Only the money was still not much. This thing called money, spending it was really like running water. On the contrary, there were still a few level 4 concentrated nutrient liquid, which could be used to absorb and cultivate. A few days passed. Li Mu spent all of his time day after day, except for eating and sleeping, on cultivating and practicing martial arts. The level 13, Winter White Bear King, brought Li Mu a lot of pressure. He was almost squeezing himself, wanting to spend all his time completely on cultivating and becoming stronger. At level 4, the energy needed to grow in strength was too much. Several concentrated nutrient solutions had already been completely absorbed by Li Mu. Several pairs of chi replenishing bullets had also been dispensed. Li Mu had also increased his strength by just over 2,000 pounds. The money had been used quite a bit instead. It's the 15th. August 15th. Only 5 days until Chu University starts. But more importantly, if the guess was correct, this night would be the third time one would enter the dream world. This was also the day to verify the guess. There were no other arrangements today, and Li Mu wasn't going to go out. Except for going downstairs in the morning and buying dozens of cages of buns for breakfast. After eating the buns, he was meditating and practicing swallowing heaven and devouring earth. After swallowing heaven and devouring earth entered the second level, it was even able to start absorbing some of the energy in the air. However, the efficiency was definitely far less than eating directly. At least it was better than nothing. Li Mu had one more thing to do. This meditation was done directly until 4 or 5 p.m. After finishing his cultivation, he cooked, ate, and took a bath. Before 8 o'clock, Li Mu laid down on the bed. This time, Li Mu purposely got a camera and aimed it at the position where he was lying on the bed. He also wanted to figure out whether he really went to that mysterious dream world or not. A little sleepy. Normally it wouldn't be this early. Lying on the bed, Li Mu soon fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The pale sky, the pale earth. Mountains like graves were arranged in layers. Sure enough, it's right. It's here again. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but flash with a ray of joy. This cemetery was a treasure trove that hid countless treasures. The first time he entered for the second time, he obtained swallowing heaven and devouring earth and heaven and earth's 8 extremes, respectively. The 2 feats were practiced by Li Mu in these 2 short months. From being not even a rank 1 martial artist, he directly jumped to become a rank 4 martial artist. Then this time, yourself. Li Mu looked out into the deeper region, his eyes were a hot light. With level 4 now, Li Mu felt the need to try to enter the second region once again. Li Mu took a step and skirted around the side of the first area. Towards the second region. 1 step. Another step. The steps became heavy. That grave after grave, as if they had awakened, a different but particularly terrifying aura appeared. In an instant, Li Mu's body felt like it was carrying 1,000 pounds of invisible weight. Once again, he took a step. The invisible burden on his body became heavier and heavier. In just a few steps, that invisible pressure was already reaching Li Mu's limit. It's said that the aura of the Martial King realm can only be initially solidified. But that was only preliminary condensation. Even if it was an ordinary person, as long as he overcame the fear in his heart, it was impossible to be pressurized to the point of not being able to get up. Of course, it was also almost impossible for an ordinary person to face the mighty pressure of a martial king and still overcome their fear. And now, the mighty pressure Li Mu was facing had really affected reality. Chapter 46 3 Explorations into the Dream Realm. Terrifying killing aura. Every step he took left a heavy footprint on the ground. 100 meters to go. Li Mu gazed at the closest grave in the second area. Last time, it seemed to be the one that was lifted away from more than 100 meters away. This time I will. Li Mu took a heavy step. His body was about to be somewhat hunched over by that invisible pressure. If converted to weight, 20,000 pounds was more than that. Li Mu was on the verge of going a little black in front of his eyes. Kill. One word kill. Li Mu couldn't tell if he heard a voice or saw a word. He only felt an overpowering and incomparable killing intent instantly and completely enveloped his entire body and mind. Kill. 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 Great terror. Endless killing intent, raging incomparable killing intent. At this instant, Li Mu seemed to be in the middle of an ancient battlefield. The golden goads and iron horses, armor and spears. 2 armies charging and killing. The ears are filled with the sound of killing. The eyes are also filled with killing. Kill. 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 Only killing. Naked, bloody killing. The earth seems to be dyed red, and blood rains in the air. The corpses are everywhere. Rivers of blood flowed. Li Mu was like a puppet, staring blankly at all this. His mind and consciousness were nearly to be washed into a void by the raging killing intent. Vaguely, Li Mu saw a military general with armor and a sword. That pair of deep eyes looked bland. But within that blandness, afterward, was a much purer killing intent. Pure killing intent that was almost indifferent to everything. Who? Li Mu violently opened his eyes. He exhaled a long breath. At this moment, he was clearly still between the first and second regions of the cemetery. Where was the battlefield? Where were the generals? But Li Mu's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He glanced intently at the tomb in front of him. That was the source of the murderous aura. Li Mu already had some guesses. There were only a handful of historical figures that could have such a heavy killing aura. The pressure on his body was still heavy, pressing Li Mu so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back, but he just didn't want to lower his back. Ah! He clenched his teeth and took a difficult step forward. Before a step even hit the ground, it was met with extremely serious resistance. The next moment, a huge force came violently from the front. Boom! Li Mu was directly lifted off the ground and flew hundreds of meters backwards, heavily smashing on top of a Region 1 grave. The entire grave was directly smashed and stepped down by Li Mu. It was only after a while that Li Mu crawled out of the grave in a sorry state. There was nothing in this grave. It looks like the second region is still not that simple. However, compared to last time, Li Mu had already approached to a range of several dozen meters this time. And he was directly affected by that aura into a state like an illusion. Li Mu speculated that this was most likely a reaction because he had gotten close to a certain level of graves. The graves in the second region were already too much more divine by the first region. After another moment of reprieve, the soreness in Li Mu's body eased a bit. He circled around to the front and saw the owner of this grave that he had accidentally smashed. Tomb of Yukagon. Born in 823, died in 1052, 15th level martial artist. Exterminating evil spirits, getting rid of epidemics and demons, battling plague beasts, and subduing the earth. There's no trace of him, he's replaced by the gate god. So it's this. Elder, I apologize. Li Mu bowed and saluted. He couldn't quite understand this person's biography, but he expected it to be extraordinary. There was nothing in this grave, and he turned towards the other graves. Dian Wei's tomb. Born in 260, died in 618, 15th level martial artist. He had the courage and strength to capture bulls and tigers in life. Finger painting kills. Ancient evil. He is buried here with his sacred weapons, the ice and iron halberds. Ancient evil lie. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. For this one, just the historical one, Li Mu was quite an admirer. Senior, excuse me. Li Mu clasped his fists and gave a salute, then immediately came to the side of the grave. This time, he didn't go looking for something to smash. Who? Qi sank into the dantian. Li Mu's body's center of gravity sank. His right fist slowly moved back, just like a sharp arrow being strung. The collapsing bow tampered with the arrow in a hurry. Brace the hammer. Fast as lightning, swift as the wind, the fist landed on top of the muddy grave. Boom! This punch had an attack power of over 30,000. Amidst the muffled sound, a fine crack appeared directly on the unknown crystalline material on the grave. Under the force, Li Mu slightly retreated half a step. His hand was also a little sore. In his eyes, however, a flash of joy surfaced. This was a complete grave. One already possessed the ability to break a complete grave. The collapsing bow scurried the arrow sharply. Another brace of hammers landed directly on the grave. Boom! The cracks instantly widened a few times and became finer. The bow scrambling arrow is in a hurry. Li Mu landed another brace hammer blow on the grave. Layers of cracks opened up on it. It was already on the verge of falling. A few more squeezes of the hammer landed one after another. Li Mu's palms were already numb from the shock. Boom! The tomb collapsed. The material that was all in one turned into countless pieces of different sizes. Li Mu quickly moved these pieces of unknown material to the side. In the tomb was a bronze coffin that had already decayed. Li Mu abruptly frowned slightly. A feeling surfaced in his heart. It was like there was nothing in here. Is it your own precognitive ability? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. He was very dissatisfied with this perception result. He even somewhat hoped that he had perceived it wrongly. It was useless to think about it more. He directly lifted the Qingtong coffin lid. However, he did not expect that the coffin lid would directly break with a single grab. Inside the coffin, there was only some powder. There were also obvious black traces of decay on the bronze interior. There really wasn't. At least one's perception is quite accurate. This was somewhat of a consolation. Without too much hesitation, he immediately exited the tomb and saluted Dianwei's tomb once more before heading directly towards the neighboring graves. The one time falling short didn't hit Li Mu. After all, Li Mu also had experience. The previous 2 times he had also searched several times before finding the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring and heaven and earth 8 pole. Tomb of Yu Fei. Born in 431, died in 549, 15th level martial artist. 30 years of fame and fortune, 8,000 miles of clouds and the moon. No long things with him, only a manuscript Yu's Art of War was buried with him. General Yu. Li Mu made a bow. This was another figure he respected quite a bit. I'm offended. Bypassing the grave, Li Mu arrived behind the grave. This was another grave that was complete and muddled. Who? Collapsing the bow and scurrying the arrow sharply. Brace the hammer. A fist landed on the grave. Boom! With just one punch, the entire grave collapsed. Li Mu immediately raised his eyebrows slightly. This isn't quite right, how did it become so easy? He quickly moved away the materials that had shattered. At once, the premonition in his heart appeared again. It was still the premonition that there was nothing. This. In the tomb was a wooden coffin that had already decayed beyond recognition. It seemed to be a very plain coffin that could not resist the passage of time. A quick glance showed that there was nothing. Chapter 47, The Fortunes of Gaining and Losing. The last 3 seats. Perhaps. It's because the internal structure was faulty long ago? It's just that the exterior looks intact. Thinking about it, this reason seemed quite reasonable. After all, this was the grave of a 15th level powerhouse. To be opened by a rank 4 martial artist, it couldn't be truly intact by any stretch of the imagination. Heroes are not worth the years. With a baggage, Li Mu traveled to another grave next to the second one. Tomb of Yuan Qingdu. Born in 429, died in 604, 15th level martial artist. One boar shocked and killed Demon Emperor Thousand Yu. Buried here with the divine weapon Phoenix Wing Guild Boring and his Mount Red Charcoal Flame Dragon Cult. Another peerless fierce general. Li Mu couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. Immediately, with a clasped fist and a salute, he came directly to the side of the grave. Collapse the bow and scurry the arrow sharply. Brace the hammer. Boom! The bracing hammer's short-range explosive power was powerful, just right for something like smashing a grave. And because he was already level 4, Li Mu's body had completely evolved. The strength of his body had increased dramatically, and he wouldn't hurt himself too much. At most, it was just a little pain. Li Mu's will had long been as hard as iron. How could he be affected by some pain? Rumble. After more than 10 punches, the grave collapsed. Quickly clearing the broken materials, Li Mu had become somewhat familiar with it. When these materials were cleared to the sides, perception came again. It can't be. A coffin of unknown material. After lifting it, there was really nothing. It seems that the material of the grave can block one's perception. Li Mu sighed softly. Worthy of being the grave of a 15th level martial artist, it was truly divine and extraordinary. Unfortunately, it couldn't even block his own fists now. Li Mu walked quickly towards the next grave. Several consecutive graves did not yield the slightest harvest, which caused Li Mu's heart to become slightly anxious. He didn't know how much longer he could stay here. He didn't want to return empty-handed. Li Wenshu's tomb came to the same place as last time. Li Mu didn't turn around. Although Li Wenshu's tomb had been opened, but there was Qin Xiong's tomb and Ma Chao's tomb behind it. Shui Rengui's tomb, there were also Luo Chang and Long Moreover's tomb behind it. Qin Xiong's tomb. Qin Xiong was born in 450 and died in 689. He was a 15th grade martial artist. He destroyed a mountain with his mace, stopped millions of Yin troops, and killed thousands of Yin creatures with his spear. Qin Xiong was buried here together with his sacred weapons, golden four-pronged copper mace and tiger's head engraved gold lance. Ma Chao's tomb. Born in 699, died in 820. 15th grade martial artist. He led the Ma clan's army to break through the demon kingdom and killed the demon emperor with a single shot. He is buried here with his sacred weapon, the moon lance. Luo Chang's tomb. Luo Chang, born in 453, died in 701, 15th level martial artist. He led the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun to break through the 9 evil caves in 32 days. A hero can't withstand the years. Yesterday's hero, today's hero, no more suave and elegant. He was buried here with his mount, flying on the Swallow Lodge. Dragon's tomb. Dragon End, born in 341, died in 399, 15th level martial artist. In his life, he slaughtered 3 beast kings, 18 beast kings, and beheaded hundreds of thousands of beasts. In the last battle, he was surrounded by 4 beast emperors and died without a body, so he used his weapon, the dragon flying spear, as a grave. 4 tombs. 4 complete tombs. After opening them, there was nothing. What the hell is going on here? Li Mu's face was heavy. Why would there be nothing left in these complete tombs? How can this be thought of? How can it be somewhat unreasonable? I just don't believe it. He directly turned around and walked towards the back. He didn't believe that with so many tombs, he wouldn't be able to find one that had something. Crossing over the first one he saw this time, Yukagong's tomb. Tomb of Chang Yuchen. Born in 1689, died in 1801, 15th grade martial artist. The light of the sword can part the sea, cutting through the royal pillars of the sea. He was buried here with the water breaker and sea splitter knives. Blue Jade's tomb. Born in 1702, died in 1797, 15th level martial artist. He pacified the southern barbarians, drove away the northern seafarers, and settled the Ming dynasty. He died without a body, but only a skin. Zheng Fei's tomb. Born in 310, died in 482. 15th level martial artist. His voice was like thunder. He scared off millions of beasts with his voice. He's buried here with his sacred weapon, the 8-serpent spear. 3 more tombs. All empty. The next tomb is Zhao Yun's. Still no luck. Jumping out of the tomb, Li Mu's heart ached to no end. These were all famous figures in history. And they were all level 15 above the martial god. If these characters had anything left behind, no matter what it was, it must be a supreme treasure. But now, there was nothing. Nothing. Li Mu's heart was incomparably hard to bear. There was nothing even in many complete tombs. Even though he had already made some guesses, Li Mu had a hard time accepting this reality. Who? The counting breath technique quietly operated, and Li Mu's somewhat agitated state of mind gradually calmed down. Breathing also began to smooth out. I'm lucky if I gain, but I'm lucky if I lose. Just do your best, why complain to the heavens? In a short period of time, Li Mu's state of mind had cleared. Getting the heaven swallowing and earth devouring and the 8 extremes of heaven and earth was lucky enough, so what was there to be unaware of? One could continue to fight and continue to try. But there was absolutely no need to destabilize one's state of mind. Li Mu took a step and continued forward. A grave. Or it had been blasted down, if it was still standing. Opening a grave. One grave was empty, not even the remains of a corpse or bones were left behind. But this falling short time and time again could no longer affect Li Mu's state of mind. Regrets would definitely be there, but there would no longer be much self-loathing and self-hatred. Without realizing it, Li Mu had already opened the majority of the graves. Ahead, there were only 3 more graves. There were none further back. There were only supposed to be a few dozen graves in the first region. Fortunate to have gained, fortunate to have lost. Li Mu gently exhaled. Stepping forward, he came to the 3rd tomb. Zhang Daoling's tomb. Enjoying a lifespan of 3,000 years and a double rest in martial arts. Both reached the 15th level. Martial arts are divine. Thunder in the palm of your hand. I've destroyed the 6 evil kings. 4 ghost emperors. 1,000,000 men. He kept the peace. Now, he lies here. Dual cultivation in martial arts. Li Mu's pupils instantly shrunk. Dharma? What is FA? Spells? Taoist magic? Magic? In this world, Li Mu had never heard of any FA. This was clearly a world that belonged to martial arts. But now, Li Mu didn't feel that the records on the tombstone could be wrong, connecting it to the historical faults of the Dragon Kingdom. It was most likely another path. A path that was parallel to the martial way. It doesn't say what's in it. Li Mu exhaled a breath, having regained his calm heart from his initial surprise. The too many disappointments in front of him had already numbed Li Mu a bit. He didn't even hesitate much and directly opened the hammer. This time, the tomb seemed to be much sturdier. It took dozens of punches before that muddy material collapsed. Some mechanically moved away a piece of broken material. A bronze coffin appeared. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Chapter 48 Real Life Essay. God's Tomb. He sensed that there was something inside, and could also roughly sense the location. Li Mu immediately lifted the lid of the coffin and casket. A white jade trigger finger was lying quietly on one side inside the coffin. Li Mu's eyes immediately lit up, his heart beat faster, and his breathing became slightly more rapid. His figure flashed and he instantly grabbed the trigger finger. Warm and moist in his hand, the whole body was as white as the finest sheep's fat jade. The only pity was that a crack had ruined the overall perfection. Zhang Daoling's relic. Dual cultivation of law and martial arts. The martial arts are divine. Manipulating divine thunder. Zhang Daoling, who fought alone against the 6 great demon kings. Zhang Daoling of the 4 great demon emperors. Throughout the tombs in the first region, as far as Li Mu has seen so far. Unique. Everyone else is level 15 in martial arts. He's a Dharma and martial arts practitioner, both at the 15th level. His life is equally extraordinary. The things left behind by such a character are bound to be extraordinary. However, the most important thing to do now is not to study this trigger finger. This time, he didn't return the first time after getting the item. Then Li Mu could not possibly give up this opportunity. He treasured the trigger finger and immediately headed towards the next grave. Li Siyuan Zhao's tomb. 15th level peak martial artist. Ultra limit. The end of the road. It's a pity that he was born at the wrong time, otherwise he would have been an overlord. Even so, he's also a great man, a top martial artist. He wrestled with the Bull King of Tsongshan and won. He promised not to kill his clan for 300 years. He fought with the Shark King in the sea and won the battle. The Sea Tribe retreated 1,000 miles. A true hero. It's a pity for the human race that they can't die well. Crown Mound, 5 mountains body refining technique. The king is no more than Xiang, and the general is no more than Li. Li Mu's eyes glowed with fire. This time, there was a lot more ink on the tombstone. It was evident that the person who inscribed the monument held it in high esteem. From between the words, Li Mu couldn't help but feel his blood boiling a bit. General Li. I'm offended. Li Mu heavily clasped his fists. After the grave, dozens of fists fell. Boom! The grave collapsed and was empty. A coffin had completely decayed. Li Mu couldn't help but feel some regret. That body refining technique was extraordinary at first glance. Pity. Gently exhaling a breath, he came to the outermost layer, the last grave. Just that name caused a hint of surprise to flash through Li Mu's eyes. Zhang Sanfeng's tomb. Enjoying a lifespan of 5 years. Dual cultivation of martial arts and Dharma. Half step 16. Since the 4th great change in heaven and earth, the only 16 levels of martial arts. He's made his way out of a dead end. Pity. I was born at the wrong time. The law has been incorporated into the martial arts. He's the best in the world. He could have entered the 16th level of the martial arts. But for future generations, he was stopped at half a step. Fortunate for the future generations, sad for the real people. Only 1 volume of handwritten notes remains. Zhang Sanfeng, Zhang Zhenren. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but flash a ray of shock. The last tomb was not Xiangyu, which made him a little surprised. But when he saw the name, he took it for granted. And those biography introductions were detailed and impassioned. It is as if the fonts of the dragons and phoenixes all contain the emotions of regret, and marvel. The reverence of the inscriber of the monument is even far better than Li Tsuanxiao. Mr. Zhang is offended. Li Mu clasped his fists and bowed. He walked around the tombstone. Boom! Fist after fist, it landed on top of the muddy, crystal-clear grave. Dozens of punches later, the grave collapsed. As Li Mu cleared away the broken materials, a premonition appeared in his heart. There's something. Li Mu's eyes narrowed at once, and his eyebrows brightened slightly. It was a yellow wooden coffin, and it was unknown what material it was made of. The coffin actually remained largely intact. Li Mu carefully pushed open the coffin lid. A pale color was the first to be reflected in his eyes. Thoroughly pushed open. Inside the coffin, there was a white bone lying upright. Among the pale color, there was even some crystal color vaguely, just like the beautiful jade that hides clumsiness. There is actually a complete corpse bone. Is this the divine difference of a 16th level martial artist? Under the white bone's right arm bone, there was a threadbare slightly yellowed book. Handbook? Li Mu reached out for it, and it didn't disappear the moment he touched it. It was physical. The handbook was slightly smooth after entering his hand, not like paper, but like some kind of skin. On the cover, there were only two big words that flew out of the sky. Essay. The shape is like a dragon and phoenix dancing, like the wind scrolling wild grass. The gesture is free and unconstrained. A sense of vastness emerged vaguely at first. Ancient text, can read it. Li Mu just wanted to turn it over, but then suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, while his brain immediately fainted. He hurriedly put away this real people's essay, and bowed to the white bones. Just bowed down, Li Mu directly lost consciousness. He opened his eyes fiercely. What met his eyes was the familiar bedroom ceiling. Back. The first thing Li Mu did was immediately check the trigger finger and real-life essay on his body. Both were there. Good luck, got two things this time. Li Mu couldn't help but grin slightly at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he didn't rush to survey his two gains this time. Instead, he immediately picked up the shooter. The shooter that was pointed at his bed. A video that was only over an hour long. Outside the window, it was still dark. How is it possible that it's only an hour? Although there wasn't much of a reference point in that cemetery. But from the feeling, one had been there for at least 5 or 6 hours. Time flows differently in dreams? Li Mu clicked on the video with doubts. From the very beginning, he watched it. He himself was lying peacefully on the bed. In no time, one fell asleep. Then, Li Mu's pupils shrunk at once. In the video, his own body actually directly disappeared the moment he completely fell asleep. In a split second, an entire instant disappeared, as if it had not appeared at all. Li Mu was somewhat incredulous as he immediately put the video to the end. In the end, his own body suddenly appeared, out of nowhere. Without the slightest sign. There wasn't even the slightest dissonance. It was exactly the same as when he disappeared. Li Mu repeatedly watched the video several times. Finally accepting the reality. It wasn't a dream. It was a real cemetery. A mysterious cemetery. He did not enter the cemetery in a dream. Rather, for some reason, he suddenly and instantly traveled to that cemetery and then instantly reversed back. This. Li Mu was still somewhat incredulous. Had he traveled through time or space? And it was completely in his unconsciousness that he had traveled, or was it timed? And just the moment Li Mu was certain that that cemetery was real. A meditative message-like sensation appeared in Li Mu's mind. God's tomb. The name, God's tomb. The amount of time one could stay in the divine tomb depended on one's own strength. And there was indeed a gap between the flow of time between the divine tomb and reality. It was currently about 5:1. The information was brief, that was all. Chapter 49 Turtle and Snake Viewing Diagram. Divine Tomb. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but flash with marvelous shock. That was actually a god's tomb? But when he thought about it, it seemed like it should have been. Level 13 was a martial god, not to mention level 15. Not to mention the 8 areas of graves in the back? It wouldn't be strange even if there were true gods buried in them. A heavenly chance. Li Mu couldn't help but feel some surges in his heart. But he still hadn't figured out exactly how he had gone to the god's tomb and how he had instantly returned. And where was the tomb of the gods? Mystery was also inevitable. These things are not something I can explore at the moment. It's just that I must be careful when I enter the tomb of the gods in the future. Li Mu directly deleted the video from the shooter. After thinking about it, he also directly destroyed the memory card and the shooter separately. Not the slightest evidence could be left behind. This matter was too involved. It's time to look at my harvest this time. Li Mu took the lead and took out that white jade trigger finger to survey it. After a moment, he helplessly put it down. The material seemed good. Other than that, Li Mu really couldn't see what use this thing specifically had. Putting away the trigger finger, he took out the book, The Essays of a Real Person. The whole body milky white, with some natural yellowish. It was less than 2 fingers thick, 3 or 4 inches wide, and 4 or 5 inches long. Essays of a Real Person. 2 large, ink-colored characters. Vaguely, black and white flowed, and a vast and atmospheric aura permeated out. Vaguely, from between these 2 words, Li Mu saw a mysterious yin and yang tie diagram. This is similar to the kind of the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, the wool between the words. Compared to the rigid and raging overriding airy wool of the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. Now these 2 words were not as surging and overbearing, but they were more mysterious and vast. Li Mu saw the flow of black and white, the balance between yin and yang. For a while. Only then did Li Mu detach himself from the state of being affected by the vastness of his aura. Very unusual. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully turned the first page. The pages were as thin as Zen, yet seemed to be extremely tough. Today, Jing Shan asked me, what is martial arts? A certain person said, Wu is hidden in the heart. Jing Shan asked again, what is the size of the word Wu? A certain word, between heaven and earth, the top of the sky. Xingshan said, Wu, not so big. I thought about it. The more I think, the more I realize. The font is still scribbled like mad grass. Vaguely, that yin and yang taiji diagram surfaced on each font. From the opening paragraph, it really seemed like this was just some casual writing. Li Mu couldn't help but frown slightly as he turned the next page. On the path of martial arts, guard against arrogance and impatience. Perseverance has its own rationale. But everything is too much. Martial arts, not so big, yet not so small. When there is a degree of relaxation. The abbot of red eyebrows was so obsessed that he fell into a demonic state and went crazy. Take this as a warning. Take the law into martial arts. Who says it can't be done? Law? What is the law? Heaven and earth borrowed the law. The law dries up. The change of heaven and earth. Li Mu quickly turned page after page, roughly scanning through its contents. Soon, Li Mu's expression changed. At first, he was a little disappointed, but now, his eyes had gradually caught fire. Suabi. A real person's casual writing. It seemed like it didn't record any cultivation techniques and didn't make much sense. However, in reality, there was a large amount of cultivation insights in it. True Lord Zhang's cultivation insights. Moreover, it also contained a lot of content on the fusion of Dharma and martial arts. This was likewise a precious treasure. It's a pity that I don't have a technique for cultivating FA. Li Mu sighed slightly in his heart. He continued to flip through this accompanying book. Between Dharma and martial arts, there is also one thing. It is the most important thing. Li Mu had just finished reading one line when suddenly, a page floated out. A hand caught it. On the snow-white paper was an ink-black painting. The turtle was like a heavy mountain, with a mountain and a sea at its back. The snake was perched on the turtle's armor, slender and agile. Tortoise and snake drawing. A few strokes, but a picture of a turtle and snake was drawn vividly. Only ink color, but you can see the blood color in the eyes of the spirit snake. Great power pouring in, steady as a mountain. The gas is like an empty space, as if it were ethereal. A turtle and a snake. A perfect union. A heavy and a light. A clear and a turbid. It can even be derived as one yin and one yang. Positive and strange are dependent on each other and coexist. This is Xuan Wu. Li Mu's pupils shrunk, the turtle and snake phase, what else could it be besides Xuan Wu? Lonely yang does not grow, lonely yin does not grow. Between heaven and earth, clear and turbid tu qi, the difference between yin and yang, the difference between positive and odd. Not a backward path. The calm voice vaguely resounded in Li Mu's ears. One by one, the words on the accompanying writing seemed to flash before Li Mu's eyes. At this moment, the white as snow page in Li Mu's hand instantly turned into mustard powder and dissipated. Tortoise and snake visualization. The figure on the page appeared again. But it appeared in the deepest part of Li Mu's mind. The image of the turtle and snake became more and more alive. It seemed to be transformed into a living thing. The great turtle took a step, and the spiritual snake spat out its tongue. Tortoise and snake visualization diagram. For a moment, Limu had a lot more information in his mind. This was a turtle and snake, not a true Xuanwu. But it could also be said to be the prototype of the Xuanwu. This was drawn by Zhang Sanfeng himself. It was not just a painting, but also incorporated Zhang Sanfeng's lifelong feelings. Those who visualize this picture can cultivate their mind power. Nian Li, also known as Divine Mind. It is what Zhang Sanfeng said, between Dharma and martial arts, that is the most important place. It should be the spiritual power that's being talked about now. Limu gazed at the diagram of the tortoise and snake in his mind. According to the information in his mind, he put his whole heart into observing and visualizing. Under Limu's gaze, the turtle and snake were moving around, either taking steps and stopping, or locking their heads and probing their brains. The most crucial thing was that the clear and the turbid were in harmony with each other. Vaguely, the turtle and snake seemed to have transformed into a flowing Tai Chi diagram. Turtle is yang water, snake is yin fire. When turtle and snake intersect, it is yin and yang. Yin and yang, tortoise and snake. Unconsciously, Limu had sat on the bed with his knees crossed, his eyes forbiddingly closed, his expression peaceful. Within his consciousness, the phase of the turtle and snake became clearer and clearer, more and more three-dimensional. In a trance, Limu's perspective turned into a wide angle. Every detail of that turtle and snake was being observed from all sides simultaneously. The sun was rising. The sunlight slipped into the bedroom from the balcony and fell on Limu's face. At this moment, he opened his eyes. In his eyes, a bright color flashed. Spiritual power. Success. The first time he practiced spiritual power, Limu had already felt the birth of his spiritual power. It was still just a germ, a seedling. But it had definitively appeared. It existed in one's own mind. Limu tried to control the spiritual power to spread out. At once, everything around him appeared in minute detail. There was a feeling of holding a magnifying glass and looking at everything around him. And it was more than that. Chapter 50 Space Props. Don't tense up too much. Spiritual power was much more than just looking. Or rather, not simply looking. Limu saw an overwhelmingly sharp aura. That's that arrowhead. Shuirengui's divine arrowhead. This is not something that can be seen with the naked eye, but in front of the power of the spirit, it is equally obvious. In addition, Limu also saw another special aura. The source was the trigger finger. Limu immediately took out the trigger finger. He controlled his spiritual energy to get close to the trigger finger. Suddenly, a special suction force came from the trigger finger, directly sucking Limu's spiritual energy completely into the trigger finger. This was a space. A miniature storage space. In the space, there were a few books, scrolls, potion bottles, some clothes, and some items. On one of them, there was still some light vaguely flowing from a copper sword. Limu immediately brightened up. He tried to touch that copper coin sword with his spiritual power. Suddenly, the space collapsed, and the items in it all turned into dust like streams. It's that crack. Limu was instantly startled, but there was nothing he could do about it, and he could only watch those things pass away. The space was also constantly collapsing and becoming smaller. Soon, everything disappeared and only a small space of about half a cubic meter remained. Limu lightly bit his lips. This was because of the stimulation of his spiritual power? It was what caused the change. No, perhaps those things as well as the space should have dissipated a long time ago. It was just missing a medium, and he himself had now become that medium. It was like the bowls in the cupboard that had fallen behind the door. They were broken, they just looked whole. The moment the door was pulled open, Limu was acting as the door puller. There's at least half a cubic meter left. Limu scrutinized it with his spiritual power. The remaining space had stabilized. It looked like it wouldn't collapse anymore. Not bad either, half a cubic meter. A ray of joy flashed in Limu's eyes. This world also had storage props. But storage props were rare, and even if they were half a cubic meter in size, they were at least worth hundreds of millions. There was even no market for them. Martial kings didn't even necessarily have storage props. Wait. Limu suddenly felt that his spiritual energy seemed to be less. The white jade trigger finger was absorbing his spiritual energy? That's not right. It seems to be. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly as he immediately controlled his spiritual energy to try. Soon, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Spiritual energy could repair this space. That's right. It could be repaired. Although the progress was very small, just a sliver that was hard to see with the naked eye. But under spiritual power, the slightest bit would be visible. There was no way this could be a misreading. At the same time, the crack on the trigger finger itself had healed to a point the size of a mustard seed. This was undoubtedly a huge piece of good news. Although the current storage space was small, it had infinite possibilities. It's just that. Repairing the trigger finger required too much mental energy to be consumed. Just for a moment, Li Mu's head was already a bit groggy. The consumption of spiritual energy was too great. Li Mu stabilized his mind and temporarily put the trigger finger aside. Once again, he visualized the tortoise and snake visualization diagram to recover his spiritual energy. Tortoise and snake intersect, yin and yang intersect. It's more solid, although the volume is a bit less. Li Mu understood that the process of repairing the space of the trigger finger was simultaneously exercising his spiritual energy. Trying to repair the trigger finger again. Spiritual energy surged a little bit into that gap, the volume was decreasing, but what was left was becoming more and more solid. Sure enough, it was right. After repairing the trigger finger, Li Mu contemplated the tortoise and snake diagram again. But suddenly, he remembered the accompanying article. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't rush to cultivate again. Moreover, he picked up the accompanying article and watched it carefully. Earlier, he was still agonizing over where to put the accompanying writing. There was also the arrowhead of Xuerengui's divine arrow. He was about to go to Chudi, so he was a bit uneasy about leaving it at home. Bringing it on his body was not very convenient. Now it was good that there was storage space. But he wasn't in a hurry. Try again, there were still a few days left. If in case something was put in and something was gone, then Li Mu would regret it. So it was better to play it safe. Zhang Sanfeng's essays were trivial and somewhat disorganized. Many of them seemed to be just small things in life. The opening kind of question and answer record is even more numerous. Seemingly no specific meaning. However, every word contains a true meaning. Contains Zhang Sanfeng's sense of martial arts. As well as which the cultivation experience notes. One of the meanings Zhang Sanfeng mentioned again and again. Don't be too obsessive, be greatly obsessive. At first glance, Li Mu was puzzled. But as the true meaning of martial arts in it leaked out, and the echoing of the questions before and after, Li Mu somewhat understood. The way of the martial artist required great perseverance. But also need to combine work and rest. Too tight, the string will break. Just like the accompanying article mentioned, entering the devil's barrier is one of the greatest dangers in a martial artist's cultivation journey. Especially when caught in a bottleneck, being too obsessive would make it easier to enter the demonic barrier of cultivation. Recently, am I also a little taut? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. During this period of time, from the time he started playing black boxing, he had then tensed himself up a bit. And since he knew about that, Winter White Bear King, he had become even more tight in his heart. It's time to relax. There was no excuse for pursuing martial arts. But one could not just pursue martial Dao and lose oneself. Martial Dao cultivation should also be relaxed. After packing up, Li Mu fell into deep thought with his left wrench finger and right arrow. A few moments later, he put down the arrow, took the trigger finger, and casually picked up a pack of paper towels. Spiritual energy wrapped the tissue paper and then communicated with the space inside the trigger finger. In an instant, the tissue paper disappeared. The next moment, the tissue paper appeared in Li Mu's hand again. Several attempts were made, and something else was changed to try. It felt like there shouldn't be any more problems. Li Mu then put the Real People's Essay and Xuerengui's Divine Arrow scissors into the space. He put the white jade trigger finger on his left thumb. It was about the same size. Then Li Mu directly went out. Pick up Chen Nan's light brain. Hey, come out for dinner, my treat. I'll go. Mako, what happened to you? What do you mean, eat or not? No, you, a cultivation maniac, would actually take the initiative to invite me to dinner? Every time I look for you to have a meal, I have to ask my grandpa to tell my grandma that you are willing to show your face. Coming or not. No time, I want to cultivate. I have to work hard. That's it, I'm hanging up. Then Chen Nan hung up. Li Mu, who had already gone downstairs, froze in his footsteps. He knew that this kid was taking revenge on himself. Some time ago, when Chen Nan looked for himself, he was often rejected by the reason that he had to cultivate. It wasn't an excuse either, it was a fact. Now it was sort of a chance for that kid to find revenge. If he continued to look for Chen Nan, he would still have to hit the wall a few times, so he might as well let the kid find himself. Li Mu is not in a hurry, the big deal is that he is alone, what to do, but also to relax a little bit of body and mind, the combination of noise and leisure a little bit. You have a new communication. Li Mu was a little puzzled, but when he saw that name, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 51 The Last Hours Before Parting. Jiang Wan. This name caused Li Mu to hesitate a little. But just for a moment, he picked up. Hello. Li Mu, are you leaving? Well, there's still a few days left, I guess. Do you want to meet up? Sure, where are you? Coming to the 13th district, the 7th commercial plaza. Li Mu saw the figure under the publicity sign at the entrance at a glance. A long orange dress, only revealing 2 slender and white ankles, underneath her feet was a pair of delicate white sandals, with a few kidney bean-like white toes neatly arranged. The upper half of the body only half exposed the delicate collarbone, the arm-is-fit arm shape with lace edge of the leg of mutton sleeve. Slim, delicate. Li Mu remembered that she would have favored warm-colored dresses, just like her personality. Hey, Li Mu. Jiang Wan also saw Li Mu, and her gentle eyebrows suddenly curved up like a crescent moon. With a wave of her arm, she jogged over with her skirt. Don't run if you're wearing a skirt. Li Mu reached out his hand to falsely support in front of the somewhat staggering Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan stopped her footsteps in time and did not fall. She straightened her hair, got it. How come you, a busy man, are free to come out? Even if I'm busy, I'll be free, have lunch yet? No. Are you going to treat me to lunch? Well, then let's go, eat. The two walked side by side, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Jiang Wan wasn't good at lying, not to mention that it was already 2 o'clock. That guy Chen Nan. Just after the contact with Chen Nan ended, Jiang Wan came with the communication. How could this not have anything to do with Chen Nan? News restaurant. One of the more upscale restaurants in Commercial Square. A style that favored Western food. Li Mu had never been to a place like this before. But treating a girl to dinner, and it might be the last meal, you can't still go to a fly tavern. It's very expensive here. I didn't bring much money. They say it's all exotic beast meat. I want to try it too. I have a scholarship, lots of it. The two sat opposite each other. Li Mu kept cutting the meat steak, somewhat unaccustomed to bringing it to his mouth. Jiang Wan propped her arms on the table, propping up her delicate cheeks, appearing to look at the delicately plated meat steak in front of her, but her afterglow was sizing up Li Mu. After finishing off the 3rd portion of meat steak, Li Mu took the 4th portion and ate at an even pace regarding the other dishes with exquisite plating but somewhat touchy portions. That? What? Li Mu raised his head. Jiang Wan immediately lowered her head like a frightened deer, her cheeks somewhat faintly flushed. A woman's blush is better than a large paragraph of dialogue. A phrase surfaced in Li Mu's heart. Yet he was expressionless. Outer days, I'll leave on the 19th, Shu University starts earlier. This. So early? Jiang Wan was a little eager. Well, what is there to say, you can say it directly. Hesitation. Jiang Wan's complexion was tangled and nervous, and for the first time, with that pair of crystalline beautiful eyes, she greatly looked directly at Li Mu. The eyes were a little trembling. Li Mu lowered his head and silently ate. I want to say. Jiang Wan suddenly smiled, do you want to eat so ugly? That seemingly spontaneous smile, but it vaguely had some bitterness and forced smile. I'm sorry, I've been paying attention. Let's consider this time as a farewell, I still have things to do tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Li Mu wiped his mouth, and the last of the meat steak was finished. You invited me for dinner, let me treat you to an amusement park, you should have never been there, right? Jiang Wan handed her share to Li Mu and said with a smile. I haven't eaten yet. Li Mu looked at her. The sun was approaching the western mountains, and the orange-red evening sunlight colored the sky. The flaming clouds danced with the wind, changing their forms recklessly. It was exceptionally gorgeous. No need to see me off, goodbye. The young girl waved her hand heavily, seemingly wiping down that last touch of evening sun in the air. She turned around with a smile and ran towards the direction of her home with a silver bell-like laughter. Just a few steps, that laughter was no longer crisp. A drop of crystal fell after the young girl's footsteps. Under the last glimpse of the evening sun. It is seven-colored. A drop. But briefly. Falling to the ground. Limu withdrew his sight and walked towards the distance with no regrets. The last of the setting sunlight had been taken away. Night quietly descended. The teenager under the moon still had a face like cold iron, cold and hard. Who? The counting breath technique had been running, maintaining a calm state of mind. Limu used to think that the playground was nothing fun, just kids' stuff. But now it seemed. It wasn't really that boring. But it was just the spice of life. Martial arts. It was Limu's ultimate pursuit in life. 12 o'clock. Limu arrived in front of the Hongyang Martial Arts Center. He couldn't sleep, so he came to practice martial arts. It's a good thing that the Hongyang Martial Arts Center is open 24 hours a day. Just tomorrow morning can Yang Feihong say goodbye. When Yang Feihong's love was presented, he was able to reach the third level so quickly. Limu since cannot forget. Early in the morning, 7 o'clock. Kid, so early? Yang Feihong pushed open the door of the training room and walked into it. The door was unlocked, and Limu had explained this to the receptionist. Who? Limu leisurely exhaled a breath and put away his boxing ring. I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. I have to say goodbye to you, Pavilion Master. Going to Chunan City, right? Xian has to go too. Remember to take care of it for me on the way. That girl, she must still be bedridden right now. Then I'll go back first. Chunan City was the capital city of the Chunan region, the #1 city. It was also the location of the Chunan University. He ate dozens of cages of buns and then went home to catch up on his sleep. Sleeping through the night. This night, Limu didn't rush to cultivate and practice martial arts anymore. In addition to contemplating the tortoise and snake diagram for a while, then he watched a movie and slept for a few more hours of sleep until dawn. Last day. The last day to stay in S City. After all, it was the homeland where one had lived for 18 years. For the sake of martial arts, for what I seek. 19th. 7 o'clock in the morning. Limu pulled open the door and took one last deep look at the room he had lived in for 18 years. Then he righteously closed the door. Pulling the suitcase, he walked towards the elevator. Inside the suitcase were just some daily necessities and clothes. The truly important things were in the wrench in Limu's left thumb. It wasn't bad either. An arrowhead, an accompanying book. A mask, 2 medals. Some leftover medication, and a handwritten notebook. The western station of the S-City Intercity train. Located in the 10th district. Leaping down from the hover car. Limu waved back. Don't send it off. Classmate Li, you have to remember that you're not without family in S-City, there's still us. The one who sent Limu to the station was Gao Changhuai, the president of the S-City Martial Arts Association. And it wasn't just him, there was also the principal of the middle school that Limu used to go to, and a few of his teachers. In fact, if it wasn't for Limu's unwillingness, Gao Changhuai even wanted to pull a few banners and call 2 lion dance teams to see him off. Every year, students who could be admitted to Chu University would have a super high-profile send-off. Only this time, Limu completely overpowered the others. And Limu didn't want to make too much of a fuss. Chapter 52 Farewell. A new journey. Entering the station. Chen Nan had already been waiting on the side. He took Limu's suitcase. The two walked side by side towards the waiting hall. There's no need to send you off. I'll send you in and sit with you for a while. I thought that he was usually the one who had to stay in bed until after 10 o'clock on vacation. Today, he waited here so early. Hurry up and get lost, it's not like I'm not coming back. The always cold and hard-faced Limu couldn't help but show a wisp of a smile as he patted Chen Nan's shoulder. Well, be careful on the road. Chen Nan didn't retort with a fight like usual. Take it. Limu had a notebook with a small box in his hand at some point. Chen Nan subconsciously took it and casually flipped it open a few times. At once, his pupils shrunk slightly, and soon, the light in the depths of his eyes grew more and more exuberant.
Finish reading it, burn it, and don't tell anyone.
Li Mu left his sentence and took the traveling box and walked alone into the station.
Looking at Li Mu's back, Chen Nan nodded heavily and murmured in a somewhat trembling voice, "Good." The time came to 8:50.
The train entered the station on time. Li Mu boarded the train. Took a seat in his own seat.
Without realizing it, casting through the window, Li Mu seemed to catch a glimpse of a yellow silhouette at the back of the hall. She came, but did not show herself. The train was about to start, and it was impossible for Li Mu to go back down. The only thing he could do was to sigh softly in his heart, farewell. He left something for Chen Nan, but not for Jiang Wan.
Actually, Li Mu wanted to stay. But that day, he vaguely felt a special aura on Jiang Wan.
It seemed like some kind of special gong method.
She probably didn't need it. The train departed. Speaking of which, this was Li Mu's first time on a cross-city train.
Inside the carriage, the seats were spacious, paired front to back, with a small dining table in the center. Everything in the carriage is also in silver-white color, looks neat and clean. There weren't many people, and the current seating rate of the dozens of seats was only half. Li Mu's side and the opposite side have not yet come.
Cross-area trains, the safe traveling speed can even reach 400 to 500 kilometers per hour.
The 9 o'clock train arrived at 5 in the afternoon, which would pass through some other cities to stop and pick up and drop off passengers. With the level of technological development in this world, the speed of the train was not that fast. But on the other hand, this world was not safe. Flying transportation generally only dared to be used by those above Marshal King.
In the airspace of the city, it was fine, but if it was in the wilderness, one might meet some strange beasts, and being in the air, there was not the slightest way for an ordinary person to do anything about it. And the ground is not absolutely safe. Only the train line will have specialized personnel to check maintenance. The traveling speed is also the safe driving speed under the premise of being able to stop in time. Looking out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but feel some emotion. Unknown road ahead, new journey. After just looking at it for a while, he withdrew his eyes. Closing his eyes, he rested his mind. In his mind, he was already observing the tortoise and snake diagram. Are you all going to Chunan City for college as well?
That's right, go early and familiarize yourself with the environment. In our Chunan region, all the good universities are in Chunan City. In the carriage, there were mostly young people. Some people had already started to talk to each other. With the start of the school year approaching, and this train's terminal being in Chunan City, there were already a majority of students. In reality, the cross-city train was not supposed to be cheap. With the corresponding acceptance letter, the ticket would be quite a bit cheaper. On top of that, this world was dangerous. The average person wouldn't just travel across cities either.
Hey! A hand slapped Li Mu's shoulder.
Li Mu, who was originally in the middle of observing his thoughts, abruptly opened his eyes. A favorable aura flashed in his eyes. His left hand probed out like lightning and grabbed the hand that was about to land on his shoulder. It was slender, white, and a green-colored cuff that fit the shape of the arm.
What are you doing? Yang Qianqian was instantly startled.
Senior sister, sorry, don't approach me from behind in the future.
Only then did Li Mu see clearly and hastily loosened his grip.
Today's Yang Qianqian's upper body's cyan thread knit slimming long sleeve, with a small white vest on the outside, as well as a pair of white long pants, plus small white shoes. With her pretty face and valiant ebony eyebrows, she appeared to have both youthful vigor and a few wisps of imperial style. Yang Qianqian rubbed her wrists and sat down opposite Li Mu, rather gritting her teeth. What the heck, the strength is actually so big.
Sorry.
Li Mu nodded and closed his eyes again.
In his mind, the turtle-snake diagram appeared once again.
At the same time, Li Mu was trying to run the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring to absorb the free energy between heaven and earth.
Only the effect wasn't ideal.
It was difficult to run both at the same time. The tortoise and snake visualization diagram required a great deal of mindfulness, and one had to be nearly fully concentrated in order to do so. While on the other hand, swallowing heaven and devouring earth was fine for digesting the energy inside the body, outside the body it similarly required quite fine control.
Hey, senior, so hardworking? But cultivation isn't in a hurry, right? My father said that cultivation also requires a combination of work and rest.
Yang Qianqian reached out and waved her hand in front of Li Mu's eyes.
Li Mu opened his eyes. It's mainly because I'm bored and idle. Then you talk to me. Aren't you curious about some specifics of Chude?
Well. At that moment the train stopped.
Some people started to get on. Move over, my seat is on your side. Yang Qianshan hurriedly got up.
Oh.
Li Mu made way.
Ben was a double seat, very spacious.
Black Tooth Mountain.
Located 100 miles north of Qinghe City. It was usually off the beaten path, but there weren't many foreign beasts. This was because in the belly of its mountain, there was a train tunnel. On the train route, there were people who regularly cleaned up the foreign beasts and checked for dangers. But here, 2 uniformed road inspectors were already lying on Black Tooth Mountain. A group of people stood at the edge of the cliff, and below them was the train's tunnel. The person in the lead, tall in stature, wore a ghost face mask, making it impossible to see his face. The others, the same, was everyone a ghost face mask. Only the colors and patterns were different.
What did they say over there? How long will it take to arrive? The man at the head calmly inquired. A henchman immediately replied.
Chief, the Hungry Ghost side sent a signal that the train is traveling at the booked time, and it will probably be between 2:40 and 3 when it arrives at our place.
The chief nodded his head. Epidemic Ghost 7, you go keep an eye on it some more, there can't be any mistakes in this operation.
These so-called geniuses will be the best fodder for experiments, and the adults will be pleased.
Yes. The men immediately led the order and retreated.
Chief, let's move the genius train, those top martial arts generals from Chunan's side who are responsible for this line. A person with a green hideous ghost face mask came to the chief's side, his voice low and hoarse. The demon ghost has already brought someone to take care of them, and the hungry ghost has brought someone to blend in with the car.
Now it's just a matter of waiting for the fish to fall into the net. Go check the setup here again.
The chief's tone was calm.
Yes. Chapter 53 Our Chu Universities. Carjacking? Hello guys, my name is Su Tian. A boy got on at this stop. The seat was opposite Yang Qianshan and Li Mu. Hello, Yang Qianshan. Yang Qianshan nodded politely.
Li Mu, on the other hand, closed his eyes again.
You guys are also going to Chunan City for college, right?
Su Qian looked rather self-conscious as she struck up a conversation, not caring that Li Mu was ignoring herself.
Yang Qianshan had to respond politely.
Not a moment later, there was another stop and some more passengers boarded the bus. This time there was a girl who sat on the seat next to Su Tian.
My name is Huang Hui, how are you? She greeted politely. Hello, Su Tian hurriedly revealed a smile.
Although Huang Hui's appearance was much worse than Yang Qianshan's, she could still be considered clean-cut, and still had a somewhat civilized and quiet aura.
Su Tian is not blind, of course he knows that Yang Qianshan is better looking.
But the problem is that Yang Qianshan's attitude has always been too perfunctory, and there is a man next to her.
He had no choice but to move on. Maybe he can even get some help from her.
Huang Hui's character is a bit shy, but under Su Tian's initiative to talk, the two soon also talk some. Of course, it was mainly Su Tian who was talking.
You guys should be going to Chunan City for the first time, right? My father actually originally took me there.
I spent my summer vacation in Chunan City. I also participated in a special training class led by a top-level 6 martial general.
I'm telling you, Chunan City isn't the same as our small cities. A population of nearly 20 million.
Martial generals that are rare to find in ordinary cities. In Chunan City, you might be able to run into a few of them just by walking down the street. And there are even quite a few martial kings.
Huang Hui couldn't help but interject and ask, have you ever seen a martial king?
Su Tian instantly smiled somewhat awkwardly and said stiffly, of course I've seen it, my dad is on good terms with a martial king. Li Mu and Yang Qianshan subconsciously glanced at each other.
Both read the meaning in the other's eyes. This was bragging. Su Tian pulled his punches for a while and then changed the subject.
There are dozens of martial arts universities in Chunan City alone.
The best of them, that's undoubtedly Chu University.
It's also the pride of our Chunan region.
Li Mu suddenly asked, are you from Chude?
If Chude University was this kind of goods with poor strength and high eyes, Li Mu would need to think if he had gone to the right place. Li Mu could easily tell that this Su Tian was just at the second level, and his foundation seemed to be a bit unstable.
Su Tian immediately shook his head rightfully. Chu University?
That's not a place where ordinary people can go. For a city to have 1 or 2 people get into Chu University in a year is a blessing.
Some cities even have none. Although I'm not from Chu University, I'm from BNI University, the 121st ranked BNI university in the country. Our train is called the Genius Train. We are from Chu University. Li Mu spoke calmly. What? Su Tian immediately froze. Yang Qianxian could also tell that Li Mu was annoyed by the noise. In fact, she was also quite annoyed. You show off, but the key is that the things you show off are really nothing. Just because of the politeness, she has not said anything. Now that Li Mu has revealed his identity, she naturally has nothing to hide. And so, she directly took out her Chu University student ID. We are indeed from Chu University. Also, please lower your voice, the carriage is a public place. What? Su Tian was instantly shocked. Huang Hui was also astonished beyond measure as she covered her small mouth and looked at the student ID card in Yang Qianxian's hand. Including the other students in the carriage, many of them couldn't help but put their eyes over. The carriage was suddenly quiet as well. Su Tian carefully looked at the student ID card for several seconds, and it was only when Yang Qianxian put it away that he reacted. His face instantly swelled red with shame, so he excused himself to go to the restroom and ran off to the washroom. Mighty. Li Mu revealed a wisp of a smile. Yang Qianxian hit Li Mu's shoulder without any good reason. Obviously you said it first, okay? Li Mu asked with a straight face, how many powerful characters are there in Chu University? Usually freshmen will have a 4th level. 4th level? Senior, are you kidding? Amongst the freshmen, level 3 is a phoenix feather, okay? Is it? Suddenly, a sharp aura flashed through Li Mu's eyes. In his heart, a premonition appeared abruptly. Li Mu was originally in the position against the window, and Yang Qianxian was on the aisle side. Li Mu suddenly grabbed Yang Qianxian's hand at once and pulled her over. What are you doing? Yang Qianxian was totally unprepared and her face was a blush. Li Mu immediately got up and pushed her to the seat by the window while he himself immediately stood up and walked out of the seat. On both sides of the train, 2 people wearing black sweatshirts with evil ghost masks came out respectively. There were 4 in total, 2 in front and 2 behind. 3rd level martial artist. Li Mu easily sensed their rank. But it wasn't just any ordinary 3rd level martial artist. These guys had a distinct killing aura on their bodies, as well as a gloomy aura. Who are you? You guys? A teenage ground sitting behind the door of the approaching carriage asked. All be quiet and be honest, or there's only death. The 4 ghost-faced men all took out a long folding knife from behind them. Carjackers? These people should also be passengers, just changed their attire. Li Mu already had a judgment in his mind. Snap! A silhouette suddenly collapsed from the carriage toilet there. The crimson blood turned into a pool of blood and immediately spread to the surroundings. It was some unlucky traveler who went to the toilet. It probably just happened to bump into them changing. Ah! A girl instantly let out a terrified scream. Without the slightest hesitation, a ghost-faced man approached with quick steps, and with a swing of the long knife in his hand, a big good head shot up into the sky. Blood, like a fountain, splashed in the carriage. That head in the air still had a horrified and terrified look. Ah! Such a bloody and cruel scene instantly endured several more girls screaming loudly. All be quiet. Or die. With a hoarse voice, the ghost-faced man took large steps towards one of the girls who screamed the loudest. Suddenly, a silhouette swept past, and a punch was as fast as lightning, striking the ghost-faced man straight in the chest. Boom! Before the ghost-faced man could react at all, he was viciously hit by this punch, and his figure violently flew backwards. The entire chest was completely sunken, and a large mouth of blood was spat out crazily. Obviously he could not survive. Li Mu slowly withdrew his fist and slightly exhaled a breath. His stern gaze swept over the other 3 ghost-faced men. The 3 ghost-faced men also froze for a moment. Cough cough. This is a tough one. The ghost-faced man who landed on the floor of the carriage, his chest rose and fell fiercely a few times, and he swallowed a breath directly after leaving a sentence with difficulty. Kill this guy. The other 3 ghost-faced men instantly reacted and rushed towards Li Mu together with their swords. The others in the carriage, one by one, cowered under their seats and shivered. How had they students ever seen these scenes? Chapter 54 10,000 Ghost Society. Killing and decisive. Schoolboy, be careful. These guys are from the 10,000 Ghost Society. Yang Qianxian stepped forward. The 3 ghost-faced men had already rushed over.
The one in the front rushed towards Yang Qianshen, while the two in the back rushed towards Li Mu.
Be careful.
Li Mu immediately took the initiative to meet them.
He didn't know how good Yang Qianshen was in actual combat. He had promised Yang Feihong to take care of Yang Qianshen. Two stern, cold lights slashed towards Li Mu, one on the left and the other on the right. Li Mu's figure lurched, his feet sank slightly, and his left and right hands simultaneously probed out like lightning bolts. 5 mountains toward heaven cone. 6 harmonies pouncing ground gene. Dragon subduing tiger. The two fists, before the long knife fell, struck the side of the knife. 2 huge forces spread down the long blade. The arms of the two ghost-faced men both shook violently, almost unable to even hold the knife. However, the residual power of Li Mu's 2 punches had not yet been exhausted. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled sounds in near indistinguishable order. The 2 figures flew out, and their long knives directly fell out of their hands. Li Mu quickly caught the long knife, wrist reversal force, violently toward the back of a throw. Swoosh! The knife broke through the air. The last ghost-faced man was forcing Yang Qianshen to dodge left and right with the advantage of having a weapon in his hand. With a flash of cold light, the long knife stabbed directly into his neck position. Seeing that the 2 people who were hit by their own double fists were also completely unable to climb up, and were already dying of serious injuries, Li Mukai hurriedly ran to Yang Qianshen's side. "Senior sister, are you alright? What can I do? If it wasn't for the fact that this guy has a weapon, if it wasn't for the fact that the space here is too small, then you would be needed to help." Yang Qianshen haughtily hummed lightly. After a pause, her voice lowered a bit and said, "Still, thank you It's good that it's okay." Seeing that Yang Qianshen was fine, Li Mu turned around and left. He came to the 2 ghost-faced men who had fallen to the ground and were already breathing in and out. "Who are you guys? What's the purpose of mixing up the train?" Li Mu used his knife to pick apart their masks. 2 very ordinary faces, one looked to be in his 20s or 30s, the other in his 40s, and both also had obvious gloomy qualities. Cough cough. The 2 ghost-faced men didn't answer back and revealed a bizarre smile, coughing all the time, coughing up a large amount of blood and fragments of internal organs. "Answer me." Li Mu crossed the long knife in his hand in front of one person's neck. "Hokage, it's useless." At this time, Yang Qianshen walked over. "They're from the 10,000 Ghosts Society. The evil ghost mask is the symbol of the 10,000 Ghost Society. This a notorious anti-human cult. The people inside are either brainwashed or insane." Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is that so?" The long knife in his hand pressed down, directly piercing through the man's neck. Then he added another knife to the man next to him. Today, Li Mu killed someone for the first time, yet he seemed particularly calm. In Li Mu's perception, they didn't look like humans at all. Plus the fact that he had actually made mental preparations for this long ago. When killing, one should kill decisively. That was why he seemed so calm. Who? Of course, the operation of the counting breath technique also contributed. "School brother you." Seeing Li Mu take away 2 more lives so gently, Yang Qianshen couldn't help but be slightly shocked. "Didn't you say they were a cult? Shouldn't they be killed?" Li Mu looked at her calmly. "Should be killed is should be killed." Yang Qianshen wanted to say, "The key question is why can you be so calm? You should know that you're only 18 years old." If she hadn't gone through Chuda's special training, she definitely wouldn't be much better than the others. When she was in school, the first time she killed someone, she had straight-up nightmares for days. But in the current scene, Yang Qianshen hesitated again and again, and before she could ask, Li Mu spoke up first. "Since you know this organization, senior sister, do you know their purpose? Why they want to hijack the train? I've heard about this 10,000 Ghost Society in some of my classes at school. They believe in ghosts and gods, and to put it bluntly, they're anti-human scum that cling to foreign races. They sometimes ambush and kill some of the human race's heavenly pride, or capture people to get into something evil, and this time it's likely to be both." Speaking here, Yang Qianshen suddenly became a bit worried. "School brother, you're likely to be one of their targets as well. At the age of 18, level 3, who else on this vehicle could be more heavenly than Li Mu?" Li Mu shook his head, his eyes narrowed slightly. "No. They shouldn't know my information yet, otherwise they wouldn't have sent only 4 level 3s. Right now, the stewards, the passenger police, and even the radio aren't there. It's likely that the other compartments have been attacked as well. This is a premeditated action. We can't let them go on like this."
Once the other carriages were under the control of the 10,000 Ghost Society's people. The compartment they were in would not be spared either. And I'm afraid it won't be just a few tertiary levels that they'll be facing by then. Yang Xianxian's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Senior, you want to? Li Mu directly ran quickly to the front of the carriage and pressed the emergency door closing switch. All of you who don't want to die, help guard the door. As long as they don't come from the front, you guys are safe. Being yelled at by Li Mu like this, some people instantly came back to their senses. Trembling, they stood up. Li Mu said, Senior sister, you lead them to block the door in front, the problem shouldn't be too big in a short period of time. School brother. I'll accompany you. Yang Qianshan had already guessed what Li Mu wanted to do. No, senior sister, you have to stay here, I don't feel comfortable with the others. There aren't many carriages in the back, the key is the front, you have to help me leave a good retreat. And you saw my strength just now, I'll be fine. Li Mu patted Yang Qianshan's shoulder, and then righteously disciple walked towards the rear carriages. School brother. Be careful, if you can't beat them, run back, don't try to be strong. Yang Qianshan bit her lips lightly, her eyes trembling a little. He didn't want Li Mu to go to the back, it was dangerous. But she couldn't stop him from going either. When you meet an unexpected situation, a crisis situation, you must be calm. One must never be emotional. This was the teacher's teaching, and Yang Qianshan remembered it especially well. Don't worry. Li Mu softly left a sentence and stepped into the corridor leading to the next carriage. This train had a total of 20 carriages, and Li Mu and Yang Qianshan were in carriage number 16. Carriages 11 to 20 were the most common second-class seats. Originally, Yang Qianshan's family should have bought the higher-class carriages at the front. But Li Mu wanted to save some money. In order to accommodate Li Mu, Yang Qianshan had no choice but to buy a ticket with Li Mu. Just as Li Mu left, someone looked at the open back door of the compartment and said, why don't we close this door as well, or what if someone rushes over again later? The automatic doors between the trains had emergency close buttons. And because the trains were made of special alloys, as long as they were closed it would be difficult for an unusual level 4 martial artist to open them. Of course, this kind of button was just like the emergency hatch on an airplane. Casually open, the penalty cannot be small. And now this situation is obviously the time to use the emergency switch. Yang Qianshan had long been standing next to the emergency switch. I'll see who dares. Chapter 55, Why was he the one who saved me? Inside the 17th compartment. There was a deep silence. Several headless dead bodies lay in the aisle, on the seats. The silver-white interior of the train was stained with dots of bright red. The ground was even converging with puddles of blood. A messy bloody footprint was hideous. A young passenger crouched between the gaps in the seats. Holding their heads, deeply buried, shivering. In the aisle, a scaly teenager covered the huge wound on his abdomen, staring at the ghost-faced men with incomparable anger. Kid, still want to resist? Kneel down and I'll spare your life. A ghost-faced man let out a gloomy voice. There's no way I'm going to give in like you scum. Zhang Xiaohao clenched his teeth. Even though he was already bruised all over, he was still unwilling to give in. Just like when he chose to come forward before, he had already prepared himself long ago. Martial artist. How can they surrender without a fight? Even if one dies in battle, what's the harm? A martial artist should be able to fight to the death and not retreat. Just like those who just came out with him. So what if you're facing an invincible enemy? You have to stand up. And attack as well. Even if it's a moth to a flame. And now it was just his turn, Zhang Xiaohao. Come on. Kill me. Zhang Xiaohao gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, directly charging towards a ghost-faced man. No longer covering his wounds, still by hot blood was waved. Squeezing his fist, he swung over. Some of the passengers who were crouching under their seats quietly watched the scene. Many couldn't help but be a little moved. Going to the dead with generosity was always easy to cause others to admire. However, they completely dared not come forward to help. Those who dared to come forward had already died. The remaining people didn't even dare to make the slightest sound. Some of them had already been directly scared to death. Want to die? Then I'll fulfill you. The ghost-faced man kicked over Zhang Xiaohao, who had long since run out of fuel, with a single kick. With a foot on his chest, the long sword in his hand was raised high. The other 3 black-robed men couldn't help but let out cruel laughter.
Z.
Suddenly, the sound of opening came from the automatic door in front of carriage 16.
What the hell, is it so fast on your side?
The ghost-faced man guessing Zhang Xiaohao subconsciously turned around, but what he saw was not his expected companion. Instead, it was a teenager.
A knife-wielding teenager with a bit of blood on his body.
He took a step into the middle of compartment 17. The ghost-faced man who saw Li Mu suddenly froze slightly. He recognized the knife in Li Mu's hand. The special folding knife, folded up, was only as big as a flashlight. Unfolded, however, it was more than a meter.
They used this kind of knife. Kid. He was just about to question.
Li Mu, however, had already taken a step out, his body leaned forward violently, and between a sweep and several staggered steps. Then he approached as if he was a shocking sight. The long knife in his hand swept past. There was a bitter cold light flashed in the carriage. A splash of crimson rushed up to the sky, accompanied by a big good guy head wearing a ghost face. The 8 Extreme Fist, not only did it have fists, there were also various types of weapons practiced in it. There are many types of them, and the 3 types of swords, guns, and swords are the big practice. On weekdays, Li Mu practiced boxing mostly, and occasionally dabbled in knowledge of weapons, but it was enough to deal with these level 3 guys. Li Mu's hand long knife into a split into a stab, a blow into the neck of another ghost face. Only then did the 2 cautious ghost faces react. They hastily drew their swords and fought in front of them. Li Mu's figure jumped up, and the long knives of the 2 dead ghost masks were still falling in the air.
Li Mu's toes pointed.
The 2 long knives were immediately shot towards the 2 ghost-faced men like arrows leaving the strings.
Shoo! Shoo!
A cold light flashed through, and the 2 ghost-faced men directly fell down in response.
The 2 long knives had pierced into their necks.
A large amount of blood gushed out, and there were also air bubbles churning near the wounds.
Li Mu.
Zhang Xiaohao, who was lying on the ground, saw everything clearly.
He was actually this strong? He himself was actually saved by him?
Zhang Xiaohao had some mixed feelings in his heart for a moment. As a person from the same city, Zhang Xiaohao was a top student in the college entrance examination.
And obviously Li Mu was a nobody.
But he came out of nowhere and stole all the limelight from him, the top student of the college entrance examination. In previous years, it was the top student who was warmly sent off. And this year, he, the top student of the college entrance examination, was directly ignored. He purposely inquired about it is because of Li Mu. And it was said that Li Mu was still personally invited to enroll by the director of Chu University. Zhang Xiaohao didn't believe it at all. He himself, the city's top student on the college entrance examination, had only barely reached Chu University's admission line and was admitted. How could a never heard of Li Mu be personally invited by the director of Chu University? In fact, Zhang Xiaohao should have bought a carriage further ahead. But it was because of Li Mu that he bought a ticket for compartment 17. He didn't want to appear in front of Li Mu, but he wanted to secretly see what that Li Mu was really like. But he didn't expect a sudden change. He almost died. At the hands of those 4 ghost-faced men. He was defenseless in the hands of those ghost-faced men. But just now, Li Mu actually killed them so easily? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Xiaohao couldn't believe it in any way. But now, was saved by someone he had always viewed as a potential opponent. Zhang Xiaohao really had some difficulty accepting. But he also understood why the director of Chu University had personally invited Li Mu. Himself and him really weren't on the same level. His own unopposed opponent was similarly powerless against him in front of him. The difference between this Zhang Xiaohao no longer dared to think about it. He was even thinking that it would be better to be killed outright. Li Mu didn't recognize this one lying on the ground as the famous Zhang Xiaohao. He had heard the name, but hadn't seen him in person. Who knows how to bandage? Come help, this guy still has breath. Li Mu left a sentence and walked directly towards the 16th compartment. Didn't even look at the man on the ground one more time. The door of compartment 16 was open. Senior sister, bring someone to compartment 17. Good. Are you all right? Nope. Simply responding, Li Mu immediately stepped into compartment 17 again and headed for compartment 18. You. Inside the compartment, there were people who wanted to strike up a conversation with Li Mu, but they were somewhat stuttered by Li Mu's godly aura. These people, one by one, were either shocked or dumbfounded all before they could react. More people were still dumbfounded and their bodies were still trembling.
There were also some who directly vomited. These people might have good talent, but after all, they were too young and had never seen blood at all, let alone such a tragic scene. In the carriage, the smell of feces and urine, the smell of blood, and the smell of food remnants that had been digested by stomach acid. These flavors mixed with each other, simply not too sour. Limu also couldn't help but frown slightly slowing down his breathing. He glanced at the still rapidly receding scenery outside the car window. Both eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that these people hadn't completely occupied the train yet. The security force of the first few carriages, especially the head of the train, was by no means comparable to that of these carriages in the back. But one had to speed up as well. Chapter 56 Rescue. Last carriage. The 18th compartment.
Like the 17th carriage.
The compartment was already a mess. Dead bodies, blood, broken limbs, and flesh.
In this carriage, those who dared to resist had become dead bodies on the ground. The remaining passengers were like quails, shivering and crouching between the gaps in the seats. Several ghost-faced men were still killing. The long knives were like the scythes of the god of death, waving them over and over again, reaping the lives of the passengers with a chilling light. Han Xiaoqi buried her head in her seat, shivering. She'd never been so scared. If she had known that she'd run into these murderous guys on a train, she never would have gambled with her father and insisted on taking the train by herself. But it was too late for regrets now. Han Xiaoyan could only pray in her heart that these guys wouldn't notice her and that help would arrive as soon as possible. But the prayers didn't seem to produce an effect, as a black-robed man noticed Han Xiaoyan. He came in large strides, the blood-stained long knife in his hand carrying an astonishingly fierce aura.
Don't kill me.
Han Xiaoyan hastily raised her head, her delicate and innocent face with some crystallized tears, appearing pitiful to me. But the ghost-faced man wasn't moved in the slightest. As a member of a cult organization, ghost-faced man would not have any compassion. Not to mention that he would not feel pity for the beautiful. On the contrary, destroying beautiful things was more pleasurable to them. He raised his long knife, his expression under the mask grim and excited.
Don't!
Han Xiaoyan hurriedly shrank to the corner of her seat and shivered. But there was nothing she could do to avoid it.
You don't come over.
Her voice trembled a bit. There was already despair in her heart. She glanced at the other directions in the carriage. How she wished that at this moment, there would be one person who would stand out and protect her. But the truth was that those who had the courage had already been killed long ago. The remaining people had long since been scared out of their wits. The long blade in the ghost-faced man's hand chopped down. The powerful wind had already blown in first. Han Xiaoyan's white cheeks were already trembling slightly. In the midst of her beautiful eyes, the long blade gradually approached. At this moment, she was completely desperate and ready to meet her death.
Boom! An explosion sounded steeply. The window of the train blew open.
A silver-white cold light flashed into the train from the window. In a flash, the next moment was crimson blood rushing up into the sky. The ghost-faced man's body fell straight back. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground helplessly. An agile silhouette grabbed the upper edge of the window and swung his body into the carriage. He kicked down two ghost-faced men who immediately reacted and came with knives. Immediately, Limu did an aerial cartwheel and landed smoothly on the seat. He looked back at the girl under the window. Well, she wasn't directly injured by mistake. Besides, Limu felt that he couldn't blame himself for being mistakenly injured in this situation. Han Xiaoyan looked at Limu with a dumbfounded expression, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief.
This guy is a rank 4 martial artist. Call for reinforcements.
The ghost-faced man who had been kicked down by Limu let out a horrified voice. Limu's figure crouching on the seat immediately popped out, and his lightning-fast punch landed directly on the head of the ghost-faced man who made the sound.
Boom! It was like a watermelon exploding.
A large amount of red color splashed in all directions. One punch directly exploded this guy's head. Blood, brain matter, a lot of it landed directly on Limu's body. But now he couldn't care about that, his body moved again. The only intact ghost-faced man rushed in with a sword. Limu took a big step forward, his figure sidestepped, and he landed a downward punch straight at him.
Boom!
A large amount of blood splattered in all directions, and even broken pieces of internal organs directly exploded out. The light in Limu's eyes had become more and more burning, and there was battle intent flowing in his eyes. Another punch resolved the last ghost-faced man. The scene was bloody and messy, just like a slaughterhouse. Even the effect that Li Mu had created with these punches was already more bloody than the entirety of those ghost-faced people before. From the time Li Mu appeared to the time he killed the 4 ghost-masked men, the entire process was only a few seconds. It was only then that many people reacted. They were saved? But just Li Mu's blood-soaked, murderous appearance. It made these passengers still not dare to breathe a single breath. Li Mu didn't care about them and headed directly towards compartment 19. He had already spoken to Yang Qianqian in advance, and Yang Qianqian would come over immediately. You. Han Xiaoyan only reacted at this moment and stood up in a hurry. Unlike others, she didn't feel that the blood-soaked Li Mu wasn't a good person. He had saved her. At her most desperate time. It was almost like a fairy tale. At the most urgent moment, he just appeared. It was so sudden, but so reassuring. Han Xiaoyan wanted to ask Li Mu his name. But at this time, Li Mu had already gone directly to compartment 19. Compartment 19. It was equally bloody and quiet. Li Mu had long ago observed outside the train. There were only 2 black-robed men in compartment 19. However, there were many passengers. Li Mu quickly resolved the 2 ghost-faced men in compartment 19, and ignoring the reactions of those passengers in the compartment, he directly climbed out of the window again. He came to the outside of compartment 20 and glanced inside from the corner of the window. Li Mu immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. In the carriage, 2 accompanying martial artists wearing black uniforms were leaning back to back, holding their blades, on full alert. And around them were 7 more ghost-faced men. There were actually 2 of them that were rank 4 existences. The accompanying martial artist guards, 1 level 3 and 1 level 4. This was also because this train was special. It was simply impossible for an ordinary train to have a rank 4 martial guard accompanying it. On the ground, a bloody corpse lined up horizontally left and right. There were passengers, as well as ghost-faced people, and a few escorting martial artists. As well as some uniformed passenger police, most of them were 1st or 2nd level martial artists, equipped with special firearms that were enough to kill 3rd level martial artists. However, when truly facing a level 3 martial artist, or a premeditated and sudden outburst, it was difficult for the firearms to be effective. This was ultimately a world that belonged to martial artists. In the carriage, other than the 2 accompanying martial artists and the 7 ghost-faced men, there were no other living people left. The rest of the passengers had been moved to compartment 19. Perhaps it was for the sake of those passengers that the injuries of the traveling police and escorting martial artists were so heavy. At this point, this great battle in the compartment had already lasted for not a short time. It wasn't that the carriages in the back were completely devoid of escorting forces, but they had all been drawn here. Go! A rank 4 Ghostfacer snapped, and several Ghostfacers immediately drew their swords. A long sword flashed with a biting cold light like a cage formed by dappled light and shadow, enveloping the 2 escorting martial artists in layers. The weapons used by the 2 accompanying martial artists were also knives. There wasn't much space in the carriage, and it wasn't good to utilize weapons that were too long. The 4th level martial artist took a step forward, holding the sword in his right arm, his left hand resting on the back of the sword and raising it up, meeting it straight on. Ding! A crisp sound of metal collision rang out, one after another, unceasingly. Several long knives successively landed on top of the long knives raised by that 4th level martial artist. Chapter 57 Avatar, Spiritual Power and Combat Combined. Tink! Several long knives successively landed on top of the body of the long knife held horizontally by rank 4 martial artist Zhao Jigang. That blade was immediately pressed down in layers. One ghost-faced man, however, did not follow his companion in attacking the flank. When Zhao Jigang raised his sword to parry, he directly struck a side slash at Zhao Jigang's ribs. Seeing that Zhao Jigang had nowhere to block or avoid, the 3rd level martial artist behind him immediately drew 2 and up. Ding! The 2 long knives struck each other with a crisp buzzing sound. Swoosh! A cracking sound appeared at this moment. It was that level 4 Ghostface. His move to attack Zhao Jigang was just a false move. His real target was this 3rd level martial artist. The 3rd level martial artist who was facing a 3rd level ghost masked man with a long sword simply didn't have time to react. Only seeing a flash of cold light, a line of blood appeared directly between the neck of that 3rd level martial artist. Little King! 4th ranked martial artist Zhao Jigang's heart and mind trembled slightly at that moment, and he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief.
And just in the moment he lost his concentration, a rank 3 ghost masked man had already landed a blade on Zhao Jigang's side abdomen position. Immediately after, the 4th level ghost masked man followed closely behind, his long knife aiming straight for the back of Zhao Jigang's neck. An incomparably intense sense of crisis concurred in his heart. Instantly, the shadow of death enveloped Zhao Jigang's body and mind. Boom! In the nick of time, the glass of the window violently exploded. A large amount of broken glass skin accompanied the sunlight to wave towards the crowd in dazzling colors. A few level 3 Ghostface subconsciously closed their eyes. However, the speed of the 4th level ghost masked man who chopped down with a sword did not slow down at all. Shoo! Amidst the dazzling sunlight, there was also a flash of cold light. It was a long blade, as swift and sharp as a dragon rising into the air. A glint of cold light. The ghost-faced man had no choice but to change his stance, using his long knife to cut across the cold light. Ding! After a momentary stalemate, the blade flew out of the cold light. A silhouette happened to enter the carriage just in time to catch that long blade. What person? The group of ghost-faced men immediately gaped. Zhao Jigang finally came back to his senses at this moment as well, avoiding one of the ghost-faced men with several consecutive battles and retreating back with his wounds covered. Brothers! Thanks a lot. Zhao Jigang, after the robbery, fiercely gasped a few big breaths, suddenly looked slightly stunned. How? So young? But now is also not the time to dwell on this. Zhao Ji no longer dared to be distracted, and even hold the sword on guard. Soon, one of the 4th level ghost face people snapped. It's also just a 4th level martial artist. Attack! Several level 3 martial artists swarmed up. The long knives in their hands were chilling. Li Mu had already struck first. The long knife in his hand flashed like streams of light. In an instant, a large good man's head rolled down. The headless corpse of a level 3 Ghostfacer instantly collapsed powerlessly. A level 4 Ghostfacer approached. Li Mu immediately shortened his body and quickly stepped to avoid it, and went straight for another level 3 Ghostfacer. It was better to hurt his 10 fingers than to break one. 4th level ghost masks weren't that easy to deal with. It would be better to take care of those 3rd level ones first, then slowly deal with the 2 4th level martial artists. This guy's sword is so fast. The several people present were slightly shocked. The 2 level 4 ghost masks knew that they couldn't still be killed by Li Mu, and the 2 of them immediately cooperated to close in on Li Mu. However, at this moment, Zhao Jigang took the initiative to charge up. Of course he could guess what Li Mu was thinking. Between martial artists, there was no need to say too much in battle. A single movement and a single look could be understood. At this moment, he and Li Mu were comrades in arms. Of course he had to cooperate with Li Mu as much as possible. Want to die? Then I'll fulfill you. One of the level 4 Ghostface immediately led 2 level 3 Ghostface to form a closed circle around Zhao Jigang. The other 4th level led the remaining 2 ghost masks to surround and attack Li Mu. 1 against 3, 1 at the same level, 2 at a lower level. All of them were holding blades, truly fighting to the death. Zhao Jigang and Li Mu were facing the same situation. In just a few rounds, Zhao Jigang was forced to retreat step by step, with more wounds on his body. On the other hand, Li Mu's figure was incredibly sharp, and he was even able to respond to the next attack in advance as if he had known it beforehand. Li Mu's divine ability was able to predict attacks to a certain extent. This allowed Li Mu to have an open-ended reaction speed in battle. Only now, these 3 ghost-faced men were cooperating well with each other, and for a moment, Li Mu couldn't find an opportunity to attack. Between the sideways movements of his body, he avoided the successive chopping attacks of the 2 ghost masks, and used the sword in his hand to frontalize the attacks of the 4th level ghost masks. Li Mu's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange color. In his mind, the turtle and snake phase emerged. Spiritual power spread out. It was still very thin. But it did exist. Li Mu controlled the spiritual energy to split into 3 strands and slammed into the 3 ghost-faced people's sea of consciousness respectively. Instantly, the gazes of the 3 ghost-faced men fell into a stupor. This effect wouldn't last long. But in the middle of a battle, sometimes an instant was enough. Li Mu fiercely threw the long knife in his hand backhandedly, directly piercing through the neck of the ghost-faced man on the left, and his right arm struck a bracing hammer in directly hitting the chest of the ghost-faced man on the right. In almost no particular order. One of the 2 ghost-faced men fell down on his back, while the other had his chest dented and flew out backwards. Spiritual power? The 4th level ghost-faced man had come back to his senses, and his eyes couldn't help but flash a ray of horror. Right answer. Li Mu took a heavy step.
In a trance, the entire carriage trembled slightly.
The foot was like a great mountain. Landing on the ground. The 6 great openings. Top. Top heart elbow.
His body is like a bowed horse, and his right arm elbow violently goes up.
It hit the chest of this 4th level Ghostface straight on. Boom.
Before the shock in his eyes faded, disbelief filled his eyes. His chest directly deflated.
The ribs were broken.
His heart directly exploded. His entire body flew out backwards, his mask fell, and a large amount of blood gushed out.
The heart had been destroyed, there was categorically no reason to live.
Li Mu slowly retracted his stance, lightly exhaled a breath, and looked towards the 3 ghost-faced men who surrounded Zhao Jigang.
Instantly, the 3 of them trembled as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. The blood became hot.
The mind became incomparably clear.
Li Mu had a brand new epiphany.
Regarding his various abilities, in battle, the most reasonable and effective way to use them. Li Mu had initially melded his various abilities. Although he hadn't tested it, Li Mu could be certain that his combat power had already been greatly improved.
Looking at the 3 ghost-faced men.
In just an instant, Li Mu's mind formed several ways to attack.
He chose the simplest one. 2 equation step. Yin and Yang lead. A long knife actually automatically flew into Li Mu's hand. The light of the blade flashed, and its cold light was like a wandering mane, drifting. In just a split second, 2 heads wearing ghost faces shot up into the sky. What the hell are you?
The only remaining ghost-faced man instantly panicked, and with both hands holding a sword, he charged straight towards Li Mu.
Then Zhao Jigang took the opportunity to stab it in the back. The ghost-faced man's figure instantly froze.
Li Mu casually connected with another knife, causing the head of this last ghost face to fall.
Chapter 58 Train Disconnection. The beginning of the killing.
Since then, all the ghost-faced people who died in the carriage only left corpses all over the place.
The only ones still standing were Li Mu and Zhao Jigang.
No longer a threat, Zhao Jigang immediately let out a long breath. After letting out a breath, a feeling of powerlessness immediately spread throughout his body. He lifted his long sword upside down and cupped his fists.
Little brother. I can't repay you for saving my life. If you need me in the future, let me know and I'll die. That's too much to say, take a breath first.
Li Mu nodded and walked directly towards the front carriage. Within a few steps, he met Yang Qianxian who was running towards him.
Seeing Li Mu covered in blood, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Senior, are you alright? It's fine, what's the situation now?
The 10,000 Ghost Society has realized that quite a few of them are dead in the back, and there are already some ghost-faced people converging on the front door of carriage 16.
What's the situation at the front, do you have any intel?
Li Mu gently exhaled a breath and immediately walked towards compartment 16, with Yang Qianxian following closely behind. Her willow brows were slightly furrowed, looking quite worried. There was a broadcast just now, the general meaning is for us not to panic and wait for rescue, the time is very short, the murmur is very heavy, the situation in front of us may be more serious than us.
At least we're safe for now. Li Mu lightly exhaled a breath. Coming to the 16th compartment.
The passengers in this compartment had all been moved to the back compartment. Other than a few dead bodies, the entire carriage appeared empty. Through the small window above the emergency door in front of him, Li Mu could see a ghost-faced person standing behind the window. One by one, huddled behind the door, with ghost faces and eerie eyes, if it was at night, it would be like a horror movie. Li Mu just took a glance and retracted his eyes, looking at young Qianxian who was on the side. Her white face had a few strands of fatigue and worry.
Senior sister, do you know how to separate this train?
As long as the carriages behind us are disconnected from the ones in front of us, we are at least temporarily out of danger.
Li Mu needed to prioritize young Qianxian's safety. He had promised Yang Fei Hong.
A martial artist's promise was heavier than MT Tai.
I'm not too sure. Yang Qianxian shook her head. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Have you contacted the relevant departments or teachers at the school?
Yang Qianxian frowned slightly. No, they might have special signal blockers. There is no need for us to take the initiative to notify, the relevant departments will definitely react in time after the signal of this train disappears for a period of time. A majestic voice with a few wisps of weakness came out. Only Zhao Jigang was seen slowly walking into the 16th carriage. The injuries on his body had already been simply bandaged. About how long it will take to respond, and how long it will take for help to arrive. Li Mu's eyes brightened slightly, almost forgetting that there could be a professional here.
Zhang Jigang casually sat on a seat and weakly said, "Normally, the signal will be handed over once every half an hour. These guys chose to strike just after the signal was transmitted, that is, a few minutes past 2 o'clock. According to reason, at the signal handover at 2:30, when this train of ours didn't have a signal transmitted over, the Chunan City side would immediately troubleshoot the fault. The process would probably be within 10 minutes. As soon as it is determined to be a non-headquarter malfunction, special personnel will be sent to scout for information." The time now was 14:29. Li Mu frowned slightly. What if someone from the 10,000 Ghosts Society takes control of the train and passes over false signals?
It won't happen. Signal docking requires a secret order, only the train conductor knows about it, and every train conductor has been screened through layers and layers, and would never betray humanity.
Zhang Jigang was categorical and certain. It's 2:30, so Chunan Shang should already know that we're out of touch. Yang Qianshan couldn't help but be slightly happy.
Li Mu, however, frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong with the situation. In the back several carriages, there were only 4 ghost-faced people in each carriage.
Wouldn't this number be a bit low?
Moreover, the train had been traveling on a trajectory. If it continued like this, could it be that these 10,000 Ghost Society people would still be able to go to Chunan City with the train and throw themselves into the net? Logically speaking, the carjacking should stop the train as soon as possible.
Unless
it hadn't reached the point where they thought it should stop. Li Mu's pupils instantly shrunk. It may be too late in time. Quickly tell me how to separate the carriages.
What, but? Separating it would require someone in both the front and rear compartments to pull the emergency split locks hidden inside the walls. Tell me where. You guys go to compartment 17. Senior, you. Yang Qianshan instantly understood what Li Mu meant. Don't worry, I'll be fine, do as I say. The emergency separation lock was on the inner wall of the carriage.
Under Zhao Jigang's guidance, Li Mu directly removed the outer tin with his bare hands, revealing one of the tie rods.
I'll stay, you guys go to compartment 17. Zhao Jigang said. With your appearance, stay and wait for death?
Li Mu was merciless in his words. Then he looked at Yang Qianshan, who wanted to speak. Sister, I promised your father to take care of you. Trust me, it'll be fine. Vaguely, the speed of the train seemed to have started to slow down a bit.
Boom! Boom!
A few more loud bangs suddenly came from the door in front of carriage 16. The forbidden door had actually started to deform directly. The people from the 10,000 Ghost Society had already discovered the abnormality behind them and started banging on the door. There's no time to delay. Must we stay here together and wait for death? Li Mu's voice steepened by several points.
Immediately, the two no longer hesitated. School brother, come back alive.
Yang Qianshan already had some crystals in her beautiful eyes.
Brother, old Zhao, owe you 2 lives.
The two entered the number 17 carriage. Li Mu gripped the drawbar and fiercely exerted force.
Squeak!
A toothsome sound rang out at once.
On the other side, Yang Qianshan also gripped the drawbar.
The two of them looked at each other through the connecting passage of the carriage. A pair of eyes were filled with perseverance.
A pair of eyes that were crystal clear. Yang Qianshan clenched her teeth and violently pulled down the lever. Squeak! Clang! After the toothy sound, there was a crunch. Carriage number 17 was completely separated from carriage number 16.
Almost just in the instant of separation, carriage 17 was thrown several dozen meters back.
A powerful wind instantly poured into the carriage from the brake.
Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Yang Qianshan and the others get farther and farther away from him.
Then, it's time to go on a killing spree. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he faced the gusty wind and walked towards the carriage's fracture. Boom!
The door of the 16th carriage was violently slammed open. A tall man with a green-colored ghost face strided into the 17th carriage. Behind him, a single ghost-faced man fishtailed in.
In total, more than 10. A rank 4 ghost-faced man headed to the train brake to check it out. The carriages in the back are separated, they all ran away. Damn it, leave them alone. Go to the other carriages and kill them all. The tall and sturdy barbarian ghost issued a majestic voice. Yes. Chapter 59 Level 5 Martial Artist. Crazy burning battle intent. Traffic Bureau. Inside the director's office.
The vintage desktop phone on the desk rang. Director Manhwa picked up the phone. Soon, his complexion changed slightly. It was a notification from the technical department.
Something's wrong with the 7th special train? Can it be that it's those damned cultists again?
Hanging up the phone, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately dialed the number of the law enforcement department of Chunan City.
Ask Team Ding to personally go out.
Right now, immediately head to support the 7th special train. The communication had just hung up. On the outskirts of Chunan City, there was a figure, like a cannonball, that shot up into the sky. Many people vaguely saw the figure rising from the sky. All of them looked respectful, and their eyes showed fervor. The power of a single leap, hundreds of meters in the air.
Marshal King traveling.
The PTB, after hanging up the communication, Manghai's brows still failed to stretch out. Even if it's Team Ding himself, arriving will take some time.
Those passengers can't wait that long?
After only a moment's hesitation, he dialed a phone again.
Principal Dong.
Has a problem with the 7th special train. I've already asked Team Ding to rush there, but I'm afraid that the time is a bit too late.
The 7th special train?
Xiao Zhang said that kid seems to be in the 7th special train, right? Which one of these lifeless people has eaten the guts of a bear heart and leopard?
Dare to touch my Chu Das people?
A voice like a lion's roar came from the other end of the phone.
Manghai silently took the receiver away a bit.
Principal Dong, it's possible that only that person will step in to minimize the casualties.
Sooner or later, we'll uproot those things that don't know how to die.
The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before adding.
I will contact.
Barbarian Ghost immediately returned to compartment 15 with his men.
Time waited for no one. They didn't have much time left either. The 2 rank 4 ghost-faced men in front froze as soon as they entered compartment 15. Only to see that in the middle of compartment 15, a teenager was calmly sitting on a seat against the aisle. An open window drew in a fierce wind.
The teenager's blood-stained bangs danced wildly. He was sitting sideways, his hand supporting his long sword, his feet stepping on the corpses of 2 ghost-faced people.
Just calmly looking in the direction of the car door. What are you fuming about? Barbarian Ghost pushed away the several Ghostface who were blocking the way.
But when he saw the young man sitting quietly with a leisurely posture, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. But he was only a little surprised. The 2 third-grade ghost masks immediately drew their swords forward, all accelerated, and chopped horizontally at Li Mu.
Li Mu, who was sitting upright.
He disappeared from his original position with a flash of his body. A flash of stern cold light flashed by. The 2 heads rushed up into the sky together. At the same moment, a flash of cold light stabbed straight ahead like an offline arrow.
Not only that.
Li Mu quickly caught the long knives that the 2 ghost-faced corpses had loosened and threw them one after another. 3 splashes of cold light, in a zigzag pattern, flashed through the space in the middle of the carriage in an instant. The bodies of the 3 ghost-faced men were directly pierced through. One of them was also a rank 4. In a single glance, 5 ghost masks died. The blood caused Li Mu's battle consciousness, his battle instinct, to be soaring at an almost insane level. Level 4. The barbarian ghost's eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto Li Mu in death. There was a color of gravity flashing through. Such a young 4th level. And also killed several of his own men so easily. But in the end, it was only a 4th level. The other ghost-faced men no longer came forward to die. Barbarian Ghost took one step. A terrifying aura instantly spread out, with killing intent in it. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his breathing was calm and long. This was a rank 5 martial artist. A rank 5 martial artist with a murderous aura that was so thick on his body that it pierced his bones. If he hadn't already experienced a lot, and had his mind awakened again by killing some ghost-faced people, Li Mu was afraid that he wouldn't even have the courage to face him. A level 5 martial artist who had killed countless people. Such a character could be at the top of a city's most wanted list. When there was a level 5 martial artist wanted in the city of S, the nightlife of the whole city was reduced by half. The name of the wanted person was not transformed into a character that could make a child stop crying. At the moment, Li Mu was facing such a character. The power value of a level 5 martial artist was 31 to 60,000. Li Mu didn't know this guy's power. But at this moment, it wasn't that important. Earlier, Li Mu had guessed that a rank 5 martial artist would appear. But he still chose to stay. The moment he truly faced a rank 5 martial artist head-on.
All concerns had been left behind. Li Mu's blood was boiling madly, rushing through his veins. The heart was beating madly, outputting hot blood. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was, defeat this level 5 martial artist. Kill him. The feeling of invincibility was awakening in his heart. The path of a martial artist. The path of a martial artist is to rise to the challenge. The battle intent in his chest was burning madly. This kid. The barbarian ghost's expression under his mask grew more and more grave. His own aura actually did not suppress this fellow. Even directly actually vaguely felt some threat on this little guy? Go to hell. The barbarian ghost was unwilling to recognize this threat and directly took a step towards Li Mu, his sandbag-sized iron fist swinging straight at Li Mu's head. He wasn't good at using weapons, preferring to use his physical body against the enemy. A cold aura appeared. Li Mu had already set up several long knives on the side, all from the hands of the ghost-faced man. He lifted the knife and stabbed out in a single motion. The knife in his hand had already landed on the barbarian ghost's chest. But in an instant, Li Mu's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The blade broke through the clothes on the barbarian ghost's body, but only left a white mark on his skin. The huge iron fist with a powerful wind had already come roaring, and Li Mu hurriedly shortened his body to avoid it. The barbarian ghost was tall and big, and immediately changed his move into a hammer when his fist missed. Li Mu's hand long knife a turn, a little knife tail, long knife immediately straight to its eyes and go. The savage ghost immediately closed his eyes. He has a body that is indestructible, it is difficult for ordinary blades to injure him, and his eyelids can also resist sharp blade attacks. Ding! The long knife landed on his eyelids, but it actually made a crunching sound and was directly bounced off. However, Li Mu also took advantage of this opportunity to pull away some distance. Kid, how can you fight me when your weapon is gone? The barbarian ghost shook his neck, and his muscles actually swelled a few points again, tensing his clothes tightly. He took a step out, the carriage floor slightly sunk, and his powerful punch went straight for Li Mu. Coincidentally, actually what I'm best at is also fist. Tui pile, landing on the ground. The body is like a bow and horse. Fist like a full-stringed arrow. Collapsing bow and scurrying arrow in a hurry. Brace for the hammer. Li Mu did not dodge, the same fist, straight to meet the barbaric ghost's powerful punch. Barbarian ghost is already tall, at this time expanded a few points, the height has been 2 meters 1 or 2, more muscular body. Li Mu compared to it is simply the difference between adults and children. Boom! Double fists met. Muffled sound like thunder. The powerful airflow swept out the strong wind that was pouring into the carriage. Behind the barbarian ghost, the ghost-faced men staggered backward one after another. Although the expression was covered by the mask, the horror in the eyes of the ghost-faced men was obvious to the extreme. This guy actually wasn't sent flying out with a single punch by the barbarian ghost boss? Chapter 60, The Sense of Martial Arts. 100 fists killed the 5th rank. Only a moment of stalemate was formed as the 2 fists clashed. Immediately, Li Mu retreated several steps. On his fist, a sharp pain spread. The chi and blood in his body surged up, and his internal breath was instantly a little out of tune. The gap in strength was indeed not small. This guy's strength was at least 40,000 pounds. It might not be considered strong among rank 5 martial artists, but facing an unusual rank 4 martial artist, it had long been a crushing advantage. This kid. The barbarian ghost was also secretly shocked, a 4th level martial artist could actually catch his own punch on his face? Or a kid this young? He slightly moved his fingers, which were a bit numb. Who? Slowly inhaling and stabilizing his internal breath, Li Mu took several steps one after another, taking the initiative to strike. 5 mountains toward heaven cone. 6 harmonies pouncing earth gene. Dragon subduing tiger. Both fists came out at the same time. One fist was like a traveling dragon, erratic, and the other fist was like a fierce tiger, stirring up the mountains and forests. One of Li Mu's most commonly used stacking moves. Boom! The barbarian ghost blocked Fuhu with one punch, but he was hit straight in the chest by that descending dragon. He immediately took half a step back. With a successful strike, Li Mu was unforgiving. He immediately changed his stance and approached again. Horse detecting palm. Mountain splitting palm. One strike split the barbarian ghost's right arm that was just about to be raised, and another palm landed on the barbarian ghost's chest. The barbarian ghost took another step back.
A force surged straight into his chest, his chi and blood surged, and the barbarian ghost's complexion changed slightly.
Damn kid.
The barbarian ghost was furious, he had actually been suppressed by a rank 4 brat.
This punch really wasn't light.
The barbarian ghost also felt the pain.
Vajra fist.
The barbarian ghost once again took a strong punch, but he also found an opportunity to raise his fist and build up his momentum. Li Mu's figure was like an undefeated man, suddenly leaning sideways to avoid this punch, and then another whip leg violently smashed at the barbarian ghost's ear. This directly to the savage ghost back a few steps. The ears were buzzing, and the brain had a momentary daze.
Sure enough? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly.
This guy's defense was powerful, but it was more against sharp weapons. Like the internal penetration power between fists and palms, as long as it hit his body, this guy was also not good. Li Mu once again drew closer and landed a punch. The barbarian ghost crossed his arms in front of his body to block.
A punch fell. The savage ghost figure is as stable as a mountain.
Li Mu's attack was much more than that. His two fists smashed down one after another, like rain in a continuous stream. For a moment, the barbarian ghost only had to fight, and had no power to fight back.
How is this possible? Those ghost-faced people in the back were completely dumbfounded. The barbarian ghost boss was actually being pressed by a teenager? What kind of joke is this? Where the hell did this demon come from? This guy can't possibly
At this moment, the barbarian ghost was both angry and puzzled. As a 5th-level martial artist, facing a 4th-level martial artist attack rhythm actually completely fell in the hands of a 4th-level martial artist.
This set out for fear of being laughed off. How could one look at it how impossible it was?
Taking a few hard punches with his body and enduring the muscle pain in his body, the barbarian ghost once again found an opportunity to counterattack, only to be dodged by Li Mu once again.
The barbarian ghost instantly understood. This guy's reaction was faster than his own.
The rhythm of attack was something that could be mastered by whoever reacted fast and whoever had more experience.
And whether it was reaction or experience normally, it should be that the higher level completely crushed the lower level. But now, what in the world is going on?
The barbarian ghost's heart had a strong sense of incomprehension.
This is the wonderful use of spiritual power.
Li Mu's heart grew hotter and hotter.
In reality, his reaction was absolutely no match for the barbarian ghost. But he had spiritual power.
There was also the precognitive perception type of divine ability.
These two could complement each other.
Under the shroud of spiritual power, Li Mu could perceive any subtle rule of activity of every muscle on the barbarian ghost's body. He was able to completely disrupt the barbarian ghost's rhythm of attack by having an advanced reaction time, allowing the rhythm to be in his hands.
Roar!
Suddenly, the barbarian ghost erupted into a roar that did not sound like a human voice. The muscles of his body even swelled up again by a few points, and wisps of black gas vaguely appeared around him.
Kid! Die!
The barbarian ghost resisted Li Mu's several punches, his body did not move at all, and his punches did not slow down at all. Barbarian ghost's sudden outburst Li Mu did not expect, a moment slightly shocked, hastily used both arms across the body. The force of this punch was somewhat beyond Li Mu's imagination.
Frozen. Both arms were directly pressed down and smashed on top of his own chest. Li Mu's figure immediately flew backwards.
It smashed heavily against the inner wall of the carriage before slowly sliding down.
Cough cough.
Large mouthfuls of blood gushed out from Li Mu's mouth. However, his eyes were still so determined, and his battle intent seemed to have turned into substance flowing through them. Only his legs were slightly bent, and he slowly but firmly fought.
Blood converged along the corners of his mouth and dripped one after another downwards at his jaw.
His figure was also slightly stooped. Although it was only a single strike. But it was an explosive strike from a rank 5 martial artist. Li Mu had hit the barbarian ghost so many times, and the barbarian ghost didn't have any noticeable problems. And the barbarian ghost had only given Li Mu a single punch, which instantly caused him to be seriously injured.
This was the gap between ranks. Higher-ranked martial artists could miss countless times when facing lower-ranked martial artists. And a low-level martial artist would usually only need to make one mistake and then it would be difficult to turn the tables again. Even if Li Mu's base was thick and his body was tough, he definitely couldn't withstand a few more hits. But so what? So what if he couldn't hold up? My martial arts path. Do not retreat. Don't let go. An aura like that of a great warrior erupted from Li Mu's body. Just like a supreme divine weapon, at this moment showing its own incomparable sharpness. Cold light, the cold light that does not exist in substance, but makes even the savage ghosts cannot help but slightly narrow their eyes. Scouting horse mountaineering. Tigers and bears run together. At this moment, Li Mu no longer stuck to the moves, but moved with his heart, disassembling and assembling the moves to play according to his own mind at will. If there are people who know what they are doing, they will be shocked again. This is something that can only be done with an exceptional level of proficiency. And dismantling and assembling moves is not a matter of one or two styles of martial arts being perfected. Many masters who had specialized in this path for half a lifetime might not even be able to achieve such a level. Roar! Vaguely, there was a beast roaring low. As fast as a shock, both fists came out in unison, like a tiger and a bear pouncing together. It was powerful and heavy. Boom! The barbarian ghost blocked one fist with his fist, and the other fist landed on his body, causing him to retreat back and forth. Chi and blood instantly surged in his chest. The dragon rose. Before the punch's momentum dissipated, Li Mu landed an uppercut to the barbarian ghost's jaw. This time, the barbarian ghost's brain was confused, and his rhythm was completely disrupted. He panicked and protected his arms in front of him. Li Mu's fist rose and fell again. In a matter of moments, dozens of swift and powerful punches landed on the barbarian ghost. He was unable to fight back. Li Mu had completely mastered the rhythm of the attacks. With one heavy blow after another, blood had started to spill out from the corners of the barbarian ghost's mouth. One punch was nothing, but with the power of hundreds of punches stacked on top of each other, a rank 5 martial artist would not be able to withstand it. Those ghost-faced men also realized that their boss was at a complete disadvantage. They had the intention to come forward to rescue him, but they couldn't get involved in the battle at all. The barbarian ghost was able to take so many punches, but if it was anyone else, he would have died on the spot in a single punch. I don't know how many hundreds of punches were thrown. Clang! The barbarian ghost's body slammed down heavily, lying on its back on the ground. Chapter 61 Heavenly Saint Will. The momentum was unstoppable. Li Mu's punching momentum remained more than that, punch after punch, like a torrential downpour, coming one after the other without leaving the slightest gap. Thud! The train abruptly came to a complete stop. Li Mu's raised fist did not fall again. The body of the barbarian ghost had long since lost its shape. He was dead for quite a while. He was hardened by Li Mu's punch after punch, countless punches stacked on top of each other. Li Mu slowly stood up, his eyes hot and deep. Being swept by his line of sight. Those ghost-faced people trembled, as if they were being stared at by some flood beast. Even the savage ghost had been beaten to death, and they had long been scared out of their wits. They panicked and wanted to run away. But how could Li Mu give them a chance? Seeing Li Mu's legs slightly curled, his entire body was like an arrow leaving the string. He was almost directly transformed into a residual shadow and swept through. Punch after punch. One by one, the ghost-faced people were directly left with no bodies. Either their heads were blown out by a punch, or they were directly pierced through their bodies by a punch. Even for a rank 4 ghost mask, Li Mu was likewise just a punch away. A moment later, Li Mu's figure reappeared. He stood quietly in the middle of the carriage. His figure was a bit stooped, but still smooth. Blood was staining his entire body. The breeze outside the window was gentle, and his eyelids trembled slightly. At this time, the train has stopped smoothly. Outside the split in the rear carriage is the track, and on both sides is the hillside greenery. The carriages were a mess, with many of the seats warped. On the contrary, there weren't many corpses, all of which had fallen out during the traveling process. Li Mu slowly inhaled and exhaled, and in his mind, the turtle snake phase stood still. Countless star and fire points of light vaguely emerged to flow around that turtle and snake phase. That was Li Mu's sense of martial arts. The sense of martial arts. Originally, Li Mu's martial arts background was still a long way from being able to transform 10,000 moves into 10,000 moves. But the tortoise and snake diagram helped him. This method of visualization does not only increase mental strength. It also subconsciously made the mind sharper, more vivid, and even increased enlightenment. Silently reviewing the battle just now. It seemed to be a bit easier than when he had fought against a 4th level at the 3rd level. However, the gains were not small at all. The invincible state of mind became deeper and deeper, and the sense of martial arts was even more important. This battle has at least saved me a few years of time.
Li Mu's eyes flashed with essence. If there is no this battle, his own sense of martial arts want to get to this kind of point, even if another few years of time cannot get to it, is not good. Stronger people should swing their fists at stronger people. My martial arts path. I should be able to challenge the stronger. Li Mu's power is as strong as ever. It's getting more and more potent. Cough cough. Suddenly, blood, once again, spilled out along the corners of his mouth. Li Mu casually wiped it away, and suddenly remembered something. With his left hand hidden in the dark, he raised his left hand again, and there was already an additional porcelain bottle in his hand. Looking at this porcelain bottle, Li Mu was slightly stunned. Qing Dai gave the blood-nourishing Dan.
It has not been eaten.
Swallowing a few and storing the porcelain bottle, Li Mu directly stepped towards the carriage in front.
Blacktooth Mountain.
On the side of the mountain cliff, a train could be clearly seen coming from the distance, gradually slowing down, and finally stopping when the front of the car was just a little bit into the tunnel.
Chief, it's coming.
The group of ghost-faced men at the end of the mountain brightened up.
I see it, it all seems to be going well. Negroes, hangman, you take the men on board.
Suddenly, the chief's words hardened to a halt. It was as if a male duck had been strangled by fate by the throat. His body was trembling slightly. He strained to raise his head, and the long sky was visible. The wind and clouds were stirring, and the electricity was flashing and thundering. In an instant, it was already a scene of heaven and earth in shock.
A great momentum poured down. Just like the sky sagging.
The change of the cliff, a group of ghost-faced people immediately did not dare to breathe a breath. One by one, their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear.
Chief. This is... Go!
The chieftain gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word, turned around and darted towards the depths of the wilderness. High in the sky, in the center of the gathering of wind and clouds, a vague silhouette was formed and emerged. He stood there quietly, but it was as if he was as high as the sky, seeming to merge with heaven and earth.
Chief! Such a pressure. Could it be?
The hanged ghost hurriedly led a group of men to chase after their chief. Who else could there be in the Chunan region besides that heavenly saint?
He actually noticed us little minions. Damn!
He really isn't far from being a martial god. It's only a mere descent of consciousness.
Tian Mai, the #1 powerhouse in the Chunan region.
The guardian god of the Chunan region. A peak 12th level martial saint. It was even rumored that half a foot had already stepped into the martial god realm. Those who respected him, and those who were terrified of him, called him the heavenly saint.
In the Chunan region, he was synonymous with invincibility.
He was the prime pillar of Chunan.
Interesting little fellow. 4th level, heart of invincibility, such a deep martial arts background. No wonder the old man personally came to find me.
In compartment 15, there were only a few passengers. Li Mu glanced out the window somewhat strangely. How did the sky suddenly change? And how did this change of day change back again in a while?
Go to the back compartment.
Leaving behind a sentence, Li Mu continued forward.
The door connecting to the 14th compartment was already closed.
Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu sunk his feet and gathered all his strength in his shoulders.
Iron Mountain leaning. Boom!
The alloy door, which was difficult to destroy by ordinary level 4 martial artists, directly broke through the connection and flew into the 14th compartment under Li Mu's lean. A ghost-faced man standing in the aisle was directly smashed out by the door, and instantly, he was more in and less out. Ah!
Monsters are coming!
When a ghost-faced man saw Li Mu, who was covered in blood and slowly stepped into the carriage, he was actually frightened and cried out in shock. Then without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and ran towards the carriage in front of him. Li Mu's body was like a cheetah as he leapt out. Between those passengers a blood-colored residual shadow swept past, and it was the corpses of 2 ghost-faced people lying directly down.
Who is he? He is? Help has arrived? After a while, a few passengers who hadn't been completely scared out of their wits stood up. For everything they just discovered, they only felt that their brains were a bit insufficient. It doesn't look like a rescue. Li Mu had already entered the 10th compartment. Along the way, he was unstoppable. As long as a ghostfacer appeared in his line of sight, they would not be spared. At this point, not to mention the level 3 ghostface. Even if it was a 4th level, it wouldn't last a single move in front of Li Mu. Under the influence of invincibility, ordinary martial artists of the same level couldn't raise the slightest intention to fight against Li Mu. Especially those ghost-faced people saw Li Mu killed their barbarian ghost boss. It was even more frightening for them. The battle of martial arts is also a battle of state of mind and momentum. If you are weak, you can barely utilize 70% or 80% of your strength. If you don't even have the heart to fight against the enemy, it's difficult to exert even 3 or 4%. At this time, Li Mu's mind is so invincible, 10% of his strength can at least play out a dozen%. This is the importance of state of mind. Chapter 62 One Man. Battle-hungry ghost. Carriage number 3. It was also the dining car. A great battle was breaking out here. In the middle of the carriage, there was a great battle between two rank 5 martial artists. Inside the carriage, those seats had long been completely destroyed by the aftermath. 2 level 5 martial artists. One with a hideous ghost face. Obviously a member of the 10,000 Ghost Society. Hungry Ghost, the person in charge of the carjacking operation at this time. Barbarian Ghost was only his deputy. And with the Hungry Ghost fighting, the 5th level martial artist is the 7th special train chief with the car escort martial artist, Tang Yu. Both of them did not use weapons, but instead exchanged fists and palms. At this point, Tang Yu had already fallen into a clear disadvantage. Not only him, in the carriage, the other battle groups. In the fight between the guards and the ghost-faced people, the ghost-faced people also have an absolute advantage. The escort martial artists had already suffered heavy casualties. Damn. It's hard not to really have to account for it here today. Tang Yu's heart was heavy, and blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth. Same level 5 martial artist, but he really wasn't the Hungry Ghost's opponent. After holding out for so long, he was already heavily injured and really couldn't hold out any longer. Every time he blocked and struck, he seemed more and more powerless. On the other side, although Hungry Ghost had the absolute advantage, he was pressing Deng Yu. But the expression under his mask was not good. As the person in charge of the carjacking part of this operation, he had been in overall control of the situation and was also the first to take control of the cab. But now that he had arrived at the predetermined location, suddenly, he couldn't contact the chief. If he didn't start the next action as soon as possible, when the support from the Chunan city side arrived, so many of his people including himself, all of them, including himself, would be grasshoppers in the fall, and wouldn't be able to continue for much longer. Even Barbarian Ghost couldn't be contacted. According to the plan, Barbarian Ghost should have come over to help himself a long time ago. With the help of Barbarian Ghost, Teng Yu should have died a long time ago as well. Damn, what the hell went wrong? Suddenly, the automatic door of the food cart opened. A ghost-faced man quickly stepped into it. Boss, Barbarian Ghost is dead. What? Hungry Ghost's pupils shrunk at once, but his hand movements were not slow at all. Instead, it was even faster. A straight punch instantly hit Deng Yu's chest. Instantly, Deng Yu's figure flew backwards and a large amount of blood spewed out. Boom! It smashed heavily on top of the car wall before sliding down. This blow instantly made it difficult for Deng Yu to even stand up. It was only after the strike that the Hungry Ghost twisted his head and said, "Who else in this car can kill the savage ghost? Is it support? By me." A cold and powerful voice rang out. Only to see a flash of harsh cold light arrived first. A long knife directly passed through the back of the heart of that ghost-faced man who had just run over. That ghost-faced man's body instantly planted itself helplessly. A blood-soaked teenager with a resolute face slowly stepped into the carriage. A horn-like momentum followed closely behind and surged into the carriage. It was like a sword that contained a sharp edge, and the cold light was awe-inspiring. A crowd of ghost-faced people almost cannot help but retreat half a step. Although the Hungry Ghost did not move, but also could not help but narrow his eyes. "Kid, you can kill the Barbarian Ghost?" Hungry Ghost was a bit disbelieving. Although this person's aura was overwhelming, it was also obvious that he was only a 4th level. As long as support didn't arrive, then there was no threat to him. Don't believe me? Try it and you'll know. Li Mu didn't say much as he took a step and leaned his body forward. At that moment, his entire body was like an arrow that had left the string, nearly flashing through as a residual shadow. Before the Hungry Ghost could make a move, there were 2 level 4 ghost masks with swords intercepting them on the left and right. There were more than a dozen ghost masks in the carriage, and nearly half of them were rank 4.
While the escorting martial artists handled Tengyu, there were only 2 other rank 4s left struggling to hold on.
The ghost-faced men completely had enough manpower to surround Li Mu.
Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly and his face didn't change.
The dragon roars and the tiger whistles. Both fists came out in unison, as fast as lightning. It's like a dragon leaping and a tiger leaping, and the beast's power is hidden. Before the sword fell, the fists arrived first. Boom boom. 2 muffled sounds in almost indistinguishable order. The 2 level 4 martial artists flew out directly. Their abdomen had formed an exaggerated depression. Obviously they could not survive.
The hungry ghost's eyes were suddenly slightly aghast.
When a connoisseur strikes, he knows whether he has it or not. Killing 2 of the same level in a single second?
This guy's claim of having killed the barbarian ghost might be true.
But so what?
He, hungry ghost, was stronger than barbarian ghost. Go and form down, kill all the useless people, the situation may change, be ready to evacuate at any time. Hungry ghost softly instructed a ghost-faced man beside him before striding forward.
Since you want to seek death, then I will play with you.
The hungry ghost's figure was far inferior to that of the barbarian ghost, only 1.7 meters and above, with a medium size, looking ordinary throughout.
However, the aura on his body, the threat, was quite a bit superior to the barbarian ghost.
The raging aura was like a hungry ghost that chose to devour others. Amidst the killing intent, there was also a twisted, evil aura. The same as the 5th level martial artist. But the gap before a martial artist of the same level wasn't small. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. He had just received a punch from the barbarian ghost, and at this moment, his chest was still vaguely aching.
But it didn't hurt.
His momentum was not weaker than the hungry ghost in the slightest. The sense of martial arts was even more realistically improved. There's no need to go, everywhere I've traveled, your people, they're all dead. Li Mu grinned, took a step sideways and stepped out, and with a fist like a running dragon, he hit a ghost-faced man who wanted to go around himself to head to the rear compartment.
Boom!
With one punch, he directly collapsed, no longer alive.
Damn!
The hungry ghost was instantly enraged, rushed forward with great strides, and a fist went straight towards Li Mu's face.
Bracing hammer.
A fist with a full bow met the hungry ghost's fist straight on.
Boom!
Instantaneous stalemate, powerful chi energy scattered in all directions, blowing the carriage hunting.
Slap!
Li Mu retreated several steps in a row, his pace heavy. Above his right fist, a sharp pain invaded. This guy's strength was quite a bit stronger than the barbarian ghost. It might already be at the level of 50,000 pounds.
This kid's punching technique.
On the other side, the hungry ghost's expression grew more and more grave. It was certain that a 4th level martial artist's strength was far inferior to his own.
But the problem was,
this own fist power actually couldn't form a crush on this guy.
Dengshan Tan Ma Quasi. Tantrum horsepalm.
A palm slashed to death another ghost-faced man who was trying to head to the rear compartment. Li Mu stood right before the passageway, his stern gaze over the crowd of ghost-faced men.
It was like saying again, I'm here, no one can go through. It's like a fierce warrior guarding the pass. A man can't open the gate.
For a moment, those ghost-faced people did not dare to move again, and even some had begun to back away uncontrollably.
Die!
The hungry ghost steeply approached, both fists straight out, the strong wind carrying strands of eerie coolness, blowing people's hair and bones. Early premonition of Li Mu side backside, avoiding a punch, the same double fist it's out, a bear crane double fist to open the way. Bear main heavy, powerful, and heavy. Crane main light, floating and uncertain. Bear fist straight to meet, crane fist side attack. Hungry ghost immediately turned his fist to respond, his reaction was not slow at all. The fists clashed, and between the flashes of their bodies, each of them retreated a few steps. Fresh blood spilled from the corner of Li Mu's mouth again.
The hands hanging down were trembling slightly.
On the other side, the color in the hungry ghost's eyes also became more and more gloomy.
Chapter 63 Hungry Ghost defeated and escaped. Martial King Pro. In the next moment, Li Mu took the initiative to close in. A full string straight punch opened the way. Hungry Ghost immediately connected with his fist and palm. Both of them moved with unparalleled swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the 2 pairs of arms have already exchanged dozens of rounds with each other in a rapid change of moves. As the 2 of them staggered, Li Mu's jaw was once again filled with blood. A large amount of blood was dripping down his jaw to the ground.
On the other hand, Hungry Ghost coughed lightly. His throat was slightly itchy, but he swallowed down the blood that surged up his throat. The Hungry Ghost's reaction was too much faster than the barbarian ghost. Even with the aid of Li Mu's spiritual power and perception, he could only barely keep up with the Hungry Ghost's reaction, and could not take the lead at all. The assistance of spiritual power and perception also had a limit. But this didn't kill Li Mu's will to fight. Compared to the previous battle, which was a bit of a bully by virtue of his perception, Li Mu preferred the current battle. He was evenly matched. He was even clearly at a disadvantage. But so what? Pressure, only strong pressure can generate motivation. The two approached again. Throwing punches, changing moves, blocking, dodging. Blood, constantly dripping. Xinwu, getting weaker and weaker. All over his body, strands of intense pain spread. It was as if his body would fall apart at any moment. But so what? Li Mu could clearly perceive that his punches were getting faster and more powerful. Even if it only improved by a sliver each time, it was still progress. Between his fists and palms, the moves changed, as fast as lightning. Ordinary people could only see a residual shadow flashing by. Who the hell is this guy? Those remaining ghost-faced people, including those hostages. All of them couldn't help but flash out such a question in their hearts. The Hungry Ghost's power was not only clear to those ghost-faced people. Even those escorting martial artists were equally clear. An ordinary level 4 martial artist could not even block a single move in front of him. Even the chief escort of the special train number 7. The only rank 5 martial artist, Tang Yu. He was no match for Hungry Ghost. But at this moment, a level 4 teenage martial artist was actually able to fight with Hungry Ghost in such a difficult battle. Tang Yu, who was still paralyzed, could not believe his eyes. Although the teenager is vaguely inferior to the Hungry Ghost in terms of punching and kicking power, he was somewhat suppressed. But his aura is not the slightest bit tired. Even more and more exuberant. Like the sun. This guy is indeed somewhat difficult to deal with. Li Mu's internal breath was on the verge of becoming out of balance. If it wasn't for the existence of the counting breath technique, Li Mu should have been unable to hold out a long time ago. Changing moves with this guy to fight hard himself wouldn't give him much of an advantage at all. He was barely able to catch up with the Hungry Ghost with all of his abilities. However, Li Mu's state of mind remained stable. Bitter battle was the best medicine for martial arts. On the other hand, the Hungry Ghost's mind on the other side was somewhat out of tune. He was getting more and more anxious in his mind. He didn't have time to drag it out here. Once Chu Nanchang's support arrived, it would be difficult for him to escape. But the current problem was that it wasn't too realistic to try to solve this guy in a short period of time. He was too difficult to deal with. Obviously, his strength was so much weaker than his own, but his reaction, speed of change of moves, and means of response were not slow at all. At this point, Hungry Ghost had already begun to have some withdrawal in his heart. The chief's side of the problem, now there is no point in fighting, even if you kill this guy, time delay may also be their own ride. Dragon subduing tiger. Both fists came out, forcing the Hungry Ghost to retreat back and forth. Li Mu keenly sensed that the Hungry Ghost's battle intent was decaying. He was decreasing and increasing. Li Mu's battle intent burned more and more violently. The chi tug of war gradually began to show an advantage. Li Mu's fist, faster. This guy. Deng Yu became more and more alarmed. Even if he fought evenly with the Hungry Ghost, he actually fought from a disadvantage to gaining the upper hand? With such a young face, where exactly did the demon come from? Can it be that the barbarian ghost was really killed by this teenager? In the carriage, the other hostages were also shocked. The 4th level fought the 5th level. Those who could achieve such a level were especially rare even in Chududu. The Hungry Ghost was knocked back again, this time he covered his chest and retreated again and again. The other ghost-faced men immediately stepped forward with their swords at the sight. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately retreated a few steps. He was trying to block the passageway so that no ghost-faced person would take the opportunity to slip through. These ordinary level 3 or 4 ghost masks were not the slightest threat to Li Mu. Rushing up was just looking for death. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that the Hungry Ghost's line of sight was still looking at the car window. This guy wanted to run. How could Li Mu allow this guy to run? Yin-yang step. Using the turtle and snake viewing diagram as a guide, combined with the 2-yard pile, the bear squat, and the crane step,
Li Mu's self-created steps. The yang. Wide open.
Straight line sprinting is the fastest.
The yin. Wavering. It's hard to figure out their trajectory when they move side to side. Li Mu rushes forward.
A ghost-faced man with a sword came at him.
Li Mu's fist came first. It instantly landed on his chest. The chest cavity was instantly pressed down and directly exploded.
A few more punches were thrown, and regardless of whether it was a level 3 or level 4, Li Mu solved it with a single punch.
At this moment, Li Mu, whose mind was invincible. Under one punch, all beings were equal. Li Mu's speed was fast.
But after all, there were a dozen or so ghost-faced people in the way, and the hungry ghost was right next to the window. Seeing that the hungry ghost was about to land a punch on the window and was about to break the window to escape, Li Mu was also too late to rush over.
Boom! The window exploded.
But it wasn't shattered by the hungry ghost. One could only vaguely see that it was a powerful thing wrapped in layers of powerful air currents. After breaking the window, it still had more momentum.
In an instant, it hit the hungry ghost's chest.
He didn't have the slightest chance to react and dodge.
Snap!
The hungry ghost's body flew out backwards, smashed heavily on the inner wall of the carriage, and then bounced to the ground.
He was directly lifeless. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as a premonition in his heart gave a frantic warning.
A guy whose threat level far exceeded that of a hungry ghost had arrived. This level of danger was not only far beyond the hungry ghost. There was also Gao Changhui,
Song Mu, even Zhang Qinshuan. An existence above a martial general.
Li Mu's mind was slightly in awe, not knowing whether it was an enemy or a friend.
However, he did not move slowly at all.
While all the other ghost-faced people were also affected by this aura. Li Mu quickly struck, and within a few moves, there was not a single ghost-faced person left standing.
Boom!
A loud bang came steeply from outside the carriage.
It was like a cannonball landing.
The terrifying shockwave directly caused the window glass to break and then turn into crumbs. Only to see, outside the carriage, a huge depression appeared on the ground, and the ground cracked layer by layer. In the middle of the depression, there stood a middle-aged man with a cold expression, dressed in a black combat uniform. A strong aura, like substance spread out, completely enveloping the hundreds of meters-long train.
Instantly, it was as if the gravity in the air increased steeply. Everyone was pressed a little out of breath. Captain Ding. Ding. Tanya's pupils contracted violently, and he spat out a name in a trembling voice. Ding Chi. Chunan Law Enforcement Department, 1st Law Enforcement Captain. 8th Grade Martial King. As the chief escort martial artist of the number 7 Special Train, how could Tang Yu not know this person's great name? Chapter 64, Second 5 Levels. Law Enforcement Team. Captain Ding. The other two surviving rank 4 martial artists couldn't help but look horrified. Even in the entire Chunan City, Ding Chi was considered to be renowned. Chunan City's Law Enforcement Department. In charge of all sorts of high-end battle force crime enforcement. The 1st Law Enforcement Captain, Ding Chi. He was a nightmare for all reactionary organizations. He's ruthless, decisive, and unforgiving. His own strength is terrifying. Once, 3 of the sacred demon cult's top martial arts kings set up an ambush, and Ding Chi was caught in the ambush. When all those in the know thought that Ding Chi would surely die, he came back. He was carrying the heads of 2 of the sacred demon cult's great martial kings. It was rumored that the last martial king escaped with serious injuries at a very heavy cost. From that moment on, the Holy Devil cult, which had been so rampant for a while, disappeared into obscurity. There was no more news of the Holy Demon cult appearing to stir up the storm. A stone? Li Mu didn't recognize this Ding Chi. His gaze had been fully attracted to the hungry ghost corpse. In its chest, there was a stone that had turned into countless small pieces. A stone that shattered a car window and killed a level 5 martial artist, leaving him powerless to fight back. This is the Martial King. And this Martial King fell from the sky. Falling from an unknown height, the ground has become like this, but he himself is still unharmed. There was not even the slightest change in his expression. Martial King. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a burning light. Martial King. This was the charm of martial arts. He himself would become a martial king. Martial saint. Martial god. Even beyond martial god. 2 rank 15 inheritances and even a rank 16 accompanying writing. Li Mu believed that he could definitely do it. Whenever he saw such a strong person, Li Mu wouldn't be shocked in the slightest. On the contrary, he would be doubly encouraged. All dead. A ray of surprise couldn't help but flash through Ding Qi's deep eyes. On the train, the people of the 10,000 Ghost Society had actually all died cleanly. It even included the corpse of a rank 5 martial artist. Ding Qi's figure moved slightly. The crowd only saw a shadow flash by, and he was already standing smoothly in the middle of the carriage. With a single glance, he locked onto Li Mu, who was drenched in blood and had an aura like a Hong. Did you kill them all? Except that one. Li Mu casually pointed at the hungry ghost's body and slowly exhaled, his Hong-like invincible aura slowly internalizing. He knew that his fight was over. I am Ding Qi, the captain of the 1st Detachment of the Law Enforcement Department, and came to rescue me after receiving the news, but it seems that it's not necessary now. Ding Qi couldn't help but flash a ray of marvel in the depths of his eyes. Even though he already didn't know how many heavenly prides he had seen, and Shunan City was originally a gathering place for heavenly prides, he couldn't help but be a little marveled. How old is this? This was still a student who hadn't even enrolled in school. Actually is already a 4th-level martial artist. And it's definitely not the kind of grade that is piled up with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He's already a level 4, and he's already beaten a level 5. His foundation must be as solid as a mountain. He must also be a true genius in actual combat. You're really good. Wu Dao needs young people like you. He heavily patted Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu's figure was as steady as a mountain. Captain Ding, overrated. It's still thanks to your timely arrival. I suspect that these 10,000 Ghost Society people still have accomplices, and there might even be a stronger presence. It's likely that it was because of Captain Ding's arrival that you scared them off. There was still blood pooling at the corners of Li Mu's mouth, but he didn't have the slightest bit of fatigue, and his eyes were bright. Scaring them away. I probably don't have the ability to do that yet, at least not in such a timely manner. Ding Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. There were already some guesses in his heart, but he didn't show the slightest bit. By the way, Captain Ding, there are a few carriages in the back that I separated, and inside are all the surviving passengers, and now I still don't know where they are. Don't worry, the people in the back should be arriving as well, they'll find them. Ding Qi glanced out the window that no longer had glass. There was no sign of the others, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Those guys could be really slow. He hadn't thought about it, but those other people, even if they were in flying machines, how could they match the speed of a Martial King's full-force outburst? Those hostages in the carriage each looked at each other. In their hearts, they spat. Are you guys just chatting and letting us be tied up like this? At least untie us first. However, Ding Qi's aura was too overwhelming, and no one really dared to open their mouths at this time. About half an hour later, the other people Ding Qi mentioned finally arrived. This time, it was a joint operation between the Traffic Management Bureau and the Law Enforcement Department. A total of hundreds of people arrived. With the arrival of these professionals, everything became easier. There were people gathering the survivors, setting up camps, and pacifying these passengers. There were people counting the dead, the casualties, not only the passengers, but also the bodies of those from the 10,000 Ghost Society needed to be counted as well. Ding Qi did not stay here all the time. After the following large force arrived, he left directly. This place was no longer in danger, and he, a martial king, wouldn't just stay here idly. Originally, he wanted to bring Li Mu directly back to Chunan City, but Li Mu refused. He still had to wait here for news from Yang Shen. He had promised Yang Fei Hong. Ding Qi didn't say anything about this, but only left a sentence before leaving. You can join the enforcement team when you have the chance. To be honest, Li Mu was really a bit curious about that law enforcement team. But he really didn't have the heart to care about that right now. He sat alone on the top of the carriage, silently running the counting breath technique to regulate his internal breath. On the ground, there were busy people. In the sky, it was the remnant's sun-like blood. Who? Silently reviewing the epiphanies of today's battle. The harvest was great. Big and amazing. Martial arts epiphanies could be encountered but not sought. In this battle, compared to before, Li Mu's practical combat ability had nearly doubled. The momentum of invincibility has become more and more solid. Those commonly used moves have been fully integrated. Can even start to create their own martial arts.
although it is still a bit young, and is only the result of cobbling together from other martial arts.
But the significance is a milestone. Now, my attack power should have increased quite a bit more. Li Mu clenched his fist and lightly waved it. Schoolmate, do you want to go change your clothes or check your body? A youth wearing a black combat uniform leaped onto the roof. No need, thanks for your concern, senior. Did you find the compartment in the back?
Li Mu nodded his head in greeting.
Su Feng, a member of the first detachment of the law enforcement department, was also a senior student from Chu University.
Even before the senior had come to console himself.
But of course, Li Mu didn't need any consolation. Found them, someone is already bringing them over. Senior, you seem to be worried about that schoolmate named Yang Qian, huh?
Su Feng was wearing some smiles, but the implication deep in his eyes was more of disbelief. He already knew that almost all of the members of the 10,000 Ghost Society on this train were killed by this schoolmate in front of him. A schoolmate who had yet to enroll in school had such strength. Su Feng was incredulous, but this was what Ding Qi himself had said.
Chapter 65, Obsession Under the Moon. First visit to Chu University.
I just promised her father to take care of her.
Li Mu calmly responded. Is that so?
Su Feng revealed a smile that I understand, and then immediately collected his smile and said with a straight face. School brother, pack up, there is a leader from the Traffic Management Bureau who is here to see you. You killing these people are all members of the infamous 10,000 Ghost Society, there is no need to take any responsibility.
It's just that there are some processes that should still be followed.
Don't worry, it won't be too troublesome, there won't be any punishment, and there should still be a bonus.
Bonus?
Li Mu immediately brightened up. He immediately went along with the Su Feng to meet some leader. First of all, there was first a compliment, a heartfelt compliment. In this regard, Li Mu is completely indifferent. Can only smile and cooperate, after all, the bonus. But soon Li Mu know the amount of the bonus dumbfounded. A total of $3 million. And still have to wait a few days to arrive.
It is said that there is also a banner. Back to the roof of the car.
The last glow in the sky was about to completely disappear. Thinking about the amount of the bonus, Li Mu still couldn't help but feel a little nagging. 3 million, this was still the result of counting the hungry ghosts on him as well. 1 million for a level 5, and dozens of other level 3 and 4s counted together as 1 million. If the hungry ghost and barbarian ghost hadn't died.
Li Mu really wanted to pick them up and ask. You guys are so worthless, do you know it yourselves?
At least they are level 5 martial artists. If you casually found a legitimate career, your annual salary would probably be more than that.
It's better than nothing.
Li Mu could only comfort himself with this.
Hey, Junior, what are you upset about? A delicate jade hand patted Li Mu's shoulder.
Before it landed on his shoulder, Li Mu grabbed it.
I said.
Yes, you said not to approach you from behind, but this time it wasn't very hard.
Yang Qian walked to Li Mu's side with a faint smile. That's me because I realized it was you who came, is it okay? Of course it's fine. School brother, I heard that you are very concerned about me.
Yang Qian sat down next to Li Mu and twisted her head to look at him, some strange colors flashed vaguely in her beautiful eyes. She had just been brought here when she heard that Li Mu had been caring about her. Then she immediately looked over.
Everything that happened this afternoon.
It was still vivid in her mind.
That teenager who had saved everyone, including herself.
He was right beside her. The teenager who told her to leave, but she resolutely chose to stay.
He was right beside him. The more I think about it. The more she thought about it, Yang Qian's heart couldn't help but flutter and ripple.
Especially when she heard that Li Mu had been worried about her. Her whole heart felt like a deer in the headlights.
School brother.
Yang Qian lightly bit her lips, and in her beautiful eyes, there were a few points less of the valor of the past, and a few points more of affection. Because I promised young Pavilion Master to take care of you, well, young Pavilion Master has grace in me.
Li Mu stood up, seemingly a bit disconcerted.
He still said in his usual calm voice.
Since you're fine, senior sister, then we should also go to Chu University. It's not early.
Li Mu glanced back at Yang Qian, and then directly jumped off the roof of the car. A bright moon had already risen and was hanging in the sky.
Finding Su Feng, soon Su Feng arranged for a fighter-like craft to send Li Mu and Yang Qian directly to Chu University.
It was worth mentioning that Li Mu's suitcase was also found. It was intact, at least Li Mu didn't have to worry about not having any clothes to change into.
In the middle of the night,
the streamlined flying machine pierced through the dark clouds, and under the moonlight, it went straight to where Chu University was. The speed was fast, and after about only an hour or two, the flying machine descended. After getting off the flying machine, in front of him was a wide square filled with all kinds of warplanes and airplanes. "Senior, it's not too early today, I'd better take you to your place of residence first, all the other formalities and such can be made up tomorrow."
Su Feng looked at Li Mu, and then at Yang Qianxian, obviously seeking the opinion of the duo.
"Also, it's quite late, I'd better go back to the dormitory first. I'll take you around Chu University tomorrow, and introduce you again."
Yang Qianxian guffawed and gave Su Feng another stern look, thinking it was to say again, "Don't steal the job."
"Good." Li Mu agreed, so Yang Qianxian said goodbye and followed Su Feng. Yang Qianxian, however, did not rush back to the dormitory.
She stayed where she was, watching Li Mu's back disappear in the night.
It was only after a long time that she came back to her senses.
Somewhat disoriented, she walked towards her dormitory. Yang Qianxian was also a veteran sophomore, so naturally, she didn't need to be taken by anyone anymore. "Senior, this is your dormitory from now on."
Li Mu's eyelids jumped as he looked at the building in front of him. This is clearly a small independent villa.
There was even a swimming pool and a not-so-small lawn. Shouldn't it be a student dormitory? What's the matter with this small villa?
"Oh, senior, this is actually nothing in Chu University.
The better students will all have it.
After all, when we martial artists move, our movements are not small, and with a traditional dormitory building, security is a big problem, and it's also easy to be damaged. This kind of house is different, there are also specialized practice rooms in it, it's relatively sturdy, there are also testing instruments and whatnot, it's also very convenient.
Of course, the key is still that we choose to have plenty of money. How many people live there?" Li Mu couldn't help but ask.
"Of course it's you alone, from now on, this place belongs completely to you.
Until you graduate or drop out."
Su Feng led Li Mu to the front door to record fingerprints, pupil's iris and other information. "Alright, schoolmate, go in and take a shower, then get a good night's sleep, you must be tired today as well." After a few minutes of getting everything done, then he patted Li Mu's shoulder and turned to leave. After a moment of silence, Li Mu stepped into the villa. When he entered the fence, there was a swimming pool on the left and a catty 100 square feet of lawn on the right. Then there was the main body of the villa. After entering it, Li Mu first went up and down the stairs to familiarize himself with the environment, as well as the various rooms. Perhaps Su Feng wanted Li Mu to experience the joy of exploring on his own, so he didn't take him directly into the villa for a tour. In no time at all, Li Mu observed the entire building inside and outside each room. On the first floor, there was mainly a practice room that occupied most of the area. Nearly 100 square feet of a practice room, the facilities were quite complete. The floor and surrounding walls had special cushioning materials.
Among them, there were also 2 testing instruments: strength tester and attack tester. The most common, yet most practical machinery. On the first floor, besides this training room, there was a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The bedrooms were on the second floor, a master bedroom, a side bedroom, a study, and several utility rooms. On the third floor is a huge open-air balcony, with elegant wooden chairs and coffee table. Everything was fully furnished. The bedding was all newly prepared, and there were unopened toiletries in the bathroom. There were even chilled various drinks in the refrigerator. Chapter 66: Insomnia Nights. Late night meetings. Such a configuration. It made Li Mu couldn't help but raise a feeling of unreality. Such a small villa, even in S City, at least a few million. If it was in a good location, those few districts, I'm afraid it would have to be close to $10 million. And in Chunan City, the most prosperous metropolis in the Chunan region, it was even more so, at least a few tens of millions of dollars to start with. Although this is not a direct gift, just living, but this is also very large sum of money, right? Especially the various preparations, but also people feel intimate, incomparable. Is this a good university? Li Mu also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After the first preliminary observation of the villa, the inspection began. Li Mu began to carefully sweep through place after place with his spiritual power, not letting go of any corner. Checking for any listening and surveillance equipment. After all, he had quite a few secrets on him, and if they were exposed, it would be a big problem. In the end, Li Mu got a more satisfactory result. There weren't any devices that violated the students' privacy. It seemed that Chu University still had this bit of breadth of mind. After taking a shower, the blood-stained clothes were directly thrown away. Lying on the soft big bed, Limu still had some unreal feeling. Last night, still in that familiar home. Tonight, but already in the legendary Chu University. During the day today, many things had even happened. A scene flashed through Limu's mind. It was all red. All of them were some blood-stained images. Phew. Limu, who was somewhat unable to sleep, directly sat on his knees. Holding God and keeping one, the heart is peaceful and the chi is harmonious. The counting breath technique leisurely operated. At the same time in his mind, he began to visualize the turtle and snake diagram. Tonight, insomniacs were destined to be quite a few. Yang Qianshan lies on the bed, her cheeks slightly red. Unable to stop thinking about today's scene after scene. A figure had appeared in its heart and could no longer be waved away. My future boyfriend must be stronger than me. Recalling the words put in front of her father when she was young. Yang Qianshan's cheeks were even more crimson. Isn't he exactly stronger than himself? So powerful. On the other side, Han Xiaoyan was similarly unable to sleep. She couldn't forget the person who came down from the sky to save her at the most critical moment. It was like a fairy tale. When a princess is in distress, there's always Prince Charming. That's my prince. In her heart, she had already identified that Prince Charming who had saved her. Although heroes rescuing beauties was cliched, it was especially effective. Not to mention this kind of real life and death crisis. I will definitely find you. On the big pink bed, clutching a ragdoll bear, Han Xiaoyan clenched her small fists and secretly made up her mind. Why would it be saved by him? Lying in the intensive care unit, Zhang Shouao still can't figure it out, still hard to accept. It would be better to die. Shunan University. Conference room number 1. At the first position in front of the red conference table, sat an old man whose hair had turned gray, but whose posture was still upright and unruffled. Dong Shanchuan. The president of Chunan University. A figure that stood at the top of the pyramid in the entire Chunan region. To the left and right of the conference table, there were also figures sitting one after another. Not only the management of Chu University, but also some official figures. Among them, Zhang Qianxuan, the head of the Ancient Martial Arts Department, and Ding Qi, the first law enforcement captain of the Law Enforcement Department. These two who had had contact with Li Mu were also listed here. On top of that, the two vice presidents, a few deans, as well as the head of Chu University's Special Operations Department, and the head of the Traffic Management Bureau, Meng Hai. Tonight, I invited all of you here because I want to hear your insights. Dong Shanchuan opened his mouth, his voice as strong and powerful as a bell, and as a lion roaring low, his might was appalling. Dong Hai opened his mouth and said, this time, not only did specialized train number 7 meet an attack, there were a total of 8 specialized trains that met an attack. Among them, the attack encountered by the 7th special train was the largest in scale. According to the investigation, the 10,000 Ghosts Society may have deployed 1/3 of its strength, only. Ding Qi picked up the conversation. This time, it's not only the 10,000 Ghosts Society, there's also the Blood Demon sect, and the Shadow of the Holy Spirit sect, of which the Holy Spirit sect might have some relationship with the Holy Demon sect. Dong Shanchuan said angrily, these crooked sects. Normal people don't become good people, they have to go and become traitors to the foreign races. The so-called anti-human organizations, where would a normal person have nothing to do to oppose anything human and run a cult? These organizations were almost all made up of humans who had defected to the foreign races. The human race, not united against foreign enemies, even if, but also to go to the foreigners as a traitor to endanger the human race. How could Dong Shanchuan not be angry? Not only Dong Shanchuan, but whoever is in this conference room is not disgusted by these foreign traitors. It's just that most of them were calmer and wouldn't be as irascible as Dong Shanchuan. Speaking of which, to be able to sit on the position of Chu University's president with such a grumpy personality, Dong Shanchuan could be said to be an exception among exceptions. Ding Qi said, we've already expedited the formulation of a plan regarding the purging of anti-human organizations, and if Principal Dong is willing, we can have your university's operations department join in. Dong Shanchuan agreed without the slightest hesitation. Well, you go directly to interface with Xiao Chen on this matter. On the side, the director of Chu University's Special Operations Department, Chen Junling, nodded slightly in greeting. Ding Qi made eye contact and nodded as well. The scene fell silent for a moment. Zhang Qianquan suddenly coughed lightly twice. Little Zhang, say what you have to say. Yes.
Zhang Qianquan hurriedly said. Specialized train number 7, this time, was attacked and encountered the largest number of ambushers. Even if we don't count the portion that hasn't boarded yet, it's still quite a lot. 2 rank 5 martial artists, 30 rank 4 martial artists, and over 100 rank 3 martial artists. Such a number, although it may not be a big deal to all of you sitting here, for a train, it's already no less than an extinction. However, this time, the number of casualties on specialized train number 7 was not the highest among the attacked trains. I believe that all of you have your own judgment as to what exactly this is due to. At once, within the conference room, a pair of stern eyes narrowed.
A teenager who had yet to officially enroll in school. Only a few months after turning 18. He was already a rank 4 martial artist. And he was by no means an ordinary rank 4 martial artist. He had killed a rank 5 and had fought another rank 5 without losing a single step. The rest of the members of the Wan Gui Association, half of them were killed by him alone. Such news.
Even if the people who could sit here were all characters who were used to seeing many storms.
However, when they first heard this news, many people's first reaction was still disbelief.
It wasn't until Ding Qi said it himself that the crowd had to believe it.
Such talent. Is too heaven-defying, right? Meng Hai couldn't help but let out a soft sigh.
Could it be that the killing intent is a bit too heavy? At a young age, the killing intent is so heavy, I'm afraid it's not a good thing.
A rather rich old man said.
Dong Shanchuan directly slapped the table and said angrily.
Old Jia, what are you talking about? What's wrong with a heavy killing heart? He's killing the ones that deserve to be killed. Now in this era, foreign beasts are the scourge. The foreign races are rampant. What my people need is this kind of pride. What's wrong with a heavy heart for killing? It's good to kill. Kill all the foreigners. Return a clear sky to my human race. Chapter 67, The Second Heavenly Saint. Simply with the skin. This. Inside the conference room, the crowd couldn't help but shrink their pupils. It wasn't Dong Shanchuan's attitude that surprised them.
Nor were the words.
Rather, it was the latent meaning hidden in the words. Returning a clear sky to the human race? This height, this evaluation. Actually so high? Old Dong, the words are heavy.
Old Jia's complexion was also a little more grave.
Heavy words? Not at all. Xiao Zhang, you did a good job this time. Really, for my Chu did dug into the treasure.
Dong Shanchuan said firmly. Maybe it's time for my Chu University's ranking to move again.
Whether it's the second Xiaotian. Who can say? Instantly. The conference room was silent and a pin could be heard. There was a count in the conference room, whether it was the on-campus management or the off-campus government departments. Even in Chunan City, they could all be considered big shots. But at this moment, each and every one of them lost their minds and stared in disbelief. The little sky in Dong Shanchuan's mouth was referring to the very same legend in the Chunan region. Tian Mai.
To say that in the entire Chunan region, the only one who dared to address the heavenly saint in such a manner was Dong Shanchuan.
Tian Muyi from an orphan to such a point. No relatives, no elders.
Only Dong Shanchuan to his knowledge of the grace of preaching.
Also teacher and father, also disciple and son. This is the relationship between Dong Shanchuan and Tian Mai.
It was Dong Shanchuan's discerning eye that made Tian Mai what he is today. Dong Shanchuan, this character, can become Chu University president. In addition to seniority in their own, there are no other reasons.
Those in the know it all.
But its vision is everyone cannot deny.
Tian Mai is the best proof. It's hard to.
For a while, the crowd couldn't help but somewhat feel that their breathing was starting to get a little short.
Early morning.
The first ray of sunlight entered the spacious bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling window. It sprinkled down on the cheeks of the teenager on the bed.
The teenager sitting cross-legged had a peaceful demeanor.
Under the sunlight, his eyelashes fluttered slightly.
Who? Li Mu opened his eyes. He hadn't slept all night. Yet there was not the slightest bit of tiredness, instead, he was energized.
The idea of visualization, the breathing method, the combination of the two could cause the body to reach a state similar to meditation.
It can even replace sleep to a certain extent. Get up, wash up, and enter the training room.
Li Mu, however, suddenly froze slightly.
After he came to the school, why did he seem to be a bit off?
It seemed like he hadn't even reported, right, and he hadn't even met the teachers or anything yet. But he only froze for a moment. Today there should be someone who will bring themselves to engage in these, and there is no rush. Immediately, Li Mu started practicing boxing. One of the ways of martial arts is perseverance. Although the martial arts sense was already deep, it was not a reason to slack off. Punch after punch was handed out. It landed in the air, either fast or slow. For a while, the only sound in the training room was the sound of strong winds whistling. If there is an onlooker here, they would have realized that in just a few moments, Li Mu had completely entered the state. His fists were strong, his eyes were firm, and the only thing in his eyes was what was in front of him. Who? After practicing for more than an hour without the slightest pause, Li Mu exhaled and withdrew. In front of the strength tester, he grabbed the horizontal bar and started pushing. Soon, the numbers were fixed. 25,803. 25,800 pounds. In less than half a month's work, the strength had grown by more than 5,000 pounds. This could not be unconnected to the large amount of nutrient liquid and chi replenishing scatter that he had devoured before. And it was also inevitably related to yesterday's battle. In front of the attack power tester, after a slight brewing, Li Mu delivered a fist like a lightning bolt. Bow and arrow rush. Still holding up the hammer. Of the countless moves, even with the addition of those self-created moves. Bracing hammer. It's still the number one short-range explosive move. Boom. 48,937. Close to 49,000. Almost twice as much. Li Mu's eyes also couldn't help but flash a burning color. Strength was fundamental, the root of leveling. Combat power, on the other hand, was the key to crossing levels. Without a combat power close to 50,000, Li Mu wouldn't have been able to defeat the barbarian ghost. Even if he perceived and reacted quickly, it was useless. Other pairs of fists, with a low battle power, it was also impossible to cause damage to the barbarian ghost, let alone killing it hard. There's more than just the limit of bracing the hammer. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized something in his heart. He seemed to have eaten through the basic 8 styles, and even disassembled and combined the basic 8 styles into new moves. But this was a stance created by a 15th level martial god. Even if it was just the basics, how could it be only that simple? One had only eaten through the skin of it. Creating moves, it's still too early for me. Creating a move was just one more variation. But without its divine flavor. It was not undesirable, but one could not put the cart before the horse. Li Mu had an epiphany in his heart. School brother, why are you opening the door so late? Outside the gate, Yang Qianxian crossed her arms, her small mouth pouted slightly, and her dome wall also wrinkled slightly, looking quite dissatisfied. Today, Yang Qianxian tied a high ponytail, and her better face even seemed to be slightly powdered and elegant. The upper half of the body is a pink wire knit sports long-sleeved, but did not take a small vest, although only exposed half of the collarbone, beautiful body but show undoubtedly. The lower half of the body is to modify the shape of the jeans, a pair of long legs eye-catching, with a pair of pink and white sneakers. Live and let live a sports girl dress up. I practiced boxing, sweated, and was just taking a shower. Li Mu's simple outfit of shorts plus short sleeves, together with the fact that he was still wiping his hair with a towel proved that what he said was not true. Okay. Yang Qianxian hummed lightly. I've already applied with the school, so today, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the campus environment, and help you choose a major and arrange your courses. And tell you about all the arrangements of Chu University. Then I'll trouble senior sister. Wait a moment, I'll change my clothes and leave right away. Li Mu nodded. Here, breakfast brought for you. Only then did Jiang Qianxian bring out her hands that were behind her back. Buns and soy milk. Thanks. Li Mu didn't say the words in his heart after all. Are you going to feed the cat this much? Changed his clothes. Casually threw a small dumpling into his mouth and chewed a few bites. Li Mu suddenly looked slightly stiff. This was not how delicious or difficult the flavor was. Rather, as soon as the bun entered his stomach, Li Mu instantly felt a plentiful energy integrating into his body. This energy was even similar to the blood-strengthening dan that Li Mu had eaten back then. Was this a damn elixir or a bun that he had eaten? Seemingly satisfied with Li Mu's expression, Yang Qianxian said with a faint smile. Senior, don't be surprised, many of the foods in the Chu University cafeteria are not simple. This bun, whether it's the meat, the noodles, or even the condiments, none of them are made of extraordinary materials. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
How much?
Since his childhood, Limu had always been sensitive to money. Even though he had earned a lot of money later on by virtue of his own strength, Limu had always been frugal about money.
Not about money, about fate.
Yang Xianxian shook her finger, then walked towards the outside with her hands behind her back.
Limu hurriedly followed, seriously.
Yang Xianxian said with a smile on her face.
I'm serious too. In Chu University, we don't talk about money, we don't even use money, here we use credits, also known as points. First take you to get your student ID card, let's talk about it as we walk. Chapter 68 The True Intent of the Martial Tao in the Statue. Limu followed Yang Qianxian and surveyed the surroundings.
The neighborhood was like a high-grade neighborhood, all small independent villas.
This thing called points, it's very important. Just like this kind of villa that you live in, senior brother, you also have to pay rent. I remember the last time I looked it seemed to be 128 points a month. I don't know if the price has changed recently. Senior Su didn't seem to tell me. Limu couldn't help but frown slightly. And since he didn't tell you, it means that you don't need to pay it for at least a certain period of time. Yang Qianshan walked at a brisk pace, raising her head from time to time, seemingly in a good mood. The road outside the villa was not asphalt or concrete. Instead, it was a stone path between green grass. On both sides, there are neat little trees and colorful flowers. When the breeze brushed by, the trees creaked and swayed slightly, and the small flowers couldn't help but dance. This kind of environment is really easy to be refreshed. Limu's state of mind couldn't help but relax a bit as well. Points and credits are the same thing, the only difference is that points can be used and will become less, and credits are the total number of points and cannot be used, and will generally only increase. Where the credits are in addition to the test evaluations for each subject, the most important thing is that there will be credit requirements for graduation later on, and of course, it's not just credit requirements. There are also grade requirements. One must be a 4th-level martial artist to apply for graduation. Speaking of which, school brother, your rank is all but enough. But you're still early anyway, senior. Yang Qianshan focused on the flowers and grasses on the roadside, or the occasional butterfly flying by, while narrating in a clear and crisp voice. Limu followed behind him without haste. Let's not talk about credits, anyway, points are really important. In Chu University, food, clothing, housing and transportation, all need to rely on points. And the points can also be exchanged for all kinds of cultivation materials, heavenly treasures, or even some secret book of moves, or some private lesson from a strong person. Sounds good. Limu nodded slightly. Of course it's good. As for the sources of points, there are actually quite a few. Like what exams are, competitions are, some missions are, but the main source of points is the trial tower. Don't look at it as sounding good, in reality, wanting to earn enough points to spend is not that simple. In the middle of the conversation, the two had walked out of the stone path. In its place was a smooth, level, vast square. Several buildings were situated around it. Some foot traffic also began to appear on the road, almost always in pairs of two. Older students bringing new students, familiarizing themselves with the environment, going through various procedures and so on. This was originally a tradition of the university. This way. Yang Qianxian waved her hand. Aha! Limu followed. Sister, what was the trial tower you just mentioned? Well, Yang Qianxian cocked her head and thought for a while before saying. How can I put it? It's a fun place anyway. It's important and useful. If you're curious, I'll take you there this afternoon. It would have been on the itinerary. Good. Limu nodded in agreement. Not long after, Yang Qianshan brought Limu to receive his student ID card. There was also a matching optical brain. Watch like, shockproof, drop-proof, waterproof and explosion-proof. It was said to be costly. In addition to the basic functions of networking and communication, the key thing is that it can also check the basic information of Chu University. Log on to the campus forum, and even check the points redemption list and so on. Limu was quite curious about the points redemption list. Only Yang Qianshan didn't give Limu any time to be curious. After receiving her student ID card and supporting brain, Yang Qianshan directly pulled Limu's clothes and headed out. Sister, what's the rush? Hurry up and come, this is something every Chu University freshman must do. Visiting the Heavenly Sacred Statue. Heavenly Sacred Statue? A statue? Li Mu was a bit puzzled and didn't think there was anything good about a statue.
Only according to Yang Qianxian's posture, it was obvious that there was no room for him to refuse. And having said that it's a process that every Chu University freshman must go through, then naturally, Li Mu had no reason to refuse.
The only thing Li Mu didn't expect was, it's actually so far away. Chu University was really big. After walking for almost half an hour, he finally arrived at the place. Chu University's main school gate was located. Behind the wide and incomparable double-open school gate was a vast square. And in the square's solemn position is a huge statue. A huge statue nearly 100 meters tall. From afar it looked like a huge thing. The pure white statue does not know what kind of material is carved. It has not faded or changed color in the slightest. On the front of the statue, there were already quite a few students observing the statue with solemn expressions. Oops, I'm late, all the good seats are gone, hurry up.
In her haste, Yang Qianxian directly grabbed Li Mu's hand and ran towards the front of the statue. Soon after she realized her outburst, her ears turned slightly red. Yet, she still did not let go. I'm just taking my schoolmate to grab a seat. Yang Qianxian gave herself an excuse in her mind. Li Mu also felt that there was something wrong, but seeing that Yang Qianxian was so agitated, he still did not open his mouth. Soon, the two came to the front of the statue. There were quite a few people converging under the statue. But this is after all the #1 university in the Chunan region. It was also impossible to push and yell like a vegetable market. People kept a sufficient distance from each other and were quiet, at most only whispering to popularize the statue for their companions. Senior, this is the statue of Chunan's #1 powerhouse, the guardian god of the Chunan region, Tian Mai. Yang Qianxian was also introducing Li Mu. She also lowered her voice, but she still stopped the sense of excitement and pride in her timbre. Tian Mai, the heavenly saint, is from my Chunan University. Although the Chunan University of a few decades ago was also the top-ranked university in the Chunan region. But when we look at the entire Dragon country, it's not impressive, the ranking has always been outside the dozens. And it's different after Tian Shang entered Chunan University. He used his own strength to solidify Chu University's ranking in the top 10 in the country. What's more, he made our once inconspicuous region become a prosperous region that counts in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yang Qianxian was still tirelessly recounting Tian Mai's heroic deeds. As for Li Mu, the moment he saw the front of the statue, he instantly froze. It was a man with an upright posture. He was wearing a trench coat. He stood with his arms folded. His eyes were staring at the distant sky. In his eyes, there was the disdain of looking down on the world. There was also a mountain-like calmness. The vastness of the ocean. It was actually a statue, and Li Mu felt a wave of martial will coming straight towards him. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Wu. A word that instantly penetrated Li Mu's head. Martial artist, the heavens and the earth. The statue was infinitely enlarged in Li Mu's eyes. Vaguely, it was as if it had truly been between this heaven and earth, standing on top of the sky. Martial. Under the wash of this powerful martial will, Li Mu's heart and mind began to tremble. But in this, he again sensed the true meaning of martial arts in that a martial artist is a person who stands on top of the sky and the earth. He doesn't compete with anyone. Only compete with heaven and earth. Is this your martial way? For the first time, Li Mu came into such close contact with the will of a living, breathing martial arts powerhouse. What is enlightenment? To have a feeling and realize. My martial way. Chapter 69. I just wanna go my own way. School brother. Yang Qianxian did not notice Li Mu's abnormality. She was still gleefully narrating. I'll tell you, there's still a long-rumored legend about this heavenly sacred statue. Legend. This statue contains a true intent of martial arts. It belongs to that Chunan legend, a living legend. The #1 person in the Chunan region. The patron saint of the Chunan region. Countless halos have been added to that legend's true meaning of martial arts. Within the true meaning, there is that person's martial arts realization. Those who can comprehend it will be able to enter the same path of martial arts as the heavenly sage. It's even said that those who can comprehend it might be accepted by the heavenly saint as a disciple. But this is just a nebulous legend, so you shouldn't take it too seriously, senior brother. Many people say that the guy who spread the rumor is a victim of 1,000 knives. because every year, many freshmen are compelled by this rumor. The ones who stayed in front of the statue and didn't leave for days and nights in a row. There are even those who meditate directly in front of the statue for months. But without exception, I've never heard of anyone being able to realize the true meaning of martial arts. A lot of people feel like they've been punked by the people spreading the rumors. So school brother, you shouldn't be too attached to this legend. With your talent, senior brother, how do you need any true meaning? I'm sure your future achievements will be very high. Yang Qianxian's voice vaguely entered Li Mu's ears. He could still vaguely sense everything in the outside world. His body also remained as normal, not the slightest difference could be seen. His consciousness, however, was already completely immersed in the true meaning of the martial Tao between his heart and mind. My martial Tao. When I personally step out. Between his mind and spirit, the huge statue that looked like it was standing on top of the sky collapsed. Li Mu's eyes are clear and firm. Thy martial arts path, I can just learn from it. Your own path, or to walk by yourself. The road of the predecessor, of course, is good. But the road will always only remember his pioneers. One is a well-trodden path. One is a path strewn with thorns, rubble, and full of swampy mud. How much better the path is compared to the road. How easy it is to walk on it. There are no obstacles, no difficulties. But what? After walking on it? Not to say whether the road is yours or not, can you remember the road? It never had any trace of you, so who are you to remember it? And the other one, it's thorny and gravelly, it's strewn with mud. It's meant to be a tough walk. The gravel, the thorns will bruise you. It will bleed. Swampy mud that will sink you deep. It will make it harder and harder for you to walk. But as long as you've walked, this path will leave traces that are uniquely yours. Bloodstains on thorns and gravel. Even rags. Footprints in the mud. These are memories that are uniquely yours. Memories that can never be forgotten. Perhaps, on this road, your traces won't exist for long. But if it is blazed into a well-trodden path, then the path is blazed. Not only will the road remember you, it belongs only to you. How could future generations dare to forget this pioneer who opened up the road? Your martial Tao is very good. It's just that something like the Tao is still better on its own. When he came into contact with this true intent of martial arts, Li Mu was indeed shocked by the vastness of this true intent. It was even bowled over. Couldn't help but marvel. But Li Mu's martial heart was too pure. So pure that even this true intent could not completely submerge his heart. It wasn't that this strand of true intent harbored malicious intent. It's just that the disparity is so great that it creates a mentality of blind obedience. But something that was suitable for others was not necessarily suitable for oneself. Blindly following is never the best choice. In his mind, a spiritual force condensed and took shape like water. Like a silk ribbon, it began to flow around the turtle and snake phase. Spiritual power, level 1. A ray of brightness flashed in Li Mu's eyes. The spiritual power from before was just a fledgling form. And at this moment, his spiritual power was considered to have truly transformed into a seedling. A seedling with infinite possibilities. It was only then that he could be considered to have truly entered the world of cultivation of Nianli. The grade of mental power should be aligned with the grade of a martial artist. It's because Li Mu opened his eyes, which were already clear. Click. A crunching sound suddenly rang out. A crack appeared at the bottom of that huge statue. Instantly, the scene was silent. Immediately, I don't know who exclaimed out in shock. The heavenly saint statue cracked. Instantly, the scene boiled over. How is it possible for the heavenly saint statue to crack? What the hell is going on here? Hurry up and notify the teacher. No, notify the principal. Row is that these people are all Chu University students, all the heavenly pride from all over the world. At this moment, however, they couldn't help but be a little alarmed. The significance of the heavenly saint statue to Chu University was too important. It could even be said that it was one of Chu University's spiritual symbols. Fortunately, the crack did not continue to spread further. It was just a crack that appeared so abruptly at the base of the statue. And the one who started all this, Li Mu. Li Mu, the one who started all this, had already pulled Yang Qianxian and ran away secretly. No one noticed the two of them either. After all, they all saw it clearly, no one had touched the heavenly sacred statue at all. Soon, in just over 10 minutes, the school leadership quickly arrived. The operations department directly blocked off the scene and dispersed the trainees. Dong Shanchuan had long since arrived in person, including a group of vice-chancellors, department chairs, department directors. The significance of the heavenly sacred statue for Chu University was indeed too great. This is not just a spiritual symbol, but also a facade, an invisible deterrent. If the heavenly saint statue problem, I'm afraid that the prestige of Chu University will instantly become a lot lower. However, beyond everyone's expectations. In the past, a hot-tempered, at the drop of a hat, Dong Shanchuan, President Dong today, but as if he had changed his nature in general. He just stood quietly under the statue and looked at the crack. Not only did he not get angry, there was an inexplicable arc at the corner of his mouth. Old Dong, this statue cracked for no reason, it can't be Tian Shengyi. Vice Principal, Jia Ronghai carefully opened his mouth. However, before he could say anything, he was slapped on the head by Dong Shanchuan. You know. Is your surname Dong or mine? Xiao Tian is fine. Better than ever. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll go and snitch on Xiao Tian. I don't mean that. Jia Ronghai hurriedly smiled. A kind of school leader was also helpless to the extreme. What could they do when they were faced with such a somewhat out-of-tune principal? There was absolutely nothing they could do. It was fortunate that the students were evacuated, or else the authority of the school leaders would have been destroyed. As for those members of the Special Operations Department, most of them were actually not surprised. At least they were just a little out of tune on weekdays, but at least they were reliable in critical moments. Seeing the principal's appearance, it shouldn't be a bad thing, and a group of school leaders couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 70 has a little heart. Trial Tower. Chunan Military Region. A middle-aged man with an upright posture opened his eyes. Within his eyes, it was as if lightning flashed through them, and out of nowhere, thunder seemed to explode. He murmured to himself. Chu Da's arrangement of the true intent of the martial Tao has actually been touched. But was not accepted? It's a bit interesting. Li Mu pulled Yang Qianxian and ran out a long way before stopping. To be reasonable, he was still a bit flustered. From Yang Qianxian's words, it's not hard to see the importance Chu De attached to that heavenly sacred statue. If he knew that he was the one who messed it up, then he would not be able to catch himself up and skin himself off. School brother. You. I don't know if it's from running, but Yang Qianxian blushed a little. Li Mu was silent and didn't say anything. At this moment, he still hadn't come back to his senses somewhat. Although he did not fully accept that martial true will, he took the essence of it. It was because of the essence in that strand of true intent of martial Tao. It was what caused his spiritual power to make a breakthrough, going from 0 to 1 and accomplishing a milestone leap. And Li Mu vaguely felt something strange between his forehead brows. It was that divine ability that was still in gestation. I don't know if it was the essence of the true meaning of martial arts in the heavenly sacred statue, or if it was because of the entry level of spiritual power that had catalyzed that divine ability. It's getting close. Li Mu had clearly perceived it. With this catalyzing, that divine ability should be born a long time earlier. It just needs some more time. And not long at all. Regarding that legend, Li Mu also understood somewhat. I'm afraid it's true that the heavenly saint wants to accept disciples. Only that it has little to do with himself. If one could resonate with the heavenly sage's true intent of martial Tao and accept that true intent of martial Tao, then becoming accepted as a disciple by the heavenly sage would naturally be nothing wrong. It was naturally a matter of course. After all, that was taking the same path as the heavenly saint. But the problem was that Li Mu had never accepted the true intent of martial Tao. Nor did he even intend to walk that path. Speaking of which, he might have spoiled someone else's inheritance. Li Mu was more or less still a little bit vain. After slowing down for a while, Li Mu suddenly realized that the scene seemed a bit inappropriate. Just now under the panic actually directly to Yang Qianxian pulled the grove to come. The key is that Li Mu was not familiar with Chu De, and it was not intentional at all. At this time, Yang Qianxian's earlobes are slightly red, lowered her head, don't know what she is thinking. It looked like she didn't realize that she was the one who cracked the heavenly sacred statue. Li Mu hurriedly said, "Senior sister, where are we going next?" "Ha? Ah." Yang Qianxian froze for a moment before reacting. Let's go to the trial tower then, since you're curious. Good. It was another nearly half an hour of traveling. The two finally arrived at the trial tower. It was a large open space. The ground was paved with neat green bricks. Several tall and thick stone pillars stood around. In front was a huge stone monument. Even further ahead, there was a pyramid-like building. When he saw the scene, Li Mu had the illusion that he had traveled again. The main reason was that just now, all the surroundings were still modern buildings. Before his eyes, it suddenly turned into such a scene again. Senior, don't be surprised so easily, there are quite a few things worth being surprised about at Chu University.
Yang Xianxian's mouth smiled as she pulled Li Mu's arm and walked forward.
The trial tower, it said that it used to be a secret realm, but then it became semi-manifest for some unknown reason. As for the specifics, it's that there will be a lot of foreign beasts inside. Of course, they're all fake, but as long as you go in it's just like the real thing. When you enter the trial tower, you need to fight the foreign beasts inside.
You can get credits for killing the foreign beasts. Look, Senior, this is the trial tower's credits leaderboard. This leaderboard is real-time.
But the leaderboard will also be finalized once at 12 o'clock on the last day of every month.
When the leaderboard is set, there will also be different credit rewards for different rankings.
Anyway, it's rumored that there are a lot of them, and that the longer one stays on the ranking, the more bonus credits will be stacked.
Of course, bonus credits don't count on the leaderboard.
The leaderboard here only counts the credits obtained from killing monsters.
It can be said that every bit of credits is actually killed.
Yang Xianxian pointed at the huge stone monument. Her complexion was a bit excited, and there was some obvious feelings of admiration and yearning in her beautiful eyes.
First place, Winning Falcon, 153,706 credits. Second place, Bai Xiu, 128,603 credits. Third place, Nangong Xuejian, 100,683 credits.
Fourth place, Zhang Tingfei, 89,203 credits.
100th name, Suruogu, 20,862 credits.
On the leaderboard, there were a total of 100 names. In total, Li Mu looked down one after another. Yang Xianxian did not urge her to look at them either, even though she had already seen it many times. Every time she came here, she couldn't help but feel a sense of longing for the names above that stone tablet.
How are these credits counted?
After reading the last name, Li Mu retracted his sight to look at Yang Xianxian. The highest one, 150,000, was riding high, and the lowest one had more than 20,000, which was a tight bite in the middle.
Yang Xianxian laughed lightly.
Let me put it to you this way, a level 2 monster only has 1 point of credits. You can understand how hard it is for them to get these credits, right?
What about higher level ones? Li Mu's face didn't change.
He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to think that these people were so bored to kill more than 100,000 level 2 monsters.
Level 3 10 credits. 100 credits for level 4. 5th level 1000 credits. 10,000 credits for level 6.
Of course, the whole number is just the more common ones. There are also some with different strengths within the same level. How many credits will be different?
Not after level 6? Li Mu asked. It should be gone.
Yang Xianxian wasn't too sure, and then said in an unfavorable manner.
How much higher do you want it to be? Even if it's a level 6 normal monster, can you beat it?
After you go in, your smart brain will all show the corresponding points of the monster.
And there's no danger to your life inside the trial tower.
It's just that everyone only has one chance to enter for free every month, and if you want to enter again, you'll have to pay 100 points a time. And you can only enter once every 3 days at most, which means you can enter 10 times a month at most.
Are the battles inside real? Li Mu asked. Yang Xianxian nodded her head and said firmly. Of course it's real, 100% real. Aside from not dying, there's no difference between it and a real battle.
Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes gradually caught fire.
This place, there were battles. Endless battles. Not to talk about credits points or anything. This alone had deeply attracted Li Mu.
Seemingly seeing the implication in Li Mu's eyes, Yang Xianxian helplessly laughed. School brother, don't be anxious, the trial tower won't be open until a few days after the official start of the school year.
Well, after seeing the trial tower as well, I'll take you to other places to take a look around. Like this? Okay. Next, young Qianqian mainly took Li Mu to the teaching building and a few more teaching grounds to familiarize himself with the environment, as well as introducing some of the Chu University teaching operation modes. Chapter 71, The Four Majors. Redemption List. After that, young Qianqian took Li Mu to many more places. Famous scenic spots, various teaching venues, places of interest, and so on and so forth. Anyway, young Qianqian has been quite excited. It was a full day's work. Li Mu wanted to treat young Qianqian to a meal to show his appreciation. But since Chude can only use points, in the end, young Qianqian was the one who had 2 meals a day. He returned to his place, took a shower, and went to the 3rd floor. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the last of the evening sun was looming in the sky. Brewed himself a pot of tea and sat on the recliner, leisurely looking at the setting sun and sipping the tea while reviewing everything today. The tea is of course also equipped by Chudi. Should not say, on this quality of life, it is really worthy of being the #1 university in the Chunan region. According to what young Qianqian said, Chu University's teaching mode is not strict. More on self-consciousness. There will be no name calling or anything like that. Even if you don't go to one class, it's fine. But in that case, it's a dream to get a diploma. Generally can be admitted to Chu University is bound to be gifted, tough-minded generation. After arriving at Chu University, not only will not slacken off, but will work harder and harder. Waste sleep and food, completely put time on study and cultivation, also do not know how many. Graduation is not only a grade requirement but also a credit requirement. And there are many differences in the credits required for graduation. It's not just a matter of having enough credits. There are many more detailed requirements. First of all, the credits of specialized courses must reach the standard, and then a variety of compulsory courses, elective courses. And it is said that the graduation certificate of Chu University is also divided into many levels. The gold content of which is again a world of difference. However, these were still a bit far away for Li Mu. In addition to that, there were Chu University's 4 majors for martial artists. They are Ancient Martial Arts Department, Current Martial Arts Department, Super Martial Arts Department, and Beast Martial Arts Department. Li Mu was in the Ancient Martial Arts Department. This was something that had been established when Zhang Qianxuan had recruited himself. However, Li Mu remembered that at that time, Zhang Qianxuan didn't seem to mention to him what other specialties he would choose. In this regard, Li Mu was quite speechless. However, according to what Yang Qianxuan said, of the 4 departments of Chu University's martial artists, the Ancient Martial Arts Department had always been the strongest one, the specialty that had produced the most big names, and the choice of most of the truly heavenly prides. The day after tomorrow is the orientation party, and classes don't officially start until the day after tomorrow. Li Mu took a sip of tea, his body swaying leisurely with the recliner. However, his eyes had already begun to have some fiery light in them. He had somewhat begun to look forward to it. Chu University, what exactly would it look like? In fact, today was supposed to be the welcome party, only because of the attack on the train was delayed for 2 days. The setting sun is hidden, a few sparse cold stars hanging in the sky. Li Mu turned on a few night lights on the balcony. Outside the villa, in the woods, there were already cicadas chirping. He looked at the student ID on the small table with the light brain equipped by Chude. He also looked at the old antique on his wrist that had already lost some of its paint and had no idea how many years of history it was. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu took off that light brain on his wrist. Replace it with a new one. Mechanical watch model, black and white, full of texture, living a future mechanical style. Its full name should be Intelligent Multifunctional Auxiliary Wrist-Worn Light Brain. Adopting solar energy and heat dual-channel renewal. There is absolutely no need to charge or anything. Putting it on, the screen immediately lit up. Welcome, freshman of Chunan University, student Li Mu. A mechanically synthesized voice sounded out at once. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. That old antique of his didn't have this function and was a bit uncomfortable. He first read through the novice user guide, over directly turning on the mute mode. A martial artist was already blind and deaf. Li Mu also had the presence of spiritual power, and his memory was drastically improved. Just once, Li Mu completely understood it. Li Mu directly clicked on the points redemption list he was most curious about first. Here, there were 2 ways of using the small screen for direct viewing or projecting a light screen. Of course, it was convenient to watch with a light screen during normal times. Soon, a light screen appeared directly in front of Li Mu's eyes.
It was full of lists and densely packed.
Level 6 Realm Breaking Pill, 100,000 points.
Grade 6 Blood Transformation Pill, 80,000 points.
Level 6 Concentrated Nutrient Solution, 30,000 points 1. Li Mu's eyelids couldn't help but jump.
It was a good thing that this was a level 6 cultivation resource, so this price exaggeration was justifiable. Even 6th level cultivation resources could be put out for public exchange. It was only Chu De, who was ranked number 1 in the Chunan region, who had such a stroke of luck.
Fortunately, the highest should be level 6.
Li Mu turned on the screening mode and screened for grade 4 resources.
Grade 4 Special Concentrated Nutrient Solution, 500 points 1.
Grade 4 Body Strengthening Pill, 600 points.
Grade 4 Blood Quenching Dan, 650 points. Grade 4 Dragon Tiger Dan, 800 points.
In addition to the name and believed points, tapping in also revealed the item's introduction. Grade 4 Dragon Tiger Pill, a cultivation elixir made by ancient methods, strengthens the body and chi, greatly beneficial to the cultivation of grade 4 martial artists.
Level 4 cultivation resources weren't cheap. Even a single nutrient liquid would have to kill 5 ordinary monsters in the trial tower.
Besides the resources, Li Mu casually flipped through the other things. There were indeed a lot of things on the redemption list. In addition to resources, there were also private lessons and point redemptions required by the various levels of powerhouses. The most exaggerated was Heavenly Saint private lessons, 2 million points. This caused Li Mu to be a bit speechless. The number 1 ranked trial tower only had 150,000 points in total. Even with the points gained from other areas, I'm afraid it's only a few 100,000 at most.
It's still far from 2 million points.
What's more, it's not possible for people to not use any points at all.
I'm afraid this is purely a gimmick when you put it up there.
In addition to this, there are also a variety of weapons exchange. From cold weapons, swords, spears, axes, hooks and forks.
And then to the hot weapons, all kinds of guns, even laser guns, laser sword, electromagnetic cannon. These are not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that Li Mu actually saw the mecha. Subconsciously clicked in. Hunt and kill, 12,800 points. The picture was a 5 or 6 meter tall, black, cool looking mecha. However, Li Mu was somewhat disappointed when he saw the introduction. It only had the battle strength of a 4th level martial artist. Even the strength was only more than 20,000 pounds, and except for a flying ability and a cooler shape, it looked worse than a 4th level martial artist. At least,
Li Mu felt that he should be able to directly dismantle this thing with his bare hands. And the redemption price was so expensive, it was outrageous. With a few other models of mechs. Handsome, all of them were really quite handsome. Unfortunately, it just didn't seem like any of them were very practical. The highest battle power conqueror only had the battle power of a level 5 martial artist, and the redemption points still had to be several 100,000.
The martial way is the root. Li Mu gently exhaled a breath.
This was a world where martial artists were fundamental. Although technology was very advanced, it was more just playing a supporting role in daily life. There were also corresponding researchers who had been devoted to researching high-intensity technological weapons.
Unfortunately, it wasn't ideal. Chapter 72 Shock. A mysterious man is actually in.
Feats, martial arts, clothing, food, and shelter. All of these things are also available. There was even some sort of exotic beast cubs. Just looking at this points exchange list, Li Mu again had a feeling of having grown in knowledge. Suddenly Li Mu noticed the lower right corner of the light screen.
Balance, 2,707 points. How could he have points? Li Mu clicked in and saw an email. A cursory glance quickly revealed what was going on. In light of student Li Mu's excellent performance on the number 7 special train, this is a special reward. Unexpected joy. Li Mu couldn't help but feel better. Over 2,000 points was quite a lot. If he exchanged it for 4th level cultivation resources, it would be more or less enough for him to use for a while. However, Li Mu wasn't in a hurry to exchange them. There were also medicinal herbs on the exchange list. The raw materials should be cheaper than the finished product. Shocked. A mysterious man was actually in front of the heavenly sacred statue. Suddenly, a message push flashed on Li Mu's light brain. It was a message push from the campus forum. Li Mu casually clicked in. The person who posted was a mysterious person who didn't have any information. Quickly, Li Mu browsed through the post and his eyelids couldn't help but jump. The general meaning of the post was simple. The cracks appearing in the Heavenly Saint statue weren't the result of any problems. Rather, the inheritance of the true meaning of martial arts laid down by the Heavenly Saint in it had been touched. Someone had obtained the Heavenly Saint's approval. The post didn't say who it was. It was simply called Mysterious Man. Proper title party? Li Mu was somewhat speechless. This post had a lot of heat because of the push. There were hundreds of replies after a while. First floor, sofa. Second floor, title dog. Third floor, any proof? How do you know it's the true intent of martial arts that was touched? Isn't that just a legend? 18th floor, I remember. At first that legend was a post that spread out. Then it was deleted. It couldn't have been you who posted it. I remember too, the vest is also mystic. 23rd floor, owner you really damned ah. When the old man hard to sit under the statue for 3 days ah. Reply, what do you call this? When I first brought dry food to live directly for a month. Hail I did not go. The result is still no sense of fart. 40. I have some souvenirs I want to send you. 50th floor, who, in the end, who got the inheritance of martial arts? If it really was obtained, this means that the legend is true? The heavenly sage will really take that person as a disciple? Reply, it's me, under the name of Chu de Jade Face Lang Jun. Get lost. Looking at more and more replies. A moment's effort was already directly 999 plus. Li Mu couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of his mouth. It seemed like he had still underestimated the value of the significance of the heavenly sacred statue in Chu University. Principal's office. Dong Shanchuan looked at the computer in front of him. Although television was almost obsolete, but he was after all from that era, and had long been accustomed to it. He looked at the post on the screen that was constantly being replied to. The corner of his mouth held back a smile. I'm afraid that no one could have imagined. The person who made the post would actually be Dong Shanchuan. If those students who made such a big fuss had known that the person they were threatening was actually the principal, I'm afraid they would have pissed themselves on the spot. But for those remarks, Dong Shanchuan didn't care at all. On the contrary, the harder he cursed, the more he wanted to laugh. Those who cursed fiercely were almost always the ones who had been pitted. There were even some who had directly missed class, that is, rooted under the statue. As a result, they made a mess of themselves, not to mention that they failed their exams, and there was no gain from the fart. Now that they ran into the rumor mongers, it was only human nature to scold them. I didn't lie to you guys, who let you guys have no enlightenment? Dong Shanchuan hummed a little tune in a good mood. Master Dong. A voice resounded abruptly within the office. It was calm, serene, and vaguely carried an ethereal implication. In this instant, the lights within the room dimmed by a few points. Behind the doors and windows, the walls were vaguely filled with invisible air currents. In this room, a boundary-like effect was instantly formed. Dong Shanchuan was not surprised by the sudden change in the room, but instead, a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Tian, it seems like you're really not far from that realm. Well, one step away. The invisible airflow vaguely formed an illusory upright figure. Ha, Xiao Tian, I'm waiting for that day. When that time comes, I'll set up a 3-month banquet for you at Chude. Dong Shanchuan laughed in his old arms with joy and relief. As long as you're happy, Master Dong. He glanced at the computer screen, some helpless laughter in his voice. Master Dong, you're still so mischievous. Anyway, being idle every day is also idle, which is like you, a busy man, you can't even see a face. What is it that you came to find me today? If Master Dong wants to see me, I'll come over in my real body now. That's not necessary, I don't want to be blown off by those people in the military department. And who dares to blow the whistle on you, Master Dong? Ha, they're still not looking at your face. Whoever dares to say that, I'll grab him and beat him up right now. Ah, it's not necessary. With a few words, the atmosphere in the room became much lighter. This living legend of the Chunan region, the supreme patron saint. It was only in front of Dong Shanchuan that he would smile and crack a few jokes. The relationship between the two had long since stopped needing to rely on too many daily exchanges to maintain their feelings. The true intent of martial Dao I laid out was touched, so I came. You didn't leave a mark? Dong Shanchuan instantly collected his smile as well. Originally, I would have known who it was,
but that little fellow didn't directly accept my true intent of martial Tao, but rather took the essence and borrowed from his own path.
Does Master Dong know who that person is?
Oh. Dong Shanchuan's eyes narrowed slightly.
After a moment of contemplation, he directly grinned. Then are you still going to accept disciples? Who knows, let's at least take a look first and examine it. Makes sense.
Dong Shanchuan nodded his head furiously.
Does Master Dong know who that person is?
You guess.
Dong Shanchuan grinned. Master Dong doesn't know? You guess again?
And why should Master Dong play dumb with me? He smiled helplessly.
What could he do? Even as the #1 strongest in the Chunan region, he was equally helpless in the face of Dong Shanchuan. This helplessness, however, was not something he hated.
Since you want to test a disciple, then I'll test you again as well. You have to find him yourself, and you're not allowed to make any noise.
Since that's the case, then I'll take the order.
Well, go. That illusory silhouette bowed and saluted, then in an instant, it dissipated and disappeared.
Instantly, the room returned to normal.
Dong Shanchuan leaned against the back of his chair in deep thought.
He did have a guess in his mind.
Otherwise, it should have been the mysterious man, not the mysterious man, who had posted in the first place. It was definitely not because the title Mysterious Man was more eye-catching.
However, guessing was guessing, and Dong Shanchuan didn't dare to be sure. If it wasn't, it would be embarrassing. So he came up with this trick. Chapter 73 The 2 Words of Wudao. Welcome Party. The third day. Early morning. Third floor balcony. Li Mu looked out at the rising sun. Purple energy comes from the east.
The purple chi that is born during the morning is also very beneficial to the method of contemplation. When the purple energy dissipates,
Li Mu went to the first floor training room and started practicing boxing. More than an hour of intense training.
Sweating profusely, Li Mu took a shower.
Changed his clothes and went to buy breakfast.
Chu University had several cafeterias, of which the third cafeteria was very close to Li Mu's residence. In the cafeteria, Li Mu found the same type of xiaolongbao that Yang Qianshen bought for herself yesterday. Refined xiaolongbao, 8 in a cage, 5 points a cage. And on the other side, ordinary buns, 50 for 1 point, each the size of a fist. Well, there were no decimals in the unit of consumption for Chu Da's points, with a minimum of 1 point. After hesitating for a while, Li Mu bought 2 cages of refined small dumplings and 50 ordinary dumplings.
The total consumption was 11 points. Really not cheap. 11 points for 1 breakfast.
Li Mu looked yesterday and a 10-year-old dragon's bloodgrass was only a dozen points for all of them.
Back home, make a pot of tea. Still on the 3rd floor. Li Mu first used his spiritual power to check the surroundings.
After entering the first level, Li Mu's spiritual power had taken a qualitative leap. After spreading out, it was almost able to spread more than 20 meters away. This made it unnecessary for him to check his surroundings bit by bit,
getting a result that there was no abnormality.
Li Mu took out the book Real People's Essays in the space of his trigger finger,
drinking tea and eating a bun,
at the same time flipping through the Real People's Essay. The 2 words of martial arts and Taoism are not exhausted by martial arts, but Tao is also heavy. Between the lines, yin and yang flowed, which was the true meaning of Taiji. This was likewise another martial Tao true intent. It was just that it was much thinner compared to the true intent of martial Tao left behind by the heavenly saint.
However,
the intention, the essence, is by no means comparable to the heavenly saint's martial intent. This was the martial Tao of the 16th level martial artist, Zheng Sanfeng.
Li Mu rejected the heavenly saint's martial way.
It didn't mean that he was going to accept the martial way of the higher-ranked Zheng Zhenren. It was likewise just a corroboration, a reference.
Moreover, the true meaning of the true man's martial way was far too detailed and calm to worry about being too influenced.
And the content of it was even more of a cultivation Bible. After the buns were finished, Li Mu rocked along with the recliner and quietly watched the essays of the true man. Such a leisurely life, as well as the content of Real People's Essays. It caused Li Mu's mind to become more and more calm and serene. Martial artists, when they are quiet, they should be like Ningxia.
No waves, serene and natural. When moving, it should be like a swift wind. Like thunder. The combination of movement and tranquility is the essence of the word martial arts. Li Mu once again realized something.
His own martial arts path should be the same.
The combination of movement and static. It's evening. Yang Xianshan appeared outside the door again. This time, Li Mu didn't make her wait any longer. Senior, the orientation party is about to start, let's go. Aha! Li Mu nodded his head. There was little interest in this Li Mu originally. But it was said that this kind of collective activity was fine if you didn't participate. It's just that credits have to be deducted. Well, credits can't be used, but they can be deducted. Once the credits were negative, or zero for a period of time, they would be dropped out of school. Li Mu had always been quite sensitive to the money aspect. It was only when he arrived at Chu University that the monetary system changed from Dragon Kingdom coins to credits. Li Mu's sensitivity to money naturally shifted to credits. There was no need to be deducted for this small matter. Chu University's auditorium was large, ridiculously large. It was said to be able to accommodate 100,000 people at the same time. Chu University, as the number 1 ranked university in the Chunan region, not only did all the students in the entire Chunan region want to sharpen their heads and squeeze inside. It was also one of the top 10 universities in the country. There was no shortage of heavenly prides from other regions who came across regions to pursue their studies. After all, there are dozens of regions in the country, but there are only 10 nationally ranked top 10 universities. A few of them were also in the same region. The vast majority of regions did not have a university of the level of Chu University. The highest ranking may be a few dozen, and even some remote areas, the best universities are outside the 100 is not unheard of. With the Chu University of nature is not the same. The pursuit of better, this is human nature. However, it is said that Chu University's requirements for students from outside the region are much more difficult than the regions. Now, Chu University's total number of students plus the number of students from outside the region is much higher than that of the region. Right now, the total number of people at Chu University plus the faculty and staff is only about 70,000 to 80,000, and the auditorium can completely accommodate it. Yang Qianshan brought Li Mu to casually find 2 neighboring seats and sat down, chatting idly while waiting for the opening. Sister, you don't have any friends or anything at Chu University? No need to accompany them? Have some, but they all have someone to accompany them. You are different, you are alone, still have to take care of you, who let you be my schoolmate? Yang Qianshan will not say, today is with girlfriends entangled for a long time to get out. Now she's still a bit afraid of being caught by her best friend, so she can't tell the truth. But with at least 10,000 to 20,000 people present, and so many seats, it's unrealistic to want to run into each other without any contact. At least Yang Qianshan's luck wasn't that bad today. Soon, the welcome party opened. First, a rather rich old man came on stage to give a speech. This is the vice president of our Chu University, Jia Ronghai, President Jia. Yang Qianshan lowered her voice to introduce Li Mu. Li Mu nodded his head with less concern. How many levels of martial artist? How can I possibly know this well, but at least it's a martial king. Just as Li Mu expected. This opening speech was devoid of nutrition. The first thing was to welcome all the new students, then how right it was for you all to choose Chu University, then the cultural heritage of Chu University, and so on and so forth. So a speech is half an hour past. Thanks to the side of a young Qianshan accompanied chat. Otherwise, Li Mu on the spot to visualize the turtle and snake figure. After the vice principal's speech. Then came the link to the performance program. Compared to ordinary universities, Chu University's program was much more hardcore. First, there was a row of mechs walking in a mech battle. Then the martial artists battled the mechs. There were also those who brought alien beasts up for a walk. To this, Li Mu's evaluation is somewhat interesting, but not much. Until an energy cannon detonated in the air, transforming into countless bright fireworks, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly became enthusiastic. But the final program was a bit out of Li Mu's expectation. Playing the guzheng, very ordinary playing. On the stage was a woman in a white dress. Vintage wide-sleeve long dress, white as snow. Her skin is even better than snow. Cloud buns and eyebrows, white head and jade neck. Its shape, like a shock, like a swimming dragon. Its appearance, the posture of the sinking fish, the appearance of the falling geese. Temperament out of the world like a fairy, completely unlike the mortal female. The sound of guzheng. When it is clear and crisp, it is like a jade pearl falling on a plate. When it is gentle, it is like the water of a stream, gurgling through. Tranquil and natural, washing the heart.
As the grand finale of the program, it was a change from the previous fervor and excitement.
There was only the sound of tranquility and pleasantness. Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. It seemed that this arrangement was also quite intentional. Don't look.
Yang Xinshen didn't have the good sense to reach out and shake her hand in front of Li Mu's eyes.
What are you looking at if you don't watch the program?
Li Mu didn't say anything, but still withdrew his eyes.
Chapter 74 Legendary Senior, Winning Falcon.
Yang Xinshen skimmed her mouth. Her name is Qiu Wenyao, Cultural Special Enrollment, the #1 flower of the College of Letters, and also the school flower of Chu University, and she herself is endowed with a legendary color.
College of Arts? Chu University has a College of Letters?
Li Mu was slightly stunned. How come there isn't? Only compared to the Martial Arts Academy, the number of people in the Arts Academy is much smaller, and it's rumored that the requirements are much higher than the Martial Arts Academy.
How high?
It is said that only true geniuses are recruited, 700 points in culture, at least 695 or more, and it also requires several layers of extra tests.
Indeed high. Li Mu couldn't help but nod his head. Unfortunately, a good cultural score is ultimately no match for martial arts.
Yang Xinshen said with a light sigh. Her background is very mysterious. It was the principal who forcefully arranged for her to enroll in school in the first place. Because she herself is very special, is not talented in martial arts at all, completely an ordinary person, her strength is even less than 100. No matter what method she uses, she can't get the slightest improvement.
Can't get the slightest enhancement?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a bit strange. Logically speaking, the vast majority of people in this world would have no problem reaching a first-level martial artist. Even if they couldn't reach the first level, it was normal to have a few hundred pounds of strength close to the first level. Just like Li Mu before the college entrance examination also have 300 or 400 pounds of strength. Generally, the talent is just really poor, and it's hard to grow. But this is not the same as not being able to grow at all. At least Li Mu hadn't heard of such a person.
That strange? Well, it's that strange. Yang Qianshen nodded. It's rumored that many powerful people have examined it and can't do anything about it.
But although she has absolutely no talent in martial arts.
But the talent in cultural classes is quite unbelievable.
It's said that it's as if she can forget everything, and she understands everything as soon as she reads it. At first, her cultural score was a perfect score, and the later rounds of extra exams were even the same perfect score.
Is that so?
Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation he just nodded without saying anything. At this time, on the stage, Qiu Wenyao's Guzheng performance had already ended.
The final closing ceremony was not a speech from the school leader. Instead, it was a student representative.
He was wearing a white slim-fit suit, his appearance was handsome, and he carried a light and calm temperament. He held the microphone and said with a faint smile.
Hello all school brothers, school sisters. School brothers, this is Bai Xiu, who is ranked second in the trial stage credits.
Senior in the 4th year, he's very powerful, he's already at the 5th level.
Yang Qianshen pointed at the youth on the stage with some excitement.
There was no need for Yang Qianshen to say it, Li Mu could hear it.
Because at this moment, the whole room was already boiling. Senior Bai Xiu.
These kinds of cheers were endless. Even though many of them were just freshmen. But they had all heard the stories about these legendary veterans of Chu University for who knows how many times earlier.
And this was the second highest ranked character in the trial tower.
One had to know that in Chu University, the trial tower ranking was also known as the ranking of practical combat abilities. Senior, Bai Xiu comes from the Chu Nanbai family.
An immense and incomparable family.
The members of the Bai family are all over the military, government, and business sectors. Back then, if it wasn't for the sudden rise of the Heavenly Saint, it could be said that half of Chunan City could be named Bai.
The Bai family has a martial saint. And legend has it that there may be more than one.
Bai Xiu is the leader of the younger generation of the Bai family. In response, Li Mu just nodded calmly. Isn't the first winning falcon coming? He won't come to this kind of occasion. Winning falcon has always been very mysterious. Yang Qianshen's tone weakened a bit, and after a pause, she said with some caution. School brother, don't think too much, I don't like that Bai Xiu, I just think he is really powerful.
You're not bad either, school brother. You're at level 4 now, and when you're a senior you'll definitely be able to be at level 5 as well. By the time they all graduate, maybe you'll be the one who ranks first in the trial tower. I didn't think much about it.
Li Mu gently shook his head. He looked serene, but there were flames burning in the depths of his eyes.
Number 1, he would get it. But it would never be because someone else graduated down the list. What's the point of getting first place like this? He would be honorable and defeat them. Greetings, fellow students. I'm glad to be able to gather with you here at Chu University.
At this time, another woman walked over to Bai Xiu's side. She had a delicate face and a beautiful figure, wearing a backless red evening gown that was sexy and sensual.
Is she Nangong Shuejian?
Li Mu casually asked. No, senior sister Shuejian doesn't like this kind of occasion either. She's senior sister Wang Manchu, currently ranked 7th on the scoreboard. She's pretty impressive too. Don't get bad ideas just because she's sexy. She's actually very discerning and hasn't been rumored to be with anyone. It's rumored that her father is a big shot in the Chunan military region.
All have backgrounds. Li Mu frowned slightly.
It's not like that, I'm telling you, Sister Shuejian can be from an ordinary background. But she's still become so powerful, she's the idol of many of our girls.
What about winning falcon? Li Mu's focus, as well as his curiosity, had always been on that winning falcon. First and second, it seemed like there was only a difference of 1 ranking. But one was the highest, only number 1. That was the highest peak.
The other, on the other hand, was only second. When the trial stage credits were ranked, the huge difference in scores was still fresh in Li Mu's mind. The gap during this period was not an exaggeration to say that it was a world of difference.
The world will always remember only the most outstanding one. Winning Falcon Senior. That's a legend. Seniors, after graduation, the trial tower credit ranking will remove their names and will only be sealed and preserved.
So the rankings that the freshmen see when they start school are actually all left behind by the seniors who have been at Chu University for 3 years at most. For example, senior Bai Xiu, who was a junior before and is only a senior now, he still has a year left, and at the final moment of sealing the file, it's possible that he has hundreds of thousands of trial tower credits.
And senior winning Falcon. He was only a sophomore before, he's only a junior now. He still has 2 years left. Many people within the school feel that by the time he graduates and seals his file, his number of trial tower credits will be able to break through 1 million. And it's said that he's also the only underclassman in the last few years who was able to squeeze into the top 10 of the trial tower credits rankings even as he's about to graduate from his senior year. It was said during the last semester break.
I'm afraid that this year's senior year will be crushed by the junior year and won't be able to lift their heads,
said senior winning Falcon. This is rare even in Chu University. And
senior winning Falcon's origins are mysterious. Some say he's an orphan.
Some say he's the son of a large family from another region.
There are even rumors so arcane that they even say he's the martial god's heir.
It's all outrageous anyway. But it's true that no one has ever met senior winning Falcon's family. Moreover, senior winning Falcon is aloof, used to being alone, and doesn't even have any friends. Chapter 75 First Lesson, Ancient Martial Lessons. Winning Falcon. This name was deeply remembered by Li Mu. A name full of legends.
1 year less, yet he was able to crush Bai Xiu from the Bai family in Chunan.
The battle spirit in Li Mu's heart began to race. Winning the Falcon, Xu Da's first goal. A goal to catch up with, to surpass.
In the speeches of Wang Manchu and Bai Xiu, the welcome party also completely came to an end.
Both of their speeches were not lengthy. Just a few words of motivation.
This was already enough to make many freshmen's blood boil, and they were motivated.
The following morning,
contemplating the purple chi, practicing boxing, eating breakfast, and reading the accompanying article.
Today was the day of class. But Li Mu didn't panic in the slightest. Because class wasn't until 10 o'clock.
At 9:20, Li Mu headed to the classroom only after putting away the real-life essay.
Ancient Martial Arts Department Teaching Building, classroom number 304.
Li Mu, Ancient Martial Arts Department, freshman year, class 14. The class was randomly assigned and could be changed at a later stage based on special needs. But in reality, the classes didn't serve much purpose.
The specialized classes were all held in large classrooms. Usually there would be several hundred people together.
Today's first class was Ancient Martial Lessons, which belonged to the category of theory classes.
Li Mu approached the classroom at 9:50 p.m.
There were already quite a few people sitting in the large classroom. After all, this was the first day of school. The moment Li Mu approached the classroom, he immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. A pair of eyes were placed on him. Seeing that it wasn't a teacher, a very large majority of them withdrew their gazes again. Only one student in the corner of the back row, whose head was still bandaged, still stared at Li Mu with dull eyes. Li Mu never cared about other people's sight, and looked around. Seeing that quite a few seats were occupied, he walked straight toward the back row.
Don't come over.
Zhang Xiaohao hastily got down his head.
How he did not expect, actually ran into Li Mu again. Since being saved by Li Mu,
Zhang Xiaohao's heart was incomparably tormented.
In order to catch up with that target,
he directly dragged his injured and sick body to the classroom for fear of delaying the learning progress. But how could he not expect that he could run into this guy that he was most unwilling to face and didn't know how to face? He could only bury his head deeply. As for Li Mu, he casually found an empty seat in the back row and waited serenely without looking at anyone else. Not long after, a somewhat bald middle-aged man walked slowly into the classroom.
Accompanying his steps,
an invisible momentum spread out, immediately causing the trainees in the classroom to look aghast. Li Mu immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. This aura was not overbearing, but it was especially vast. This aura was far superior to the barbarian ghosts and hungry ghosts that he had met earlier.
6th level martial general. A teacher of an ancient martial arts theory class was a top-level 6 martial general. This was the heritage of the #1 university in the Chunan region. Hello, fellow students. My name is Zhang Jinsong.
He turned around and used chalk to write 3 large, powerful characters on the blackboard.
Since all of you have chosen the ancient martial arts department, then I would like to ask you all, what is ancient martial arts?
Zhang Jinsong propped his hands on the podium and slowly scanned over the crowd in the classroom.
No one responded.
Gentlemen, there is no need to be nervous, you can boldly state your opinions. Zhang Jinsong pointed to the corner position of the classroom and said, this student, the one with a bandage on his head. I appreciate your spirit of carrying an injury and still being unwilling to give up the course.
Can you please tell me what you think ancient martial arts are?
Zhang Xiaohao suddenly froze and looked around. It seemed like he was really the only one with a bandage on his head.
Zhang Jinsong nodded affirmatively. It's you, say it, whatever it is. Me.
Zhang Xiaohao stood up somewhat nervously.
Can one not be nervous?
This time, the entire classroom looked over.
I think that ancient martial arts should be ancient martial arts?
How did he know this? Since he was a child, he just practiced and finished. Picked ancient martial arts also only because I heard that the ancient martial arts department is the best.
He.
At once, several voices of stifled laughter came from the classroom.
Right.
Zhang Jinsong, however, nodded his head in a serious manner, but it's not all right.
This time there were even more people holding back their laughter. Classmate, sit down.
With a wave of his hand, Zhang Jinsong turned around and wiped his name, turning to write down a large Wu character.
Just like what that student said, the ancient martial arts, it's right to say so. But there is another important point to this. Heavy gods, ancient martial arts too.
He wrote the word God again in a large font.
The essence of ancient martial arts, the root of it, is God as well. The students should have all been exposed to martial arts stances. There are present martial arts, and there are ancient martial arts. And of these, the most important distinction is the focus. Ancient martial arts emphasize God. Modern martial arts emphasize form. What is God? It's all about the flavor of the spirit. The current martial arts are all about stances and variations. The pursuit of perfect replicas, the pursuit of numerous moves. Is this wrong? It's hard to say. But this is not ancient martial arts. Martial arts, stances. A stance that has been honed and proven by previous ancestors. Is the essence of it just what stance, what power technique to throw that punch? Is it hard to throw that punch? Is it hard to throw a punch with perfect seniority? Difficult, but not difficult if you practice hard. Then what is the gap between you and your former ancestors when you throw a punch?
At that moment, Li Mu's pupils shrunk slightly.
In the depths of his eyes was a hot and incomparable light. He finally understood. Every time he threw a punch, it was clear that his posture was already in full agreement with that of the martial intent villain, so why did his punching power still seem to be somewhat inferior? Li Mu absolutely did not believe that Senior Li Wenshu could only punch close to twice the value of his own strength with these stances.
Before, he thought it was a matter of experience. But now, it wasn't all, at least there was something more important than experience. That is God. Zhang Jinsong's powerful voice sounded once again. The divinity is the most crucial point of a stance, or even a martial art. If you only have the form, but not the divinity, you will never be able to reach the same heights as your predecessors and forefathers. Then some students will have to ask, divinity, how do I get it? It is difficult, but not that difficult. 8 words. To micro into macro, to move into momentum. First, you need to realize your state of mind. The heart of a martial artist is especially important. Secondly, divinity is rare and unobtainable. Take a move as an example. Between moving that one move and one stance, you need to think, you need to believe that previous ancestor, when handing out that punch, or palm, or leg. What was his state of mind? And what kind of will did he contain in that move? A 2-hour lesson ended. In Li Mu's opinion, it was as if it had passed in the blink of an eye. He had long been completely silent in Zhang Jinsong's lecture. He couldn't get enough of it. He had gained a lot. This was the summary of the experience of countless sages of Chu University, and it was only spoken through Zhang Jinsong's mouth. It was a rare and precious cultivation experience. Chapter 76, The First Year of Wudao. Father of the Martial Way. There was a 2-hour lunch break at noon. In the course schedule, there was only one mandatory class in the afternoon. The Development and Origin of Ancient Martial Arts. It was also a theory class. Compared to the Essence of Martial Arts class, which was a course with dry training, the Development and Origin of Ancient Martial Arts was purely theoretical. Although it was not beneficial to the cultivation of martial arts. But that doesn't mean there's no need for classes. It was just as important to broaden one's horizons as it was to increase one's knowledge. Of course, the key is that this subject is also a test. Failing the exam was a deduction of credits. That's right, not points, but credits, deducted from the total, not the balance. This was the case for failing all specialized classes. In order not to be deducted points, Li Mu still listened very carefully. The history of this world, although somewhat short, was equally magnificent. It was now the year 826 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar. The recorded history of the Dragon Kingdom was also only 826 years. And in these 826 years it was divided into 3 eras. The first 300 years of which was the history of the human race struggling to survive. In that era, the human race was under the threat of foreign beasts and demons, precarious, and struggling to survive between the corners and crevices. Until the 289th year. The first rank 13 martial god in history, Li Mingzhi, appeared. He led the human race to rise up in revolt. In more than 10 years of war, under his leadership, he finally managed to take over a clear land for mankind in the hands of the beasts, demons, and monsters. Humanity finally had a chance to breathe and develop. Since 312, the Dragon Kingdom was established. Under the patronage of the god of martial arts, Li Mingzhi, the Dragon Kingdom entered into a period of rapid development and the promotion of martial arts. In 531, Li Mingzhi passed away, his era passed, and so did the era of peaceful development. From the beginning of April 532 to the present, it was the third era. The human race and the foreign races had maintained a great war for hundreds of years, you and I, each winning and losing, but all of them had achieved a certain degree of stability. The origins of the ancient martial arts had existed since the first year of the Yuan dynasty. The Yuan dynasty martial Dao. That was the origin. But at that time, the martial arts were not systematic, and there weren't too many well-known powerhouses. It wasn't until Li Mingzhi appeared and confirmed the system of martial arts, making the cultivation progress of martial artists systematic. This is why Li Miangchul was also called the father of Wudao. He was not only a sage in martial arts. He was also a powerful man who suppressed an era. During his existence, the foreign races no longer dared to invade the human race. In the beginning, with his invincibility, he had scared the foreign races and hurt them, letting them know fear. The time of his existence was also the only time when the human race was at peace. After his death, the foreign races made a comeback, even though the human race already had more martial gods. But there was no one who could suppress an era like he did, guarding the human race in peace for 100 years. Even now, the 8 martial gods of the Dragon Kingdom survive. But the foreigners have never stopped attacking. There is no other god of martial arts like Li Mingchul. And it is said that the father of martial arts is a true level 13 ultimate. He may even have half a foot at level 14. However, there was no official information proving that he was level 14. In the system created by Li Mingzhi himself, there was only level 13. This made Li Mu couldn't help but think of Zhang Sanfeng. The heavens and earth have drastically changed.
15 levels is the limit. Could it be that the reason there was only a maximum of 13 levels of martial god now was because heaven and earth only allowed 13 levels? What exactly was the dramatic change of heaven and earth?
Li Mu remembered that in that accompanying book, it vaguely seemed to have mentioned this aspect.
Li Mingzhi, indeed, was an extraordinary human sage.
Li Mu couldn't deny Li Mingzhi's contribution to this world. However, he knew that the origin of martial arts was by no means just the first year of the Dragon Kingdom calendar. The history of martial arts was much longer. In the period of time before the year of the Yuan, this world's human race prospered. Martial arts flourished. Even if the alien race also exists. But the human race is still a great race of style.
God's tomb is the best proof.
The problem of historical discontinuity is very serious, and it is said that some archaeologists have also speculated in this regard, but they have not been able to find substantial evidence. Although Li Mu knew that the beginning of the martial arts was by no means the year of the first year.
But he could only answer this way when answering the questionnaire. Thinking of the divine tomb, that name after name.
Sooner or later, one day, I'll let the history buried by time see the light of day.
Let those human sages be remembered by future generations.
Li Mu's heart quietly added another goal.
This class was not useless. After class, it was only 4 o'clock. Li Mu had many options.
He could go straight back to cultivate, or he could go to an elective class, or go to another major to observe. However, he chose to head to the trial tower. The trial tower had officially opened. Today, the open space outside the trial tower was even more crowded. Underneath that stone monument, many freshmen were here to look up to the 100 names on top of that monument. Chu University, the place where the true heavenly pride of the Chu South region gathered. Every person who could enter Chu University was already a top genius in their respective hometowns. And amongst these many geniuses, only 100 people were qualified to stand out, and only then would their names appear on top of that stone monument. These 100 people, none of them are among the heavenly prides. Being able to be listed on this list was even more of an honor. These names, this stone monument, will all be turned into the greatest motivation for the freshmen to move forward. Li Mu no longer intended to look at the stone monument, thinking that in such a short period of time, there shouldn't be any big changes. But just by sweeping over it from afar, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly.
Only to see the name of the highest one. First place, the winning falcon, 164,920 credits.
Li Mu remembered clearly that it was only just over 150,000 when he looked at it a few days ago.
And the trial stage was only open today.
In one day, it went straight up by more than 10,000 credits. He had either killed a level 6 monster.
Either that or he killed 10 level 5. He should only be level 5 as well. Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly.
Thinking about it, he was suddenly relieved.
His own level 4 could beat a level 5. Why couldn't someone else beat level 6 at level 5?
Of course, the higher the level, the harder it is to cross levels for sure. But there was only one winning falcon out of these countless geniuses in Chu University.
Last semester, after graduating from the senior year, winning falcon was even already very likely to already be the current number 1 person in Chu University.
The other rankings have not changed. However, almost all of them had begun to see some growth. But compared to winning falcon's terrifying growth, the little growth of the others was somewhat worthless.
Winning falcon.
Softly reciting this name in his heart, Li Mu no longer stopped and walked straight towards that pyramid. There was a wide gate at the bottom of the nearly 100-meter-high pyramid. Inside the door was a hall layout that resembled a modernized business processing hall. It had to be said that the sense of disorganization was really strong. There were more than 10 windows in the hall, and there were still some people queuing up at this hour. Li Mu chose a team with fewer people lined up. The efficiency is very fast. The students in front of them are all handing in their student ID cards into the window, scanning them, and then scanning them with a machine next to them, and then they go directly to the deep passage.
Soon, it was Li Mu's turn. Chapter 77, Fey Beasts in the Trial Tower and Remarks. Student ID.
Behind the counter was a short-haired girl, looking not too old, with a clean look. She should also be a student. Li Mu handed it over. She took the student ID and scanned it in front of a machine, and information surfaced.
She couldn't help but look at Li Mu a few more times. Freshman? Aha! Li Mu nodded.
Shu University students, regardless of age, only have one free opportunity to enter the trial tower each month, and after the free times are used up, you need 100 points a time to enter again. As a friendly reminder, the lowest level monsters in the trial tower are all level 2 monsters, and you may run into quite a few of them at the same time. Although there is no danger to your life in the trial tower, if you don't exit in time and are killed in the trial tower, it will also affect your spiritual consciousness of reality.
Severe ones might have to lie down for a month.
And for new students, the opportunity to enter the trial tower is also quite rare. If you're not very confident in your strength, it's better to wait for the actual combat class to start and go in.
Li Mu nodded slightly.
Thanks, but I'm confident.
Then I wish you good luck, senior. The young girl behind the counter didn't say anything more and directly returned the student ID to Li Mu. Receiving the student ID, Li Mu nodded and walked towards the passageway on the side. After scanning the iris, the barrier was opened. Li Mu stepped into it.
After walking more than 10 meters, the smooth walls turned into old, large yellow masonry. Soon, an old wooden door appeared in front of him.
Li Mu reached out and pushed it open. Trial tower detected. Opening trial mode. The light brain on Li Mu's left wrist sounded a voice.
Li Mu had known about this and was not surprised. Pushing open the wooden door already represented completely entering the trial tower. The existence of the trial tower was very special, both as an alien space and a special kind of spiritual world. Everything here was no different from the real one in terms of senses. Moreover, Shuda's special quality light brain had a connection function with the trial tower. When entering the trial tower, the light brain would automatically turn on the auxiliary function.
Does it need a weapon? No need.
A light screen appeared directly in front of Li Mu's eyes.
Tolerance, 100%. Name, Li Mu. Level 4 martial artist.
Strength, 26055. Note, results based on human body's chi, blood, heat, and muscle strength, not 100% accurate, error between 3% up and down. Attack power, 52,021. Note, not 100% accurate, error between 3% up and down.
Feats?
Editable settings.
Martial arts?
Editable settings.
Looking at this page that resembled an online game, Li Mu couldn't help but be a little surprised.
Editable?
He raised his eyebrows slightly.
Although the page was also somewhat similar to an online game.
But it looked quite convenient.
It would be nice if it worked outside. As for that tolerance level, it was something like a blood bar or something. It would get lower when attacked, and it was said that it would also decrease after staying for a long time. Once it went to 0, it would be forcibly sent out.
But right now, Li Mu didn't have the time to pay attention to this page. The page was directly put away with a thought. Li Mu directly took big steps towards the inside.
Here, there was a wide passageway.
The top and bottom, left and right were large yellow masonry.
There were candles burning on the walls on both sides, making the passageway not dim. There were many forks on the left and right of the passage, somewhat similar to a maze. The proportion of time here was not different from the outside world.
Li Mu still needed to pay attention to the time. He didn't want to miss tomorrow's class.
Soon, a sound of footsteps came from behind the left corner in front of the passage. Li Mu was not surprised but pleased. He directly ran in the direction where the sound came from. As soon as he passed the corner, the guy who made the sound appeared in Li Mu's eyes. It was a thin gray wolf with a mouth full of sharp teeth, but it was the size of a calf. This was the first time Li Mu had seen a beast so close.
He couldn't help but look twice more. Devil's Tooth Wolf. Grade 2 common. Value, 1 credit.
Note, the lowest level of small monsters. If you can't even beat this, hurry up and go back to your training.
Before his eyes, information about the gray wolf appeared instantly. It was very concise.
It was the note that was more or less unsettling.
Oh.
At the sight of a stranger, the devil's tooth wolf immediately let out a hoarse hissing sound, and its dry and thin body immediately rushed straight over.
1 step forward.
A straight punch was like an arrow with a full bow, leaving the string.
As fast as a lightning bolt. A fist fell. Boom. The demon tooth wolf's head instantly exploded.
A small amount of black blood spilled out, and a few drops landed directly on Li Mu's body.
The demon-tooth wolf's dry and thin body instantly collapsed powerlessly.
The light screen popped up again.
There was one more entry after the message. Harvest from this trip, 1 credit. The blood is also real.
Li Mu looked helplessly at the blood staining his chest. At this moment, the corpses of the devil's tooth wolves on the ground turned into bits of light and dissipated.
On the contrary, the blood on Li Mu's body just couldn't be gotten rid of.
Having no choice, Li Mu continued to move forward.
Not long after, another level 2 devil fawn wolf appeared. He went forward and directly killed it with a single punch.
Once again, he harvested 1 point, as well as a few drops of blood. Against this kind of level 2 minion, Li Mu didn't need to bother with any maneuvers at all. Just like what the note said, or if you can't even beat this lowest priced minion, why come to the trial tower, hurry back and train.
After resolving the second demon tooth wolf, Li Mu's pace began to quicken. He was looking for the ladder to enter the second level.
The trial tower was divided into several layers.
The monsters on the first level were level 2. The second layer was level 3. The third layer was level 4. The fourth level was level 5. The fifth level was level 6. Li Mu's goal, of course, was to start at the third level. The fourth tier was not a bad idea. The monsters on the first and second floors were not even the slightest bit of a trial for Li Mu. Li Mu was too lazy to collect the points. After killing more than 10 level 2 ordinary beasts, Li Mu finally found the ladder leading to the second level. Somewhat out of Li Mu's expectation. Just walked up to the second floor, the front passage 3 yellow ox size, like a tiger like leopard beasts together turned around, bloodthirsty eyes tightly locked Li Mu. Tiger striped leopard. Level 3 ordinary. Strength, 6000. Attack power, 6000. Ability, none. Value, 10 credits. Note, level 3 is just a minion, so if you can't beat it, hurry up and restart. Don't say you're from Chude when you get out. 3 tiger striped leopards with identical information.
Even the notes were exactly the same. As early as the first level, Li Mu realized that all the level 2 exotic beasts also had the same remarks. Which dude had made these remarks, and actually had such bad taste?
Compared to the second level Fey beasts, there were instead more introductions of strength and attack power. Roar!
The 3 tiger striped leopards had taken the initiative to charge up together. Compared to the level 2 Fey beasts, this level 3 tiger striped leopard was much too fast.
But it made no difference to Li Mu.
Several steps were taken one after another, and his body was like a swimming dragon. 3 punches were swung out one after another, and 3 heads exploded one after another.
3 corpses fell. 30 credits went in.
At the same time, there was more dirty blood. The ladder leading to the third floor was not here, so Li Mu began to look deeper into the second floor.
Chapter 78, the third level. If you are enlightened. Third level foreign beasts likewise posed little threat to Li Mu. One should know that there were dozens of level 3 martial artists who had died alive in Li Mu's hands. Not to mention these low-level foreign beasts. After killing more than a dozen level 3 beasts, he harvested more than 100 credits. Li Mu quickly found another ladder leading to the third level. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly stepped up. Entering the third level. The scene was still the same, the wide, earth-colored passageway. It was even wider. The width and height were both 10 meters out. Other than that, there was no difference. However, Li Mu keenly sensed that the atmosphere of this layer had quietly become much more condensed. There were guys on this floor that could pose a threat to himself. At that instant, Li Mu's battle intent began to gradually emerge from the depths of his eyes. Killing those foreign beasts on the previous 2 levels could only be considered a warm-up. The real battle had yet to begin. Stepping forward. Suddenly, Li Mu noticed a change on the page. Withstand, 99-100. The tolerance was 1% less. It's been almost half an hour since I came in. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. If 1% less tolerance was calculated for half an hour, then once one entered the trial tower, one would be able to stay in the trial tower for up to 50 hours. Only the reality shouldn't be that ideal. Injuries, intense battles would all affect the tolerance level. Just glancing at it, Li Mu continued on. Within a few steps, after a corner, he met the first foreign beast of the third floor. Scaled tiger. Level 4 ordinary. Strength, 18,000.
Attack power, 20,000.
Ability, defense strengthening. Value, 100 credits. Note, being able to meet this guy shows that you kid still has some strength, don't be a wimp. Directly on. Just do it and be done with it. Li Mu's eyelids jumped.
It had nothing to do with this guy's strength, it was purely because of the note.
Roar.
In a low roar, this level 4 scaled tiger had charged straight over.
There was an essential difference between a rank 4 and a rank 3.
This scaled tiger's body was even larger than a buffalo, and was covered in tiger stripe-colored scales.
At a glance, it was filled with a sense of oppression.
His speed was completely incomparable to that of a second or third level. The distance of dozens of meters, just a blink of an eye will have rushed to the front of Li Mu. The huge tiger's palm swung straight towards Li Mu's head.
Boom! A muffled sound.
Li Mu's raised right hand directly grabbed the scaled tiger's tiger palm. He took half a step back, but his right arm gripped the tiger's palm like an iron vise and didn't move.
Finally. It's a bit interesting.
Grabbing the tiger's palm, he violently pulled back. The huge scaled tiger suddenly a stagger fell forward.
Li Mu sidestepped, a hook punch in the air through an arc instantly hit the scaled tiger's abdomen. Boom!
A depression appeared where the fist landed.
Another punch hit the head of the scaly tiger. Boom!
This time, there was no scene of the skull exploding, it was only slightly dented.
Defense strengthening?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
The effect of a seemingly bland name was not weak.
Moreover, in general, foreign beasts of the same level were far stronger than martial artists' defenses. Li Mu could kill a level 4 martial artist with one punch, but it was difficult to kill the scaled tiger. At this moment, the scaly tiger that had already lost its balance actually stabilized its body, stepped on the stone wall, and turned around to pounce towards Li Mu. Li Mu met him with a punch. He was the first to strike, and he punched the scaled tiger in the head.
Boom! Air waves erupted.
The scaled tiger retreated several steps and stumbled.
Li Mu didn't move at all, but he felt some pain in his fist. This defense enhancement was indeed extraordinary. But so what?
Taking a few steps forward, his right arm violently pulled back.
The collapsing bow scurried the arrow in a hurry.
When this fist was about to be swung, Li Mu's words from Zhang Jinsong suddenly rang in his mind. At the time he handed out this punch.
How was his state of mind? And what kind of will does this move of his contain? If it was Senior Li Wenshu.
He swung such a punch, the most basic of the basic 8 stances. Yet it was the same short-range explosive number 1 bracing hammer when he did so.
How was his state of mind? And what kind of will did it contain? Divine rhythm.
Li Mu's right arm presented a fist and pulled back, like a bow on a full string, but it was slow to fire.
Roar!
The scaled tiger, whose shape was completely unsteady and directly fell to the ground, took advantage of this moment to climb up again and hissed as it rushed towards Li Mu.
The hissing sound of the forest tiger awakened Li Mu. Divinity, will. No mention of Senior Li Wenshu. I just want to. A fist swung out violently. The sharp arrow left the string. Boom! Explosion. The scaled tiger's head directly exploded. I just want to kill you with one punch. Li Mu's calm demeanor complemented what he wanted to say.
Slowly closing his fist, just glancing at the scaled tiger on the ground that had already started to gradually dissipate, Li Mu took a big step forward.
100 credits arrived.
However, it didn't cause Li Mu's heart to ripple.
His mind was fully focused on the punch he had just thrown. Vaguely, he had realized something. However, it was not so clear. Something is still missing.
Suddenly, another bull-shaped level 4 alien beast appeared in front of Li Mu. Li Mu couldn't help but grin slightly at the corner of his mouth.
What's missing is precisely the whetstone.
The information panel was no different from the previous one except for its name. It was almost like it was carved out of the same mold. It also had defense strengthening.
He raised his fist once again. Li Manchu senpai, what exactly were you thinking when you swung this punch? Roar!
The alien beast lunged. A fist was swung.
Boom! The head exploded. Li Mu didn't look at the Fey beast one more time and continued forward. He was still constantly thinking. What was Elder Li Wenshu thinking about when he swung a punch? What kind of will did that punch contain? How did he swing that punch that blew away the 10-winged angel in the first place? Along the way,
several foreign beasts appeared one after another. All of them were punched.
One punch. Even with defense enhancements, it was useless.
Li Mu didn't know what Senior Li Wenshu was thinking when he threw that punch.
But he knew what he was thinking.
He only wanted to kill the guy who appeared in front of him with one punch.
With just one punch. Without the slightest delay.
Perhaps.
I just need to be clear about how I was thinking, and that's enough?
The clarity in his heart began to gradually open up.
But it was still a bit short. The difference was... thud. Thud.
Heavy footsteps came from the front. Vaguely, the ground trembled slightly, and the fires on the walls swayed.
Li Mu stopped in his tracks.
He knew that the guy was coming from himself. Dozens of meters away at the corner of the passage, a big guy stepped out in large strides. It was at least 3 or 4 meters tall, and under its black fur, its muscles bulged exaggeratedly.
A gorilla with a hideous face.
And it was holding a huge axe that was over 4 meters long.
Wild Gorilla Guard. Rank, 4th level special. Strength, 24,000.
Attack power, 40,000.
Ability, defense strengthening, attack strengthening. Value, 500 credits. Note, don't be a wimp. Just do it.
If you lose your head, it's just a big scar.
I'm just kidding. If you run into this guy, you'd better run away. If you can't, you'd better run away. Chapter 79 The Will Within This Punch. A special foreign beast. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly.
Instead of being surprised, he was delighted. He hadn't stumbled upon any special foreign beasts on the first and second levels, but now he had finally seen one. And it had come at such a timely time.
Roar!
With a roar, the wild Scarlet Guard strided forward, its heavy footsteps sounding like war drums. It raised the large axe in its hand high, and with a simple, but powerful force-splitting Huashan style, it violently fell towards Li Mu. A strong wind met his face. Li Mu immediately made a sideways leap.
The giant axe almost fell against Li Mu's body. Boom! Rubble splashed. The giant axe penetrated deep into the masonry of the ground.
Taking this opportunity, Li Mu, who had dodged the blow sideways, took a step closer and stepped directly on the back of the axe. Li Mu leapt up and landed an uppercut directly on top of the wild Scarlet Guard's large, hideous head.
Touch!
The force of the punch caused the wild Scarlet Guard's head to tilt back.
But that was all. It didn't cause much substantial damage to it. Instead, the back of Li Mu's hand was a little sore. This guy's defense was at least a few levels stronger than that of an ordinary level 4 Fey beast. The next moment, a giant hand grabbed at Li Mu.
Being in the air, he had no place to use his strength to dodge, but Li Mu did not prepare to dodge. He just sidestepped his body, and with a brace of hammers, he met the giant hand of the wild Scarlet Guard.
Boom! A punch landed between his palms, immediately sending his palms flying.
In terms of strength, Li Mu didn't have much of an advantage, but there was a clear gap in attack power. The huge axe set into the ground trembled slightly, and the wild Scarlet Guard wanted to pull it out. At this time, Li Mu landed heavily and stepped hard on the back of the axe. This immediately caused the giant axe to be set into the masonry 3 more times.
Li Mu didn't even have a weapon himself, how could he let it have one?
Stepping on the axe body and gripping the pole, in one step, Li Mu approached again.
Collapsing bow and scurrying arrows in a hurry. Brace the hammer. Having used too many moves.
Li Mu, however, loved to use this first of the 8 basic stances of the 8 extreme fist more and more, the most basic one. At the same time, it's also the punch with the strongest short-range explosive power.
It didn't have so many twists and turns, it didn't have so many variations.
Only the most direct, the simplest, but also the purest explosion.
It was an outburst like the first appearance of thunder. I have realized what I want under this punch. Boom! Boom!
The hideous head, which was several times larger than a faceplate, shattered with a loud bang. It turned into countless broken pieces that splattered in all directions. Li Mu landed smoothly, as peaceful as a mountain. His expression was calm and his eyes were hot. The flames in them were monstrous. At this moment, he finally realized. He still didn't know exactly what that Senior Li Wenshu felt when he threw his punch. But at this moment, he knew what divine rhythm was.
I know my own exact thoughts.
What I want is that under one punch, there will be no more enemies. The heart of invincibility burned madly at this moment. The intention of invincibility gushed out. Even though he hadn't tested it, Li Mu was certain. The battle power of the punch he had just thrown had definitely exceeded 60,000. That was a punch that far exceeded the limit of his usual combat power. It was a punch that possessed a divine flavor. This is the essence of ancient martial arts. Without this divine charm punch, defeating the wild Scarlet Guard would never have been easy. Although Li Mu was stronger in terms of strength and combat power on the attribute panel. But the wild Scarlet Guard had two abilities. And with its terrifying size, it wasn't impossible for a weaker level 5 martial artist to be directly split in half. Who? Li Mu slowly exhaled and stepped forward. His momentum was spreading madly down the passage. The invincible momentum disturbed many foreign beasts. Woo! Behind each corner, there were hissing sounds coming from near and far. He stopped his steps. Because he was clear that there was no need for him to actively look for it anymore. Come, become the cornerstone of my martial Tao. In just a few moments of effort, more than a dozen foreign beasts converged into this passageway from behind various corners. Black-maned wolf. Strength, 18,000. Attack power, 20,000. Ability, defense reinforcement. Value, 100 credits. Note, these guys are a pack. The wolves are coming. Run fast. In the distance, there were more black-maned wolves converging towards here. These black-maned wolves were each the size of a calf, with exuberant hair that looked like steel needles. Ouch! A hissing sound mingled together, noisy and horrifying. One black-maned wolf after another rushed in. Snap! Li Mu took a heavy step forward. His body leaned forward, and the next moment his body was launched like a loaded cannonball. In an instant, he had fallen into the wolves. Boom! Boom! Ow! Only a crunching sound mingled with hissing sounds. Only a blurry silhouette was seen flashing through the wolves. Then there was already a flurry of people. A black-maned wolf was sent flying, its head shattered, and its mutilated corpse fell helplessly. As one black-maned wolf died, another one came to join the fray. Li Mu was deeply surrounded, but he didn't look the slightest bit disheveled. Between his eyes, the battle intent burned more and more violently. His blood was boiling like magma. It was like a great river rushing through his veins. The aura was like a hong, becoming more and more exuberant. I don't know how long it took. Li Mu didn't know how many black-maned wolves he had killed. It wasn't easy to tell as the bodies of these guys would dissipate after they died. He could only feel that his body was getting heavier and heavier, and his muscles were starting to ache. Wound after wound on his body, scaly and bathed in blood, some of his own, but more of the wolf's blood. A single level 4 Fey beast was nothing to Li Mu. But facing too many rank 4 alien beasts surrounding him, Li Mu could hardly manage to keep his wounds from dripping. Injuries were inevitable. His body was already going to be overwhelmed, but Li Mu's fighting spirit was growing stronger. One punch. A black-maned wolf's head exploded. The body collapsed. Li Mu's stern sight swept around. But it was already empty. The black-maned wolves had already been killed. Who? Li Mu gently exhaled. Compared to martial artists, these foreign beasts were harder to fight. Although the fighting style might be a bit more rigid than that of a martial artist, the key issue was resistance to beatings. The defense was powerful. Even for an ordinary level 4 Fey beast, Li Mu would have to go all out with his punches to kill it. It even had to use 12% of its strength. Take a break, you can still fight again. Suddenly, Li Mu noticed his tolerance level. Withstand degree 100. The tolerance degree was for the trainee's spiritual consideration. Going to 0 was not a true limit, but it was a safe range. Therefore, going to 0 would result in a forced exit. This battle has yielded quite a lot. The light in Li Mu's eyes remained the same, only more introspective. Glancing at his panel, Li Mu was suddenly slightly stunned. Harvest from this trip, 3,826 credits. So it seemed like he was afraid that he had killed about 30 normal level 4 alien beasts, plus one special level 4 alien beast. During the battle, Li Mu's entire focus was only on his opponent, so naturally, he wouldn't pay attention to these minutiae. He really didn't expect that the credits harvested this time would actually be so much. He had to know that the 100th ranked student in the trial tower rankings only had more than 20,000 points. At this rate of progress, perhaps if he entered 10 times, he would be able to ascend to the top 100 of the rankings.
Chapter 80, the one and only Phantom Slayer. However, such a battle is still a bit short of fire. Against opponents weaker than oneself, although the points were good to take and could serve as a certain sharpening effect. But in the end, it was still missing one of the most important things. Threat. Li Mu couldn't feel much of a threat to his life. It was only the Wild Scarlet Guard that really brought some threat to Li Mu. It was a pity that the Wild Scarlet Guard seemed to be so rare that he actually only met that one. If the third floor was just like this, Li Mu would have to consider whether or not to go directly to the fourth floor next time. Even though the credits that might be harvested would become less, it didn't matter. What he craved more was a powerful opponent, one that could bring him the threat of death. Shaking his head, Li Mu chose to exit. At that moment, Li Mu's figure flickered slightly. And just at the moment when Li Mu's figure was about to disappear, a figure stepped into this passageway. Li Mu didn't see its figure, but he saw that attribute panel. Phantom Killer. Level 4 unique. Strength, 30,000. Attack power, 60,000. Abilities, defense enhancement, strength enhancement, attack enhancement, speed enhancement, combat instincts. Value, 999 credits, special certificate of honor. Note, if you're a level 4, just stick your neck out and wait to die. If you're an ordinary level 5, hurry up and run. Shuda's level 5 was defeated by a level 4, he can't afford to lose face. If any level 4 can beat this guy to death, I'll give it to him. I'll give him a direct frame to hang on the wall. Instant. Li Mu's eyes emitted unrivaled battle intent. This kind of attribute panel was luxurious. Especially the word unique is even more remarkable. Level 4, 30,000 pounds of strength, this is already the limit. If it's a martial artist, then it's an extreme martial artist. There were actually extreme martial artist level monsters in the trial tower. The special certificate of honor in the rewards is unheard of. That note, even more interesting. Unfortunately, Li Mu had already quit. His eyes went black, and when he opened them again, he was already in the middle of a bright room. Not the place where he came in. As soon as he appeared, the discomfort of the injuries on Li Mu's body instantly and completely disappeared, including the stains on his clothes. Li Mu himself did not experience any discomfort. After a routine and simple inspection to make sure there were no hidden dangers, Li Mu simply left. The outside world was already pitch black. It had been several hours since he went in. First, he went to the cafeteria to have a meal. Afterward, Li Mu didn't rush home, but headed to the school's points exchange office. After entering the trial tower once, it could be said that Li Mu's family fortune was instantly enriched. Then it was time to exchange some cultivation resources and raise his level as soon as possible. Returning to the dormitory with a large bag of things. She replenishing bulk, 32 points. Tang Fei San, 172 points. Body forging paste, 216 points. Skeleton pill, 301 points. Vessel opening powder, 299 points. Li Mu made record after record. These were all medicinal prescriptions from the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. These points weren't points for exchanging medicines either. Chu Di also didn't have these medicines at all. What Li Mu recorded were the points for exchanging the materials needed for these medicines. It should be said that the redemption rate of the points was really high. If one were to buy the medicinal materials outside, the chi replenishing scatter would have to start at hundreds of thousands of dollars a pair. There were a lot of medicinal prescriptions in the Chinese medicine prescription chapter of the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. However, for those that were suitable for the cultivation of a 4th-level martial artist, and for those that could be assembled in Chu University, Li Mu had only found 5 of them. In addition to the materials for these 5 prescriptions, Li Mu also exchanged a copy of this world's traditional level 4 cultivation resources as well. This time, more than 6,000 points directly lost most of them. But it was worth it. Whether it was making money or earning points, there was only one fundamental purpose. Getting stronger. Aiding oneself to become stronger, purchasing resources that could make one stronger. Blending these 5 prescriptions also took time. Li Mu was also unwilling to delay tomorrow's classes, plus today's battle at the trial tower. Although there was no substantial damage, he was somewhat mentally exhausted. So after counting the herbs and doing the basic categorization work,
Li Mu went straight to sleep,
not even visualizing the turtle snake diagram.
In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. These few days, Li Mu had lived a particularly fulfilling life.
Classes during the day and cultivation at night.
In these few days, Li Mu also finally formulated all those medicinal herbs at his residence into medicines.
Today was the day that Li Mu was going to test the gap between these medicinal formulas and traditional cultivation resources. In fact, Li Mu had already tried it once before in S City.
The nutrient solution was not as cost-effective as the medicinal prescriptions he had formulated himself.
However, Chu Di's cultivation resources weren't just nutrient solution.
Other cultivation resources, especially the ones that ranked ahead and had the highest number of people exchanging them, were able to sell so well in Chu University, so there might be something special about them.
First, there was a rank 4 dragon tiger Dan in the lower abdomen. This was one of the highest-rated generalized cultivation resources in Chu University. It was also a type of elixir that had the highest number of redeemers, the highest quantity, and the most favorable reviews. When the elixir went into the stomach, the powerful medicinal effect immediately spread out. Even with Li Mu's body strength, he felt some obvious stimulation. Vaguely, the sound of a dragon roaring and a tiger whistling rang out. The medicinal effect transformed into a pale dragon swimming between the muscles. It was also like a fierce tiger running wild in the blood. Worthy of being Chu University's #1 ranked cultivation elixir. Li Mu instantly brightened slightly. At this rate of progress, it would take an ordinary person at least a few days to digest the medicinal effects of this dragon tiger pill. Moreover, digesting it in the unusual way would easily cause the medicinal effect to remain, as well as create drug resistance. However, Li Mu was different. The devouring heaven and devouring earth was in operation. At once, the powerful medicinal effect was instantly driven and directly transformed into pure energy into the blood and flesh. A moment later, Li Mu opened his eyes. There seemed to be electric flashes in his eyes. As soon as he clenched his fist, there was an explosion of chi that was born between his palms. Not bad progress. After pausing for a moment, he began to continue swallowing the rest of the medicines. Chi replenishing powder, Tang Fei powder, body forging paste, bone wrecking Dan, vein opening powder. No, it can't be calculated purely by the degree of energy transformation. Each medicine has a different focus. In addition to energy, there are also special effects on the body. Perhaps using them in conjunction is the best choice. Li Mu opened his light brain. Self panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, grade 4. Strength, 28,103. Attack power, 56179. Technique, 2 embodied pile, counting breaths. Martial arts. Bracing hammer gradual improvement. Subduing the dragon out of the spirit. Subduing the tiger out of the spirit. Splitting mountain palm to the next level. Horse palm. Tiger embrace. Bear crouch. Crane push. This panel was a function that Li Mu had figured out after exploring the trial tower a few times. If you could have a self-information panel inside the trial tower, you could naturally have it outside as well. Apart from the data at the front, the techniques and martial arts at the back were all edited by Li Mu himself. Although it was reasonable to say that the personal information of an optical brain would never be leaked. However, Li Mu still edited only a few less important techniques and martial arts out of caution. Among them, the 8 basic styles of the 8 extremes fist. Li Mu had reached an extremely advanced level. Martial arts stances are divided according to the degree of utilization. First glimpse of the door, small achievement, ascension, exaltation, gradual improvement. Chapter 81 Gradual improvement. Divine ability breeding. Any kind of stance that could reach the level of ascension was already particularly extraordinary. It usually took at least the level of a martial general to reach it. This was also the basic of attacking beyond one's own battle power. And the realm of the godly is generally only comprehensible to the top generals. Once realized, the moves will gradually come to life. It can be 5 to 2 times as powerful. And the gradual realization is extraordinary. This is the martial king's knockout move. This involves the true meaning of the stance. The realization of the divine rhythm is no longer pure power. It's not just about power. It's about blending the power of the mind into the moves. That is, the essence of ancient martial arts, only charm. Li Mu has only reached this realm with the hammer stance. He came to the training room. In front of the strength tester. grabbed the bar and slowly raised it. 28,218. 28,218 pounds. That was the accurate strength value. Less than 2,000 from the limit.
Li Mu's eyes were on fire. Regarding strength and attack power, the light brain could be tested, but it wasn't particularly accurate. Li Mu called up the light brain editing page and changed his strength value to 28,218. Frequently adjusting the correct and accurate value would cause the light brain's calculation ability to draw on more, and the results of future tests would be closer and closer to the accurate value. In front of the attack power tester,
slightly brewing, a fist was handed out. Boom! 58,391. The deviation in attack power was even greater.
However, Li Mu knew that this was by no means his limit.
Attack power was more dependent on clinical play. This punch was just a punch in its usual state. If he entered the state and fused his true intent, his combat power would have skyrocketed a lot more. After all, there was a huge gap between normal punching and actual combat.
Li Mu was originally a combatant. In a real battle, it's easy to get into a state of mind and comprehend the divine essence, which increases the power of an attack. For example, the punch that killed the wild Scarlet Guard in seconds. That definitely had a value of 60,000 to 70,000 or more.
Maybe even far more. But the exact attack power at that time was no longer verifiable. At this time, Li Mu still recorded the current data on his optical brain.
Sort of the attack power of the usual state, but it was almost the same. After debugging the light brain, it was already late at night.
Li Mu came to the third floor and admired the night color.
It wasn't just the propping hammer that was getting better, his martial arts were not like that. In this peaceful and huge platform of Chu University, his martial arts style was firmly striding forward and getting better.
In the darkness of the night,
there were no lights on, yet he could see clearly. He stroked his forehead.
This is...
The avatar that was in gestation had awakened.
Far earlier than the martial king realm that Li Mu thought at the very beginning. Li Mu's perspective instantly became wider and clearer. It was like having an extra eye. A third eye?
With his hand, he did not feel anything foreign between his eyebrows.
Instead, it felt
a few concise black mysterious lines, vaguely forming a pattern in the mold of a vertical eye.
Heavenly eye.
In an instant, Li Mu had already realized this divine ability.
Heavenly eye, divine ability. In the middle of the heaven's eye.
His line of sight was wider, his vision was stronger, and he could see more clearly.
Yet it wasn't just that.
The breeze whisked by. The turquoise branches swayed with the wind. Vaguely, Li Mu seemed to see wind. Formless, colorless, and textureless wind.
But it was seen by Li Mu.
He saw the trajectory of the wind, saw the wind pushing and shoving the branches of the trees. Even the branches, the leaves, and the points of force all appeared clearly in Li Mu's line of sight. He saw the summer cicada on the tree in the night wind.
Its body was already rotten.
It was covered in gray dots.
That seemed to be
under the subconscious concentration of his attention.
Li Mu saw something deeper. He saw through the exoskeleton of that summer cicada.
The veins, the blood in the veins.
Even the internal organs? Everything was revealing an impending fall.
It was dying. It was a summer cicada, and it was already the end of summer.
The era belonging to it was about to pass. Li Mu's eyes were already closed.
Only between his eyebrows, the eye pattern formed by the mysterious lines was emitting a faint light.
He seemed to be seeing something deeper. Vaguely. Among the trees was the wheel of the year, its life. Green in gray. Vitality and death. Prosperity and decay. And deeper, deeper still, underneath that is the essence of what lies beneath life and death. Wind, it is invisible. But it does exist. Influence the tangible with the intangible. The power of the invisible. Between heaven and earth, there exists an invisible force which influenced everything between heaven and earth. What exactly is this?
Li Mu closed his eyes and murmured softly.
That invisible force that existed between heaven and earth, that affected everything in the world, what exactly was it? Wind? No.
The wind was just the most insignificant part of it.
It seemed to be the root of everything. It seems to be in the middle of a pipe, and it seems to be nothing. The root and the essence. The essence of the wind. The essence of trees. Even the essence of life. The invisible forces. Their roots. Li Mu violently opened his eyes. There were essence flashes in his eyes. It was like a thunderbolt between the pitch-black night, exploding out of nowhere and dissipating in an instant. Between his eyebrows, the mysterious lines gradually faded away until they completely disappeared. There was no longer the slightest difference, and there was no difference from before. A very special divine ability. Heaven's eye, or God's eye. Its function, very extraordinary. It is definitely not just about seeing farther, wider, and clearer. The true ability was to see through all illusions. To see straight to the essence and root of things. Only. Perhaps it was because the Heaven's Eye's avatar was birthed in advance. Li Mu's ability to utilize his ability to see straight into the origin was still very reluctant. Even if he could see something, it was still somewhat half understood. Even Li Mu himself wasn't sure what the essence and root actually were. However, this was already enough to bring Li Mu some deep insights. In addition to that, there are also some abilities. Many. This is not a divine ability that has no offensive power at all. But the attack ability contained in this cannot be utilized yet. It had not yet been birthed and matured. But it was also enough. In terms of the abilities currently possessed, it wasn't to say how strong or perverted they were, but they were practical enough. It was even more in tune with the abilities that Li Mu currently possessed. Everything has gradually gotten better. Li Mu's complexion was serene, only his eyes glittered. Sitting cross-legged, the turtle and snake phase emerged in his mind. The great turtle was lying still, and the spirit snake was moving. One movement and one stillness. One yin and one yang. With a new realization, Li Mu silently observed. His breathing was steady, his demeanor peaceful. The counting breath technique had long been thoroughly integrated into Li Mu's daily routine. Although it was a very basic breathing technique, its effects and functions were absolutely not to be ignored. Swallowing heaven and devouring earth also gradually began to operate. Sucking in the aura of heaven and earth to quench one's body. Although the efficiency wasn't high, the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth was different from the others. More than that, it was an effect similar to washing the body. What's more, the path of martial arts is only one of perseverance. Chapter 82: The Fundamentals of the School. Practical Class. This session of new students totaled over 14,000, then the enrollment rate has increased by 7 out of 10 percentage points compared to previous years. Inside the principal's office, Luo Chalin, the director of the enrollment office, was reporting to Dong Shanchuan. Dong Shanchuan laughed softly and said, "It's okay, more than 1 year, bribing ah." Luo Sherlin carefully worded, "President, isn't it necessary to increase the difficulty of enrollment in our Chu University?" Dong Shanchuan instantly changed his face and grunted coldly, "Are you thinking that you're making it too easy as the director of the enrollment office?" Luo Sherlin hurriedly explained, "Principal, I don't mean this, it's just. I understand your thoughts. This is also the idea of many people, things are expensive. They all think that with Chuda's facade ranking, it's okay to accept a few hundred people a year, or even just a few dozen, a few will do. Every one of them is a supreme genius, every one of them graduates as a top military general, and every one of them will be a martial king or martial saint in the future. How nice is that to say? Isn't it?" Dong Shanchuan's voice grew lower and lower, suppressing some anger. Luo Chalin wanted to explain. Dong Shanchuan, however, directly interrupted, cutting through. "If the trainees are all geniuses, then what do we need teachers for? What do we need a school for? What is a school for? To teach. Geniuses, all they need is a platform. Our Chu University can provide such a platform, and we are. But our foundation is a school. Making a genius into a powerhouse is nothing. The only thing that we should do is to make everyone in the school like a dragon, that's the role we should play. If it wasn't for the conditions not allowing it, I'd even want all aspirants to join Chu University. To be able to give more people a chance. That's the point of the school ah." Dong Shanchuan's voice weakened a bit, and suddenly waved his hand with some disinterest. "Speak about the situation, then retire." "Yes." Luo Chalin hurriedly nodded his head. "There are a total of 14,371 people, of which 14,257 are from the Martial Academy. Among them, there are none of the cadets who did not enter the first grade before enrollment. There are 1,327 cadets in the first level before enrollment. Cadets of the second level before enrollment 12,926. 3 cadets in level 3 prior to enrollment. Cadets of the fourth level before enrollment, 1 people. It is also the second cadet since the founding of Shu University to have level 4 at the time of enrollment. The second. Dong Shanchuan showed a look of remembrance. Immediately, he waved his hand, go. Yes. Luo Chalin saluted and retreated. It wasn't long. Invisible chi surged in the office. If the wind and clouds changed, it seemed to be between lightning and thunder, but also between a calmness. A silhouette vaguely emerged. Master Dong, your ambitions are too ambitious. A serene and ethereal voice rang out. It's just a delusion, Dong Shanchuan smiled to himself. Master Dong doesn't have to be delusional, who knows what will happen in the future. Dong Shanchuan shook his head helplessly and smiled, you noticed, didn't you? The only rank 4, it's hard not to notice, last time Master Dong you looked for me for him as well. Fourth level, can't mean everything. In the past, the toneless, big-hearted Dong Shanchuan was expressionless. Master Dong, it's in the past, I won't let that kind of thing happen again. Whether he is or not. 10 o'clock in the morning. The third large playground. The fourth day of the official opening of classes. Today was also the day to start the actual combat class. Shu University and several large playgrounds can be called a large playground naturally occupy a vast, a glance, as a huge martial arts field. Ground, green stone paved. Neatly, the work of the whole. Today is a class as a unit, divided into multiple small squares, standing neatly in the middle of the playground. Li Mu stood quietly, left and right are some completely unknown classmates. Instead, there was a guy in front of him that Li Mu had an impression of. The guy he saved on the train. In fact, in the first class, Li Mu noticed him when he was named to answer questions. However, this guy had an attitude of avoiding himself. Now it was the same, burying his head deeply for fear of being recognized by anyone. Only, it was more or less clumsy. Since people were avoiding themselves, Li Mu naturally wouldn't come over and just pretend he didn't see it. It wasn't long. A stout man wearing an undershirt came before each student square. My name is Hao Gang. Your instructor for today's practical combat class. A force of iron blood spread out. Like a wave, it swept towards the student squares. Li Mu immediately narrowed his eyes slightly, such a momentum. Somewhat unlike an unusual teacher. 5th level martial artist. This was a rank 5 martial artist. Actual combat, as the name suggests, actual combat, in the final analysis, is also the word battle. Those who have experience in actual combat, life and death combat experience step forward. Hao Gang's voice was as loud as a bell, as if a fierce beast was roaring, his voice was horrifying. Li Mu took a step out without the slightest hesitation. Immediately, several more people, one after another, stepped out. With a team of around 100 people, more than 10 people stepped forward. Hao Gang's stern gaze swept over the more than 10 people including even Li Mu. Those who have killed people, step forward again. He spoke again. Li Mu stepped forward again. Among the remaining few, 2 more people took a step forward with some hesitation. Li Mu, Zhang Xiaohao, Yu Tianhe. Hao Gang read out the 3 people's names. Li Mu couldn't help but subconsciously glance at Zhang Xiaohao. All of them came out of S City. Moreover, Li Mu had not heard much about this person's reputation. He was the top student of the S City College entrance examination, and a legend in S City. Before this, Li Mu hadn't really thought that this was Zhang Xiaohao. Zhang Xiaohao hurriedly turned his head sideways, not wanting Li Mu to recognize himself. At least a little bit of self-deception effect. Yu Tianhe is also in class 14. A voice suddenly rang out from the students in the back. Jianxian, you know Yu Tianhe? A girl next to her asked to the girl who had just raised her voice. Of course I know him, he's our Huayan City's top student in the college entrance exam. It's rumored to be not far from even the 3rd level. I'm afraid he already has more than 3,500 pounds of strength. Luo Chanxian, who was also from Huayan City with Yu Tianhe, looked like she was proud of him. And he's from the Yu family. That's one of the biggest families in Huayan City. He's not the same as those level 2s who eat pills and pile on the pills. It's said that he started fighting death row inmates at the age of 15. He has a lot of combat experience. It's said that more than a handful of level 2 martial artists have died at his hands. So powerful, worthy of being Chude. The little girl next to him suddenly seriously sprouted little stars and looked at Yu Tianhe with quite a bit of admiration. The rest of them couldn't help but flash some color in their eyes as they looked at Yu Tianhe. Although most of these students were already at the second level, not many of them had reached 3,000 kilograms of strength. Above 3,000 kilograms, the more they wanted to progress, the harder it would be. They were all martial artists and naturally knew the difficulty. It was important to know that the limit of the second level was only 4 kilograms. Do you guys recognize the other two? Don't know, but isn't that guy the one who was questioned 2 days ago with a bandage? There were some lowered voices murmuring in the crowd. Chapter 83, What should be in the eyes of a martial artist? How Gang glanced at the crowd, and without reprimanding, he directly said. The others, those who have systematically learned combat moves and those who haven't, are divided into 2 parts. The actual combat class is divided into several steps: mastering the moves, finding the moves that suit you, training to familiarize yourself with them, and then the real application to actual combat. You all have arrived at different levels, so you can't train on a generalized scale. I need to know your strengths before making separate plans for different practical battles. Yu Tianhe, Zhang Xiaohao, you guys team up against Li Mu. Li Xiao versus He Qi. Zhang Yunhe versus... Ha? Zhang Xiaohao was instantly shocked, asking himself to fight Li Mu? This was asking himself to rush up and send himself to his death. A class of 100 or so people. There were dozens of special trains leading to Chunan City, and on average, there would probably be 2 or 3 students in each class on the 7th special train. And the 14th class. If there were no surprises, it would be Li Mu and Zhang Xiaohao. The others didn't know Li Mu's terror, but Zhang Xiaohao was clear in his heart. That was a ruthless character who could blow up a ghost-masked man with a single punch. He didn't want to be punched out by. He weakly opened his mouth. Teacher. That should. How Gang said in a deep voice, is there a problem? Although he may indeed be a little more powerful than you guys, but it's just a sparring match. Do you even have the courage to make a move? No, I'm just trying to explain. Zhang Xiaohao tried to explain. His heart was roaring. A little bit? Teacher, are you kidding me? Do you want to look at what you're saying? This was a character who had killed a 5th level martial artist hard. This is a ING point? At this moment, Yu Tianhe on the side was glancing at him with disdain. What kind of martial artist is he if he doesn't even have the courage to make a move? Zhang Xiaohao had wanted to talk about Li Mu's horrible battle record. To be reasonable, as a martial artist, he had courage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up to the ghost-faced man head-on the train in the first place. But the situation now was different from then. One is a cut and one is a life-and-death crisis. If a cut is a punch to blow up, the real death is a little wrong. Even if it is not a punch to blow up, a move to kill a second is also very humiliating, right? I am afraid that the right to choose a spouse in the next 4 years will be lost. But now, because of the eyes of Yu Tianhe, Zhang Xiaohao held back. Fine, if you want to die, go ahead. Level 2. Li Mu could clearly perceive their levels. He really couldn't be somewhat interested in such a battle. But since it was arranged by the teacher, it was better to cooperate. 3 people, in groups of 2, occupied one side, and Li Mu stood alone on one side. Li Mu, pay attention, don't hit hard. How Gang purposely instructed, he seemed to know something about Li Mu's strength. I'll pay attention. Li Mu nodded slightly. You're a 3rd level martial artist? Yu Tianhe's complexion instantly became several points heavier. No. Li Mu calmly spat out 2 words. Then I don't need you to show mercy. Yu Tianhe directly rushed forward with quick steps, and delivered a straight fist test, the wind of the fist whistling. Snap. With a crunching sound, Li Mu's right hand was raised at an unknown time, already grabbing Yu Tianhe's wrist. SH. Yu Tianhe was instantly startled. He only felt that his wrist seemed to be clamped by iron pincers, a burst of raw pain, and it was also difficult to struggle the slightest bit. It's too slow, leaving too much excess force will bind you instead. A calm voice rang out. Yu Tianhe subconsciously raised his head. That pair of deep eyes just happened to be reflected in his own eyes. What kind of pair of eyes was that? If the abyss was like a river and sea, it was unfathomable. Tranquil, yet as if they contained endless waves. The wrist was loosened. Apart from the raw pain in his wrist,
there was no other injury.
But Yu Tianhe had completely lost the courage to strike.
It wasn't the huge force in his hand, but the look in his eyes. The eyes that seemed calm, yet seemed to contain the wild waves of an angry sea. He didn't dare to strike again, he was afraid that he would trigger the sea of rage that could easily devour him. Yu Tianhe retreated a few steps haphazardly, without the slightest intention to fight in his eyes. All there was a deep panic. This was completely different from the battles he had experienced. When he fought against those death row inmates, he was the party with crushing strength. But now, himself became the party being crushed. Cough. Zhang Xiaohao stifled his laughter. Seeing Li Mu looking over, he hurriedly raised his hands high. It didn't look like he was going to make a move in the slightest. Even he had made up his mind in his heart. If the teacher forced him to make a move again, he would just fall to the ground and convulse. This. Li Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was a little disappointed, really a little disappointed. What he was disappointed in wasn't strength. Rather, it was the mentality. Although they were weaker, they shouldn't have lost their battle heart so easily even when facing a strong enemy. A martial artist should have risen to the challenge. If they were to shy away, what kind of martial artist would they be? This. How is it possible? Luo Chanxian looked at this scene incredulously. As one of Yu Tianhe's admirers, she didn't want to believe that Yu Tianhe had lost just like that no matter what. But at this time, Yu Tianhe's state has obviously no longer the slightest heart of war, the intention to fight, and even in the eyes actually have some fear. How is this possible? Luo Chanxian was even a little unwilling to believe her eyes. Nothing is impossible. This is Chu Day, the gathering place of countless true heavenly prides and demons. An inch-headed boy said with fiery eyes. In our respective hometowns, which one of us isn't a genius? But here, in Chu University, we are just the most ordinary members. And among them, there will always be some true heavenly prides and demons. Even in Chu University, they can still shine brightly. Li Mu saw the boy's eyes. In the midst of the fire, there was yearning and a desire to fight. He was only a first level, the only first level in this class. However, Li Mu saw in his eyes what a martial artist should truly mean. Li Mu nodded slightly toward him in greeting. This kid. Hao Gang couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The most obvious implication in his eyes was dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction with Yu Tianhe and Zhang Xiaohao. One was scared out of his wits in a single move, and the other didn't even dare to make a move at all. You can't beat them, but you can't even dare to fight. This was Hao Gang's philosophy. But on the other hand, Li Mu's performance didn't stop him from being secretly shocked. It wasn't strength. In fact, at low levels, strength was never the most important thing. This was because at low levels, there were not a lot of ways to raise the level of some big clans, big powers. What really surprised Hao Gang was Li Mu's aura. Although his aura was not leaking out, he had a vague calmness that was like a mountain, and an oceanic depth that could not be seen from the bottom. This kind of aura, Hao Gang only in some older top military generals, or military generals above the big person body has seen. But now, a teenager actually have this kind of temperament? Hao Gang couldn't help but slightly doubt himself. After pondering for a moment, he told the others to stay put. Then he directly walked towards the student squares of the other classes. Chapter 84, The White Family. Suze. Not much longer. Hao Gang came back. Li Mu, come with me. Yes. As Hao Gang walked to the center of the square. There were already 3 teachers like Hao Gang, who had a strong body and wore undershirts, waiting here. Beside them, there was also a trainee each. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a similar temperament on these teachers. Iron-blooded wariness. People from the military? Since their respective classes can't find any suitable opponents, let's let them give it a try. Hao Gang grinned. Not a bad idea. The other Hanyu nodded and smiled as well. Oh? Li Mu somewhat understood. In a freshman class of more than 10,000 people, it was naturally impossible for all of them to be ordinary characters. It seemed that there were still some noteworthy characters. For example, the 3 students behind the other 3 teachers. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly scanned over the 3. 2 males and 1 female. One teenager had a slender figure, and the other one was a small fatty. The only one, the girl, was only about 1 meter 6, somewhat childlike, with a standard long braid, looking dainty and cute. However, she was wearing a loose white practice uniform, and her eyes were full of sternness and determination that did not match her appearance. Third level martial artists. All three were level 3 martial artists. While Li Mu was sizing up the three, they were also sizing him up. Among them, the slender-framed teenager and the young girl both had their eyes narrowed slightly and looked grave. They couldn't see Li Mu's level. However, the vague wisps of sharpness that came out from that mountainous and heavy momentum were enough to make their hearts tremble. On the contrary, that somewhat chubby teenager, although also looking at Li Mu. But he didn't seem to feel anything. He just revealed a somewhat kind smile. Li Mu didn't feel the slightest bit of threat in his body. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. 3 against 1. It's decided. At this time, Hao Gang's side also communicated well with the other 3 teachers. 10 minutes of preparation time, the other students prepare to watch the battle. Hao Gang roared in a neutral voice. It wasn't long. In the center was an open space with a diameter of tens of meters. On one side, there was a teenager with a slim body and deep eyes quietly standing in place. On the other side, is 3 people, 2 teenagers, a high, a fat, a childish girl, eyes stern. Surrounded by, is each direction is neatly stood one after another class of students, square formation. In front of the square is one teacher after another. Like a rut, wearing an undershirt, strong body, temperament calm and iron blood spread. People in the military, the so-called actual combat teacher, was originally a role similar to that of an instructor. Confrontation, to 1 to 3. One side is calm and steady as the earth. The other side of the 2 lines of sight like fire, like electricity, the air is nearly all to have lightning and flint flashes. Bai Ling. Of the Bai family. There were some murmurs in the students' square. Those actual combat teachers will not care, just silently battle straight, like a statue. That's Bai Xiu's younger sister, and it's said that the refinement is the 72-style cloud hand that was uniquely created by the Bai family's martial saint. Speaking of the 72-style cloud hand, it is said that Bai Xiu's cloud hand has long been perfected, and that he once fought more than a dozen level 5 beasts alone, and used only 13 styles of cloud hand to kill all the beasts. I also don't know how Bai Ling compares to her brother, and how far her cloud hand has gotten. It's likely no worse than her brother. I heard that when Bai Xiu enrolled in school, he was a 3rd-level martial artist with 8,800 pounds of strength. And Bai Ling, there are rumors that her talent is even vaguely stronger than his brother's back then, and I don't know if it's true or not. The Bai family is really something. There are talented people coming out from generation to generation. Perhaps in a few decades, Bai Xiu Bai Ling's siblings will be the 2 pillars of my Chunan region again. Bai Ling is very powerful, but have you guys forgotten about Su Mo1? He's most likely the number 1 person in our term. Su? Haven't heard much about him, eh? Heh, haven't seen it. The Bai family is very powerful in Chunan City. But 100 years ago, the Su family wasn't weak either. That's right, I also remember. Back then, before the rise of the Heavenly Sage, the Bai family was very strong, but the number 1 powerhouse in the Chunan region was Su Chongblok. That's right, I've also heard my grandfather talk about it. Su Chongzhuang. Su Martial Saint. A peak 12th level martial saint. That's the patron saint of the older generation of our Chunan region. I've also heard of Martial Saint Su's great reputation. He's guarded our Chunan region for nearly 100 years. That's right. Unfortunately, for some reason, Su Wuxing suddenly disappeared. I've lost my guardian god in the Chunan region, and in a short period of time, there's Qilian City, Moyun City, 6 cities have fallen. The moment my Chunan sorrow. Su Wuxing disappeared, the Su clan began to fall. At first, the Su clan and the Bai clan each occupied half of Chunan City, and it was from the moment Su Wuxing disappeared that, for several decades, the Bai clan momentarily gained popularity in Chunan City, completely laying the foundation for becoming the number 1 clan in Chunan. Until the rise of the Heavenly Saint later on. Now what are you guys suddenly talking about that Su clan for? Haven't we not heard much about them in Chunan all these years? Su Mo Yen. Su. Could it be? That's right. Su Moyan is the Su clan's heir. According to the cadets, Su Moyan should be the direct descendant of Su Wuxing's great-grandson. The Su clan has declined over the years, but at least a thin camel is bigger than a horse. There's not much news mainly because Su clan itself has started to keep a low profile. Then if it's just the Su clan's heirloom, it shouldn't be as good as the Bai clan, right? How is the Su clan not as good as the Bai clan now?
Normally it's inferior, but it's different between Bai Ling and Su Moyen.
A round-faced boy said rather excitedly. I heard my dad say that back then. Su Wushang left a legacy in the Su clan, but the descendants of the Su clan hadn't been able to fulfill the conditions of that legacy until Su Moyen appeared.
He obtained that inheritance.
A direct descendant of the Su martial sage. The Su clan directly began to raise the entire clan to support Su Moyen's cultivation alone. This matter has already spread in the high-level circles of Chunan City. It's said that Su Moyen already has a strength close to 9,500 pounds.
It might even be a half-limit martial artist already.
What? This? The crowd beside him was in disbelief.
Someone couldn't help but ask, how do you know? Didn't you say it was spread in the upper circles? He.
The round-faced boy smiled smugly, obviously waiting for this moment for a long time. He cleared his throat and said,
My name is Song Haoren. My father, Song Buatao.
Well, it's that Song Buatao from the Chunan military region, the one who hangs out with the heavenly sage.
Song Buatao?
The people beside him were instantly startled.
This was a general.
He was also a direct subordinate of the heavenly sage, and was highly valued by the heavenly sage.
A big shot who often appeared on the news. Worthy of being Chuda. Many people couldn't help but let out an emotion in their hearts.
The son of such a big shot was actually right next to them. If they didn't say it, I'm afraid no one would know yet.
Chapter 85 Another legend of the Chunan region.
You're General Song's son, so how come you're still not at the third level?
Someone couldn't help but ask.
Song Haoren was immediately embarrassed, and only after a while did he weakly say, really think that the third level is a cabbage, it's so simple.
People are also halfway to the limit of level 2, what do you think? A girl who apparently knew Song Haoren suddenly opened her mouth.
At that moment, the surrounding crowd was slightly startled.
No wonder, so it's because they want to reach the limit. No wonder it didn't break through. The limit, it was too difficult.
I don't know how many Heaven's Pride heroes have been trapped. Those who were able to reach the half limit were especially rare.
There are over 14,000 freshmen enrolled at Chu University.
Among them, there are more than 1,000 level 1 martial artists.
If they can make it to Chu University, is it possible that they can't even make it to level 2? No. Quite the contrary. If they wanted to, level 2 couldn't be simpler.
One must know that there were even fewer level 1s than level 2s among the enrolled students. Being able to enroll at level 1 just showed that they were much stronger than the normal level 2 in certain aspects.
Take Song Haoren for example, he really can't break through the third level?
No, if he wanted to, he could also get to level 3 before enrolling in school.
But that didn't make much sense.
These geniuses all knew very well that the foundation in the early stages was especially important. Just like those first-level students, it wasn't that they couldn't break through, but they wanted to get to the limit.
No more than that, they wanted to get to the half limit before breaking through.
Cadets who could enroll in Chu University, for each level, at least had to be close to the half limit before they would break through, and that was just the minimum standard. And those who were truly heavenly prides, if they didn't have a half limit, close to the limit, or even the limit, they wouldn't break through at all.
The White family and the Su family, that chubby Song brother, do you recognize? Someone couldn't help but ask.
Song Haoren said with a slight disdain. Don't know, but I've heard of it, Wang Fugui's son, Prince Han, taking medicine to eat out of the third level. The surrounding crowd immediately shrunk their pupils. Although they also looked down on the third level that was piled up with resources.
However, Wang Fugui was a name they couldn't ignore or take lightly no matter what. Don't look at this name as dirt. Its identity was somewhat frightening. Wang Fugui. The richest man in the Chunan region.
Chunan neighboring, Chinan region, Southwest Lu region.
President of the Joint Chamber of Commerce of the 5 regions. The 5 regions of the richest. Even in the entire Dragon country's business industry is also ranked into the top 10 predator-level characters. If it was said that in the Chunan region, one had to find a person who could rival the status of the heavenly saint. No, absolutely not. But if one were to say that they had to find someone who could rival the degree of legend of the heavenly sage, there was only one. Wang Fugui. Although he didn't even deserve to give the heavenly sage a mention in terms of strength. However, his own legendary experience was no less than that of the heavenly sage. Born as a commoner, he started from nothing. It only took him 20 to 30 years to reach this position.
The industries under his command include high-tech manufacturing research and development, pharmaceutical manufacturing, and non-renewable resource trading. It can be said that as long as it's a lucrative business, Wang Fugui's shadow can be seen in the Chunan region. More than half of them were directly monopolized. It can be said that he is sitting on hundreds of millions of family assets.
Wealth is inexhaustible. After a few moments of shock in the room, someone couldn't help but ask. But won't there be a test when we enroll? Taking too many drugs will be eliminated straight away, right?
Song Haoren smiled helplessly. If you can also donate 3 school buildings, 2 gravity training rooms, and 3 nerve simulation training rooms.
What else is not negotiable? Bai Ling, Sumo1, and Prince Han.
Li Mu slowly scanned over the 3 people. The sounds around them were not loud, but Li Mu heard them clearly. After awakening his divine eyes, his 5 senses were stronger.
Admittedly, these 3 people were all from rather extraordinary origins.
But so what? Origin didn't mean strength. If necessary, Li Mu had the confidence to make 3 moves and resolve the 3. In the middle of the confrontation, the atmosphere grew thicker and thicker.
Sumo Yan and Bai Ling's expressions also became more and more gloomy.
The only one who was a bit uncertain was Prince Han, who even waved his hand at Li Mu from time to time.
Li Mu just stood still like a mountain. Who is that person? This stance is to fight 1 against 3? There are still characters in our freshman class that are more powerful than Bai Ling and Sumo Yan? Many people were equally curious about Li Mu. Unlike Bai Ling, the 3 of them were all well-known local characters in Chunan City. No one from a small place like Li Mu knew them at all. Even Song Haoren shook his head, signaling that he didn't know. Don't know anymore.
I'm telling you guys, in front of him, what Bai Ling, what Sumo Yan, that doesn't count for anything.
At this moment, an arrogant laugh suddenly rang out.
Only to see Zhang Xiaohao running directly from class 14 to Song Haoren's side where there were the most people. Originally, they were just watching the battle, and these actual battle teachers wouldn't particularly require discipline.
Oh? You recognize that person? Song Haoren looked over with slight curiosity.
What are you bragging about? I don't believe that there can be a more powerful character than Bai Ling and Sumo Yan in our class.
That's right, if he's stronger than Bai Ling and Sumo Yan, unless he's a disciple of the Heavenly Sage. How could that be? If the Heavenly Sage had a disciple enrolled in school, it would have been spread all over the place long ago. Obviously, the vast majority of people would never believe Zhang Xiaohao's one-sided story. Zhang Xiaohao was also too lazy to explain and argue, just wearing a strange smile on his face. You guys just watch. Start the war. Hao Gang shouted out sternly. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Moyan stepped out quickly. His stance was athletic and his steps were like lightning. He led the way straight to Li Mu. Bai Ling was unwilling to lag behind and likewise immediately struck. Before, both Su Moyan and Bai Ling had pride and arrogance. They didn't want to join forces against the enemy. But with the confrontation, with the exchange of qi. Even though Li Mu did not take the initiative to use his momentum to suppress others. But the wisps of aura that were occasionally revealed. It caused them to feel the pressure. Their martial intuition was already telling them. This is an extremely powerful opponent. In the face of a powerful opponent. They no longer hesitated, and joined forces when it was time to do so. Only Prince Han froze, seemingly somewhat unsure of what to do. Li Mu still stood still. Silently, he watched the 2 men approach. Cloud probing hand. Bai Ling was the first to strike, and a hand knife had already gone straight for Li Mu's chest first. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mountain-like aura suddenly changed. In an instant, it was like the ground shaking. Just the qi leaking out, even directly caused Bai Ling to have a momentary heart and soul swaying. The momentum of the cloud-probing hand instantly weakened by 3 points. Li Mu raised his hand to block, and just a single parting caused Bai Ling's cloud-probing hand to flip outward, and his footsteps staggered back a few steps. Churning sea. At this moment, Sumo Yan's attack also arrived. A straight leg strike, as fast as thunder. She leaked out, and a strong wind met his face. An incomparably powerful strike. However, Li Mu only raised his left hand calmly. His face didn't change, and even his qi had been collected. Boom! A leg landed directly on top of Li Mu's left arm. His raised left arm did not move at all, as stable as Mount Tai. Chapter 86, A New Legend. His name is Li Mu. With a strength of 9,500 pounds,
this leg might have an attack power of close to 15,000 pounds.
But so what? It was already an absolute suppression in terms of strength, let alone attack power.
A sharp pain came from his leg, as if he had kicked an iron pillar.
Suemo Yen immediately endured the pain and drew back. With just a single exchange of blows, the gap between the two sides became apparent.
The horror in Bai Ling's eyes had already faded, replaced by a strong desire to fight and defy.
However, the gap in strength was already particularly obvious.
The two looked at each other. Joining hands was by no means a wrong decision.
Together, they glanced at Prince Han at the back.
At this moment, Prince Han appeared extremely confused and stood right behind him staring with wide eyes. In an instant, the two of them withdrew their eyes again.
Forget it, it was better to pretend he didn't exist. Bai Chen once again approached head-on. Cloud hand fiber cloud hand. Suemo Yen met him sideways. Avalanche mountain. A sidekick with even more speed. Bai Ling's attack happened to arrive as well, a two-sided attack. However, the gap was not something that could be bridged by one more person. Two hands, each blocking towards one attack, was a breeze. Li Mu could quickly resolve the battle. The absolute power gap brought about by the difference in rank was not something that could be bridged by something unusual.
But this was just a cut and thrust. Once again, the attacks of the two were easily stopped. Li Mu was still standing still. His counterattack wouldn't use his full strength either, it was more of just a skillful sparring match.
Bai Ling and Suemo Yen kept changing their moves, constantly attacking Li Mu from all angles.
Li Mu, on the other hand, was like a mountain. Letting the wind blow and the rain beat him, he stood still.
Wang Zihan purely wanted to intervene but didn't know how to do so. He could only watch from the side. How is it possible? Facing Bai Ling and Suemo Yan's siege, he was actually able to deal with it so easily and effortlessly?
The crowd of freshmen of the same level who were watching the battle had trouble being direct.
Sun Haoren couldn't help but widen his eyes a bit as well.
The eyes of each of those lanky and robust actual combat teachers around them couldn't help but gaze a little heavier as well. The siege of two third-level martial artists was really nothing to them. But the one facing their siege at the moment was just a student. Such a relaxed posture seems to be completely without the slightest pressure. Such a relaxed. That guy can't be a fourth level already. Sun Haoren narrowed his eyes slightly and opened his mouth with an unimaginably grave expression. Other than level 4, he really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Zhang Xiaohao nodded excitedly, that's right. The answer is right. He's a rank 4 martial artist. At one time, he had been struck by Li Mu so hard that he even wanted to die. Even though Li Mu hadn't done anything and had even saved him. But he did find it hard to accept that the gap between himself and Li Mu was actually so huge. But it was different at this time. It was hard to be hit directly. But when Sun Haoren was one of them. He was already at the top of the freshman class. Above him, there were only level 3 perverts. Not counting Wang Zhan, there were only 2 in the entire Chu University. With Bai Ling's and Su Moyan's origins and status, Sun Haoren served. But now, there's actually a 4th level? Everyone else's 2nd level hasn't even been solidified yet, and you're all directly 4th level? Is this really a grade? And it's actually a person who has no name. Before this, many others hadn't even seen this person at all. But there were also a small number of people, cadets who came to Chunan City on the 7th special train. Vaguely, they recalled that bloody memory that many people didn't want to bring up. Ghost-faced people, a ghost-faced person who was incomparably ferocious and killed people on sight. A teenager. A teenager covered in blood. The passengers were lambs. The ghost-faced men were wolves. While the wolves were hunting and killing the lambs, a teenager appeared. A teenager appeared. The blood-soaked teenager. Just like a tiger breaking into a pack of wolves. The identity between the prey and the hunter completed the switch. It's him. I remember. Special train number 7. That god of kill. For a moment, there couldn't help but be a small commotion among the observing cadets. Many of the trainees who didn't know what was going on were explained by the trainees who had come from the 7th column on the side. They began to hear the story. The bloody, yet legendary story. It's time to end it. Li Mu calmly exhaled a breath. A loose hand and a sidekick came together. One excelled in techniques, the 72 styles of the cloud hands that the Bai clan was famous for. One person was good at leg techniques, not knowing how to follow the leg, but his momentum was harsh and he was quick to change his stance. Li Mu was also good at something. Not much. Only boxing. The 5 mountains toward heaven cone. Hexagrams. Subduing dragon and tiger. 2 moves. The dragon meets the leg, and the dragon's shadow roars. The tiger meets the hand, the tiger roars. 2 muffled sounds, just a moment of stalemate. Bai Ling and Suemo Yen retreated quickly. Both of them had lost their internal breath, and their chests were stuffy. This move was different. The winner was already decided. Although Bai Ling and Suemo Yen were unwilling, although they were both arrogant and extraordinary people. But they weren't people who didn't know what was good or bad. They knew very well that Li Mu had shown mercy. It was especially rare for him to withdraw his hand and change his stance. To continue would be somewhat ungrateful. Thank you, brother, for being merciful. I, Suemo Yen, am convinced. Suemo Yen was also a character who could afford to take it easy. He directly arched his hand as a salute, and his voice was not deliberately restrained. I look forward to the next battle with Brother Tai. You're great, but I'll catch up with you. Bai Ling bit her lip, somewhat unconvinced, but not compelled to be unconvinced, a very tangled expression. Li Mu nodded slightly, and then, he looked at Prince Han, who had never made a move. Big brother, I don't know how to fight Prince Han quickly waved his hand and backed away. What's his name? Song Haoran looked at Zhang Xiaohao with wide eyes. Pair after pair of eyes were placed on him. 10,000 people were watching. Everyone was clear that a new legend was going to appear in Chu University. Zhang Xiaohao was clear. All of this was because of that teenager who stood still in the middle of the field. He said almost word for word, forcefully. He is called Li Mu. Chapter 87, Historic Eye to Eye. 12 o'clock. After eating lunch, Li Mu went straight to the trial tower. Originally, the actual combat class was for 1 day and would continue at 1 p.m. But Hao Gang gave Li Mu a direct release. In his words, do the others still practice when you're here? Every eyeball is dying to stick to you. Hurry up and leave. In response, although Li Mu was a bit strange, he still obeyed and left. Today, he just happened to be able to enter the trial tower again. He had long been a bit impatient. Moreover, Hao Gang had also told Li Mu privately that his practical combat lessons would be made up later. Strange, but not worth hanging on to. Of course, Hao Gang couldn't have said that he was surprisingly a little unsure of how to teach Li Mu for a moment. From that battle, the fighting ability that Li Mu had displayed was already completely no less than a warrior who had truly experienced the refinement of blood and fire. He needed to discuss with the other instructors about what exactly to teach this particular cadet. These things, of course, he couldn't tell the trainee, otherwise, wouldn't that be an instructor's majesty being destroyed? Trial tower. Queuing up. The number of people was not too many, not too few, more than 10 people in a row. Perhaps the fact that one could only enter once every 3 days was meant to somewhat limit the number of people. Otherwise, with the number of people in Chude, the trial tower here must be a sea of people every day. Waiting quietly would not have taken long. Soon, there were only 3 people in front of Li Mu, while 10 or so more students lined up behind him. Those who came to the trial tower at this point in time were obviously all senior students. Each of them kept some distance and lined up quietly. Occasionally, those who were accompanied only exchanged a few sentences in a low voice. The quality of Chu University's students was obviously not low. Suddenly, a small commotion suddenly came from the back. Li Mu did not look away, his eyes were calm. He was pondering. The soul that he saw last time, I wonder if I can still meet him. Originally, Li Mu didn't want to care about the commotion at the back, and didn't even bother to look at it. However, a few in front of Li Mu glanced back and revealed an expression of surprise and admiration. One immediately gave way to the side. Li Mu raised an eyebrow and glanced. Only to see that the line at the back that had just been neatly lined up was now neatly separated. A youth, he walked slowly. The pace, not too slow and unhurried. The distance of each step, as if it had been carefully measured, was general. He was dressed in a vintage, ancient costume with narrow, fitted cuffs, a strong suit suitable for sports and combat. The whole body was black, with some light silver cloud patterns on the side profile. In his left hand, he carried a sheathed long sword. His face was like an iceberg, and his ear-length hair was bound by an ink-colored, gold-patterned hairband. It was very light, his aura was very light. Yet it was particularly stern. It was as if he was walking towards a world-class sword. The sharpness of the sword was regal.
Winning Falcon.
Instantly, a name popped up in Li Mu's heart.
Intuition.
Intuition told Li Mu that this was him. The color of Winning Falcon's eyes was calm to the point of flatness. He just took step after step forward. The rest of the people, one after another, pushed away. They didn't dare to approach him in the slightest. In that pair of eyes, there was awe, admiration, and even some fervent worship.
In Chu University. Winning Falcon was a legend. A living legend. Him. Winning Falcon. The legend of Chu University's current number 1.
He stopped in his tracks. Everyone, all of them, stepped back and made way.
Except for one person. Li Mu didn't move.
He blocked in front of the Winning Falcon.
He was in line, so why should he retreat?
There was no reason to back out. There was no privilege here for the top rank to cut in line either.
Silence.
A moment later, Winning Falcon's line of sight finally met Li Mu's eyes. 2 pairs of eyes.
Locked eyes at this moment. Calm.
Both were calm.
A new student? You don't even recognize the Winning Falcon?
Getting out of the way, those older students couldn't help but be a little surprised. A freshman actually dared to block in front of him and even locked eyes with him. Admirable.
Kalman.
This is called a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. It shouldn't be a fight right here.
It won't. Winning Falcon isn't that guy Zhang Tingfei.
2 pairs of calm eyes. But calmness was only the most superficial, shallow thing. Beneath the calm, there were raging waves.
There were burning flames. There was endless battle intent.
When the epidermis of calmness gradually receded,
the air condensed. The battle intent in Li Mu's eyes began to burn. He never feared strong enemies.
In martial arts, the only way was to rise to the challenge.
For the strong, the gaze should have been placed on the stronger. Winning Falcon, the calmness in his eyes also faded a bit. In his eyes, there was some spare meaning, some curiosity, and some faint anticipation. The atmosphere is not right. Winning Falcon seems to be a bit interested.
An old student spat out a sentence with a somewhat trembling voice. At that moment, one immediately retreated a few more steps.
Winning Falcon, a very special existence.
If he came to be interested, it wasn't impossible to strike on the spot.
The principal's top echelon had a comment about him.
It was a pure martial artist. A sword-wielding martial artist. A pure martial artist with only a sword in his hand and an opponent in front of him.
It won't really be a fight, right? It shouldn't be.
How could the Winning Falcon big brother be interested in a freshman?
The most available freshmen in this class are the White family's sister and Su's heir, right? Is this that Su Moyen? No. I've seen Su Moyen before, and it doesn't look like this.
This guy's potential seems to be much stronger than Su Moyen.
Just as the crowd was wondering,
the atmosphere between the 2 pairs of eyes became more and more condensed. A clear voice came.
What are you guys doing?
Seeing eye to eye, if you want to enter the trial tower, hurry up or don't delay the people behind you. The heavy aura, the hidden electric aura between the 2 pairs of eyes, was completely broken at this moment.
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and followed the voice.
It was a short-haired girl behind the counter. It was a bit impressive, it seemed to be the one from last time. After a moment of silence, Li Mu glanced at Winning Falcon again. Then he walked straight towards the counter. Well, the hall of the trial tower was not a place to get your hands dirty. And there was no rush to fight with the Winning Falcon. Today's target was the trial tower, the one and only Phantom Slayer.
Winning Falcon silently watched Li Mu walk towards the counter.
Calmness had returned to his eyes.
Underneath the calmness, there was still anticipation. He had a feeling.
The opponent he had longed for. It had already appeared before his eyes. It was just that it still needed a bit of time. There was still a need to give him a little time to grow.
Student ID. Li Mu handed it over.
Receiving the student ID, the short-haired girl behind the counter lowered her voice and said in a bad mood.
What are you being stubborn with him for? Haven't you heard of him? Aren't you really afraid that he'll split you in half with a sword? Li Mu didn't know how to respond.
Hurry up and go in, pay attention in the future. Chu University is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, don't make a fool of yourself. Lu Yun did not have the good sense to return the student ID to Li Mu.
Thanks. Li Mu nodded and walked towards the passageway. At least she meant well.
After Li Mu left, Winning Falcon stayed quiet for a moment. Only when he saw that the bystanders did not move did he step forward.
In reality, he had never pursued any privileges.
It was just the others, spontaneously, making way for him out of respect and admiration for the strong.
Chapter 8800 Arrows off the String Armor Breaking Fist. Self Panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, Grade 4. Strength, 28,267. Attack Power, 59082. Withstand, 100-100. Current Harvest, 0. Technique, 2 Embodied Pile Counting Breath Technique. Martial Arts. Bracing Hammer Gradual Improvement. Descending Dragon out of the blue. Tiger Subduing out of the spirit. Splitting Mountain Palm to the next level. Horse Palm. Tiger Embrace. Bear Crouch. Crane Push. Putting away the panel, Li Mu stepped into the first level of the trial tower. On the first level, there certainly wasn't anything worth stopping for Li Mu. It still took some effort to find the steps and then directly ascend to the second level. Each time he entered the trial tower, he would be in a different location. Finding the ladder still took time. It wasn't long, 20 minutes later. Li Mu once again stepped onto the third level. It belonged to the fourth level. Roar! A roar sounded as soon as he came up. A spotted tiger with a body length of more than 5 meters. Glistening tiger. Level, 4th level normal. Strength, 18,000. Attack power, 20,000. Ability, defense reinforcement. Value, 100 credits. Note, being able to meet this guy shows that you kid still has some strength, don't be a wimp. Directly on. Just do it and be done with it. The spotted tiger hissed and charged up as soon as it saw a stranger. Li Mu quietly stood still. The calmness in his eyes gradually faded. In its place was a burning gaze. It was battle intent and killing intent. Roar! The fishy wind met his face. Fist out. Like electricity. Boom! The small water tank-sized head exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Li Mu didn't change his face and continued to move forward. A 4th level beast, but just one punch. Under one punch, there was no more front runner. 13 different level 4 alien beasts later. An hour had passed. This time, the density of foreign beasts had dropped significantly, and they hadn't encountered any special foreign beasts, not to mention the one and only phantom killer. Luck reasons? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had tried attracting foreign beasts with his breath. To be precise, meeting 13 in an hour was already the result after attraction. After pausing for a moment, Li Mu carefully recalled the scene from last time. That time, his own potential was diffused nearly uncontrollably. It was felt. It wasn't something that could be controlled at will. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the sensation he once had. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the passage ahead. A fishy stench spread out in synchronization. Li Mu instantly narrowed his eyes. A giant python slowly twisted and crawled over. Giant python guard. Level 4 special. Strength, 24,000. Attack power, 40,000. Ability, defense strengthening, strength strengthening. Value, 700 credits. Note, don't be a wimp. Just do it. If you lose your head, it's just a big scar. I'm just kidding. If you run into this guy, you'd better run away. There's no fear of running out of firewood if you're not afraid of the green hills. This is a water tank thick, at least 20 meters long python, covered in green and black thick scales, like a suit of armor. More than 20 meters away, the giant power python raised its head. A head that was several times larger than a water tank. Hiss hiss hiss. That crimson tongue was almost as thick as a regular person's arm. Finally, a decent one has come. Li Mu's eyes stared slightly at once. This guy was clearly stronger than the once wild Scarlet Guard. Being stronger only made Li Mu more excited. Hiss. The giant power python hissed and had pounced over.
The huge head cast a direct shadow. It was powerful and heavy. It was like a giant pillar probing and attacking. Thud. Limu took a heavy step on the ground and his body immediately leapt sideways. Boom. The giant python's head smashed heavily into the ground, and the ancient yellow masonry was directly smashed out of a depression, with debris splattering everywhere. The figure flew sideways over the wall, a foot pointing out to lend strength. Limu landed directly behind the giant python. A fist fell. Amidst the muffled sound, the scale armor was slightly dented. But it only popped up again in an instant. Above the back of his hand, pain spread. This guy's defense was too much stronger than the wild Scarlet Guard. In the next moment, the python's body flipped sideways and slammed straight into the wall. Limu immediately leapt down, reversing and landing another punch on the python's side. The scale armor sank, but bounced back up. The python immediately drew back and counterattacked. Limu avoided again. The python's body was too big, and even though the passageway was particularly wide, it was still a bit difficult to maneuver. Sometimes a large body is an advantage, but sometimes it can be a weakness. Limu's movements were agile, his senses were almost flawless. This big guy couldn't even touch the corner of Limu's clothes. Between a bout of dodging and counterattacking, the passageway was like the ground shaking. The movement was huge. The angry python cannot touch Limu will vent its anger on the wall. On the other hand, on the other side, Limu, who seemed to be playing the python with ease, had a serious problem in front of him. He couldn't break his defense. If he was talking about defense alone, Limu suspected that this guy was at the level of level 4 limit. Not the limit of humans, but the level 4 limit of beasts. It was important to know that the defense of foreign beasts was already far superior to that of humans. Maybe it's time to consider getting a weapon. Limu raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered the sword in the winning falcon's hand. Martial artists, they did not fake external objects. Blades, on the other hand, were not external objects. A martial artist's weapon was also an extension of the body. The blades of weapons were also the key for humans to rival the sharp teeth and claws of foreign beasts. In the case of blades, one still needs to learn the corresponding martial arts skills. Limu thought of Schweringue's divine arrowhead. Phew! A strong wind whistled and met his face, stinging his cheeks. But for now, we still need to take care of you guys first. Limu's eyes flashed with a sharp aura. Taking a step, his figure shot up into the sky. Boom! The giant tail swept against the wall, dust overflowed and debris splattered everywhere. Limu's body, which was about to hit the top of the passageway, braced itself on the upper wall with one hand. The straight upper arm was bent by the powerful impact. The moment his head was about to touch the rock wall, the powerful upward impact was transformed into a terrifying downward fall. In an instant, the residual shadow flashed away. Boom! Limu directly stepped heavily on top of the python's raised neck. He directly stepped heavily on the ground, taking advantage of its moment of disorientation. Limu tensed his arm like an arrow on a full string. In an instant, it left the string. Boom! A fist hit the python right in the middle of its head. In the next moment, his left fist dropped, and his right fist closed and tensed. Left fist closed, right fist tensed. Both fists fall alternately. Again and again, only the flickering of shadows, up and down. Fist after fist. Straight away, the python that wanted to raise its head could not raise its head. Dozens of punches later, a piece of broken scale splashed out. There was already a break in the flawless defense. As the giant tail swept in, Limu directly turned around and met it with a fist with a full bow. Boom! Compared to the giant tail, the fist was incredibly slim, but it didn't even have the slightest decadence. Chi energy leaks out, a moment of stalemate, but even. The python wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to raise its head, but Limu was instantly turned around, and another fist after another uninterrupted fall. The rhythm of the attack was completely in Limu's hands. Using the bracing hammer as a base and the 100 fists as a thought. Self-created, 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist. This was Limu's talent in battle. Under hundreds of punches, blood was splattered and broken scales were splattered. The python was no longer alive. Chapter 89: The Stairway to the Fourth Floor. Sneak attack. Blood dripping down Limu's fist. It wasn't just the python's blood. There was also Limu's own blood. 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist.
and aura in battle.
Yet it was never just a variation of moves like before. When hundreds of punches are thrown to kill a barbarian ghost, the essence of this does not lie in the hundreds of different punches.
Rather, it lies in the number 100.
The hammer brace, one of Li Mu's most familiar moves. 100, the epiphany of crossing a level and killing a level 5 martial artist. The two were added together, and only the best of the best had come up with the current 100-arrow string-breaking armor fist. This was an advancement of the stance, not a simple change of stance.
The power of a single punch is not inferior to that of a hammer in its normal state.
With 100 punches stacked on top of each other, its power was even far superior to that of the brace hammer. Even if one were to enter a certain state, it would still be inferior to the power of 100 superimposed punches.
This is a sublimation of the stance, not an ordinary variation. This is the only stance that Li Mu has created that is comparable to the 8 Extremes' basic 8 stances, and even slightly better in some ways. There was no need to worry about the lack of divinity, because when the 100-arrow string-breaking armor fist was taken apart, each punch was a bracing hammer. This move was very strong, taking the power of 100 punches stacked on top of each other, taking the meaning of water dripping over a stone. Breaking armor was especially effective. Only, the price is also a bit heavy. After all, it was flesh and blood. Blades, still necessary. Li Mu continued to step forward. Blood still dripped down Li Mu's palm. The pain could not affect him in the slightest. It only made his will stronger and stronger. Roar. Scaled Tiger. Level, 4th level ordinary. Strength, 18,000. Attack power, 20,000. Ability, defense strengthening. Value, 100 credits. Note, being able to meet this guy shows that you kid still has some strength, don't be a wimp. Directly on. Just do it and be done with it. Li Mu went up with a punch. The blood-stained fist carried a harsh wind. Blood bloomed in the air. Like a flower. The next moment, an even bigger blood flower bloomed. Li Mu continued forward. Behind him was the scaled tiger whose head had been shattered. Continuing forward. Unusual level 4 foreign beast. It was just a punch. A fist with a bright blood flower, a fist that caused an even bigger blood flower to bloom. Several hours later. Maturity, 31-100. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Not much tolerance left. There had been no sign of the one and only Phantom Slayer. Not even the second of the special alien beasts had been found. Another corner was turned. A ladder suddenly appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes, and he instantly narrowed his eyes slightly. The ladder leading to the 4th level. A ladder that belonged to the territory of a level 5 Fey beast. Previously, Li Mu hadn't encountered it, and he had thought that it was because there wouldn't be a ladder of the corresponding level if the level wasn't enough, but now it seemed. It seems that this is not the case. After hesitating for just a moment, Li Mu then directly stepped towards that ladder. 5 levels, so what? One step onto the ladder. Suddenly, Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. A pressure appeared above his body. Instantly, it was as if thousands of pounds of weight had been added to his body. This weight was still within his tolerance. He then took another step. The pressure doubled. But it was still bearable. He took another step forward. One step after another. Soon, Li Mu's steps became heavy. Each step also became more and more difficult. The pressure had reached an extremely terrifying point. It reached the limit of his strength, even vaguely exceeding. There are still 3 more steps. Victory, it seemed, was already in sight. Li Mu had also understood the role of this invisible pressure. This was the test. If you wanted to challenge a higher level with a low level, if you couldn't even get through this test, it would be futile to go. He raised his leg and took a difficult step. Boom! The invisible pressure instantly erupted. Li Mu's foot hadn't even landed yet. His entire body directly flew backwards. Boom! He hit the stone wall of the 3rd level passage heavily. Then he slowly slid down to the ground. It's actually so exaggerated. Li Mu raised his head with some difficulty. It looked like I'm afraid that this test was set up for level 4 extreme martial artists. Withstand, 2100. This one directly dropped 11 of the tolerance level. He was just about to stand up by holding onto the wall. Suddenly,
A black shadow flashed by. It was as swift as the wind, as fast as an electric bolt. Li Mu's heart frantically warned as he immediately twisted his body, but he was still a step too late. It was too fast. A sharp claw swept across Li Mu's chest. Flesh and blood rolled over, reaching his sternum. Suddenly attacked, Li Mu did not panic, nor was he distracted by the sharp pain in his chest. His fist entered the dragon and went straight towards the black shadow in front of him. A punch fell short. The black shadow had already made a dexterous leap, and with another point on the wall, he stabilized himself in the passageway tens of meters away. Phantom Killer. Rank, 4th level unique. Strength, 30,000. Attack power, 60,000. Abilities, defense enhancement, strength enhancement, attack enhancement, speed enhancement, combat instincts. Value, 999 credits, special certificate of honor. Note, if you're a level 4, just stick your neck out and wait to die. If you're an ordinary level 5, hurry up and run. Shuda's level 5 was defeated by a level 4, he can't afford to lose face. If any level 4 can beat this guy to death, I'll give it to him. I'll give him a direct frame to hang on the wall. The panel appears. Phantom Slayer, it appeared. It chose to sneak attack at the moment when Li Mu was suffering from pressure backlash. Worthy of being called a phantom killer. Li Mu gently exhaled. It wasn't that his early warning avatar was ineffective. Rather, this fellow was too fast. So fast that it arrived just after the divine ability had warned him. He himself was in a state of being dumbfounded by the fall, so he couldn't react at all. At this moment, his chest was already a messy and bloody mess. A large amount of blood was constantly overflowing. I'm afraid that an ordinary person would have some psychological shadows when they saw it. However, Li Mu didn't even realize it and just stared quietly at the guy in the passage. It was shaped like a black panther, not counting the tail, but only about 2 meters long. The muscles were obvious, but not exaggerated, full of streamlined beauty, just like a carefully carved work of art. Physically, there was nothing unusual. The only thing was a pair of eyes, which were a pure black color like an abyss. This body type, this appearance. Not to mention 4th level, it even looked inferior to many 3rd level fey beasts. However, size and appearance do not represent strength. Obviously, this was a guy who was particularly good at speed. Such an opponent was more difficult to deal with than some big guys. Above the phantom killer's right front paw, there was rich blood. Blood that belonged to Li Mu. Its pair of pitch black eyes locked onto Li Mu. Within the eyes, there was only killing intent like facing prey. A moment later, Phantom Killer slowly moved its limbs, raised its blood-stained right paw, and licked it. Tick. A large amount of blood overflowed and dripped down to the ground masonry. Li Mu's face was already somewhat pale. Endurance, 10-100. Only 10% left. And because of the constant bleeding, the tolerance level was still constantly trending downwards. This guy. Li Mu ignored the rest, and the battle intent and killing intent in his eyes burned with a blazing fire. He didn't want to wait for the next time. Moreover, he suspected that this fellow had intelligence. If he didn't show his fatigue, it wouldn't show up at all. Chapter 90: The Might of the God's Eyes. Phantom Honor Certificate. Phew. The confrontation didn't last long. Li Mu's fatigue had been especially obvious. The fatigue of the prey was exactly what excited the Phantom Slayer. Fast. Too fast. In Li Mu's line of sight, Phantom Killer had completely transformed into a shadow. Just like its name, Phantom. Hexagram pouncing ground gene. A fist is handed out as a guard position. Z. Sharp claws into flesh and blood. The Phantom Killer's athletic figure flashed by. Li Mu's fist once again fell short. A large piece of flesh was missing from his right arm. Dozens of meters away, the Phantom Killer turned around again. It looked at Li Mu and licked its mouth, revealing a cruel humanized expression. In the next moment, without stopping any longer, its figure struck again. Withstand, 8-100. In that case, Li Mu slowly exhaled a breath. This guy's speed was so fast that it was difficult to capture with his own vision. Even if he could see it, it would be difficult to react. However, that didn't mean Li Mu was going to sit back and wait for death. Between his smooth eyebrows, mysterious black lines slowly emerged. Seeing the Phantom Killer approaching again, the sharp claws were about to reach Li Mu's chest. But he closed his eyes at this moment. With his eyes closed, he was able to see more clearly. The trajectory of the powerful wind whistling. The fishy wind spitting out of the phantom killer's mouth. The cruel killing intent in its dark eyes. The undulation of every muscle on its body. The fluttering of hairs under rapid movement. Everything was so clear in Li Mu's eyes. Or rather, God's eyes. And, not only that. The phantom killer that was once so fast in Li Mu's eyes that it was only a shadow. At this moment, all of its movements seemed to be slowed down. In the air, it approached Li Mu's body bit by bit as if in slow motion. Bullet time, dynamic vision. This ability had many names. And this was only one of the abilities of the divine eyes. As the phantom killer approached, Li Mu moved. In his perception, his own movements weren't considered much faster. But compared to the slow-motion phantom killer, it was much better. Fist, out. Boom. A punch that hit the phantom killer's abdomen straight on. For the first time, Li Mu really attacked it. Its claws that were about to land on Li Mu's body suddenly shrunk, and its entire body flew out backwards like a shrimp. Boom. It hit straight on top of the wall dozens of meters away. The phantom killer that landed on the ground again immediately shook its somewhat dazed head. It did not understand. Why, the prey that was obviously so slow just now actually suddenly burst out with a speed that it couldn't even react to and attacked itself. In its perspective, everything was as normal, only Li Mu's attack, which was very abnormal. It didn't react at all. It was simply impossible. And just as the phantom killer was still in a daze, a figure had already arrived in front of him. A collapsing bow and scurrying arrow rushed. A punch. It hit the phantom killer right in the center of his head. It directly knocked the phantom killer's head sideways, and his body was about to lose balance. Just as Li Mu was about to pursue his attack, the black lines between his eyebrows that formed the appearance of eyes flickered for a moment. A sharp pain appeared vaguely in Li Mu's mind. The ability of the god's eyes was not unlimited, not to mention that at this time, Li Mu's condition was particularly poor. But just the next moment, Li Mu forced down the pain and struck again. The phantom killer didn't manage to find an opportunity in the moment Li Mu lost his concentration. It was dazed. The phantom slayer was clearly the type of fae whose specialties were all focused on speed mountain. Extreme speed. It wasn't good at defense, and even with defense reinforcement it wasn't much better. Unless the body structure of the phantom slayer was directly changed, it was possible to obtain stronger defense. But that would definitely affect its speed, and it shouldn't be called a phantom slayer. The species of the beasts had already determined their specialties. From that giant power python, Li Mu had already realized this. The phantom killer's defense was far inferior to the python. The wind of the fist whistled. It was as fast as thunder. In one punch, the phantom killer's head was hit again. At this moment, Li Mu had the illusion that he had punched his own head. The sharp pain in his brain spread out. But his movements did not slow down at all. Another fist fell. Between his eyebrows, the mysterious black lines were already faintly emitting some shimmering light. Within Li Mu's line of sight, a single gray dot appeared above the phantom killer's body. Weaknesses, breaks. One of the thick gray dots was on the side of the phantom killer's skull. Without the slightest hesitation. Fist out. The wind and clouds moved. Instantly, a strong and incomparable threatening omen appeared in the phantom slayer's heart. It wanted to dodge, wanted to counterattack. It wanted to show its sharp claws that had once hunted and killed countless people in the Tower of Trials. But the truth was that it couldn't do anything. Just like Li Mu when he faced it at the very beginning. It couldn't do anything at all. Fast. Too fast. And it was too slow. Boom. Amidst the muffled sound, the phantom killer's head deflated. No more direct headshots. Li Mu's current state was too bad. It was covered in blood, and this time it could all be its own blood. The hideous wound on his chest that was deep enough to be seen on his bones, the half of his arm that was directly missing flesh. Claw marks on the bones. As well as the internal bleeding from the collision just now. With injuries like this, it really wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was seriously injured and hastened to death. Endurance, 4/100. This time, Li Mu's blood bar was really going to bottom out. The mysterious lines between his eyebrows gradually faded away. And at this time, the phantom killer's body had also directly paralyzed on the ground.
There was no more living breath. You're unlucky.
Li Mu looked at the phantom killer's corpse.
This time, the element of luck really wasn't small. There was no doubt about the strength of this phantom killer.
With his terrifying and incomparable speed, he possessed a near ruler status within the 4th level. It was impossible for an ordinary rank 4 to escape, let alone fight.
Just like the note said, only waiting for death.
Just like at the beginning, in just 2 seconds of staggering, Li Mu was seriously injured.
But it's a pity.
His best speed was precisely restrained by Li Mu's divine eyes. If he were to be replaced by an ultimate beast that excelled in strength or defense, the outcome of this battle would be unknown.
Gain 3,629 credits.
The phantom killer's credits had arrived. The harvest this time was similar to the last time, but it was actually longer, and the number of beasts encountered was much smaller. The main one, the Phantom Slayer, and a giant python accounted for quite a few credits.
Whereas last time, the main source of credits was a beast. The credits are here, and that. Suddenly, the Phantom Slayer's corpse directly turned into white light and dissipated.
In that burst of white light, a card levitated. Li Mu subconsciously reached out and took it.
It was smooth and light, black in color, with 5 blue fonts on it. Phantom Honor Card. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat unsure. But at this time, he didn't have the time to look around anymore. The body had already weakened to a critical point. He directly grabbed that Phantom Honor certificate and chose to exit. Chapter 91 Limits? The limit has been exceeded. Actually one. Outside the trial tower that was like the top of a pyramid.
Within the void of air, another real figure vaguely emerged. He did not exist. Yet, it seemed to have always existed here. However, no one could notice this in between existence and non-existence.
That ability, there's something special. It seems to be.
Leaving the trial tower, the wounds on his body instantly returned to their original state. The Phantom Certificate of Honor was still between Li Mu's hands. Rolling the Phantom Honor Certificate between his fingers, he played with it.
This thing, Li Mu really couldn't figure it out. He didn't know what it was for.
It couldn't just be a souvenir card.
Suddenly, Li Mu's footsteps stopped and he turned to look.
The huge trial tower stood quietly.
It didn't move. There was no one. At least not in sight. Illusion? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, just now. He vaguely felt a sensation of being spied on. But now the feeling disappeared again. This. Suddenly, the muscles on Li Mu's cheeks trembled a few times.
A pain was spreading in his mind.
The injuries on his body didn't exist anymore.
But the burden on the mental aspect of his mind was still partially present.
The Tower of Trials was originally somewhat geared towards the spirit. The magnificent turtle and snake phase appeared in Li Mu's mind. Suppression.
The great turtle steeply opened its eyes. Deep, like an abyss, and like a cold pool, no waves were raised.
Instantly, the pain was suppressed.
Li Mu took a deep look in the direction of the trial tower and withdrew his sight.
An illusion because of the mental burden? Or was there really a certain ridiculously strong big shot spying on him? But which big shot was so idle? Thinking about it, he headed towards the points exchange point. It was just near dusk. It was still early.
Li Mu felt that perhaps it was time to impact the 4th level limit. The points were also enough to prepare some more cultivation resources.
It's actually so sharp. It's really this kid?
Master Dong also thinks highly of this kid.
Carrying the large bag of exchanged things back to his residence,
Li Mu directly and quickly processed the herbs.
More than an hour later. It was already completely dark. Everything was ready. The dragon and tiger Dan went down to the abdomen. The dragon roared and the tiger whistled.
The muscles and flesh began to be quenched.
This thing, it's still a bit expensive. Body forging paste, applied to the body. Skeleton Dan, swallowed into the abdomen. Several unused medicines were taken one after another.
Li Mu didn't have to worry about medicinal properties colliding. The swallowing heaven and devouring earth operated rapidly. The various medicines quickly turned into pure energy and integrated into Li Mu's limbs and body.
This time, Li Mu was trying to go all out.
He had prepared quite a few cultivation resources.
Amidst the constant devouring, Li Mu's mind became more and more focused. Without realizing it, all the resources had been devoured. A moment later. Who? Slowly exhaling a breath. Li Mu frowned slightly. So the resources had been digested. But it had not reached its limit. Even he didn't feel close to the limit. But it felt like it had grown a lot of power again. He was a bit puzzled and tapped on the panel of his intelligence brain. Self panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, 4th grade. Strength, 30,000. Attack power, 62179. Feats. Li Mu was even more puzzled. After just a moment's hesitation, he went straight to the training room. In front of the strength tester. Raising the bar, he slowly moved up. The numbers on the screen began to jump. Soon, it directly exceeded 30,000. In the end. 31,792. 31,792 pounds? An unexpected, yet reasonable number. The limit of the 4th level was 30,000. This was a figure that should no longer have appeared in a rank 4 martial artist. It was either that or a super limit martial artist. An over limit martial artist that Li Mu had never heard of outside. It could be. The problem was, Li Mu could clearly perceive that he hadn't even reached his limit, let alone any ultra limit. Could it be that? Li Mu already had a guess in his heart. At the 3rd level, he had exceeded the limit himself. Perhaps it was precisely because he had already exceeded the limit that the limit for subsequent levels would be higher? Regarding the aspect of exceeding limits, even Chu De didn't have any relevant knowledge. Li Mu could only rely on his own speculation. And this speculation, Li Mu felt, was most likely the case. Good thing, the only problem is that it requires more resources. Li Mu couldn't help but grin slightly at the corner of his mouth. The eyes brightened. He adjusted the data on his power aspect on the light brain to the correct value. Normally speaking, the gap between the light brain's detection and the actual situation couldn't be this big. The main problem was that the level 4 limit recorded by the light brain was 30,000. The highest normal level could only be 30,000. In response, Li Mu gave it a small setting to adjust just a little. After leaving the training room, Li Mu reacted to the fact that he didn't seem to have dinner today. Going out, he strolled along with the night color and walked towards the 3rd cafeteria. Chu University's cafeteria was the same as the exchange point, open 24 hours a day. After all, martial arts practitioners sometimes don't have time to practice, and hunger at the end of practice is the norm. If you can't find something to eat, you can't go chew on tree bark. In this regard, Chu De is still very humane. Packed a few portions of large dishes and 10 pounds of special nutritional rice. Li Mu returned to the residence. 3rd floor. Braised snow rabbit, steamed horned scallop, small fried black beef. All of them were 3rd or 4th level exotic beast meat as the main ingredient. This meal then directly cost 100 out of the 100 points. When conditions allowed, Li Mu also wanted to be extravagant once in a while. There was no need to treat himself poorly in this aspect of eating. Chu University chef's hands are really good. Li Mu, who was chewing the meat with a big mouthful, couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. Casually opening the query interface of the light brain. Li Mu towards checking what that phantom honor certificate was actually useful for. As soon as he opened it, it was a message that was pushed. Shocked. 2 men actually did this in broad daylight, amidst a crowd of spectators. Familiar flavor. Li Mu was somewhat speechless. He really wanted to block these messages. But there was no way. It couldn't be blocked. Totally, purely rogue pushes. Picking up a piece of smooth and spicy snow rabbit meat and sending it into his mouth. Li Mu originally wanted to casually fork this push. As a result, he directly clicked in. To not be so outrageous. Li Mu was pretty sure it wasn't that he had clicked wrongly. Simply because this push was too rogue. Shocked. In the hall of the trial tower, 2 men had actually done it in broad daylight, in front of so many crowds of spectators. Li Mu had a not-so-good feeling. Looking down. Looking at each other so affectionately. Simply, hurt the wind in vulgarity. It's so vulgar. Next was a photo. A photo of 2 people looking at each other. No one else is around. Only each other in their eyes. Looking at it from the photo alone, it was a bit strange. The photo could only show that the two people's gazes were somewhat complicated. It did not restore the real situation of the scene at that time. At that time, the heavy atmosphere, the complexity in the eyes of the two people, the intention of war, cannot be displayed at all. So at first glance, there was indeed some base feelings. If it was just such an ordinary photo of a man and a man staring at each other, of course, it was impossible to cause an uproar in Chu University's campus forum. But the key is the protagonist in the photo. Chapter 92, Forum Fiasco, Famous Chude. Winning Falcon. One of the main characters in the photo was the winning falcon. Among Chu University, the most legendary student at the moment. Number 1 in the Trial Tower rankings. Number 1 in battle power. With his third year, he's crushing his fourth year. Even by Xiao, the leader of the current generation of the Bai clan. He's still being crushed by the winning falcon. Winning Falcon, this is a name full of legend in Chu University. Not only his strength, but his character was cold as ice, and he was a loner. There has never been any gossip rumors. And now, Winning Falcon's scandal appeared, and the object was still a man. In an instant, the number of replies under this post turned into 999. Among them, it was not only the name Winning Falcon that was hotly discussed. Li Mu. The same was mentioned hundreds of times. First floor, sofa to watch the show. Second floor, there is another one who is not afraid of death to hack the Winning Falcon. Third floor, Winning Falcon and Li Mu? Ha ha ha. That's a good pair, a good match. Fourth floor, Li Mu? That freshman star? The guy who's being hailed as the new legend? Really, blowing so much? See for yourself, afternoon push thread. Li Mu roughly scanned through those replies. The meat in his mouth forgot to chew. This situation. Himself famous? Soon, Li Mu found his own one post. Freshman rising star. Solo battle against Bai Ling of the Bai family, Su Emoyan of the Su clan. In 100 years, the second freshman to enter the school at level 4. Scarlet Train Incident. Train number 7. The 4th grade against the 5th grade. Battle and victory. 100 punches killed him. Li Mu. Another legendary name. This. Li Mu was truly confused. How is it that there is so much information about himself? This belonged to being raked over the coals. In this regard, Li Mu didn't have too many special feelings. He just felt that it was more or less not too outrageous. Casually clicked into the post. Unsurprisingly, a clear and unrivaled photo of himself was pasted on the top of the post. In the comments section below, there were some skeptical old students. There are also those freshmen who have actually seen Li Mu's hand in bragging. The forum is a semi-real name system, ID will show the age after. Among them, there was a freshman nicknamed Hero of the World who was the most exaggerated. With his tongue in cheek, he spat those sophomore, junior, and senior students out of their heads. But wherever there was a reply that cast doubt on Li Mu, his shadow could be seen. Li Mu had a hunch that it should probably be that guy Zhang Xiaohao. No, it wasn't probably, it should be definitely. After casually scrolling through some more comments, Li Mu became more and more determined in this speculation. In addition to this Hero of the World, there was another one called Yu Shi Qian Shen who was also helping herself. Only she was much more subtle than Zhang Xiaohao, and didn't have that kind of tongue-in-cheek attitude. Li Mu instantly recognized her as Yang Qian. Well, the avatar is the person himself, how could he not recognize her? This is the beauty, can take my avatar as a photo. I didn't look at the post about myself for long, it's not interesting. It's hard not to do their own things they cannot be clear? As for those comments, whether it is praising admiration or questioning disbelief, what does this have to do with Li Mu? He didn't really care about some other people's opinions. Back to the post that started the rumor. Li Mu was a bit curious as to what the poster was trying to do. Because there were so many replies, the messages were no longer listed in order, but by the number of likes. The highest was a one-word ID called Hayabusa. Falcon, report address. 3 words, but there are tens of thousands of likes. There are thousands of replies. Night color is disorienting junior, the dog owner angry win big brother. Don't know what's good for you big 2, it feels like win big brother really wants to kill people, owner of the building you sleep carefully, don't open your eyes as win big brother's sword. Speechless big 4, What is so special about this Li Mu that he can be compared to Big Brother Win?
Tyrannosaurus Rex Sr., gimmick it, eyeballs, that Li Mu again. How demonic, after all is only a freshman, want to win Big Brother before graduation to catch up certainly is not sure.
Sky Hero, this is not necessarily, now Li Mu is level 4, maybe when he's sophomore will be level 5. Who will be stronger by then is still unknown. Reply, laughing, do you think that Li Mu is the only one who can upgrade?
Winning Big Brother is said to be the limit of level 5, wait for that Li Mu level 5, when Big Brother is afraid to have long been level 6.
No matter what, no matter if he can catch up with the winning Falcon. With his current battle record and strength, he's a deserved rising star of Chunan. Only just enrolled in school and already famous in Chu University. Perhaps the name of the next legend will be Li Mu. A paragraph rushed up to the hot comments and quickly ranked second.
The person who sent out this paragraph was called Bai
of Bai Xiao.
As Chu University's closest existence to the winning Falcon, ranked second as the strongest person in his senior year.
Coming from the Bai family of Chunan, his influence was not much less than that of the winning Falcon. These words could only be said from his mouth to receive such a high level of recognition. The replies under this message had also been triggered. Most of them marveled at the fact that Bai Xiao would actually have such an opinion of a new student. There were also quite a few people who complimented Bai Xiao for his extraordinary temperament. After all, his own sister had only been beaten up. Among them, there was another reply that had quite a high number of likes. Twilight Chow Chow Sr., good thing when our Big 4 Big 3 necessary, Li Mu became a Big 3, then I'm afraid that the Big 4 will also have to be pressed. So that we cannot be the only inferior to the Big 3 of a session of senior. There were quite a few Big 4s chiming in under this comment. Hundreds of people were eyeing a particular punctuation mark. The editors were mostly sophomores. You can't tell from those words of the editors. What they were ate was the current strongest person in the sophomore year. Su Ruogu. Even Chu De can't be exempted from this. Li Mu casually watched as he ate. This kind of heated discussion on the forum represented the current wind direction of Chu University. None of the popular figures on the forum were the true windfalls of Chu University. Even Falcon, who never posted, had tens of thousands of followers. And now, Li Mu also directly has several thousand concerns. And the information on Li Mu's account is still a messy code that hasn't been renamed. Li Mu is also really convinced these guys, this can find themselves. After thinking for a moment, his account name was directly changed to Li Mu. Immediately, he replied under that post. I am not acquainted with the winning Falcon, and our stares are merely the stares between martial artists when they are facing opponents. I am eager to challenge a powerful opponent. In less than a minute's work, this message was detonated again. Countless of them replied, all incomparably marveling. To them, this was like directly placing a letter of war with you, Win Falcon. They couldn't help but admire the schoolmate's boldness. The replies were still growing frantically, but Li Mu casually read a few of them and hurriedly turned off his optical brain. There were too many, there was no need to read them, it was a waste of time. In fact, he mainly wanted to see how that Su Ruoga would reply. Unfortunately, he never sent any message. Shaking his head, he no longer paid attention to this and continued to eat his dinner in the light of the night. While Li Mu was leisurely enjoying his dinner, the rest of Chu University's scholars were all having trouble calming down. This night, the name Li Mu had completely spread throughout Chu University. No one was unaware of it. Chapter 93 people are popular, but there are many wrongs and wrongs. This is Li Mu ah. Good looking A. Obviously very general, right? You blind ah. This which general? Do you know what is called temperament? That's right, although it's very introverted, I feel an incomparably special aura. The aura of a strong man. Li Mu was a bit speechless. Being read was really troublesome. He could be mobbed even when he went to a normal classroom. The only good thing is that these guys won't come over and only dare to watch from afar. The sound of the discussion would not be too loud. Anyway, Li Mu could still hear some of it. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why winning Falcon had to put on a frosty face and put on a look that no one should get close to him. Otherwise, he would really be annoyed to death. In order to avoid trouble, Li Mu similarly put on a face like a stranger not to be approached. Although normally, his expressions were likewise few and far between. This also did have some effect. Until Li Mu just walked to the bottom of the teaching building. Boss! Brother Mu! A gong-like voice rang out. Then he saw Zhang Xiaohao dashing over to him.
Li Mu stood calmly in place, somewhat puzzled.
Hey, brother Mu, we're both from the same place, I'll be hanging out with you from now on. I'll never go west if you let me go east. I'll never touch a chicken if you let me steal a dog.
Zhang Xiaohao's voice was resounding, and he looked like he would die to show his loyalty. The crowd around him couldn't help but stop and watch.
Seeing that Li Mu didn't react, he was still expressionless.
Zhang Xiaohao immediately weakened his momentum, smiled weakly and said, Brother Mu, after all, we are from the same place, so we should take care of each other, so we can take care of each other in the future.
Aha! Li Mu nodded and headed towards the school building.
Zhang Xiaohao froze, and then he was so happy that he hurriedly caught up.
Brother Mu, walk slowly, don't fall.
A few people in the surroundings immediately revealed disdainful expressions. Zhang Xiaohao, however, was not the least bit surprised, and instead, he even made a smug face. Before, he was so battered that he was completely at a loss as to how to face Li Mu. But yesterday, he suddenly figured it out. If the difference was a little bit, there was still a possibility of catching up. But it was already a gap like the difference between heaven and earth.
It is impossible to catch up.
No matter how much self-love and self-hatred is useless, envy and jealousy is even more useless.
Then why not take advantage of the advantage of still be considered to know to play good relations, hold a good thigh?
As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Xiaohao instantly felt himself sublimated.
He also gave practical actions. The result was great. Brother Mu, I brought you breakfast.
A cute young girl in a pink and flowery white dress held a convenience bag forward with both hands and looked at Li Mu with a look full of tenderness with a surfeit of smiles.
Do we know each other?
If it wasn't for the fact that this guy was standing right in front of the classroom door, Li Mu would have gone straight around. With the efficiency of that mysterious person. This girl made such a mess, I'm afraid that today my own gossip will be flying all over campus.
You forgot me well. People looked for you for a long time.
Han Xiaoyan had a pitiful, tears-to-fall look.
Sorry, really have no impression.
Li Mu directly sidled into the classroom. Although this girl was really good-looking. However, Li Mu had absolutely no thoughts in this regard right now.
Hua Zaiwei once said, if the Huns are not yet Ba, why are they home?
Li Mu, on the other hand, had not yet reached the top of the martial arts path. How could he dare to talk about children's love? He has always believed in one sentence, women are going to affect the speed of his punches. Entering the classroom, the attention of the whole classroom was nothing anymore.
Finding an empty seat in the corner, he sat down.
Zhang Xiaohao immediately followed.
Smiling sarcastically, he sat next to Li Mu.
His awareness wasn't low, and he had already taken himself as a pawn.
Brother Mu, don't be angry. Han
Xiaoyan came again and stood in front of Li Mu's table, looking at her pitifully. A few strands of hair were plastered next to her big crystal eyes.
It could really be a shy and pitiful look that I feel sorry for.
Li Mu was truly a bit speechless.
Zhang Xiaohao was also a little unsure of what to do.
If it was a male who dared to come and harass, he definitely had to play his part. The key was that this was a soft girl. Who knows if Li Mu's impatient look is some kind of trick of lust? In order not to disturb Li Mu's leisurely mood, Zhang Xiaohao thought that it was better for him to pretend to be blind. Well, if Li Mu knew Zhang Xiaohao's thoughts, he felt like he wanted to swing over with 2 slaps.
You've got a lot of desire, you know. Women, very troublesome, okay? Brother Mu.
Han Xiaoyan's posture became more and more pitiful, and there seemed to be tears brewing in her eyes. I think it's better for students to focus on their studies, and I really don't know you.
Li Mu was expressionless. I'll leave you alone if you put away your breakfast, okay?
Aha! The main thing is, it's almost time for class, and it's really bad influence to have such a girl standing in front of you. Although Li Mu had already eaten breakfast. But as far as his digestive ability was concerned, he wouldn't have any problems eating another meal.
After leaving breakfast, Han Xiaozhang really left.
Li Mu's attitude made her aggrieved and sad.
Ming Ming.
Prince Charming who fell from the sky actually didn't remember himself.
An ancient martial arts essentials class ended.
Zhang Xiaohao was still following his ass when he went to eat lunch. Being followed by a man was better than being followed by a woman, and Zhang Xiaohao at least still had something in mind.
On the way to the cafeteria,
a young man stopped in front of Li Mu. He has fine bangs, looks a bit white and clean, has a well-proportioned physique, and his clothes are more sophisticated, so it looks like his family's situation should also be good. Li Mu stopped his steps, looking towards the sky who blocked the way in front of him. A pair of eyes. One pair was calm. The other pair of eyes were faintly provocative and warning. Who are you? Hurry up and get out of the way. Zhang Xiaohao began to fulfill his obligation. At least that was what he himself thought. Only the youth who came completely ignored him. Li Mu, right. Aha! After all, he just came, don't be too arrogant. Problem? Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Su Ruogu immediately narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes vaguely revealed a few strands of dangerous implication. Li Mu didn't say anything, and was all a bit lazy to ignore this guy. If you're not exuberant, is that called being young? Zhang Xiaohao but fiercely picked up the conversation. Who are you? Get out of the way. Haven't you ever heard of a good dog not getting in the way? My name is Su Ruogu. Su Ruogu's voice grew colder and colder. He looked towards Zhang Xiaohao. The meaning in his eyes grew more and more dangerous. A wave of momentum went straight at Zhang Xiaohao. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohao's body trembled slightly. He could no longer keep his mouth shut. That potential had completely enveloped him. A sense of fear appeared in his heart. He braced himself and trembled as he retreated behind Li Mu. Instantly, the terrifying aura target instantly disappeared. He immediately let out a long breath. He was only a rank 2 martial artist. But he was facing a rank 4 martial artist. And it was by no means an unusual rank 4 martial artist. The current number 1 person in Chudidi 2. Su Ruogu. His gaze once again met Li Mu and he said in a cold voice. Mind your dog, others won't be so kind as to do it for you. Chapter 94 Testament. I begged myself. He's not a dog, he's a human, can't you see that, are you blind? Li Mu supported Zhang Xiaohao's somewhat trembling body. The voice was flat. But the sharpness in it was not inferior to Su Ruogu in the slightest. It was even especially superior. Zhang Xiaohao's slightly trembling body instantly calmed down. He opened his mouth to speak, but he was somewhat at a loss for words. He is a bit interesting, can you dare to make a date with me? Su Ruogu's voice had wisps of anger that had been suppressed to the extreme. War, then war. The calmness in Li Mu's eyes instantly faded away, replaced by a raging, burning battle intent like a flame. Then, Su Ruogu, who had wanted to open his mouth and directly ask for a battle, suddenly stopped his voice. He felt a bit of fear in Li Mu's eyes that were filled with battle intent. This guy really wasn't easy to deal with. Those rumors seemed to be true. He narrowed his eyes, and the color in his eyes grew more and more intense. After a pause, he spoke. I won't bully you either, I'll give you half a month's time, after half a month, we'll make an appointment to battle on the battlefield. Half a month? Li Mu was suddenly slightly stunned. Even if it's now, if it's half a month later, maybe he's already at the 4th level limit. He could clearly see Su Ruogu's level. 4th level. Not the unusual 4th level, half limit. And I'm afraid the distance to the limit is not far. Half a month's time is trying to impact the limit? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, he abruptly smiled. Alright, half a month is half a month, I'll wait for you. Li Mu's eyes were raging with battle intent. The stronger his opponent was, the more excited he was. He wasn't afraid to give his opponent time. I'm the one waiting for you. Su Ruogu snorted coldly and turned around. Brother Mu, when the time comes, make sure to teach this guy a good lesson. Zhang Xiaohao panted heavily, viciously. Well, go eat. Li Mu calmly nodded his head. It was as if Su Ruogu's appearance didn't bring him any waves. Li Mu and Su Ruogu have gone up against each other. The two made a date to fight. A showdown between freshman rising star and sophomore strongest Su Ruogu. Many people saw the fight between Li Mu and Su Ruogu. After all, that was right in the middle of the campus, and it was still one of the main roads with a lot of foot traffic. The news quickly spread across the campus again. Brother Mu, it's spread. Aha! Li Mu nodded his head, unperturbed, and focused on eating. This related post on the forum was already flying around in all sorts of ways. There were those that objectively analyzed the strength of the two men's performance and speculated on the winners and losers. There are respective supporters tearing each other apart.
Of course, mainly freshmen and sophomores.
Then there are speculations on why the two will face each other. Most of them thought it was because Su Ruogu really felt threatened. He didn't want to be like Bai Xiu, who had always been pressured by a lower grade and couldn't raise his head. Bai Xiu, who was lying down, said that he wanted to hit someone.
In addition to this subjective speculation,
there was also a part of the brain that was more clear-cut that speculated that it was because of a relationship dispute.
And attached a picture.
A picture of Han Xiaoyan standing in front of Li Mu with teary eyes.
Then all sorts of speculations, all sorts of rumors were birthed.
There is what to say about robbing women, there is also what to say that Li Mu is a heartless man spoiled Su Ruogu's white moonlight what?
Quite a lot. Zhang Xiaohao gave Li Mu a few glances and then silently closed the optical brain.
He was genuinely afraid that Li Mu would make a direct move and injure him by mistake.
Killing aura leaking out.
When the other party, Su Ruogu, saw these posts, he likewise wanted to kill someone a bit.
Fortunately, he was also somewhat familiar with the atmosphere of Chu University and endured.
These posting melon eaters, there might be older students who were stronger than him. Although he considered himself to be extraordinary, and was also the existence of a force to be reckoned with in his sophomore year. But the time for a martial artist to cultivate was really important. Especially the golden cultivation period from the teenage years to the early 20s. The difference of 1 or 2 years could sometimes be 1 or 2 levels. Otherwise Su Ruogu, who was the number 1 sophomore, wouldn't be ranked only 100th in the trial tower. The key was that in front of him were all the seniors from the top 4 or 3 years of college. Su Ruogu was currently the only existence amongst the freshmen and sophomores who had ascended the trial tower ranking. The root of ancient martial arts is divinity and meaning. The root has its own branches. Apart from divinity, form, too, is not unimportant.
Only by breaking the form can we obtain the embodiment. And the root of breaking form is to have a situation without two. Ancient martial arts essence class, one of Li Mu's favorite classes.
Every time, he was bound to listen very carefully. Even if some of the things applied to himself were no longer quite appropriate. Because he himself had already passed through those stages.
But that didn't mean it was completely useless. The stone of another mountain could attack jade. What you have experienced yourself is not always as insightful as it could be.
And the essence summarized by the whole body in the classroom.
At its root, it's still a divinity. Li Mu nodded slightly.
At this time, Zhang Jinsong on the stage had also finished explaining this segment of essence dissection. After he took a sip of tea, his words changed. Ancient martial arts, martial artists, people who practice martial arts. People practicing martial arts, if they practice the Tao.
Tao, what is the Tao? To put it bluntly, a road is the road. A path that you have to walk.
Let's not mention how this road is, whether it's good or not.
Just to mention one thing, are you sure about the path you want to take?
The way of the martial artist, what a variety. The upper can be 9 skies to fight the eagle and Luan, down into the 5 seas to capture the dragon. In the middle can stand on the earth like a mountain, standing still. It can also be like the river and the sea, flowing unceasingly. The wind whistles, the breeze brushes your face. The stars in the sky and the mud on the ground. They are, all of them, Tao.
A different Tao. How many? Too many to count. If you're not sure, how do you go about it? Well, when it comes to this, some students may scoff a bit, and may not understand a bit. Martial artists, upgrading is just that. What Tao is not Tao, it's a snooze to listen to it.
Zhang Jinsong smiled helplessly and slowly swept over the crowd in the classroom.
These students did not scoff as he said.
Looking focused, many of them could not help but wrinkle their brows slightly. They were pondering over the Tao that Zhang Jinsong had spoken of.
If you can't even find the path, you are destined to not go far.
As he said these words, his complexion was somewhat dark and downcast. Although he was a teacher, he was nothing more than a seeker of the path when it came to the path of martial arts.
6th level, top martial arts general. Seemingly imposing. It was enough to dominate in a small city. But his ambition doesn't stop there. This is Chu Day. He saw more and had a thirst for more. As a rank 6 martial artist, he took on the role of an ordinary theory class lecturer. This was the advice given to him by Dong Shanchuan himself. When you preach and teach, perhaps you will be able to gain the insights you crave. But he wasn't sure what exactly he was lacking.
Shaking his head, he let out a soft sigh of helplessness and let go of the gloom in his heart.
Having looked around the classroom for a week, he then said, Li Mu, tell me, have you found the Tao? What do you think the Tao is?
This big one middle school's man of the hour, Zhang Jinsong, the teacher, likewise didn't know how many times he had heard it, and he wanted to listen to this teenage heavenly pride's opinion.
Li Mu calmly stood up.
I seek my own path. Zhang Jinsong was slightly stunned and somewhat puzzled. But soon, his eyes contracted violently. A fiery and incomparable light flashed in the depths of his eyes.
Chapter 95, The Hardest to Live Up to Beauty's Favor.
4 o'clock. After class, on the way back to the residence, Li Mu was somewhat puzzled. His own words seemed to have given that teacher Zhang a not-so-small shock. There was a look of enlightenment. At the back of that class, Mr. Shang's lecture was a bit distracted. However, he did mention some practical skills. For example, tips on how to find one's own Tao.
2 aspects. One's own character.
And how to use your moves or weapons.
Weapons were mentioned for the first time in class today. As Li Mu understood, a martial artist should never shy away from blades. A martial artist's blade is an extension of his own body. At the same time, it is also the continuation of their own will.
Soldiers also have the way of the soldier.
Sword way, knife way, gun way. And so on.
In the classroom, Zhang Jinsong once said,
if you are not yet clear about your own way, that can be martial arts into the Tao, to blade into the Tao. When you are familiar with a certain blade, you will be able to understand its momentum and feel the way. That makes sense. Compared to comprehending the ethereal Tao,
it's obviously much more reliable to let the young students practice a certain weapon. It is said that there will be a variety of blade practical teaching courses. The blade is not only to realize its power, but also an important part of the martial artist's ability to fight. Of course, does not mean that the martial artist must be equipped with weapons. It is not unheard of for martial artists to fight only by themselves.
Even the existence of martial arts god level. But, ultimately, they were a minority. If most martial artists didn't have blades, their attack power would indeed be somewhat insufficient. Especially when facing large foreign beasts. If it was me, Li Mu didn't care if he wanted a weapon blade or not. With or without.
He was pragmatic anyway.
How practical how to come.
It was just that he somewhat didn't think about what weapon he should use if he used one.
It is said that there will be a corresponding course, so let's see what suits you then.
Li Mu didn't think too much about it, and returned to his residence to clean up a bit before he started practicing.
Today, Zhang Xiaohao insisted on accompanying Li Mu back, saying that he was recognizing the road.
Then he was stunned when he saw Li Mu's small villa. He wanted to stay on the spot.
Then he was kicked away by Li Mu.
What a joke, how could he let someone else live with him when he had so many secrets? Li Mu never thought that finding his other half also had concerns in this regard. He himself, at least before he had reached the top, was still more suited to traveling alone.
School sister? Li Mu opened the door. Outside the door was young Qian, whose expression was a bit off. Today's young Qian has changed her usual sporty girl's outfit.
Rarely, she wore a delicate white dress. The delicate face has a light makeup, the hair is no longer bound, draped over the shoulder, fluttering with the wind, occasionally bringing gusts of fragrance.
Well, while hanging, Li Mu almost did not recognize.
Although it was also quite good looking, the key was that the style had changed too much all of a sudden, the sense of contrast was too strong.
School sister, what's the matter? Schoolmate, won't you invite me in to have a seat? Please. Li Mu sidestepped. Something was wrong, very wrong.
Young Xian had already walked into the living room on her own, still looking curiously from side to side. I didn't see it, school brother, your side is actually still so clean and quite tidy.
What would you like to drink, senior sister? No need.
Yang Xian sat down on the sofa in a flash, her pair of long legs swaying. Li Mu immediately averted his eyes.
Indecent exposure. Schoolmate, come here, I'll ask you something. Yang Xian waved her hand and her expression became serious. Li Mu sat down at a position roughly a meter away from her. I can eat people?
Yang Xian glanced at Li Mu with some grudges, then moved over to his side.
Li Mu moved as well. Sister, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Yang Xian hummed, did you find a girlfriend? Or did you do something to apologize to someone's little girl? Don't think you can do bad things just because you're powerful now.
Li Mu was slightly stunned.
He had thought that Yang Qianxian had come to ask about his appointment with Su Ruogu. As a result, this schoolmate's point of concern was a bit strange.
I don't know her, not at all, name unknown.
Li Mu calmly said.
The body was not afraid of the shadow.
It wasn't like he was doing anything, so naturally he wouldn't be vain. Really? Yang Qianxian immediately brightened up.
Really?
That's good. Let me tell you, you're still young, don't put your mind on these things, all the women out there could be cheating.
Li Mu became more and more speechless. After Yang Qianxian had spoken cheerfully for a while, her own sudden and violent alarm.
She seemed to be a bit self-selling.
At once, a smear of blush surfaced above her cheeks.
She somewhat cautiously glanced at Li Mu.
Then she realized that Li Mu was staring at the coffee table and was mesmerized.
Damn it! Yang Qianxian lightly bit her shell teeth.
She somewhat did not understand what was going on with her mindset of not wanting to be discovered and wanting to be discovered at the same time.
It's getting late, I'm going to cultivate.
Li Mu turned back, the intention of sending off was especially obvious between his words.
In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed.
The beginning of September was approaching the middle of the month. Li Mu had already entered the trial tower 3 times again. The average number of credits harvested each time was probably around 2,000. He hadn't encountered any more unique beasts, or perhaps the only one was really just the only one. There weren't many special beasts either. Entered 3 times, only met a special level 4 beast. There weren't many ordinary beasts either, so all in all, the harvests of these times were somewhat unsatisfactory. On top of that, what made Li Mu rather speechless was, since the first day, Han Xiaoyan had come to deliver breakfast every day. If that's all, forget it. The key was that on the 3rd day, Yang Qianxian also came.
Come to deliver breakfast.
When the two first met, they almost didn't do it. When I think of that scene, Li Mu's brain hurts a bit. On the contrary, it was the back that Li Mu finally understood why Han Xiaoyan was so persistent.
A young girl saved by herself on the train.
In this regard, Li Mu was also helpless. Anyway, later on, the two people always barely maintained some balance.
At least they wouldn't meet and fight. It's just that since then Li Mu had to collect 2 breakfasts.
Well, Li Mu had strong digestion anyway.
Eating more is just like promoting cultivation. It's hardest to live up to the grace of a beauty. It's not like Li Mu was really wooden, it's just he only had martial arts in his heart right now. Other than that being a little bad, the rest was nothing. Everything went on as usual, classes, cultivation. The forums were still lively, but Li Mu rarely went to look at them anymore. As the day got closer, the incident regarding Li Mu's date with Su Ruogu continued to ferment. It had become the hottest topic in the forum at the moment. A showdown between a freshman rising star and the strongest sophomore. What this represented wasn't even 2 individuals anymore. Rather, it was 2 grade levels. It was a match between a freshman and an old student. It was the battle for honor of who would suppress who in Shu University later on, the 2 ages. It's like the senior being suppressed by the junior. Although in reality it seems to be nothing. But in the forum, the big 3 now belonged to one of the most arrogant collectives. Who let the senior by show of the senior class still couldn't beat the winning falcon of the junior class. Honor, 2 words that didn't seem to have much practical effect. But for these bloodthirsty students, sometimes these 2 words will be regarded as heavier than life. Chapter 96, Beyond the Limit of Limits, 40,000 pounds. That should be about right. Inside the training room of the residence, Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the several medicines in front of him. The strength had already reached 38,436 pounds. He had clearly sensed that he was close to the limit. Today, it was time to reach the limit. The gains from the 3rd level of the trial tower were already somewhat poor. It had to be the limit to enter the 4th floor. At the 4th level, ordinary monsters had 1,000 credits, and the harvest would skyrocket. Secondly, the day to enter the God's Tomb, again was near. The test in the 2nd layer area was difficult. Only after reaching level 4 extreme martial artist would Li Mu have the confidence to pass the 2nd layer of the test. In any case, it was time to reach the limit. One by one, pills or potions, medicinal dispersions were swallowed into the stomach.
The swallowing heaven and devouring earth instantly operated.
It transformed into strands of pure energy into the limbs and bones.
The muscles were warmed, transformed, and tempered, becoming more powerful and tougher. Gradually, Li Mu's body began to tremble slightly.
The limit was not that easy to reach.
The first problem was whether the body could take in the energy to reach the limit. Li Mu possessed swallowing heaven and devouring earth, of course, there was no problem in terms of energy intake. And the second question was whether the body could withstand the extreme transformation of energy.
Whether it could tap into the true limit. This is the most difficult point.
The point that trapped countless heavenly pride.
But this.
It wasn't difficult for Li Mu, who had already broken through the limits. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are 8 poles. From the northeast, it is said that the mountain of Fangtu is called Kangmen. The 8 extreme sect is a method for tapping potential and breaking through limits.
For this sect, the limits were just the foundation.
Borrowing it to reach the limit is not difficult.
It was just that. One needed to endure that intense pain that was often unbearable. Li Mu's body was subconsciously trembling.
That was the spasmodic reaction instinctively produced by the muscles of the body after the pain had reached a certain level.
It's even more intense. Li Mu clenched his teeth.
It was said that extreme martial artists became rarer the higher the rank. It would be much more difficult to reach the limit at higher ranks.
Now it seemed that what was said was true. Sharp pain. Excruciating pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow.
Li Mu's willpower had always been very strong. Ordinary pain could hardly affect him in the slightest.
But this is different.
This was the body's origin, deep pain, almost soul-like pain. Originally, to reach the limit one needed to grind the water, dripping water to penetrate the stone.
But the 8 extreme door was strong to the limit. Open the door strongly.
Although there was no hidden danger in this way, the pain involved was by no means something an ordinary person could endure. Originally, Li Mu should have chosen a gentler way and progressed in a gradual manner. This would also be much more bearable. But, entering the divine tomb was imminent.
He didn't want to gain nothing. Limit. Li Mu clenched his teeth.
Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. Since the northeast is said to be the mountain of the founder's earth, it is said to be the Tsong gate. The 8-pole gate was running wildly. The body's load instantly reached a limit point.
Consciousness had even begun to blur. The turtle and snake phase appeared.
The great tortoise took a step, as stable as a mountain. The spirit snake spits out its breath, spiritually ethereal.
Suppression. The spirit that was already about to collapse was instantly stabilized. Yin is born and Yang grows. The sky is clear and the earth is turbid. Martial. Limit. Li Mu violently opened his eyes. A sharp aura flashed in his eyes. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It was like a shooting star in the dark night. It was dazzling. The chi was like a rainbow, rising straight up. The limit has become 4th level limit. Far beyond the normal limit. 40,000 pounds of enormous strength.
Even though he hadn't tested it yet, Li Mu was already sure of his strength. With the idea of just in case, Li Mu still went to the training room to test it.
40,000. Exactly 40,000. There wasn't the slightest deviation. The limit of an ordinary level 4 martial artist was only 30,000. That's 10,000 more. This is the benefit of going beyond the limit. You know that the power value of a level 5 martial artist is only 31,000 to 60,000 points. I'm afraid that weaker rank 5 martial artists don't even have as much power as Li Mu at this moment. Because of that gate of limit, it directly increases the limit power by 1/3. At one time, Li Mu had worried whether opening the limit gate too early would be unfavorable, whether it would affect his martial arts path afterwards. Now, it seemed that the worries at first were too redundant. The benefits of opening the gate of limits was never just for a moment, but would affect the entire path of martial arts. It would continuously increase the limits. It's truly marvelous. Li Mu couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of relief.
A few moments later, he first practiced boxing in the training room.
Feeling the changes in his body.
The punches were faster.
The strong wind was like a roar. It echoed more than once within the training room.
If I were to face a 5th level martial artist like Barbarian Ghost again, Li Mu would be able to kill him with a single punch.
Li Mu was certain of it. Next is the second gate of limit. Having already tasted the benefits and sweetness of breaking through the limit, Li Mu could not easily break through again since he wanted to break the limit on a level-by-level basis. There's still some body tempering scatter. Li Mu directly sent all the remaining body tempering scatter into his mouth. Immediately, he sat cross-legged in the training room. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. Since the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, it is said to be the Tsong Gate. The east is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, and is said to be the Gate of Enlightenment. The 8-pole gate was once again in operation. And this time, what Li Mu wanted to impact was the second gate of limit. It was called the Gate of Enlightenment. With the sense of my martial way. With the foundation of my martial arts. Hit the door. Boom. Vaguely. Between the minds. A portal appeared. Magnificent, spectacular, like a miracle. And incomparably bright. It was difficult to see straight. Gate of Enlightenment. Li Mu's second gate of limits. Boom. Crash. Slamming the door. The body was in the midst of a crazy load state. The muscles of the body were trembling, bearing the grinding and baptizing. In the process of getting better, there is always grinding, there is always pain. This is the necessary process of change. Sometimes, one may remain unchanged even after undergoing trials and tribulations. Just like the current Li Mu. Time and time again, he suffered but failed to bring about substantial change. But that doesn't mean it's meaningless. All of the pain, all of the trials and tribulations right now were paving the way, preparing for the moment of metamorphosis. Accumulation and change never happen overnight. Everything was meaningful. Li Mu opened his eyes. He slowly exhaled a breath. The body's load had reached its limit. The medicinal power had all been digested as well. It was time for this cultivation to come to an end. The cultivation of the 8 extreme sect was to break through the limits, tensing a string for a longer period of time. It required always testing the edge of the limit. If one pushed too hard, the string would break. The body might actually collapse. But if one did not reach the true limit, it would be difficult to have a honing effect. The main thing was to master the degree of it. To put it bluntly, this was a feat that repeatedly jumped horizontally between life and death. Don't have many points again. Gotta make money again. The cultivation of the 8 extreme sect needed to be aided with medicinal herbs. And herbs, obviously, could not fall from the sky. Packed up and went out. Headed to the trial tower. Li Mu purposely kept the number of times just to head there after the limit. Chapter 97. The 4th floor of the trial tower. In front of the ladder leading to the 4th floor. Li Mu exhaled deeply. The internal breath became more and more stable. Self-panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, 4th level. Strength, 40,000. Attack power, 89,052. Withstand, 92,100. Current harvest, 672. Because the main goal this time was the 4th floor. Li Mu didn't delay too much, so the current harvest wasn't much, and the tolerance was not consumed much. Come on. The bland meaning in Li Mu's eyes began to fade. It was replaced by a burning eye light. He took a step onto the ladder. An invisible pressure was suddenly exerted. However, this time, Li Mu's steps did not pause for a moment and continued forward. One step after another. The pace was firm and powerful. The first half of the ladder was easy to write. In the second half, the pace clearly began to get heavy. But the speed still didn't slow down, he maintained his rhythm. Step after step. There were still 5 steps to go. The 4th floor was already in sight. He could already see the yellow masonry of the 4th floor. Another step was taken, and there were still 4 steps left. The invisible pressure seemed to turn tangible. In an instant, the view of the 4th floor that was already in his eyes became blurred. Another step was taken. The rhythm would not be disrupted. Instantly, a powerful and unrivaled pressure was exerted. Last time, this was where Li Mu was knocked back. The last 3 steps of the test would go straight up a level. However, this time was different. A firm step was taken. The steps are slightly trembling. Yet still firm. The pressure was terrifying, but compared to the 8 extreme gates.
One could only say it was just like that.
2 steps. 1 step. Snap.
With the last step, Li Mu stepped out heavily, completely stepping into the 4th layer. A layer that belonged exclusively to 5th level martial artists.
It's a bit easier than expected. Degree, 88-100.
The degree of tolerance still dropped a bit.
Something that was expected. Li Mu did not mind it. Stepping completely into the 4th layer. The surroundings were not too different from the 3rd level. Up and down, left and right, the same earth-colored masonry. It was just that the passageway was wider. At a glance there are more than 10 meters and nearly 20 meters wide. Simply not like a passageway. It looks like there will be big guys on this level. Li Mu stepped forward.
There was excitement and wariness in his slightly narrowed eyes. A level 5 foreign beast, haven't really stumbled upon one yet.
It wasn't long.
A sudden sound of footsteps sounded behind the corner ahead. Within a certain range, the Fey beasts in the trial tower would actively come to the door.
Not long after,
a canine-shaped foreign beast appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes. It was as big as a horse, and its body was yellow with black spots. The hair on its neck was chaotically blown out, and its paws were a bit larger in proportion to its body.
Lin Dog. Grade, level 5 ordinary. Strength, 40,000. Attack power, 60,000. Value, 1,000 credits.
Note, it's barely good enough to make it to this level, but this level isn't that good.
This guy is just a minion, come on, face the blast. Woo.
Li Mu hadn't even finished reading the notes. The blizzard then arrived. No, it was the fishy wind that met his face.
The speed of the Lin Dog was surprisingly fast.
It wasn't even much inferior to Phantom Slayer. Good lord, the bosses on the 3rd level aren't as good as the minions on this level. The light in Li Mu's eyes grew hotter. After the limit, his 5 senses were even sharper. Even without using his divine eyes, he could barely make out the movements of the Lin Dog. He quickly sidestepped to dodge, but he was still a hair too late.
The broad canine palm skimmed over Li Mu's right arm.
Several hideous blood scars instantly surfaced. The Lin Dog leaped forward, stabilized itself and immediately turned around, letting out a low growl before striking again. This time, Li Mu took the initiative to meet it. He still didn't use his divine eyes. Although using the divine eyes could easily solve the battle. But this was just the most ordinary minion on the 4th floor. If even this himself needed to use his divine eyes, what would happen after that? Fist out. The powerful wind whistled. On the other side, the fishy wind whistled. The thick canine palm arrived with an uncharacteristic canine-like harshness.
Lin Dog. Lin. Not Scales.
Although this guy looks unusual, his bloodline is by no means unusual.
5th level.
No beast at this level is too ordinary anymore.
Boom.
Amidst the muffled sounds, fists and palms intersected. The two huge forces impacted each other, crazily pouring towards each other.
Boom. Li Mu took a heavy step back. With the same power, even Li Mu's attack was higher.
But he still didn't take any advantage. This was the advantage of size. Sometimes the data on the panel was a bit too rigid after all. In a real battle, there were too many factors that affected battle power. There was no such thing as a high battle power being a sure win. A few steps back, his messy footsteps stabilized.
Li Mu took a heavy step and took the initiative to draw back.
On the other side, the Lin Dog that took a hard hit was equally bad.
It hadn't even completely stabilized its body yet. The collapsing bow and scurrying arrows were in a hurry. Brace the hammer. Intention. Yum. I want under my fist. There will be no more former enemies. The fist is like running thunder. Explosions and sudden appearances. Fist intent erupts. Boom.
Blood, crimson blood waved in the air.
It was like a demonic flower.
The faceplate-sized head tilted backwards.
Blood continued to rush from the huge break in the neck. Boom.
The body slammed to the ground, the blood still flowing.
1,000 credits arrived. Level 5. Li Mu spat out 2 words in a murmuring manner.
Treading on the blood everywhere, he took a big step forward. It was only whenever he faced this kind of powerful opponent that Li Mu's heart would beat violently, and his intent would become especially pure. It was only then that the divine flavor between moves would gush out.
This was a talent that could only be displayed in a true battle. 8 extremes. There were many moves in 8 extremes. But he called it 8 extreme fist. But on the contrary, there was no fist among the 6 killing moves of 8 extreme fist. Li Mu has studied those moves. The 6 great openings. The 6 killing moves of Baji. Top, hold, single, lift, crossbody, wrap. The 3 leans and 3 combinations are the key points. There is no fist. Boxing, in addition to the basic 8 styles, only the basic boxing frame. Li Mu used to be a bit confused. He was used to using fists. Before digging deeper into the basic 8 forms and practicing the 6 great openings, he placed his focus on the former. He always felt that with the 8 style, the most powerful thing should be the fist. It was as if the battle record of Senior Li Wenshu on the tombstone was also a punch and nothing else. Then what exactly is this fist? Hiddenly enlightened, but it was difficult to investigate it. Who? Between breathing in and out. The feeling in Li Mu's heart seemed to become clearer and clearer. Suddenly, Li Mu stopped in his tracks. The ear wings moved slightly. Ahead, there was some movement. It seemed to be fighting. Li Mu couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Fey beasts were fighting amongst themselves? If it was a real Fey beast, this would be normal. But this was the trial tower, and Li Mu had never really seen the Fey beasts here fight amongst themselves. Or maybe it was someone else. But Li Mu really hadn't met anyone else. After pondering for just a moment, Li Mu went straight toward the location where the voice came from. No matter what the reason was, at least there were beasts there. There was a battle. For Li Mu, this represented credits and sharpening, while the rest was unimportant. Not long after, stepping around a corner, the battlefield was reflected in Li Mu's eyes. Scorpions. A huge scorpion that was as huge as a cow, the tail was longer than a python, and the tail hooks were flashing with a cold light. Chapter 98 The Nangong Shue Jian Who Returned to Her Heart. Giant Scorpion Guard. Rank, Level 5 Ordinary. Strength, 40,000. Attack Power, 60,000. Ability, Defense Strengthening, Attack Strengthening. Value, 1,000 credits. Note, you're finished, bad luck, hey, pity. Wait for death. Not 1 or 2, not even just 10 or so. Rather, there were at least 20 to 30 of them. So many giant scorpion guards that were a few times bigger than a bull were gathered together that Li Mu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In between these giant scorpions was a woman. A woman with a ponytail, wearing a white power suit and holding a blood-stained silver white lance. Her complexion was ice-cold, and her eyes were even more like a severe winter, with an endless murderous aura in the midst of the bitterness. Beside her, there were already several corpses of giant scorpion guards with huge blood holes in their heads. Some of the corpses had begun to turn into white light and dissipate. Obviously, there were already quite a few giant scorpion guards that she had killed. Only, her condition wasn't very good either. The white sash was stained with crimson blood. The chest with varying degrees of rise represented that her internal breath had become somewhat out of whack. The giant scorpion guards around her were still launching attacks. Tail hooks were coming from all angles, as well as a pair of large iron pincers. Every instant, she needed to face at least 4 or 5 giant scorpion guards' attacks. However, even though her condition was already obviously somewhat poor, she still seemed to be able to cope with them with ease. Her posture was agile, and every time the spear in her hand probed out, she would either break the tail hook of a giant scorpion guard or directly take away the life of a giant scorpion guard. Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and the color in his eyes became more and more intense. She was very strong. If it was just these giant scorpion guards, she shouldn't have been injured. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes glanced at a different giant scorpion. It was bigger, and its shell was more hideous, with barbs everywhere, while its tail hook was even more slender, at least more than 20 meters. Giant Scorpion King. Rank, Level 5 Special. Strength, 55,000. Attack Power, 90,000. Abilities, Defense Strengthening, Attack Strengthening, Combat Intuition, Summoning of the King. Value, 8,000 credits, Certificate of Honor. Note, this guy is not to be messed with. There is no way, wait for death, if you are lucky enough to survive the siege of the Scorpion Swarm. Remember to capture the king first. Li Mu's eyelids couldn't help but jump.
Good guy, really good guy. This guy was more or less exaggerating. The strength of special foreign beasts varied. One of the most intuitive things was the value. The more expensive it was, the stronger it was naturally. This guy actually scored 8,000 points directly, and there was a certificate of honor of some sort? Seeing this honor certificate, Li Mu remembered that his phantom honor certificate still didn't know exactly what it was for.
After pondering for a moment, Li Mu opened his mouth. Do you need help? No need. The woman in the scorpion swarm didn't hesitate for a second to respond in an icy tone. Li Mu didn't say anything else and turned around. If he wasn't wrong, this should be the third place Nangong Shuejin. It was somewhat unexpected that a girl's gun was actually played so majestically and sternly. Wait. Just after Li Mu turned around and walked out a few steps, she spoke again. Ha? Li Mu turned back. Help me stall these giant scorpion guards and count me as owing you a favor. Silence. But in just a moment, the pretense of calmness in Li Mu's eyes was torn away. Within his eyes, there was already a burning battle intent. Both legs were slightly bent. In the next moment, it violently stepped out. Li Mu's figure immediately flashed away like an arrow that had left the string. Li Mu does not know why Nangong Shuejian why back to the heart. Staying and caring wasn't a nebulous favor. Rather, there were many foreign beasts here. Li Mu, who had already entered many times, had long known that. Groups of fey beasts were something that could be encountered but not sought. And here, there was a complete pile of credits waiting to be harvested. Although these giant scorpion guards weren't still messing with them at first glance, and their defense should also be very strong. However, it was hard not to specialize in finding weak ones to kill. A martial artist should be able to rise to the occasion. Like a lightning bolt, Li Mu was already approaching a giant scorpion guard. He threw a punch. It was like thunder. Boom! Before the giant scorpion guard's tail hook could react, his fist had landed right in the middle of his head. Immediately, the outer armor was directly dented. But that's all. The defenses of beasts of the same level could be vastly different from each other, and the most crucial point was the structure of the body. A long-scaled one would definitely have stronger defense than a hairy one. This giant scorpion guard directly clad in an exoskeleton's defense is naturally much stronger than an ordinary long-scaled one. This punch was not much worse than the one that killed the lindog. But it did not cause much substantial damage to it. The tail hook attacked. Li Mu immediately dodged. Before sidestepping, another punch landed in the same spot. 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist. Self-created armor breaking fist. Boom! After one punch, there were 110 punches. If a thunderous gust of thunder, it would rise and fall, unceasingly. In an instant, the fist shadows were whistling. You are only at the 4th level? At the moment Li Mu made his move, his breath leaked out. Nangong Shuejian instantly saw Li Mu's rank. She was instantly startled and began to regret opening her mouth. But the next moment, all that could be seen was a burst of fist shadows and thunder. A giant scorpion guard's head directly became thinned out, no longer alive. The figure flashed by again, heading straight for the nearest giant scorpion guard. Level 4, killing a giant scorpion guard so quickly? Nangong Shuejian couldn't help but shrink her pupils slightly. When did Chu University produce such a character? No, for a rank 4 to come up to the 4th floor already said a lot. You just go find that giant scorpion king and leave the rest to me. Li Mu left behind a somewhat maniacal voice. Behind him, another corpse of a giant scorpion guard was left behind. The 100 arrows offline armor breaking fist pursued an explosion. A swiftness. Fast. Good. Just stall it. Nangong Shuejian agreed, immediately emptying his mind. The color in his eyes once again became harsh and cold. Several spears picked off several giant scorpion guards, and his body lightly skimmed over the heads of one giant scorpion guard, heading straight towards the giant scorpion king. On the other hand, Li Mu directly rushed into the densest area of the giant scorpion guards. At this moment, between his eyebrows, black mysterious lines had emerged. Divine eyes. A scorpion tail interlaced and swept left and right in the air. A single tail hook flashed in the air with a stern and incomparable cold light. Li Mu's figure flashed between one tail hook after another. Dodging from side to side, it seemed to be extremely dangerous, as each tail hook with a chilling light flashed almost directly against Li Mu's body. But in reality, he was able to maneuver with ease. Under the divine eyes, those seemingly harsh tail hooks, those giant scorpion guards encirclement, and the giant pincers waved one by one. In Li Mu's eyes, they were so slow. So slow that he had plenty of time to react and respond. Of course, there was actually no less danger. A slight mistake could be the result of having his body directly pierced through. But this feeling of walking on the edge of death was even more exciting to Li Mu. However, he was also clear that this state couldn't be maintained for long. He had to be quick. 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist. Between the flashes of fist shadows, another giant scorpion guard fell. It didn't really need 100 punches. An average of 40 to 50 punches would be enough. And with the added power of the divine eyes, he was able to swing that many dozens of punches directly within a second or two. Chapter 99 on the top 100 list. Must win. The number of credits harvested kept getting bigger. The number of fallen giant scorpion guards also increased. And Li Mu's fist was already a bloody mess. Even white bones were faintly visible. This was all his own blood. Those giant scorpion guards didn't have red blood. The internal breath had also become a bit out of whack. On their bodies, trails of blood were all over. Even with the addition of the divine eyes, the body's reaction was almost unable to keep up. Not to mention the gusts of intense pain in the mind had begun to spread. The sustaining time of the divine eyes was about to reach its limit as well. Thud. Another heavy step was taken. Straight towards the last giant scorpion guard that was still standing. There was more than just thunder, and fist shadows flashed. A moment later, the last giant scorpion guard fell. And at this time, the tolerance on Li Mu's panel was only 1%. The limit was reached. But after glancing at the accumulated harvest this time, it instantly felt like everything was worth it. Harvest from this trip, 27,962 credits. Close to 28,000. This was the charm of the beasts. High risk, high reward. Zip. The silver white lance pierced into the giant scorpion king's head. At once. The hideous figure of the giant scorpion king stopped moving and slowly paralyzed on the ground. Pulling out the lance, Nangong Shuejian slowly exhaled a breath and braced herself against the lance before standing up straight. Challenging this giant scorpion swarm this time was a bit of a stretch. Individually, the giant scorpion swarm or the giant scorpion king could hardly pose much of a threat to Nangong Shuejian. But the addition of the two created a qualitative change. A large number of giant scorpion guards surrounded her, and the giant scorpion guards waited for an opportunity. It was important to realize that she didn't have Li Mu's perverted divine eyes. Facing too many sieges, with a sinister and powerful giant scorpion king among them, there was always a time when she would not be able to fight back. It was being dragged for too long. She was already on the verge of losing her strength. Fortunately, someone appeared to stall the ordinary giant scorpion guard. Soon, the body of the giant scorpion king transformed into dots of white light and dissipated, and a black card levitated. Nangong Shuejian's eyes lit up slightly at once. Hurriedly catching this, giant scorpion certificate of honor. If it wasn't for it, Nangong Shuejian wouldn't have been so adventurous in challenging the giant scorpion swarm. It wasn't until the giant scorpion certificate of honor arrived that she looked back. The giant scorpion corpses all over the ground were gradually turning into dots of white light and dissipating. At the same time, there was also Li Mu's figure that was also dissipating. Nangong Shuejian just happened to see the final scene of Li Mu's body dissipating. Actually, killed all of them? Nangong Shuejian's eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. Immediately, they became deeply puzzled and curious. Who in the world is it that a fourth-level martial artist can do this to such an extent? Could it really be that freshman rising star that has been rumored recently? It directly appeared in the trial tower rest hall. Li Mu frowned slightly. It actually failed. The use of the divine ability had actually failed. After reaching the fourth level limit, he had similarly obtained a divine ability. Its ability was simple, instantly recovering to full strength. It wasn't as if he hadn't had the idea of trying this divine ability when he entered the trial tower. However, it failed to be used. It wasn't because this divine ability couldn't be utilized within the trial tower. Rather, it was his own reason. The spiritual energy was not enough to support the execution of this divine ability. It wasn't just because the divine eyes consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Its own total amount was not quite enough for this divine ability to be cast. But the difference doesn't seem to be much, it should be. When it's level 5.
Walking out of the hall of the trial tower, there were still some paroxysms of pain in his mind.
The aftermath of too much mental energy consumption. It was good that the turtle snake diagram could play a moderating role.
This time, Limu did not rush to leave the trial tower. Instead, he came to the front-facing trial tower leaderboard.
If the math was right, after experiencing this great harvest, he should be able to get on the list, right? In front of the huge stone monument, there were crowds of onlookers no matter what time of day it was.
Regarding this ranking list, in the hearts of all the students of Chu University, they were all always upholding the mentality of admiration and reverence. Right now, Limu was also considered a celebrity in Chu University.
As soon as he arrived, someone immediately took the initiative to give up some space. Limu stood under the stone monument and looked calmly. First place, Winning Falcon, 226,939 credits. Second place, Bai Xiao, 157,107 credits. Third place, Nangong Shuejian, 138,626 credits. Fourth place, Zheng Tingfei, 117,916 credits. Fifth place, Wang Manchu, 100,682 credits. The top 4 remained stable. The first place winner, Falcon, had even maintained a dominant position. The gap was much wider than at the beginning of the school year. In addition to that, the 7th-ranked Wang Manchu had risen to 5th place. The rest of the rankings of the first academic score also have a lot of growth. Limu looked down one after another. 85th place, Shen Blade, 48,216 credits. 86th place, Limu, 43,962 credits. 87th place, Su Ruogu, 40,691 credits. 100th place, Zhao Yuner, 31,762 credits. On the list. There wasn't much difference from Limu's own prediction. Although this stone tablet appeared to be carved, it was quite divine. The numerical rankings on it were all updated in real time, and it was possible that 1 second the next would be 2 rankings altogether. The current rankings, compared to the beginning of the school year, the overall credit data had grown quite a bit. At first, the last place was still Su Ruogu, with more than 20,000 points. Now he even had 40,000 points as well, and the last place had more than 30,000. With the existence of this list, it was equivalent to reminding the trainees all the time that they couldn't be lax, or else they could be surpassed at any time. It's changed. Limu is on the list. At this time, the onlookers in front of the leaderboard also noticed the change in the leaderboard. How long has this been? Less than a month. Less than a month of enrollment actually made it to the top. Back then, it seems like Winning Falcon had been enrolled for several months before he made it to the top. This should be a record. The fastest freshman ever to make the list. And also happens to be 1 place higher than Su Ruogu. Shouldn't be doing it on purpose. You mean score control? It can't be. It's sick enough to be on the list so quickly. If it's still controlling the scores, then what the hell? It's not like you guys don't know about the two of them, whether it is or not, who knows? Soon after, Su Ruogu received news from her classmates. Limu was on the list. It also happened to be 1 place higher than himself. Damn it! How is this possible? How could it be so fast? So many points straight up in one go? Su Ruogu was instantly annoyed. The time for the appointment was getting closer and closer. He had been trying to approach the limit during this period. But the results were poor. This had caused him to have been quite irritated and anxious lately. He didn't want to lose. To lose to a freshman. And now this sudden news was like a bolt from the blue. If this trend continued, he was afraid that it was really impossible for him to win. No. Can't do this. A thought arose in Su Ruogu's mind. Since he couldn't reach his limit, then why not just break through? Half the limit, it was also good enough. The victory rate of a 4th level against a 4th level might be low. But what if one was a rank 5? That's right. One can still break through. Su Ruogu instantly strengthened his resolve. This battle, one had to win. Chapter 100, Re-entering the Divine Tomb. Second layer area. Shocked. A new record. Less than a month after enrollment, entered the top 100 of the trial list. Legend. This will be a true legend. The forum was abuzz. Not only the forum, the entire campus was abuzz. If it was said that Li Mu's fame in Chu University before was because of his specialness in the level of freshman, then at this moment's entry into the top 100 of the trial ranking, what was illustrated was Li Mu's true strength. It was important to know that of the 100 people on the current trial list, Li Mu was the only one who was a freshman. There was only Su Ruogu in the second year. Of the remaining 98 people, more than 60% of them were senior students. The remaining ones were all juniors. It could be said that the proportion of juniors now far exceeded that of the Sessions of Hope, precisely because of the existence of the winning Falcon, with a spiritually perfect role model. And now, it could be said that tens of thousands of veteran students who had studied for several years were actually inferior to a teenager who had only been in the school for less than a month. Strength-wise, he was already able to rank in the top 100 amongst the tens of thousands of students in Chu University. How could this not make people shocked and incredulous? And the person in question, Li Mu, didn't care about this. False names were just floating clouds. The only thing that was real was one's own strength. So what if he was in the top 100? You know there are still dozens of people ahead of you. What was the point of not reaching the top? Even if one ranked first, so what? Fame was always illusory. Only one's own strength is real. September 15th was sunny. Li Mu's mood was as sunny as the weather. A normal day. Go to class, go home after class. The only difference was that Li Mu showered and went to bed early today. Beneath the pale sky were endless graves, neatly arranged, like a magnificent mountain. It is like the ghostly work of nature, and like a miracle in the world. Entered for the fourth time. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and between his eyes was a scorching light. And this time was especially different. He was going to march into the second layer area. Looking at the first layer of a collapsed tomb, Li Mu slightly exhaled a breath. Immediately, he took large steps forward, crossing over the first layer region, looking out at the even more grand and spectacularly sized graves in the second region, neatly arranged and situated in an orderly fashion. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Pressure began to appear. But the current Li Mu was not what he used to be. At the limit of the fourth level, he was carrying a huge strength of 40,000 pounds. This level of pressure couldn't affect him anymore. His pace was firm, step after step. 100 meters, 50 meters. Until 10 meters. The pressure increased steeply, and an aura that was like being as stable as a mountain, with a jingoistic aura, came crashing down on him. Li Mu immediately raised his eyebrows. He took another step and landed on the ground. This momentum, compared to the previous momentum filled with killing aura, was much weaker. It was completely within the tolerance range. Last time, the tomb filled with murderous aura that Li Mu approached, that tomb was already at the back end of the second area. And this time, Li Mu was choosing to enter from where the second area began. Perhaps the last time shouldn't have been so miserable in the first place, it was mainly because he chose the wrong place. It wasn't long. Li Mu finally stood in front of the first tomb in the second region. Li Xian's tomb. Li Xian, character Yucheng, 16th level martial artist. Leading the Qin army of 3 million. Guarded the Longxi Great Wall for 300 years. He has kept the earth safe and sound. The foreigners are forbidden to invade. His reputation was ruined in one battle, and he was wronged several times, but fortunately he was cleared of his wrongdoings. In the end, no bones, the only record of handwritten military books for burial. 16 levels. Li Mu pupils shrink. Although there has long been a guess, but really see the tombstone clearly written on the 16 level, he still cannot help but turn up some waves in his heart. Martial Dao 13 levels. No. How many levels are there in martial arts? Li Mu looked out over the deep graves, and the meaning in his eyes grew hotter and hotter. This path was far longer than he had imagined. Senior, offense. With a clasped fist and a salute, Li Mu marched to the side of the grave. The milky white grave of unknown material was much larger than the grave in the first region. On it, there seemed to be cracks that were hard to see with the naked eye. Who? A moment to adjust his breathing. 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist. The fist was like a thunderous gust. Between the whistling shadows of the fist, there was a thunderous roar. The 100 arrows armor breaking fist was not only for breaking armor. It is equally effective in attacking. After dozens of punches, the grave collapsed. There is no. It was sort of expected. Li Mu wasn't too disappointed. Just with a little regret in his heart, he walked towards the next grave. The pressure in the air became even denser. Especially when close to the grave, the momentum of the grave itself will instantly become much stronger. Fortunately, it was still within the tolerance range. The 4th level limit was not a breakthrough for nothing. Soon, he reached the second grave. Tian Dan's tomb. Gue surname, Tian clan, list, level 16 martial artist. He subdued the Fire Ox Emperor, made great achievements, and even led the Fire Ox herd to defeat the Demon Alliance, one of the few existences in history to subdue an alien emperor. He was buried here with the Bull Emperor's flute, the best beasts. This name is somewhat familiar, but somewhat unable to recall. Nor did he think and hesitate too much. Once again came to the grave. 100 arrows off the armor-breaking fist. After dozens of punches, the grave shattered. Compared to the propping hammer, Li Mu's self-created 100-arrow string-breaking armor fist was more suitable for attacking. The efficiency was much faster. Still no. Li Mu couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. It was more or less heartbroken. This was the tomb of a 16th-level martial artist. Taking a few slow breaths to calm his mood, he moved forward once again. Yang Yuji's tomb. Ying's name is Yang, his character is Shu, his name is Yuji, a level 16 martial artist. An arrow is like a star. An arrow pierced through 1,000,000 armor, causing the Demon Emperor to flee without a fight. He's buried here with his weapon, the star bow, and his archery skills. This. Li Mu frowned. He had heard of this person's great name. In his last world, one of the top divine archers in history. But what made him feel strange was, why did the owners of 3 graves in a row seem to be from more or less the same era? Previously in the first region, the dynasties of the owners of those graves could all be quite random. Was it because of coincidence? Or was this side divided by era? Or maybe. Li Mu thought of the tomb he tried last time. If he hadn't guessed the owner of that grave correctly, he was also from almost the same era as the owners of these 3 graves. A bold guess appeared in Li Mu's mind. The heavens and the earth changed dramatically. The dramatic change of heaven and earth that was mentioned in the essay of a true man. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a sharp aura. This time, after he returned, he had the need to take a good look at the content of the essay on the dramatic changes of heaven and earth. Previously, Li Mu had focused more on his cultivation tips. But the priority right now was still this. Without much hesitation, Li Mu immediately went forward. The others could go back and slowly think about them and study them slowly. But time waited for no one in the Divine Tomb. Chapter 101: The Cloth Without a Face. Change of Heaven and Earth. Tomb of Jing Ku. Jiang Qing Zifei, 16th level martial artist. Especially good at sneaking and assassination method, attacked and killed the foreigner's royal family 13 with a bang. He killed 13 of the foreigner's royal family with a single attack, which terrified the foreigner's top brass. They didn't even dare to go alone. The winds are rustling and the waters are cold. Once a brave man leaves, he never returns. The grave of the clothes and crown, leaving the 5 styles of the dark dragon and cloth without a face. The 6th tomb. Li Mu gently exhaled a breath. All 6 tombs, without exception, were famous generals from the Qin dynasty or before. Moreover, nothing was found in the first 5. He could already feel that the time he could stay was not long. He didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation or guess. He directly made a move to smash the tomb. Under Li Mu's 100 arrows off the string armor-breaking fist, it only took a few moments for the tomb to collapse. At the instant the grave collapsed, he instantly saw a light before his eyes. There was something. In the tomb, 2 whitish ancient books were lying quietly in the middle of the coffin. The 5 styles of the dark dragon. The cloth without a face. Without the slightest hesitation, he probed and grabbed them. Ashes flew away. But not completely obliterated. Under the perception of spiritual power, the 2 disappearing books transformed into 2 strands of pure spiritual power. But these 2 strands of spiritual energy were also about to shatter. There wasn't the slightest amount of time to hesitate. Li Mu immediately used his spiritual power to receive the spiritual power that the 2 ancient books had transformed into.
But what Li Mu thought was still a little too ideal. These two strands of spiritual energy directly began to collapse. There was no time to think and hesitate. Li Mu's spiritual energy immediately wrapped around and went. Not enough, can only barely keep one book. Having to take care of both could only result in both falling short. There was no time to think. Li Mu's spiritual power returned to his mind with one of the spiritual powers. The utilization of this spiritual power also caused Li Mu to completely reach his limit. As soon as his eyes went black, he had directly lost consciousness. Opening his eyes. The scene was familiar, but not as familiar as before. After all, he had left the home where he had lived for 18 years. Suppressing that emotion in his heart. The contents of Cloth Without Faces slowly appeared in his mind. Very quickly. Li Mu's expression couldn't help but flash a ray of surprise. The ability of this gong method was strange. There was no killing power, no power generation techniques, or anything to sharpen the body. It only had one ability. A very special one ability. 1,000 faces. I am a man of cloth. Cloth with 1,000 faces. Cloth without a face. This. The ability of Cloth Without a Face was also not a disguise. Rather, it was a very special effect. So that others would not notice them at all. It was like a transparent person with zero sense of existence. Visible, but unnoticeable. In an instant, Li Mu understood the strategic significance of this gong method. Previously, he had some regrets that the Dark Dragon 5 styles, which was obviously a powerful killing move as soon as he heard the name, had not been left behind. But now he was just glad. The 5 styles of the Dark Dragon might be Jingke's explosive killing move. But Cloth Without Face was definitely the foundation of Jingke's life as a world-class assassin. Assassin, the most important thing is not assassination, but sneaking. Otherwise, you're discovered before you even get close. Can you still be called? Cloth Without Face wasn't complicated. After all, its effects were that singular. Soon, it was run successfully initially. It was like the counting breath gong, a similar semi-passive gong method. It could be run unconsciously as long as one was skilled. Only the proficiency of its application would affect its effect. It was still late at night. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry to try the effects of this gong method. After entering the divine tomb, he was already refreshed. There was also no need to continue sleeping. Coming to the 3rd floor. Taking out the book, Real People's Essays, he flipped through it in the light of the night and the moon. This time, Li Mu focused on rummaging through it to find out what it had to say about the drastic changes in heaven and earth. The martial way has been exhausted, and heaven and earth are incompatible? I don't believe it. The drastic changes of heaven and earth are like tides, ebbing and flowing. A certain expectation is not unique. There must be a reason. The more he looked through it, the more grave Li Mu's expression became. There was not a lot of ink in this area. Zhang Jinren had mentioned it many times. Some of it was a passing reference, but some of it seemed to go deeper. Among them, realist Zhang speculated. The last dramatic change in heaven and earth should be in an ancient dynasty towards the end. That dynasty was called Qin. Since then, the highest level of a martial artist was only 15. According to Zhang Jinren's speculation, that might not have been the first drastic change in the heavens and earth. Moreover, in some of his essays in his later years, Zheng Sanfeng mentioned the Yuan dynasty. He was a great master of martial arts who straddled the dynasties of Song and Yuan. It is mentioned in the accompanying article that since the death of Song and the establishment of Yuan, the world seems to have something different again. It seems to be the signs and beginning of a new round of dramatic changes in heaven and earth. This is more and more sure that Zhang Jinren speculated the heaven and earth drastic change is definitely more than once. Moreover, the drastic change seemed to be a long process. Yuan. Ming, Qing. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. He only felt that this seemed to be hiding some great secret. In addition to that, the dynasties mentioned by Zhang Jinren. Li Mu had heard of them all. However, what Zhang Jinren mentioned and what Li Mu understood seemed to be somewhat different. After Song is Yuan, right? But the time seems to be much longer. Suibi, it's not just Suibi, there's something hidden in it. Li Mu closed the casual writing and looked out at the moon. He leisurely exhaled a breath. The white moon was bright. The night was not dark. Li Mu had only been able to get a glimpse of what was in the history.
However, just such information made Li Mu's heart inexplicably heavy. The change of heaven and earth. Although it has ended. But what if it comes again? The power of heaven and earth, who can stop?
Li Mu had also come to understand. The reason why those martial gods, the reason why they were level 13, was not that they could only get to level 13. Rather, they were only 13 levels.
Then in that case, wouldn't the surpassing martial god that he had thought was no longer possible? That one could only reach level 13 at most? Then what were the grandiose promises he had once made?
Li Mu clenched his teeth tightly and looked at the moonlight with eyes that were getting heavier and heavier.
The heavier and heavier. Until the flames in them rose violently.
The raging incomparable flames seemed to burn to the sky.
There is no path in heaven and earth? Then come out of the road.
In the era where the highest level was only 15, Zhang Jinren was able to take a half step to level 16.
Then why can't you?
If the heavens did not allow it, then one would go against the heavens. The path of a martial artist was already thorny and full of hardships and obstacles.
Anyway, it's so difficult, what's the harm in being more difficult? The path of a martial artist is to rise to the occasion. Or even, to go against the heavens.
At this moment, Li Mu's mind was clear.
Chapter 102 already level 5? The day of the appointment. Ancient Martial Essence Classroom.
Zhang Xiaohao approached the classroom and came to sit at the seat he often sat in the back row. Suddenly he noticed that there was actually someone beside him.
He was violently startled. Brother Mu, why are you here? I've always been.
The effect was great, and Li Mu was in an instantly good mood. After going out today, from the residence to the classroom, he was completely like a transparent person.
The other trainees simply couldn't notice themselves. If it were usual, then it would definitely be a crowd of people paying attention. Brother Mu, how long did you come? I really didn't pay attention. Zhang Xiaohao had a confused face. He was already still wondering why he didn't see Li Mu today. Class is in session, don't talk nonsense. At this time, the teacher of the class also approached the classroom. It was no longer Zhang Jinsong, it was a substitute teacher named Chao Yu. And Zhang Jinsong had already taken a leave of absence. In the classroom, it was still mainly theory. Occasionally drawing people to answer questions. And today's Li Mu was finally cleared up a bit, not being named to answer questions again. You have to know that in the past, the teachers of the various subjects were also caught one after another letting Li Mu answer questions. It can't be helped, they are also curious about this newborn legend. 2 days passed. After testing, Li Mu had been able to roughly determine the effect of cloth without face now. If he didn't open his mouth and didn't do anything noteworthy, it was almost impossible for others to discover themselves. It was that state of obliviousness. And even if he actively exposed himself to Zhang Xiaohao's eyes, as long as he was distracted and stopped paying attention to himself, it would also be easy to ignore himself again. On the contrary, if someone noticed himself and his attention was still on him all the time, the kind that was particularly focused, it would be difficult for one's own cloth without face to work. It wasn't like this was a true stealth technique after all. And in some ways, cloth without face was actually more effective than the method of stealth. He was making people subconsciously ignore it without a trace. Returned to his residence after class in the afternoon. Straight away, he began to cultivate. How could one slack off if they wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? 4th level limit. Next was the super limit of the 4th level. Swallowing a large amount of body tempering scatter. The 8 vast sect immediately operated. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. Since the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, it is said to be the Tsong Gate. The east is said to be the mountain of the eastern pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment. The gate of enlightenment. My second gate of limit. Li Mu could see this portal. Seeing it clearly. Magnificent and mysterious. Brilliant and eye-catching. It had the additional characteristic of radiance compared to the pale gate. Gate of enlightenment. The 8 extreme door was running wildly, and the muscles were being loaded with china. That door, it didn't move at all. Li Mu didn't have the slightest bit of frustration. Pushing the door was originally a process of perseverance. As long as one had firm confidence, then one would definitely be able to push it open. Ding!
The doorbell rang suddenly. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
The doorbell rang again.
Unable to do anything else, Li Mu could only temporarily stop his cultivation to open the door.
School brother. Brother Mu. Two women were outside the door.
One was tall with long legs, and the other was petite and cute.
Something wrong? Li Mu's face was expressionless, no waves in his eyes.
It was as if the two beauties in front of him, a royal lady model and a lowly style, were just red powder skeletons in his eyes.
Yang Qianqian's pink eyebrows slightly knit, somewhat worried.
Shui Di, Su Ruogu has already posted an invitation to battle with you. You haven't responded yet. Some people say you're afraid, so I wanted to come and see if there's anything wrong with you.
Inviting a battle?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, counting the time. It should be about time.
To be honest, Li Mu hadn't really taken that guy's appointment too seriously. After all, it was only a 4th level. Li Mu really didn't take it seriously.
It wasn't as interesting as going to the 4th floor of the trial tower to fight a random level 5 Fey beast.
Brother Mu, I believe in you, you'll definitely be able to beat that guy to death.
Han Xiaoyan waved her small fists with a face of adoration.
Yang Qianqian's expression, however, was a bit gloomy.
School brother, you shouldn't be too careless. Some gossips say that he's already level 5.
5th level?
Li Mu was not surprised, but rather delighted.
If it's already level 5, then it shouldn't be too weak.
Hopefully, he would be able to take a few punches from himself. Li Mu raised some interest.
But it was only some.
He had never set his sights on an opponent of Su Ruogu's level. He was looking at the winning falcon. Anymore, it had to be at Bai Xiu's level this time.
Thanks for the reminders, it's getting late, you guys should go back to rest early too.
Leaving behind a sentence, Li Mu directly closed the door. Li Mu was really a bit helpless towards these two.
Originally, Yang Qianqian was quite normal.
But since Han Xiaozheng appeared, I don't know if it's because she's been infected or what. Since Han Xiaoyan showed up, I don't know if it's because she's infected or what.
Li Mu doesn't dare to be alone with them anymore. The two women outside the door.
When their lines of sight met, they both let out a delicate hum and turned around to go their separate ways.
Chu University No. 1 Martial Arts Stadium. It was a stadium-like layout.
Surrounding it were rings of spectator seats that rose up in sequence. In the center was a wide ring that was directly 100 meters wide. The No. 1 Martial Arts Stadium was Chu University's largest martial arts venue, and the various competitions organized by the university were usually held here. Its audience seats were enough to seat all the teachers and students up and down Chu University.
Today's martial arts arena was particularly lively.
Less than 10 o'clock, there is already a sea of people lively seen.
Sunday should be a time to sleep or relax and play, or even talk about love. Even the elite students of Wuhan University also need to relax time. Combination of labor and leisure.
Only today this Sunday is different. 70 to 80% of the students are early into the martial arts field. Among them, the largest number of students were from the first 2 years of college. It can be said that the freshmen and sophomores, almost all of them are here.
Simply because, today was the day of the appointment between freshman rising star Li Mu and sophomore strongest person Su Ruogu. The battle between the strongest of the two ages. It also represents the face and honor of the two ages. Not only these ordinary students.
Some of the more well-known stormtroopers had also arrived. More than half of the top 100 students on the trial tower rankings had also come. Those juniors and seniors were likewise particularly curious about this battle.
Although they were schoolmates.
But there was no seniority in martial arts, and those who reached the top were the first.
Li Mu and Su Ruogu were both in the top 100 of the trial tower.
This was already an existence that the vast majority of students could only look up to.
Not long after. I don't know who let out a cry of alarm. Su Ruogu is here. In the wide passageway, Su Ruogu walked in slowly. His overpowering aura was unmistakable, like a hurricane meeting his face. It's really level 5. 5th level in sophomore year. Really deserves to be the first person in sophomore year. I remember when Bai Xiu was also a sophomore in the second half of the semester before the 5th level, so wouldn't it be? 5th level is different from 5th level. Bai Xiu's foundation is much stronger than this guy's. In a burst of surprised and amazed voices, Su Ruogu stepped into the field with expressionless strides. Chapter 103 All 5 Strongest Arrive. Su Ruogu slowly swept over the entire arena.
His eyes contained a disdainful look.
He hasn't come yet?
The voice was not loud, but it caused the scene to go silent.
No one responded.
He didn't ask any more questions and stood silently and proudly on the stage, holding his arms,
waiting in silence.
After breaking through the 5th level, his mentality has changed to a certain extent. Level 5, among the students of Chu University, was already a small group of people at the top. There weren't 100 in total. It could be said that he was already on the same starting line as characters like Bai Xiu and Zhang Tingfei, although there was still a bit of a gap. But he believed that he would be able to catch up with them sooner or later.
As for the winning falcon,
although they were at the same 5th level,
but Su Ruogo never had any ideas. Well, not at the same level.
That is the Chu University recognized demon, the true meaning of perversion. He was even called the martial arts god's posture.
This is not something that some people say casually. It's said to be the opinion of some school leaders.
He had high hopes from countless people, and was even thought to be the second heavenly saint-like figure. Although he was still only at the 5th level, an ordinary top martial general wouldn't even last a single move in his hands. There are even some rumors that he has already reached the limit of the 5th level. The reason why he still stays at the 5th level is just to polish his foundation.
There is a saying in Chu University. There are 2 types of level 5s. Winning falcon and others. Other people's 5th level was only 5th level, although some people were just as good. For example, Bai Xiu had also fought battles where he had defeated rank 6 martial artists. However, there was still a qualitative difference with the winning falcon as well. It wasn't a rank 6, yet it was far superior to a rank 6. Even during the last University League, winning falcon was only at the 5th level and had already defeated a 6th level martial artist. Even the most arrogant and proud would not be able to help but lower their heads in front of the winning falcon. It was too strong, so strong that it was despairing. Even if proud as Bai Xiu, as the first son of the Bai family, he even had the age advantage. But in front of the winning falcon, he would likewise need to lower his proud head. Winning falcon's perversion is recognized. No matter how inflated Su Ruogo was, he wouldn't be so inflated as to think that he could be on par with winning falcon. And what he clearly knew in his heart but was somewhat unwilling to admit was that his own 4th level foundation had failed to completely stabilize. After defeating that guy, he must stabilize his roots properly, at least the 5th level must be polished. Su Ruogo secretly made an awakening.
At this moment, within the passageway, a tall, white cultivator wearing a casual slim-fit white suit appeared. Beside him was the better-built flavorful Wang Manchu. Bai Xiu actually came with Wang Manchu. It is said that the relationship between the two seems to be extraordinary. It seems like it might be true. Although the Bai family has declined a bit over the years, its influence in the political world is still not small, and if it's a beat on the military region's Wang family.
Everyone has come quite early.
Bai Xiu revealed a gentle smile in response to the cadets who greeted or saluted him from their seats. In terms of personality, he and winning falcon could also be said to be 2 extremes.
One was solitary and icy as cold iron.
The other one is widely socialized. Each person's charisma shines brightly, and whoever he socializes with has a modest gentleman's appearance, just like a born leader.
Don't get in the way, it's not like you're the main character today, don't be a stinker.
A voice suddenly came from behind Bai Xiu. It was a youth wearing an undershirt, with a lean and strong body, his hair standing up like a rigid needle, and a thunder tattoo on his arm.
Old Zhang, don't be staggering.
Bai Xiu didn't care when he saw the visitor and just smiled helplessly.
Hello Brother Fei. Brother Fei is here too. Brother Fei, come sit over here.
There are quite a few buddies who came to join in the fun, and there are quite a few good-looking young ladies as well. Zhang Tingfei smiled and greeted the crowd around him. His personality was similar to Bai Xiu's, both being the type to make a wide range of friends. However, the two were quite different. Although Bai Xiu appeared to be easygoing when he socialized with people, he always had a distinct sense of distance.
Zhang Tingfei was different.
He was really able to mingle with anyone, with no barriers of any kind.
There is a kind of Jianghu bravado. This caused many people to feel more favorable towards Zhang Tingfei than Bai Xiu. All 5 levels, not bad indeed. Bai Xiu nodded to Su Ruogu. Senior is too kind.
In front of Bai Xiu, Su Ruogu still humbly lowered his head. What's this overrating? It might surpass me at some point. Bai Xiu smiled faintly.
Zhang Tingfei slapped Bai Xiu's shoulder with an odd expression, exceeding my ass. I see that this kid's aura is a bit off.
Su Ruogu's face immediately became a bit ugly. Because the breakthrough was a bit rushed, yet it had not reached its true limit.
The problem was definitely there.
But was it really good to reveal the scars in public?
Stop it.
Bai Xiu hurriedly pulled a hand on Zhang Tingfei and smiled subliminally at Su Ruogu. Old Zhang is a bit tongue-tied, don't mind it.
It's fine.
Su Ruogu smiled reluctantly. Right at this moment, another person walked out from the passageway. Her white clothes were snowy and cold as ice. The moment she appeared, it was as if the temperature in the surroundings dropped by a few points. Why is she here?
Doesn't she hate this kind of lively scene the most? Could it be that she sensed a sense of crisis? I remember that she didn't even come to the last duel between Winning Falcon and Bai Xiu. It can't be that she's treating someone differently. How can it be? What a joke. Nangong Shuejian.
The strange woman who ranked third on the trial list. Without any background, she had come this far by herself alone.
Not to mention that she was the role model and idol of all the female trainees.
Even for male trainees, no one was unconvinced when the name Nangong Shuejian was mentioned. Her admirers were even more numerous.
Unfortunately, Nangong Shuejian's character is too cold.
Cold as ice and snow, all the cadets who want to get close to her will touch a nose.
It is said that once Bai Xiu ate a lot of defeat.
Many people feel that, with Nangong Shuejian's vision and Chude can look at the only one I'm afraid of is the Winning Falcon.
Only the character of the Winning Falcon.
Under the attention of the crowd, Nangong Shuejian calmly came to the open space in front of the audience and stood still.
This one actually came as well.
Bai Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly.
What? People can't come? Wang Manchu snorted coldly.
Bai Xiu smiled sarcastically and wiped his nose. Oh, I don't think there is this meaning, it's just strange, Winning Falcon to come. I have figured out some. Suddenly, his voice stopped.
Not only Bai Xiu. The whole scene. Instant silence. Crow silence. A needle could be heard. The atmosphere was instantly grave. Ta! A footstep sounded. Not light and not heavy.
But it was as if it stepped on everyone's heart. A black-clothed teenager, head bound with a smudged forehead and holding a long sword, slowly walked into it.
Winning Falcon. He is here. The legend of Chu University, the legend, he has come.
Unlike the boiling atmosphere of the scene before, several people came here. At this moment, there was only silence at the scene.
Winning Falcon actually came too.
As of this moment, the top 5 rankings of the Trial Tower School.
The 5 most renowned and powerful people in Chu University have all arrived here. Just because. Freshman star Li Mu and the strongest sophomore Su Ruogu. Chapter 10 for the Battle of 10,000 People. Why hasn't Li Mu arrived yet?
It was only after a long time that someone in the audience of the martial arts arena dared to whisper their doubts.
Yes. So many people have come, why hasn't Li Mu arrived yet? Even the Winning Falcon and the others have arrived. The main man actually hasn't even come yet. Winning Falcon was silent, standing still, like a statue.
On the other side, Nangong Shuejian was similarly standing still. The face was expressionless, if frosty, and unmoved.
A black and white, as if a pair of people.
But the truth was that the two had never had any intercourse.
Bai Xiu and Wang Manchu chatted softly.
Only their eyes were all paying attention to the entrance side.
What's wrong with that kid? Sleeping to death? Zhang Tingfei spat loudly.
On the stage, Su Ruogu frowned slightly, his heart growing more and more dissatisfied. If it wasn't for the presence of Winning Falcon, a few strong people, Su Ruogu needed to pay some attention.
He would have questioned it long ago.
Only in the audience, there were already some murmurs as well.
Li Mu couldn't be afraid, right? After all, Su Ruogu was at level 5, it's normal that he doesn't dare to come.
A new student is a new student, no matter how rebellious he is, he should stay honestly.
As a veteran, senior students, naturally there would be a faint sense of arrogance.
There was no way they would want to be pushed down by a lower grade student.
Nonsense, how could Brother Mu be afraid?
Zhang Xiaohao immediately retorted.
As the self-professed number 1 junior under Li Mu, how could he wimp out at a moment like this? Yu Tianhe also couldn't help but say, he wouldn't be afraid. How could someone like him be afraid? It should be delayed by something. Su Mo said. That guy can't possibly be afraid. Bai Ling. What nonsense.
Later on, Brother Mu will come and blow that so and so away with one punch.
Don't you guys cry then.
Han Xiaoyan, who looked like a brainwashed fan, completely ignored the gazes of the sophomore trainees who wanted to kill.
It's true that he's not someone who would run away from a battle. Yang Qianxian, as a sophomore cadet, couldn't say anything more.
She could only anxiously send message after message to Li Mu.
And at this moment, Li Mu, one of the main protagonists of today's appointment, was still asleep. Normally, Li Mu rarely even slept anymore, let alone overslept. Just today, the sleeping Li Mu's complexion was not peaceful. The expression was even a bit grim and uneasy. Woo. Barrier. Road. Li Mu violently opened his eyes. A ray of palpitating color flashed in his eyes. He had dreamed. A nightmare. A very strange nightmare. He couldn't remember, only that it was strange. Very absurd. There was a road, and on the road, there were many monsters. On the road, there were many small fruits of wood thorns. The rest, there were many more, Li Mu couldn't even remember. What the hell is this? He was a bit strange, this was very wrong. He hadn't even dreamed for a long time, let alone. Suddenly, he noticed the countless messages and countless unanswered communications on his optical brain. Today seems to be. He remembered. It's been an hour, and there's no point in waiting any longer. Su Ruogu in the arena looked displeased as he directly headed out of the arena. It's over without a fight, the result is already there. The sophomore trainees were all excited. Winning Falcon and Nangong Shuajian were expressionless, each standing. Waiting quietly. Bai Xiu and Wang Manchu also didn't get up, still chatting, their posture leisurely, without the slightest intention to leave. Zhang Tingfei was surrounded by a large group of brothers. From time to time, bursts of laughter would erupt from there, the atmosphere was warm, and it seemed that they were chatting quite vigorously. There was no intention of leaving either. It was the fact that these 5 powerhouses in the top 5 of the rankings had yet to make a move and were in no hurry that caused many people to stay. It was just that Su Ruogo had long been impatient. He thought that he had already given quite a bit of face to these 5. Just as he walked off the field, a silhouette vaguely appeared in that backlit passageway. The figure was slim, and the pace was firm. Light, somewhat blinding. No, the blinding wasn't light. It is potential. The potential of hiding the blade, concurrently. Sharpness, manifested undoubtedly. Sorry for being a little late. Taking another step, he finally stepped out of the passageway that was against the light. The teenager's resolute face clearly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Brother Mu. Zhang Xiaohao immediately yelled with a broken voice. Finally. Bai Xiu's eyes gazed slightly. Zhang Tingfei looked over with interest. The two of them, Winning Falcon and Nangong Shuajian, who were as statuesque as they were, also finally fluctuated. Countless people, their sights locked onto that teenager. Li Mu. Li Mu. Not long after, the freshmen immediately erupted into neat cheers of excitement. The previous depression was swept away. Previously, they had been told by the sophomores that they didn't even dare to come, saying that freshmen had to behave with their tails between their legs. They could not mention how angry. Now it's good. He's here. Finally came. I thought you didn't dare to come. Su Ruoga's eyes were slightly gloomy. Hurry up and start early and finish early. Li Mu's expression was calm. It wasn't that he was impatient and looked down on Su Ruogu. It was only that he seemed to be about to have another epiphany. After waking up from his dream, he vaguely realized that his mind seemed a little clearer. Since that's the case, then let's come. The two stood tens of meters apart. The field was wide enough for even a top-level 6 martial artist to perform. In the field, excluding Li Mu and Su Ruogu, there was also a referee teacher. The strength of a rank 6 top martial general. According to the rules of the Chu Grand martial arts, other than not intentionally injuring a person's life, or intentionally maiming a person, there are no other prohibitions. You can go all out, no need to hold back. Just in case, it is natural to need a referee with sufficient strength. Moreover, this number 1 martial arts stadium was not something that students could use at will. Not to mention, there is also a top-level 6 martial general on standby. To utilize it once, 1,000 points. The loser gives points. This was also one of the unspoken rules. Who? Lightly exhaling turbid air. Li Mu was as peaceful as Tarzan. The momentum around his body gradually spread. It was stern and grandiose. On the other side, Su Ruoga's eyes were slightly narrowed and his expression was grave. The momentum, concurrently, came out. The huge potential belonging to a level 5 martial artist poured straight towards Li Mu. When martial artists fought, potential was the pawn before the horse. It was all a test, but also a potential encounter. Li Mu. Come on. Go for it. Go for it. Li Mu. You must win. Brother Mu. Beat that stinking ass. Go Su Ruogu. Go for it. Teach this brat what it means to have a high heaven. In the middle of the field, the freshmen and sophomores were in a fury. Each supported the representative of their respective age. Wave after wave of sound echoed in the empty space within the martial arts arena. The atmosphere became more and more passionate. This caused many of the junior and senior students to join in, chanting names of support. As for that one Chu University student who was a long famous and powerful person, the same one after another, their eyes narrowed slightly, fully focused. In some special boxes in the distance, the figures of some school leaders could even be faintly seen. This was a battle that was in the limelight. Chapter 105, No One Dares to Believe. In the exchange of momentum, Su Ruogu, who was a rank 5 martial artist, failed to gain the slightest advantage. Li Mu's momentum was very heavy and stable. Regardless of how Su Ruogu impacted, he stood as if he was standing still like Tarzan. On the contrary, under many active impacts, Su Ruogu's own momentum was already somewhat unstable. Battle! The referee shouted sternly, and immediately retreated in quick steps. Before the words fell, Su Ruogu moved. In the sight of countless people, in the midst of the cheers that rose and fell, he took one step. 7 Xian steps. The figure was like an arrow leaving the string. Another trail of residual shadows appeared. For a time, the shadows were overlapping. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Ruogu's speed was very fast. This footwork was also quite subtle, and the residual shadows had a disorienting effect. Worthy of being Chu University's heavenly pride. Worthy of being the number 1 sophomore. In Li Mu's line of sight, his figure was somewhat ethereal and blurry. But soon, it gradually became clearer. He had yet to utilize his divine eyes. When he first entered the 4th level not long ago, he was already able to beat a 5th level to death. Now, he was at the limit of level 4. Granted, a level 5 like Barbarian Ghost would definitely not be as good as a level 5 like Su Ruogu, who had an extraordinary birth, extraordinary talent, and came from Chude. But don't forget that Su Ruogu had only just broken through. This footwork. Li Mu retreated a few steps, but the color in his eyes gradually gained more of an interesting meaning. This step was extraordinary, just as a reference. Li Mu's footwork was created with those feats and martial arts that he possessed. It is still immature and needs to be borrowed. Collecting the strengths of 100 schools of thought, and accommodating them in his own body. 7 Xian steps. Su Mo Yan's expression was slightly condensed. What 7 Xian steps? Zhang Xiaohao hurriedly asked. Su Mo Yan stared. 7 Xian steps, the Su family's 7 Xian steps. In Chunan City, although the Su family isn't as good as the Bai family, it's still a big family that's famous on one side. The Su family's current generation martial king, Su He, is said to be able to break the sound with 3 steps. I've also heard about this Su Ruogu for a long time. I'm afraid that his 7 Xian steps have reached the realm of the divine. Once the 7 Xian steps have reached this realm, it is difficult for an ordinary martial artist of the same level to even touch it, let alone. Not to mention that Li Mu was 1 level lower. He hadn't been able to get that out. But everyone else had understood its meaning. The freshmen all became a little nervous at once. Although they were confident in Li Mu. But Su Ruogu really wasn't weak either. The number 1 person in the sophomore year. Maybe in a few years, he would be a character like Bai Xiao. Facing such a character, could he really cross the ranks? Pair after pair of eyes stared tightly at the 2 figures in the field.
On the other side, the sophomores, however, cheered as if they had already won, and the cheering continued. Yang Qianxian, who was sandwiched between them, was worried and could only silently cheer for Li Mu in her heart. Although it was true that she was a sophomore, but compared to that Suruogu, she definitely had to be on her schoolmate's side.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be much divinity. Li Mu sighed slightly in his heart. The pace stopped violently. Immediately, a step was taken. Instantly, his momentum changed. Before, it was like a mountain, standing still and peaceful and natural. And at this moment, completely changed. It was as if a sleeping savage beast had opened its eyes. To choose people to eat. Fierce aura. Fatal aura. Killing intent. Battle spirit. At this moment, they gushed out together. At this moment, countless people were all slightly stunned, intimidated by the aura. Only the winning falcon's eyes instantly condensed. The eyes that were once as serene as a deep pool became as sharp as a falcon at this moment. In the next moment, Bai Xiu, Nangong Shuajian, and Zhang Tingfei also reacted violently. Without exception, in their eyes, there was only Li Mu's reflection at the moment, as well as a grave expression. And at this moment, Suruogu, who was facing Li Mu. His face was slightly white, and under the intimidation of his aura, his body actually had a momentary freeze. Between heaven and earth, there are 8 poles. An epiphany suddenly flashed through Li Mu's heart. A fist. Handed out. The wind roared and the sound exploded. The airflow dispersed in all directions like clouds. This fist, in which it seems to be heaven and earth hidden, seems to be very slow. Everyone saw this punch. This fist that was handed out to meet Suruogu. In their eyes. Eyes watched as this fist gradually approached. But they couldn't do anything. Just like Suruogu at this moment. Is this punch slow? Not really. It was a punch that surpassed the speed of sound. Suruogu, who was frantically mobilizing his body to react, only had time to cross his arms across his chest. The punch arrived. Boom. At the moment this punch landed, it was as if everything was stilled. In the next instant, Suruogu's body instantly flew backwards. While his body was still in the air, a large mouthful of blood spewed out. It was simply like a blood mist. What? The referee, who was a top-level 6 martial general, did not react at this moment. Boom! Suruogu's body smashed heavily into the ground. Blood stained his lapel red. In the air, the blood mist was still drifting away. The referee immediately rushed over, hurriedly checking his injuries. After a few seconds, the referee immediately said, "Li Mu wins." Immediately, he greeted the medical personnel who had already been on standby. This punch was too fast. Everything happened too much. His reaction speed as a top-level 6 martial general almost somewhat failed to react. What? Zhang Xiaohao froze for a moment. What did the referee just say? Yu Tianhao was the same reaction. Many people had the same reaction. Not only freshmen, sophomores, and even juniors and seniors, many trainees were likewise the same. Even though the referee had already announced the result. But their brains were still a bit spinning. It's over? Suruogu actually lost just like that? How could this be possible? It's completely impossible. This was Suruogu, the strongest sophomore. If Suruogu and Li Mu had fought for a while, and were evenly matched, and then lost by half a move, many people would still be able to accept this. But now, Suruogu was directly killed by a single move. Didn't even manage to struggle that much. He was killed in seconds before he even had a chance to make a real move. Not to mention these ordinary students. Some of the school leaders watching from the shadows were equally incredulous. As school leaders, they knew their own students better. Especially a genius like Suruogu. But now, such a genius cadet was actually killed by a rank 4. Xiao. Did you see that punch? Wang Manchu's expression was similarly somewhat incredulous. As the 5th strongest person on the trial tower rankings, her strength was by no means comparable to the current Suruogu. However, she still vaguely felt some threat between that punch. Seeing some. That was a punch that divine rhythm was nearly coming to life, that was a punch filled with will. Bai Xiu's expression was equally grave, and even his voice was a bit less natural.
But soon, he threw his voice. Perhaps it won't be long before all of our positions are threatened.
It's so demonic, it's unbelievable. Perhaps the next winning falcon. No, it might even be more than that. Chapter 106. The sun has the appearance of invincibility. Li Mu. Li Mu. Li Mu. After the silence, the entire crowd cheered. It was too unbelievable. But it also represented how rare and legendary it was. A freshman killing the strongest sophomore in one move. This could even be said to be an unprecedented oddity in Chu University. At this moment, the entire arena was boiling. It wasn't just the freshmen who were honored. The juniors and seniors were equally abuzz. Even the sophomores. Some sophomore cadets were equally excited. They were sophomore cadets, all right. They also had a sense of collective honor. But they were first and foremost Chu University's cadets. Secondly, the current grade was only sophomore. The appearance of a demon like Li Mu would most likely lead Chu University to a new glory. Just like the once heavenly sage, that first legend of the Chu South region. At one time, many people felt that the next one to lead Chu University to glory would inevitably be the winning falcon. And now, there was an additional name in the hearts of these countless people. Li Mu. They had witnessed another legend. A legend that belonged to Chu University. How could they not be excited? Li Mu. Brother Mu, so handsome. Brother Mu, invincible stance. The arena was still abuzz. But at some point, Li Mu had already disappeared. The winning falcon didn't stay to be long either. He left with his sword. His posture was calm. Only his eyes that were vaguely burning with flames proved that his heart was not calm. He knew that his long-awaited opponent had really appeared. Really appeared. His name was Li Mu. It's really him. Nangong Xuejian's heart was equally unsettled. It was hard to imagine and hard to believe. How could such a demonic person exist? Old Mi's hands are itching to watch this kid, he's truly outrageous. Zhang Tingfei's eyes also had battle intent burning in them. In Chu University, he, Zhang Tingfei, was also a counted fighting maniac. It was only after being taught a few lessons by the winning falcon that he didn't dare to go wild. But the river and mountain is easy to change, the nature cannot change. This battle, a short battle. A simple and rough battle that had already caused his blood to boil. At least it's already at the level of the top 10, we have to hurry up as well. If we end up being surpassed by a freshman, it would be a disgrace. Bai Xiu smiled at Wang Manchu. There was some helplessness and some faint bitterness in the smile. Chu University President's Office. On the computer, everything that was happening in the #1 martial arts stadium was being relayed in real time. Dong Shanchuan looked at everything that was happening on the screen, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hang up a smile. A somewhat foolishly joyful-looking smile. My heart is very relieved. For Chu University to be able to produce such a talent, that was truly a rare good thing. Master Dong. A light call resounded in this office that was empty except for Dong Shanchuan. Little Tian, you're getting more and more godlike and untraceable. Dong Shanchuan grinned. How dare I? Master Dong was afraid that he had anticipated this. In the void, the embryonic form of a human figure was like a pen in ink outline. Dong Shanchuan didn't answer, pointing at the computer screen and asking. Have you watched this child yet? How does it feel? This child, a certain person has been observing for a long time. Has the posture of invincibility. Has the hope of reaching the top. What? Dong Shanchuan instantly narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that Li Mu was extraordinary. However, to be evaluated in such a way by little Tian was still greatly out of his expectations. One had to know that little Tian had never had his eyes high above the ground. Eyes without others. This word was not entirely about arrogance. When used in martial arts, it was a sign of confidence, a high recognition of oneself. A belief in oneself. He does have such qualifications. The strongest man in the Chunan region. A living legend. The heavenly saint. Yet how highly he gave a teenager a high opinion. This is unprecedented. So it is. Returning to the residence. Li Mu meditated on his knees on the 3rd floor. I don't know if it was that dream or the battle with Suruogu. Perhaps it was both. Li Mu had come to a realization. The Eight Extremities fist had no particularly powerful moves, so why was it called fist? Before, Li Mu was puzzled. But now, he had come to some realization. Perhaps. So everything. The root of all moves is a fist. This fist, invisible but better than tangible. He could be any form. It can be based on any boxing frame, boxing posture as a form. As long as its inner is so a concept. Then it is. That punch. Only. The reasoning was somewhat understood, but when really applied in practice, Li Mu was still a little confused. There were some points that were still a bit obscure. The realization of martial arts is never achieved overnight. But again, it is in the twinkling of an eye. He quietly meditated, carefully pondering over the sensation. In his mind, the turtle-snake phase vaguely emerged. A turtle and a snake. Their existence seemed to be stating the greatest truth in this world. One yin and one yang, one positive and one strange. Everything has opposites. The world, by nature, is divided into two sides. My martial arts path is like the rising sun. It is also like the white moon. If I want to reach the top, I must first travel 10,000 miles of martial arts path. The austerity of the fist. The corroboration of the martial path. He opened his eyes abruptly. Still need some battles, as well as sharpening. The limit of 40,000 pounds was still as steady as a mountain. But so what? The big deal was to move the mountain. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, said Kangman. In the east, it is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, and it is said to be the gate of enlightenment. The 8 poles gate operated. The muscles trembled crazily. Severe pain spread all over his body. Li Mu's expression was one of perseverance. Only perseverance. Several hours of cultivation. Only until his body was at its limit did Li Mu stop cultivating. The cultivation of the 8 extreme doors was a persistent process that could not be rushed. After taking a shower, he was just about to go out for dinner. The doorbell then rang. Outside the door, it was a well-mannered, mature man with gold-rimmed glasses. Director Zhang. Li Mu was slightly surprised. Why did this Zhang Qianxuan come? Since abducting himself to Chu University, he hadn't shown himself much in front of him. Classmate Li, it's been a long time. Your deeds have really been thunderous during this period of time. Overrated. Entered the house and sat down on the sofa. After pouring Zhang Qianxuan a cup of plain water, Li Mu asked. I don't know if Director Zhang is up to something? It's not a big deal. I'm here to care about your studies and life here. Are you still accustomed to it? Zhang Qianxuan smiled extraordinarily kindly. It's all fine, quite good. Li Mu nodded slightly. Your victory over Su Ruoba today has caused a huge uproar in Chu University. I don't know how many people were stunned. I don't know how many years it has been since my Chu University has produced such a demonic student. I am precisely more and more glad that I made the decision in the first place. Recruiting you to Chu University. Zhang Qianxuan eagerly patted Li Mu's thigh. This caused Li Mu to be a bit puzzled. Sympathy? It didn't seem like it. Director Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. Chapter 107 6th Grade Elixir. Fame shook Chude. What else could there be? Just came to see how you're doing. Zhang Qianxuan smiled somewhat sardonically. And then it's just that in light of your excellent performance during this period of time, the school side has prepared some rewards for you as encouragement. With that, he waved his hand on the coffee table, and several porcelain vases appeared. In the glazed vase is the true dragon Dan, 2 vases totaling 6. In the green vase is the fierce tiger pill, 3 bottles totaling 9. How many levels of pills? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, keenly sensing the extraordinary nature of these pills. As for the storage ring in Zhang Qianxuan's hand, it similarly represented his extraordinary nature. There were storage props in this world, and it was said that they used some high-tech means. However, they are especially precious and hard to come by. What is needed is not only money, but also identity. It is difficult for an ordinary martial king to own one. And most of them have less than a cubic meter of space. I don't know how Zhang Qianxuan got this one. It's not high, it's just a grade 6 elixir. A somewhat pretentious voice instantly attracted all of Li Mu's attention. He couldn't care less about focusing on any spatial props. What a joke. Sixth grade pills? That was something that couldn't be bought with money.
One must know that on this points exchange list, level 6 pills were measured in tens of thousands. With Li Mu's current speed of earning points, he might only be able to exchange a few level 6 pills for a few times in the trial tower. But that was just the big-ticket elixirs. And now these two that Zhang Qianxuan took out were not even on the exchange list. These two types of elixirs are, how should I put it, quite extraordinary even amongst rank 6 elixirs. Zhang Qianxuan smiled and continued. They are both one of Chu University's special elixirs, the True Dragon Elixir to condense blood and strengthen bones, and the Fierce Tiger Elixir to refine strength and condense qi. You can only see them in the special exchange list, and they are worth at least 50,000 points or more.
This handwriting isn't small. Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly.
And from the sound of it, these two elixirs seem to be of some use to his own cultivation of the 8 Extremities sect.
Just a reward? For nothing?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
Of course, or else I would still ask you for money. Right, and remember the secret realm that was promised to you? I thought you forgot.
Li Mu was somewhat speechless.
Of course I haven't forgotten, that secret realm is about to open. I'll personally come to pick you up at that time.
Well, no matter what purpose you have, enough padding, just say it straight.
It's nothing, it's just.
Zhang Qianxuan carried some embarrassment of being recognized. The University League is about to open, at that time I hope you can participate as our school's seeded player.
Martial University League.
Li Mu immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. He had certainly heard about the great reputation of the Martial University League. Thousands of universities across the country would send their talented students to participate in this competition.
Those who ranked at the top would receive generous rewards. Both individuals and schools would.
And it was rumored that every year, the Dragon Kingdom's resource allocation for the nation's martial arts universities was based on the rankings of the Martial Arts League.
This is certainly no problem.
Li Mu directly agreed. Whether it was those rewards or being able to meet powerful opponents.
Both were exactly what Li Mu craved for. Li Mu said, in terms of time, the preliminary round is about to start, right?
It is soon, but it has nothing to do with us. Our Chu University has a direct submission to the finals, the top 10 WUs do. Zhang Qianxuan smiled smugly.
The following day. The matter of Li Mu killing Su Ruogu with a single strike had long since spread completely in Chu University. This was originally seen by many people with their own eyes. The few remaining trainees who weren't there had long since heard it over and over again. On the forums, the heat of this matter had long since become number one. Su Ruogu was seriously injured by a single punch.
According to the physician, a conservative estimate is that he will need to recuperate for over a month.
It's likely that he'll miss the Wushu University tournament. Li Mu didn't just win, he also spread his reputation completely.
Some people feel that Li Mu's hand is too heavy. Our classmates, how can you just want to give people a beating to death? However, more people still felt that Su Ruogu himself could only be blamed for being too weak. After all, it was normal for a 4th-level martial artist to face a 5th-level martial artist with his full strength. Normally, no one would think that a rank 4 martial artist would be able to beat a rank 5 martial artist to death with a single punch.
In most people's eyes, it was still understandable. Of course, saying Su Ruogu was weak here was relative to Li Mu.
As the strongest person in the second year, his strength was still there for all to see.
To say that it could only be said that he was too unlucky. He ran into this demon Li Mu.
On the forum, many people had already compared Li Mu to the winning falcon. They even called him the second winning falcon.
Many people thought that Li Mu might not be as good as winning falcon right now.
However, in time, it was not impossible for him to catch up with or even surpass the winning falcon. At this time, Li Mu had been completely pushed into the limelight.
If Li Mu was famous in Chu University before, now, he is famous in Chu Day.
There weren't many people who were famous, but there were quite a few, and the top 10 of the rankings, as well as some special existences, were almost all at this level.
The total number of people counted down to at least a few dozen or nearly 100. And those who are famous in Chu Day, a few people only. And now, there is one more name called Li Mu. Li Mu didn't care about any of this.
He attended classes as usual. Even today, he didn't utilize cloth without face. In this way, it was only natural that he was surrounded by spectators along the way. Fortunately, Li Mu was also used to it. After yesterday's battle, which had spread his reputation, ordinary students did not dare to appear in front of Li Mu at will. The reason why he didn't use cloth without face wasn't because Li Mu wanted to enjoy any reverential gazes.
Just one reason. The submerged dragon should not be used. Li Mu didn't want to be discovered to be abnormal in terms of his sense of existence.
Obviously, his fame was so great, but he was often invisible and disappeared.
This would probably lead to someone guessing this aspect.
As a precautionary measure, if there was really an emergency to utilize the cloth without face, it would be a bit of a pitfall.
Some site is just a matter of placing it as if it were nothing.
Ancient martial artists, should be like a strong pine, let the wind blow and rains and standing still. Sometimes, the will of the martial artist, the spirit, is something more important than the strokes of the body. Even more important than talent.
A martial artist, what matters is a heart. A heart of martial arts. Ancient martial artists, all the more reason to keep this heart pure.
Xiao Yu on the podium coughed a few times to moisten his throat, then said, "Let's stop here for today's lesson. I'll see if I can arrange a weapons lesson for you guys tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Your teacher Zhang gave an explanation, and I've almost screwed up and forgotten about it.
Everyone, see you in the next lesson.
After Xiao Yu left, the classroom remained calm for a moment, and it was only after a while that some murmurs began.
Brother Mu, how soon do you think teacher Zhang will be back? Zhang Xiaohao came over to Li Mu's side and asked. Isn't it the same? Chapter 108 Presenting the Essence of Martial Arts. Actually, I feel as if it's really a bit different.
Although the lectures are more or less the same, it seems like Mr. Zhang's lectures are a bit more in-depth and better understood.
Brother Mu, I feel the same way.
Han Xiaoyan popped over all of a sudden as well. It was easy to change classrooms for this kind of big class, and Han Xiaoyan had changed over as soon as he was old enough. Well, it's a little bit, but it's still mainly relying on one's own senses.
Li Mu nodded slightly.
Zhang Jinsong was a top-level 6 martial artist. Looking at his age, I'm afraid that he had been stuck at rank 6 for not a short period of time.
He had a sense of realization that no one else could match.
Xiao Yu, on the other hand, was a rank 5 martial general, and was also much younger.
Lecture, the content is similar, the effect will indeed be a little worse. The main reason is still the problem of perception, not rank. But that wasn't too important.
What was more important was what Li Mu said, his own sense of realization.
Brother Mu, it's still quite early today, are you going back?
No, I'm going to take a look at a few other departments today. This idea had appeared in Li Mu's mind for a while now. Although the majors were all different, but the stone of another mountain could attack Jade.
It would be good to learn from it.
At the same time, there was also some curiosity at work. After coming to Chu University for so long, he had yet to see the other 3 departments.
The current martial arts department training ground. In the field, each student was practicing their moves.
Li Mu was silently watching from outside the field. Behind him were Han Xiaoyan and Zhang Xiaohao.
These 2 ass-kissers belonged to the category that was hard to get rid of. The current martial arts department, to put it bluntly, was more focused on moves.
It was like the moves that those students in the field were practicing right now. It seems to be very simple, but there are many variations, difficult to figure out.
Takedown, quick strike, looking for weaknesses. The pursuit is a simple, direct, and clear.
With the fastest efficiency to carry out the most simple and direct effective attack.
And, the current martial arts also have strict requirements in terms of power generation techniques.
In general, similar to the military's grappling techniques. The trainees practicing in the field were only freshmen. However, the severity of their moves was far better than many of their counterparts in the ancient martial arts department.
In the early stages, the current martial arts might indeed be stronger than the ancient martial arts. This was because the current martial arts were better at getting started and didn't require too many senses. One word, practice was all that was needed.
There is indeed something worthwhile to learn from. Li Mu nodded slightly in his heart.
The directness of the current martial arts, this point alone was worth learning from. There was nothing wrong with moves being more direct sometimes. Are you Li Mu, a freshman from the ancient martial arts department?
At this moment, the teacher of the student Square Money suddenly looked back to Li Mu's side and shouted.
That's right. Do you want to try your hand? See the difference between our current martial arts and your ancient martial arts?
Ha!
Li Mu was a bit puzzled. Are you sure you've said it right? Letting himself try his hand?
It wasn't that he was looking down on these trainees, it was just that Li Mu really didn't see that any of the 100 or so trainees were worthy of trying their hands. Although the early stage present martial arts might be more practical than the ancient martial arts. But the real pride of heaven will only choose the ancient martial arts. For example, in Li Mu's term, in addition to Li Mu himself, the other few representatives, Suimo Yen, Bai Ling, and Song Haoren, all chose ancient martial arts as well. Of the 3 third-level martial artists, only one, Prince Han, chose to cultivate both beast martial and ultra martial. As for the current martial arts, this term has not heard of any outstanding geniuses. The only one who was famous was Senior Wang Manchu, who was a student of the present martial department. Don't misunderstand, what I'm saying is that you come and practice with me, and let your 2 companions practice with my trainees again. That teacher who didn't look too old and was covered in tendons grinned. Or forget it. Li Mu could tell that this teacher was a rank 5 martial artist. It wasn't that Li Mu was afraid or disdainful. It's just that Li Mu didn't want to make another headline tomorrow, or beat the teacher up on the. But this teacher, if it's possible to let the 2 of them try it out with your trainees, that's fine. It's okay, my name is Huang Tao. Actually not a few terms older than you guys either, just graduated not long ago, almost didn't react to my own identity. Huang Tao scratched his head, still somewhat embarrassed. Almost forgot that he was now a teacher, and it was not good to casually fight with students again. Especially not even his own students. Soon, under Huang Tao's arrangement, there were 2 students from the current martial arts department who came out to fight Han Xiaoxian and Zhang Xiaohao respectively. 1 male and 1 female, just female against female and male against male. Huang Tao came to Li Mu's side. Classmate, you're famous now, why do you want to come up here and take a look? Although the battles over there were about to start. But right now, no one's attention was on Zhang Xiaohao and their side. These students of the present martial department were also all staring closely at Li Mu. This was a legendary figure. Just look at their teacher's attitude. Learning from. Li Mu was instead paying attention to the battle between Zhang Xiaohao and Han Xiaoyan. The 2 battle groups fought at the same time. Soon Zhang Xiaohao's side directly gained the upper hand. At least, he was also the first genius of S City. Although with Li Mu how false this title was only Zhang Xiaohao himself knew. But his foundation is really good. His family background was also very good in terms of S City, and he hadn't been nourished much since he was a child. Even in the ancient martial arts department, he was by no means at the bottom of the pack. How could he also be considered a little above average? The trainees Huang Tao had selected were only the middle of his class. On the other side, Han Xiaoyan's performance was a bit out of Li Mu's expectation. This little ninny actually gained the upper hand in just a few shots as well. Her moves were quite extraordinary, and her pace was even more agile and robust. It seems to have gone through systematic study and hard training. She didn't seem to come from an ordinary family. However, Li Mu wasn't concerned about this aspect and naturally wouldn't inquire about it. It looks like my 2 students are about to lose. Huang Tao held his arms without much concern. Li Mu looked careless and said, if they lose, they'll just replace them with more powerful students. I've always felt that martial artists still need to fight in real battles instead of practicing out of thin air. Even if you suffer a small injury, it's still a small problem. The 2 of them will stay here, so please trouble Mr. Huang. Super Martial Department Square. Among the 4 departments of the Chu Grand Martial Artist. The difference between ancient martial arts and current martial arts was actually not that big, and even many current martial arts would switch to ancient martial arts in the later stages. And beast martial and ultra martial were different. Especially the ultra martial, Li Mu felt that it was more or less outrageous. The concept of the ultra martial lineage was simple. It was simply one sentence. Using super technology to assist oneself in battle. As for how exactly, Li Mu wasn't very clear. He just heard that. Within the 4 departments, the one that pulled the most crotch was the ultra-martial department. Stepping into the square, surrounded by one silver-white building with some super technology colors. In the square, there was a target range. It was a teacher leading a group of students in class. Chu University students were free to sit in on classes across majors, as long as they didn't disturb the teacher's lectures. So Li Mu directly came over. Then he saw the luscious weapons on the long table beside that teacher. Chapter 109 Beautiful Teacher of the Ultra Martial Arts Department. Guns, all kinds of guns. Black ones, white ones with all kinds of graffiti. Big ones, small ones, and ridiculously large ones. There were also various colors of bullets, magazines, substantial ones, energy magazines. Instead, next to the pile of weapons was a female teacher. It looks like just 20 or 30, with a tall, beautiful figure, and a head of long burgundy hair draped behind her. The most special thing was that she was wearing a black and red combat suit that somewhat resembled a corset, making her look especially sexy.
Yo, another trainee has come to observe.
Su Ching smiled and turned her head to look, but her voice instantly stopped and her complexion changed slightly. Those trainees behind her also pretty much all had the same reaction.
Li Mu.
There were even people who subconsciously exclaimed out directly. For such a reaction, Li Mu had long been accustomed to it.
Just nodded his head.
At the same time, a ray of surprise flashed through his eyes. This beautiful teacher of the Ultra Martial Arts Department was actually a level 6 as well.
A top martial artist that was rare to see in the outside world could really be nothing in Shu University. Classmate, are you here to see me, or are you here to see the rarity?
Su Ching quickly returned to her senses and naturally blinked at Li Mu.
I'm just passing by.
Li Mu immediately dismissed his intention of preparing to take a look at what the Ultra Martial Department really was.
Don't mind, just kidding, wanted to come and take a look at these guys, right?
Su Ching patted the long table beside her.
Li Mu stopped in his tracks again.
Hey, watch this kind of stuff, I don't believe there's a man who doesn't like it. Su Ching directly picked up a somewhat bloated silver-white firearm with one hand. 100 meters away in front of him was a special metal target. It had a 10-ring and a real-time attack power display on the side.
Silver Blast 3B2, also known as Silver Blast 3-2.
Su Ching raised the silver-white bloated firearm and pulled the trigger at the target. At the muzzle of the gun, brilliant light began to converge. In an instant, a blinding white light ball crossed the sky and fell straight towards that target.
Boom! A deafening explosion sounded instantly. It also came with an instant blinding effect.
The Silver Explosion 3-2 is a more classic small-caliber energy cannon with an effective killing radius of 5 meters.
It can support 3 consecutive shots. The highest kill record is level 4.
In the sound of Su Ching's explanation, the blinding effect gradually dissipated. Li Mu also saw the attack power display on the marker.
14,862. Close to 15,000. This level was still a bit watery to say that it killed a level 4. However, on second thought, I'm afraid that a few more rounds would not be much of a problem to kill a level 4. But it looks like the sound of an extraordinary blow, in fact, not as high as Li Mu random punch to attack. Seemingly seeing the look on Li Mu's face, Su Ching instantly hummed. Don't underestimate super martial arts, Silver Blast 3-2 is just a starter model in my case. Is that so? Li Mu was slightly stunned. Teacher, didn't you just say that the cost of Silver Explosion 2-3 is already not expensive? It's already considered upper middle. A somewhat naive voice rang out. Li Mu looked and immediately raised his eyebrows slightly. It was actually that Prince Han guy. I'm talking about at my place. Know what it means to be in my place. Also, this is Silver Burst 3-2, not 2-3. Su Ching immediately acted like a cat that had its tail stepped on, catching Prince Han and scolding him. Oh. Prince Han weakly didn't dare to retort. Li Mu was already preparing to slip away. If it was just with firearms, it seemed to be quite sparse. Moreover, in actual combat, Li Mu was deeply skeptical about how much power these things could exert. Stop right there! Su Ching abruptly roared at Li Mu again. She was really sexy, but she was also really powerful when she yelled at him. It gave Li Mu a whole blank stare. Are you looking down on Super Martial? No. This kind of words couldn't be said explicitly, at least. It's not like Li Mu had a negative emotional quotient. Give me a good look. Su Ching droned, picking up another large sniper-like firearm. Load the gun, this time with live rounds, and load it. Aim, pull the trigger. Boom. It was like a ferocious beast roaring. And it was nearly a flash. A loud bang comes from the target again. 10 rings. The combat power display screen on the side jumped crazily. 52,073. 52,000. This time, Li Mu's eyes flashed with some interest. Although it still wasn't as good as punching himself. Want to give it a try?
Actually, all these firearms are just for these students to see and play with. The real big guys aren't just laying around, and the ultra-martial can be more than just firearms. Su Qing somewhat proudly raised her chin towards Li Mu.
Can I try it? Of course, but don't try it on someone. Su Qing nodded affirmatively. So Li Mu was not polite. Straight away, he stepped forward. To be reasonable, the attraction of this thing called firearms was indeed not small for those who hadn't come into contact with it. Especially since Li Mu's previous life was living in a country with particularly strict control over firearms, this caused him to be quite curious. Try this one, it's more friendly to newbies, the ballistics are stable, and even though it's less powerful, it can be fired nearly non-stop. Su Qing handed over a silver-white firearm that looked a bit bloated underneath the grip. Li Mu nodded and took the gun. Does it need to be loaded or have the safety on or anything? Very simple. Su Qing directly went on to instruct, while ordering own training. The so-called free training was target shooting. Of course, it wasn't Su Qing's bunch of high-powered firearms. Instead, it was the same kind of White Star F2 basic training model in Li Mu's hand. Li Mu tried to shoot a few times. It wasn't difficult, and all of them had more than 7 rings. A martial artist's control of his body is already strong, plus the super high stability of this firearm. This result is not so surprising. It was that the power of this firearm was realistically small. Li Mu even doubted that this thing's energy bullets had the power of ordinary pistol bullets. After playing for a while, Li Mu felt uninterested and was ready to leave. However, I don't know if it's because Li Mu's recent reputation is too loud. Su Qing directly and generously gave Li Mu those firearms in her collection to play with. Attracted by the different shapes of firearms, Li Mu tried them out one by one. Among them, the one that Li Mu liked the most was the heavy sniper rifle called Beast Hunter 7. It was the one that Su Qing had shot out 52,000 attack power with a single shot. Well, Li Mu liked it only because it had the highest attack power, but he was an unabashed pragmatist. It was said that the bullets he was using now were just ordinary bullets, and if he used specialty bullets, the power would be even higher. It would even be enough to hunt down a level 6 alien beast. Only, that kind of bullet wasn't cheap, and Su Qing couldn't afford to give it to Li Mu to finish the fight anyway. Originally, Li Mu was prepared to go to the Beast Martial Arts department to take a look. However, after a night in the Super Martial department, it was directly dark. After adding a friend with Su Qing, Li Mu left. The main reason was that Su Qing said that the firearms and stuff were just the tip of the iceberg in the Super Martial department. Next time, she would show him something more powerful. Well, Li Mu was still a bit curious. Chapter 110, Entering the Secret Realm. Martial Saint Legacy. Playing with things? It can't be like this. No, the way of a martial artist should also be a combination of work and rest. At least shooting a gun is quite relaxing and stress-relieving. Maybe as a relaxation activity. Returning to his residence, Li Mu didn't think much about it. He took out the True Dragon Dan and the Fierce Tiger Dan and went to the 3rd floor balcony. In any case, the cultivation of the 8 Extreme sect could not be put down. After a moment's hesitation, a True Dragon pill was swallowed into his abdomen. The pill was like a dragon's eye and melted in the mouth. Strands of pure energy immediately surged into his limbs and bones, deep within his body. Instantly, his body shook. Not daring to have the slightest hesitation, the 8 vast sect immediately operated. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. Since the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, it is said to be the Tsong Gate. The east is said to be the mountain of the eastern pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment. The high-speed operation of the 8-pole gate little by little to wear out that dense pressure, turning it into pure energy that makes flesh and blood metamorphose. Breaking through the limit couldn't be done with the heaven swallowing and earth devouring couldn't quickly digest the energy. The energy digested that way also had nowhere to go. Li Mu wasn't looking to upgrade now, but to break through the limit. Therefore, it was also only possible to rely on the operation of the 8 Extreme Gate to wear down the energy in the elixir a little bit. This time, it was a double whammy of the swelling sensation from the large amount of energy in his body and the sharp pain in his muscles all over his body. It was even harder for Li Mu to endure. But on the other hand, it wasn't without its benefits. At least the swelling sensation made the severe pain less irritating. This time, the cultivation of the 8 Extreme Gate directly lasted for close to 2 hours. It was also the case that it took close to 2 hours before the energy of the True Dragon Pill was exhausted. Worthy of being a rank 6 elixir. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but flash a ray of splendor.
A single elixir had sustained the cultivation of the 8 extreme sect once. And it lasted longer than usual. It wasn't that there wasn't a prescription of this level in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. There were actually better ones. The key was that Li Mu couldn't get those herbs either. The following morning. It was just about sunrise. Li Mu followed Zhang Qianxuan to Chu University's forbidden land in the back of the mountain. That's right, the forbidden place. It was only by following Zhang Qianxuan that Li Mu had a smooth journey. On the overgrown green hills, there was a dilapidated thatched cottage. Li Mu and Zhang Qianxuan stood side by side outside the hut. Li Mu looked at Zhang Qianxuan. Zhang Qianxuan looked at Li Mu. Where's the promised secret realm? So it isn't? So? Go in and sleep, you'll understand. Be more specific, what kind of secret realm is it? A sense-type secret realm. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Qianxuan patted Li Mu's shoulder and said, when you go in, you have to remember who you really are. You can sense enlightenment, but definitely don't forget who you are. Also, the dangers you meet, although they won't truly jeopardize your life, but if you die, your chances are gone. This is a secret realm left behind after the fall of a martial saint. If you have the chance, you will harvest quite a few epiphanies, which will greatly benefit your path of martial arts. Go in, find a plank bed, and lay down for a nap. Okay, I understand. Li Mu nodded, and then walked straight towards the broken-down thatched hut. After more than 10 steps, he pushed open the broken wooden door and entered the thatched hut. Instantly, the surrounding scene became somewhat strange. There seemed to be shadows flickering and whistling. The scene became somewhat less real. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, and in reality, he was still somewhat confused. It was just that he believed that Zhang Qianxuan would not harm himself. This was certainly not a blind belief, but a precognition that originated from the divine ability. Recalling Zhang Qianxuan's words, Li Mu saw the bed in the room. If this thing could be called a bed. On top of a pile of damp and already somewhat rotting straw, there was a one-person high wooden board. The black mold stains on the board were just like a painting of unrestrained landscapes. Vaguely there seems to be a layer of cloth on the board. Only has been completely integrated with the wooden board, also has long been unable to see the original color. Black, sticky. This. Li Mu would like to tell himself that it is not this. But at the moment, in this unobstructed view of the broken straw house. Just such a plank. Alright. Li Mu didn't hesitate too much. He didn't believe that Zhang Qianxuan was so bored to trick himself into coming here just to prank himself. Stepping on the sticky ground, he took big strides. Laid down on the wooden board. Immediately, a coolness came from behind. The clothes on the back were directly wet. The sticky, disgusting touch spread up the back as well. But these didn't affect Li Mu too much. He directly placed his head on the wooden board and closed his eyes. Only to fall asleep in such an environment was indeed a bit of a test of skill. The tortoise and snake phase appeared in his mind. He had wanted to fall asleep by visualizing the tortoise and snake diagram. However, there seemed to be no need for that. He had just closed his eyes when a strong sense of sleep flooded into his mind. The next moment he directly lost consciousness. Zhang Qianxuan was still standing outside the thatched cottage, quietly looking at the dilapidated thatched cottage. In his line of sight, the thatched cottage that was leaking on all sides, as if it might collapse at any time, became illusory. On the periphery, a shadow of a thatched cottage vaguely emerged. That thatched cottage shadow actually bore so much resemblance to that broken-down real thatched cottage. It was like a more complete, newer thatched cottage. The two gradually overlapped. A flash of white flashed by. Just for a moment, the dilapidated straw hut was still a dilapidated straw hut. Only through the broken hole in the straw hut could be seen that the house was already empty. The teenager who used to lie on the wooden board had already disappeared. Everything had also returned to calm. Well. A majestic, low voice rang out. At some point, Dong Shanxuan had appeared beside Zhang Qianxuan. Headmaster. Zhang Qianxuan immediately bowed and saluted. Li Mu has safely entered the secret realm left behind by Sage Lu. Among these martial saints' secret realms, it seems that only Lu Sheng is the most compatible with it. Dong Shanxuan nodded slightly, looking at the broken thatched hut with a deep gaze. I hope I can bring me a surprise. Don't worry, headmaster, this year, the veterans have winning falcon, and the freshmen have Li Mu. This time, the crown of the martial arts university tournament is bound to be mine, Chu University's. Maybe in a few years' time, our Chu University will be able to move forward again in the rankings of the martial university.
Zhang Qianxuan looked excited and exuberant.
Let's hope. You go down first. Dong Shanxuan, who was staggering in the past, was particularly quiet at this time.
Yes. Zhang Qianxuan left.
Soon, an illusory silhouette was constructed out of thin air to Dong Shanxuan's side.
Xiao Tian, is this kid really an extreme martial artist? Not much more than 8 or 9.
The illusory silhouette gave a calm response. 3rd or 4th level. It should be level 3, after all, level 4 is still too short. How is it, this kid into your eyes not at first let you accept the winning falcon? You said that kid identity is not simple, then this kid should always be innocent.
Say it. I'm almost to that realm. What?
Dong Shanxuan was instantly startled, his eyes issued a surprise incomparable color looking at the figure beside him.
Chapter 111 A New Life Experience. Li Mu opened his eyes.
What met his eyes was a dilapidated thatched hut.
But, in general,
it seemed to be much better than what he had seen before.
And the back wasn't sticky. Not right.
Li Mu suddenly felt that something was wrong with his body.
Very wrong.
He reached out in front of himself. Instantly, he froze.
This dark, thin, and small hand was his own?
This is clearly a child's hand. And an extremely malnourished child at that.
Li Mu could feel that his body was weak. He couldn't even sit up. Ah. You finally woke up. Ah.
Just then, a dark and rough middle-aged woman rushed in. She rushed to the bed in a hurry and wrapped her arms around Li Mu.
Li Mu was a little confused.
No, not a little, but very confused. The woman's hands were rough, with calluses left over from obvious farm work. The clothes were whitened pulp cloth clothes, not like modern dress code.
All this. Suddenly, strands of memories merged into Li Mu's mind. My surname is Lu, the second oldest in the family, so I am called Lu Heir.
Big brother died early. At the age of 3, my father went up the mountain to cut wood, and then there was no trace. It is said to have been carried away by wild beasts. Then it was his own mother who brought him up with the help of the people in the village. It wasn't like modern times. It seems to be a small mountain village from hundreds of years ago. Very poor backward. The standard of living was also poor, and resources were poor. My mother farmed a few acres of land to support herself. Because of her ordinary looks and years of labor, she had already aged before her time, and although she was barely 30, she already looked like a little old lady of 40 or 50.
There is not much rumor of a widow's door. And his own. Lu Heir.
Some time ago, I went to the mountains and fell, and I have been lying down for a small half-month.
Mother has been very worried about herself. Is this crossing again? Li Mu fell into a deep confusion. Suddenly, he reacted. No.
One had not traveled across.
Nor was he himself any Lu Heir at all. He was Li Mu.
Himself was exploring the secret realm.
But what was the situation now? Li Mu was puzzled.
However, his body was no longer strong enough to support him to continue thinking. His mother fed him some paste and he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day.
Li Mu still couldn't get out of bed and could only stay.
It was torturous. Once he woke up, he realized that his body was no longer his own. And he was covered in injuries, and his living environment as well as his diet was so poor. It was really torturous. Even if he wanted to contemplate the turtle-snake diagram to pass the time, he couldn't. The turtle-snake diagram had also disappeared. All those feats in his mind had disappeared. He could only barely remember some relevant memories, but he couldn't move the slightest bit.
This was tantamount to a heavy hammer hitting Li Mu's heart. It was a big blow.
His mind was gray for a few hours.
Confused, unknown.
But he hadn't forgotten his martial artist's heart after all.
After confusion came determination. No matter where he was, no matter what he was facing, the heart of a martial artist must not be shaken. Even if you can't do anything. But at least you can still think.
He had plenty of time to think.
Thus, Li Mu began to think. He began to think about why he was here. Why everything had turned out like this. Soon he had some guesses. But guesses needed to be confirmed. So he put down those guesses. Started thinking about other things. The most important thing for him. The martial way. He was thinking about martial arts. Even though at this moment, his body had become frail and no longer had the slightest trace of a martial artist, it didn't even look like his own body at all. However, there was no rule that one had to have the body of a martial artist in order to contemplate the way of the martial arts. Where the heart is, that is the martial way. Time passed very quickly. Half a month passed. Li Mu was able to get out of bed. He felt that this was truly a miracle. In such an extremely malnourished situation, without any systematic treatment, he was actually able to recover to a 7th degree. It really could be called a not-so-small miracle. After being able to move, he immediately began some attempts. First, he prepared to leave this place. But without reaching a certain range, there would be an invisible force preventing him from leaving. The only range he could move was the thatched hut and some fixed routes in the village. He also met some other villagers. However, too much contact was also forbidden. Li Mu tried to tell the mother something realistic. But she didn't even hear him. It was as if everything was on track. This made Li Mu certain. This wasn't some kind of traveling. He was indeed in the secret realm. It was just possible that this secret realm was rather special. And one was experiencing the life of a certain predecessor. After determining this matter, Li Mu's heart became more tranquil. He began to take the initiative to fit the track. To do some of the things that needed to be done. For example, helping his mother with the farm work. This is very tiring. Now Luer is only 6 or 7 years old. Even with his mother's care, it was still tiring. Because his mother's health wasn't good either, someone had to lend a hand with some things. Time passed quickly. In an instant, it was already a year. Li Mu had thoroughly familiarized himself with everything here. This small mountain village only had about 30 families. In total, there were only about 100 people. There were times when some outsiders would come over. But they were only villagers from the next village. It was as if they were isolated from the world. On this day, a special group of people came to the mountain village. They were dark masters, escorting darts past this place. Because the handyman died on the road, they wanted to find some handymen in the village. Li Mu, or Luer, saw this group of dark masters slash through a tiger on the way here. These people are martial artists. Li Mu wanted to work as a handyman. And that was the original trajectory. Li Mu, who had stayed for a year, had already understood the rules of this secret realm. He only needed to follow the track. 3 strips of bacon. This is the value of Li Mu. Mother Lu was sad for a long time. But she agreed, not only because of Li Mu's persistence. On the last night in the mountain village, Li Mu had a realization. One's own martial arts path seems to be going a little too fast. Perhaps it's long overdue to stop and think. This happened to be a great opportunity. As the saying goes, those in authority are lost, but those on the sidelines are clear. Li Mu, who was no longer a martial artist, had gained a deeper realization at this time. The following day, he began a new journey. He was only 8 years old. He couldn't do any heavy work at this age. However, when a dark master is out, he will not accept adults at will. Even teenagers are cautious about what they want. Older, more thoughts, maybe a mole somewhere. Outside to accept people, only accept small. This is also a rule. They want handymen to do some errands and miscellaneous things. They don't want these little kids to do heavy work. What they want is a handyman who has been nurtured from a young age and can be trusted. Since becoming a handyman, Li Mu's quality of life had instantly improved a lot. But along with it were endless dangers. The business of escorting darts has never been about licking blood from the tip of a knife. Chapter 112 Sage Willow. Lu Sheng. The Four Seas Dart Bureau, not too big and not too small. The total number of dart masters was just over 20. The underlings, plus the apprentices, totaled more than 100 people. And the 20-odd dart masters. All of them were at the rank of general. The chief bodyguard was even a top-level 6 general. Time, when it comes down to it, passes very quickly. Several years passed in a blink of an eye. Li Mu has also followed more than 10 darts.
Speaking of which, within the 10 darts, 9 darts were all dangerous situations. The real 9 deaths in 1 life. Each trip dart according to the dart's precious degree as well as the distance to allocate dart masters, less than 7 or 8, more than nearly 20. The servants are more than twice as many as the dart masters. Every time you go on a dart expedition, you are bound to travel on a rare and uninhabited route. Fierce beasts, bandits and horse thieves, and even the environment of the difficult and dangerous. Every time you escort darts, you are bound to see blood. Even if you don't run into any beasts, bandits, the road problem will cause many weak body servants death. The deaths and injuries of the handymen have always been very heavy. There are nearly 100 of them, and they are replaced almost every year. There were very few survivors. A few years had passed, and the first batch of servants were already few and far between. Li Mu was one of them. It was around the 3rd year. Li Mu was no longer surrounded by the familiar faces of the handymen. He had also become a teenager. The dartboard began to teach some simple martial arts. Li Mu started practicing. Very hard, serious. Another 3 years, another 10 or so dart escort experiences. Time and time again, he wandered on the edge of life and death. With Li Mu's reflexes, calm response, and some luck, he defused crisis after crisis. And during these 3 years, the dartboard also began to teach Li Mu to start reading and recognizing words. 3 years later, Li Mu went from handyman to trainee dart master. His talent was good, and he had already become a level 3 martial artist. Of course, this was thanks to the trials and tribulations between life and death over and over again. Your name is Lu Er? Yes. The dartboard martial arts arena. A majestic man stood opposite a dark and thin teenager. Not a proper name. How can a dart master walk the rivers and lakes without a decent name? Take a name yourself. Li Mu was slightly stunned. He really didn't know what to name it. He had wanted to try it out, or just change his surname and call himself Li Mu. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a name almost uncontrollably. Lu Kum Tien. Prime Sky? What an imposing name. This book didn't make you read in vain. The majestic man slapped Li Mu on the shoulder. Mu Shi Xion. Chief bodyguard of the 4 Seas Dart Bureau. A top-level 6 martial general. He was also a famous big shot in this Mulian city. He was quite appreciative of Li Mu, or rather Lu Er, Lu Qing Tian. At this moment, however, Li Mu's expression was frozen. Lu Kum Tien. It was actually Lu Qing Tian. He finally realized who left this relic behind. Lu Kum Tien. A legendary martial saint from history. Year of birth unknown, around the late 500s. Fell in 738. This is a legendary martial saint. Before the Chunan region was divided. Before the Dragon Kingdom entered a new era. This person's name had already spread far and wide. A 12th level peak martial saint. He was said to be only half a step away from the martial god realm. Unfortunately, he died while attempting to reach the martial god realm. This person is also a famous figure in history. At one point in time, he was able to overwhelm the crowd at the martial saint realm and hold down one side. This is actually the secret realm left behind by Lu Shang. You are also at the 3rd level, come with me. It's time to learn a weapon. In the martial arts field, there were 2 weapon racks. Swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, everything was there. My 4 Seas Dart Bureau is especially good at 4 weapons, swords, axes, guns and sticks. Mu Zhixion's voice was full of vigor in the middle, just like thunder shaking the ears. Weapons. Li Mu's complexion was slightly stunned. He looked at blade after blade on the weapon rack. Soon, he subconsciously reached out towards a blade and touched it. Knives, the guts of 100 soldiers. Knives are about a straightforward, wide-open maneuver. It was the easiest blade to start with among all the armies. More importantly, Li Mu's previous years of dart escorting career. Even as a handyman, he would be equipped with a long knife for backup. For the knife, he was already familiar with it. And it was like some sort of subconscious action. But, he hesitated when he was about to touch the knife. A few seconds of contemplation. He turned to grip the lance. This time, it was Li Mu who went to hold the lance. Because Li Mu knew clearly that Lu Shang was precisely the gun that he used. And at this point in the trajectory, perhaps Lu Qing Tian chose to indeed use a sword. There might be many reasons and causes for the change of a martial artist's weapon. There might also be quite a few setbacks in this.
And Li Mu directly skipped those processes in the middle and directly chose the gun now, choosing the right answer in the end.
The Moonstick Year Knife, a gun in one lifetime.
You still have the foundation of the knife. Are you sure you want to choose the gun? Mu Zhixiong was a bit surprised. Sure.
Holding the wooden pole lance, Li Mu nodded heavily.
Good. No matter what you choose, the important thing is that you like it, that it's smooth to use, and that you can stick to it for the rest of your life.
But I'm not good at guns. Old Jiang Tu's gun and the dartboard is the best. Learn from him in the future. It's just that the old man's temper is a bit bad. Pay attention to yourself.
Yes.
Old Jiang Tu, a scruffy-looking little old man in his 60s.
His body was a bit stooped.
Likes to wander around with a dry pipe at all times.
He seldom went out for darts.
Even less than the chief dartmaster.
Many people in the dartboard thought this was just an ordinary old man guarding the dartboard. The current Li Mu also didn't have his avatar and didn't know his true strength. The only thing I knew was that this old man's temper was really bad. Even when it was the chief bodyguard's explanation, he still looked like he was coping with it.
When he first met Li Mu, he didn't even take out his weapon, so he let Li Mu take a horse stance and carry 100 pounds of stone locks.
He directly left a sentence. Come back to me when you can go an hour without your body shaking a bit.
Then he directly turned around and left. Li Mu could see old Yang To's impatience with himself.
Perhaps this was the price of breaking the trajectory and looking for shortcuts. There was no other way, so he practiced.
It took a year of practicing. Spring breeze, summer heat, autumn coolness, winter snow to the bone. During this year, Li Mu seldom went out to escort darts. His main task was to practice his gun. Although he didn't even get to touch the gun a few times during this year.
All he practiced were the basics, standing stakes.
He was still at the 3rd level, but his foundation was getting more and more solid and deep.
Of course, this was by no means a treatment that an ordinary trainee dart master could have. The dart board doesn't keep idle hands.
Not to mention that the recent years have not been peaceful either, belonging to a year of war and chaos. Ordinary trainee dart masters also need to accompany the team to escort the dart, and the casualties are not small.
And the reason why Li Mu was treated so well.
It's because Mu Zhixiong's daughter, Mu Qingqing, has her eye on him. Although the skin of Lu Chengtian is average, definitely not considered handsome. But also not ugly, more critical is the character of hardworking and hard to advance to impress Mu Qingqing. In fact, the real decisive factor is Chapter 113, The Martial Way, the only way to stay true to your heart. A very cliched story.
In the 3rd year that Li Mu came to the dartboard,
there was a close start.
But more than 100 miles away. At that time, Mu Qingqing was still young and mixed into the dart escort team. On the way, something went wrong. The team got separated.
Li Mu and Mu Qingqing came together by chance. Then they met a group of wolves. In the end, Li Mu was drenched in blood. Behind him was the crying Mu Qingqing. Until Mu Zhixiong arrived.
Ever since that time, Mu Zhixiong was quite appreciative of Li Mu.
Otherwise, it would be a bit fanciful to learn martial arts in 3 years as a handyman. And in this day and age, it's not easy to recognize words, thanks to Mu Qingqing. This year, Li Mu, or Lu Qingtian, 15 years old.
Leaving home at the age of 8, 3 years as a handyman, 3 years as a trainee.
1 year practicing martial arts.
Li Mu had finally barely reached old Yang To's standards. Not only horse stance, but also all kinds of basic skills.
Originally, Li Mu thought that it would take at least 1 or 2 more years before he could barely reach old Yang To's standard.
But thanks to Mu Qingqing.
During this period of time, Mu Qingqing had occasionally come to Li Mu to ask for warmth and send some food to Li Mu to improve his diet. Then she more often ran to old Yang To's side. She served food and water, bought cigarettes and wine, cooked in person, and even whacked his back and legs. She took care of him more than her own father.
This caused Mu Zhixiong and Li Mu to be a little bit tasty. But neither said anything.
Old Jiang Tu was willing to give Li Mu a chance in advance, which was Mu Qingqing's credit.
And Mu Zhixiong didn't have much to say about it.
He only has 1 daughter. These days, he can find a reliable son-in-law on the line. How much more do you want to be excellent? Besides, he could see the potential of Li Mu. He had already recognized this son-in-law in his heart. Kid, you're lucky to have met a good girl. If you dare to let Qingqing down in the future, I'm bound to arrest you and skin you. Why do you need seniors to say more? If I fail, I am willing to cut myself. Having stayed in the dartboard for so long, how could Li Mu not see that this old young too was feared to be quite extraordinary? It could be seen from the vague respect and caution in Mu Jixion's attitude towards him. He knew in his heart. Perhaps this was Lu Sheng's early chance. For those who were born from grassroots and achieved something extraordinary, which one didn't have some chance? This was normal. On this day, Li Mu bowed to the old young 2-3 times and performed the ritual of paying respect to his master. The 4C's dartboard also set up 10 or so tables up and down. After this day, Li Mu started practicing his gun in the true sense of the word. His talent wasn't much better or worse, but persistent enough to endure hardship. In the second half of his 16th year, he had become a rank 4 martial artist. This was somewhat unbelievable in Li Mu's perception. After all, in Chu University, those who could reach the 4th level at 18 years old were a matter of decades. To be able to reach level 4 before the age of 20, that was also one of the few. But another way of looking at it is actually very normal. How can those greenhouse flowers be compared to Lu Shang? Lu Shang was less than 8 years old when he left home. For 3 years, he has been on the edge of life and death time and time again. These 3 years, although not formally practicing martial arts, but also in polishing the foundation. Another 3 years, practicing martial arts. Again and again life and death crisis. Dozens of hundreds of life and death crisis, time and again in the edge of life and death wandering. Coupled with several years of hard practice that dare not have the slightest slack. This is what created a 16-year-old 4th level. It wasn't impossible, and even compared to this, being able to survive dozens of times from a life-threatening state was even more impossible. This caused Li Mu, who had been there for a while, to begin to wonder if this Lu Sheng really had a protagonist's halo. But in fact, he quickly realized a truth. It wasn't because he had a protagonist aura. Rather, it was that this was originally a small probability event. If not for the convergence and superposition of these small probability events, a Lu Sheng would not have been created. It was also because he was Lu Sheng that Li Mu had the opportunity to experience his life. After several years of experience, Li Mu was sometimes really confused. There were several times when he almost forgot who he was. Fortunately, his martial artist's heart was tough enough. These experiences also made his understanding of the word Wudao deeper and deeper. Learning from others. The stone of another mountain can attack jade. More importantly, to endure loneliness. Endure the loneliness of time, and stick to your heart. This experience is so. How is martial arts not the same? Hold fast to it. It's more important to hold on to your heart. If not, how can one be persistent? My martial arts path shall be unwavering. Li Mu, who was still in the body of Lu Qingtian, clenched his fist. Then he walked towards the backyard of the dartboard. Today was the day of his engagement to Mu Qingqing. Although only he was 16, Mu Qingqing was even only 15. But marriage in this era was already early. Not to mention it was only an engagement. It was a day when the entire 4C's dartboard was overflowing with joy. Li Mu's mood was also better. In this secret realm, Li Mu's mood would have changed with the scene at the time. It was a thoroughly immersive experience. On the second day, Li Mu took some of his Dark Master brothers and more than 10 able-bodied handymen from his outer family to his old home. He was going to pick up his mother to retire in the city. This was also something Mu Jixiong had agreed to. On the way, some people had already called Li Mu young Dart leader. Given his age, his strength. Those ordinary Dark Masters were also convinced by him. Especially in the earlier years, when they had experienced life and death. There were also quite a few people who had been favored by Li Mu. Along the way, the atmosphere was light. It was quite a bit like returning to one's hometown. It was as if from this moment onwards, Lu Sheng's life had completely entered the right track and everything was thriving. But about 2 days of traveling, Li Mu returned to the mountain village that was both familiar and unfamiliar. But it was now completely unfamiliar. Where is there any small mountain village? There are just pieces of broken walls. There are just already rotting bones, already burnt shortages of houses. Destroyed. Everything has been destroyed. From the looks of it, it had been at least a few months. Li Mu rushed into the tattered thatched hut like a madman. Finally, he found the already rotting body of Mother Lu in the middle of the village. This moment was the most serious blow Lu Sheng had received in 16 years. The most intense stimulation. He was as if he had lost his mind, sitting dumbly among the charred wreckage. One by one, the Dark Master persuasion he ignored. Just like that, he sat hard on the ground for 3 days. A heavy rain fell for 2 days. His companions were worried. Until the 3rd day the rain stopped. And he finally stood up. Refusing the help of his companions, he spent a few days alone, building a thatched hut and burying his mother Lu. At this moment, Li Mu no longer knew whether he was Lu Qingtian or himself. Perhaps it wasn't that important in the first place. At this moment, the emotions of the two people had completely fit together. Li Mu could understand what Lu Qingtian was thinking at this moment. At this moment, Lu Qingtian's heart of martial arts began to transform. And Li Mu's own martial Dao heart also had a new realization. Him. Lu Qingtian, or Li Mu. He left this place. But the matter didn't just end there. The destruction of the mountain village and the death of Mother Lu was not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. It took him 2 years to finally find the group of horse bandits. Chapter 114. A blade is an extension of a martial artist's will. Prime, do you really not need any help? No need. Li Mu rejected Mu Zhixion's good intentions. Apprentice, your progress over the years is not small, but don't be careless, the boss of that group of horse thieves is a rank 5 guy. And, it's your own will, then naturally we won't give any help. I will be careful, master. Li Mu clasped his fists and saluted. Although old Yangto's temper was a bit bad, he had truly treated Li Mu as if he was his offspring after all these years. According to Mu Zhixion's words, Li Mu was going to send old Yang Tu to his old age. Only Li Mu could do that. Old Yang Tu had no relatives and no descendants, and Li Mu was the only disciple. Lu Lang, be careful. Mu Qingqing grabbed his hand, her demeanor full of worry. I'll be back. He gave an affirmative promise. Immediately, he turned around and mounted his horse. 1 person, 1 horse, 1 spear. The young man steered his horse and carried his spear upside down straight into the distance. Father, go follow Lu Lang, I'm afraid he'll have an accident. Just after Li Mu left, Mu Qingqing immediately approached Mu Zhixiong. Then aren't you afraid that your father and I will have an accident? It's really a woman's fault. Mu Zhixiong smiled helplessly. Father, how could you possibly have an accident if you're so powerful? Don't worry about it, old Yang Tu has long since chased off. Don't look at old Yang Tu, he has a smelly face at all times, but in reality, that old man has long treated Prime as his son. Dad, is Grandpa Yang powerful? Of course. How powerful? It's hard not to be as powerful as you, Daddy. This time, Mu Zhixiong didn't manage to say anything. The wind and water are cold. Lack of Moon River. There was a camp. Horses and horses mingled. Noisy and clamorous. Words are coarse and laughter is ear-splitting. This is a group of horse bandits. A group of horse bandits who roam around, robbing homes. A red date horse strolled here. On the horse's back is a lean young man with a gun. There was no greeting, no pleasantries, not even provocation. Ride. The sturdy and robust red date horse ran out. The long spear in the teenager's hand was like a snake probing its head. In an instant, a horse bandit who was guarding the periphery before he could ask for words had a bloody hole directly between his neck and fell straight down. Someone has come to seek death. Soon, the horse bandits reacted. And there were already 7 or 8 horse bandits who fell under the teenager's gun. Tussle. A gruesome and incomparable tussle opened up. Blood, like flowers, bloomed all over the mountains. Li Mu's marksmanship had improved tremendously. 18 years old. Practicing the gun has been 3 years. Cold, heat, sun and moon, with only the spear in his hand as his companion. He doesn't dare to slack off. Today is the moment to prove 3 years of hard practice. It's only been 10 minutes. There are already more than 10 corpses lying on the ground. On top of the spear, blood was flowing like a stream. The young man's body is also covered in blood. The red date horse had turned from bright red to crimson. Finally, the red date horse died. This horse that had accompanied him for 3 years died. The horse bandits were also heavily injured. Only 3 of the 30-odd horse bandits were left. The 3 leaders of the horse bandits. 1 level 5, 2 level 4. And at this moment, Li Mu was also wounded all over. He was only level 4. 16 level 4, 18, still level 4. Moreover, he was seriously injured. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. But there was no way back. Kid, you killed so many of my men, you don't want to die too easily. Death by 1,000 cuts. Skinned and cut to ribbons. The 3 horse bandits, who had formed an encirclement, surrounded Li Mu in it. The battle had gotten to this point. There was no way back. There was no way the horse bandit boss would let Li Mu escape. It was either you die or I live. If Li Mu knew that he wouldn't really die. However, death represented that he would lose the chance to continue experiencing Lu Sheng's life. But that wasn't what was important. What was important was what Li Mu couldn't accept was failure. Kill. The gun came out. Like a dragon. In an instant, the shadow of the gun was like a divine dragon. A corpse flew out heavily backwards. What? How is this possible? The remaining horse bandit bosses and seconds were all shocked. Obviously, they were all seriously injured and dying. How could they still suddenly be able to take the oldest 3 for a second? The gun. When if Li Mu looked serene. As if the injuries all over his body didn't exist. 3 years of hard practice. But in reality he didn't know much about guns. It wasn't even as good as boxing. The fist is a part of oneself, while the gun is an external object. Although it is said that a weapon is an extension of a martial artist's body. Can really understand, can really comprehend. It is not that simple. But at this moment, Li Mu somewhat understood. How to generate power, how to use skills, these he has long practiced a million times. But these were not the most crucial. The key was the extension of the will. The spread of the mind. To throw a punch is to make the punch contain consciousness, contain essence. And to shoot a gun, the same thing applies. The blade is not an extension of the body. Or not simply an extension of the body. Rather, the blade is an extension of the martial artist's will. It was simply a matter of spreading the consciousness into the gun. Good disciple. Finally getting the hang of it. Old Yang too had been hiding in the shadows and observing. At this moment, he was quite old and happy. However, at this moment, some hesitation could not help but flash through his eyes. He didn't know whether he should make a move or not. In the end, he still chose to silently observe. Even if Lu Qingtian died, there would be no one to give him an old age pension, but he remained unmoved. Only the trials and tribulations between life and death could forge a truly strong person. He understood this truth. Time passed. Blood flowed into a river. Li Mu stood with his robbers propped up. All the horse bandits had all laid down. Including that 5th level horse bandit leader. Those who have comprehended the true intent. He can fight beyond his level. Lu Qingtian's martial heart had once again transformed. The sense of the martial way became deeper and deeper. Li Mu, too. Blood flowed madly along the wounds all over his body. One of the stab wounds in his abdomen was so deep that it could be seen to the bone. But his consciousness was incomparably firm. His aura was like a rainbow. 5th level, become. 2 years at level 4. 1 day in a deadly battle, 1 battle at level 5. At this moment, Li Mu finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. Old Yang Tu in the shadows appeared and took him back. After lying down for a month, Li Mu recovered. Since that battle, Lu Qingtian had unlocked a heart not in general. When he was 19, Mu Qingqing was 18, and the two were married. At 20, his marksmanship became more and more skillful. At the age of 21, he began to lead a team of darts. From a dart master, he became a dart chief. Time and time again, there were times when he encountered strong enemies, and times when he was more calm. Just like this, time passed quietly. At the age of 26, Lu Qingtian and Mu Qingqing had their first child. A little girl. On the day their daughter was born, he broke through the 6th level. He became the 2nd-ranked 6 martial artist in the 4 Seas dartboard. The name of the 4 Seas dartboard was once again spread far and wide. Breaking through level 6 in less than 30 years is already considered a genius among geniuses in this era. In the surrounding cities, Lu Qingtian's name had gradually spread. In this regard, Mu Zhixiong was more than pleased. He began to gradually entrust the dartboard to Lu Qingtian.
In response, Lu Qingtian accepted it openly.
He was almost a son-in-law. In the future, besides giving old Yang Tu his old age, he would likewise give Mu Zhixiong his old age.
Chapter 115 Suffering dramatic changes. Enlightenment in the reign.
Time slowly passed again.
Everything was moving in a good direction. Lu Qingtian was 30 years old. He completely took over the position of chief bodyguard. Mu Zhixiong entered a state of semi-retirement. All day long, he stayed at the dartboard with his grandchildren, enjoying the joy of heaven. His temples were also slightly gray. Still a rank 6 martial artist. After decades, according to him, there is no hope for a breakthrough. And after all these years, old Yang Tu's body bones were still strong. He just looked a little older. After all these years, Li Mu still hadn't gotten to the bottom of old Yang Tu. He only guessed in his heart that this person should be a martial king. Time slowly passed. 40 years old. In his prime. But he was still at the 6th level and hadn't gotten a breakthrough. This period of time was so calm. So calm that Li Mu was almost integrated into this identity. It was so calm that Lu Qingtian was about to lose his enterprising spirit. Until the year he turned 45. A group of people came to the Four Seas dartboard. Killing. Without any nonsense, directly began to kill. These people, the weakest of them, were all rank 5 martial arts generals. Nearly 100 level 5 generals. The leaders are even 3 martial kings. This is an extinction. One by one, the slaves and handymen, and even the dart masters and their families. Slaughtered. Killed. Li Mu stepped forward to meet the enemy. Mu Zhixiong also stood up. This pair of aunts and husbands had the responsibility and the courage to stand at the forefront. But the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. This time, Li Mu really couldn't hold out. His 6th level roots were especially deep. More than 10 years of sharpening and polishing. But the problem was, he was facing a martial king. A rank 7 martial king. On the other side, Mu Zhixiong was about to be unable to hold on in the first place. Old Yang Tu appeared. He was carrying a rotten wooden gun. Dragging the gun, he slowly appeared. This was an incomparably tragic battle. It was a battle that made Lu Qingtian's heart tremble and seemed to shatter. Mu Qingqing, as well as 3 sons and 2 daughters. All of them died in front of his eyes. The deaths were gruesome, and there were no bodies. Mu Zhixiong also died. Several hundred people in the dartboard all died cleanly. Old Yang Tu. He died too. He was strong in that last battle. He took one step at a time, his essence climbing up. Stepping into the battlefield, the whole person actually seemed to recover his prime. His momentum was like spreading to the sky. Martial King. The power is like a rainbow. Like the sun in the sky. And he's no ordinary martial king. A 9th level martial king. A peak martial king. Disciple, haven't you always been curious about Master's strength? Aren't you curious as to why I don't make a move? Watch this. This move is called Yellow River Heavenly Tilting Stance. Old Yang Tu's figure stepped into the air. As if he was a man of the gods. That shot. What kind of shot is that? It was a shot like a river pouring from the sky. Where does the yellow river water come from? From the sky. One shot. The 9th level martial king perished. Ah! Lu Qingtian, who was sleeping under the withered tree, woke up violently. He dreamt of that scene again. The scene where his master had tried to kill himself in order to get him out of the way by using the Yellow River heavily tilting style. What an extraordinary move it was. Under one move, 2 rank 9 martial kings perished. One was the leader of the group. The second was old Yang Tu himself. In the entire Four Seas dartboard, only Lu Qingtian had survived. Of several hundred people, there was only one survivor. It was hard for Lu Qingtian to accept this fact. He was born poor and had not suffered much, and it was not easy for him to have a fulfilling life. But the heavens seemed to joke with him, just took away his life. Originally, as a participant, Li Mu should have been calm. He should have pulled himself together in time. But this body was completely silent in grief. This is also a test.
This is the third level. The first hurdle was the suffering of early years in time. The second pass was the battle with the horse bandits. And the third level was the present. The spiritual test. Li Mu needed to break through this layer of grayness and regroup. But this spiritual test was too difficult. That layer of grayness was too solid. No matter how Li Mu impacted it. No matter how he tried, it was difficult to break through. It was unknown how long. How many years? Li Mu's will was about to sink. He was already like a vagabond, his clothes ragged and unkempt. A few years later, or a day after a few decades. In the middle of nowhere. A heavy rain fell suddenly. A downpour like the sky. An appalling downpour. It was like a river pouring down from the sky. Li Mu stood frozen in place. The rain fell from the sky. The wilderness turned into a quagmire. He didn't even realize it. He muttered to himself. Where does the yellow river come from? Where did it come from? Master. Father-in-law. Shang Chang. Watch this. A voice, a thunderbolt exploded in his heart. Li Mu looked away. He looked up at the boundless sky. Looking at the torrential rain that was pouring down like a torrent. The rain hit his body, his cheeks. In his eyes. Yet he was unwilling to blink his eyes for so much as a second. The waters of the yellow river. He threw his voice. Come from the sky. Instantly. The disheveled aura was swept away. An aura like that of a Hong rose up. Like the sun in the sky. Like a brilliant sun. Like a long, long field. In the air, the falling raindrops gradually slowed down. Gradually still. Immediately, it actually swept directly upwards. Rain, from the sky to the world. This time, it's from heaven to heaven. The power of the martial king. Only the momentum of a martial king can affect the substance. At this moment, the martial king became. What comes from the sky is not just water. Li Mu stepped forward. Stepping forward through the torrential rain. There was no longer the slightest bit of confusion in his eyes. There was only an incomparably sharp aura, and there was only unstoppable momentum. Enlightenment in the rain. This was the greatest chance in the life of Lu Qingtian, Lu Shang. Li Mu also stole one or two. Since then, Lu Qingtian's martial arts journey was unstoppable. He forgot his age. But it doesn't matter. From the day of his enlightenment, he entered the martial king realm. 3 years. Then he reached the 9th level of martial king. He found his enemy from back then. The enemy that killed hundreds of people from the Four Seas Dartboard. A huge organization. Even though Lu Qingtian was already a level 9 martial king, he was still somewhat powerless against that organization. He could only turn his revenge into a long process. He had tangled with that organization for more than 10 years. Killing more than a dozen martial kings. He broke through to the martial saint realm. The leader of that organization, however, was a 11th level martial saint. But Lu Shang had already broken into that organization single-handedly. He was still a grade 10 martial saint. However, Lu Shang still won the battle. He destroyed this huge organization. Since then, Lu Shang's name spread throughout the world. 11th grade. He had fame, status, and strength. With a new family. 12th level. He had become a numbered powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom. Became the mainstay of defense against the foreign races. The Dragon Kingdom had also entered a new era of development. Decades. He hadn't taken that step after all. In the end, when his lifespan was running out, he chose to make a breakthrough. Failure. Lu Shang fell. A generation of legends fell away. In those final moments, Li Mu could not control too much. He could only watch his breakthrough. He watched everything happen. This is the end. It was also the end. Chapter 116 Level 4. Ultra Limit. Li Mu leisurely opened his eyes. The dilapidated thatched roof. The leaky roof. This was the reality. For a long time, Li Mu was still lying dumbly on top of that broken wooden board. The color in his eyes was still somewhat dull. Still somewhat deep, somewhat chaotic. In the blink of an eye, It seems that 1,000 years have passed.
Really have a kind of feeling like a world apart. A life, the life of Lu Shang.
For a while, Li Mu was still a bit hard to return to his senses.
Looking back on that life of his.
Early difficulties, youthful ambition, middle-aged beauty, but suffered a dramatic change. After a long time of bad luck, he came to realize that he had avenged his great hatred, and his martial arts path was straight. In his later years, he devoted himself to the cause of resisting the foreigners.
Until the end. This is the life of Lu Shang. Li Mu silently reviewed it. In the lifetime he experienced.
In fact, his choices were not exactly the same as the Lu Shang that had once existed back then.
For example, directly choosing the lance. Directly accepting Mu Qingqing's affection and Mu Jixiong's high hopes.
All of these led to some subsequent changes. One of the greatest perils was the muddled decades at the end.
It caused Li Mu to almost literally sink into it.
But fortunately, the result was good.
Enlightenment in the rain.
Li Mu squinted his eyes and recalled the scene back then.
The turtle snake face surfaced in his mind.
The spiritual energy, if it turned into substance, was like ribbons and star rings. It slowly revolved around the peacefully immobile tortoise and snake phase.
Spiritual power entered a new milestone. Second level. Not only that.
The sensation of enlightenment in the rain was by no means just that.
Martial way.
The two words had, however, Li Mu had a deeper epiphany.
The water of the yellow river comes from the sky.
Li Mu murmured to himself. The image of that move was still deeply imprinted in his mind.
Yellow river heavenly pouring stance. Classmate Li, how does it feel? At some point, Zhang Qianxuan appeared beside Li Mu. Very good.
Li Mu opened his eyes, and his eyes glowed.
That's good. Good is good. Go back and rest, don't go to class for the next few days, let your brain slow down a bit.
Zhang Qianxuan seemed relieved, his face overflowing with a few wisps of joy.
How long has it been? Most of the day only.
This slept for more than 10 hours.
Refreshed. The pressure in his head was finally relieved a bit. Wash up and come to the training room. Practicing boxing. This is already nearly engraved in the bone memory. 1 hour of boxing practice, whirl. Sitting on his knees. A tiger fury pill was swallowed into the abdomen.
Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. Since the northeast is said to be the mountain of the founder's earth, it is said to be the Tsong Gate. The east is said to be the mountain of the eastern pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment.
The 8-pole gate operated. This time, everything became especially smooth.
The muscles bulged and the body trembled slightly.
Li Mu's expression, however, remained serene. Vaguely.
The gate of enlightenment emerged.
Magnificent, mysterious, ancient yet brilliant. It was like a miracle. Looking at this door.
Li Mu's eyes were firm and his breathing was serene. Pushing the door, the only thing that persists is the ear. The door of enlightenment is also the door of limit.
The second door of the limit. Li Mu's second goal.
The door that must be pushed open.
If a mountain blocks me, I will move it. If the door blocks me, I will open it. For a long time, sitting cross-legged, Li Mu's expression remained calm and his breathing was long. The energy of a fatal tiger Dan had been completely worn out. I don't know if it was an illusion.
The total amount of energy of the fierce tiger Dan was a bit less than the true dragon Dan. However, it was more suitable for the cultivation of the 8 extremities sect, and more suitable for the sharpening of the body.
The second breaking tiger Dan continued to be swallowed into the abdomen. The 8 extremities sect continued to operate. Time slowly passed as another true dragon Dan and a fury tiger Dan were swallowed into the abdomen.
The time spent cultivating the 8 extreme door this time had long since surpassed that of the past.
However, he did not feel that his body had a Tao limit.
The senses in his mind had not been used up either. Sense perception was able to replace the limits of the body.
The light behind the door, I am curious. And so,
Li Mu's hand was placed on the door.
Strength, by the limbs, by the waist, the abdomen, together. It was all in one. Creaking.
Vaguely, there seemed to be a friction sound.
The door moved.
The door of the limit loosened. At this moment, Li Mu felt a change in his body. The blood rushed madly, and it became incomparably scorching. The bones seemed to be creaking, and the density of the bones became higher. The flesh and blood were also metamorphosing. The skin was also becoming tougher. Extreme. The door has opened. The door to the limit opens. Ultra limit. Limu fiercely opened his eyes, and in his eyes was an essence like an electric bolt. Ultra limit. This time the limit was broken, this time the super limit. It was much faster than Limu had imagined. It was also true that it was much faster than at the third level limit. Because of Lu Sheng's relic. But this time, breaking the limit was a little different from the third level super limit. With the third level super limit, because of the solid foundation, because of the long period of precipitation, the breakthrough was a single step. The fourth level's ultra limit, on the other hand, was a bit different. It had indeed surpassed the limit, but had not reached that threshold. Even the scene after the Gate of Enlightenment was not clear. This time's divine ability is? Limu felt his legs burning slightly. There was a divine ability being birthed in them. Perhaps it was because the super limit this time hadn't reached the boundary value yet. Spiritual power level 2. Grade 4 super limit. These were the two biggest gains from this trip to the secret realm. But they were only the most obvious gains. The less obvious gain was enlightenment. It was a realization that was difficult to describe in words. And there were countless moves. As well as that one stance. Yellow River Sky Tilting Stance. It wasn't just the stance of Old Young Tu, the peak 9th level martial king. In the midst of Lu Sheng's enlightenment in the rain and his sudden realization, he had completely integrated this stance into his martial Tao. From martial king to martial saint. Even the final peak of martial saint, half-step martial god. This style was still Lu Sheng's foundation, the core. Yellow River Heavenly Tilting Stance. It doesn't emphasize the stance, but only in essence. Thinking back to the stances, Limu's eyes again had some strange colors in them. Those spear techniques, moves, vaguely still surfaced in his mind. Perhaps, the gun is a good choice. Ancient martial arts weapon elective class. In the large classroom similar to a gymnasium. It was all kinds of traditional weapons. Swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. There were far more than 18 types of weapons. Moreover, there were many different detailed divisions for each type of weapon. Limu picked up one weapon after another. He casually danced and then put them back to their original position. Soon, Limu came to a row of long guns. Guns, too, were a huge classification. In addition to the gun as a main body, there are also spears, go, and other small classifications. And the gun as a main body also has a lot of meticulous not to use. For example, the ratio of the gun body to the gun head, the material of the gun body, the shape of the gun head. These all have a lot of differences. Limu casually picked up a long gun and tried his hand. What Limu felt was more appropriate was this more standardized lance. The body of the lance was almost 10-to-1 in proportion to the head of the lance. It totaled more than 2 meters long. After taking some time, he finally found the one that was the smoothest. He then headed directly to the specialized marksmanship training room on the side. Chapter 117 Yellow River Sky Tilting Style. The marksmanship training room was quite spacious. There were several dummies in different positions within the room. There were also several special machines that tested out gun speed and strength and such. Limu didn't care about those and just juggled a few hands to himself. Not long after, the door was knocked on. Enter. Zhang Qianxuan stepped into it. Director Zhang? Limu raised his eyebrows slightly. Aha! Zhang Qianxuan nodded slightly, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes under his glasses. Classmate Li, do you want to practice with your gun? First, I'll casually practice and try it out. Lu Sheng is using the gun to prove the Tao. With Lu Sheng's enlightenment, you, Li student, will definitely get twice the result with half the effort when practicing the gun. This is a good choice. Aha! Is there something wrong? The auditions for the Martial Arts University League have already begun. In about half a month it will be our Chu University's turn to debut, and at the same time our school's selection for the participating students will also begin. How do I participate in the selection? Li students, you don't have to participate. I belong to the seated candidates, directly inside the quota. After all, your strength is obvious to all. I believe that there will be no one to doubt. Aha! I came to find you. Mainly want to take you for special training. although the time is not long, may progress a little as a little well. Holding a long spear, Li Mu followed Zhang Qianxuan to the back of the mountain to practice his spear. In fact, Li Mu was no stranger to the basics about spear techniques. In the secret realm, he had long since experienced too many times with Lu Sheng to practice the basic skills regarding spear techniques. Even the 8 Extremes fist had some moves and practices about gun techniques. What Li Mu needed at the moment was just to familiarize himself with it. Turning what he had memorized into something his body was familiar with. Holding the spear in his hand, his body moved with the spear. Pick. Point. Sweep. Smash. A memorized basic stance switched rapidly in Li Mu's hands. At first, he was still a bit unskilled, but after just a few rounds, the movements became more and more skillful, and then more and more natural and smooth. Strands of strong wind swept by. Zhang Qianxuan's flowing sea was blown around. If not with glasses, afraid he would have to squint his eyes. In his eyes, the color of surprise became more and more intense, and then gradually turned into horror. He was the head of the ancient martial arts department. Zhang Qianxuan. However, seeing this scene, he still had the feeling of having lived a long time. As far as the current proficiency with the lance was concerned, perhaps it was nothing. At least most of Chu's instructors who were proficient with the spear were far more skillful than Li Mu. What truly amazed Zhang Qianxuan was Li Mu's speed of progress. When he first started, Li Mu was still obviously raw, like a novice who had just grasped a gun. But in just a few minutes, the novice had turned into a veteran. He was even becoming more and more skillful as time went by. This time was definitely not long, and was only measured in minutes. With Zhang Qianxuan's eyesight, it wasn't difficult to see that this was not a deliberate act, but was really progressing in real time. Moreover, Li Mu had never touched a lance before at all. The Willow Saint relic is actually so extraordinary. Zhang Qianxuan couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Before Li Mu, it was also true that there had been Chuda students who had entered the Willow Saint ruins. But without exception, none of them made it to the end. All of them withdrew midway, either early or late. They did have some gains in enlightenment. However, there were very few gains in marksmanship. Looking at it this way, Zhang Qianxuan even found it a little hard to believe Li Mu's gains in martial arts enlightenment. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. Gun. Extension of body. Extension of will. The colors in Li Mu's eyes grew more and more intense. The movements in his hands also grew faster and faster. The athletic figure either rose up in the air and swept up the leaves, or he quickly stepped forward, the long spear in his hand like a dragon exploring the sea. Vaguely, he actually had a feeling of being one with the spear. Li Mu has some forgetfulness. Seemingly unable to help himself, he stepped out. His body soared up. Holding the lance, he grabbed the end of the lance, and the lance hung high. Yellow River heavenly tilting style. Clatter. Vaguely, there was actually the shadow of a great river rushing through that high altitude. It was flowing. Roaring. Where does the Yellow River water come from? From the sky. Yellow River pouring sky style. Li Mu couldn't help but use this move. Lu Xingji's lifelong realization. It combines essence and spirit into one. The shadow of the river grows more and more violent. If a ferocious beast roars, this is... Zhang Qianxuan actually subconsciously took half a step back. He actually sensed a threat. And this style. Yellow River heavenly tilting style. This was a move that had a hefty reputation in history. It had long been lost. It turns out that Sage Lu left the inheritance of this stance in the secret realm. Zhang Qianxuan's gaze was tinged with anticipation, and even some reverence and fervor. This was Lu Sheng's famous stance. I don't know how many powerful opponents had fallen under this move of Lu Sheng. There was even a rumor. Not long after the Chunan region was divided, a 13th level Beast King led a wave of beasts that attacked the Chu South region. At that time, Lu Sheng had been famous for a long time and was highly respected, sitting on one side. Likewise, he was also in the twilight of his heroic years. At the time when the 13th level Beast King appeared, at the time when everyone was in despair, Lu Sheng stood out. He was still carrying it upside down, like a drag, carrying his rotten wood dotting ice gun. The battle was about to start. A Yellow River heavenly tilting style. It's like a river pouring from the sky. Like the sky pouring down. One move.
the Beast King was seriously injured, causing him to retreat. In that battle, Lu Shang's reputation reached its peak. It is said that when Lu Shang failed to become a god, there was a reason why that battle left hidden dangers. In Lu Shang's later years, Chu De was first established. Lu Shang and Chu De also took on some uncomfortable relationship. The Yellow River heavenly tilting style had not been left behind, and this was one of the heartaches of Chu University's successive presidents. A 12th level peak martial saint stance. It might even have been a god level stance. He hasn't even entered the 13th level yet. But the stance has long since entered the gods. Zhang Qianxuan also heard some rumors. In the early years, the Gunzun of the 8 martial gods even visited Chuda, wanting to borrow the Yellow River heavenly tilting stance to prove his own Gundao. Unfortunately, Chuda did not have the inheritance of the Yellow River heavenly tilting style. For this reason, the Gunfather was slightly displeased at first. He thought that Chuda was being selfish. Now, this legendary stance actually appeared in his own eyes. How could Zhang Qianxuan not be excited? The waves of the great river surged. The dome of the sky seems to have tilted. The momentum has reached its peak. The next moment, the Yellow River will pour down. The moment it descends to earth. Zhang Qianxuan's anticipation grew stronger. Suddenly. Click. A crunching sound. The lance in Li Mu's hand was actually directly broken. The Yellow River that hangs high in the sky, just about to pour, but the momentum is violently astop. Seems like only those few waves spilled down. Then no sound. At the same time, the Yellow River shadow high above the sky directly dissipated. How is this possible? Zhang Qianxuan was instantly startled, his expression filled with difficulty in accepting it. Yellow River heavenly tilting style. It actually interrupted just like that. It was actually interrupted because of the quality of the lance. Li Mu landed smoothly on the ground. Compared to Zhang Qianxuan, his expression was particularly calm. He didn't seem to regret that the Yellow River heavenly tilting style was interrupted. Chapter 118 Famous Soldiers. The Casting Office. Classmate Li. Can you still perform that move? You mean the Yellow River heavenly tilting style? That's right. Yellow River heavenly tilting style. Zhang Qianxuan nodded heavily, his expression still somewhat agitated. It's possible, but with that move, the requirements for oneself as well as the weapon are very high. Li Mu casually waved the half-broken lance in his hand. It's good if you can use it. It's good if you can use it. Zhang Qianxuan nodded heavily, and then he rubbed his hands together, seemingly a little nervous and a little rushed. It was only after a while that he somewhat wriggled and said, Mr. Li Mu. Can you take the Yellow River pouring sky style and leave it at Chu University? Stay? Li Mu was slightly stunned. He somewhat didn't quite understand. That's right, leave the Yellow River pouring sky style behind. Chu University will definitely not treat you poorly. But this style is very special, it's not a normal way of leaving behind. It wasn't that Li Mu was being shabby, but it was the truth. This style was special, not form-heavy, and had no fixed moves. There was also no unfixed stance technique. It didn't emphasize form, it emphasized essence. It is by no means something that can be taught by words and images and whatnot. This needs to be sensed, up close and personal, to sense its chi, meaning, and spirit. Li Mu also learned this trick only after decades of being a Willow Prime. It was really hard for an ordinary person to learn. It was difficult even if Li Mu intended to teach it. Perhaps when Lu Xing didn't leave this move, his famous technique, it wasn't that he didn't want to. Rather, it was that ordinary means simply couldn't be left behind. Li Mu explained some of the reasons to Zhang Qianxuan. Zhang Qianxuan was half convinced. But he also calmed down a bit. The Yellow River pouring sky style was very significant. He was not the only one who would be concerned about it as the head of the ancient martial arts department. It was absolutely necessary for him to report this matter to the principal. Student Li, your marksmanship has already ascended to the top and has a stable growing foundation, you no longer need an ordinary marksmanship teacher. It's good that you follow this path. I believe that sooner or later, one day, your marksmanship will become one of the top existences in Chu University. But unusual lances are really not suitable for your hands either, and the better ones are even famous soldiers. Each of them is worth a lot of money, either that or the famous weapon has an owner. It's not that simple to find a weapon that's handy.
But if you can leave behind the yellow river pouring sky style, then I can guarantee that Chu De will definitely find a suitable famous weapon for you. Zhang Qianxuan still held some expectations that Li Mu was unwilling to hand it over rather than unable to keep it.
Famous soldier. Li Mu's pupils immediately shrunk.
In this world, no weapon that could be called a famous weapon was simple. If divided into grades, at least a grade 7 or above weapon could be called a famous soldier. In other words, only a martial king would be qualified to hold a famous soldier. Every famous weapon was indestructible and had certain characteristics.
It's extremely rare and even worth a fortune.
Above the famous soldiers, there are the holy soldiers and divine soldiers. They correspond to martial saints and martial gods. Not to mention the sacred soldiers and divine soldiers, the famous soldiers are already hard to find.
Their value is hard to measure in Dragon Kingdom coins.
It's far more valuable than pills of the same level.
It must be said that Zhang Qianxuan's condition was already very attractive. But
Li Mu was truly unable to keep the Yellow River heavenly tilting style. Speaking of weapons, Li Mu remembered another thing.
Teacher Zhang, can Chu De build weapons?
Build weapons?
You want to build it? Do you have the raw materials?
There is.
But not much, but I think it should work. Of course there's a weapon casting place, but where are your materials?
Bring it, I'll go with you to the army casting place to take a look.
Good.
Li Mu deliberately went back to his residence and pretended to take out that Xuerengui's divine arrowhead from his trigger finger. Again, he directly held it in his hand and found Zhang Qianxuan.
He didn't want to expose the storage space yet. Chu De casting soldier office.
It was a box-like building with several large chimneys on top, and from time to time, bulging hot air would rise up. With Zhang Qianxuan leading the way, everything was convenient.
Soon he led Li Mu inside and
finding a man who resembled the person in charge. This was a strong man with a big waist and a face full of horizontal meat. Zhang Qianxuan was quite familiar with him and said, "Old Zhao, a student with raw materials wants to cast a weapon, help me take a look." Zhao Boom nodded with a smile. "Of course there's no problem if Director Zhang gives the word, I'll take a look at the raw materials."
Aha!
Li Mu didn't hesitate and directly handed out the Xuerengui divine arrowhead that he had wrapped in a handkerchief.
So small?
The moment he saw this volume, Zhao Boom was the one who raised his eyebrows slightly. He just took it into his hands, but a ray of interest flashed through his eyes.
The weight is not light.
Lifting the handkerchief, in which the arrowhead was revealed. It was no more than 5 centimeters in length, silver white with some rust, seemingly ancient and worn out. But its tip seemed to have an incomparably sharp cold light. What kind of cold light was that?
That is a touch of cold light, as if it can penetrate everything in the world. It seems that no matter what,
nothing could stop it in front of its body. It took a while for Zhao Boom to turn back some. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly as he carefully held up this arrowhead and carefully examined it. Soon, his expression became confused. He touched it with his hand, carefully stroking it and feeling its temperature carefully. But what he got in return was a look of increasing confusion.
I actually haven't seen such a material at all.
Zhao Boom's expression became somewhat incredulous. Zhang Qianxuan also narrowed his eyes. "It is very special?" Zhao Boom asked with some excitement.
"Old Zhang, where did this come from? The age must not be long. Can't it be that it's a holy weapon relic of a certain martial saint?"
Zhang Qianxuan glanced at Li Mu but didn't ask, so he laughed. "Don't ask so many questions. If you can't recognize it, hurry up and test to try to see if it can be cast."
Okay. Zhao Boom nodded his head and directly touched the arrowhead and walked to a large machine on the inside of the room, feeding the arrow into the depression in the center of the machinery. Soon, the apparatus lit up. A burst of running sounds rang out.
The screen on the side quickly changed and soon turned directly into a red screen with 4 large black characters.
Unknown substance. Even the object detector can't stick out?
Zhao Boom's face clearly became a little surprised. He was a bit uneasy and let the machinery self-check for faults, and after displaying no faults, he once again pressed the button for detection.
Unknown substance.
It was still displayed like this.
This is impossible.
This is the latest type of material detector, even all the holy level materials are included. How could it not be detected?
Could it be that? Maybe it's just more special. Don't try it, take it out and test it. Can your side melt it and build it into a weapon? Zhang Qianxuan's expression became grave for a few moments. Zhao Boom slightly froze, then immediately nodded, yes. Taking out the arrowhead was still complete and intact. Even the rust on it seemed to be a few points less because of the laser detection. The sharpness became even more overwhelming. It even made people not dare to look directly at it. It seemed that one more look would cause pain in the eyes. Chapter 119 looks like it has to take first place. First things first, just based on the fact that even the material can't be detected this. And this volume, this weight. There's not much hope that our side can cast it. Saying that, Zhao Boom led the arrow into the deep passageway. Zhang Qianxuan followed with Li Mu. First, there was a cutting attempt. Specialized machines, laser cutting, physical cutting. None of them worked. Then came the melting attempt. It was a full 10 minutes before the arrowheads began to gradually glow red. But at this time, Zhao Boom took the initiative to stop. It can't be melted. With this progress, even if it's barely melted, it can't be cast. There's no way out? Li Mu frowned slightly and couldn't help but feel some regret. Zhao Boom said, it's not completely out of the question. Dragon City's martial god casting workshop can definitely cast it. It's just that wanting that place to cast a weapon isn't that simple. Dragon City, martial god casting workshop? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Dragon City, of course he knew. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The #1 city. The population was nearly 100 million. Several of the 8 martial gods were based in Dragon City. And the name of the god of war casting shop tells you a lot about it. It's the most advanced armaments workshop in the whole Dragon Kingdom. A few of the modern-day divine weapons come from the god of Wushu casting house. And the output of the god of war casting workshop is at least a famous weapon. This is the only thing that is worthy of the name god of Wushu casting house. If you think about it with your toes, you'll know what a horrible price it would cost to have the martial gods casting house make a weapon. It wasn't something that could be measured in money. It's not completely impossible. Zhang Qianxuan suddenly said, one of the rewards for the single first place in the martial grand tournament is a wish within a reasonable range. And utilizing the martial god soldier casting workshop is completely within the reasonable range of that wish. Is that so? Li Mu's eyes instantly glowed with a burning light. In that case, it seemed that this first place had to be taken by himself. Go for it. Zhang Qianxuan patted Li Mu's shoulder. Although he felt it was unlikely. But it was always right to encourage. Moreover, Li Mu was only a freshman now. If he waited until he reached his senior year, it wouldn't be impossible for him to take the first place in the Wushu University League at that time. But Zhang Qianxuan didn't realize that Li Mu never attributed his shortcomings to time. He wouldn't wait for many years. He only fought for the night and the day. He had already made up his mind. Just this time, he would win first place. A great opponent was just 3 or 4 years older than him. What's the big deal? A martial artist should rise to the occasion. Once the arrowheads had cooled down, Zhang Qianxuan personally retrieved them and handed them over to Li Mu. And then he had Zhao Boom find a box for it. It was indeed his own arrowhead, and the flash of biting cold light couldn't be faked. That was why it wasn't just put into a box and given to Li Mu. Confirm it yourself. Before leaving, Zhang Qianxuan whispered a few more secret words to Zhao Boom before leading Li Mu away. All of this was in Li Mu's eyes. Zhang Qianxuan, the head of the ancient martial arts department. He was really nice. At least he didn't have any bad thoughts from start to finish. Before sending Li Mu back to the villa, Zhang Qianxuan casually asked, where did it come from? Li Mu blinked innocently and didn't say anything. Still afraid of me coveting since you got it, it's your chance. This Chudu will never appear anything like forceful robbery and secret conspiracy. Since you don't want to say even if, go. Aha! Li Mu nodded and bowed before walking towards the villa. This kid really isn't simple. Chances aren't small. Looking at Li Mu's back, Zhang Qianxuan grinned. There wasn't much meaning in the smile. It was just a simple smile in a good mood. The more powerful Chu University students were, the happier he, as the director, would naturally be. Not to mention that this was still a talented student that he had unearthed himself. That's pretty much it. Principal's office. Zhang Qianxuan reported everything to Dong Shanchuan. From the fact that Li Mu knew the Yellow River heavily tilting style, to what Li Mu said. As well as that divine arrow. Well, little Zhang, good job, go down first. Dong Shanchuan nodded. Yes. Zhang Qianxuan retreated, bringing up the door. Not long after, the air in the room surged and the wind changed. An upright figure emerged vaguely. Seeing this, Dong Shanchuan could not help but laugh. Little Tian, you're willing to come often after having that kid. Master Dong is joking. Dong Shanchuan smiled, and then his words changed. The Yellow River Heaven tilting style has appeared. What do you think? Yellow River Heaven tilting style? The heavenly saint murmured to himself. The essence of Lu Shang's martial arts, the root of the martial arts, the basic of the martial arts. Dong Shanchuan laughed. That kid's luck is really good. Just now Xiao Zhang said that kid had a not insignificant chance before, and now he has obtained the most valuable thing of the Willow Sage's relics. Each person has his own fate, there is no need to look deeply into it. As for that Yellow River heavenly tilting style, it should be true, it's not something that can be left behind by unusual methods. At that level, the essence and spirit have even reached that realm of moves, and how can it be unusual? Dong Shanchuan nodded his head and laughed. Ha, Xiaotian, after all, will you accept this disciple? I'm all heartened. If you don't take it again, I'll take it. At that time you'll have one more senior disciple anyway. In the end, it's still you teaching. Tian Mai was somewhat speechless and helpless. But what could he do? He could only be helpless. The one who touched my true intention of that martial arts path in the first place should be him. Wait for the end of the Martial Arts University League. Wouldn't it be better if it was a double success? Dong Shanchuan suddenly brightened up. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. Since the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, it is said to be the Tsong Gate. The east is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment. The 8-pole sect operated slowly but surely. This super limit still needed to be sharpened and time was needed. What Li Mu pursued was always perfection. He couldn't tolerate the slightest break in his foundation. This was the basic of ascending to the top of the martial Tao. If he couldn't even do this well, what was there to talk about ascending to the top of the martial Tao? What more to talk about traveling against the heavens? What more to talk about getting out of the way in a pathless realm? The gate of enlightenment. Each impact would always cause the gap in that portal to be a tiny bit larger. Even if it was just a minuscule sliver, it was still substantial progress. There are no shortcuts in martial arts, only one step at a time. Li Mu exhaled deeply. The body was at its limit. Fortunately, there was the counting breaths gong running leisurely. That breath gradually smoothed out the soreness on the muscles of his body. The most basic technique in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. However, it had become one of the most important foundations of Li Mu's strength. Breathing technique. It appeared to have no attack power, defense power, nor could it be cultivated to become stronger. But the role he played was especially crucial. Guarding the heart and tranquilizing the mind. There aren't many pills left. There were only 2 true dragon pills and 2 fierce tiger pills left. If one were to cultivate at full strength, once a day, the 8 extreme doors. Counting on it, it would only last for 3 or 4 days at most. Perhaps it's time to take a look at the 5th level's prescription in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. Chapter 120 Embodied Body Pill. The Heavenly River Poured In. Self Panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, Grade 4. Strength, 43,219. Attack Power, 100628. Technique, 2 embodied pile, counting breaths. Martial Arts. Marksmanship Gradual Improvement. Yellow River Heavenly Tilting Style? 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist getting better. Hammer bracing getting better and better. Dragon bucking perfected. Tiger subduing stance. Mountain splitting palm. Horse palm. Tiger embrace. Bear crouch. Crane push. Li Mu first glanced at his current panel. The gun technique he had just obtained had however already caught up with his once proud 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist as well as bracing hammer. This was one of the great gains from the trip to the secret realm. As for that Yellow River sky tilting style, Li Mu was currently really bad at judging his proficiency with it. He only knew. If he wanted to use it, then he could use it. Other than that, the increase in strength wasn't much. But this power value had long since completely not belonged to a rank 4 martial artist. Nor could it possibly appear in a rank 4 martial artist.
Even if it was placed in a rank 5 martial artist, it still had a medium level.
And the attack power was even more exaggerated. Directly 100,000.
Some ordinary level 6 martial artists are no better.
Even worse. Not bad.
Li Mu gave himself an evaluation. Then he directly closed the self panel. Immediately, he began flipping through the rank 5 medicinal prescriptions in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth in his mind.
1000 forging cream, 1 snow mountain velvet flower over 80 years old, 100 milliliters of grade 5 Ning snake venom. Meteoric star pill, 100 years of bitter cotton flowers, 5 earth dragon eggs. Breaking wall pill. Cyclone powder. Embodied body pill.
Li Mu steeply brightened up slightly. Embodied body pill, 1 30-year portion of black scorpion grass, 1 30-year portion of red snake grass, 10 pounds of Yang genus level 5 alien beast blood, 10 pounds of Yin genus level 5 alien beast blood. This elixir polishes the body with the extremes of positive and negative, yin and yang. The medicinal effect weighs a gradual progression. Moreover, this elixir already had the effect of gradually breaking the limit.
It was precisely the most suitable elixir for Li Mu.
Li Mu, who had tried level 6 elixirs, was no longer satisfied with medicines of the same level.
The efficiency was really a bit low.
And while the 5th grade elixirs in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth herbal formula might not be as good as 6th grade, they would never be much worse.
708 points for a 30-year portion of black scorpion grass. 707 points for the red snake grass. Li Mu looked at the redemption list. Luck was good.
The needs could all be found. With a total of 12 main ingredients, plus some ingredients, a single ingredient required around 10,000 points. And an ordinary level 5 cultivation elixir was only 3 to 8,000 points.
Only the account couldn't be calculated like this. A single ingredient could definitely produce more than 1 pill.
With 10,000 points, as long as you can produce 5, you've earned it. What's more, with the characteristic nature of the medicinal formula chapter, the grade 5 pills in this must not be ordinary either. Maybe 2 or 3 of them would be earned. And according to Li Mu's experience, usually a single medicinal herb would be able to get out at least 10 or more pills.
We can try. Just so we can enter the trial tower as well.
Once again, he entered the trial tower. The difference this time was that Li Mu had an additional lance in his hand.
When entering the trial tower, one was able to choose a weapon.
The weapons in here didn't have any characteristics, but they were superior in that they were sturdy enough to not be damaged. Li Mu had already made an attempt.
It looks like I can try the Yellow River heavenly tilting style.
Carrying his lance, Li Mu went straight up one level after another. He didn't have the slightest delay on the first 2 levels. Unusual 2nd and 3rd level monsters already had trouble even breaking Li Mu's skin.
The path of a martial artist was originally the path of transcendence. It was also a path of continuous evolution of the body. Although it was difficult for the human body structure to be comparable to that of an alien beast, as long as it was at a high level, it would be difficult to face a low-level monster. But as long as the level is high, facing the low level is still a crushing advantage in all aspects. Not only is the skin tougher, the bones will also be stronger, the muscles more powerful. Even the blood, to the higher depths, can become even hotter than magma.
Hot. On the 3rd level, the beasts that Li Mu faced were already at the same level as him.
But in front of Li Mu now, these beasts of the same level were no different from low-level minions. They were all killed in one shot.
It took some effort to find the ladder leading to the 4th floor. This time, it was much easier for Li Mu to ascend the stairs.
4th level.
It belonged to the level of a level 5 Fey beast. However, it was still difficult for an ordinary level 5 beast to hinder Li Mu in the slightest. His gun was as fast as lightning.
Fierce as a dragon emerging from the sea. He is as agile as a ghost's shadow.
In front of him, an ordinary level 5 beast will still be killed in seconds with a single shot.
In the midst of killing again and again,
Li Mu also became more and more skillful with the gun. In a trance, the gun really became part of his body.
It was as easy to use as an arm.
Only a slight movement of the mind was needed.
More than a dozen level 5 ordinary alien beasts fell under Li Mu's gun. There wasn't much more tolerance.
I don't know if it was because of the level mismatch. At the 4th level, even if Li Mu wasn't injured, his tolerance still fell much faster than at the 3rd level.
He was somewhat regretful, seeing that the maturity level was only 8/100.
He still hasn't found a suitable target to use the Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style. Well, to be honest, using the Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style to deal with an ordinary level 5 beast was a bit like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. However, the degree of tolerance did not wait for anyone. Li Mu wanted to find an ordinary foreign beast to try. But it was such a coincidence. A special foreign beast appeared in front of him. Storm Fist Ape. Grade, Level 5 Special. Strength, 50,000. Attack Power, 70,000. Ability, Defense Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, Deadly Punch. Value, 6,000 credits. Note, this is a mindless upset with a bad temper anyway. A robust brown ape over 3 meters tall. Its arms were above the knees, and its fists had a somewhat disproportionately large size, like 2 facepalms. Obviously, although it was not as good as the last Scorpion King, it was definitely not a guy to be messed with. The Stormfist Ape immediately roared and rushed over as soon as it saw a living person. Good coming. Li Mu was instantly delighted. Taking a few steps, Li Mu's figure steeply rose into the sky. It was like a rainbow, rising through the sun. Like a great sun in the middle of the sky. Hanging high in the sky. Where does the Yellow River water come from? From the sky. Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style. Raging waves appear high in the sky. A shot falls. The raging river that seemed to be roaring poured down. For a moment, the waves rose up in all directions. The gun in Li Mu's hand seemed to have truly transformed into a great river. The sound was horrifying. Under the impact of the raging river, the Stormfist Ape's berserk figure stopped. Under the rush of the river. In a few moments, it was already full of holes. In an instant, the great river was reduced to nothing. Li Mu landed smoothly. The Stormfist Ape's figure fell heavily backward. There was no more breath of life. In an instant, 6,000 credits went in. This strike. Li Mu gently exhaled a breath. The power of this strike even somewhat exceeded his own imagination. Not to mention level 5, I'm afraid that an ordinary level 6 would feel unable to block this strike. Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style. The name is true. Of course, it wasn't that the Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style left behind by Lu Shan was stronger than Li Mu's 15th ranked fist technique, 8 Extreme Fist. The point was that Li Mu had experienced Lu Shang's life, and his understanding of the Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style had reached a profound level. He didn't dare to mention the word proficient in 8 Extreme Fist. Chapter 121. The only thing a martial artist cannot live without is an opponent. After resolving the Stormfist Ape, he didn't need any more Fey beasts. Li Mu, who had zero tolerance, directly exited the trial tower. The harvest this time was similar to the last time. Both were more than 20,000. But compared to last time's wretched and difficult appearance, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this time was easy and relaxed. After a trip to the secret realm, Li Mu's strength had changed almost radically. If he could cast Xuerengui's divine arrowhead into a gun, Li Mu's strength would once again be transformed. Only, there was a prerequisite for this. It was necessary to get the single first place in the Martial Arts University League. Leaving the trial tower, Li Mu subconsciously glanced in the direction of the leaderboard. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. He only saw that underneath that huge stone monument, there was a lot of people. It was normal for there to be people under that leaderboard. There were people all the time. Even at 12 in the morning, one might be able to run into a few trainees who used the rankings to stimulate themselves. But today was different. The atmosphere under the stone monument was too heated. Normally this kind of situation would only be when something not so small happened. Li Mu walked over. As soon as the crowd saw that it was him, they immediately separated into a wide aisle, and pairs of eyes moved from that stone monument to Li Mu. Fame wasn't without its benefits. At least wherever he went, people would take the initiative to make way. Without having to get much closer, Li Mu could already see that eye-catching an incomparable number. First place, the winning Falcon, 359,292 credits. Last time it was still over 200,000. And this time, it directly became 360,000. One time, it had directly gone up by about 100,000. Even if you were to kill an ordinary alien beast at level 6, you would have to kill at least 10 of them. And level 6, this level. In many small cities, it's already the top power. It's completely enough to dominate a party and act as an authority.
It looked like these people were just boiling over because of winning Falcon's skyrocketing credits.
Vaguely, Li Mu heard some people say whether or not the winning Falcon had already become a 5th level limit. Or perhaps it had become a rank 6. As for Li Mu, he looked at the names and numbers at the top. In his eyes, a touch of battle intent hidden in the depths grew stronger.
Opponents, the stronger the better.
At this moment, Li Mu was even celebrating from the bottom of his heart.
He was glad that Chu De had the existence of the winning Falcon. Otherwise, how boring should he be? How uninteresting.
A martial artist could have no friends, no lover, no family.
But just can't have no opponents.
The journey of a martial artist, if there was no opponent, then how lonely it would be.
Except for the winning Falcon, the rest of the people, even the second place by Xiao, Li Mu did not treat him as a rival. There is still some not enough qualifications.
This was not arrogance, but confidence.
Since he had the heart of invincibility, how could he not have the intention of invincibility? He didn't stay for too long and quickly turned around and left. After Li Mu left, those trainees under the stone monument once again opened a new round of discussion.
More than 20,000 points, Li Mu has risen by more than 20,000 points again.
Isn't that guy only at level 4? Is he level 5? Or is it the level 4 limit? That's right, if it's not the limit, how could he defeat Su Ruogu so easily? The time was still early.
Li Mu then strolled around the campus.
Aimless random walk.
Even now, Li Mu occasionally remembered everything in the secret realm.
Everything that still had a feeling of being misplaced.
Reality and memory were sometimes a bit indistinguishable to him. This had nothing to do with whether or not the heart was firm or not. Li Mu had only lived in this real world for 18 years. But in that secret realm, he had experienced hundreds of years of life. Some of his senses somewhat involuntarily recalled everything over there. This belonged to the aftereffects, the reason for not being able to completely get rid of those experiences yet.
But it wasn't something that would always be there.
Looking at everything in the campus, looking at the scenery that clearly belonged to modern times, and feeling the scent of youth.
This would cause Li Mu to have a feeling of reality. This was the reality.
The aftermath about the trip to the secret realm would gradually fade away, ultimately leaving behind only pure feelings. Not long after, Li Mu walked to where the Beast Martial Department was. Although the number of people in the Beast Martial Department was far less than that of the Ancient Martial Department, the area it covered was the largest of the 4 departments of Chu University. It was only because the Beast Martial Department needed to raise exotic beasts. The so-called Beast Martial was actually very simple.
Beast and martial arts. Just like humans can tame poultry and livestock.
The beast also has the possibility of being tamed.
Can even be cultivated as war beasts. Beast martial arts is to cultivate war beasts. Cultivating war beasts, and at the same time honing their own martial arts. A war beast that shares the same mind can play an absolutely significant role in the battle with its master. Some ferocious beasts can be much more powerful than ordinary martial artists of the same level. Even when competing with other departments, the students of the Beast Martial Arts Department are directly 2 against 1. At first glance, the Beast Martial Arts Department is very good. But in reality, cultivating war beasts required energy, and practicing martial arts also required energy. With both ends juggling, it was sometimes easy to not do well on both ends. At least Li Mu felt that. In the path of a martial artist, the only way is to be single-minded and fully focused. Putting all of one's will, all of one's mind and heart into the martial way. Only in this way can one hope to reach the top. Li Mu came here, more than anything else, to take a break. Adapt to reality. The Beast Martial Department's territory was deep if a vast pasture-like layout. The ground was verdant green grass. As the breeze whisked by, the blades of grass swayed. It was quite a sense of euphoria. Without walking for a while, after the wind blew the grass low, an alien beast appeared in Li Mu's eyes. A white sheep-like beast with a pair of twisted disc horns on its head. Level 2 disc horn sheep. Li Mu looked twice. It was unknown if the disc sheep had cheated or the sheep had split. Anyway, it was called a disc horn sheep. It was a very common type of exotic beast and was considered one of the main sources of exotic beast meat. As soon as this disc horn sheep saw Li Mu, it immediately ran away. Suddenly, a black shadow swept by in the distance. The disc horn sheep that had just run away was instantly pounced on the ground. A black canine exotic beast had already bitten its neck. Grassland black wolf, it should be almost level 3.
Li Mu watched with interest.
Tsunami, good job.
At this time, a teenager trotted over.
Oh. The grassland black wolf loosened its mouth and gave 2 more low growls in Li Mu's direction. The teenager also noticed Li Mu. Li Mu. This is the influence of fame, don't even need to be introduced, directly recognized.
His voice was trembling a little, and then he quickly went over and hugged the prairie black wolf to the back with one hand. He also gave Li Mu a forced smile. He was truly a little afraid of offending this legend. Li Mu nodded slightly and turned to walk in the other direction. It was said that this place was home to some free-range foreign beasts that were specifically used for the trainees' war beast training hunts. In this place, there were really a lot of foreign beasts. Li Mu couldn't tell if they were free-range or other trainees' war beasts. Anyway, as long as they didn't attack him, he would just take a look. Scenes of galloping or hunting alone with a war beast could often be seen here. It was said that the trainees of the Beast Marshal Department were either rich or noble. It couldn't be an ordinary family anyway, or they wouldn't be able to afford to raise a war beast.
Chapter 122 Black Terror. Special species.
After strolling around for a while, apart from some foreign beasts with somewhat rare looks,
there wasn't much that was special.
Li Mu was already preparing to leave. Although he hadn't seen the scene when the Beast Marshal Department trainees were actually fighting. However, from the fact that there were no Beast Marshal Department trainees in the top 5 of the trial rankings, one could tell 1 or 2 things.
It wasn't worth paying too much attention to. However, just as Li Mu was preparing to leave,
he bumped into another acquaintance.
Brother Mu. Mu. Prince Han immediately brightened up and quickly greeted him.
Beside him, there was a black tiger. The length of the body was about 2 meters or more, and it seemed to be undeveloped, but the tiger's eyes already had an obvious fury and murderous aura in them. The black body was as black as ink, and the muscles were especially distinct. The sharp teeth around the mouth vaguely transmitted some amazing horrifying killing intent. Other than that, its body was very ordinary, unlike some beasts that had some extra organs, or more sharp teeth and claws. It looked like a very ordinary black tiger.
But Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. This tiger. It wasn't like an ordinary black tiger. The level should be 3rd grade, but vaguely, the sense of threat it brought to Li Mu was much stronger than that of an unusual 4th grade alien beast. Big Brother Mu, running into you again, we're really destined to meet.
Prince Han revealed a somewhat naive smile.
Aha! Li Mu nodded.
Seemingly seeing Li Mu's curiosity about that black tiger, Prince Han said with interest.
Big Brother Mu, you're curious about Little Black, aren't you? I'll tell you, Little Blackie is very powerful. I don't know where my dad found him, but he can even beat a level 4 alien beast. My dad even said that he'll at least be a Martial Saint level warrior when he's raised in the future. Martial Saint? Li Mu's eyelids jumped. What kind of family is this?
But thinking about some of the rumors about Prince Han's old man,
Li Mu could understand again. Well, this family was quite reasonable.
It's worthy of being a beast martial arts family, and it's worthy of being something that only rich people can play with.
The black tiger's figure was a bit tense. While Li Mu was sizing it up, it was also watching Li Mu. Threatening. A very strong sense of threat. This caused it to be nervous.
Its body was already crouching down and its muscles were tense, as if it would send out a thunderous attack at any time.
But Little Black is definitely still inferior compared to you, Big Brother Mu. Why don't you instruct me twice sometime, Big Brother Mu?
Prince Han was oblivious to the fact that he only smiled sarcastically and accosted Li Mu.
This thing, martial arts, is not simple and requires suffering.
Li Mu gently shook his head and patted Prince Han's shoulder. Although I'm not sure about the Beast Marshal Department, I think that at least you should pay attention to the emotions of your own war beasts first.
Ha! Prince Han was slightly stunned before he realized Black Tiger's nervousness, and he hastily wrapped an arm around Black Tiger. Little Black good boy, Big Brother Mu is not a bad guy, don't be nervous. It took a while for Black Tiger to stabilize his emotions. Strange, Xiao He usually doesn't get nervous that easily. Wang Zihan just breathed a sigh of relief and looked up, but saw that Li Mu had already walked away. The Black Tiger's relaxation was originally due to Li Mu's departure. A beast's intuition was too much stronger than a human's. Li Mu brought it too much pressure. Prince Han seemed to react as if he had reacted and hurriedly shouted. Big Brother Mu, he's called Black Terror. But you seem to be even more terrifying. Black terror? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, Prince Han's war beast was extraordinary. To use a more accurate term, it was a special species. If the Phantom Killer was a real beast, it should also be a special species. The so-called special species, as the name suggests, were particularly special amongst the Fae. Special species is not only rare, the strength is also particularly powerful. Almost all of them are able to fight beyond their level. When the news of the Winter's Wrath, Winter White Bear King, should also be a special species. Special species, especially rare, originally Chu University's Beast Martial Arts Department should not have. Otherwise the top 5 in the trial rankings wouldn't necessarily be the current 5. It was worth mentioning that the trainees of the Beast Martial Department were able to enter the trial tower with their own battle beasts. Even the Martial University League had relevant regulations to be able to bring their war beasts to participate. If it was a war beast with a similar mind, it was also a part of strength. Li Mu didn't have too many special ideas about war beasts. In his opinion, it was still truer to have his own strength. More important. Only. In the Lu Xing secret realm, Lu Shang had some mounts. A long spear with a mount seemed to be good as well. Of course, Li Mu hadn't thought too much about it for the time being. Right now, but he didn't even have a lance yet. He first went to the exchange office to exchange the herbs related to the embodied body pill. When he returned to his residence, it was already dark. First, he dispensed the medicine. The current Li Mu already had a lot of experience in this area. Not to say that he could do it with his hands, but he was also quite skillful. Black scorpion grass and red snake grass were ground into powder and mixed. Yin and yang beast blood was gradually added to it in batches. It was just over an hour's work. One ingredient, 17 embodied body pills were freshly made. Not bad. A single material could produce 17 embodied body pills. Obviously, this was already cost-effective. Time to try the efficacy. Coming to the training room, an embracing body pill was swallowed into his stomach. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. Since the northeast is said to be the mountain of the Founder's Earth, it is said to be the Tsong Gate. The east is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, and is said to be the Gate of Enlightenment. The 8-pole gate was once again in operation. The Gate of Enlightenment. The energy in his body was quickly worn down, turning into point after point, slowly integrating between the limbs and bones of his body. Flesh, bones, skin, and even hair. All of them were undergoing metamorphosis little by little. The medicinal effect of the embodied body pill was a bit worse than the true dragon pill and the fierce tiger pill. After all, there was an absolute gap in rank like a heavenly rift. The gap, however, was not as big as one would expect. About 4 impregnating body pills would be able to compare to 1 breaking tiger pill. 5 embodied body pills were almost as good as 1 true dragon pill. All in all, the embracing body pills were indeed very suitable for Li Mu's current stage of cultivation. When he reached the limit of his body, he stopped the operation of the 8 extreme gate. He just reached out with a virtual grip. A sound like a thunderous explosion of chi sounded between his palms. Stronger. Although it was just a little bit, it was real progress. Progress that could be clearly perceived. This was the meaning of martial arts cultivation. Took a break, showered, and went up to the 3rd floor. Sitting on the recliner, he began to flip through the essays of a real person. Martial artists, constant their hearts, establish their intentions, sharpen their bodies, and forge their wills. Every time he flipped through it, there was always some new epiphany. This was even accelerating Li Mu's feelings about the trip to the secret realm. Although the essay of a real person did not have any substantial feats or moves. But it was a real treasure. Contained within it was the will of a half-step 16th level martial artist, his sense of martial arts, and the foundation of his martial arts. Martial. Putting down the accompanying pen, he looked out at the bright moon in the night sky. Li Mu's mind and soul were at peace, peaceful. This night, he did not visualize the tortoise and snake phase. He just slept quietly under the night colors. With his own body, with Li Mu's name. Chapter 123 Chu does internal selection. The following morning. The rising sun had not yet risen. The distant sky was just a wisp of gold when it appeared. Li Mu opened his eyes. He was radiant. His mind was especially peaceful. The world in front of him was so real to him at the moment. Looking out at the rising sun, the purple energy came from the east.
The image of the turtle and the snake appeared in his mind. Formless and qualitative, but also like the airflow surge of spiritual energy around the majestic and immobile turtle and snake phase. The hidden danger, or the aftereffects of entering the secret realm, at this moment has completely disappeared.
Those many memories were still clear to Li Mu.
But it would no longer be substituted into it. It was just like movie-like scenes and images. The sense has also been gradually collected for his own use. When the purple chi dissipated and the sun rose, Li Mu stopped practicing. He practiced boxing, took a shower, went out to eat breakfast, and then went home again. There were no classes today, and it seemed to be the day that the selection tournament in Chu University opened.
The selection of students to represent Chu in the martial arts.
This chat box showed only 3 messages, the outermost one being,
"Didn't come to watch the battle?" Li Mu clicked in to take a look.
The first 2 were,
"Thanks. Congratulations."
The timing was respectively after that time he bumped into her at the trial stage, and after the battle with Suruogu.
Li Mu hadn't wanted to reply. He didn't want to get too involved with women.
But suddenly, he thought of his Phantom Honor certificate again. After such a long time, he hadn't had the chance to figure out what that Phantom Honor certificate was actually for.
And Nangon Shuejian should have gotten a Giant Scorpion Honor certificate as well. Perhaps she knew about it.
Without too much hesitation, he directly sent a message over.
"Do you know what the honor certificate obtained from the trial tower is used for?"
A few minutes later, there was a reply. Opening the hidden redemption list can redeem some very special things, and depending on the level and specialness of the honor certificate, the things that can be redeemed are different.
"How do I open it?"
At the redemption office, look for the person in charge and show your honor card.
"Thanks. Why don't you come to watch the battle?" "No point, it's not like I need to participate anyway."
Li Mu casually replied back and then directly closed the chat interface. And flipped through the forums again. He saw an official campus post about the selection rules. It mentioned something about the Martial University League, and Li Mu couldn't help but look at it a few times. First of all, the number of participants for a school in the Wuda League was 20.
The 20 people were further divided into 2 teams.
The first team was called the School Representative Team. The second team was called the School Potential Team.
Where the first team is 10 people selected between sophomores and seniors. And the second team is 10 people selected from the freshmen.
In fact, it is not difficult to understand, the first team represents the top pillar of a university, the backbone of the force. And the second team represents the potential of a school's freshmen, representing the school's future.
This session of Chu University's intramural auditions needed to select 18 places.
The first team and second team had 9 people each. Because the first team and second team both had a direct seated spot that was exempt from the test.
The second team was Li Mu. Team 1 was Winning Falcon.
This point was also directly announced. There was no one who was dissatisfied with this. Strength was something that was there for all to see. Under this official post, there were quite a few discussions. There were speculations on who the final 20 people were. There were also speculations about Winning Falcon's final ranking, as well as Li Mu's Wushu League freshman ranking and overall ranking. It was worth mentioning that the final rankings of the Wushu League would have many different rankings. The one with the highest gold content was undoubtedly the single ranking. And in addition to the single ranking, there will be a separate rookie ranking.
Only the members of each school's second team would be included.
After all, the members of the second team are usually 3 or 4 years younger than those of the first team, and it is more or less unfair to compare them together.
Among them, the gold content of the newcomer ranking is definitely not low.
And if you become the newcomer king, the attention you get will never be less than the first place in the overall list. When he realized that the first and second teams of the Wudong University League were the same thing, Li Mu didn't have any happy feelings. He didn't know if there was anyone among his peers who was qualified enough to be his opponent or not. It was hard to bring up much interest in him with an easy win. Luckily for him, as he flipped through the pages, he realized that members of the second team could still compete on the same stage as members of the first team from other schools.
This was good news for Li Mu. One day, Li Mu didn't use all of it to lie down.
He was really a bit uncomfortable without practicing. He took pleasure in practicing, exercising, and practicing martial arts. So, practicing boxing, cultivating the 8 extremes gate, and visualizing the tortoise and snake diagram, he still didn't let go of any of them. And on the other side, The selection tournament for the Chu Grand Martial Artists' 4 lineages was also in full swing.
The first mode of selection was the simplest elimination system.
Each department first held an elimination round, and after reaching a certain number of people, then the students left behind in the 4 departments would be selected and eliminated together. Among them, the freshman year is separate.
The other sophomore to senior is mixed together.
9 people were selected from the 3 ages. Undoubtedly, due to the number of people, the selection time of the first team will be longer.
It would also be more difficult to enter the first team.
This time, the selection tournament had been held for 3 days in total, and the second team's selection tournament had only reached the end first.
During this time, Limu had already entered the trial tower once more.
The harvest of more than 20,000 at a time caused his ranking to rise a bit more. In response to this, the discussion in the Chu University forums became more and more intense. On this day, Limu still came to the number 1 martial arts arena where the selection match was taking place.
The other 9 spots for the second team would be directly finalized today.
Currently, there were 18 people left, and only one more round of elimination was needed, and the winners would be able to become members of the second team representing Chu University in the Martial Arts League. Chapter 124 Second Team Quota, People Who Shouldn't Have Appeared. Of the 18 people still remaining in the second team selection, there were quite a few that were more familiar faces.
Suemo Yen, Bai Ling, and Prince Han, these 3 didn't need to be mentioned. Especially Prince Han.
Limu suspected that among the current freshmen, besides himself, the strongest might be the most harmless-looking Prince Han. Although he was a bit of a one-liner in person.
But that Black Terror was also truly terrifying.
With a rank of 3 and a strength of 4, it was definitely already enough to crown the freshman. And a big part of the reason why Limu came today was because he wanted to see that Black Terror. It was said that all of Prince Han's previous battles had ended with the Black Terror's near-second kills. In addition to the 3 Suemo Yen trio who were already directly level 3 when they first enrolled in school. The other 15 people were also not of the same caliber. And that among them, there was actually another 3rd level. Suddenly, Limu raised his eyebrows slightly.
He actually had level 3? Zhang Xiaohao had actually reached the 3rd level? How could this be possible?
Limu saw Zhang Xiaohao on the battle preparation mat. He also clearly perceived his rank through his divine ability.
3rd level.
That's right, it's the 3rd level. But with Zhang Xiaohao's progress, how come he shouldn't have reached the 3rd level at this point in time? There was still a lot of room to sharpen his level 2 book. Sometimes, it was never good to force a rank. In the early stages, the foundation was more important.
Limu could clearly perceive that Zhang Xiaohao's 3rd level was a bit flimsy.
The foundation was obviously still a bit unstable. At level 2, he had left behind no small hidden dangers. Instead of following the normal situation of sharpening to his own limit before breaking through, he had directly forced a breakthrough.
This guy. Limu couldn't help but frown slightly. For the sake of a quota, was it really worth it?
This was at the cost of a lifetime of martial arts.
A moment later, Limu's complexion returned to calm.
Among the 18 people in the preparation seat, there were a few familiar faces.
Han Xiaoyan was among them.
She fell still at the 2nd level, but her roots were getting deeper and deeper. There was also that inch-haired teenager who Limu had once seen in his eyes what a martial artist should mean. At first, he was at level 1, but now he was already at level 2. And his roots were deep and his foundation was solid. His temperament also had the flavor that a martial artist should have.
Not bad.
Limu glanced at the random match that had just taken place on the light screen. It was discovered that the youth was called Xieping. At the same time, the results of the match came out.
Match 1, Prince Han vs Suemo Yen. Instantly, the entire room was a bit boisterous.
In everyone's opinion, the strongest 2 of the freshmen, other than Limu, the 2 who were bound to advance actually met in advance.
Suemo Yen needed no introduction.
That is, this session out of Limu this demon, otherwise it is also bound to lead a grade-like figure.
And Prince Han.
Although it is a bit of a dish, the grade is also a bit false.
But the key is to have a good father. There is a good father who has so much money that he doesn't know what to do with it.
Ever since this juvenile Black Terror was delivered, Prince Han began to join the Beast Martial Department's course of study. He directly jumped from what everyone thought before, the most crotchety 3rd level to the strongest 3rd level. In the previous battles, the Black Terror had already proven his strength. There was even a level 3 student who had risen up from behind who was similarly killed directly by Black Terror. Now that Wang Zhan and Su Moyan had met, it could truly be described as a serious duel of strength. Soon, in a line of sight of anticipation, both sides took the field. Su Moyan was alone. Prince Han was followed by a black tiger that was no more than 2 meters long and no more than 1 meter tall at the shoulder. Its color was like ink. There wasn't the slightest hint of color on its body. Pure black. Especially that pair of black eyes, it was vaguely revealing a terrifying aura of fury and murder. Unlike its naive owner, this black terror still had a terrifying ferocity even after being tamed. Or in other words, war beasts were supposed to have ferocity. Battle. At the referee's command, Su Moyan and the Black Terror charged out at the same time. In a pair of pairs of eyes, the reflections of the two grew closer and closer. It's indeed a cut above an unusual level 4 foreign beast. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. The outcome of this battle was already predictable. Su Moyan was not weak. But compared to the Black Terror it was still inferior. Especially since the beasts themselves would have a hunting nature and fighting instincts. If Su Moyan could reach the 3rd level of extreme martial artist, I'm afraid that he might be able to defeat the Black Terror. But he was still a hair's breadth away from the half limit. With his talent, he would definitely have no problem reaching the half limit, it would just take some time. The battle, which only lasted for a few minutes. The final result was not out of Li Mu's expectations. The Black Terror directly pounced on Su Moyan and directly went for the throat lock with its sharp teeth. If it wasn't for Prince Han stopping in time, Su Moyan might have been lost. In the early stages, a martial artist of the same level facing a foreign beast would not have been in a favorable position. What's more, Su Moyan was still facing a special species with his bare hands. Prince Han had one just by standing there without moving. Since then, he had become the first person to be fixed out of the remaining 9 slots in the second team. And naturally, Su Moyan wouldn't just be eliminated outright. After the last 9 spots were fixed, there was the challenge round. The eliminated players could challenge any of the advancing 9. This was to avoid the strongest meeting being eliminated too early. This rule was very humane. After the battle between Prince Han and Su Moyan ended, the following 8 battles also unfolded one after another. With Pearl Jade in front of them, the remaining 8 battles didn't seem so attractive. Finally, the challenge match opened. There was a total of 3 hours of time, and after 3 hours the quota would be completely determined and no further challenges could be made. In reality, there weren't many people who would actually challenge. Many people were self-aware of their own strength. Only those like Su Moyan, who really lost in vain, would take the initiative to challenge. In the end, Chu University's second team's 10-member quota was completely finalized. Li Mu, Wang Zihan, Su Moyan, Bai Ling, Song Haoran, Xia Ping, Zhang Xiaohao, Han Xiaoyan, Shangguan Qi, Qian Lingyun. 10 people, 7 of them from the ancient martial arts department. Wang Zihan is a super martial artist and a veterinary martial artist. Shangguan Qi's current martial arts lineage. Qian Lingyun is a super martial artist. The weight of Chu University's ancient martial arts department can be seen. Of the 10, 1 is a level 4, Li Mu. 5 level 3, Su Moyan, Bai Ling, Wang Zihan, Zhang Xiaohao, Shangguan Qi. The remaining 4 were all level 2. For this finalized list, Li Mu was a bit surprised. That Han Xiaoyan would be on the list was unexpected, yet reasonable. Her family lineage was obviously not simple either, with its strong foundation and extraordinary martial arts. Plus, she had gotten into a fight with Yang Qian some time ago, and the two of them were practicing as if they were competing. Her appearance in this list wasn't particularly surprising. What really surprised Li Mu was Zhang Xiaohao. He could only be considered to be of medium to high caliber in his freshman year. Yet he also appeared in this list. There was only one reason. He had exchanged his roots and future for a short period of power. Could it be that there were no second-level students who could break through to the 3rd level amongst so many second-level students in Chu University? No, on the contrary, many. But even more were unwilling to break through even if they could. They understood what was most important. The foundation is far more important than a moment's strength. But Zhang Xiaohao didn't understand it in general. Chapter 125. Winning Falcon and Li Mu are going to fight.
Zhang Xiaohao walked out of the martial arts arena with an expressionless face. The sky was already somewhat dark. Most of the trainees watching the battle had also dispersed. His mood was just like the color of the sky. He had become a participating member of Chu University's second team. But he wasn't much happier. Including those other cadets of the same level, the senior cadets, they wouldn't think highly of him for it either. Even in the eyes of many, his win was not honorable. Xu Da's philosophy had always been to never upgrade easily until it was absolutely necessary. In fact, the key was still the issue of roots. If your foundation was solid enough, there was no problem with upgrading even faster. However, if you upgraded without a solid foundation, this would have a particularly serious impact on the martial arts path. Like Zhang Xiaohao, who had forcibly upgraded just for the sake of a spot, many students would be somewhat displeased with him. Even some teachers would be displeased with him, fearful that he would bring down other trainees. The power value of the third level was 5,000 to 10,000. Zhang Xiaohao had not upgraded long ago, and his roots were not too stable, and currently, he was only 5,000 or so, close to 6,000. It didn't seem high. However, the strength value of a level 2 martial artist was only 16 to 4,000. A strength of 6,000 was already enough to create a crushing situation for the vast majority of second-level martial artists. The limit of a rank 2 was only 4,000. This was the absolute gap between ranks. It was actually not difficult to choose between a momentary rank and a higher rank later on. Some of the teachers were afraid that Zhang Xiaohao would bring down the other trainees by making such a mess. At that time, if someone followed Zhang Xiaohao's example, they would only care about the momentary route and not polish it. Then some of the good seedlings would probably just give up the ghost. In fact, from the way that referee looked at himself earlier, Zhang Xiaohao understood it very well. It was also clear how others were actually looking at him right now. He didn't know if he was really wrong. He just didn't want to be completely thrown off. Didn't want to be completely thrown off by Li Mu. He just wanted to barely catch up with him. That's why he wanted to be part of the second team. So he chose to forcefully break through. But now he didn't feel good. It was clear that he had gotten what he wanted, but he seemed to have lost something more important. He was even a bit ashamed to meet people, not wanting to see the contemptuous gaze in the eyes of others. So he deliberately waited until the last people had finished before walking out of the martial arts arena. Was I wrong? Zhang Xiaohao was a bit disoriented. He didn't even notice. A figure was standing right in front of him. It wasn't until he was about to collide that he reacted and hastily stopped his steps to look up. A slim figure, a resolute face, still expressionless. The sun was setting in the west. The last rays of the setting sun just lined its shoulders, leaving a dark silhouette. Brother Mu. Mu. Zhang Xiaohao lowered his head somewhat sheepishly. Are you here to blame me too? The voice that was calm as if it was a ghostly spring rang out. Why should I blame you? You have exceeded my expectations. Very well. It was your own choice. No one has the right to interfere with anyone's choices. I'd like to tell you only. Since it's your own choice, the choice you made, then don't regret it. And don't feel sorry for yourself. It's your choice. You need to take responsibility for it. Besides, who says it's necessarily wrong? Zhang Xiaohao didn't dare to raise his head, and his body trembled slightly. After a while, he clenched his teeth and violently raised his head. However, he only saw that Li Mu had already left. His back was hidden in the distance. The last sliver of sunlight on that shoulder had also faded away. The sun was setting in the west, and it was hidden into the western mountains. It was as if he had taken away the last ray of sunlight in this world. The earth was plunged into darkness. But at this moment, another bush of fire was burning and rising. That fire, burning in Zhang Xiaohao's heart. Gradually, it burned to his eyes. It was a flame that belonged to the fighting spirit. Li Mu's words were not so profound, so philosophical. But what Zhang Xiaohao needed now was this. All he needed was an affirmation. A piece of encouragement. Brother Mu, thank you. He clenched his fist and murmured to himself. The next day's evening, the spots for Chu University's first team were also finally finalized. First of all, none of the top 5 in the trial rankings were left behind. Winning Falcon, Bai Xiao, Nangang Shuajin, Zheng Tingfei, and Wang Manchu. Trial rankings were originally a proof of strength. These names did not surprise anyone. 5th level martial artists. All 5 were rank 5 martial artists. And the other 5 were also rank 5 martial artists. This was the depth of Chu University. And of those 5, 4 of them were also at the top of the trial rankings. There was only one more special dark horse that rarely went to the trial tower kind, but it didn't cause too many waves. The other 5 were all juniors and seniors. There was no one from the second year of college. Originally Suruogu, if not seriously injured, there is still a glimmer of hope. In fact, there was not much hope. In general, in addition to the freshman year, as a freshman can participate in the martial arts league. Behind that, you usually have to be a 4th in your junior year. In the martial arts path, time was indeed a point that could not be ignored. Right now, everyone in Chu University's attention was drawn to the upcoming martial arts league. The names Li Mu and Winning Falcon were still the hot topic of discussion for everyone. Many people were already certain that this year's newcomer king was bound to be Li Mu. The first team spot had just been finalized. In the evening of that day, the school administration called the members of the first and second teams. The third training hall. 18 people stood in 2 rows. In front of the 18 people was Zheng Qianxuan, as well as a somewhat rich old man. Jia Ronghai, one of the 2 vice presidents of Chu University. At this moment, he was slightly frowning with some displeasure. Which 2 didn't come? The 18 people just stood quietly. Well, that, Principal Jia, it's Winning Falcon and Li Mu who didn't come. Zhang Qianxuan was somewhat helpless. Who didn't come? You can't see it yourself. It's just that this can't be said. What did they go for? The 2 guaranteed seeded players actually didn't arrive? Jia Ronghai's face sank. That might have been delayed because of something I've already notified. Zhang Qianxuan was actually also a bit puzzled. It was hard to say about the Winning Falcon. Anyway, he had sent dozens of messages to Li Mu, but there hadn't been the slightest reply. This was somewhat abnormal. These 2 guys. Shouldn't they think that just because they've bailed out, they can act without honor? I was going to give them a lecture on the rules and regulations of the Martial Arts University League today, and the precautions to be taken, but it turns out that none of them actually showed up? What does this mean? Or do you think you're really invincible? Don't need to hear anything? Jia Ronghai grew more and more displeased. Zhang Xiaohao weakly said that Principal Jia, Brother Mu isn't this kind of person, he should really have something being delayed. Something's wrong? Then what kind of thing did you say it was? Can you give me a 1, 2, 3? Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Winning Falcon and Li Mu are going to fight. What? The crowd inside the training room was shocked. Immediately, without the slightest hesitation, one by one, they directly ran outside. What a joke, who would want to miss such a big event? As for Principal Jia? Didn't you see that he was the fastest runner? Chapter 126 Prey and Hunter, One Punch Kills a Level 6. Time went back to 2 hours ago. Li Mu was on his way back to his place when he noticed a guy following him. A few dozen meters behind himself. Wearing a hood, he was also wearing a set of loose bodysuit. The appearance and figure were completely concealed. His tracking technique was really good. Li Mu did not discover him for a long time. That was until he approached to within 100 meters. Li Mu's premonition kicked in steeply. It was like an on-stabbing. Especially obvious killing intent. And it was pointed straight at himself, without the slightest deviation at all. It was directed at him. Completely and utterly coming at himself. And his strength. 6th level. A top level 6 martial general. This rank 6 martial general wanted to kill himself. Obviously, he was looking for an unusual opportunity. Instantly, Li Mu's mind thought about many things. Why would a rank 6 martial general want to come and kill himself? Who had he offended? Or was it this level that directly wanted his life? Soon, some guesses surfaced. Although he had already discovered the person following him behind him. Li Mu did not move. Without revealing the slightest difference, he continued to move forward. Yang Jiwen silently followed behind his target. He was confident in his disguise. The target was only a rank 4 martial artist. Although he had heard that he had defeated a rank 5 martial artist. But so what? 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. Martial General Grade 3. All levels are qualitatively different. It's a 1 in a million chance of defeating a level 5 martial artist. That's luck. Can't you go 2 levels further? Don't be ridiculous. Not to mention that Yang Jiwon is good at ambushes and killings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten this job. He's killed top generals of the same level. Not to mention a level 4 little guy. If he wanted to, he would have had hundreds of chances to kill Li Mu in seconds. At least that was how he felt. The reason why he was hesitant to do it was simply because this was Chu University. He needed to find a secluded place with fewer people and needed to think of a way back. It was just a level 4 little guy, it wasn't worth risking his life. Speaking of which, this order was indeed risky. Assassinating a genius student of Chu University. A bad one would not only die without a burial place, perhaps even the organization would be uprooted. But the reward for this mission was still hard for Yang Jiwon to refuse. So he still took the risk of taking it. At the end of the day, it was only a 4th level. If it was a 5th level, he would naturally deliberate. The odds were that he wouldn't have taken it. Chu Deli's heaven-defying level 5 could all but kill level 6. Yang Jiwon steeply had been startled. The target that was just in front of him, how did it suddenly disappear? Completely just a twinkling of an eye, it seemed to be just crossed paths with a passerby and completely disappeared. Even Yang Jiwon had not blinked, just disappeared. How is it possible? Yang Jiwon was in complete disbelief. He hurriedly scanned over his surroundings. There were a few scattered trainees passing by and strolling around. But there was just no figure of that target of his. Damn, how could this be? After hesitating for a moment, Yang Jiwon immediately chased forward. For such a moment he didn't believe it could really disappear. But he searched for a few hundred meters and there was still no figure. There was also absolutely no trace on the left and right. Damn, could it have been discovered and alerted? Yang Jiwon's complexion was a bit ugly. As soon as he thought of this possibility he didn't dare to stay any longer, and even more so, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned around to leave. In case he startled Chu Da's powerful person the problem would be big. Only he did not notice that there was a figure just following behind him 100 meters away. A very normal figure. And it was the same figure that he was actively searching for. But he just couldn't notice it. Thousands of people, thousands of faces. Cloth without a face. Soon, Yang Jiwon walked out of the center area of Chu University's campus. At this time, the sky had also darkened. He arrived at the falling maple forest. A maple forest that was only at the southernmost part of the Chu University campus. This was also one of Chu University's viewpoints. It was only because it was not yet autumn when the maples fell. There were hardly any people to be seen here. Who? Yang Jiwon gently exhaled a breath. As long as he passed through this maple forest, he would be able to leave Chu University. Nor did he know why, nor did he know when a sense of urgency spread in his heart. Perhaps because this is Chu University, there are unknown numbers of strong people, taking on a mission here is always still too risky. Yang Jiwon had already walked to the middle of the falling maple forest. Here, the trees were clumped together, and there was no sign of people. Wait, human traces. Yang Jiwon was suddenly startled. Human shadow? How could there be a silhouette beside himself? Isn't that a tree shadow? How could he not notice it at all? He had been violently startled, but it was already too late. The silhouette had already appeared beside him at an unknown time. A fist. Already out. It shook the earth and sky like a thunderbolt. It was like a 9 ghosts turning the earth into a dragon. The sound is horrifying. The trajectory of the fist. Electricity flashes and thunder roars. There were even layers of watery existence stirring in the air. Between heaven and earth, there are 8 poles. 8 poles. Fist. Yang Jiwon could only watch that fist approaching him, watching that fist getting closer and closer to him. A seemingly slow punch. But its actual speed had long exceeded Yang Jiwon's expectations. Spray. Among the muffled sounds. The fist is like a thunderbolt falling to the ground. Deep into its body. A fist. Hitting its chest, breaking its chest and going straight into its chest cavity. Above the fist, endless power concurrently, spreading to its whole body. The heart and veins were broken by inches. Put.
A large mouthful of blood mist spewed out from Yang Juwen's mouth. His eyes began to become lifeless. His body became powerless.
In the next moment,
his body fell backwards.
Boom!
A large amount of blood continued to gush out from the piercing wound in the corpse's chest. The crimson blood dipped straight towards the land. Li Mu slowly withdrew his blood-stained right fist. His face was expressionless. But there were flames burning in his eyes.
8 Extreme Fist. This is the 8 Extreme Fist. So what if you're a level 6 general? One punch. One punch kills a rank 6. It's a sneak attack, but how can you kill someone with one punch if you don't have a terrifying explosive power? As an assassin, you should be prepared to be assassinated. The identity of the prey and the hunter in the great jungle of the world was never fixed. The moment he set his sights on Li Mu, the moment he presented himself as the hunter, he was then already moving towards the abyss of death. As it turns out, you're the prey. Li Mu withdrew his gaze after sweeping the corpse of the unknown rank 6 martial general. It didn't matter what reason he had set his sights on himself. But when he moved to kill himself and was ready to make a move against him, then one should have been prepared for death long ago. Dead people, no need to pay too much attention anymore. Tick. Blood dripped down Li Mu's right fist. He was still standing beside that corpse, unperturbed. Only the drops of scarlet blood on his arm continued to drip down until a small puddle formed on the ground. It was all the blood of that corpse. The person was already dead. However, Li Mu's momentum did not dissipate, but instead became more and more agitated and solidified. It rose up like a pike. He violently turned his head. His face was expressionless, only the flames in his eyes burned. After watching for so long, it's time to show yourself, right? Chapter 127 Martial Artists discussing martial arts. Taoists discourse. It was not yet fall. The maple leaves were also still green. There were just so many touches of unintentional like red. A few green leaves drifting. No wind to float. Crunch. A foot stepped on top of the green leaves that had just fallen. Black clothes and long sword, head wearing smear, face like frost. Crunch. He stepped out step by step. A piece of green maple leaf drifted. Without wind, it was automatic. Its momentum is even better than a hurricane. He stepped on a piece of green leaves and appeared. A sharp aura rose up. It seemed to pierce the sky. It seems to be like a stunning goose that rushes straight at Li Mu across the sky. Tick. Blood, still dripping. A green leaf floated down to the blood puddle. Like a boat, it floats. The blood fell on the green leaf, spreading along its veins, invading. The green leaf became crimson. The next moment. Boom! It was like the first appearance of thunder. A momentum rushed out, charging straight at the incoming person. The momentum was like heavenly thunder. A hurricane meets the face. Thunder in the sky. There is no wind. The hair dances wildly. Two equally expressionless, statuesque faces. Only the eyes are alive. The camouflage of calm has long been torn. The same endless battle intent was rising. Z. If the butter into the fire. Flame is rising. The exchange of potentials, however, returned to calm at this moment. The winning falcon took another step forward. His figure, his steps were firm. Li Mu was unmoved. He stood still like a heavy mountain. Lines of sight met. There was no need for words, no need for words. There was no need to communicate. At this moment, both of them had understood each other's thoughts. Battle intent was completely undisguised. There is no need to conceal it. From the beginning. The very first time they looked at each other. Both of them already know in their hearts. There must be a battle between each other. Martial arts need rivals. This battle has nothing to do with anything else. No grudges, no disputes. Not for fame or fortune. It's only because of Wudao. They all need an opponent to verify their martial arts. To prove it. To sharpen it. The winning falcon's left hand, which was holding the sword, suddenly moved. Several knuckles slowly opened up. Rhythmically, they tapped on the scabbard one after another. The clear sound of tapping, not too light and not too heavy. However, it was as powerful as a war drum. And like a heartbeat of excitement. He had wanted to give Li Mu some time. He had thought that this battle would not come so quickly. But he saw it. Maple Forest enlightenment, but he saw that punch. That punch, a punch that he didn't know how to describe. His mind was tugged. Was completely drawn. His entire mind was invested in that fist. At that moment, he knew. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed an opponent. His own Marshal Dao needed an opponent. That fight. That punch. One must face that punch head on. One's own martial arts will be transformed. This was exactly what one needed. It came. Just in time. Li Mu's heart was burning. It was throbbing. Hot blood rushed out from within his heart. He, likewise, was longing for it. It had long been longing for this battle. These two little guys, they've finally faced each other. Each other's whetstone, each other's martial arts cornerstone. This battle, no matter what it is, will be of great benefit. Tian Mai's voice was soft, but it was as if he was stating a fact. The two topmost heavenly prides of my Chu University will finally face each other. How can such a great event be carried out so quietly? Wait for me, Xiao Tian. Dong Shanchuan tapped the silhouette on the shoulder, and his figure then directly flickered away. Li Mu and Winning Falcon are going to fight. Not long after, a voice that was clearly pinching its throat resounded from all around the Chu University campus. Master Dong, with the best of intentions. Tian Mai looked at the residual shadow that only he could see. He was clear that this was by no means just because of bad taste. It was a privilege to be able to watch the battle of the strongest, the martial arts competition. This was also a chance for ordinary students. If one gained some insights, it would be a great opportunity. He wasn't trying to get people to join in the fun, but he was unwilling to let the rest of the cadets miss out on this opportunity. Even if the behavior would be a bit disgraceful to the fan. What is your wu? This was the first time Li Mu had heard Winning Falcon's voice. It wasn't as cold as he appeared. The voice was serene. It was calm. If a small stream was babbling. The way of the martial arts. A martial artist discusses martial arts. Taoist friends discussing the Tao. At this moment, they weren't just martial artists, they were Taoist friends. Friends who were also on the martial path. Those who were on the same path, discussing the Tao and traveling together, learning from each other and corroborating each other. Li Mu didn't answer. There was just no need to answer with words. His momentum rose once again. It was like a rainbow. Like a great sun. It's all in the air. Ascend. Invincible. Under one punch, there was no one in front of him. Winning Falcon instantly sensed Li Mu's answer. The next moment he responded with his own answer. The momentum, rising. If a divine soldier comes out of his body, if a ferocious beast awakens. If a natural catastrophe is born. Li Mu also felt. In the falling maple forest. Hurry up, it'll be too late if you don't go. This news somehow spread throughout Chu University at an astonishing speed. One by one, the school leaders reacted the fastest and immediately rushed towards the falling maple forest. Don't look at these school leaders who were usually calm and unhurried. But they were unwilling to miss this kind of big event. Perhaps many of them had a higher rank than the Winning Falcon and Li Mu. But they still didn't want to miss this battle. This battle was equally likely to bring them enlightenment. The current higher rank was only because of their age. They knew very well that both Winning Falcon and Li Mu were demons that were hard to come by in decades. The Battle of the Demons. Among the trainees, the fastest ones were a few trainees from the Super Martial Department who had portable flying machines. As well as cadets from the Beast Martial Department who had mounts. But at the very front of the cadets' ranks, Bai Xiu's figure was in the lead. Even with just his own speed, he was still not inferior to the cadets with flying machines and mounts. Bai Xiu, the heir to the Chu Nan Bai clan. In Chu University, his luster was overshadowed by the Winning Falcon. But his strength, apart from the Winning Falcon, no one was qualified to deny it. 5th level had killed 6th level. He has carefully studied the Bai family's mastery, the 72 styles of cloud hands, and it is said that he is close to reaching a level of excellence. A normal level 6 wouldn't last long under him.
After Bai Xiu, Nangong Shuijin, Zheng Tingfei, and Wang Manchu followed closely behind.
Xiu, why are they suddenly about to fight? How can Li Mu be a match for that pervert winning falcon right now? Wang Manchu couldn't help but ask.
Zheng Tingfei laughed out loud and said, no matter what, daring to fight with winning falcon, I'm convinced that kid.
Winning falcon won't take interest in opponents that are too weak. Maybe I've looked away, he might really be at least on your level.
Bai Xiu swept a glance at Zheng Tingfei seemingly without thinking.
Zheng Tingfei's smile stopped.
Behind Bai Xiu's few people were the second team's personnel. Han Xiaoyan was worried. How could Brother Mu fight with the winning falcon? What should we do?
Suemo Yen, Bai Ling, and Prince Han.
They were silent. As Li Mu's classmates, they were well aware of Li Mu's power.
But at this moment, he was facing the winning falcon. That living legend of Chu University.
Only Zhang Xiaohao clenched his fist and said with great certainty,
I believe in Brother Mu. Chapter 128 Li Mu battles the winning falcon. Each retreated a few steps.
A single green leaf was tinted with the color of withering red.
They detached from the branches and gradually drifted away.
Fluttering in the air, like butterflies, they were light and breezy. Gradually, there were more dead leaves on the ground. The earth-brown ground is gradually covered by the yellow-red color. The season that should not fall leaves has also begun to gradually fall leaves. There was no wind, no clouds. At this moment, above this maple forest, the wind and clouds were stirring. The two forces were almost transformed into a substantial chi. Not only is the wind and clouds stirring, but even the sky and earth seem to be changing color.
Within these two evenly matched potentials,
it contained too many things. The will of two pure martial artists.
Faith. Each other's Tao.
The perceived martial arts. They were competing, but more than that, they were discussing the Tao in a special way.
Until
the two men's Tao was ultimately contrary to each other.
Li Mu took one step.
The blood on his right arm had already dried up. Pieces of blood scabs fell off with his slight movements. The flames burning in the depths of his eyes were close to turning into substance.
It seemed to be about to spurt out.
On the other side, the winning falcon took a step out. His left hand raised the long sword in his hand. To show my respect, I can do without the black dragon sword. The long sword came out of his hand.
The sheathed longsword was inserted diagonally into the ground.
His voice was calm and his face was expressionless. With another step, the sheathed black dragon sword was already behind him.
No need.
Li Mu took a step forward, and the blood scabs floated and shattered like dust.
Buzz.
That black dragon sword even autonomously emitted a buzzing sound at this moment. Vaguely, it seemed like sword chi was rushing out from between the cracks of that scabbard. It was harsh and piercing.
This sword is definitely not an extraordinary item.
At one time, when the winning falcon entered the 5th level, he won the battle against the 6th level.
This sword was a credit to him.
But at that time, it was in the martial arts university tournament.
He needed to try to get a better ranking for Chudi. Now it's different. This is a pure martial arts competition.
It's a battle of the martial arts.
It should not be faked. Thud.
Another step, both of them fell at the same time. In the next moment, their figures flashed past as if they were transformed into residual shadows.
Boom.
The two silhouettes, as fast as lightning, crossed paths.
Fists and fists have already met. Touch and go.
The figures staggered. At the next moment, Li Mu's figure abruptly stopped. The blood scab on his right fist had completely shattered and floated down after this collision. His right fist was lightly trembling.
Winning Falcon's power, it was strong.
On the other side, Winning Falcon's fist was also lightly trembling a few times. Li Mu's fist was completely unlike that of a rank 4 martial artist.
Even if it was the 4th level limit, it didn't seem like it should be so outrageous. A momentary pause to adjust his internal breath. The next moment, the two of them were once again instantly approaching. Fist shadows overlapped. For a while, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the wind whistling through the air. Fist and fist intersected, then divided, then intersected again. In a few seconds, their fists directly collided hundreds of times.
Li Mu's fist has been trembling. A share of power through the fist seems to have penetrated into his arm bone. The power spread above the arm bones. The pain was deep in the bone marrow. It was as if his bones were about to crack. Even though Li Mu's bone strength had long exceeded that of ordinary gold and iron. But the one who collided with him was Winning Falcon. The strongest man in Chu University. A living legend. He's even known as the god of martial arts. But so what? Even though the pain in his arm was excruciating, Li Mu's fist was still powerful. He didn't hesitate. It's still as fast as lightning. He doesn't retreat. He didn't even have the slightest thought of avoiding the front line. Since you want to fight hard, I'll fight hard with you. This is Li Mu's martial arts path. Z. A strange sound came out of the air. It was like a rainbow being pulled out by the Winning Falcon's fist. Li Mu's complexion was slightly aghast. The fast fist stance that was about to be handed out changed abruptly. The fist was like an arrow on a full string. At this moment, the tacit understanding between the two reappeared. Fist and fist were delivered together. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, it seemed as if two invisible forces were intersecting and colliding. Waves of air spilled out in all directions. Berserk, raging waves of air overflowed in all directions. It was like a hurricane. At this moment, with the point of intersection of fist and fist as the center, the airwaves exploded, and a large number of fallen leaves were swept up. The green leaves on a maple tree began to sway, seemingly about to detach from the trunk and float down. In the midst of this air wave filled with intention and will, the color of withered red surfaced. The green leaves, no longer green. They gradually turned into red and yellow colors, as if autumn had come early. This. Fallen leaves? Bai Xiu and his party, who had just not stepped into the falling maple forest, couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is not the season when the maple should fall. Wang Manchu. What a strong aura fluctuation. Bai Xiu looked at the depths of the fallen maple forest with a grave expression. He even directly ignored Wang Manchu's voice. In the next moment, he headed straight for the place where the aura was concurrent. Green leaves turning red and yellow. The battle of martial arts. The battle of red and yellow. The battle of martial arts. Such a great battle scene, Bai Xiu was unwilling to miss it no matter what. Stalemate. A momentary stalemate. Both of them maintained the same movements as when they threw their punches. In this instant, it was like two sculptures filled with the true intent of a martial artist. This scene happened to be seen in the eyes of Bai Xiu's few people who had just arrived. Bai Xiu's expression was a bit dumbfounded. Such martial will. Such a martial will. The battle between red and yellow. The battle of wills. The battle of the martial Tao. What Bai Xiu saw was not the surface. He saw something deeper. In just an instant, he saw something deeper. He ranked second in this trial, and the gold content was high. In previous sessions, a level like his was already number 1. Bai Xiu's enlightenment, strength, was no worse than anyone else. However, it was ultimately a lot worse than the Winning Falcon. Boom! At the next moment, a shocking thunder appeared out of thin air, taking the center point of that fist-to-fist intersection. Winning Falcon and Li Mu's figures retreated several steps at the same time. Winning Falcon retreated 4 steps and stabilized his body. Li Mu retreated 5.5 steps and managed to stabilize. The gap in strength did exist. It actually managed to make the Winning Falcon retreat. Many of the onlookers were already shrinking their pupils. At this moment, nearly 100 trainees had already arrived. They were either strong martial artists or trainees from the Beast Martial Department of the Super Martial Department who possessed a special way of rushing. But without a doubt, being able to arrive at this time, they were all good enough to be called elite cadets. Just like, Bai Xiu was the first one to arrive. But in reality, long before Bai Xiu, there were some people who arrived even earlier. Chu de school leader. Top rank 6 martial generals abounded. There were even quite a few martial king level existences. As for higher levels, who could say? Jia Ronghai, who had long since disappeared, had actually stood in the canopy of a tree and watched silently. His expression was calm, but the depths of those calm eyes had strands of gravity, even dark colors of alarm. He had also been sitting in the position of Chu University's vice-chancellor for more than 20 years. He had once thought that he had seen too many demonic trainees. It wasn't until the appearance of the Winning Falcon that caused his perception of the word demon to deepen a bit. But Winning Falcon was not the end. Li Mu, a freshman who had just enrolled not long ago,
could actually compete with the winning falcon.
He was actually able to compete with the winning falcon that had once caused Jia Ronghai to be somewhat unbelievable.
In this battle, the result didn't really matter anymore.
At least in Jia Ronghai's opinion, it had long since ceased to matter. Being able to compete with the winning falcon already meant too much.
Chapter 129 More demonic than demonic. Li Mu's arms were trembling slightly. His body was still as steady as a mountain.
The only thing was his chest, which seemed to have war drums stirring in it. The internal breath was already somewhat unstable.
He was quickly regulating his internal breath. The counting breath technique was running leisurely.
On the other hand, winning falcon's face, which was always like 10,000 years of ice, had also changed.
Excitement, gravity, and wariness.
His breathing had also become a bit more rapid.
He also needed to adjust his internal breath. Li Mu's strength was inferior to his. But the difference in explosive power was not that big. A fact that he was somewhat unwilling to admit surfaced in winning falcon's heart.
If he was at the same level, he would most likely not be Li Mu's opponent. This was a fact that was indeed a bit difficult for him to accept.
Two breaths were exhaled at the same time. One breath was leisurely and long.
One breath was as exciting as golden jade. The two figures once again approached each other with a particularly tacit understanding.
Nearly instantly, close.
Fist and palm intersect, only residual shadow.
Seemingly in an instant, it is unknown how many times they have met.
Powerful wind, sonic boom, crunching, muffled sound, source more than this. Li Mu was actually able to fight with the winning falcon to such an extent.
Countless people, all of them were incredulous. These elite scholars were mostly juniors and seniors.
They were most aware of winning falcon's demonic degree.
It could be said so.
The word winning falcon was synonymous with invincibility in Chu University. 2 years earlier, when winning falcon hadn't completely grown up, there were still seniors who could fight him.
And since winning falcon's sophomore year,
in the entire third year, only Bai Xiu could barely get through a few moves with him. It was only that senior year's number one who could barely hold him down. And after Falcon's third year of college, even Bai Xiu has been completely defeated by him. Even Bai Xiu had been completely distanced by him. Soon after the start of the school year, someone had urged Bai Xiu to challenge winning falcon. But winning falcon had never responded.
Until that time, winning falcon's trial points skyrocketed by 100,000 points.
Zhang Tingfei, the one who was not too big to watch, directly in the forum again ate Bai Xiu, let him go to challenge winning falcon, to re-shock the wind of the fourth year of college. That time, Bai Xiu directly responded positively.
I'm afraid I can't even catch one of his swords anymore.
A short sentence, but it was not difficult to see the despondency, the self-deprecation. Bai Xiu was by no means a person who spoke presumptuously.
What he said, even though it was a bit modest, it couldn't be too false.
Even Bai Xiu had difficulty fighting with the winning falcon. But at this moment, Li Mu, this freshman, was actually able to fight with the winning falcon with some difficulty in general.
Is this hard to say that Li Mu is already stronger than Bai Xiu? Someone couldn't help but spit out a sentence.
Immediately, a companion next to him pulled him to remind him. Bai Xiu was, however, still right here. Only at this moment, Bai Xiu didn't have the time to care about this. His mind had been completely attracted by the two figures that were constantly crossing paths between the maple forest.
Fists colliding with fists.
The staggering of figures. It was as if the two words martial arts were being perfectly interpreted in front of him.
Vaguely, the two Wu characters were gradually overlapping. They seemed to be merging into one. Two Wu.
Those were the martial arts of the winning falcon and Li Mu. But if they can be merged, the two Wu will become the Wu that belongs to Bai Xiu alone. At this moment, he was already in a state of near epiphany. The one who observes martial arts, realizes his own martial arts. Observe it, and realize it. It's different. Bai Xiu is talking about swords. Winning falcon's black dragon sword is extraordinary. Right now winning falcon is not using a sword.
That's right, winning falcon's best skill is the sword.
The winning falcon's sword Dao was praised by Headmaster Jia as being unstoppable.
I've never heard of anyone at the same level being able to catch one of his swords. Some voices rang out from the people watching the battle. More and more people had begun to gather.
The chatter naturally began to somewhat stop as well. However, as a person of Chu University, there was still a sense of proportion. Even the nearest Bai Xiu was still more than 100 meters away from the place where the battle broke out. The rest of the people were even further behind. Stop bolting. As of right now, the winning falcon has completely failed to hold back except for not moving his sword.
Zhang Tingfei let out a low growl with a grave expression. After a pause, while watching the battle, he continued. These two guys, they really are both demons. Perverts. Winning falcon is even though, after all, they're both juniors. But that Li Mu. His strength, his punching technique. To be able to fight winning falcon to such an extent. You all only know winning falcon's sword, but you don't know winning falcon's martial arts. Li Mu, at least, is already stronger than me. As soon as his words fell, the entire room fell silent. Zhang Tingfei. The fourth strongest person in the trial rankings. Senior cadet. Once had several great battles with winning falcon and Bai Xiu. Although he was only ranked 4th, he once had the same record of killing a rank 6 martial general. In Chu University, he was also one of the top few. The top 10 of the trial rankings was one level. The top 5, or more commonly known as the top 4, was another level. And in the end, only the winning falcon alone was a level. Only now, a new name appeared in their minds. Li Mu, which level should he be categorized as? At least the level of Zhang Tingfei, Bai Xiu, and a few others, or higher. They all already knew that Li Mu was strong, demonic, and incredibly talented. He was even on par with the winning falcon. But before that, no one had expected Li Mu to actually be able to compete with the winning falcon in terms of strength so quickly as well. He was even more demonic than a demon. More perverse than a pervert. At this moment, fist shadows were stacked. The wind is strong. The figures were drifting. After several exchanges, the battlefield between the two of them was directly changed from the ground to the canopy of the trees. On top of the falling red and yellow maple leaves, the two figures fought like swimming dragons. The ordinary trainees could no longer see the two figures. Why did they fight? Jia Ronghai calmly inquired. Beside him, Zhang Qianshuan had also stood still to watch the battle. It's unknown at the moment, but there's a corpse that seems to be a member of the assassin organization Sealed Sky Society. The current identification should be a rank 6 martial general. The cause of death was being punched through the chest. It should be Li Mu. The corpse on the ground had long disappeared at some point. In Chu University, where strong people were like clouds, it was not too simple for the school leadership to take away a corpse. Li Mu? Killing an assassination organization's rank 6 martial general in a single punch? Jia Ronghai's eyes narrowed slightly. That should be right. Zhang Qianshuan nodded slightly and looked at the two figures above the canopy. There was also more than a hint of marvel in his eyes. Why they fought is still unclear, however, this battle is greatly beneficial to either of the two. Their martial Dao sense is already no less than that of an ordinary level 6 top martial general. This battle may allow both sides to be transformed. But in the end, no matter what the outcome is, the title of Chu University's #1 demon will have to change hands. Zhang Qianshuan looked at Li Mu's figure with fiery eyes. No matter what, of course he wanted Li Mu to win. This was a heavenly pride that he had personally unearthed. A demon. Perhaps many teenagers later, his own name would leave a colorful mark in history because of him. At this moment, Zhang Qianshuan was even a little afraid to imagine Li Mu's future achievements. Chapter 130. Myth remains a myth? Phew. Quickly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Both of Li Mu's arms were already trembling slightly. With such a high-intensity collision, even an Iron Man wouldn't be able to withstand it. But Li Mu was able to hold on. He stood at the top of a tree, his figure still stable. At his feet was a maple tree that was already red. Rendered red by martial intent. Tens of meters away, the winning falcon was similarly standing at the top of a tree. The maple tree under his feet was however yellow and exhausted. Pieces of yellow leaves, like dead leaf butterflies, spread their wings and wanted to fly. His hands were likewise trembling slightly. His once iceberg-like face also had a few hints of redness. It was the first time he had met such an opponent. This kind of unprecedented opponent. It wasn't that he hadn't experienced battles where he was evenly matched. He had even faced quite a few opponents who were stronger than himself. But without exception, those people were older and higher ranked than himself. There were very few even ranked people.
But this time, the Li Mu he faced was of a lower rank than himself. This made him seem to have an illusion. He somewhat understood how those his own opponents once felt when they faced him.
Who? Winning Falcon gently exhaled a breath.
The battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. The light in his eyes became more and more stern.
He could not allow defeat. Let alone defeat at the hands of someone whose rank was lower than his own. Boom! It seemed like heavenly thunder descending horizontally.
An even more magnificent and violent momentum instantly concurred out with the winning Falcon at the center.
In an instant.
Under the rendering of the invisible momentum.
With him as the center.
Large swathes of maple leaves turned into a withered yellow color.
Then come. Li Mu let out a heavy growl in his heart. He knew that the winning Falcon was going to get real. And he, too, had long been impatient. Such an opponent. Such a powerful opponent. Exactly what he was aiming for.
Such a battle, even though his body was on the verge of more than just that.
But his heart was beating madly. His will was stronger. His battle intent seemed to rise up to the sky. One step was taken.
A red maple tree rose from the branch that was stepped on by Li Mu.
Layers of it shattered. An entire tree was directly turned into fragments. Red maple leaves fluttered in the sky. In the midst of the red leaves, a figure rose up into the sky. On the other hand, what was flying in the sky were yellow leaves. It was the yellow leaves that looked like long dragons and gathered like whirlwinds. Among the yellow leaves, the same figure rose up into the sky. This. Is it really a scene that can be seen when a cadet fights? Countless people couldn't help but groan in their hearts. Not to mention trainees, even some division heads were incredulous.
I'm afraid that it would be difficult to have such a scene even in an ordinary level 6 top martial arts battle. The yellow leaves danced wildly as the wind swirled back and forth, and a large area of maple leaves converged like a drill outside of winning Falcon's outgoing fist.
Red leaves stirred. Like a long dragon coiled in the air. Like a dragon in the wild. Boom! The two fists clashed. Powerful and incomparable airwaves instantly erupted. Red and yellow colors meet. Pieces of red and yellow crisscrossed.
Only the two figures in the red and yellow stood still, as stable as Mount Tai.
In just an instant, countless red and yellow leaves turned into countless fragments. Scattered in all directions.
Like sharp arrows, they were swift and sharp.
Swoosh! A piece of leaf fragment crossed Bai Xiu's cheek. A blood scar immediately appeared. A few beads of blood spilled out of it. Xiu, are you alright? Wang Manchu asked. No harm done.
Bai Xiu's expression was still a bit dull as he stroked the wound on his cheek.
He was pulled back a bit by Wang Manchu. At this point in the battle, the aftermath was already overflowing in an uncontrollable manner. An ordinary student's life would already be in danger under the aftershocks.
The others had long since retreated. Only Bai Xiu and the school leaders hidden in the shadows were closer. At this moment, Bai Xiu and the others couldn't stand it anymore.
Bai Xiu's expression was still stagnant. Picking leaves and flying flowers can all hurt people. Martial.
At this moment, Bai Xiu's perception of this word deepened.
The broken leaves were scattered.
Those two figures still maintained their collision positions.
Fists and fists still touched. Boom! Explosive sounds exploded out of thin air. In the next moment, Li Mu's figure flew backwards. It landed no slower than when it rose. It was almost instantaneous. Boom! Li Mu's body smashed heavily into the ground. It was tens of centimeters deep into the ground. A human-shaped depression appeared at once. Blood spilled out along the corners of Li Mu's mouth. A large amount of blood spewed out crazily. In just an instant, it dyed the lapel of his chest red. Cough cough. Li Mu struggled to move his body, but he seemed to be a bit weak and difficult to stand up. Thud. The winning Falcon landed heavily on the ground. Under his feet were two depressions. However, his figure was still standing firmly. Except for the muscles in his mouth that were a little different. One stop, one lie down. The highs and lows seemed to have been completely separated. Is it time to lose after all? Zhang Tingfei gently exhaled a breath. There were regrets in his eyes, but more than that, it was admiration.
Even he didn't dare to say that he could fight the winning falcon to this point.
That's only right. It should have been like this. Many people couldn't help but feel slightly relieved in their hearts. The winning falcon's position had long been ingrained in their hearts. That was synonymous with invincibility. That was the ruthless person who couldn't even lift his head up from his senior year with the body of a junior. They had all gotten used to the power of the winning falcon. Victory, for the winning falcon, was supposed to be. It was hard for them to accept that someone could break this myth that was deeply rooted in their hearts. At least it was hard to accept that a freshman had broken it. If that was the case, how could they, the older students, be embarrassed? Therefore, many people really couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, Li Mu had so far only compared to the winning falcon. And by no means surpassed. A wisp of imperceptible disappointment flashed through Nangong Shuejian's perennially fluctuation-free eyes. Li Mu. Suemo Yen and Bai Ling. As well as countless freshman students were silently reciting this name in their hearts. They had only just entered Chu University. They hadn't yet had time to completely reveal themselves. But at this moment, Li Mu, this freshman who was clearly at the same level as them, had already begun to challenge the strongest of Chu University's students. The gap between had reached an unacceptable point. The point of complete disbelief. But the truth was right in front of their eyes. It's good that finally lost. No matter what, at least Chu Da's myth hadn't been broken. No matter what, a challenge was just a challenge. At least the winning falcon was still the winning falcon. Brother Mu. School brother. Han Xiaoyan and Yang Shanshan's beautiful eyes were both filled with worry. Brother Mu, I believe in you. Zhang Xiaohao clenched his fists tightly. Although Li Mu had already collapsed. Although he was already bleeding profusely. But for some reason, his heart just believed in Li Mu. Perhaps it was because he felt that someone who could say something like that, how could he possibly fail? Just when everyone thought that this battle should have already come to an end. Bai Xiao suddenly spoke, his face expressionless as he said. No, it's not over yet. Don't hold on, if you have blood, spit it out. When these words came out, the entire audience was shocked. And the twitching corners of winning falcon's mouth finally couldn't hold back any longer. A few strands of crimson snakes overflowed from the corners of his mouth. It flowed down his jaw. And then dripped down again. Blood that dyed red a yellow leaf in front of the winning falcon's feet. Chapter 131. A fist is handed out and no one is in front of him. Cough. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Li Mu trembled and gradually stood up. The bones were as if they had fallen apart. The internal organs were as if they were displaced. There wasn't a single place on his body that didn't hurt. The body was already going to be overwhelmed. But so what's the harm? The body is already overburdened. But the will was still tough. Strong opponent. Strong opponents. That's what fighting is all about. That's what fighting is all about. The way of the martial arts is to challenge stronger opponents. My martial arts should rise to the challenge. It should be unafraid of danger. It should be indomitable. No matter what, you just can't lose. Li Mu's momentum was the momentum of invincibility. His heart. It's the heart of the invincible. He who is invincible, how can he lose? Blood, still dripping. One drop after another. A steady stream. The crimson blood dripping down on the red maple, the yellow soil was not conspicuous. He took a step forward. A heavy step that seemed to falter. The blood left crimson yet inconspicuous marks along his steps. Cough. The winning falcon did not force himself to cover up anymore. His jaws had also gathered a lot of crimson blood. However, his sight was still stern. It was like a falcon. The winning falcon locked onto his target. In the next moment, the tacit understanding erupted again. Both of them struck at the same time. Dots of crimson blood sprinkled down after the trajectory of the two people. It was like blood flowers blooming in the air. Two forces erupted at the same time. Berserk. Raging. It was like the waves in the endless sea of waves. Covering the sky and the earth. It's like a natural disaster. At this moment, the two no longer have the slightest reservation. No, there is no power left from the last encounter. And this time, both sides are already overloaded.
With all their senses, all the essence of the martial arts. All the essence of the martial arts were transformed into this strike.
This ultimate collision. Two people fighting, from beginning to end, there is not too much winding, there is only the hall of hard contact.
The martial arts of both men do not allow themselves to retreat, the reason to hide.
This, the final blow, was the same. A strike that pulled in all of their essence. A heavy step. The winning falcon threw out a fist. The momentum around him instantly shifted.
The momentum that was as vast as a wave, but somewhat loose, became solid at this moment.
It was almost like substance. Fist intent peregrine falcon momentum. In a trance. A huge peregrine falcon appeared out of thin air. Its body was huge and solid, just like a living creature. Newt. A loud and ear-piercing eagle cry resounded through the clouds. The peregrine falcon swooped down from above,
following the winning falcon's punch which tugged at the mind.
This is... Winning falcon still has a war beast? That's not right, how did it appear so suddenly?
All of them were a bit confused as to how a raptor suddenly appeared. Vaguely, it was even going to merge with the winning falcon.
However, not everyone was unaware of the meaning. Martial intent transformation. It's actually martial intent transformation.
At this moment, even Jia Ronghai in the shadows couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. He had always known that the winning falcon was a demon.
However, he had never anticipated that he could actually be so demonic to such an extent. Martial intent transforms into form. It is the will of a martial artist, and his moves are transformed into a form. It's like a substance. A strike that pulls all of a martial artist's will. 100% of the attack power of a martial artist. This is the mark of a martial king. It wasn't even that simple for an ordinary martial king to use his martial intent to transform into a form. But right now, winning falcon is only at the 5th level. Not to mention the 5th level, those who could use their martial intent to transform at the 6th level were already 1 in a million exceptional geniuses. But now, the winning falcon had actually used it.
At this moment, Zhang Qianxuan's pupils had shrunk. Even his feet had curled down, ready to charge into the battlefield at any time. He couldn't allow Li Mu to die in front of him just like that. Not to mention Li Mu, even if there was a top-level 6 martial arts general, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand this blow even if he was given enough time to prepare.
But just as Zhang Qianxuan was about to move, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Jia Ronghai beside him. He was just about to break free when he directly saw a scene that he would never forget. Between heaven and earth, there are 8 poles. Dang! A heavy step was taken. It was like a war drum stirring. At this moment, Li Mu's fist frame was so solid. It was as if Tarzan was moving horizontally. The wind and clouds are changing. The airflow was turbulent. The momentum that permeated heaven and earth instantly solidified. The peregrine falcon swooped down in the air. It was like a divine bird hunting the world. And behind Li Mu's thin body, heaven and earth emerged. The momentum of heaven and earth transformed into a new heaven and earth. It seems to belong to him completely. The 8 extremes, between heaven and earth as well. I have a punch, he murmured to himself. That fist was still handed out. It did not slow down in the slightest. That punch seemed to be causing heaven and earth to move sideways. In that single punch, it seemed to contain heaven and earth. This fist. My martial arts way. My will. I just have to. The fist came out. Heaven and earth changed. At this moment, his entire mind had merged into it. Fused within this fist. He no longer had the slightest other thoughts. He only knew. What I want is. After this punch, there will be no one in front of me. I want to walk the path of invincibility. Anyone who gets in the way will be punched. The god bird swooped down and showed its intimidating claws. At this moment, his fist and the divine bird's sharp claws seemed to have merged. Li Mu's fist, on the other hand, fused with heaven and earth. Boom! The fists clashed. But it was like thunder in a long field. Like mountains colliding. Buzz! At this moment, the black dragon sword that was stuck in the ground let out a crazy buzzing sound. Waves of air swept towards Nagano. The intangible chi was like colored ink.
Wherever it swept through, whether it was the green leaves that had not been affected, or already turned yellow withered leaves, all of them turned red. Red maple everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the entire fallen maple forest was already full of red maples. The night is as cool as water. The moon is as bright as jade. In the middle of the moon is a stagnant face. By Xiao, Nangong Shuijin, Zheng Tingfei, and Wang Manchu, the 4 of the top 5 in the trial rankings. More trainees, and even the few who heartily wished for Li Mu to win. They all had the exact same expression at this moment. Jia Ronghai, Zheng Qinshuan, Chen Junling. These school leaders. As well as Dong Shanchuan, who was hidden even deeper. Their expressions were all somewhat identical at this moment. A night of red maples. No. An instant red maple. Falling leaves red maple. Not catty because of this. More so because of the 2 figures in that field. Excuse me, am I blind? Hit me, this should be dreaming. Xiao Tian, let me just ask you, when you were at the 4th level were you of this caliber? No, far less than that. Then do you know which martial god was able to achieve such a level at level 4? I don't know. Then what are you still hesitating for? Master Dong, in the path of martial arts, talent, chance, heart, and enlightenment are all lacking. Then may I ask what he lacks? At the moment, it doesn't seem to be lacking. Then what are you still hesitating about? Not hesitation, but deliberation. Little Tian, it's not that I'm talking about you, you just think too much. How could you not be the same, Master Dong? How much longer? Time and Fate. Chapter 132 One Night Red Maple. One Night Red Maple. An eye-catching and incomparable title. Accompanied by an image of a fallen maple forest that was already red. Red and yellow battle. Curtain falls. This day was destined to be recorded in the annals of Chu University. Even the annals of the Chu South region. The myth is shattered. A new myth is born. More legendary. Even more incredible. In the midst of countless prefixes, a new myth is born. The battle between red and yellow has finally come to an end. The splash of red that doesn't belong to this season is being uniquely the best rendition of that legend. Chu De is already boiling. All the people. Whether they believe it or not. No matter what, the truth has already happened. The result of that yellow-red fight was beyond everyone's expectations. But perhaps it was precisely because of this result. Only to make all people, none of them are not happy and sincere. History will always remember the victor. From this day onwards, the myths, legends of Chu De. But there was only one name. Li Mu. The splendor of that last punch has been unforgettable to everyone for eternity. The divine bird fluttered, and heaven and earth shifted horizontally. Absolute superiority and crushing in martial will. While everyone was cheering. The 2 sides that wrote this legend had quietly retreated. Or the bashfulness of getting victory, or taking it for granted. Or the despondency of defeat, with the depression of a swordsman. Cough cough. Li Mu was already drenched in blood. The line was like a wither. But his essence was like a rainbow. Gathering but not dispersing. It seemed to be rising up to the sky. The heart of invincibility has been thoroughly nurtured. The momentum of invincibility has already revealed its loftiness. Wu Dao. A martial artist walks on the great Dao. In this battle, Li Mu gained a lot. A simple and unadorned battle. A hard-fought, honorable battle. The competition was between the 2 sides' martial arts backgrounds. It's the sense of martial arts. It was the foundation of martial arts. In this, Li Mu was slightly better in terms of perception, in terms of substance, and in terms of foundation. He had been to the God's Tomb, and had felt the aura of a 15th level, or even 16th level martial artist. He had sensed the heavenly sage's martial Dao, and he had sensed Zhang Zhenren's martial Dao. In this, he had stepped out of his own martial Dao. This was his martial Dao sensation. And the underlying. That punch of the winning falcon was extraordinary. But, what Li Mu used was the 8 Extreme Fist. The essence of the 8 Extremes, the 8 Extremes Fist. A 15th level martial artist, the life's work of Senior Li Wenshu. There's no need to talk about the roots. Level 3 Ultra Limit, Level 4 Ultra Limit. He lost. It's a pity. But he was defeated after all.
Li Mu's martial arts needed victory.
Facing a powerful opponent and winning the battle. This was the best tonic for martial arts.
Martial intent transformation. Li Mu's eyes narrowed.
Before the battle with Winning Falcon, he had absolutely no idea what martial intent transformation was.
It wasn't until the moment that Winning Falcon used martial intent transformation. He had an epiphany.
This was his combat talent. In the martial arts, martial intent transformation was a milestone in the martial arts. His form was the prototype of the world. It was the absolute crushing of his martial intent that allowed him to fight through the Winning Falcon in a much weaker situation.
That battle.
In the final moments, both were still standing. But both were no different from lying down. The victory was obvious. That red-filled falling maple forest was the best evidence.
Martial intent transformation. Formation of martial intent. Form of martial intent.
Returning home, he took a shower and changed clothes to the balcony.
Li Mu's mind still couldn't stop thinking about everything from that battle.
Especially everything about the formation of martial intent. What's important, it seems, is the intention. Li Mu was enlightened as he observed the tortoise and snake diagram.
There were no words in the night. Li Mu.
Wherever he passed, it was inevitable that pedestrians stopped, gave way, and saluted.
No one dared to pronounce this name easily anymore.
The only thing was the mind repeating it over and over and over again.
Their gazes, there was amazement, disbelief, and more reverence, even fervor.
Celebrities and famous people were also different. Before, Li Mu was also really famous in Chu University. But now it was different, he had completely stood at the top of the tens of thousands of students. Previously, Chu University was only two types of students.
Winning Falcon and others.
Now, Chu University likewise only had two types of students.
Li Mu and the others.
History would always only remember the victor. He ignored the sight of the crowd.
Ignoring the slightly different expressions and faces of each one.
His eyes only had the road in front of him.
Not only what was in front of him.
There was also the martial arts path.
Only, focused ears.
False names were like floating clouds, only the strength of one's own strength was real and meaningful.
Strength is what truly belongs to you. Wu Dao is the only thing worth pursuing in one's life. Training Center Number 1.
This time there was no other delay.
Li Mu was on time.
But the others came earlier than him.
There were 2 rows, 9 people each, totaling 18 people.
In the front, there were still Zhang Qianshuan and Jia Ronghai. At this time, the Wu University League was under the full responsibility of Jia Ronghai, the vice-chancellor.
Little Li, you're here.
Upon seeing Li Mu step into the training hall, Jia Ronghai's somewhat rich old face put on a pleased smile.
Good day, Principal Jia. Li Mu nodded slightly. Zhang Qianshuan hurriedly said, Classmate Li, how is your injury? Are there any more effects? It's fine to postpone it some if you can't, there's still time anyway.
Jia Ronghai watched from the side, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. Obviously this was his gesture.
A small injury, it's pretty much over. Classmate Li, don't leave any dark wounds.
Here are some pills, take them back and eat them to recuperate your body. Originally I wanted to pay a visit last night, but I was afraid of disturbing your sense of martial arts. Zhang Qianshuan didn't move and touched out a few porcelain bottles and sent them directly into Li Mu's hands. Li Mu was slightly stunned, and did not refuse, accepting it directly.
Most of the remaining 18 people looked at this scene without envy. However, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it.
Geniuses should have privileges.
Not to mention such a living legend. From that battle yesterday.
The title of Chu University's number 1 person had completely fallen to Li Mu. This freshman who had only just entered Chu University not long ago. Bai Xiu looked at Li Mu. Many different colors flashed in his eyes. He had never thought that the appearance of a freshman could actually cause his position as the perennial second to change.
Directly from the second to the third. In this regard.
He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do about it. Yesterday's battle, he saw clearly. Two people's martial arts sense, no matter who has been too much stronger than him. Although he had gained a lot of insights from that battle. He had also found the beginnings of his own martial arts path. But he was clear that he wanted to catch up with Li Mu and the Winning Falcon. If there were no accidents, it would be impossible in this lifetime.
But this didn't make him frustrated. Everyone's martial Dao was different. Since it was impossible to catch up? Why need to catch up? Just seek your own path. At this moment, Bai Xiu's state of mind changed again. It seemed that, vaguely, his understanding of the martial arts path had become much deeper. The knot that had been troubling him for a long time was finally untied. Chapter 133 Winning Falcon Missing. Where's the winning falcon? Jia Ronghai frowned slightly. Li Mu was already standing at the far right of the row of Team 2. The crowd of the second team, including the 9 people from the first team. Almost all of their eyes couldn't help but glance toward Li Mu. If it wasn't for Jia Ronghai and Zhang Qianxuan here, Zhang Xiaohao and the others would have long ago surrounded Li Mu and asked questions before offering their heartfelt praises. They had all witnessed everything that happened yesterday. It could. Felt even more incredulous. I notified, but there was no response. Zhang Qianxuan said. Little Zhang, you're personally go and run to see what's wrong with him. Yes. Zhang Qianxuan left to personally go in search of the winning falcon. There were 19 people in total, and although they were all a bit puzzled, they all maintained their calm and stood silently. Let me first vary you guys about the specific tournament system as well as the rules of the Martial University League. Jia Ronghai spoke out. This time, everyone was also attracted to it. In macro terms, the rules were not complicated. One only needed to win every battle they met. At least that was how Li Mu felt. To be more specific, the situation was: the Martial Arts University League officially started on October 1st. Excluding the top 10 ranked WUUs that were guaranteed a place in the tournament. Thousands of WUUs needed to start participating in the auditions from the middle of September. At the final official kickoff on October 1st, only 100 or so schools would be retained, which meant a total of just over 2,000. Don't think that 2,000 is a lot. Thousands of martial arts universities, 20 people from each school, that's several 100,000 people. Not to mention the fact that those who could represent their schools in the battle were the strongest in their respective schools. It could be said that the more than 2,000 people who made it to the qualifiers were each and every one of them the cream of the crop of the young generation in the Dragon Kingdom. The rules for the auditions were a simple and brutal ring elimination system. Taking a team as a unit, staying as a team of 10 people. Being eliminated was also eliminated together. The Martial Arts University League was going to test not only the strength of individual martial artists, but also the overall strength of the martial arts university. It was worth mentioning that the elimination of the first and second team members was separate. Other than that, there wasn't much to be concerned about in the auditions. What Li Mu and the others mainly needed to prepare for was the qualifiers. The qualifiers were divided into several stages. The first stage was the group stage. The second off stage was the elimination round. The third stage was the finals. The specific rules were a bit complicated, so Li Mu didn't listen to them too carefully. Anyway, he always felt that as long as he defeated all his opponents, that would be enough. In the end, with so many rules, it was just one word: battle. Battle. The reason why the rules and the tournament system were made to seem a bit complicated. It's actually just one reason. To allow each contestant to show their strength as completely as possible. It wouldn't be completely vetoed just because of a single mistake or encounter with a strong opponent. Today is the 24th, we leave on the 27th, there are still 3 days left, so you must not slack off. Finally, Jia Ronghai said as such. Yes. There was a burst of neatly answered voices. At this time, Zhang Qianxuan also returned. How's it going? Jia Ronghai asked. Zhang Qianxuan approached Jia Ronghai and whispered a few words with his ear. Jia Ronghai's complexion immediately changed slightly. He scanned over the 19 people in front of him and pondered for a moment before speaking. The winning falcon has disappeared. Do any of you know where he went? What? The winning falcon is missing? Bai Xiu was instantly startled. How could that guy suddenly disappear? Zhang Tingfei also couldn't help but blurt out. The others also revealed more or less stunned expressions. This is a fact, the winning falcon has disappeared. Director Zhang has already searched for the winning falcon's place of residence, and has also investigated the records of the students at various places in Chu University, as well as the positioning of their student ID cards, and currently, the winning falcon is indeed not amongst Chu University. Jia Ronghai's face was expressionless, his eyes slightly heavy. Do any of you know where he went? Originally, for this martial arts university tournament, Chu University's senior management was unanimous in their favorable attitude.
They were confident in the strength of the winning falcon, not to mention that there was now a Li Mu. With the combination of their strengths, they would definitely be able to achieve a far superior ranking for Chu University. But now winning falcon had actually disappeared. That guy has such an odd temper and is so withdrawn, who would know where he went? Zhang Tingfei blurted out, but his expression was somewhat worried. Could it be something urgent? Su Lei, who looked a bit naive but had a strong body, spoke up. He was one of the other 5 people in the first team. Once ranked 5th in the trial at its highest. Only to be surpassed by Wang Manchu later. What's so urgent at this point in time should also leave a letter. Wang Manchu muttered, her gaze subconsciously resting on Li Mu. Not only her, Bai Xiu, Zhang Tingfei. And the rest of the crowd all looked over. Although winning falcon was aloof, he wasn't that unreliable. At least at this point where the Martial Arts University League was about to start, he wouldn't leave Chu University so suddenly and directly. And to say that recently there is what affects the win falcon thing. It seems that there is only that big battle with Li Mu yesterday. Could it be that the injury was too heavy to go out to heal? It's not right. Chu University's medical conditions are top-notch even in the entire Chunan city. It is hard not to be because of yesterday's defeat, then directly disheartened to leave? Even the university are not ready to go? For a time, the crowd could not help but think about it in their minds. Even Jia Ronghai and Zhang Qianchuan couldn't help but put their eyes on Li Mu. After a few seconds of silence, Li Mu spoke. He's not someone who would casually give up or be struck down to the point of losing his heart for martial arts. I think he might have gone somewhere to practice or special training. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is often your opponent. Li Mu didn't have any friendship with winning falcon. Nor had there been any socialization before. But in that battle yesterday, he already knew more about winning falcon than anyone in Chu University knew about winning falcon. He read winning falcon's martial arts path. It was a worthy opponent. He did not recognize that winning falcon would give up on this. He believed that what winning falcon wanted to do must be to become stronger and then defeat himself. And never find a corner to give up on himself. Jia Ronghai nodded slightly. It's possible. Then, Li, do you think he'll be in a hurry to come back to participate in the martial arts university tournament? That I'm not sure. Li Mu shook his head slightly, but in his heart, he had an intuition. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the winning falcon in a short period of time. Then, I look forward to the surprise you'll bring me the next time we meet. If the winning falcon doesn't come back, what should we do? A somewhat skinny youth couldn't help but speak. His name was Yu Feng, one of the first team participants. At the same time, he was once a crazy admirer of the winning falcon. Zhang Xiaohao immediately said, "If we don't come back, we still have Brother Mu." Brother Mu, who is stronger than the winning falcon. Yu Feng frowned slightly. He wanted to say that if it wasn't for winning falcon not using his sword, how could Li Mu win? But after a moment of silence he still didn't say anything. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. Martial artists, who could take what they could get, should all understand this. Chapter 134 Honor Redemption List. Ending a day of special training. The members of the 2 teams left the training hall one after another. There were many contents in the special training, but more of them weren't aimed at improving the strength aspect. With such a small amount of time, it was unlikely that it would be too late to improve their strength. The main special training was on battle mentality, reaction ability, and some practical battle skills. For Li Mu, these trainings were really useful. At least many of the practical combat skills were summarized from the experiences of the previous generations. Just after walking out of the training hall, a figure appeared beside Li Mu. "You're avoiding me?" Nangong Shuejian opened her mouth expressionlessly, her voice carrying its own cold air. "Why would I be avoiding you?" Li Mu looked calm. Zhang Xiaohao beside him was slightly stunned, and then immediately revealed a wry smile to Li Mu before directly leaving with a sense of humor. In fact, if he could, Li Mu didn't want him to be so sensible. "Hey, what do you want to do?" Han Xiaoyan immediately blocked in front of Li Mu like she was protecting food. Although she had a few obvious fears of Nangong Shuejian. But still, she battled out without hesitation. "Who are you? What's the relationship with him?" Nangong Shuejian remained expressionless, her tone cold. This question was immediately given to Han Xiaoyan. This was Li Mu, but he took the initiative to say to Han Xiaoyan.
You go back and rest first, you should be tired today as well.
Ah! Han Xiaoyan was instantly startled, and then she was overjoyed. This was the first time Li Mu cared about her. And she was indeed tired today. The special training was for the first and second teams together.
Although it wasn't high-intensity body load training, it wasn't actually easy.
The members of the pair were fine, but many of the members of the second team were already as tired as dead dogs. This also caused them to completely lose interest in Li Mu, only wanting to go back early to take a shower and sleep. What's more, such as Prince Han, now still paralyzed in the training hall, cannot get up.
Then I'll go back first.
Han Xiaoyan lowered her head with some cheeks somewhat blushing.
Aha!
Li Mu nodded his head.
Han Xiaoyan immediately jumped up and ran towards the residence. Nymphomaniac.
Nangong Xuejian faintly spat out 2 words.
What did you say?
Li Mu twisted his head to look at her.
Nothing. Looking for me for something. You have a certificate of honor? What?
Li Mu instantly remembered the phantom honor certificate that he had forgotten about 3 times.
Have you thought about what you want to redeem?
I don't know, I don't even know what I can redeem. I want to buy your honor certificate.
At least I need to know its exact value first, I don't want to be an ingrate. Nangong Xuejian was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, Follow me. Li Mu followed Nangong Xuejian all the way to the Chudi exchange office. This was a building that was like an office hall.
The first thing that caught his eyes when he walked into the hall was the wide light screen above. It displayed the exchange prices of many things, including some special prices.
At the bottom, there was a window.
The normal exchange process was that you needed to go to the window and say what you wanted to exchange, then cross off the points, and the staff behind the window would give you the things.
Only this time, Nangong Xuejian didn't go through the normal process. She directly brought Li Mu to a corner of the hall.
There was a small door here. Before, Li Mu had never really noticed it when he came here to exchange things. He was pragmatic, and his curiosity was only for things in the martial arts.
Nangong Xuejian took out her student ID and swiped it on the groove next to her.
The door opened to a silver-white passageway.
Follow me. Nangong Xuejian took a step into the passageway. Li Mu had to maintain a polite distance to follow behind it.
Not long after, another small door was pushed open.
Here was a room that was like a parlor with 2 sofas.
On the wall, there were some menu-like paper lists.
Star meteorite iron, 1 honor point 1 gram. Gold dust sand, 3 honor points 2 grams. Black thunderstone, 2 honor points 1 gram. Wood hard copper, 3 honor points 1 gram.
2 of the columns were various metal minerals. The other column was some special pills. The True Dragon Pill and the Fierce Tiger Pill were on the list. True Dragon Pill Grade 6 Pill, 18 honor points.
Fatal Tiger Pill Grade 6 Pill, 17 honor points.
Heart Nurturing Pill Grade 6 Pill, 20 honor points.
Barrier Breaking Pill Grade 7 Pill, 800 honor points. There's even a Grade 7 elixir. Li Mu's pupils immediately shrunk. This was something that belonged to the Martial King level. In addition to pills, there were even exotic beast cubs here. Feats and martial arts. Moreover, the ones that appeared on it were by no means the big-ticket items on the points list. Honor points are hard to come by? Li Mu couldn't help but ask. A rank 6 elixir was actually only a dozen honor points. Nangong Xuejian looked back at Li Mu and said very seriously and affirmatively. It's not rare, it's exceptionally rare. Even unusual trainees simply don't know that there is such a thing as an honor points exchange list. There are only 2 ways to get honor points, honor certificates in the trial stage, or rewards from the school. But generally speaking, only cadets who have made outstanding contributions to the school are likely to be rewarded with honor points, such as achieving a good ranking in the Martial Arts University League. Generally speaking, only those of you who have received honor points are eligible to learn about the honor point redemption list. This redemption list is only for a small number of trainees. There's even a saying that one must at least have a higher probability of achieving Martial King to be qualified to know about honor points. Even as he explained, Nangong Xuejian's expression remained calm. Li Mu said, So you want my honor certificate? But there's also something here that I need. What do you want? The True Dragon Dan and the Fierce Tiger Dan actually have quite a lot more.
Very stupid choice.
Nangong Shuejian glanced coldly at Li Mu. Oh? Li Mu didn't care. Nangong Shuejian said, "Do you know what's the most precious thing here?" Li Mu was silent, he didn't know. Nangong Shuejian also knew that he didn't know, so she asked herself. Metals, minerals, those are the most precious things here. Other things, pills, techniques, and even exotic beast cubs, there are always ways or channels to get some of them outside as well. But the metals here are different. They are all base materials for famous soldiers. And outside, trying to find the base materials for a famous soldier is simply difficult. These materials here are completely a benefit for Chu University students. Only martial kings match famous soldiers. That's why it's only necessary for those with martial king potential to know the honor points. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. So you're trying to gather materials to create a famous soldier? That's right, this is also my only hope of possibly getting a famous soldier at the moment. Nangong Shuejian's eyes were cold. Do you hardly think that anyone is like the descendants of your great families, whether it's a technique or a weapon teacher, they all prepared it for you close to the ground early on? Chapter 135 Nano Battle Armor. A son of a big family? Li Mu was slightly stunned. Immediately, he couldn't help but laugh. How did he himself not know what family he was from? What do you mean? Nangong Shuejian saw something wrong from Li Mu's expression. What do you mean? You don't have a background? Not from some big family? I should have? This now silenced Nangong Shuejian. Li Mu's left hand seemed to touch without thinking, and then there was a black card. How much is this honor card worth? Test it yourself. Oh. There was an obvious card swipe machine on the cabinet by the wall. Li Mu took the phantom honor card and swiped it. Instantly, a number appeared directly on the screen to the side. 600. Looking at this number, Li Mu's eyelids couldn't help but jump a little. Using the elixirs he was familiar with to calculate, such a card was actually worth about 30 level 6 elixirs. One must know that this phantom certificate of honor could only be the output of a level 4 Fey beast. Actually, Nangong Shuejian's eyes also couldn't help but flash through a wisp of slight shock. A lot? Shouldn't that honor certificate of yours have more than me? No, only unique Fey beasts, or special and special Fey beasts are produced in the trial tower. And these Fey beasts are usually not likely to be encountered by higher level trainees, only those of the same level. Therefore, how many points an honor certificate is worth doesn't entirely depend on the level. What's more important is the strength of the exotic beasts that produce honor certificates in that level. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Is that so? But casting a weapon, at least get a few tens of kilograms of metal, right, so counting. With this math, wanting to use the metal here to cast a weapon still looked a bit far away. Nangong Shuejian said, I use a gun, and having the metal for a gun head will be enough, at least for the time being. Li Mu nodded non-committally. Even with this goal, I'm afraid it's equally not easy. Don't exchange honor points for other things, it's stupid. Nangong Shuejian, perhaps because she knew that Li Mu also had no background. Thinking that Li Mu also needed to save up points to build weapons, he didn't say anything more. The two left the exchange office. There was no more communication. Li Mu returned to his residence alone. Li Mu was also thinking about the honor exchange list. Especially those metals in it. Even though Xuerengui's divine arrowhead was no longer extraordinary, it was only that little. Trying to build a lance with just one arrowhead seemed a bit unrealistic. Some other materials would need to be added. In that case, I'm afraid that I really need to start putting together honor points like Nangong Shuejian. Only honor points this thing, according to Nangong Shuejian's words. This thing also has no fixed source of harvest. If one wanted to harvest honor certificates in the trial tower, one would have to rely entirely on luck. I also don't know how many honor points the Martial Arts University League can reward. Li Mu wasn't too obsessed about it. Cultivation was still the main theme of his daily life. The three things, boxing technique, 8 extremes gate, and visualizing the tortoise and snake diagram were enough to fill up his daily time. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The special training continued. In the afternoon, the 19 people stood neatly. The winning falcon still did not appear. On the 27th we will take the flying machine to Dragon City, and just in case of accidents, there is one more thing you all need to familiarize yourselves with. Jia Ronghai snapped. Zhang Qianxuan, on the other hand, handed out one watch-like item to each trainee.
Portable nano battle armor, it's enough to cover your entire body within a second, but you guys still shouldn't count on his defense too much. His main efficacy is autonomous repairability, as well as the impact mitigation mode and gliding mode in the air.
You guys can try it out first.
Li Mu put that nano battle armor on his right wrist.
Tried tapping it.
Immediately, at the center of the watch, a layer of smooth blackness, like a wave spreading down the arm, and like layers of metal, progressed in turn.
In just an instant, it spread to the entire body.
Instantly, a layer of black battle armor was added on top of the body. The exterior was smooth, the shape was smooth, and it was full of technological texture. The overall look was light and fit the body.
Hua!
Li Mu's right arm lightly swung, and a gust of harsh air-braking sound concurred. There was no obvious impact on the movement of the body. Although it seemed to have a good texture, it seemed to have little actual weight. There was also no effect on the movement of the torso, it was like having an extra layer of skin. The defensive power of each of your nano battle armors is actually not exactly the same. There are relevant norms in the Martial University League, except for the Ultra Martial Department students who can use their own created Ultra Martials. The weapons that the rest of the participants can use have strict relevant standards. This set of battle armor is considered a small benefit and protection for you guys, they can't really bring you much help in battle.
All you can rely on is your own true strength.
Jia Ronghai couldn't help but reveal a light smile as he looked at the crowd who were more or less excitedly fiddling with the battle armor.
Being young was good. That. Will it be taken back after the competition?
Zhang Xiaohao raised his hand, somewhat nervous and rushed. This thing was something he really liked.
It was too cool.
One must know that outside, even the most basic nano battle armor would cost tens of millions. Jia Ronghai said, well, it depends on your performance out there.
Ah.
Zhang Xiaohao immediately collapsed his face. Jia Ronghai said, try more, especially pay attention to the gliding mode and assisted landing mode. Zhang Xiaohao weakly said, so?
It's hard not to be in an airplane and have an accident.
Normally it won't, but just in case, the air has long since ceased to be a territory belonging to humans. Jia Ronghai sighed with a slight sigh. The time after that was entirely devoted to familiarizing himself with the nano battle armor. For this thing, Li Mu was also somewhat interested at first. But as he fumbled with it, the interest faded.
First of all, this nano battle armor didn't have any attack ability at all.
It was said to be a battle armor, but it seemed to be more like a special piece of clothing. The defense, for Li Mu, could really be said to be negligible.
But it wasn't completely useless. The assisted landing and gliding flight modes were indeed useful.
After entering the gliding mode, a pair of gliding wings would be derived from the back of the battle armor, and there would also be some push ports on both sides. As long as the posture was adjusted and there was no external intervention, an ordinary person could land from a high altitude without any injuries through the nano battle armor. In addition to that, the more important point was its autonomous repair function. A palm-sized breach could be repaired completely in a near instant. This was something that Li Mu had tested. It had to be said that this function was really useful. In a battle between martial artists, the rest of the waves could easily damage each other's clothing. The meaner ones even attacked specifically at those positions. Compared to normal clothing, nano battle armor was not easily damaged and could be repaired in time.
Chapter 136 Departure. Target Dragon City. September 27th. 9 o'clock in the morning. Chudi Number 1 Parking Airport. A total of 22 people gathered here. Vice President of Chu University, Jia Ronghai. He's the head of the Wushu University tournament, and the highest leader of the tournament, and is in full charge of all matters. Zhang Qianxuan, head of the Ancient Martial Arts Department. The leader of Chu University's participating team. As well as a teacher of the Ultra Martial Arts Department with a sexy body, delicate appearance, and big burgundy waves. Su Qing. He was Zhang Qianxuan's deputy this time. After all, Zhang Qianxuan was at least a director, so he couldn't be expected to do everything himself after going to Dragon City. It is normal to have a deputy. Li Mu did not expect that it would be Su Chung. She also saw Li Mu and winked somewhat mischievously. In addition to these 3 accompanying leaders, there were the 19 participating trainees. The second team. Captain Li Mu, Level 4 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial Arts Department. Team Member. Su Mo Yen, Level 3 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial Department. Bai Ling, Level 3 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial Department. Wang Zihan, Level 3 Martial Artist,
Beast Martial Super Martial Arts. Zhang Xiaohao, Level 3 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial Department.
Shangwan Qi, Level 3 Martial Artist, Current Martial Department.
San Haoran, Level 2 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial Department. Han Xiaoyan, Grade 2 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial Department.
Xia Ping, Grade 2 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial Department.
Qian Lingyun, Level 2 Martial Artist, Super Martial Department. A total of 10 people have arrived.
First Team.
Captain Winning Falcon not yet arrived, Level 5 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial System. By Xiao temporarily acting as Captain, Level 5 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial System.
Team Members. Nangong Xuejian, Level 5 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial System. Zhang Tingfei, Level 5 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial System. Wang Manchu, Level 5 Martial Artist, Current Martial Department. Su Lei, Level 5 Martial Artist, Ancient Martial Department. Yu Feng, Level 5 Martial Artist, Beast Martial Department. Feng Tianxiong, Level 5 Martial Artist, Beast Martial Lineage. Ling Hua, Level 5 Martial Artist, Ultra Martial Lineage. Li Kun, Level 5 Martial Artist, Ultra Martial Department.
There were 10 people in a team, 9 in fact. As for the position of captain, it mainly involved some temporary strategic arrangements and deployments. Early on, Jia Ronghai had emphasized that once the competition started, the captain's orders were everything and could never be disobeyed. As for the captain's selection method, it was actually very simple and rough. Whoever was strong would be the captain. If you don't submit, then fight, and if you do, you'll naturally submit. However, Li Mu hadn't met anyone who didn't submit yet. He thought that no one in Chu University would want to fight with him now. Of the 19 people, the percentage of the Ancient Martial Arts Department was ridiculously high. The other 3 departments combined didn't even have half as many people from the Ancient Martial Arts Department. Ancient Martial Arts is orthodox. This was not only the internal view of Chu University. It was also the most mainstream view of the current Dragon Kingdom. Since everyone who should be here has come, let's go. Looking at these 19 people, Jia Ronghai sighed slightly in his heart. Originally, there was still a chance to add another person into the first team now. But he was not willing to do so. What if the winning Falcon was already waiting for them in Dragon City? If the personnel were supplemented, by the time the list was submitted, winning Falcon wouldn't be able to participate even if he wanted to. Although Jia Ronghai also knew that this possibility was very small. However, he could not help but hold a trace of expectation. After all, even if another person was added now, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to play much of a role. In front of the crowd was a large airliner-like craft. The body was white, with only the words Shunan University on the fuselage. A group of people entered the cabin in an orderly manner. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Mu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A wide living room with rows of sofas on both sides, and a coffee table in the center with various fruits and drinks. Just say a total of more than 20 people, why do you need such a big airplane? Now Li Mu can be considered to understand. The original is such a thing. Should not say, this arrangement is more or less some luxury. Students, we won't bother you, you rest well, relax some and adjust your mind. Jia Ronghai greeted, then led Zhang Qianxu into the cabin in front. He was also clear that it would be difficult for the cadets to relax while he was here, and at the same time, he himself wouldn't be much at ease. He might as well drag Zhang Qianxu in to have a little drink. The door of the airplane closed, and Jia Ronghai and Zhang Qianxuan had also disappeared behind the door in front of them. Su Qing clapped her hands somewhat enthusiastically and said, "Students, welcome to the Chunan 7. This flight from Chunan City to Dragon City will take off immediately. The estimated duration of this voyage is 12 to 14 hours. There's a separate lounge here, you guys can chat in the hall, or go back to the lounge to watch movies and sleep. It's fully equipped, and there's a refrigerator next to it for snacks, so feel free to do as you please. Teacher won't say much to you guys. Next is the time for you guys to communicate freely. Teacher will just go and fly the airplane. Oh." Su Qing waved her hand like a little girl, and walked towards the cabin in front. After a few moments of silence, Li Mu originally thought that he would be the one to go straight back to the single lounge to cultivate. However, Bai Xiao said at this moment, "Don't be too polite, everyone, after arriving in Dragon City we still have to work together to get a better ranking. It just so happens that while we're free now, we can all talk and get to know each other." Zhang Tingfei immediately agreed, "That makes sense. Brothers and sisters, let's have a drink together, I remember that there is alcohol here."
Let's forget about drinking. Brother Mu. Zhang Xiaohao also looked at Li Mu. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu nodded his head. He sat down directly on the sofa. He himself was at least a captain. It seemed like what should really know about these members of his team, right? A group of people just sat down. Then a radio sound rang out. Departure. Target Dragon City. It was Su Qing's voice. The airplane began to take off smoothly. There were hardly any bumps. Things outside the window began to change, everything on the ground getting smaller and smaller. Soon only white clouds remained outside the window. Inside the cabin, Bai Xiu began to take the initiative to liven up the atmosphere. Coupled with Zhang Tingfei, who had a really bold personality, the atmosphere in the cabin soon warmed up a bit. At least each other have exchanged names, and under the urging of Bai Xiu, they have simply engaged in a few self-introductions. Let each other have some basic understanding. Like Zhang Tingfei, Song Haoren, Zhang Xiaohao, Wang Zhan. This kind of more cheerful personality has been quite eager to chat up. A few beast martial arts departments war beasts are not here, and are said to be in the special cabin at the bottom. As for the ultra martial department, there were a total of 4 people, Li Kun, Linghua, Qian Lingyun, and Prince Han. Other than Prince Han, the other 3, 2 women and 1 man all had a metal suitcase in their hands. It was placed right by their feet. The rest of the ancient martial arts department students were nothing special. Neither did they carry weapons with them, but it was said that there were elsewhere in the airplane. Of course, famous soldiers and whatnot were definitely out of the question. What are you all doing with a case? It wasn't anyone else who asked this, instead it was Prince Han, who was also in the ultra martial department. Weapon case, I was actually wondering why you didn't have one. Aren't you also from the ultra martial department? Li Kun replied back. He was tall and robust, but his looks were not aggressive. Weapons. Why don't you use space to props? Prince Han shook his right hand with an innocent face. 5 fingers, wearing 3 rings. Chapter 137, 10,000 meters in the air. Black crow bird flock. All space rings? Li Kun couldn't help but have a few looks of dismay appear on his face. Linghua, Qian Lingyun also had a slight change in color. Right, those short guns and long cannons, how troublesome to hold them all. Isn't it good to use storage space? Prince Han nodded his head in a serious manner. This guy. Bai Xiu's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Who doesn't know that storage space is convenient? The key was that that thing wasn't something that anyone could have. Expensive not to mention, the key is scarcity. There was no market for it. Even Bai Xiu didn't have it, let alone anyone else. But his sister Bai Ling does have a poor child, rich daughter. You what family ah? Li Kun is obviously not too concerned about foreign affairs, when Prince Han enrollment also still caused a small fluctuation. Man, don't ask, I'm afraid you'll be hit. Zhang Tingfei silently patted his shoulder. Qian Lingyun suddenly asked as if she remembered something. Just now when you introduced yourself, you seemed to be talking about concurrent studies? Can our Chu University still be a part-time student? In response, Prince Han just blinked innocently. A look that he didn't know either. The money is. Zhang Tingfei muttered. Money wasn't necessarily omnipotent. But when the numbers of money piled up to a certain level, it was also close to omnipotent. The cabin fell silent. The invisible display of wealth was indeed somewhat fatal, causing the hearts of the others to be pierced to a greater or lesser extent. Wealth doesn't show, so pay attention. Bai Xiu smiled helplessly. I didn't reveal it. Prince Han had a confused look on his face. Good guy. Bai Xiu's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. Couldn't say anything else anymore. It was better not to talk to this guy to avoid being struck. While others were chatting, Li Mu silently watched the clouds and sky outside the window. It was the moment when the sun was rising. The long sky was clear and the view was wide open. One couldn't help but feel relaxed. Brother Mu, what are you looking at? Zhang Xiaohao came over. Li Mu looked at him with a kind of cute little look at him. What else could be outside the window? He smiled sarcastically twice. Brother Mu, speaking of which, I've heard that the sky is quite dangerous, quite a lot of flying alien beasts. How come we haven't met any yet? Wish to meet? No. Zhang Xiaohao hurriedly shook his head. Then chant less. Li Mu began to close his eyes and rest his mind. The tortoise and snake diagram appeared in his mind.
Spiritual energy flowed around the standing tortoise and snake diagram like silk ribbons. In the midst of the visualization, time passed in a trance. About a few hours, a noise caused Li Mu to open his eyes.
So many birds. Prince Han dully pointed out the window. There won't really be any accidents, right?
Zhang Xiaohao was a little nervous.
All a little nervous, after all, this is the sky.
It wasn't the realm that belonged to them.
Outside the window on the right,
one could clearly see that the once clear sky in the distance had turned black.
It was a dense, countless flock of birds.
It was almost as exaggerated as the marching ants on the ground, dense and overwhelming.
Everyone, don't panic. Don't panic, it's just a flock of migrating birds.
Su Qing's soft voice came from the radio.
But vaguely, that voice didn't seem to be that calming.
The overwhelming flock of birds was already like a wave lapping at them. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to where the crowd was, that pile of black pressure in the bird figure also gradually in the eyes of the people clear up. Like an enlarged version of the crow's, black, the beak is as sharp as a falcon, inverted curved, wings are also much wider. Most of them already had a wingspan of 2 to 3 meters in length.
Black crow birds, second and third grade account for the majority. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression grave.
Level 2 and 3 were nothing.
But their numbers were at least in the thousands.
Not to mention that this time was at a height of 10,000 meters. Although they were all equipped with nano battle armor.
However, if the airplane was destroyed, without shelter, the gliding mode would inevitably be interfered with by these black crow birds.
At this moment, the black crow birds in front of them were only 100 meters away from the plane. Just at this moment, those black crow birds in front were suddenly resisted by some invisible barrier. Many of the black crow birds were directly disorganized, their feathers fluttered and crashed down, and even more directly flew out upside down.
This is...
Zhang Xiaohao was instantly slightly stunned. Chu De 7 is equipped with an ultrasonic beast repellent device, it should have been utilized by now. Xian Lingyan pushed up her glasses, and the color in her eyes was actually somewhat expectant. She was not tall and had a flat figure, 2 ponytails, and wore a pair of thick rimless glasses.
She had the appearance of a nerd. But if it was someone who had seen her fight, it would definitely not feel that way. Classmates, does it feel exciting?
This is all just a small problem, all obediently put your hearts in your stomachs. Su Qing's teasing voice came from the radio. Outside the window, large swaths of black crow birds could be clearly seen being swept down towards the ground by invisible ultrasonic waves.
I told you, how could an accident happen just like that?
Zhang Xiaohao was instantly relieved.
The routes from Chunan City to Dragon City are all fixed, it won't really be that treacherous.
Bai Shou also revealed a more relaxed smile. With him speaking, the rest of them instantly relaxed a lot. After all, he was from the Bai clan, and it wasn't the first time he had traveled to Dragon City to compete on behalf of Chu University, they all had experience.
Everyone, it's better to pay attention. Li Mu suddenly spoke out. His expression remained calm. But he silently stood up. Outside the window, the flock of black crow birds were constantly being shot down by ultrasonic waves. However, the black crow birds at the back were still constantly crowding this way, a steady stream, as if they were rushing up to escape. In Li Mu's line of sight, the flock of birds was closing the distance to the airplane little by little. Relying on ultrasonic waves could not disperse these birds at all.
What the hell is going on here? Something's not right. Su Qing inside the cockpit frowned tightly.
Under normal circumstances, this kind of bird flock should be easily dispersed. But this time,
direct attack, these guys have lost their minds.
Jia Ronghai appeared in the cab.
Good. Su Qing nodded heavily and licked the corners of her mouth, her eyes actually flashed with a ray of excitement.
Boom!
In the sight of the people in the cabin, a black thing was launched out from underneath the fuselage, bringing out cloud tails in the air and heading straight for the flock of birds.
It was a missile. The attack mode is activated.
Qian Lingyan's eyes flashed with a color of excitement that was extremely similar to Su Qing's.
Boom! Boom!
A missile fell into the flock of birds. Violent explosions appeared at first amidst the flames that filled the sky. Amidst the flames and smoke, a large number of black crow bird corpses crashed down.
Immediately followed by a deafening and dense sound.
Underneath the fuselage, several machine guns with caliber like small bowls poked out.
Dense large caliber special bullets and missiles fell into the birds one after another.
For a moment, corpses fell in all directions, and the sky was filled with smoke and blood.
Class, sit tight, we're going to start accelerating.
Su Qing's voice sounded once again.
Chapter 138 Tyrannical Pterodactyl. The Might of the Martial Saint. 10,000 meters in the air.
Above the clouds. A huge white airplane quickly swept through the clean white clouds. In the air, it was half black and half white. That large amount of black color was like a wave, constantly occupying the clean white of the air.
Like ink rendering on white paper. And that airplane was exactly between black and white.
Fire and explosions concurred one after another, and the remnants of the birds fell like rain. But the dead ones were nothing to the huge number of birds. The birds were still approaching. In the line of sight of the people in the cabin, the black crow bird became clearer and clearer. The distance was getting closer and closer.
Cockpit. We're going to go off course if we continue.
These guys should have been stimulated by something.
We're just blocking their front. Su Cheng looked at Jia Ronghai, waiting for him to make a decision.
In this world, deviating from a course was no small matter.
Deviating from a fixed course represented the unknown. Unknown equaled danger. Meaning one could meet any possibility. Powerful beasts. More beasts. Even special extreme weather. But if we don't deviate from the course, it's already impossible to get rid of these swarms of black crow birds. With only the means of attack that the Chu-7 was equipped with, it was far from enough to silence this flock of birds. Jia Ronghai looked out the window at the scene. There were no words spoken.
The flock of birds got closer and closer. His expression also grew calmer and calmer.
It was even bland. Su Qing glanced at Jia Ronghai. She was instantly relieved. She directly set the pilot to autopilot, then maneuvered the fire system and focused on attacking the flock of birds. It was just like playing a game. It was also more realistic than a 3D panorama. Students, it's just a small problem, no need to panic.
Zhang Qianshuan appeared in the middle of the cabin.
We didn't panic.
Zhang Xiaohao immediately retorted with a deadpan remark. If it wasn't for the fact that he was quick to stick to Li Mu, the others might have really believed it.
I think there might be a big guy. Li Mu calmly spoke out. Oh? Zhang Qianshuan looked at Li Mu and pondered for a moment, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just nodded. Brother Mu, what big guy? A very large foreign beast? Zhang Xiaohao asked.
Li Mu did not say anything, and after a moment, looking out the window, he calmly said, "It's coming." Only to see the dense flock of birds outside the window amidst the firelight and explosion smoke, but they suddenly separated.
Scattering in all directions.
Some of them charged directly towards the fuselage. The fire blockade line was no longer enough to stop them.
Thud thud thud. A black crow bird panicked and crashed directly into the fuselage.
With a muffled sound, the crowd inside the airport immediately fell to shaking.
The entire fuselage was already somewhat unstable. There were more black crow birds following behind. These black crow birds had already panicked.
The fuselage began to tilt. Li Mu grabbed Han Xiaoyan, who had almost fallen out of his seat beside him.
Seat belt.
Seeing that Han Xiaoyan was still a bit confused, Li Mu directly put it around her waist, not caring too much at this point.
Chu-7's fire system was already mute. Li Mu looked back.
A black crow bird only came swooping through the window, its sharp beak seemingly flashing with a cold light.
Thud.
The bird's beak landed straight on top of the window. Instantly, several fine cracks emerged. Li Mu's body slightly sank, standing steadily in the cabin that had been tilted, as if it had landed on the ground, not moving at all.
He was ready to attack at any time. And just at this moment,
through the edge of the black crow bird's body outside the window, Li Mu saw a different beast. Broad bat-like fleshy wings with stone-brown skin. At the end of the fleshy wings were long sharp claws. There was also a long tail at the back and an even more exaggerated pair of sharp claws.
Tyrannical pterodactyl. Li Mu's pupils shrunk at once.
A body like a pterodactyl, all four were exaggeratedly sharp claws, behind it was a long tail like a python, and in its mouth were fine sharp teeth like a shark. The length of the body was nearly 20 meters. Wingspan of more than 10 meters. The Tyrannosaurus pterodactyl is known as the butcher in the sky in the textbooks.
Adults are at least level 7.
This race already belongs to the first level of sky domination.
They are cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. More often than not, they are not hunting. They are enjoying the pleasure of slaughtering their prey. That's right, they. The Tyrannosaurus pterodactyl is a family-oriented beast. There are as few as 2 or 3 of them, but sometimes there are more than a dozen. In the air, meeting a Tyrannosaurus pterodactyl was a disaster. Tyrannical pterodactyls. Bai Xiao and the others also saw the figures of the several tyrannical pterodactyls that were unleashing carnage among the black crow birds. All of them had their pupils shrunk. This was an existence that could only be resisted by at least a martial king. How could it appear here? Ask. Zhang Qianxuan was just about to open his mouth to comfort the crowd when a grand voice abruptly sounded. Retreat! An invisible force abruptly swept across the entire field. The figures of one black crow bird after another flew backwards. They even directly exploded into a mass of blood and flesh in the air. Blood rained and sprinkled down. The dark sky instantly thinned by a layer. The several tyrannical pterodactyls that were still ravaging the black crow birds all froze in their forms. A hatch opened. A figure stepped out. One step. Stepping in the void. Another step forward. A grandiose momentum swept across the entire field. In an instant, the people inside the cabin were also shaken in their minds. One by one, they stared blankly at that figure. That figure stood in the air in vain, like a divine figure. Even though it wasn't targeting them, and was even deliberately avoiding them. However, the people inside the cabin were all still a little breathless. This momentum was too terrifying. Zhang Xiaohao already had some beads of sweat on his forehead. Prince Han's legs were trembling. Li Mu, however, had eyes that were incomparably hot, staring at that figure with a scorching gaze. Jia Ronghai, the vice-chancellor of Chu University. It was him. It was him who struck out, stepping through the air in a vain manner. This is exclusive to the martial saint level. He was actually a martial saint. He just stood quietly in the void. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be losing some of their colors. The wilderness is long and clear. The wind and clouds stirred. Before he even made a move, a large number of black crow birds fell down with stiff bodies. It was like a rain of ink pouring down for a moment. Jia Ronghai stood proudly in the air. His expression was calm. In front of him was a pouring rain of ink. At this moment, it had been reduced to its backdrop. The might of the martial saint. Terrifying. Its might was enough to cause thousands of foreign beasts to retreat without a fight. This is the martial saint. Li Mu murmured to himself. The fiery color in his eyes was nearly on the verge of erupting. He had seen the scenes when a martial saint, or even a martial god, struck on the TV network. But that was simply worthless compared to reality. This was the first time he had seen the might of a martial saint with his own eyes. This pressure that could make heaven and earth quiet was not something that could be displayed on a screen. This was the scenery of the higher reaches of the martial way. This is the charm of the martial way. At this moment, Li Mu's heart and mind swayed wildly. His heart of martial arts became even more determined. This stronger person would always be his goal. Not just to become. Rather, it was to surpass. Chapter 139 Understanding the Opponent, Fey Beast Habits. The flock of black crow birds had already dispersed for the most part. In the air, the figures of 5 tyrannical pterodactyls stood out. 2 were over 20 meters long. Obviously adults. 2 were near adults, and only one was only just about 10 meters long. But even the smallest one had at least the strength of a general. If it is in the air, the top generals of the 6th level are afraid that it is not its opponent. The largest one, close to 30 meters long, is afraid to have 8 or 9 levels of level. This is already a disaster for the ordinary flight. Even an ordinary martial king would be no match for him in the air. After all, the sky is not the domain of humans. But it's not absolute. At least at this moment, the one who had suffered a catastrophic disaster had become this Tyrannosaurus pterodactyl family. Jia Ronghai took another step forward, raising his right hand. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The air surged. A large invisible hand appeared out of thin air. It grabbed the largest Tyrannosaurus pterodactyl in one hand. The tyrannical pterodactyl struggled frantically, its limbs flailing about, but the large hand did not move. Jia Ronghai raised his right hand in a false grip. At that moment, the large invisible hand also completely closed. Boom!
The tyrannical pterodactyl that had just been so ferociously powerful and unbeatable, driving and chasing the flock of black crow birds, was directly pinched into a bloody mess.
G.A. G.A.
Those 4 remaining tyrannical pterodactyls instantly came back to their senses, letting out a few terrified cries before flying off into the distance in panic. After a moment of silence, Jia Ronghai silently turned around and crossed into the cabin in a few steps. The fuselage had stabilized. The flight continued smoothly. Except for the dent on the right side of the fuselage, the bloodstains, and some cracks on the glass windows. Everything was as if nothing had happened.
Jia. Principal Jia he.
Zhang Xiaohao's voice had trembled a little.
Martial Saint.
Bai Xiu couldn't help but flash a fiery and incomparable light in his eyes. Now you know why Principal Jia is personally accompanying the team.
Zhang Qianxuan revealed a smile.
Although there were only 19 trainees here, they were all elites among elites.
If something did go wrong, it would be a great loss for Chu University as well. Even a few decades later, there could be a certain degree of fault line in the Chunan region's strongest people. Such a loss was something Chunan could hardly bear. Therefore, Jia Ronghai accompanied the team. He was not only acting as the supreme leader. He was even more of a protector. Just now, Jia Ronghai didn't make the first move, just waiting for the main character, the tyrannical pterodactyl, to make his appearance. With Principal Jia here, we'll definitely arrive safely. With a martial saint right by their side, instantly everyone was filled with a sense of security. Prince Han suddenly asked, but why didn't Principal Jia kill all those tyrannical pterodactyls? One look at the Fey Habits class and I didn't listen properly.
Zhang Qianxuan laughed and didn't answer, turning around and walking towards the cabin in front again.
What does it mean?
Wang Zhan was a bit puzzled. Bai Xiu smiled helplessly and explained.
The tyrannical pterodactyls actually have more other flying exotic beasts on their recipes. They aren't interested in humans. Coupled with the tyrannical pterodactyl's title of aerial butcher and its murderous personality, leaving them behind will allow them to clear out more flying alien beasts. Moreover, tyrannical pterodactyls are already very rare in the Dragon Kingdom's hinterland. This time we actually managed to meet one can be said to be really lucky. Moreover, with this record, there will be people who will observe them, and they may modify the flight path or expel them to other places to show their cruel killing nature. Anyway, the advantages of leaving them behind outweigh the disadvantages. Like this? Prince Han was slightly stunned. So, the tyrannical pterodactyls are actually considered good?
There's no such thing as good, it just has value to be utilized.
Bai Xiu smiled helplessly. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. These, the Fey Beast Habits class did say. The Fey Beast Habits class was likewise a mandatory class. It involved many common Fey beasts, as well as rarer Fey beasts. If you wanted to defeat your enemy, you needed to understand your enemy first. Exotic beasts have always been mankind's greatest enemy.
Shu nature would not neglect the cultivation of knowledge in this area.
Classmates, I didn't scare you just now.
Zhang Qianxuan hadn't left for a while before Su Qing came into the cabin with a smile on her face again.
Teacher, who's flying the airplane when you're here?
Zhang Xiaohao was instantly shocked. Qian Lingyun on the side rolled her eyes in dismay.
Don't even know about the autopilot mode? That?
Zhang Xiaohao smiled somewhat awkwardly. In the end, he was also from a small place, and his knowledge was indeed a bit scarce.
Teacher Su, how can we be scared so easily?
Ling Hua, who was tall and had the same big waves as Su Qing, smiled. It was only at this time when the two came closer that the others realized. Ling Hua and Su Qing were really somewhat similar, almost like sisters. Not only is it a big wave, the temperament also has a likeness, it just looks a few points more youthful.
Su Qing picked up a cup of juice and drank it through a straw while lazily lying on the sofa. It's good to be young. You're similarly still young, Miss Su.
Bai Xiu smiled faintly.
A few wisps of killing intent vaguely surfaced in Wang Manchu's eyes.
Bai Xiu instantly gathered his smile and his face was expressionless.
It was like a statue. Just how old is he? He's become a wife-keeper.
Su Qing laughed and carried the juice around the cabin a few times, eventually stopping in front of Li Mu.
Why don't you go to the super martial department to play too? I didn't have much time the other day, so I'm free to go. Li Mu nodded slightly.
Okay, young age, don't be so boring, communicate more with your peers, have some youthful vigor. Su Qing originally wanted to sit down beside Li Mu and chat a bit. However, on his left is Zhang Xiaohao, and on his right is Han Xiaoyan. Zhang Xiaohao was interested in giving up his seat, but was held down by Li Mu.
Chatting?
It would be better to visualize the tortoise and snake diagram.
Any less recalling one's martial arts path and recalling impressive battles would be better than this.
Su Cheng chatted with the crowd for a while and soon hit it off. Although she was a teacher, the age difference was actually not that big, and with her cheerful personality, she easily got along with anyone.
The 10-odd-hour journey was actually not that long.
On the way, the crowd joked and laughed, ate snacks and drank beverages, and it quickly passed. Apart from the initial encounter with the black crow birds and the Tyrannosaurus pterodactylus, the rest of the voyage was relatively calm. The latter part of the voyage was relatively calm. Occasionally, when some ungrateful flying beasts approached, Jia Ronghai would only need to let out his breath slightly.
Those beasts would be scared less and run away. What a joke! Chunan City leads to Dragon City, which is the route to the hinterland within the country. If even such a hinterland route with a martial arts saint can still have too many accidents, I'm afraid that the human race should have gone extinct a long time ago. The group arrived at Dragon City late at night. Shuda 7 landed directly on the Sky Dragon Hotel's parking lot. When the group got off the plane, there were special people waiting to pick them up. Ranked in the top 10 of the country's Wudong University, this point of honor is still there. Chapter 142 Other Top 10 WOUs. The WJU League. Full title: All Dragon Country Martial Artist University League. Jointly organized by the Dragon Country officials, martial artist associations, and major universities. One of the venues, mainly by the Dragon Country official, is responsible for. The Sky Dragon Hotel is the official resting place for the contestants. Of course, only the top 10 guaranteed entrants and the top 10 teams from the auditions could stay at the Sky Dragon Hotel for free. The rest of the participating WUs would need to pay for their own expenses. In terms of the food and lodging treatment of the participants, the officials did not treat them the slightest bit poorly. After all, the participants who were able to enter the qualifiers of the Martial Arts University League could be said to be the future of the Dragon Kingdom. It was possible that the top pillars of the Dragon Kingdom would be among them in a few decades. The Sky Dragon Hotel was one of the top 5-star hotels in the outer ring of Dragon City. The decor was luxurious without losing its substance, high profile without losing its atmosphere. The guest rooms were spacious, with high-grade furniture and elaborate decorations. The only reason why I was in the outer ring of Dragon City was because the competition venue was in the outer ring. There are too many people in Dragon City. And every year, the Martial Arts University Tournament is bound to cause countless followers to gather around. If we were to make it in the center of the city, there would be traffic jams and overcrowding. It would be a huge problem. It would be better to bring the venue to the open suburbs. Only because of the expansion of the city over the years. What was once a suburb also became the outer ring. Not long after, Li Mu's group was brought to the 19th floor of the hotel. 2 teams, 2 suites. 1901 and 1902. The 10-person suite, which looked like it might be a bit crowded with a lot of people, was not small at all, and the configuration was very good. 10 bedrooms, a large living room, a long table dining room, a conference room, and a bar equipped with wine and drinks, gym, video game room. Each bedroom also has its own bathroom refrigerator. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a presidential suite. At the beginning of the construction of Tianlong Hotel, the original intention was to serve the contestants who came from all over the world. So there were a lot of 10-person suites. Only later on, because of some celebrity effects, even when it wasn't during the period when the Martial Arts University League was held, this hotel's business was also good. In the end, it directly became a big hotel in the entire outer ring of Dragon City. Li Mu returned to his room, took a shower, and just after observing for a while, the door was knocked. Brother Mu, come out and eat something, this hotel is really good.
It actually supplies all kinds of food for free 24 hours a day. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu still walked out of the room. In the living room, people were waiting. All of them had also taken a shower, and one of them had somewhat wet hair and were glowing.
Captain Song Haoran nodded in greeting. Brother Mu. Han Xiaoyan immediately greeted him. Big Brother Mu. Prince Han nodded with a simple smile. Xia Ping also nodded in greeting.
Bai Ling, Sui Moyan, Shang Wanqi, and Xia Ping all nodded in greeting as well. Only Chen Lingyan was fiddling with a flat plate, tapping on it a few times from time to time. Well, although they hadn't spent much time together, they all already had some impressions of each other. Xian Lingyan simply liked to be silent in her own world.
Everyone, order something to eat, or take an early rest, it's getting late. Li Mu returned a nodding greeting.
I don't know where that Jia Ronghai few people ran off to.
Anyway, they didn't even leave a few sentences of explanation. Alright, Big Brother Mu, what do you want to eat?
There doesn't seem to be anything good here, not even a deep-sea big dragon sashimi.
Wang Zhan fiddled with the hotel's electronic menu with some dissatisfaction.
The crowd was slightly stunned, not even knowing what Prince Han was talking about. Only Bai Ling thought for a moment before saying, "You're not talking about the deep-sea dragonfish, right?"
Seems like it, what?
Prince Han nodded his head. That's a level 7 or above exotic beast, and because it lives in the deep sea, the meat is fresh and delicate. And several times more precious than the meat of an unusual level 8 or 9 exotic beast. It's even rumored that a complete, fresh deep-sea dragonfish can be exchanged for a famous soldier. Bai Ling's face was also a bit unnatural. That thing was more or less unaffordable to consume even for the Bai family. The others were just completely speechless, plus lifeless. After a while, Zhang Xiaohao said, "Nah, Brother Wang, do you still lack a pendant on you, not because of anything else, but mainly because I'd, for one, like to be hung up on?"
Old Wang don't talk to us in the future, really, I don't even know if your kid did it on purpose or unintentionally. Sun Haoran patted Prince Han's shoulder without any good humor.
Prince Han had an innocent look on his face. "Then next time you guys go to my house, I'll treat you."
"No problem. I knew you were a friend I could make." Sun Haoran immediately wrapped his arms around Prince Han's neck.
The top floor of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. The top floor of the Grand Hotel, which was up to more than 30 floors high, was a land of birds and flowers. Between the lush greenery and flowers, there were so many small tables, and behind the tables were a few rattan chairs.
This place is not open to the public.
However, tonight, there were so many people drinking tea and chatting here.
"Old Jia, it's been a long trip, hard work."
A middle-aged man with a pleasant country face raised his teacup. "I don't consider this hard work, it's just like traveling at public expense." Jia Ronghai leans lazily on the back of his chair. Zhang Qianquan and Su Qing stood all behind him. They weren't qualified to be seated here. There were only 4 people on the seat. Besides Jia Ronghai, there was also a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face, a dry and thin old man with rough skin, and a half-aged woman. They all had 1 or 2 people behind them as well. "Old Jia, I've heard that your Chu University has produced an extraordinary character this year, a bit more heaven-defying than last year's winning falcon?" The half-aged woman asked smilingly. "What can be so extraordinary? My Chu University is also between you guys as a hanging, not to say that every year to run, but also not bad mostly." Jia Ronghai sipped his tea and smiled.
"Old Jia, it's a bit much for you to say this in front of us, we are at least on the same front." The dry and thin old man laughed. "Ha, looks like I'll need to recuse myself."
The country-faced middle-aged man also laughed. Of the 4 people at the table, he was the one who was in charge of the martial grand tournament here. The other 3, on the other hand, were all representatives of the top 10 ranked martial arts universities from various regions. Shunan Region, Shunan University, Jia Ronghai. Northern Borderland Region, Beihan University, Manhwa, the withered old man.
South Sea Region, South Sea University, Feng Xiaozhou.
All of them were super universities outside the Dragon City region.
And the battle line argument in Mu Hu's mouth was a bit bigger. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu. Where there is a Jianghu, there is a fight.
Martial arts universities are not in harmony with each other.
After all, each year the state's the allocation of resources are limited.
Martial arts universities must also compete with each other. And between the top 10 martial arts universities, there have always been 2 factions.
The Field faction and the Dragon City faction.
Over the years, the Dragon City faction had always held the absolute advantage, which led to the several universities of the Field faction coming and going more and more closely in recent years.
"Old Zhao, this is meaningless."
Jia Ronghai smiled at Zhao Lianyun.
Since he was sitting here, his meaning was actually already obvious. Chapter 141: The Pattern of the 10 Great Martial Universities.
Northwestern University and Wanshan should still be led by Old Wang and Fu this time.
Jia Ronghai asked. "They're farther away and shouldn't arrive until later." Mu Xiu replied.
"So says the East University side."
Jia Ronghai asked again.
"What else can they say? They've always had that crappy attitude." Feng Xiaojiao hummed lightly in disdain.
Of the 10 major martial arts universities, 3 of them were located in Dragon City. The Beast University was also located on the outskirts of Dragon City. It could be said that these 4 martial arts universities were in one piece. Dragon City was located in the northeastern location of the Dragon Kingdom. And the other 6 martial arts universities.
Among them, Beihan University was located in the northernmost northern frontier region of the Dragon Country. Nanhai University is located in the southernmost South China Sea region. Chunan University was located in the southernmost region of the Dragon Kingdom's abdomen. Northwestern University was located in the most northwestern corner of the Dragon Kingdom.
Wanshan University, on the other hand, was located in the Wanshan region in the southwest of the Dragon Kingdom.
Dongbin University, on the other hand, was located in the eastern seashore region. It could be clearly seen that the geographical locations of the top 10 martial arts universities were all distributed with care. Shunan University, on the other hand, belongs to the emergence.
Originally, there shouldn't be a top 10 martial arts university in his position.
However, the heavenly sage was able to create Chu University into a top 10 martial arts university by his own strength. Among them, Chu University, Mountain University, North University, South University, West University, 5 martial arts universities are considered to be more peaceful relations on the same front.
Dragon City 4 Martial Arts University Ironplate. The only East Coast university, because of the geographical location. It said far away from Longcheng, right? In fact, it is separated by an area. But to say that it was close, the attitude of the several martial arts universities in Dragon City towards it was not so eager. After all, it wasn't a place. Therefore, East University has actually been wandering on the edge of the 2 factions. This year, Dragon University has a remarkable character again. Mu Xiao sighed softly. Which year does Dragon University not have an unrivaled character?
Feng Xiaojiao also sighed helplessly.
Jia Ronghai didn't pick up the conversation, couldn't catch it. Dragon Country University.
The number 1 ranked martial arts university in the entire Dragon Country. The moment this name was mentioned, all the martial arts universities in the entire Dragon Country couldn't help but be eclipsed. Dragon Country University was even called the cradle of the martial god.
If a martial god's heir were to enter a university, the choice would inevitably be Dragon University.
And of the 8 existing martial gods in the Dragon Kingdom, 3 of them came from Dragon University.
Plus its geographical location, the only university located in the center of Dragon City, its historical heritage. All in all,
the rest of the martial arts universities, not to mention competing with the Dragon University, it is difficult to compare. It can be said that the top 10 Wudong University is a level. And Dragon University is a separate level.
The first place in the WU League is almost always taken by Dragon University.
Mentioning Dragon University, the rest of the schools only had endless pressure.
At least the newcomer king won't necessarily be this time.
Feng Xiaojiao gave a sudden laugh. Covering her mouth, she looked at Jia Ronghai.
Old Mu, you probably don't know, you should still have an impression of that winning falcon from last year, right?
He lost to a Chu University student, and she deliberately lengthened her tone. There was also no more laughter between her complexion, replaced by a cautious look.
And that was only a freshman. What?
Manhwa was instantly shocked. Little Feng, are you serious?
Can I still joke about this kind of thing? Feng Xiaojiao's complexion was serious. Winning falcon actually lost to a freshman? Mu Xiao couldn't help but be a little incredulous.
Last year, Winning Falcon was only a sophomore when he debuted as a member of the first team.
It was already at the 5th level.
And, in the final stage, a sword victory over a 6th level.
At that time, the entire Dragon City was abuzz. Anyone who could participate in the martial arts university tournament, which one was weak?
To be able to reach level 6 during college, that would definitely be the pride of prides.
It could never be a mediocrity.
But the same was defeated by a 5th level student who was only a sophomore.
At that time, the entire audience was completely abuzz.
Even many of the higher-ups in high positions couldn't help but be slightly shocked in their hearts.
It was hard to forget for a long time. Some people even felt that if Winning Falcon could maintain this demonic level of growth,
when he participated in the martial arts university tournament in his senior year, maybe Dragon University wouldn't be able to hold the number 1 position.
Mu Xiao had once felt the same way. He was really optimistic about winning Falcon. But would such a level of pride, demon, and pervert actually lose to a freshman? Not to mention that a year had passed. The current winning Falcon should be even stronger than before. How could it possibly lose? That's right, that's the truth. Jia Ronghai nodded down. As the vice-chancellor of Chu University, his admission could not have any water in it since. There was also no need to hide anything. There was some news that couldn't be hidden. For example, Feng Xiaojiao from Nanhai University already knew. Mainly because of the geographical location.
The Nanhai region was only 2 regions away from the center of the Chunan region. The other martial universities were farther away, but it was only a matter of time before they knew.
It's actually true. What geniuses have been picked up by your Chu University? A few decades ago a heavenly saint was produced. I had thought that you would produce another winning Falcon, but I didn't realize that there was actually a guy who was even more perverted than the winning Falcon.
Manhwa had a complex expression of envy and jealousy. When he thought about it, Beihan University, was also a super martial university that had once ranked among the top 3. But it had gradually declined over the years. The last time the martial arts universities were ranked, Beihan Martial University only ranked 6th. Not long ago, the northern borderland region had another incident like the Winter White Bear King.
The arrow god was seriously injured.
That was the guardian god of the northern borderlands region.
It's also the signboard of the northern university. The arrow god's prestige had been dealt a big blow. Beihan University hadn't produced any particularly evil characters over the years. Even some of the meaning of the green and yellow. It is not difficult to imagine.
In the next ranking of martial arts universities, whether or not North Cold Martial Arts University can retain the 6th place is still an unknown. As for Chu University, since the Heavenly Sage, it has been weak for some years, but it has also been biting the dust in the position of the top 10 martial arts universities.
Now there was the winning Falcon first, followed by Li Mu.
It's even more of a situation where it's about to rise up. With such a contrast, Mu Xiu couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart for a while.
Feng Xiaojiao added. But old Jiao, you also have to make sure that your talented trainee doesn't get too careless. Among the freshmen of Dragon University this session, there is a Wu Xianguang. Wu Xianguan?
Upon hearing this name, Jia Ronghai's eyes instantly narrowed slightly, and his expression couldn't help but intensify by a few points. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled. But in the end, what really matters is that final number 1 ranking, and no matter how good the rookie king is, it's still just a personal honor.
Zhao Lianyun had been silent, listening to the trio's conversation in silence.
At this moment, however, he abruptly knocked on the desktop and lightly laughed.
I've heard that person has almost reached that realm? I wonder if it's true or not. Instantly, the atmosphere became gravely silent.
A line of sight was placed on Jia Ronghai's body. After a long time, Jia Ronghai smiled helplessly.
This kind of thing is something I can't know. It's more like you guys should ask that Principal Dong of ours. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun asked rhetorically.
Jia Ronghai smiled and said nothing.
If it really comes to fruition, that's a great thing. The heavens will revitalize my human race. Mu Xiu's aged voice couldn't help but fluctuate a bit as well. Is afraid that some people won't necessarily be willing to see it. Feng Xiaojiao but coldly laughed. Far from it, drink tea.
Jia Ronghai picked up the teacup.
Chapter 142 by Xiu's pressure. The following morning.
It was already September 28th. There were still a few days left for the qualifiers to officially begin on October 1st.
Time was not tight. Sweet 1902. Most of the people had gotten up early in the morning and came into the living room.
Having just arrived here, the qualifiers were about to begin again in a few days. It was inevitable that these teenage girls would be a little emotional.
It was difficult to sleep. Except for Li Mu and Prince Han. Captain and old Wang are still sleeping? Sun Haoran asked with a yawn.
Zhang Xiaohao said, Brother Mu's work schedule is very regular, he should be practicing.
Go tell them to get up now, go to Dragon City and take a stroll, you don't usually have much chance to come here. Sun Haoran. I don't know if there are any arrangements yet, what did Principal Jia and Director Zhang Su say over there?
Bai Ling skimmed her mouth.
Knock knock.
The door was knocked on.
The nearest Xia Ping opened the door. Outside the door was the well-dressed and elegant Bai Xiu.
They said not to come too early to disturb you guys, but I knew you guys would get up earlier today. It was the same when we first came here. Bai Xiu walked out of the room with a wipe of a gentle smile.
What about senior by now? Xia Ping asked.
Bai Xiu smiled, and before he could speak, Bai Ling in the living room let out a petulant hum. It's still not that I can't sleep, otherwise why would I come so early?
Is still a little nervous.
For this sister of his who had been spoiled since childhood, Bai Xiu had no choice but to smile helplessly. In the depths of his eyes, there were indeed some strands of deep worry.
What's the matter with coming over? Hurry up and put it on. Bai Ling. Bah.
Bai Xiu helplessly laughed. It's nothing, Principal Jia and the others should still be resting. I've come just to admonish you guys, don't be too nervous. If you want to go out, come together later.
Afraid we'll cause trouble? Sun Haoren couldn't help but say.
Bai Xiu Dao, you can't say that either, but it's always right to keep a low profile in Dragon City. There are too many characters here with monstrous backgrounds or monstrous strength. Just at this moment, a soft sound came. It was Li Mu who walked out of the room. The first thing he noticed was Bai Xiu. And Bai Xiu at the same time instantly set his eyes on Li Mu. Bai Xiu was wearing a faint smile as usual. But Li Mu could still see the flash of worry deep in his eyes.
Is something wrong? Aha! Bai Xiu nodded. Conference room. Li Mu.
You guys wait for a while. Bai Xiu turned around and revealed a gentle smile. Immediately, he also ignored the puzzled gazes of the rest of the people. Along with Li Mu, he entered the middle of the conference room.
What's going on?
Casually taking a seat on the left side, Li Mu inquired. Still haven't contacted the winning falcon.
Bai Xiu sat down beside Li Mu.
He shouldn't show up for a short time.
Li Mu said. Without the winning falcon, the first team is missing its top pillar. Everything depends on you.
Bai Xiu's gentle and elegant disguise was removed, and his complexion became a bit heavy.
Isn't there still you? This is your responsibility, don't think of pushing it onto me. Don't deny yourself. After a moment of silence, Bai Xiu Dao.
After the group stage comes the elimination stage, which is a single elimination mode, and in the end, each school will have a different number of people left, and will form a team with a different number of people.
I'll be there at that time. Li Mu.
Bai Xiu was silent. Believe in yourself, sometimes it's better to try your best than to feel sorry for yourself. After a while, Li Mu patted Bai Xiu's shoulder and walked out of the conference room. The skyscrapers were nearly straight into the sky. In the air was a hovering vehicle traveling in an orderly fashion. On the ground were wide and tidy avenues with streetlights like daylight. It was all like a future city. This is Dragon City, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Shouhao couldn't help but marvel out. It wasn't just him, most of the 20 people in the group, most of them were more or less in awe. The reason why it was 20 people, aside from the 19 people in Team 1 and Team 2, Su Qing had also come. Originally, Li Mu felt that it would be better to just cultivate in the hotel, or even worse, sleep. But there is no way, really cannot be argued. For the first time in Dragon City, he wanted to come out and take a walk. There was no need to spoil everyone's fun for himself. The ground all belongs to the pedestrian path, and there are some stores on both sides, but this is also just the outer ring of Dragon City. Bai Xiu introduced with a faint smile, and his expression could no longer be seen as the slightest bit strange. He was clearly the type of person who managed his emotions with great self-control. Being the son of a large family, he was nurtured as a successor from a young age. Cultivated by more than just strength, treating people, cultivating temperament, joy and anger do not show color.
These are the aspects that need to be paid attention to.
There are a lot of pedestrians on the road, people flow, but also thanks to the lack of cars to occupy the road. Approaching the opening of the Wudong League, not only the cadet teams from all over the world. There were also many spectators who came from all over the world to see what was going on. Whenever the martial arts university tournament opened, the population of Dragon City would skyrocket by several 100%. Also, this was an annual spectacle in Dragon City. Li Mu was silent and calm. Don't understand, what's the point of hanging out with so many people? Bai Ling hugged her arms and her expression was impatient. Xian Lingyan was still fiddling with her tablet with her head down. Vaguely visible on the tablet was a drawing of an armor design constructed from blue lines.
Prince Han was quite excited. Because there were many snacks for sale on the streets.
although there was no doubt that it was expensive as hell. What might be bought with money was really nothing to Prince Han. Thus, after a while, it wasn't just Prince Han's hands that were filled with all sorts of food. Even the other people's hands were stuffed with a lot of snacks by him. Should I say no, the flavor is good, but this damn 800 Dragon Kingdom coins per skewer, just a few pieces of meat, why don't you go and grab it? Zhang Xiaohao spat vaguely as he stuffed skewers into his mouth. Alien beast meat, and still in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom where the flow of people is so large, this price is about right. Song Haoren returned while eating the grilled meat. Bai Xiu was speechless as he looked at the kebab in his hand. He didn't want it, but Prince Han just shoved it over. Although there was that little bit of wanting to eat it, it seemed a little degrading to eat in such a large crowd. Wang Manchu thoughtfully whispered, "Eat, relax, don't strain yourself all the time." She could tell that Bai Xiu was really under a lot of pressure these days. Ever since Winning Falcon disappeared, the burden of the first team had been directly placed on Bai Xiu. And because he had been suppressed by the Winning Falcon, Bai Xiu's confidence had long been less than before. Bai Xiu nodded down. His relaxed posture couldn't fool anyone with a heart. He had just stuffed the skewer into his mouth when a voice suddenly rang out. "Bai Xiu, long time no see." The visitor was a woman dressed rather boldly, with a delicate face and a hot body, and on her head was a braid that hung behind her waist. On her body was a navel-bearing dress with shorts, revealing her healthy wheat-colored skin as well as the waistline of her abdomen. Chapter 143 Nanhai University. Feng Maoyang. Cough cough. Bai fixed the overhang without choking himself to death. "What's going on, taking someone shopping? Where's that kid, Winning Falcon?" The woman looked extremely familiar as she slapped Bai Xiu on the shoulder. "Pay attention, I'm a family man." Bai Xiu hastily waved his hand. "Oh, I know, it's this chick." Feng Maoyang smiled and directly frivolously reached out to pick the chin of Wang Manchu beside Bai Xiu. "Chick, give Master a smile. Master Feng is good." Wang Manchu cooperated with a sweet smile. Bai Xiu had a black line on his face. "Sister Feng, stop it," said call brother. "What are you calling sister?" "Oh, a beating, don't you?" Feng Maoyang made a gesture to hit. Good. Bai Xiu nodded helplessly, then he looked at the crowd beside him and introduced them. "This one, Feng Maoyang, the #1 pride of Nanhai University. This session's first team leader. Nanhai University and Archu University have always been sister universities, keeping watch." "Right, remember to call brother Feng, not sister Feng." Zhang Tingfei immediately picked up the conversation. "Hello brother Feng. Little Fei Zi, it's been a long time, you've gotten a bit stronger again." Feng Maoyang obviously recognized Zhang Tingfei as well, and directly went up and patted his biceps. Bai Ling came to Li Mu's side at some point and whispered. "This woman is not simple. She's known as the Star of the South Sea. Last year, her junior year, she was already the captain of the first team of Nanhai University. Today, her senior year, she's only going to be stronger, that's why Bai Xiu decided that she's still the captain." "First team captain in her junior year?" Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Then this was likely another Winning Falcon level character. The Winning Falcon had also only suppressed the seniors above him during his junior year. If the Winning Falcon hadn't disappeared this year in order to become the first team captain. Last year, although his sophomore year was also involved in the Wushu University League, he was just an ordinary team member. It was likely that he was on the same level as Winning Falcon. Or even stronger. Because last year she was already as strong as the current Winning Falcon. She had one more year compared to Winning Falcon. South Sea University. The other people's pupils shrunk when they heard the term Nanhai University. This was a university that ranked in the top 5 in the country. Although they were unwilling to admit it, the truth was indeed that Chu University still had a considerable gap compared to Nanhai. "Brother Feng, want to eat skewers?" Wang Zhan enthusiastically handed over a handful of skewers. Feng Maoyang was stunned, and then he received a whole handful of skewers without any politeness. "But you kid has eyesight, in the future there is something to report my name." Directly sent the skewers to his mouth, at the same time seemingly inadvertently asked. "Where is that kid, Winning Falcon?" The atmosphere instantly became silent. Yu Feng subconsciously looked at Li Mu. Then came the others, who also subconsciously looked at him. "What?" Feng Maoyang was slightly stunned. "Why are you guys looking at this kid? This year's newcomer?"
What does he have to do with the winning falcon? There was an accident, and winning falcon has temporarily left. Bai Xiu's tone was a bit heavy. What accident? Winning falcon died? Not really. Bai Xiu looked at Li Mu with eyes that carried some striving for opinions. I don't care. Li Mu looked calm. That's probably how it is. In the Tianlong Hotel's cafe. Bai Xiu ended his narration and took a sip of coffee to moisten his throat. Feng Maoyang sat opposite him. And Li Mu, who was the person in question, also sat on the side. Li Mu could tell that Bai Xiu's attitude towards this Feng Maoyang was very grave. Even to the point of being somewhat cautious. That was why Li Mu was pulled in as a companion. Did you kid win the fight winning falcon? It took a while before Feng Maoyang placed a still somewhat incredulous gaze on Li Mu. A fluke victory by half a move. Li Mu nodded slightly. Your Chu University has really been good these past few years. Feng Maoyang skimmed his lips, somewhat at a loss for words. By Xiu Dao, winning falcon he should be fine, it's just that I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back to participate in the Martial Arts University League. Who cares if he's fine or not, dying has nothing to do with me. Feng Maoyang snorted coldly and then smiled at Li Mu. Little brother, do you want to come to sister's room tonight to talk about your heart? Li Mu was silent and expressionless. Brother Feng, you forget it, Li Mu and winning falcon are the same, not close to women's colors, well. Not close to men's colors either. To die are you. Feng Maoyang wanted to hit again. Just at this time a noisy sound came from the entrance of the cafe. Only to see a big black and white dog with 3 heads rushing in. It was nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust body, exuberant hair, and the 3 canine capitals looked quite hideous, with fangs exposed. This big dog rushed in and turned over several tables, although it did not actively attack people. Yet, it also induced a flurry of chickens and dogs in the hall. Guest, sorry, we don't allow war beasts to enter here. What can I do? It ran in, later what loss I will compensate well, do not bother, day after day so many things. At the door, a young man wearing a slim brown suit walked in. His arrogant demeanor carried some impatience. Beside him was a staff member of the cafe who was persuading him bitterly. Another dude from Imperial University. Feng Maoyang swept a glance and then retracted her eyes without any goodwill. She also didn't have much of an idea to stand out. At least people didn't go overboard to that extent. As long as they didn't mess with themselves. Black and white 3-headed dog, looks like it's level 5. Li Mu's line of sight then rested on the large dog. He recalled what he had learned in class, something about the black and white 3-headed dog. It was a powerful exotic beast. Although it wasn't a special species, it was already very close to a special species. Moreover, this kind of fey beast had an extremely high affinity for elemental aspects. It was easy to master elemental attacks. I remember that Imperial University's ranking is 8th, right? Li Mu. Well, 8th, but sometimes people from Imperial University can be even more arrogant than those from Dragon University. Feng Maoyang snorted coldly, seeming to look down on this Imperial University quite a bit. In this regard, Li Mu was a bit puzzled. He didn't really pay much attention to this, and for these big-name universities he more often than not only knew a name. The people from Northwest University and Wanshan University are here. Feng Maoyang looked at his optical brain. The 3rd-ranked Northwest University? Li Mu instantly narrowed his eyes slightly. Bai Xiu's complexion also stared for a few moments. Northwest University, also known as Northwest Military Academy. It was the highest-ranked university among the field factions. Above it, there were only 2 universities in the entire Dragon Country. Going to meet them? Feng Maoyan looked at Bai Xiu and then at Li Mu. Forget it, it's not too familiar. Alright, little Bai Z, remember to share information Seemingly because she received the news that Northwest University and Wanshan University had arrived, Feng Maoyang directly waved her hand and left. Looking at her back. It wasn't until she disappeared that Bai Xiu shifted his sight to Li Mu. She's even stronger. Chapter 144 Ranking of the Top 10 Martial Universities. 2 days passed in a flash. During these days, Jia Ronghai and Zhang Qianxuan had almost disappeared. Zhang Qianxuan even showed up once and instructed the crowd a few times. Jia Ronghai was directly invisible. But it was understandable. That was a martial saint.
He couldn't just let a martial saint wander around in front of a group of students without doing anything all day. It was Su Qing who had been accompanying the crowd for the past few days. With only 2 days to go, she didn't have the chance to go far to play. In fact, since the first day they went out and saw the sea of people in Dragon City, the rest of them didn't think much of it. The rest of them didn't want to go out much. They just stayed in the hotel to relax and rest for 2 days. In Zhang Qianxuan's words, their only task at the moment was to put their minds at ease and greet the upcoming martial arts university tournament with a mindset that was as calm as possible. There weren't any extra tasks. September 30th. Evening. After having dinner. Suite 1902. Conference room. 21 people just about full. 1 person at the head, Zhang Qianxuan. 10 on the left and 10 on the right. The first and second teams are on separate sides. Su Qing on the first team's side just made up a spot. Knock knock. Zhang Qianxuan tapped the tabletop a few times with his fingers, revealing a smile. Everyone, are you all full? Quite full, this free dinner, that shall not be eaten vigorously. Bai Xiao smiled in agreement. It wasn't that he wasn't tuned in. It's just that it's already the eve of the competition, so a few jokes will ease the atmosphere and make everyone less nervous. This was the skill of being a leader. Zhang Qianxuan smiled. To be honest, the ones who should be nervous should actually be the others, not you guys. You guys are one of the top 10 martial arts universities, the seeded players of Chu University. But we're also just hanging around inside the top 10. Zhang Shouhao couldn't help but mutter. Originally, he used to be very proud of Chu University. It was just that after coming here, it was more or less a blow. There was a saying. The one who hangs the top 10 on his lips must be the 10th. It's like Manhwa University, which is the top 5 all day long. If it were Wanshan University, it would be the top 9. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with Chu University's ranking. There is just a sense of disparity. Obviously in the Chunan region Chu University is the most top, this name is an honor to say out. But here, Chu University seems to be not so honorable. Although it is not to be lost to the masses, but there are still 9 big mountains in front of it that are dead on top of Chu University. At least Zhang Xiaohao walking here is not dare to be so high and mighty again. Zhang Xiaohao's words immediately silenced everyone. Even Zhang Qianxuan did not speak again for a moment. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I spoke a little too much. Zhang Xiaohao sensed that the atmosphere was off, and instantly lowered his head somewhat guiltily. It's fine, the words are a bit hard to hear, but it's also the truth. Zhang Qianxuan, however, gave a sudden smile. A hangdog? What's in that? Even if it's a tail, it's still a phoenix tail. That's also a position that countless martial arts universities dream of. We were able to be in this position, and many people even said that we were the nail in the coffin, always biting the 10th position. Then what kind of emotions do you guys think they're saying it with? Well, obviously, envy and jealousy. Of course, you can be dissatisfied with this position. What do you do if you're dissatisfied? If you're dissatisfied, go for it. Which martial arts university has set its ranking from the beginning again? 100 years ago Chu University, was just a nameless university. Later, there was a scholar who was dissatisfied. So he sent Chu University to the 4th position. Even after he left later, his residual power caused Chu University to remain in the top 10 for decades. If you are dissatisfied, then go for it. Go for it. Go and send Chu Di to a higher position. At that time, it will no longer be you who are proud of Chu Di. Rather, Chu Di will be proud of you. Zhang Qianxuan's voice grew more and more impassioned. Under the infection of his words. Inside the conference room, the pairs of young eyes gradually became fiery. Zhang Shouhao, who couldn't hide anything, couldn't help but ask. Director, how can we change Chu University's ranking? Zhang Qianxuan said. The martial university ranking is changed once every 5 years, at which time it is selected by all 3 parties, the Martial Association, the Martial University Alliance, and the official Dragon Kingdom. The next martial university ranking will be at the end of next year. And there are many factors that affect a martial arts university's ranking. These include, but are not limited to, the teaching setup, the quality of the teachers, the strength of the principal, the number of strong people from the institution, and whether or not there are top strong people. As well as the rankings of the Martial Arts University League.
You guys should still remember the current top 10 martial arts university rankings, right? Of course I remember. This thing, not to mention if it was a student or not, a normal person would know about it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that its status in the Dragon Kingdom was a household name. Not to say that I know how clear it is, but at least I know a name. First place, Longgui University. Second, Ancient Martial Arts University. Third, Northwestern University. Fourth place, University of Martial Arts. Fifth place, Nanhai University. Sixth place, North Cold University. Seventh place, East Coast University. Eighth place, Royal Beasts University. Ninth, Wanshan University. 10th place, Shunan University. This was the ranking of the top 10 ranked martial arts schools in the Dragon Kingdom. Although the names were almost all a bit sparse. But their status had long since reached the point where they didn't need to use their names for gimmicks. And for people like Li Mu. These past few days under the ears and eyes they had gotten quite a bit more information about these universities. There was no need to mention the number 1 Longgui University. His position was just like the once winning Falcon's position in Chu University. Even more than that. The second Ancient Martial Arts University, as the name suggests, specializes in ancient martial arts. It was also located in Dragon City with the University of the Dragon Kingdom. The third Northwest University is located in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. Its geography is treacherous, the location is terrible, belongs to the poor mountain bitter water place, the scene to face the threat of foreign beasts. And perhaps it is because of the special geography, the threat it suffers at any time. Only then did it create such a third-ranked martial arts university. There is pressure, and then there is motivation, the saying is never wrong. The fourth-ranked martial arts university was similarly located in Dragon City. Dragon City's geographical location is too good. The center of a country. The center of a country. A place where countless geniuses and elites, rich merchants, and the best of the best converge. This was the reason why 4 top 10 martial arts universities had been created in one place. Imperial Beast University was located on the outskirts of Dragon City and also belonged to Dragon City University. The other rankings may not fluctuate much. But in reality, this has been several editions of the Martial University selection. The top 10 martial arts schools have always been these 10. The changes in the rankings are also changes amongst each other. Zhang Qianshuan spoke indifferently. But you guys don't have to worry, according to the protection mechanism, you won't meet them that quickly. The schedule for the tournament has already come out. There are a total of 180 schools participating in the first round of group matches of the qualifiers this time around. There are more teams than in previous years. The rules of the group stage are the same as previous years, they haven't been changed. Every 10 schools' representative teams are one team. Chapter 145, the start of the WUAA tournament. October 1st. The opening ceremony of the Martial University League qualifier began on time. Dragon Martial Grand Arena. The venue was grand and even vast. 180 schools. One school's contestants were 20 people. The total number of contestants were 3,600. If the venue wasn't big enough, how could it accommodate so many participants? And the auditorium here was more than capable of holding more than 100,000 people. After the simple opening ceremony, the official group matches soon began. When martial artists acted, they were concerned about an efficiency.